Chapter 1, Card Draw and Job Change. The playground of the number 1 middle school in Xueer City, Jiangnan Province, Daxia Empire. Westlake number 1 middle school. Hundreds of high school students gathered here, waiting for the only chance in their lives to draw a card and change their job. Zhang Yuan stood in the crowd, playing with the colored stones in his hands, and couldn't help feeling a little excited. He has traveled to this world for many years and has a general understanding of the situation in this world. The colorful stone in his hand is called the God's Stone, which is a treasure unique to this world. People can use the God's Stone to draw professions or treasures from the Destiny Star array constructed by the Array Master. In this world, everyone will be given a divine stone by the world when they turn 18, and then the school will organize a card draw. And this first time I drew a card, I was 100% sure to get the profession right. This is the so-called first job change. However, since it is a card draw, there are pros and cons. Although the government promotes equality among all professions every day, everyone knows that only by drawing a good profession can one reach the peak of life. After all, in this world, strength is respected. Who doesn't want to fly? What's more, anyone who draws a combat profession will be given a divine stone by the world to draw an exclusive weapon. This special treatment is not available to life professions. Classmates, the Destiny Star Array has been constructed. I won't waste any more time. Those whose names are called, come and draw a card. Principal Ning Qin was shouting on the podium with a loudspeaker, and the students below became nervous. The moment of fate has arrived. Teachers in each class quickly organized the students to line up. Zhang Yuan, who was at the end of the crowd, felt inexplicably nervous at this moment. Although he studied monster fighting techniques diligently and exercised actively after traveling here, and had plenty of physical strength, this kind of job change by drawing cards was purely a matter of luck. There was once a student who ranked last in the class and got the mage profession, and then he soared to fame. There was also a student who ranked first in the class and got the auto mechanic profession, and then he was decadent for the rest of his life. If he can't even pass this first level, it won't matter how well he trains. Humans, without the bonus of combat professions, will never be able to break through their limits. The gap between powerful professionals and everyday professionals is like a chasm. Zhang Yuan was a poor guy before he traveled through time. He was guaranteed to get a card every time he drew one, and even drinking water would cause a toothache. He was very afraid that he would draw a garbage profession and be isolated from the wonderful world stage from then on. Silly, the card draw is about to begin. Are you nervous? A petite girl with a delicate face in front of Zhang Yuan turned around, jumped up, patted Zhang Yuan on the head, and asked with a smile. The girl's name is Xueer. She is Zhang Yuan's only friend in this school and is also a rich second generation. It is said that Xueer's family is very powerful in Xueer City. However, Xueer didn't say it, so Zhang Yuan didn't take the initiative to inquire. Zhang Yuan shook his head and smiled. It would be a lie to say I'm not nervous, but as long as I don't draw a livelihood-related profession, then there's no problem. I don't want a life-related profession either. If I could draw a nurse profession, I could really nurse you, you idiot. Zhang Yuan, if I draw the chef role, can I be your personal chef? Xueer, of course. I'll give you the highest salary. Zhang Yuan, you're such a nerd, you're definitely going to get a crappy job, and you still want to curry favor with Xueer? At this time, an unpleasant voice was heard. Zhang Yuan looked over and saw that it was indeed Wang Hu. Wang Hu is the youngest son of the Wang family in Westlake and also Xueer's suitor. Since Xueer and Zhang Yuan are close, he often makes trouble for Zhang Yuan. Xueer frowned and said, Wang Hu, I'm talking to Zhang Yuan, why are you butting in? Wang Hu was slightly choked by Xueer's retort, but he quickly recovered and said to Xueer with a smile, Xueer, Zhang Yuan is just a commoner. Even if he draws a combat class, he's nothing in this society without resources. There's no need for you to get so close to him. It's an insult to your status. Hearing Wang Hu's words, Xueer became even more displeased. Just as she was about to yell angrily, Zhang Yuan stopped her in time and shook his head, saying, Xueer, the card drawing ceremony is about to begin. Snort. Xueer snorted coldly and glanced at Wang Hu indifferently. I'll deal with you after graduation. Wang Hu just smiled awkwardly at Xueer, then glared at Zhang Yuan fiercely, his eyes full of threats, as if to say I'll deal with you after graduation. While Zhang Yuan and Wang Hu were having a friendly exchange, Ning Qin was also calling out the names of students one after another, asking them to take the God's Stone to draw cards. Unfortunately, the people in front had bad luck and all drew occupations like barber and auto mechanic, which are related to daily life. There were even people who were shouting about fate and bonds when drawing cards, and in the end they only got a chef profession. Wang Hu. Finally, Ning Qin called Wang Hu. Wang Hu immediately gave Zhang Yuan a provocative look, then went up to draw a card and placed his divine stone into the destiny star array. As a large number of cards rolled in the destiny star array, the last golden card flew out from the destiny star array. Printed on the card was a magician holding a staff, and flames were spewing around the card. Fire Mage. As the card turned into light and sank into Wang Hu's body, the second divine stone condensed in Wang Hu's hand, and the whole school was in an uproar. Withdrawal. The first one to come out with gold. And he's a fire mage with extremely high damage. Ha ha ha. I am the chosen one. Wang Hu laughed loudly and threw the second divine stone given by the world into the destiny star array. After selecting a profession, the destiny star array will no longer show profession changes, but will show props related to the profession. However, Wang Hu's good luck did not last. He didn't get anything good in his second draw and only got a white magic wand. Of course, this is nothing to Wang Hu. With his family's financial resources, he can buy top-level staffs at any time. He only needs to draw a profession. The weapons drawn from the destiny star array are harmless. Wang Hu left the magic circle with a triumphant look on his face. He deliberately passed by Zhang Yuan and made a provocative gesture of wiping his neck. Xueer looked unconvinced and said to Zhang Yuan, "Don't be afraid, idiot. He just got lucky." Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly, "I'm just unlucky." Xueer patted her chest and said, "Don't be afraid. If that guy dares to cause trouble for you next time, I will protect you." Xueer. At this time, Ning Qin called Xueer's name. "I'm going, wish me good luck." Xueer immediately winked at Zhang Yuan, then trotted to the magic circle and drew a card. A golden light flashed, and then a large number of golden willow branches appeared around the magic circle. A golden card with a portrait of the elven goddess appeared in the magic circle. Elf Saint. Wow! The whole school was in an uproar. Gold is coming out again. Chapter 2 Theoretical Full Life. When Ning Qin saw Xueer draw out the Elf Saint, he was so excited that his reading glasses almost fell off. This is a rare profession. There is a rare profession that hasn't appeared in their school for 10 years. And this Elf Saint is a rare auxiliary. Looking across the entire Westlake City, I'm afraid you can't find even one. With just this one draw, not only did their school maintain its ranking, it also climbed up several places. I actually got a rare support. What incredible luck! I'm so envious. I heard that after the Elf Saint was promoted to God level, she even possessed the ability to resurrect on a large scale. She's a national strategic talent. It's definitely going to be on the news tomorrow. The crowd became noisy, and at this moment, colorful light emerged from the magic circle and condensed into a new divine stone in front of Xueer. Xueer was also extremely excited at this time, and immediately used the bonus given after winning a combat profession. Another golden light flashed. Gold is coming out again. Ning Qin's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Double gold. Double gold. That breaks the school's record. A staff shining with golden light flew out from the magic circle and slowly landed in front of Xueer. The light emitted by the staff alone makes people around feel refreshed. What a beautiful staff. Xueer was also surprised at this time and couldn't let go of the staff in her hand. The formation master smiled and said, "Congratulations, classmate. Although you didn't draw a special weapon, getting a golden weapon early on is already quite remarkable. You have a bright future ahead of you." "Thank you, teacher." Xueer bowed excitedly to the formation master and trotted back to the crowd. Wang Hu walked up to Zhang Yuan and said jokingly, "Zhang Yuan, Xueer has become a rare support. From now on, she will be a hot commodity that all major guilds will compete for. You are a life-oriented professional, so you are from a completely different world from her." "Zhang Yuan, I haven't smoked yet." Wang Hu sneered, "Ha! The probability of a life-related profession appearing is 90%. Now that Xueer has released a rare profession, she's sucked up all the luck. You're next. I'll see if you can finally release a combat-related profession." Zhang Yuan. At this time, Ning Qin called Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan ignored Wang Hu and walked forward slowly. When Xueer and Zhang Yuan crossed paths, she suddenly patted Zhang Yuan on the head and said with a smile, "Silly boy, I'll lend you my energy." "Thank you." Zhang Yuan smiled back and walked in front of the magic circle. Perhaps because the magic circle he constructed had a rare profession, the formation master beside him felt much better and said to Zhang Yuan, "Classmate, I wish you good luck." "Thanks." Zhang Yuan thanked him politely and then placed his divine stone into the destiny star array. Boom! The cards began to roll, and finally a red light flashed, a sword chanting sound went straight up to the sky, and sword energy spread in all directions. "It's red. It's actually red." When Ningqin saw that the card Zhang Yuan pulled out was glowing red, he felt his heart skip a beat and breathing became extremely difficult. Red. That's a hidden profession. No matter how strong you are, the probability of drawing a hidden profession is less than 1 in 10,000. As the red light faded, a swordsman flying in the air appeared on the card. Swordmaster only. It's not just a hidden profession, but also a unique hidden profession. At this moment, the whole audience was in an uproar, and even the first and second year high school students ran out of the classroom to watch the master. What does it mean to be the only hidden profession? This means that Zhang Yuan is the only one in the world who has this profession. Regardless of whether it is strong or not, rarity is awesome. At the same time, a new divine stone condensed in front of Zhang Yuan. The formation master beside him was also extremely excited at this time. "I never thought. In my lifetime, I can actually see a person with a unique hidden profession being pulled out from my formation. Hurry up. Classmates, take advantage of your good luck and draw your second time." Zhang Yuan did not hesitate and put the newly obtained divine stone into the magic circle. Another red light flashed. The sky was covered with dark clouds and sword lights were flashing everywhere. However, the card Zhang Yuan drew did not contain any weapons, it was also a swordsman flying in the air. Constellation. It's actually a constellation. At this moment, the more calm formation masters began to roar loudly, and Principal Ningqin even fainted from excitement. The principal is in shock. "School doctor. Call the school doctor quickly." The teachers were suddenly in chaos. During the card drawing process, there is only an extremely small probability of drawing a duplicate profession. Duplicate professions will not be wasted, but will be transformed into additional attributes or special skills and given to the card drawer. People don't only have this one chance to draw cards in their senior year of high school. There are many opportunities to obtain the God Stone in this world. After the first job change, every time you draw a card, you may draw a duplicate job and convert it into a constellation. Every profession has 6 constellations, but many people spend their entire lives and still cannot draw the 6th constellation. A pervert like Zhang Yuan who can draw red again and again with a single draw is considered a pervert in the whole world. The formation master's eyes were red at this time, and he roared excitedly, "Quick! Classmates, keep drawing. Draw a special weapon, and you will become a great weapon of the great country." Good. Zhang Yuan was also a little confused at this time, but he still obeyed and immediately used the newly given drawer. Boom! Another red light flashed, and a sword formation appeared in the sky. Then, another card with a picture of a swordsman flying in the air appeared. Another constellation. This time, everyone jumped up. Zhang Yuan didn't wait for the formation master to speak any longer. He skillfully put in the divine stone, and another red light flashed. It's the constellation again. Damn Zhang Yuan. Is this bastard trying to get his life back? Other people rely on luck to draw cards, but this bastard uses his lifespan. Bug. There's definitely a bug in the magic circle. Absorbing the energy. The storm tornado seems to be absorbing the energy. As Zhang Yuan came up with the third constellation, everyone started cursing and their eyes became bloodshot. Jealousy makes people ugly. However, Zhang Yuan had already entered a state of ecstasy and continued to draw cards. Boom! 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 3 more red lights appeared, and the whole school fell into deathly silence. I got the chance to draw a card and got the only hidden profession, and it has full constellations. Such an outrageous person has never been found in the thousands of years of world history. This guy is definitely God's illegitimate child. Zhang Yuan felt helpless as he looked at the formation master who had fainted and foamed at the mouth. This exaggerated card draw made him feel like he had drawn away his entire lifespan. However, no matter how helpless he was, Zhang Yuan still had a gift of God's stone and continued to draw cards. Now that the constellations are full, it's time to draw weapons. Unfortunately, this time there was no more flashing red light, not even golden or blue light. Only a white light appeared, and a sword box flew out of the magic circle and slowly fell into Zhang Yuan's hands. Zhang Yuan held the heavy sword case inside, blankboard. How unlucky. Zhang Yuan. Damn it. At this moment, the campus was filled with outrage and countless students began to riot. Chapter 3, So Strong. What are others doing? Fortunately, the teachers in the school were quite dedicated. They suppressed their desire to kill Zhang Yuan and stopped the rioting students. Then a music teacher used her skills and her singing immediately calmed everyone's emotions. Zhang Yuan walked back to the crowd, holding the sword case. Xueer immediately approached him and asked curiously, "Silly. Did you draw a hidden class? Can you show me your skills?" "Well, wait a minute, let me check my attributes first." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and checked his attributes. Although Zhang Yuan knows the characteristics of many professions after several years of study, this is a hidden profession, and it is the only one, so he is not very familiar with himself now. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, swordmaster only. Level, 10%. Strength, 10. Agility, 5. Spirit, 30. Constitution, 5. Professional special attributes, critical hit rate 10%, critical hit damage 100%. Equipment, iron sword box 110. Skill, sword formation level 1, deploys a sword formation, continuously consuming mental power. Within a 10-meter radius, critical hit damage increases by 100%. Sword control level 1, control a flying sword and attack from mid-air. The power depends on the quality of the sword, one's own mental strength, and skill level. Sword Lord Constellation 1, the sword formation's effective radius is increased by 10 times. Sword Intent Constellation 2, deploying a sword formation and controlling a sword no longer consumes mental energy. Sword Bone Constellation 3, continuously restore your own physical strength within the sword formation. Sword Embryo Constellation 4, within the sword formation, each time you attack an enemy, other enemies within the formation will receive 10% splash damage. Sword Heart Constellation 5, within the sword formation, attacks are guaranteed to be critical hits, and the critical hit rate is doubled and converted into critical hit damage, with an additional 100% increase in critical hit damage. Sword Immortal Constellation 6, within the sword formation, all attacks ignore the enemy's defense. After looking at his own attributes, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but take a breath. With this constellation bonus, how could others do anything? But on second thought, most people will never be able to get a full life profession in their entire lifetime. From the perspective of difficulty in obtaining it, the bonus of the constellation is acceptable. From the perspective of professional attributes, spirit is far higher than other attributes, which shows that the swordmaster is more inclined to the magic profession. At the same time, the swordmaster also has some strength, which is somewhat similar to the melee profession. As for the special attributes of the profession, they should be unique to the sword formation master. Anyway, he has studied for several years and has never heard of any profession that comes with critical hit rate and critical hit damage. From the perspective of skills, the core of a sword formation master should be the sword formation, and all his tactics in the future must be arranged around the sword formation. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yuan did not deploy the sword formation, but directly used the sword controlling skill. The iron sword box opened, and a long iron sword flew out of it, causing bursts of exclamations. Damn, sword immortal. That's not fair. This profession is so fucking cool. Mom. I want to be a sword formation master too. For a moment, the playground was in an uproar again, and Zhang Yuan was able to see the attributes of his sword at this time. Ordinary iron longsword, attack power 10. Ordinary equipment that can be seen everywhere on the street. As the iron sword flew out, the attribute column of the sword box also changed, from the original Iron Sword Box 110 to Iron Sword Box 010. This means that the Iron Sword Box can hold 10 flying swords, so he can use the Iron Sword Box to control up to 10 flying swords at the same time. Logically speaking, the more flying swords he controls at the same time, the more mental energy he should consume. A sword formation master without a constellation should only be able to control one flying sword in the early stages, so there is only one iron sword in the Iron Sword Box. However, his Constellation 2 means that he can activate the sword formation and control the sword without any consumption, which means that this constellation alone increases his combat power in the early stage by more than 10 times. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but secretly call him a pervert. Idiot. What are you daydreaming about? Tell me, can you control a flying sword? At this moment, Xueer's voice interrupted Zhang Yuan's thoughts. Zhang Yuan's mind moved, and the flying sword in the air began to circle in the air at an extremely fast speed. At least ordinary people had no chance of avoiding it. Moreover, the flying sword in the air was like his own hands, with no delay in controlling it, and it was extremely smooth. Afterwards, Zhang Yuan tested the maximum distance of his sword flying and found that the radius of the sword formation was the same. When it reached 100 meters, he almost lost contact with the iron sword. After testing it for a while, Zhang Yuan ignored the envious and jealous looks around him and nodded to Xueer, saying, "Yes, it can be controlled." Xueer rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "I've already watched your sword riding performance. Do I need your answer?" "Sorry, there was too much career information and I was too focused." Alright. Idiot, quickly put away your magical powers and don't reveal too much." Zhang Yuan also had the same idea. He put the iron sword back into the sword case and then carried the sword case on his back. Perhaps because of the 10 points of strength attribute, Zhang Yuan hardly felt any burden when carrying the sword case, and felt extremely relaxed. After putting on the sword case, Zhang Yuan recalled the special scene he saw when he drew the profession of sword formation master. Millions of abyssal troops were marching in the wilderness, and then swords fell from the sky all over the ground, destroying the million-strong army in an instant. That scene made Zhang Yuan realize that in the later stage, he would also have the power to defeat an entire country alone. After Zhang Yuan finished drawing the cards, the following students drew a lot of combat-type professions. However, Zhang Yuan and Xueer raised everyone's threshold, and no one felt anything about drawing combat-type professions, and the card-drawing ceremony ended quickly. Among 300 students, 35 students drew combat-related professions and 265 students drew life-related professions. The ratio was roughly in line with the expectation of 1 to 9. After the card-drawing ceremony was over, Ning Qin, who had been rescued, walked up to the podium again, gave a few encouraging words to the students, and then started to talk about business. "Classmates, after the card-drawing ceremony, it means that you have officially graduated from Westlake No. 1 Middle School, but this does not mean that you can relax. In a month, the Great Xueer Empire will hold its annual National College Entrance Examination. Regardless of whether students are drawn for life-related or combat-related professions, they will be able to enter higher education institutions through the college entrance examination. During this period, the school will also provide as much assistance as possible. Students should grit their teeth and work hard to improve their skills and levels as much as possible within this month, and strive to be admitted to the university of their choice. Dismiss." After Ning Qin gave an impassioned speech, he asked the teachers to take the students back to the classroom. However, Ning Qin specifically sent someone to notify Zhang Yuan and Xueer and asked them to go to the principal's office. Chapter 4: God-Level Talent. In the office, Ning Qin had an anti-smile on her face, and her eyes kept switching back and forth between Zhang Yuan and Xueer, as if she was admiring two extraordinary treasures. Xueer felt a little uneasy under Ning Qin's stare, and couldn't help but say, "Principal, if you have something to say, just say it directly." "I'm a little scared of you." Ning Qin came back to his senses and said quickly, Yes. I lost my composure a little. I called you two here this time because I wanted to ask you which university you want to apply to. Xueer replied without thinking, "I want to go to Kyoto University." "Yes, you are ambitious." Ning Qin nodded, then looked at Zhang Yuan and said, "Zhang Yuan, what about you?" "I'm fine." When Zhang Yuan said this, he noticed Xueer's threatening gaze and said, "Then I will go to Kyoto University too." Hearing Zhang Yuan's answer, Ning Qin nodded with satisfaction. Kyoto University is the top-ranked institution of higher learning in Daxia. Last year, only 3 people from the entire Westlake city were admitted, and none from their Westlake No. 1 middle school. If 2 students from their school were admitted to Kyoto University this year, it would be a great honor for Ning Qin. Ning Qin continued, "You two are the only 2 in our school who have a chance to be admitted to Kyoto University this year, so I plan to give you 2 some special training today." Although Kyoto University didn't explicitly state it, they actually have a hidden hard requirement. If you two want to be admitted to Kyoto University, you must at least reach level 19 within a month. This is a hard foundation. There's no need to say much about Xueer. Her Elf Saint class is considered high level among rare professions. Coupled with her family's help, if she works hard within this month, she has a good chance of reaching level 19. "I'm worried about you, Zhang Yuan." "Zhang Yuan, me?" Ning Qin, that's right. Although you drew a hidden classes only mean they are rare, not necessarily powerful. Historically, there have been many hidden classes whose strength was not as good as ordinary classes. Li Xueer, principal, but the idiot's profession has been fully upgraded. Ning Qin shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's not that simple. Although constellations improve professions, the extent of improvement is still quite limited. Generally speaking, 6 constellations increase the strength of a profession by 50%, and for stronger professions, it only increases by 70%. If Zhang Yuan's profession is relatively weak, even if the full constellation improves him, it can only make him on par with some strong professions at most. Zhang Yuan silently glanced at his constellation panel, and only then did he understand. It turned out that not everyone was perverted, but he was the only one who was more perverted. Zhang Yuan didn't say anything. Ning Qin continued, I think Zhang Yuan's profession is more like a formation master. This profession is more supportive and has disadvantages in the early leveling stages. So I'm very worried that you, Zhang Yuan, won't be able to reach level 19 within a month. Li Xueer, who had originally been full of confidence in Zhang Yuan, couldn't help but get anxious after hearing Ning Qin's words. She asked, Principal, do you have any ideas? Of course I have a way, otherwise why would I call you two here? Ning Qin smiled mysteriously and said, This year, the West Lake Municipal Government discovered a hidden dungeon in the western suburbs. Our city's high-level professionals have already gone in to investigate. The monsters inside are up to level 12, the difficulty is low, and the experience gained is 50% higher than in ordinary dungeons, making it very suitable for beginners to level up. Most importantly, after clearing the hidden dungeon, you will receive a divine stone. The municipal government intends to use this hidden dungeon as a training dungeon for novices at all the high schools in Xueer City. Since it was recently discovered and may pose a safety hazard, it will not be open this year. However, the government has granted our school 2 spots to enter the dungeon. I plan to give these 2 spots to you too. First, quickly level up in the dungeon to reach level 12, and then level up in the wild. You'll probably be able to reach level 19 within a month. Li Xueer said happily, Thank you, Principal. Zhang Yuan, thank you. Ning Qin laughed heartily and said, You two are our school's top seed players. Don't waste this opportunity. Do your best. Afterwards, Ning Qin gave the 2 some reminders on some matters. It was not until after school that Zhang Yuan and Li Xueer left the principal's office. At the school gate, Li Xueer stopped Zhang Yuan and said, Dumb, if you're worried about your leveling speed not being fast enough, I can pay a few high-level professionals to help you level up. I guarantee you'll reach level 19 within a month. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, Little rich girl, don't waste this money. I will find a way to upgrade myself. Humph. An idiot is an idiot. I'm ignoring you. Li Xueer didn't expect Zhang Yuan to reject her. She stomped her feet angrily, walked around Zhang Yuan, and walked towards a luxury car parked on the side of the road. The butler, wearing a tuxedo and white gloves, personally opened the car door for Li Xueer. Li Xueer got in the car, glared at Zhang Yuan angrily, and then said, Butler Su, go home. Yes. Butler Su seemed to be accustomed to this kind of thing. He smiled apologetically at Zhang Yuan and then drove away. Zhang Yuan watched the car drive away, but he was not worried. Li Xueer often acted like a spoiled brat, but generally speaking, she would be able to adjust herself the next day. The reason why Zhang Yuan rejected Li Xueer's kindness was that, on the one hand, he was not worried about his leveling speed, and on the other hand, he also wanted more practical experience. Kyoto University is the top-ranked institution of higher learning in Daxia. Every year, it accepts less than 300 students out of millions of applicants. The difficulty of getting 1 out of tens of thousands is extremely high. If you only have good grades but are useless in other aspects, it will be impossible for you to be admitted to Kyoto University. After parting with Li Xueer, Zhang Yuan did not go home directly. Instead, he went to a weapons store in Xueer City and reluctantly spent the New Year's money he had saved for 3 years to buy 9 iron swords of average quality and fill the iron sword box. Afterwards, Zhang Yuan bought a damage test wooden man and found an open space to test his skills. When he raised his hand and prepared to summon the flying sword, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The host has been detected to have changed his job to a swordmaster. The achievement system has been activated. Ding! Detected that the host has achieved the God-level achievement 1 Draw Full Life, rewarded with awakening a unique God-level talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the only God-level talent, Absolute Luck Level 1. Ding! Detected that the host has achieved the God-level achievement Sword Immortal, rewarded with awakening the only God-level talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening his only God-level talent, I am a Sword Immortal Level 1. Zhang Yuan was shocked on the spot and immediately checked his talent attributes. Absolute luck level 1, maximum luck when drawing cards, limited to 10 times per month. I am a sword immortal level 1, all damage increased by 10 times. Fuck. When Zhang Yuan saw his 2 talents, he couldn't help but swear. I am a sword immortal needs no explanation, it is pure violent aesthetics. With this talent, people who are 10 levels higher than him probably can't withstand a sword from him. Absolutely lucky is even more shameless. The most important thing in this world is drawing cards. Almost all precious things in the world, whether it is money, skills or equipment, can be obtained by drawing cards. He has 10 chances to draw lucky max cards every month. Doesn't it mean that as long as he gets the God Stone, he can get his own red legendary weapon right away? Draw cards 5 times and the legendary weapon is fully refined. Although the God Stone is rare, it is still possible to get one in a month. In this world, except for the first time when you must get a profession card, there is no guarantee after that. The probability of getting gold or higher quality items is shockingly low. When Zhang Yuan thought about the fact that he would be able to score 6 plus 5 in 5 months, while some non-Africans would have difficulty even scoring 0 plus 1 in their entire lives, he felt that this kind of thing was simply too brutal. Unheard of. So shameless. Chapter 5 Legendary Badge. It took a long time for Zhang Yuan to recover from his shock, and now he couldn't wait to test his own injuries. Placing the test wooden man in the center of the open space, Zhang Yuan deployed the sword formation and used the sword control technique. A flying sword flew out from the sword case and accurately pierced the wooden man. 546. Hiss. When Zhang Yuan saw the virtual numbers displayed on the LCD screen on the wooden man, he couldn't help but gasp. As far as he knew, even the fire mage, who was generally recognized as having the highest attack power in the early stage, at level 1, a fireball could only cause about 20 points of damage to the test wooden man, and the fire mage could not cast more than a few fireballs before his mental power would be exhausted. The damage of his normal attacks at this level is already comparable to that of a level 10 fire mage's fireball. Moreover, the test wooden man has no defense, and the fire mage's damage will be reduced accordingly in actual combat, but Zhang Yuan's attack ignores defense and is all real damage. What is even more exaggerated is that Zhang Yuan is only using a flying sword now. Go! This time, Zhang Yuan controlled 10 flying swords at the test wooden man at the same time. 5,460. More than 5,000. Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank when he saw the virtual numbers appearing on the head of the test wooden man. The textbooks say that a boss around level 10 only has 10,000 to 20,000 stamina, which means he can easily kill a level 10 boss with at most 4 attacks. The key point is that he is only level 1 now, and the weapon he uses is just the lowest level iron sword. Pervert. So perverted. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaimed, 5,000 damage, I'm afraid most level 30 fire mages can't deal it. And this is only the damage of his level 1 blank weapon. When Zhang Yuan thought of this, the corners of his mouth were as hard to suppress as an AK. He put away the test wooden man with satisfaction and went home with the sword box on his back. Hey! Yuanzi, you're back. The aunt who was practicing yoga in the living room saw Zhang Yuan coming back and greeted him with a smile. My aunt is Zhang Yuya, 4 years older than Zhang Yuan. She graduated from college not long ago and is currently unemployed at home. She has delicate and beautiful facial features, a round oval face, a teardrop mole under the left corner of her eye, and a well-proportioned figure. When she was in college, she was the dream lover of many men. Before Zhang Yuan traveled through time, the host's parents disappeared together while clearing a dungeon, and the host then lived with his grandmother. Currently, Zhang Yuan lives with his grandmother and aunt. 2 little guys, it's time to eat. At this time, Grandma came out of the kitchen with chicken soup, put it on the long dining table next to the living room, and greeted Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yuya with a smile. My aunt reached out to grab the chicken leg on the table, but my grandmother slapped it away with her chopsticks. Go wash your hands. The aunt left in a wronged mood, and Zhang Yuan sat down. However, he was also blared at by his grandmother. You go too. Zhang Yuan smiled awkwardly, washed his hands with his aunt, and went to the table together. During the meal, Grandma suddenly asked, Yuanzi, today is your day to draw a card, right? What profession did you draw? Zhang Yuan, Grandma, it's a combat profession. As soon as Zhang Yuan said this, Grandma's face turned cold instantly. Zhang Yuan's reaction to his grandmother was not surprising. Ever since the hostess' parents disappeared, his grandmother has always been resistant to combat-related professions. Noticing the atmosphere wasn't right, my aunt quickly put down the chicken drumstick in her hand and said, "Mom, it's a good thing Yuanzi got a combat class. If he gets into a good university, wouldn't that make him a ton of money?" Zhang Yuan nodded, "Yes, Grandma, I will download more copies in the future. When I make money, our family life will be much better." Bang! Grandma slammed her chopsticks on the table and said, "What are you still eating? You guys are willing to sacrifice your lives for money. I might as well go downstairs and wait for you guys to get better." After saying that, Grandma got up and went back to the house. Bang! The bedroom door was slammed shut, and the atmosphere in the living room became increasingly heavy. It was the first time Zhang Yuan saw his grandmother so angry, and he couldn't help but ask his aunt, "Aunt, can combat professions also do life-related work?" My aunt quickly comforted me, "Don't do that. I'm telling you something, my mom was an elite in the army when she was young. When my sister won a combat role, she threw a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights. And when I won the singer role, she gave me a sour face for 3 days and 3 nights." Zhang Yuan was surprised, "There is such a thing?" My aunt continued in a low voice, "Don't look at that old witch pretending just now. She might be secretly happy in her bed right now. Tell me, what class did you draw? Warrior or mage? I saw you carrying an iron box, a bit like a support. It's a hidden profession, sword formation master." Hidden profession? You're so lucky. My aunt immediately gave me an envious look. "Isn't your profession awesome?" Awesome. Awesome. Combat professions are supposed to be awesome. Tell me, what's so awesome about your profession? With just a few words, the aunt dispelled the heavy atmosphere, and Zhang Yuan gradually became talkative and began to tell his aunt about the great advantages of his profession. The rest of the night was spent listening to my aunt's repeated shouts of awesome. The next morning, Zhang Yuan got up and found a gorgeous badge on his bedside. Although it looked a bit old, it was well preserved. "This is?" Zhang Yuan picked up the badge and its attributes were displayed. Empire Special Merit Badge Accessory, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 100, Constitution plus 100, Damage Reduction 10%, available at level 1. Note, dedicated to the heroes who have made great contributions to the Empire and its people. Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw the name and notes of the badge. With this name and remarks, the 4-dimensional attributes of the 100 plus are no longer important. In the Great Xia Empire, there is a saying. First-class merit means sacrificing one's life. Second-class merit means being disabled. Third-class merit means sweating profusely. The special merit can only be obtained by people at the God of War level. Every special merit badge represents a legend. Grandma, is the God of War? Zhang Yuan was a little dazed. He could never have imagined that his usually kind and gentle grandmother was actually a war god who had made outstanding achievements. Zhang Yuan came to the living room with the badge. At the dining table beside the living room, his aunt, wearing pink slippers, was eating pancakes with porridge. When the aunt saw Zhang Yuan, she immediately said sarcastically, "Wow. The dog woke you up so early." Ever since she learned last night that Zhang Yuanyi had drawn all his lives, her name for Zhang Yuan changed from Yuanzi to Guchuo. Grandma in the kitchen heard the noise, stuck her head out to take a look, and then came out with freshly baked pancakes and a bowl of porridge. Zhang Yuan took the pancakes and porridge from his grandmother and asked, "Grandma, this badge?" "These are all past events that are not worth mentioning. Eat your breakfast and level up harder. Don't bring shame to our family." Zhang Yuan asked in surprise, "Grandma, do you agree that I can become an adventurer?" "Grandma, with your profession and talent, if I stop you, it would be the greatest betrayal to the country and the people." My aunt said with a smile, "I told you, Mom has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You can go on the adventure without worry. I will take care of you." Grandma gave my aunt a murderous look and then said to Zhang Yuan, "The school bus is waiting for you outside. Go quickly after breakfast. If you can't get into Kyoto University with this kind of job, I'll break your legs." Zhang Yuan immediately stood up straight. "Yes, Commander." Chapter 6 starts solo play. After going out with the sword box on his back, Zhang Yuan checked his current attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, swordmaster only. Level, 10%. Strength, 110. Agility, 105. Spirit, 130. Constitution, 105. Professional special attributes, critical hit rate 10%, critical hit damage 100%. Talent, absolute luck level 1, I am a sword immortal level 1. Equipment, Iron Sword Case 1010, Imperial Special Merit Badge. Skills, Sword Formation Level 1, Sword Control Level 1. Sign, 6th Fate. Wearing the Imperial Special Merit Badge, the 4-dimensional attributes are increased by 100, which is equivalent to the attributes added by the early 16th level of an ordinary profession. This badge may be of little use in the later stages, but in the early stages, it is the explosive attribute of the supermodel. Grandma still loves her grandchildren. Zhang Yuan happily put away the badge and took the school bus to the hidden copy in the western suburbs. There are 8 middle schools in Xueer City, and each school has 2 to 3 places to enter the hidden dungeon for leveling. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the entrance of the dungeon, there were more than 40 teachers and students, including Xueer. Perhaps Xueer was still angry. When her eyes met Zhang Yuan's, she turned her head away and clasped her hands across her chest, as if she didn't want to have any contact with Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan didn't care and went forward to greet him. Xueer, good morning. Snort. Xueer snorted, I don't want to pay attention to you. Zhang Yuan took out a pancake wrapped in oil paper from his arms and handed it to Xueer. This is a pancake made by my grandma. You must not have had breakfast. Here you go. Xueer did not respond. Forget it, I'm not full anyway. Idiot. Who said I don't want it anymore? Xueer snatched the pancake that Zhang Yuan was about to stuff into his mouth and immediately said, the dungeon has opened. The teacher said it's best to form a 5-person team for this dungeon. This way, we can ensure safety and increase our leveling efficiency. I've already put together a team for you, 2 fire mages, a warrior, and me as a healer. You can come over and start the dungeon right away. Based on our experience with this dungeon, we should be able to reach level 12 in a week. That's pretty efficient. Zhang Yuan, silly girl, why are you looking for so many people? Monster experience has to be divided equally. Xueer rolled her eyes at Zhang Yuan, why? You still want a solo? Zhang Yuan, I can take you one. Xueer's eyes widened. You really want to solo this? Are you crazy? At this time, Ning Qin walked over and said, Zhang Yuan, now is not the time to show off. Although this hidden dungeon is considered a novice dungeon, the risk of death is too great if you go in alone. Xueer, the principal is right. Although you have to share experience points when you team up, your monster killing efficiency will be higher, and it's safer. If you go to the dungeon alone without a nurse to heal you, it's easy to get into trouble. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, don't worry, I'm not really an idiot. I'll just retreat if I encounter danger. Besides, Kyoto University isn't that easy to get into. If I can't even clear a dungeon of this level solo, then I probably won't be able to get into Kyoto University. Ning Qin nodded slightly. You're right. Those who are admitted to Kyoto University are the elite among the elite. If you think it's faster to level up by soloing the dungeon, I allow you to do so. Xueer was dissatisfied. Principal, why are you starting to pamper this idiot? Ning Qin, after all, Zhang Yuan is a hidden class with full constellations. This novice dungeon shouldn't be dangerous to him. If he can clear it solo, then his chances of getting into Kyoto University will be much better. If you really can't clear it solo, you can just team up later. There's no rush anyway. After Ning Qin said this, Xueer no longer objected. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, Xueer, if it's you, I can make an exception and take you with me. After all, Xueer's profession is the elf saint, and she has no means of attack in the early stage and cannot play alone. I don't care. If you don't want to team up with me, then I'll go find a teammate. Xueer snorted softly, holding Zhang Yuan's pancake and walked towards her teammates who she had assembled in advance not far away, and walked into the dungeon with them. It's good to be young. Ning Qin looked at Xueer's back with a smile, sighed, and then said to Zhang Yuan earnestly, Zhang Yuan, I can see that girl has a good impression of you, but her background is beyond your imagination. If you want to be with her, you have to work hard. Thank you, Principal. Zhang Yuan thanked him calmly and entered the dungeon alone. Old Ning, that kid is Zhang Yuan, right? Is he going to go solo? The principals of other schools saw Zhang Yuan entering the dungeon alone and came over. You guys at number 1 middle school really made a killing. A rare support and a full life hidden class. I'm afraid you'll produce 2 Kyoto University students this year. Why doesn't our school have this kind of luck? Ning Qin's face immediately lit up at the flattery of several principals. Haha, luck. It's all just luck. Actually, Zhang Yuan's professional strength is still unknown. His chances of getting into Kyoto University are far from certain. Even if you can't get into Kyoto University, you're still guaranteed a place in the top 3. Besides, your school has an elf saint, so doesn't that guarantee you a place in Kyoto University? I heard that the child who drew the elf saint is the eldest daughter of the Lee family? The Lee family's luck is truly incredible. They released a legendary class a few years ago, and this year they released a rare class. By the way, did you read the newspaper? A level 70 boss appeared in the Abyss, and our vanguard lost several people. Alas, in recent years, the Abyss has become increasingly turbulent, and the world is no longer peaceful. Several principals were chatting animatedly, and the topic was getting farther and farther away. This hidden copy is a jungle, surrounded by towering trees, and many monsters are hidden in the bushes. Novice hidden copy. This is a copy of this world. It seems no different from the outside world. This was Zhang Yuan's first time entering this copy of the world, and he was full of curiosity about everything around him. At this moment, a rabbit jumped out from the bushes. Zhang Yuan deployed the sword formation without hesitation, and an iron sword in the sword box immediately pierced the violent rabbit. 996. Successfully killed the violent rabbit, experience +2. Successfully killed the violent rabbit, experience +2. Successfully killed the violent rabbit, experience +2. Zhang Yuan killed a rabbit, and suddenly more than 10 prompts popped up in succession. He was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that it was the splash effect of Constellation 4. Sword Embryo Constellation 4, every time you attack an enemy in the sword formation, other enemies in the formation will receive 10% splash damage. His damage is now far beyond measure. As long as one rabbit dies in the sword formation, the other rabbits will die instantly. Zhang Yuan took another look at his experience bar, which had increased by 1%. Not bad, it's increased by 1% right after I came in. At this leveling rate, I should be able to reach level 12 today. Zhang Yuan Jinfeng summoned all the flying swords and began to kill in the woods. Successfully killed the violent rabbit, experience +2. Successfully killed the violent rabbit, experience +2. A large number of prompts flooded the screen, and Zhang Yuan's experience bar rose rapidly. This leveling speed is really shameless. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuan had his first upgrade. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, swordmaster only. Level 2 1%. Strength, 120. Agility, 110. Spirit, 160. Constitution, 110. Professional special attributes, critical hit rate 11%, critical hit damage 110%. Talent, absolute luck level 1, I am a sword immortal level 1. Equipment, iron sword case 1010, imperial special merit badge. Skills, sword formation level 1, sword control level 1. Sign, 6th fate. As the level increases, the attributes will increase accordingly. Leveling up adds 10 points to strength, 5 to agility, 30 to spirit, and 5 to stamina, for a total of 50 attribute points. I remember reading in textbooks that a typical class only adds 25 attribute points per level. My class's growth potential is so high? It's doubled. Zhang Yuan was quite shocked when he saw the growth of his attributes, and this did not include the 1% critical hit rate and 10% critical hit damage. This hidden profession is too awesome. Chapter 7 Abnormal Upgrade Speed. As the violent rabbits on the outskirts of the forest were slaughtered, Zhang Yuan began to advance deeper into the forest, and the level of the monsters he encountered began to slowly increase. Successfully killed the black pig, experience +4. Successfully killed the red-eyed hyena, experience +6. Successfully killed the violent rabbit king, experience +10. Zhang Yuan advanced steadily, and all the monsters on the road were killed instantly without any suspense, and a large number of them died at a time. The speed at which monsters were refreshed in the copy was not as fast as Zhang Yuan's killing speed. In less than an hour, a beam of light burst out from Zhang Yuan. Upgraded again. Add 10 points to strength, 5 points to agility and constitution, 30 points to spirit, 1% to critical hit rate, and 10% to critical hit damage. Skill proficiency improved. Sword formation level 2, deploys a sword formation, continuously consuming mental energy. Within a 20-meter radius, critical hit damage increases by 110%. Sword control level 2, control a flying sword and attack from mid-air. The power depends on the quality of the sword, one's own mental strength, and skill level. Skill proficiency can be improved? Zhang Yuan discovered that his sword formation and sword control levels had both been improved, and he immediately locked onto a level 5 Violent Rabbit King not far away. A flying sword instantly pierced through the body of the Violent Rabbit King. 1579. Successfully killed the Violent Rabbit King, experience plus 10. Successfully killed the Violent Rabbit, experience plus 1. Successfully killed the Black Pig, experience plus 4. Another series of kill upgrades filled the screen, and Zhang Yuan didn't even know where those monsters died. Now one flying sword has 1579 damage, and 10 flying swords attacking together has 15,790 damage. Doesn't that mean I can kill a level 10 boss instantly? When Zhang Yuan saw his own injuries, his brows jumped. He is only level 3 now, his weapon is blank, and his skill level is also very low, but his damage has caught up with that of a level 40 fire mage. Even if he doesn't have the 10-fold increase in sword immortal talent, the strength of this profession is still extremely exaggerated. Unbalanced. This profession is so unbalanced. Luckily, this is the only profession, and I'm the only one who can endure this injustice. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but speak up for other professions, and shot a Violent Rabbit King in his sight with tears in his eyes, and his experience bar rose again. According to Zhang Yuan's current upgrade speed, he can reach level 12 and complete this dungeon in at most one day. The most important thing is that because of the bonus of Constellation 2 and Constellation 3, Zhang Yuan does not consume mental energy when flying the sword, and his physical strength will continue to recover when he is in the sword formation. He does not need to go out to replenish, saving a lot of leveling time. Others take a week to reach level 12, and this requires a good team configuration and tacit cooperation among teammates. However, Zhang Yuan can complete the dungeon in one day. The gap is too big. Although the hard requirement for admission to Kyoto University is level 19, professionals at level 12 can already be admitted to a first-class university. At level 13 or 14, you can choose a good 211 university, and at level 15, you can enter a 985 university. It can be said that Zhang Yuan can advance a certain level in one day, while many students cannot advance that level in a month. While Zhang Yuan was still killing people in the copy, many students had already withdrawn from the hidden copy to receive treatment and supplies. Although the hidden dungeon has high experience points, the monster's attack and defense capabilities are also high. The students all enter at level 1. It is already a very good result for a team to kill dozens of violent rabbits together within 2 hours. Several principals had already set up a table outside the copy, gathered together to drink tea, chat, eat melon seeds, and comment on the students who came out. Great! In just 2 hours, Sunli from our school has already reached level 2. He should be able to reach level 4 today and hopefully get into a 985 university. Wang Bin from my school is not bad either. He's only 10% away from level 2 experience. Picking a good 211 student shouldn't be a problem. Oh, Lao Qin, it's been almost 2 hours. The kid who's been soloing should be coming out to resupply, right? It should be soon. Ning Qin nodded, his eyes scanning back and forth at the entrance of the dungeon. What he was most worried about was Zhang Yuan, who was soloing. After all, there were reports of students dying in the dungeon every year. He was really afraid that Zhang Yuan would die alone in the dungeon today. Generally speaking, student teams will come out for supplies in about 2 hours, and the level they are at when they come out can also determine the student's upgrade speed. Based on the experience of this hidden copy, if Zhang Yuan can reach level 3 when he comes out for supplies for the first time, he will have a chance to enter Kyoto University. However, Zhang Yuan still did not come out until all the students had exited the copy to replenish supplies. Xueer, who had also been promoted to level 2, wiped her sweat with a towel and walked up to Ning Qin. Principal, is the fool coming out yet? Wait a little longer. Ning Qin shook his head, he hasn't come out yet. Hasn't come out yet? Xueer's expression changed slightly. How is that possible? It's been over 2 hours. Hasn't he exhausted all his mental energy? Although you can bring medicine to restore your spirit into the dungeon, the number of times you can use it is limited. Once your mental strength is exhausted, you will not be able to use skills and must leave the dungeon to replenish. Ning Qin, perhaps Zhang Yuan's skill consumption is low. Let's wait a little longer. The government hasn't detected any student deaths. Hearing Ning Qin's words, Xueer felt a little relieved. Quiet. Suddenly, a team of government troops armed with live ammunition arrived nearby and blocked the entrance to the dungeon. The students who were replenishing supplies outside the dungeon whispered to each other, not understanding what was happening. When several principals saw this, their expressions changed and they all stood up. Broken. Captain Xia Chaiyang of the government army stepped forward and saluted the principals. Apologies, the military has detected abnormal fluctuations in the energy index of this instance. We need to close the instance and investigate for potential hazards. I'm afraid the leveling activities of all schools will have to be put on hold. Please take your students home today. Ning Qin quickly said, Captain Xia, I have a student in the dungeon. Can we wait for him to come out? Are there any students? Xia Chaiyang frowned, then glanced at his watch and said, this energy fluctuation may be caused by the abyss. If it is not dealt with in time, this instance may become abyssal, causing immeasurable damage to people and property. Therefore, I can only give you half an hour. Ning Qin nodded, that's enough. My student has been in there for over 2 hours. He should be out in half an hour, no matter what. Seeing the situation was not good, Xueer clenched her hands and looked worriedly at the copy that was blocked by the military. Idiot, you have to come out quickly. At this time, Zhang Yuan, who was worried about by everyone, had already reached the middle of the forest and his level had reached 4. Zhang Yuan looked at his attribute panel. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, swordmaster only. Level, 43%. Strength, 140. Agility, 120. Spirit, 220. Constitution, 120. Professional special attributes, critical hit rate 13%, critical hit damage 130%. Talent, absolute luck level 1, I am a sword immortal level 1. Equipment, iron sword case 1010, imperial special merit badge. Skills, sword formation level 2, sword control level 2. Sign, 6th fate. It took more than 2 hours to reach level 4. That's a pretty good speed. Zhang Yuan was quite satisfied with his upgrade speed. He had thought that the speed would get slower as time went on. But in fact, he relied on the splash damage that came with his constellation, plus the true damage of Constellation 6 that ignored defense, to turn the sword formation into a slaughterhouse for monsters. Any monster within a radius of 200 meters will die as soon as it spawns. The only thing that made Zhang Yuan unhappy was that he couldn't make the flying sword automatically search for enemies, and he couldn't be a hands-off boss. The monsters around here spawn too slowly. Looks like we have to go deeper. Zhang Yuan carried the sword case and moved forward, with no intention of exiting the copy. At the same time, deep in this hidden dungeon, the level 12 boss Cyclops was sleeping soundly on the stone bed. Suddenly, next to its stone bed, purple bubbles slowly seeped out of the ground. Chapter 8 Abyss Raiders Mode. Successfully killed the blue wolf, experience plus 15. Successfully killed a black bear, experience plus 20. Successfully killed the tiger, experience plus 25. Even a level 10 monster could not withstand Zhang Yuan's sword. Before he knew it, Zhang Yuan had walked deep into the forest. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body and rose to level 5, with the 4 dimensions and critical hit damage attributes improved. However, Zhang Yuan was somewhat dissatisfied with his own upgrade speed. Although the monster levels increase and experience points increase as you go deeper into the dungeon, the monster density decreases. Zhang Yuan only gains 0.1% experience for killing a tiger now. He has to kill 1,000 tigers to reach the next level, but there are very few tigers. He can only find 5 at most in a minute. Including other monsters, it will take him another 2 hours to reach level 6. I've been in the dungeon for 3 hours now, and I'm only level 5. While others are currently at level 3 at best, I can't compare to them. Zhang Yuan calculated in his mind that at the current speed, it would be difficult for him to reach level 12 in one day. The time spent looking for monsters is much longer than the time spent killing them. Zhang Yuan continued walking deeper into the forest and came to a cave. The boss of this hidden dungeon should be inside this cave. The monsters in the cave should all be level 12, and there may be elite monsters. Zhang Yuan thought for a while, then walked in resolutely. Although he is only level 5 now, the damage of one sword is already 2,000, and 10 flying swords are 20,000. At the attack frequency of once per second, plus the splash damage of the constellation, he can kill all the bosses and elite monsters in the room even if they are crowded together. At the same time, outside the copy, Xia Chaiyang glanced at the time and said to Ning Qin, Principal Ning, I'm sorry, it's already been half an hour. We have to close the instance. Ning Qin pleaded, Captain Xia, can't you give us a little more time? That child is a promising talent at Kyoto University, we can't let him get away with anything. Xiao Chaoyang, we understand your concerns, but don't worry, once we eliminate the hidden dangers, we will continue to open the dungeon, and then the student will be able to withdraw. Ning Qin hesitated, but Xiao Chaoyang's face darkened. Principal Ning, if we close the dungeon now, at most the student will be trapped inside. But if the dungeon becomes an abyss and the monsters escape, not only will the students inside die, but the lives of the people of Westlake City will also be threatened. Can you bear this responsibility? Ning Qin's expression changed slightly, and then he sighed, I understand, let's close the copy. Li Xueer was anxious at this time. Principal, are you really not going to care about idiot? Ning Qin, that kid hasn't come out yet, which means his profession should have a way to replenish itself. He won't be coming out anytime soon. Now let the military close the dungeon, investigate the hidden dangers, and prevent it from becoming an abyss. This is the best way to help him. Team leader. At this moment, a soldier came trotting over and shouted, something happened. Xiao Chaoyang asked in a deep voice, what's going on? The instrument has detected the presence of the abyss in the dungeon. The dungeon boss has been corrupted by the abyss. Why don't you close the copy right away? Captain, I can't turn it off. Can't be closed? Xiao Chaoyang's eyes changed slightly. It's just that the boss is corrupted, and the dungeon hasn't completely turned into the abyss. How can it be impossible to close it? Someone has entered the territory of the corrupted boss. The dungeon has entered the Abyss Raider mode. Impossible. Xiao Chaoyang shouted, there's only one student in the dungeon right now, and he's at level 3 at best. How can he enter the boss's territory? The soldier wiped his sweat and said, but the instrument can't be wrong. The Abyss Raiders mode has been activated. Xiao Chaoyang's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. He turned to look at Ning Qin and said, Principal Ning, what happened to your student? Ning Qin was also a little confused at this time. I don't know. You do not know. Xiao Chaoyang's face was gloomy, but he didn't have time to pursue Ning Qin. He turned and ordered the soldiers, immediately evacuate the surrounding teachers and students, and dispatch the city defense forces. We must not let the Abyss corruption boss enter the city. The soldiers stood at attention and saluted, yes. Li Xueer watched Xiao Chaoyang and the soldiers hurriedly leave, and hurriedly asked Ning Qin, Principal, what is the Abyss strategy mode? Ning Qin's face was filled with sorrow as he replied, when the power of the Abyss erodes the dungeon boss will be corrupted by the Abyss and become the sole boss of the dungeon. All of its attributes will skyrocket by at least tenfold. If the corrupted boss isn't defeated within a certain period of time, it will leave the dungeon with its monsters and invade the real world. Therefore, we need to send elite professionals into the Abyss dungeon to defeat the boss before the corrupted boss invades the real world. This is called the Abyss Raider mode. Once the Abyss Raider mode is activated, the dungeon will no longer be open to the public. Raiders who enter the dungeon must fight a battle of life and death against the Abyss corruption boss. Successful raiders will receive generous rewards. Once the raider is killed, the Abyss corruption boss will be strengthened again and immediately invade reality. Li Xueer's expression changed slightly. Abyss Raiders mode. Doesn't that mean that idiot will have to fight the corrupted boss? Ning Qin sighed heavily and patted Li Xueer on the shoulder. Although I really don't want to say this is the first lesson the Abyss has given you. We can lose our companions at any time, so be mentally prepared. No. I won't accept it. Li Xueer was a little panicked and immediately ran to the side to call Butler Su. At this time in the copy, Zhang Yuan did not know that he was in deep crisis and was immersed in the joy of quickly leveling up. Successfully killed the corrupted goblin, experience plus 200. Successfully killed the corrupted elite goblin, experience plus 300. Successfully killed the corrupted giant vanguard, experience plus 500. As expected of a boss's territory, the experience points are skyrocketing. Zhang Yuan was so happy at this time that he couldn't stop smiling. As soon as he entered the cave, he was frightened by the monster inside. Although the monsters here have a lot more health, it is just a matter of changing from one flying sword to 2 flying swords, which does not affect Zhang Yuan's leveling speed at all. In just a few minutes, golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body and he directly rose to level 6. If I had known the experience points here were so high, why would I still be out there farming berserker bunnies? Bunnies are so cute, they should be used for brazing, not leveling up. Zhang Yuan looked at the heads gathering in front of him, his eyes shining with gold. Those were all valuable experiences. He saw more than 100 corrupted goblins with his own eyes. In this narrow cave, the monster density is high and there are many monsters, and there is no need to look for monsters. This is a leveling land specially customized for him. Zhang Yuan saw his rapidly rising experience bar and felt that those goblins with their brains exposed were a little cute. Chapter 9, The Cyclops King. Outside the copy. The city defense forces have already built a defense line at the entrance of the dungeon. The soldiers are fully armed and ready to fight, vowing to stop the abyss monsters outside the defense line. The teachers and students of various schools had been evacuated. Only Ning Qin relied on the favor of his old principal to get Xia Chaoyang to agree that he could take Li Xueer to guard the rear of the city defense army until the end of the battle. Li Xueer looked at Ning Qin with tears in her eyes. "Principal, is it true that idiot can't survive?" "Absolutely impossible." Ning Qin shook his head firmly. "The monsters in this dungeon's boss territory are all above level 10. After being corrupted by the abyss, their attributes will skyrocket tenfold. Zhang Yuan can't even break the monster's defenses. Furthermore, the process of the dungeon becoming abyssal is irreversible. Once the entire dungeon is completely abyssalized, the abyssal corruption boss will actively attack. By then, Zhang Yuan will have nowhere to escape." At this point, Ning Qin looked towards the abyss dungeon in the distance, which had already turned red, and said with regret, "That child must be very scared right now. He clearly had a bright future, but he's going to be killed in a novice dungeon. Fate is truly unfair." At this time, inside the copy cave, Zhang Yuan, who has reached level 9, is sitting on a flattened stone, chewing on the dried meat roasted by his grandmother while controlling his flying sword to kill the monsters in the cave. He had been in the dungeon for 5 hours. Although leveling up would restore his condition, he was still hungry and needed to fill his stomach. "Grandma's roasted meat is delicious, but it's too dry. I should have added some water," Zhang Yuan muttered, and at the same time, 10 flying swords pierced through the giant wizard who was casting a spell in the distance. 23,985. Successfully killed the corrupted giant shaman, experience plus 1,200. Successfully killed the corrupted goblin, experience plus 200. Successfully killed the corrupted elite goblin, experience plus 300. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body and rose to level 10. Finally reached level 10. Seeing that he had leveled up, Zhang Yuan immediately wiped the oil on his hands on the clothes of a giant pioneer whose corpse had not disappeared yet, and checked his attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, swordmaster only. Level, 10-2%. Strength, 200. Agility, 150. Spirit, 400. Constitution, 150. Professional special attributes, critical hit rate 19%, critical hit damage 190%. Talent, absolute luck level 1, I am a sword immortal level 1. Equipment, iron sword case 1010, imperial special merit badge. Skill, sword formation level 3, deploys a sword formation, continuously consuming mental power, and within a 30-meter radius, critical hit damage increases by 120%. Sword control level 3, control a flying sword and attack from mid-air. The power depends on the quality of the sword, one's own mental strength, and skill level. Sign, 6th Fate. Both my sword formation and sword control skills have reached level 3. My damage should be significantly increased. Zhang Yuan discovered that his sword formation and sword control levels increased at the same time, and he immediately controlled a flying sword to pierce a corrupted goblin. 3,836. Successfully killed the corrupted goblin, experience plus 200. Sure enough, the damage increased by about 30%. Zhang Yuan was not surprised by his current damage. He estimated that when his sword controlling level increased by 1 level, the damage bonus would be around 20%. Taking into account the mental strength and explosive damage increased by the upgrade, a 30% increase in damage was not excessive. Now that I've reached level 10, it's time to go meet that boss. Zhang Yuan looked into the depths of the cave. When he was killing monsters in the cave, he would often hear creepy roars coming from the depths of the cave, accompanied by earth-shaking sounds, which was very oppressive. Since this is not a game and death means real death, Zhang Yuan did not challenge the boss at level 6 or 7 to be on the safe side. But now he has reached level 10, with an average output of nearly 40,000 per second. Not to mention a level 12 boss, even if it is a level 40 boss, as long as he controls it well, he can kill it by leaps and bounds. After all, he has the unreasonable Constellation 6, which ignores the enemy's defense in the sword formation. The boss's defense is non-existent. Walking deep into the cave, Zhang Yuan saw a very exaggerated big guy. The Cyclops was 10 meters tall, with deep purple skin, bulging muscles, and covered with rock hardwarts, like a demon's shell. The giant exuded an unsettling aura from head to toe. Zhang Yuan felt an indescribable horror just by looking at the Cyclops' eyes. Corrupted Cyclops King. This is really what a level 12 boss should look like? Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that he had walked into the wrong set, but at this time the Cyclops King had already discovered Zhang Yuan. Malice was burning in his eyes, filled with endless anger and tyranny, and he roared angrily. The deafening sound swept over, and Zhang Yuan almost lost his balance. Something's wrong. It's definitely not right. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan had not learned the art of detection and did not know the specific situation of this boss, so he could only try to attack with 10 flying swords. 10 flying swords pierced the shell on the chest of the Cyclops King. 38,360. He's not dead yet. This boss's health is abnormal. This was the first time that Zhang Yuan encountered a monster that could survive being hit by 10 flying swords, and he was extremely shocked. However, the Cyclops King seemed to have suffered serious injuries. The shell on his chest exploded and bleeding profusely. Roar! The Cyclops roared angrily, grabbed the huge mace next to him, and rushed towards Zhang Yuan madly, his footsteps shaking the earth. Zhang Yuan did not dare to be careless and controlled 10 flying swords to attack again. 38,360. Not dead yet. Zhang Yuan frowned slightly, and while stepping back, he used his mind to pull the flying sword out of the Cyclops King. Although the Cyclops King was covered in blood, he was still extremely fast. He rushed to Zhang Yuan in 3 or 2 steps and smashed him with his mace. Bang! Zhang Yuan dodged sideways, and although he avoided the mace, he was still blown away by the shockwave, and his health was instantly reduced by more than half. Such high attack power. If I were level 6 or 7, I'm afraid the splash damage would kill me. This swordmaster is really a fragile profession. But I don't believe you can take another 10 sword strikes. Zhang Yuan understood that even if he was splashed again, he would surely die, so he controlled the flying sword to attack without hesitation. The main focus is a passionate exchange of seconds. 38,360. 10 flying swords pierced through the Cyclops' heart. The Cyclops howled in pain and then fell to the ground with a bang. Successfully killed the corrupted Cyclops King, experience plus 10,000. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan directly rose to level 11. Ding! Detected that the host has achieved the achievement First Encounter with the Abyss, rewarded with Awakening Advanced Talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the advanced talent, Eye of the Abyss. Eye of the Abyss can detect objects up to 50 levels higher than itself. Before Zhang Yuan had time to check his attributes, a treasure chest appeared on the stone bed of the Cyclops King. Treasure chest. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up and he immediately ran forward to open the box. Obtain Primary Skill Scroll 1. Obtain God Stone 1. Obtain a Professional Specific Skill Scroll 1. Chapter 10 Killed the Abyss Boss? Unbelievable. Skill Scrolls. 2 of them. In this world, skill scrolls are extremely valuable treasures. Even a basic skill scroll can be sold for 100,000 yuan at the trading house. As for the profession-exclusive skill scrolls, Zhang Yuan had never heard of them, but there was no need to think about it, they must be extremely valuable. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan directly used the primary skill scroll. The skill scroll turned into a ball of light, enveloping Zhang Yuan. Gain skill, Toxin Resistance Level 1. Toxin Resistance Level 1, gain 10% poison resistance. Toxin resistance, not bad. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. The skills obtained from this skill scroll were random, and there was also a probability of failure in obtaining the skills. Using the primary skill scroll to obtain a passive skill was already quite good. Afterwards, Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to use his profession-specific skill scroll. Obtain skill, Sword Formation Space Passive. Sword Formation Space Passive, you can place the sword box and flying sword in the sword formation space, and you can use them at any time in the sword formation. Sword Formation Space? What the hell is this? When Zhang Yuan saw this inexplicable skill, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and then he tried this passive skill. Then, Zhang Yuan discovered that the sword box and flying sword on his back had disappeared together and were stored in the sword formation space. That's it. Zhang Yuan was a little disappointed. Although it was indeed convenient to store the heavy sword box in the sword formation space, with his current strength, carrying the sword box on his back was not too much of a hindrance. If this skill only provides convenience, then the cost-effectiveness of this profession-specific skill is too low. No. However, Zhang Yuan soon discovered something wrong with this skill. This skill has a second half, which can be used at any time in the sword formation. Zhang Yuan immediately deployed the sword formation, and then those flying swords appeared out of thin air in the sword formation, and then quickly disappeared. Holy crap! Space-related methods. Zhang Yuan discovered that he could release and collect flying swords at will within the range of the sword formation, and he immediately became excited. This means that when he is fighting with the enemy, as long as the enemy is within his sword formation, he can release the flying sword behind the enemy and act like a fool. Not bad. As expected of a class-specific skill, this is definitely my trump card. Zhang Yuan changed his previous disgusted expression and was very satisfied with his new skills. This trip was very fruitful. Zhang Yuan stuffed the god stone into his pocket with satisfaction and began to sweep away the remaining monsters in the cave. The god stone must be used in the Destiny Star Array. Now Zhang Yuan has no money to buy the portable Destiny Compass made by the Grand Array Master, so he can only go to the Adventurers Association to pay a certain commission and use the public Destiny Star Array to draw cards. After Zhang Yuan killed the corrupted Cyclops King, no more monsters spawned in the cave. It took Zhang Yuan half an hour to wipe out all the monsters and barely reached level 12. Before leaving the copy, Zhang Yuan checked his current attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, swordmaster only. Level, 12%. Strength, 220. Agility, 160. Spirit, 460. Constitution, 160. Professional special attributes, critical hit rate 21%, critical hit damage 210%. Talents, absolute luck level 1, I am a sword immortal level 1, Eye of the Abyss. Equipment, Iron Sword Case 1010, Imperial Special Merit Badge. Skills, Sword Formation level 3, Sword Control level 3, Sword Formation Space Passive, Poison Resistance level 1. Sign, 6th Fate. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Zhang Yuan looked at his current attribute panel and couldn't help but sigh. Now he only needed to go to the Adventurers Association to draw cards and get exclusive weapons, then he would soar to the sky. Zhang Yuan laughed and walked into the copy teleportation exit that appeared behind the treasure chest. A moment later, a wisp of purple smoke flew out from the empty treasure chest deep in the cave, gradually condensing into a black shadow, staring coldly at the gradually closing copy teleportation exit. A level 10 solo kill against a level 12 corrupted boss. Humanity has produced such a genius. We must find a way to nip this in the bud. The shadow spoke grimly before dissipating into smoke. Zhang Yuan, who was being targeted by the Abyss, was completely unaware of it at this time. Outside the dungeon, Xia Chaoyang led the city defense team to be on high alert, but the Abyss monster was slow to come out of the dungeon. It's been 3 hours since the dungeon began to transform into the Abyss, and that child is still alive. Xia Chaoyang felt a little regretful when he saw that the monster from the Abyss had not come out yet. The fact that a novice could survive in the Abyss dungeon for 3 hours was enough to prove that he was the elite among the elites. With proper training, he would surely become a high-level combat force of the Empire. Unfortunately, as the copy completely turned into an abyss, the child was doomed to die. Captain, there's movement in the copy vortex. All troops on alert. Xia Chaoyang shouted loudly, and the soldiers raised their guns and aimed. As long as Xia Chaoyang gave the order, they would launch the most violent attack on the abyss monster. Zhang Yuan walked out of the light and was stunned when he saw a large number of black gun muzzles in front of him. Wait! Don't do it! Ning Qin quickly rushed out of the crowd. He is my student. Student? Xia Chaoyang was stunned for a moment, then quickly stepped forward, stopped Zhang Yuan, and asked in shock, You're still alive? Ah? Zhang Yuan looked at Xia Chaoyang in confusion. Isn't this a novice dungeon? The boss is not weak, but even if I'm weak, I won't die. These words made Xia Chaoyang and Ning Qin stop thinking for a while. What is a novice copy? What does it mean that the boss is not weak? Isn't that the boss of the Abyss? Is there anything weak about that thing? Ning Qin and Xia Chaoyang were disheveled in the wind. How can a novice who has just changed his job kill the Abyss boss? While Ning Qin and Xia Chaoyang were confused, Zhang Yuan sighed again. It would be great if there were more of those bosses, otherwise my level would be higher. Ning Qin and Xia Chaoyang's faces turned green. After a moment, Xiaoqiang came back to his senses, put his hands on Zhang Yuan's shoulders, and asked excitedly, "Classmate, did you really conquer the abyss boss by yourself?" Zhang Yuan was surprised. "Isn't this dungeon boss meant to be conquered? Why are you so excited? Or is there something wrong with this dungeon?" Xia Chaoyang. Ning Qin. Only then did the two of them realize that Zhang Yuan had no idea that the copy had become an abyss, and he thought he was conquering an ordinary hidden copy. Xia Chaoyang turned to look at Ning Qin and asked, "Principal Ning, didn't you teach the students about the abyss dungeon?" Ning Qin scratched his head. "Isn't that a university course? Who would have thought a high school student would tackle an abyssal dungeon? After all, students only start drawing cards and changing jobs when they are about to graduate from high school. They have low levels, few skills, and weak combat power. Let alone defeating a corrupted boss with attributes enhanced more than 10 times, even an ordinary boss will take at least a week of leveling before it is possible to defeat it. And that is also based on the premise that the team configuration is reasonable and the players cooperate well. As for the level 12 Abyss Corruption boss, it requires a level 20 elite team to conquer it. It's unheard of for a novice to solo an Abyss Corrupted boss. It's numb." Xia Chaoyang and Ning Qin were both numb. Chapter 11 Genius Among Geniuses. Principal Ning? Seeing Ning Qin's shocked expression, Zhang Yuan thought he might have described the entire process too casually, so he couldn't help but say seriously, "Actually, that boss wasn't easy to defeat either. Its HP was over 10 times that of a regular boss, so I put in a bit more effort." Ning Qin's mouth twitched. "It just took a little more effort, didn't it?" At this moment, Xia Chaoyang came back to his senses, immediately hooked his arm around Ning Qin's shoulder and walked to the side, whispering, "Old Ning, you see, we have been friends for so many years, just promise me something." "Ning Qin, what's the matter?" "Xia Chaoyang, why not let that kid take the college entrance exam? I'll write a letter of recommendation and send it directly to the army. The military will provide special training, and upon graduation, he'll receive division-level treatment. Isn't that better than going to Kyoto University?" Ning Qin immediately blew his beard and glared, saying angrily, "Xia Chaoyang, my school finally produced such a young talent, and you want to dig up my roots, right? With Zhang Yuan's talent, once he joins the army and is specially trained by the military, his identity will definitely be kept secret. In this way, Westlake No. 1 Middle School will not be able to benefit from any of Zhang Yuan's future honors and achievements. To put it simply, Westlake No. 1 Middle School has one less student admitted to Kyoto University this year. To put it in a broader sense, without Zhang Yuan as a living signboard for publicity, the source of students for Westlake No. 1 Middle School will definitely be greatly affected. In the long run, it will do more harm than good to the school's development." Xia Chaoyang quickly said, "Hey! Lao Ning, you can't say that. You joined the army to contribute to the country. You need to be more broad-minded. Ning Qin, don't give me that crap. That kid got into Kyoto University. Whether he becomes an adventurer conquering abyssal dungeons or joins the army to defend his country, he's still contributing to the country. Besides, it's the kid's freedom to make the choice. It shouldn't be us who decide." Seeing Ning Qin's firm attitude, Xia Chaoyang smiled awkwardly and said, "Old Ning, let me put it this way. You have a weak heart, so don't get so excited. You're right. The choice is up to the child. We can't force him to make it." Ning Qin pointed at his own eyes with 2 fingers, then pointed at Xia Chaoyang. "Xia Chaoyang, this old man's eyes will always be on you. You can't do anything tricky these days." Xia Chaoyang replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Lao Ning, I will never force the child." After saying that, Xia Chaoyang turned around and gave Zhang Yuan a subtle smile, then he lifted the guard and left with his troops. Ning Qin saw Xia Chaoyang's expression and knew that Xia Chaoyang would definitely do something tricky. He quickly asked Zhang Yuan, you must be applying to Kyoto University, right? Idiot. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Before Zhang Yuan could reply, Xueer ran over and handed him a bottle of red medicine. "This is my healing potion. Drink it first." Advanced healing potion? Zhang Yuan saw the high-level healing potion that Xueer stuffed in front of him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Little rich girl, I'm afraid even a level 60 adventurer wouldn't be willing to use this medicine. Besides, I'm not injured now, you can take it back. The market price of this advanced healing potion is 100,000 yuan per bottle. It can directly restore the health of a level 60 adventurer to full, and is quite precious. Take it if it's given to you." Li Xueer forced the advanced healing potion into Zhang Yuan's arms and whispered, "I'm sorry." Zhang Yuan was stunned. "Why are you suddenly saying sorry to me?" Li Xueer, "I shouldn't have abandoned you and teamed up with the others. If I had been with you today, you wouldn't have been fighting alone in the Abyss dungeon." Zhang Yuan smiled and replied, "It's a good thing I didn't bring you alone. If someone had shared experience with me, I wouldn't have been able to reach level 12 today." "You!" Li Xueer was instantly enraged and raised her fist to hit Zhang Yuan, but when she thought about the possibility that Zhang Yuan might be injured, she lowered her fist and just glared at Zhang Yuan angrily. "I'm not going to pay any attention to you." After saying these harsh words, Li Xueer turned and left, walking towards Butler Su, who was standing not far away. "Xueer, wait." At this moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly called Li Xueer. Li Xueer paused, then immediately turned to look at Zhang Yuan. "Do you know you are wrong?" "Zhang Yuan, I'm short of money recently. Can I sell you this healing potion?" "You!" Li Xueer froze for a moment, speechless. Then she angrily said, "Whatever you want. I don't care about you." Housekeeper Su looked at the angry Li Xueer approaching with a smile, bowed slightly, and said, "Miss, it's a good thing Zhang Yuan came out on his own, otherwise, if I used the treasure on an outsider, the head of the family would have skinned me alive." "Humph. That idiot doesn't deserve that kind of good stuff, Butler Su. Let's go." "Yes, miss." Butler Su helped Li Xueer open the car door and once again gave Zhang Yuan in the distance an apologetic smile. Zhang Yuan watched Li Xueer leave in the car before looking at Ning Qin. "Principal, you said before that Xueer's family background is quite terrifying, right?" Ning Qin nodded. "Yes, to be honest, when Li Xueer first came to study at our school, I was very surprised." "Zhang Yuan, that's right." Ning Qin was surprised. "What's the matter?" Zhang Yuan just smiled slightly and replied, "President, I not only want to be admitted to Kyoto University, but also want to be admitted as the top student in the country." Ning Qin was shocked. At the same time, Li Xueer was sulking in the car. Housekeeper Su noticed Li Xueer's expression and said with a smile, "Miss, I think you should be happy." Li Xueer pouted, "Why should I be happy? That idiot can't say a single nice word, and I'm so worried about him." Butler Su laughed heartily. "Miss, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying you should be happy for his excellence. Reaching level 12 on his own on the first day is a true genius among geniuses." Li Xueer retorted unhappily, "What does his excellence have to do with me?" Housekeeper Su, the master of the family, values geniuses very much, especially the most talented of geniuses. The talent Zhang Yuan showed today must be enough for the master to not object to your relationship with him, young lady. Li Xueer's face suddenly turned red. "Butler Su. What did you say? Who wants to date that idiot?" "Ah, just pretend I didn't say anything." Butler Su laughed heartily when he saw Li Xueer's reaction. He watched Li Xueer grow up and treated her as his own daughter. He also secretly observed Zhang Yuan for 3 years. At least, he was quite satisfied with Zhang Yuan, his son-in-law. On Li Xueer's way home, Zhang Yuan had already said goodbye to Ning Qin and went to the Adventurers Association in Shihu City with his newly acquired Divine Stone. In the Great Xia Empire, basically every combat professional will register with the Adventurers Association and become an adventurer. Only after registration can you accept tasks in the Adventurers Guild and earn rewards. Of course, Zhang Yuan didn't come here today to take on the mission. In addition to issuing missions, the Adventurers Association of Daxia also has an extremely important function, which is to provide all registered adventurers with Destiny Star arrays for drawing cards. Of course, it's not free. 1,000 yuan per time. Zhang Yuan came here today just to draw cards. Chapter 12, First Exclusive Weapon. Zhang Yuan walked into the Adventurers Association and registered as an adventurer. He explained his purpose to the front desk and was then led to another room by the front desk. There are also a large number of separated single rooms in this room, and each single room contains a Destiny Star array. It is said that the Adventurers Association did not provide private rooms for card drawing in the past, and all card drawing was done in the lobby. At that time, many professionals would be targeted after drawing good things, and once the customers left the Adventurers Association, they would be robbed. Later, in order to protect the privacy and safety of customers, the Adventurers Association built these card drawing rooms. Only the professionals themselves know what they have drawn from the Destiny Star array. Dear adventurer, all you need to do next is choose a private room to use the Destiny Star array. There's also a trading room inside. If you don't have enough money, you can trade at any time. I see. Thank you. Zhang Yuan thanked the front desk, found an unoccupied private room, and placed his palm on the palm print recognition area on the door. The palm print recognition area turns green and the door to the single room opens. Zhang Yuan walked into the room. Perhaps because it was a small city, the Adventurers Association here was rather simple. There was only a chair, a storage table, and a screen in the single room. Zhang Yuan sat down on the chair, and the screen in front of him lit up, showing a large number of items for sale. However, Zhang Yuan wasn't here to buy anything today. He took out the advanced healing potion that Xueer had given him and said to himself, "Little rich girl, consider this a loan from you. I'll definitely pay it back later." As he spoke, Zhang Yuan chose consignment, and then placed the advanced healing potion on the display table in front of the screen. A green light swept across, and a new pop-up window popped up in front of Zhang Yuan. Advanced healing potion, estimated value, 100,000. Is it on consignment or purchased directly from the Adventurers Guild? If it is consignment, the price will be set by Zhang Yuan himself, and the Adventurers Association will only charge a 5% handling fee, but it will take time to sell it. If you purchase directly from the Adventurers Association, the association will generally purchase it at 80% of the market price. The advantage is that the money will be deposited into your account immediately. Currently, Zhang Yuan has used all his New Year's money to buy the iron sword. He does not even have enough commission to use the Destiny Star Array, so he can only choose to buy directly from the Adventurers Association. A flash of light passed by, the advanced healing potion disappeared, and Zhang Yuan's Adventurers Association account had an additional balance of 80,000. It's really shady. They made 20,000 from me in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yuan looked at his account balance and couldn't help but complain. There is no need to worry about not being able to sell essential items such as healing potions. If Zhang Yuan was not in urgent need of money, he would not have chosen to purchase directly from the Adventurers Association. With the money, Zhang Yuan directly spent 1,000 yuan to purchase the right to use the Destiny Star Array once. As 1,000 yuan was deducted from Zhang Yuan's account, the storage table in front of the screen lit up and a small Destiny Star Array emerged. It is said that the magic array used in the portable Destiny Compass is this small Destiny Star Array. The card drawing effect of this small Destiny Star Array is the same as that of the large Destiny Star Array, and it is extremely secretive and convenient. As long as you carry the Destiny Compass with you, you can draw cards anytime and anywhere after getting the God's Stone. However, the Destiny Compass is extremely expensive. Even the cheapest one costs 1 million, which is not affordable for ordinary combat professionals. This formation master is all about making money. I don't know when I can get enough money to buy the Destiny Compass. Zhang Yuan sighed sincerely, then took out the God's Stone and placed it into the Destiny Star Array. The God's Stone turned into a spot of light and dissipated, a large number of cards rolled in it, and then the magic circle glowed red. Sure enough. Talent is useful. Absolute luck level 1, maximum luck when drawing cards, limited to 10 times per month. Zhang Yuan's eyes glowed as he stared at the magic circle, eager to know what he had drawn. A card with a scarlet sword printed on it flew out from the magic circle, then the card turned into red light and dissipated, and the entire magic circle was lit up with red light. Then, a scarlet sword with dragon patterns on it slowly rose from the magic circle. The surging momentum swept around. Divine Sword Crimson Sky exclusive Tier 1, attack power plus 1000, critical hit rate plus 50%, critical hit damage plus 200%, automatically protects the owner, makes the holder immune to psychic attacks, no equipment level restriction. Note, one of the 10 great swords, protecting the master, exorcising demons, and cleansing the world. A perverted smile appeared on Zhang Yuan's face. This equipment is the most violent of the violent, the most perverted of the perverted. I'm afraid the weapons used by those god-level professionals are no more than this, the effect is too explosive. He currently deals over 4,000 damage with an iron sword with an attack power of 10. Shi Xiao now has an attack power of 1,000, plus a 50% critical hit rate and 200% critical damage, plus the critical hit conversion from his constellation. Zhang Yuan made a rough calculation and found that the damage he inflicted with Qi Xiao was close to 700,000. Level 12, 700,000 damage. What is the concept? If this were put in a game, it would be fucking overinflated and a garbage game. But, this is reality. After Zhang Yuan's excitement, he quickly calmed down and quickly put Qi Xiao into the sword formation space, using him as a trump card. He usually did not show him to others easily. After all, he is only level 12 now. If other high-level professionals find out that he has a magic weapon, his life will definitely be in danger. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. This is the truth no matter which world we are in. After calming down a little, Zhang Yuan bought a map outside the city and some dry food and stored them in his storage space. After sending a message to his grandmother and aunt that he would not be back tonight, he headed straight out of the city. The storage space is a special space that everyone gets after drawing a card and changing their job. People can put their various things in the storage space, but the storage space has a limited capacity. If you want to increase the space capacity, you can either increase your level or rely on those precious props. Of course, for Zhang Yuan now, his storage space is still sufficient. Zhang Yuan has now obtained his first special weapon. He is very excited about leveling up and plans to strike while the iron is hot. Tonight, he will go outside the city to level up and have a good time. Zhang Yuan left the Adventurers Association, crossed the western suburbs, and went out of the West City Gate. Zhang Yuan officially arrived outside the city. Everywhere I looked, I saw ruin. Since Zhang Yuan traveled to this world, this was the first time he came to the wild and saw the hideous monsters outside the city. Not to mention Zhang Yuan's previous life, even in Daxia, the wild monsters wreaking havoc outside are like monsters in a horror movie to ordinary people in Daxia. Many people working in life-related professions have never even been outside the city in their entire lives and have no idea what the wild is like. The monsters active in the outskirts of the city are just low-level monsters. These monsters alone are so terrifying. I wonder how terrifying the high-level monsters will be. It's exciting just thinking about it. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself. He took out the map, chose a suitable leveling point, and rushed there. Chapter 13 Mutated Elite Monster. The place Zhang Yuan chose this time was a goblin gathering place, where the monsters were between levels 15 and 20. In fact, there are many better leveling spots than here. Many popular leveling spots even have rest areas specially built by the government. In the goblin gathering place on Zhang Yuan's side, the monsters are all goblins. These monsters have a certain level of intelligence and can use tools. Some smart goblins can even set traps to harm professional monster hunters. In the past, many professionals fell into the trap of these goblins and became food on their tables. The monsters here are very strong, and their experience values are not much different from those of other ordinary wild monsters. Over time, not many people come here to swat monsters. The only reason why Zhang Yuan chose this place was because no one was leveling up here. The monsters here were densely distributed, so he could enjoy all the experience alone, and no one would know the secret of his leveling up. After all, the single target attack is high, it does not consume mana, and it also has splash damage. If these skills are taken out individually, everyone can still talk about them, but if they are all taken out together, it will be extraordinary. Zhang Yuan hasn't developed yet, so it won't be wrong for him to keep a low profile. Of course, Zhang Yuan can easily kill a large number of people with the splash damage of Constellation 4. His upgrade efficiency is extremely high, so he won't have much time to keep a low profile. After arriving at the destination, Zhang Yuan used his new talent, Eye of the Abyss, on a goblin more than 10 meters away. Goblin Vanguard. Level 15. Strength, 220. Agility, 30. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 90. Skill, Axe Swing. The level 15 Goblin Vanguard is tall and strong, with an ugly and ferocious appearance. He carries a giant axe with a notched blade and looks quite terrifying. If that axe were to chop down, it would probably chop 4 or 5 ordinary people in half in one blow. Ordinary detection skills can only detect objects of a higher level than oneself, but this Eye of the Abyss can detect objects 50 levels higher than oneself. It's truly a high-level talent. If he didn't have the Eye of the Abyss, he probably wouldn't know what the attributes of this monster were. Zhang Yuan sincerely sighed at the usefulness of the Eye of the Abyss, then deployed a sword formation and used his skills to control the sword. An iron sword appeared out of nowhere and pierced the Goblin Vanguard's head. 4,484. Successfully killed the Goblin Vanguard, experience plus 300. Obtain the Goblin's bones. There are other goblins within the range of the sword formation, but only one kill message appears, indicating that the health of the monsters here is above 448. At the same time, in the wild, materials will be dropped after killing monsters. These materials can be taken to the exchange to sell. Both alchemists and pharmacists need them. Selling materials from wild monsters is also one of the sources of income for combat professions. Sure enough, the era of a single iron sword killing a large group instantly is over. Fortunately, I have 10 iron swords that can kill them instantly as well. Zhang Yuan sighed, then took out the 10 iron swords from his sword box and continued to kill monsters. The 10 iron swords seemed extremely agile under Zhang Yuan's control. They shuttled through the woods, easily harvesting the heads of every wild monster. At this time, Zhang Yuan was like the god of death. All the goblins who dared to show their heads in the woods were killed instantly. Of course, those who don't show their heads will be killed in seconds too. Under the splash, all beings are equal. Successfully killed the Goblin Vanguard, experience plus 300. Successfully killed the Goblin Scout, experience plus 500. Successfully killed a Goblin Warrior, experience plus 200. Obtain Goblin Bones 36, Goblin Crystal 1. A large number of kill notifications began to flood the screen, and Zhang Yuan's experience bar began to soar. Hey, a crystal actually fell. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw an extra gray stone in the storage space. Killing monsters has a chance of dropping monster crystals, which are necessary materials for making skill scrolls and high-level potions. Each crystal is very valuable and can be sold at a high price in the market. Even a level 15 goblin crystal can be sold for 1,000 yuan each. Of course, higher-level crystals are not something Zhang Yuan can consider at this stage. No wonder everyone wants a combat profession. With this kind of money-making rate, even if you only kill goblins, you can easily make tens of thousands a month. Even if I don't have any big ambitions, I can still provide my grandmother and aunt with food and clothing by killing monsters here every day. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself that with more money in his pocket, his mood naturally improved. Of course, although Zhang Yuan said this, he still knew his own limitations. If he spent his whole life in this ghost place killing monsters to make money, even if he didn't starve to death, he would be beaten to death by his grandmother with a slipper. Zhang Yuan calmed down and began to go deeper into the goblin settlement to continue his leveling journey. At this rate, reaching level 13 in one night should be no problem. At this time, a giant goblin over 3 meters tall, like a mountain of flesh, walked out of the woods and blocked Zhang Yuan's way. Wild boss? When Zhang Yuan saw the giant goblin, he immediately used the Eye of the Abyss. Mutated Goblin Elite. Level 16. Strength, 500. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 500. Skills, Punch, Trample. Not a boss, but better than a boss. If an ordinary professional encountered this mutated goblin, he would probably just turn around and run away. Of course, now that the mutant goblin has encountered Zhang Yuan, it is the goblin that should turn around and run away. Unfortunately, the goblin's IQ was not very high. It only knew that many of its companions had been killed and it wanted revenge. When the mutant goblin saw Zhang Yuan, he recognized Zhang Yuan as the ferocious beast that killed his companions. He immediately roared angrily, pounded his chest with his hands, and then rushed towards Zhang Yuan like crazy. Go! Zhang Yuan raised his hand slightly, and 10 iron swords flew through the air, easily piercing through the body of the mutant goblin. 44,840. Bang! The mutant goblin didn't even run 5 meters before its huge body fell down and quickly turned into black gas and dissipated. The goblin died before he could even get half his revenge. Successfully killed the mutant goblin, experience plus 5,000. Obtained the poison dagger and the emerald shield. The equipment exploded. This little monster is awesome. One of them can actually give me so much experience. Zhang Yuan exclaimed in amazement, then took out the 2 pieces of equipment and checked their properties. Poison dagger silver, attack plus 100, assassin skill damage plus 10%, additional poison damage, available at level 15. Emerald shield silver, defense plus 120, damage 10%, available at level 15. Chapter 14 Discovering a Hidden Dungeon. The probability of equipment dropping from wild monsters is very low. Many people may not get a single piece of equipment even after farming for a month. Zhang Yuan got 2 pieces of equipment at once, and they are silver level equipment, which is enough to show his luck. In this world, precious weapons all have grades, from low to high, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, and artifact. In addition, there are also profession-exclusive weapons that can only be obtained from drawing cards, such as Zhang Yuan's magic sword Qishao. Generally speaking, the attributes of a level 1 exclusive weapon are above those of an epic or legendary weapon. As the level of refinement increases, the attributes of the equipment will continue to rise until it is fully refined and becomes an artifact. Because exclusive weapons are in line with the particularity of the profession, after the exclusive weapons are fully refined, their value is higher than that of ordinary artifacts. The attributes of these two pieces of equipment are very good, and it is no problem to sell them for 100,000 yuan. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan cannot equip them. These two pieces of equipment are useless to me. I can sell them for some money when I get back to ease my financial pressure. Zhang Yuan put away his equipment, went deep into the forest, and entered the depths of the goblin tribe settlement. It was dark and thick fog was rising around. The roars of beasts could be heard from time to time, and the air seemed to be filled with a dangerous atmosphere. The wilderness at night is several times more dangerous than during the day. At night, most professionals would choose to set up camp in a safe area or retreat back into the city, except for perverts like Zhang Yuan. Soon, a goblin with red eyes appeared in Zhang Yuan's sight. Zhang Yuan uses the Eye of the Abyss. Goblin Axeman. Level 20. Strength, 600. Agility, 50. Spirit, 20. Constitution, 220. Skills, Axe Swing, Rage. As expected of a night monster, its stats are much higher than those of a typical level 20 monster. No wonder the textbooks always remind you to return to the city before sunset if leveling outdoors. Zhang Yuan sighed and controlled 10 iron swords to kill the elite goblin axeman. Successfully killed the goblin axeman, experience plus 1000. Successfully killed the goblin archer, experience plus 1200. Successfully killed a wild wolf, experience plus 50. Get goblin bones 10, goblin eyeballs 3, wolf skin 20. A series of kill notifications appeared, and Zhang Yuan's experience increased a little. Yes, the experience here is much higher than the novice hidden copy. Maybe I can level up 2 or 3 times tonight. Zhang Yuan was very satisfied with the experience provided by these monsters. He continued to go deeper into the forest and slaughter the monsters in the forest. In less than an hour, a golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body. Zhang Yuan reached level 13, and his mental strength had reached 490 points. Zhang Yuan, who was originally a little sleepy, suddenly became energetic after the upgrade. I didn't expect that leveling up would not only restore my condition, but it would also wipe away my fatigue. Zhang Yuan was full of energy and fought his way into the depths of the forest, coming to a huge blue vortex. A copy? Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw the copy deep in the forest, and took out the map to compare. There's no dungeon marked here on the map. This should be a newly appeared hidden dungeon. Looks like I'm lucky. The government and the Adventurers Association have a policy that as long as a professional discovers a new wild copy and reports it, the Adventurers Association will reward them with money and contribution points. Needless to say, money is important, but contribution is a very important thing. The higher the contribution of a professional, the more permissions he can unlock in the Adventurers Association. For example, at the Imperial Exchange, Zhang Yuan can only purchase some primary materials and equipment now. Once his contribution is high, the membership level of the exchange will also be upgraded accordingly, and he will be able to purchase more things. Generally speaking, professionals will not enter a new dungeon casually after discovering it. They will wait for the Adventurers Association to send professionals to assess the dungeon level before considering whether to enter. After all, the level of the copy is unknown. If the copy found is a high-level copy, it would be tantamount to suicide for low-level professionals to enter. However, Zhang Yuan had a new idea. After all, this is a new dungeon, and the first pass reward is quite generous. If he waits for the Adventurers Association to assess the dungeon level before challenging it, it would be equivalent to handing the reward over to the Adventurers Association. I wonder if the Eye of the Abyss can detect dungeon information. Zhang Yuan put away the map and tried to use the Eye of the Abyss on the hidden copy ahead. Shadow Forest Dungeon. Level 15. Difficulty, Normal Hard Nightmare? Question mark? Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw a question mark in the copy information given by the Eye of the Abyss. He knew that there were difficulty options in the Wild Dungeon, but he didn't expect that this dungeon had hidden difficulties. I should be able to solo a level 15 dungeon now. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and decided to try the nightmare difficulty first. After all, this is not a game. If you die in the dungeon, you are really dead. It is not a wise choice to rashly challenge the hidden difficulty. Please confirm whether to select nightmare difficulty? Confirm. Zhang Yuan was teleported into a dungeon and entered an unknown forest. The Shadow Forest Dungeon, as its name suggests, is an extremely dark forest with thick fog and a visibility distance of less than 20 meters. The entire copy was filled with an oppressive atmosphere, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. There was only one road under Zhang Yuan's feet, leading to the depths of the forest. However, due to the thick fog blocking his vision, Zhang Yuan did not know what was waiting for him ahead. This atmosphere is truly amazing. I'm afraid many timid professionals would immediately withdraw upon seeing this environment. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but shiver. He first controlled the iron sword to explore the way forward. After making sure there were no traps, he started to move forward. Boom! Zhang Yuan had not walked far when the ground suddenly shook and a black shadow about 4 or 5 meters tall appeared in the thick fog ahead. Zhang Yuan immediately used Eye of the Abyss. Shadow Forest Giant Strengthened Elite. Level 15. Strength, 1000. Agility, 100. Spirit, 30. Constitution, 1000. Skills, Tremor Attack, Stone Throwing. As expected of an elite monster in a nightmare dungeon, its level 15 stats are much higher than those of a level 20 goblin outside. Strength affects attack power and health volume, while Constitution affects defense power and health volume. This monster's strength and constitution are both over 1000, making it a high attack and high defense blood cow. However, with 1000 strength and 1000 physique, and a health of about 20,000, it is still not enough to withstand the attack of 10 iron swords. Zhang Yuan controls 10 iron swords to attack monsters. 48,238. The Shadow Forest Giant's chest was pierced by 10 iron swords. He fell to the ground and turned into black smoke and dissipated. Successfully killed the Shadow Forest Giant, experience plus 2000. Obtain Giant's Heart 1, Giant's Nail 1. Chapter 15 Shadow Scarecrow. A level 15 monster has 2000 experience points, which is several times higher than monsters of the same level. When Zhang Yuan received the prompt, a hint of excitement flashed through his heart. Killing one monster here is equivalent to killing several outside, and it is also an instant kill, so the speed is not slow. Leveling up in this dungeon might be a good choice. Continuing to go deeper into the dungeon, Zhang Yuan encountered several Shadow Forest Giants again, and defeated them easily, gaining experience rapidly. During this period, Zhang Yuan also encountered other monsters, but their attributes were similar to those of the Shadow Forest Giant, and they were also killed instantly. Zhang Yuan pushed forward all the way, and when he reached the deepest part of the dungeon, his experience bar had reached 70%, and his upgrade speed was abnormal. Deep in the Shadow Forest, there is a grey altar. Many corpses are hanging on the dead trees around the altar. The overall environment is quite bloody and weird. There are a lot of candles on the altar, and in the center of the altar there is a scarecrow tied to a cross, which looks like the boss of this copy. Shadow Scarecrow. Use Eye of the Abyss. Shadow Scarecrow Boss. Level 16. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Spirit, 10,000. Constitution, 0. Skills, Mental Storm, Death Curse, Resurrection. 10,000 spirits? When Zhang Yuan saw the boss's attributes, a perverted smile suddenly appeared on his face. The attributes of this boss are indeed terrifying. If the general team is unaware of the situation, it is estimated that they will be easily wiped out. However, Zhang Yuan has his own special weapon, Qishao. One of Qishao's passive abilities makes the holder immune to psychic attacks. It can be said that Zhang Yuan's special weapon is effective against the spiritual boss. The Shadow Scarecrow lay motionless on the altar, looking harmless. Zhang Yuan did not show any mercy and immediately controlled the iron sword to attack. The Shadow Scarecrow's strength and physique were both 0, so it should be easy to kill it instantly. But when Zhang Yuan pierced the Shadow Scarecrow with the iron sword, the kill prompt did not appear. A circle of green light appeared on the Shadow Scarecrow, and the wounds on its body disappeared. Skill Revival? Seeing this, Zhang Yuan tried to attack a few more times, but the Shadow Scarecrow would still resurrect and could not be killed. It's confirmed that it's a weird mechanism. There should be other ways to kill it. Zhang Yuan gave up on physical attacks and focused his attention on the altar. He found 4 thick candles on the 4 corners of the edge of the altar. Could it be related to those candles? Zhang Yuan tried to extinguish a candle, and the Shadow Scarecrow suddenly let out a shrill scream. Skill, Mental Storm. The terrifying wind and waves spread out in all directions. Qishao immediately condensed a red barrier around Zhang Yuan to block the attack of the Shadow Scarecrow. Psychic attacks really don't work on me. When Zhang Yuan saw that the Shadow Scarecrow launched an attack after he extinguished the candle, he realized that his direction was right and immediately went to extinguish the other candles. Every time Zhang Yuan extinguishes one, the shadow scarecrow will launch a mental storm. When Zhang Yuan extinguished the last candle, the shadow scarecrow did not launch a mental storm, but began to twist and scream continuously, and then exploded. A death ray shot towards Zhang Yuan. Skill, Death Curse. If not purified within 1 minute, death will occur immediately. Xijao's passive skill was activated, blocking the final attack of Shadow Scarecrow. Successfully killed Shadow Scarecrow, experience plus 20,000. Obtain the equipment Cursed Necklace. The kill prompt appeared, but Zhang Yuan was still frightened. If he didn't have the passive ability of being immune to mental attacks, then in order to clear this dungeon, a professional like a paladin or a priest with purification skills must be present. Otherwise, once he was hit by the death curse, he would surely die. If we write this information into a guide and submit it to the Adventurers Guild, it should be worth a lot of money and save a lot of people. Zhang Yuan silently took note of this and then checked his newly acquired equipment. Cursed Necklace Special Accessory, Spirit plus 500, the holder gains the skill Mental Storm, but also suffers a mental curse, Strength 250, Constitution 250, no equipment level restriction. Note, one of the 3-piece curse set. Psychic Storm launches a large-scale mental howl, causing damage of 10 times the amount of one's own mental power to each enemy. The cursed necklace has incredible added and deducted attributes, and it has no equipment level restrictions. It's a special piece of equipment just like Qi Xiao. Zhang Yuan was a little confused when he saw the properties of the cursed necklace. The damage he inflicted by his sword was related to his mental strength. The 500 mental strength added was equivalent to a 17-level attribute increase, and the skill Mental Storm also made up for his lack of group attack. Although his Constellation 4 has splash damage, the splash damage is only 10%. In the later stage when the monster's health increases, his splash damage is not enough. Even now, his single splash damage is not enough to kill elite monsters in 1 second. But the group attack skills are different. The effect of his Constellation 4 is that every time he attacks an enemy in the sword formation, other enemies will suffer 10% splash damage. This means that the more enemies his group attack skills attack, the higher the cumulative splash damage. If there are more than 10 enemies, the splash damage will directly exceed the damage of the skill itself. For him, Mental Storm is a magical skill for clearing out a large area of miscellaneous soldiers. However, the 250 deduction in Strength and Constitution is also quite annoying. His current strength is 230 and his constitution is 165. After wearing this necklace, his attributes are directly deducted to negative numbers. He might even be cursed to death on the spot. If he wants to wear this cursed necklace, he must be at least level 30 or above. No, this necklace's mental curse, shouldn't it also be considered a mental attack? Zhang Yuan suddenly noticed the blind spot. This cursed necklace would curse the holder, while his special weapon, Qi Xiao, could make him immune to mental attacks. Judging from Qi Xiao's performance just now, Shadow Scarecrow's Mental Storm and Death Curse are useless to him. Logically speaking, Qi Xiao should also be able to offset the mental curse of this cursed necklace. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan immediately decided to try wearing the necklace. If it didn't work, he would just take it off. After putting on the cursed necklace, Zhang Yuan only felt a chill on his neck and his vision became much clearer. Apart from that, he had no other feelings. Zhang Yuan immediately checked his attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, swordmaster only. Level, 1382%. Strength, 230. Agility, 165. Spirit, 990. Physique, 165. Professional special attributes, critical hit rate 22%, critical hit damage 220%. Talents, absolute luck level 1, I am a sword immortal level 1, Eye of the Abyss. Equipment, Iron Sword Case 1010, Divine Sword Qi Xiao, Imperial Special Merit Badge, Cursed Necklace. Skills, Sword Formation level 3, Sword Control level 3, Sword Formation Space, Poison Resistance level 1, Mental Storm. Sign, 6th Fate. Mental strength increased by 500, while strength and physique did not decrease. My guess was correct. Special weapons are worthy of being special weapons. They are immune to mental attacks. Doesn't that mean I can wear cursed equipment without any negative effects? Zhang Yuan was immediately delighted when he saw that Qi Xiao could really offset the negative effects of the cursed necklace. You know, the cursed necklace has a note that it is one of the 3 cursed pieces. If he could collect the entire cursed suit, gaining powerful bonuses while ignoring negative effects, he wouldn't know how powerful he could be. When Zhang Yuan was excited, a brand new treasure chest appeared in the center of the altar. Zhang Yuan stepped forward to open it, and colorful light lit up in the treasure chest. Obtain God's Stone 1. First clear of the Nightmare level Shadow Forest dungeon, additional reward, Cursed Ring. Chapter 16 Hidden Difficulty. First access reward. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the first pass reward. The God's Stone is the reward that everyone will get when they clear the dungeon for the first time. Zhang Yuan was not surprised by this, but the first reward for clearing the dungeon actually gave him a cursed equipment, which was indeed a pleasant surprise. With excitement, Zhang Yuan immediately checked his harvest. Cursed Ring Special Accessory, Spirit plus 500, the holder suffers a mental curse, Agility 250, Constitution 250, no equipment level limit. Note, one of the 3-piece curse set. It's a suit indeed. Zhang Yuan saw the effect of the cursed ring and equipped it without hesitation. Xijao's passive ability was triggered, offsetting the negative effects of the cursed ring. The spiritual attribute directly reaches 1490, which is the attribute of the mage after the job change to level 30. The last piece of the cursed 3-piece set should be obtained from the hidden difficulty level of this dungeon. Zhang Yuan has already obtained 2 of the 3 pieces of the curse set, so there is no reason not to get the last one. What's more, he is a natural nemesis for the boss of this dungeon and can pass it without any damage. After sorting out the spoils, Zhang Yuan left the copy, returned to reality, and then challenged the copy again without hesitation. Please confirm your selection? Difficulty? Confirm. Zhang Yuan was teleported into the dungeon again and found that the dungeon environment was no different from that of the nightmare difficulty. However, before Zhang Yuan could move forward, an extremely piercing scream suddenly came from deep in the forest, and Xijao's passive ability was directly triggered. It's the mental storm of Shadow Scarecrow. As expected of a hidden difficulty level, I was attacked by the boss's mental attack right after entering. Speaking of which, is the Shadow Scarecrow's attack range that large? Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, deployed a sword formation, used his flying sword to explore the way, and advanced steadily. Although he has already cleared the nightmare difficulty once, there may be new mechanisms in the hidden difficulty, so it is better to be cautious. Soon, Zhang Yuan encountered the first giant, and he used the Eye of the Abyss on the monster without hesitation. Shadow Forest Giant Warrior Enhanced Elite. Level 15. Strength, 2000. Agility, 200. Spirit, 60. Constitution, 2000. Skills, Axe Swing, Trample. Compared to the nightmare difficulty monsters, the attributes of the giants in this hidden difficulty are directly doubled. This hidden difficulty is indeed dangerous. If I get hit, I'll probably be killed instantly. Anyway, let's try out the new skills first. Zhang Yuan stepped back a distance, kept his distance from the monster, and then used his newly acquired skills. Mental Storm. A sharp scream erupted from Zhang Yuan's necklace, and Zhang Yuan's spirit was instantly consumed by 500 points. A terrifying mental storm swept around. 261-0480. A string of terrifying damage numbers appeared above the head of the Shadow Forest Giant Warrior not far away. The giant bled from all 7 orifices and fell straight to the ground. Successfully killed the Shadow Forest Giant Warrior, experience plus 4000. Successfully killed the Shadow Forest Giant Vanguard, experience plus 5000. Successfully killed the Shadow Mage, experience plus 8000. Obtain Giant Heart 10, Giant Nail 12, Giant Bone 10, Shadow Crystal 1. In an instant, a large number of kill notifications flooded the screen, and a golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and he was promoted to level 14 on the spot. Hiss. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but gasp when he saw his experience soaring into the sky like a rocket. The effective range of Mental Storm was surprisingly the same as his sword formation, and like the sword control skill, it also received a critical hit damage bonus, plus the 10x increase from his talent, and the damage from Constellation 4 was superimposed. Once this skill is released, no one will be left alive within a 300-meter radius of the sword formation. For other mages, Mental Storm may be a powerful large-scale group attack skill, but its value is not as great as the mage's own forbidden spells. But when this skill is used on Zhang Yuan, with the damage superimposed by Constellation 4, this skill directly becomes a nuclear explosion. Not only the Mental Storm, any group attack skill given to Zhang Yuan will become a strategic level forbidden spell. Just imagine if in the later stage, the radius of the sword formation is expanded to thousands or tens of thousands of meters, then a Mental Storm will come. For every additional enemy within the range of the sword formation, the damage will be increased by 10%. In the sword formation, even gods will be killed by the storm. The only drawback of this skill is that it consumes mental energy. I currently have 15-20 mental energy points, and can only use it 3 times. If I use this skill to level up, unless the enemy is very dense, it's not as cost effective as using my sword to perform more normal attacks. After witnessing the power and consumption of the mental storm, Zhang Yuan decided not to continue using the mental storm in this copy and used the flying sword to clear the way. Although the attributes of the hidden difficulty monsters have been greatly enhanced, due to Zhang Yuan's ability to ignore the enemy's defense, those monsters still cannot withstand Zhang Yuan's swords and cannot get close to him at all. Zhang Yuan leveled up as he moved forward, and when he arrived near the altar deep in the Shadow Forest, he had reached level 15. I didn't expect that the hidden difficulty of this dungeon would become my holy land for leveling up. Zhang Yuan saw the scarecrow in the center of the altar and was about to use the Eye of the Abyss on the scarecrow when a large number of purple bubbles suddenly appeared in the altar. The scarecrow suddenly twisted strangely, opened its bloody mouth, and released a mental storm that was several times stronger than before. Aha! The scarecrow's shrill scream set off a terrifying sound wave, lifting the ground around the altar. Even though Zhang Yuan was protected by Qi Xiao, he was still knocked back several steps by the sound wave. Zhang Yuan immediately used Eye of the Abyss on the scarecrow. Corrupted Abyss Scarecrow Lord. Level 16. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Spirit, 200,000. Constitution, 0. Skills, Mental Storm, Death Curse, Resurrection. 200,000 spirits? Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly when he saw the boss's attributes. No matter how abnormal the hidden difficulty is, it shouldn't increase the boss's attributes by 20 times, right? This is a level 15 dungeon. If a level 30 elite team comes here without any preparation, they will be wiped out instantly, right? No. Corrupted Abyss Scarecrow, isn't this the same as the Corrupted Cyclops King from before? Am I in Abyss Raider mode again? Zhang Yuan discovered that the Scarecrow's name had changed this time, and his expression instantly became extremely wonderful. Isn't it said that the probability of a copy becoming an abyss is less than 1%? This was only the second day after he changed his job, and he had only challenged 2 dungeons in total, but both of them turned into the abyss? Is this bad luck or good luck? Chapter 17 Facing the Abyss. Although Zhang Yuan was unlucky, fortunately this boss only had mental attacks. Even if his mental power increased 20 times, even 200 times, it would make no difference to him. After calming down, Zhang Yuan immediately extinguished the candles around the altar according to the method used when conquering the nightmare difficulty. This time there were 8 candles around the altar. Every time Zhang Yuan extinguished one, the scarecrow of the corrupted abyss would howl twice. The ugly and shrill screams made Zhang Yuan's head numb. When Zhang Yuan extinguished the last candle, the scarecrow of the corrupted abyss kept screaming and twisting, and finally exploded. Boom! The pitch-black death ray rushed towards Zhang Yuan, and Qi Xiao's passive skill was activated again to block the scarecrow's death curse. Successfully killed the corrupted abyss scarecrow, experience plus 40,000. Obtained the equipment curse bracelet. As the kill notification sounded, the annoying scream finally disappeared. It's finally over. Not to mention the damage, the noise pollution isn't something that everyone can tolerate. Zhang Yuan watched the scarecrow turn into ashes and breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could check the spoils, purple smoke rose from the altar again, and a terrifying aura spread out from the altar. Besides, when Zhang Yuan saw the strange changes in the altar, he immediately stepped back and kept a distance from it. A mere level 15 human was able to defeat my masterpiece. I really can't let you stay here. A black shadow rose from the altar and eventually turned into a demon wizard wearing a purple robe, holding a staff, with 2 horns on his head and fangs. The hidden boss of this copy? When Zhang Yuan saw the demon wizard appear, his eyes narrowed slightly and he immediately used the Eye of the Abyss on him. Unable to detect target. Unable to detect? When Zhang Yuan received the response from the Eye of the Abyss, his pupils suddenly shrank and a huge wave of fear rose in his heart. His Eye of the Abyss can detect objects that are no higher than 50 levels above his own. Now that he can't detect this demon mage, doesn't that mean that the other party is a monster above level 65? This is definitely not the boss that should appear in a level 15 dungeon. Abyss boss. At this moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered a piece of news he had seen in the newspaper that his grandmother had subscribed to a while ago. A vanguard team with an average level of 70 failed to attack the Abyss dungeon, resulting in the escape of a level 70 Abyss boss. Currently, the whereabouts of the level 70 Abyss boss are missing. I can't be so unlucky. Zhang Yuan thought of the news and suddenly felt his mouth dry. He looked at the demon mage in front of him and asked tentatively, "Are you the boss of the Abyss?" The demon mage sneered, "Yes, I am Odysius, the great spiritual mage from the Abyss. I have been ordered by the king to infiltrate the great Xueer Empire and transform all novice dungeons into the Abyss, erasing all undeveloped geniuses of your race. Human boy, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too dazzling. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk being discovered and take action myself." Abyss Mage Odysseus. Zhang Yuan's expression suddenly became subtle when he heard Odysseus' words, "Are you a spiritual master?" Odysseus seemed very proud of his abilities. When Zhang Yuan asked him about it, he proudly said, "I have specialized in spiritual magic since I was born, just to have more means to torture the souls of you humans. Not long ago, a level 70 elite team from your great Xueer Empire was tortured to death by my mental attack spell. Even now, when I think of the pain their souls suffered before their death, I still feel extremely excited." "I see." Zhang Yuan nodded, and the magic sword Qishao appeared silently behind Odysseus and pierced Odysseus' back directly. 209-7480. A string of terrifying numbers appeared above Odysseus' head. Odysseus turned into smoke and dispersed on the spot, then quickly condensed not far away. At this moment, the smile on Odysseus' face had turned into a look of fear. "Impossible. How could you possibly break my defense? How much blood do you have?" Seeing that Odysseus' aura showed no signs of decreasing, Zhang Yuan controlled Qishao to attack again. Qishao disappeared out of thin air, and then appeared out of thin air behind Odysseus, launching another successful sneak attack. "No, impossible. This is impossible." Seeing himself injured, Odysseus went crazy. He stared at Zhang Yuan and roared, "How could a level 15 guy like you possibly be able to hurt me? What skills do you have? I'm going to make you my slave." Skill, soul control. Energy surged in Odysseus' staff, and an invisible spiritual wave attacked Zhang Yuan. Qixiao's passive skill was activated, and a red barrier blocked Odysseus' attack. At this moment, the smile on Odysseus' face shifted to Zhang Yuan's face. "Ineffective? Why would it be ineffective? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Seeing that his skills had no effect on Zhang Yuan, Odysseus completely lost his mind and started throwing skills at Zhang Yuan frantically. Mental Storm. Soul Flame. Death Curse. Soul Poison. Soul Explosion Technique. Odysseus used all his skills against Zhang Yuan. All those mental spells that could kill a level 70 professional in seconds were thrown at Zhang Yuan, who was only level 15, as if they were free. Zhang Yuan remained unmoved in the face of the violent mental attacks, and continued to use Qishao to sneak attack Odysseus. No matter how much blood Odysseus has, he will eventually be able to kill him by stabbing him with his sword. Why? Why? Why don't my skills work on you? Odysseus was like a madman, roaring heartbreakingly, his eyes red. This guy, he really doesn't know any other magic. Seeing that Odysseus only had mental attacks, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but complain in his heart, and at the same time he was still frightened. Fortunately, the one who targeted him was an abyss wizard who specialized in spiritual magic. If other abyss demons had come, he would probably have died without knowing how. As Odysseus used up all his skills and consumed most of his mental power, he gradually calmed down and realized that Zhang Yuan had a magical skill that made him completely immune to mental attacks. "Zhang Yuan, you are really lucky to have met me, Odysseus. If any other abyssal demon had found you, you would definitely not have survived today." After calming down, Odysseus' tone became extremely cold, and he no longer had the hysteria he had just had. He said calmly, "I'll let you survive for a while longer. Once the other abyss demons break through the blockade, you will definitely die. Are you trying to run away?" Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. "I'm curious. As a level 70 abyss demon, you were slaughtered by a level 15 human. Can you really survive in the abyss?" "You." Odysseus' mood, which had just calmed down, was shaken again. He suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Zhang Yuan deeply. "Zhang Yuan, you wait for me." Zhang Yuan chuckled, "I'll wait and see." Qishao pierced Odysseus' chest, and Odysseus turned into black smoke and dissipated. Successfully defeated the abyss demon Odysius, experience plus 200,000. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved the achievement Facing the Abyss, rewarded with Awakening Advanced Talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the advanced talent, Fearless Body. At the same time, a treasure chest appeared in the center of the altar and opened automatically, flashing with golden light. Obtain God's Stone 1. Obtain Primary Skill Scrolls 10. Obtain a Professional Specific Skill Scroll 1. Successfully clear the hidden difficulty Shadow Forest dungeon for the first time, and receive the bonus item Cursed Heart. Chapter 18 Great Harvest. A series of information appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, making Zhang Yuan a little dazzled, and he had to check his attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, swordmaster only. Level, 1623%. Strength, 270. Agility, 190. Spirit, 1590. Constitution, 190. Professional special attributes, critical hit rate 25%, critical hit damage 250%. Talents, absolute luck level 1, I am a sword immortal level 1, Eye of the Abyss, Fearless Body. Equipment, Iron Sword Case 1010, Divine Sword Scarlet Sky, Imperial Special Merit Badge, Cursed Necklace, Cursed Ring. Skills, Sword Formation level 3, Sword Control level 3, Sword Formation Space, Poison Resistance level 1, Mental Storm. Sign, 6th Fate. The spiritual attribute is far superior. When Zhang Yuan saw his 4-dimensional panel, he couldn't help but sigh. He was now more powerful than a wizard. After checking the attribute panel, Zhang Yuan noticed his new talent, Fearless Body. Fearless Body, damage reduction 80%. Young Master Duo? When Zhang Yuan saw the talent description, he was so scared that he almost cried out. What does 80% mean? Add in the 10% reduction from the Imperial Special Merit Badge that Grandma gave him, and his damage reduction goes straight to 90%. How different is this from damage immunity? Originally, his biggest weakness as a sword formation master was his fragility. Now this Fearless Body directly made up for his biggest weakness, turning him into a bucket profession with no flaws. It's too perverted. After checking his talents, Zhang Yuan went to check the equipment in the storage space. Cursed Ring Special Accessory, Spirit plus 500, the holder suffers a mental curse, Strength 250, Agility 250, no equipment level limit. Note, one of the 3-piece curse set. Just as expected, the same 500 increase in spiritual power, my spiritual attribute has exceeded 2000 after wearing the equipment. Other mages of the same level as me probably only have 300 or 400 spiritual power, right? This is too exaggerated. Zhang Yuan put on the cursed ring and then turned his attention to another piece of equipment in the storage space. That is the reward for completing the hidden difficulty dungeon for the first time, the Cursed Heart. Cursed Heart, the curse effect inflicted on oneself is converted into a positive effect. Hiss. Zhang Yuan gasped. The curse effect turned positive? Didn't this mean that all the negative effects of his cursed 3-piece suit had turned positive? In order to verify his guess, Zhang Yuan took out the Cursed Heart from the storage space. Then the Cursed Heart turned into a ray of light, entered Zhang Yuan's chest cavity, and disappeared. Afterwards, Zhang Yuan felt that his physical strength had improved a lot. He immediately checked his 4-dimensional attributes and found that his strength, agility and physique had increased by 500 points each. This is actually tankier than a knight, faster than an assassin, more damaging than a mage, and stronger than a warrior. And most importantly, it has 90% damage reduction. Zhang Yuan looked at his level 16 4th dimension and wanted to put his hands on his hips and say, what does it mean to be invincible at the same level? This is invincibility at the same level. After checking the talents and equipment, Zhang Yuan began to sort out other spoils. 2 divine stones, which meant 2 special weapons, were worth more than all his other gains today combined. Zhang Yuan took out 10 primary skill scrolls and used them without hesitation. However, there is a chance of failure when using a primary skill scroll, and no skills will be obtained. At the same time, using a skill scroll may also result in duplicate skills being obtained. If the proficiency of the repeated skill is not enough, the repeated skill obtained from the skill scroll will be converted into skill proficiency, but if the proficiency of the repeated skill is full, the skill scroll will be wasted. Zhang Yuan threw down 10 primary skill scrolls. Except for those that failed to be used, there was no new skill. Instead, the poison resistance skill was upgraded to level 5. Toxin resistance level 5, gain 50% toxin resistance. Although I didn't get any new skills, I got a 50% poison resistance passive, so I'm still lucky. Zhang Yuan was not too disappointed. After all, it was just a primary skill scroll that could only allow the user to awaken skills below level 20, and they could only be public skills. Awakening resistance and the like was a high probability event. Of course, primary skill scrolls may also awaken profession-specific skills, but this depends on luck. Obviously, Zhang Yuan's talent of absolute luck cannot be used on skill scrolls. After using the primary skill scroll, Zhang Yuan focused all his attention on the profession-specific skill scroll. The last time he used his exclusive skill scroll, he awakened the sword formation space and completely changed his attack method. Although the sword formation space skill did not add any attributes, the actual increase in Zhang Yuan's combat power could not be measured by data. I hope this time there will be a powerful skill. Zhang Yuan prayed silently, then used his profession-specific skill scroll. Obtained skill, Attribute Conversion. Attribute Conversion Level 1. Within the sword formation, you can convert your mental power into strength, agility, and constitution attributes, with the conversion amplification factor being 1. Transform attributes? Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw his new skill. Why are all the swordmaster's skills so brain-burning? It was difficult to understand just by looking at the text description, so Zhang Yuan immediately tried to use the sword formation attribute conversion, trying to convert the spiritual attribute into the power attribute. Afterwards, Zhang Yuan discovered that his strength attribute had soared directly from 760 to 2840. He suddenly felt that he could kill a cow with one punch. Afterwards, Zhang Yuan converted his mental power into agility attributes, and his agility soared from 680 to 2760. He felt that he could run faster than a car. Finally, Zhang Yuan converted his mental strength into physical attributes, and his physical fitness soared from 680 to 2760. He felt as if he had turned into a wall, indestructible. Excellent. Excellent. Within the sword formation, a single thought can allow spiritual attributes to be freely converted into other attributes. This is absolutely a magical skill in actual combat. Zhang Yuan was quite satisfied with his newly awakened professional skills, and the most important thing was the second half of the attribute conversion, which increased the conversion by 1 times. This is not nonsense, it means that as his skill level increases in the future, the amplification multiplier will also increase. His spiritual attributes are already high, and then converted into strength 10 times, wow. I can't even imagine that scene. Although this dungeon trip was full of twists and turns, and I was even targeted by an abyss demon, in the end, it was a great harvest. Zhang Yuan left the copy contentedly and found that it was already dawn. At this time, the hidden difficulty of the copy had disappeared and could no longer be selected. It seems that the abyss mage prepared that hidden difficulty specifically for me. He really went to great lengths to deal with me. Zhang Yuan complained about Odysius and did not choose to continue leveling up. Instead, he returned to the city and went straight to the Adventurers Association. After a day and night of fighting, his storage space was almost full of various monster materials, and he needed to go to the exchange to empty it and exchange it for money. At the same time, he also had to report the Ghost Forest dungeon as soon as possible in exchange for contribution points to the Adventurers Association to avoid being intercepted by other professionals. The most important thing is that he has 2 divine stones and can participate in the lottery twice. Chapter 19 Shocking Information Bomb. Back at the Adventurers Association, Zhang Yuan walked to the front desk. A sweet-looking girl with a professional smile asked in a pleasant voice, "Hello, how can I help you?" Zhang Yuan got straight to the point, "I found a new copy in the wild." Okay. The girl immediately registered her information on the computer. Please log in here. The Adventurers Association will confirm the dungeon information within 1 business day and issue you a reward. Zhang Yuan asked again, "By the way, I heard that after a new dungeon is discovered, the first person to clear the nightmare level and submit a clearance strategy will receive an additional reward, right?" "Yes, sir. After the Adventurers Association assesses the dungeon level, if your level is suitable, you can try to conquer the dungeon. I've already cleared the nightmare difficulty level of that dungeon. Can I submit my strategy directly?" "Okay, what did you say?" The girl answered subconsciously, then froze for a moment. She looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. "Have you already cleared the nightmare difficulty level of the new dungeon?" These days, quite a few people have discovered new dungeons, but it's rare to see someone who, after discovering a new dungeon, rashly challenges the nightmare difficulty of the dungeon without waiting for the Adventurers Association to determine their level, and still comes back alive. After all, everything in the new copy is unknown, and no one would complain about their long life. That's right. Hearing Zhang Yuan's affirmative answer, the girl was dazed for a moment, then came to her senses and said quickly, "Please wait a moment, I will go notify the manager." The current situation is no longer something she, a receptionist, can handle. Not long after the girl left the front desk, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit, a white shirt, a black vest, with a slicked back hair and a stubble came out. "Hello, my name is Lianping, and I'm the manager of the West Lake branch of the Adventurers Association." Lianping secretly used detection skills on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Formation Master, level 16. A level 16 Sword Formation Master? Lianping was stunned. Although he had never heard of Zhang Yuan's profession, the nightmare dungeon that a professional of this level could pass should be around level 812. If this level of copy is within the city walls, it can be used as a novice copy to train students, but if it is in the wild, it will have no value. After all, novices will not go to the wild, and professionals who can go to the wild will not use dungeons below level 12. However, a copy is a copy. According to the association's regulations, even if it is a level 1 copy, the Adventurers Association must record it and monitor the copy's energy index at all times to prevent the copy from becoming an abyss. A series of thoughts flashed through Lianping's mind. Then, with a smile on his face, he politely said to Zhang Yuan, "Shall we talk inside?" "Okay." Zhang Yuan smiled back and used the source of the abyss on Lianping as well. Lianping, Fire Mage, level 40. The Fire Mage who advances to become the mage is a powerful being. Zhang Yuan silently confirmed Lianping's strength and followed Lianping to the manager's office. Lianping opened the refrigerator and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Cola." "Sorry, I don't have any here." "Go to the refrigerator and get what you want to drink." Lianping poured himself a glass of brandy, sat down with the wine in his hand, leaned back in his chair, and said leisurely, "Tell me where the copy you found is and what are the specific details of the copy." Zhang Yuan was only there to collect the reward and didn't care about Lianping's attitude. He replied, "The new dungeon is located deep in the Goblin Forest, 10 kilometers outside the West City Gate. It's a level 15 hidden dungeon." A level 15 hidden dungeon? A hint of surprise flashed in Lianping's eyes. "I heard from the front desk that you have a guide for the nightmare difficulty level of that dungeon, right?" "Zhang Yuan, is there a problem?" Lianping glanced at Zhang Yuan's level again and asked, "Then why are you the only one reporting the dungeon information? Where are your teammates?" "Zhang Yuan, I played solo." "Solo?" Lianping sat up straighter, his expression becoming more serious. "Go on." Although he had never seen the profession of swordmaster, a level 16 professional could solo a level 15 nightmare dungeon. The swordmaster was definitely a rare hidden profession, possibly even a legendary one. It must be taken seriously. Zhang Yuan, the dungeon is called the Shadow Forest Dungeon. The monsters in the dungeon are pretty ordinary, with strength and constitution around 1000, so they're easy to deal with. The key is the dungeon boss, a boss specialized in spiritual attributes, with a spiritual attribute of 10,000 and other attributes of 0. Lianping's expression became increasingly excited when he heard Zhang Yuan's words. "You said that the strength and constitution of ordinary level 15 monsters in the dungeon are as high as 1000, and the spirit attribute of the dungeon boss is even 10,000? Zhang Yuan, what? Is there a problem?" Lianping held his forehead with his hand. "Kid, did you know there's a penalty for lying about dungeon information? 10,000 spirit attributes is comparable to many level 30 or 40 bosses. Let's not even talk about whether a boss with this kind of attributes will appear in a level 15 dungeon. Even if it does, how did you manage to clear it solo? Zhang Yuan, if you don't believe it, you can send a team to confirm it first. Also, a reminder, it's best to have a priest or paladin in your team. The boss has a resurgence skill, so conventional means won't kill it. You must extinguish the 4 candles surrounding the altar. After extinguishing the candles, the boss will unleash the death curse. If your team doesn't have purification skills, it's extremely easy to lose members." Lianping's expression turned serious when he saw Zhang Yuan's conviction. "I'll arrange for the team to determine the dungeon's level right away. If you're not lying, this might be a special dungeon opened by abyssal monsters. The Adventurers Association will give you a generous reward. Please do not leave the Adventurers Association until the dungeon information is confirmed." Zhang Yuan, "No problem, I just happen to be going to the stock exchange." "Please do as you please. I'll excuse you first." Lianping nodded slightly to Zhang Yuan and hurriedly left the office. If the copy information Zhang Yuan brought is true, then the level 70 Abyss boss who escaped a few days ago is likely to have fled to Xueer City. The previous abyssization of the novice copy is not a coincidence, and the newly discovered hidden copy is also very likely to be abyssized. If you don't get the Abyss dungeon strategy in time, the consequences will be disastrous. This kind of thing must be reported to the association's top management. Zhang Yuan didn't know that he had dropped an information bomb. While thinking about what rewards he would get, he walked towards the exchange to sell materials and purchased the number of times he could use the Destiny Star Array. 2 divine stones were exchanged for a level 3 Qishao refined weapon, which was comparable to a legendary weapon. It is said that legendary weapons can even bring some unexpected benefits to the wearer. However, legendary equipment is a secret to every professional, and Zhang Yuan doesn't know what the benefits are. Of course, he would soon find out. Chapter 20 I luckily passed. Coming to the exchange again, Zhang Yuan skillfully walked into a single room and opened the trading panel. This time, Zhang Yuan was not in a hurry to use the money, so he consigned all the materials in his storage space at the market price. Once the materials were sold, the exchange would automatically transfer the money to Zhang Yuan's account after deducting the handling fee. The 2 silver pieces of equipment I stole from a murderer sold for 100,000, and the miscellaneous materials added up to 20,000. That day's profit was 120,000. Combat professions really are profitable, but the costs are also high. Although Zhang Yuan earned more than 100,000 yuan after selling equipment materials, in fact, a primary skill scroll costs 100,000 yuan. He used 10 primary skill scrolls at once last night, and in the end he only got a 50% poison resistance passive. Although this combat profession makes money quickly, it also costs money like water, and that money has to be spent. Generally speaking, every professional can learn 3 professional-specific skills and 5 general skills before advancing to level 30. If a professional wants to acquire new skills, he can only rely on skill scrolls. Once a professional advances to level 30, he or she can no longer use primary skill scrolls. Therefore, if a professional wants to pursue the upper limit, he must learn 3 exclusive skills and 5 general skills before level 30. The number of primary skill scrolls required is a very scary number. Zhang Yuan's current savings are just a drop in the bucket compared to the money he needs to spend. Of course, this is not the time to think about these things. Zhang Yuan spent 2,000 yuan to purchase the right to use the Destiny Star Array twice, preparing to draw cards. I'm really looking forward to refining Qishao to level 3. Zhang Yuan saw the light on the display table and a small star array of destiny emerged. Excitement appeared in his eyes and he immediately took out the 2 divine stones and put them in. 2 consecutive draws. As the 2 divine stones turned into light spots and dissipated in the Destiny Star Array, a large number of cards rolled in it, and then the array glowed red. 2 red cards printed with scarlet swords flew out and finally transformed into 2 divine swords Qishao. Before Zhang Yuan could take action, the magic sword Qishao and the sword formation space automatically flew out and merged with the 2 newly drawn magic swords Qishao. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from Qishao, and Zhang Yuan seemed to hear the sound of a dragon's roar. The patterns on the Qishao sword became more refined, and the sword body began to glow with a faint light. Divine Sword Crimson Sky Exclusive Tier 3, Attack Power plus 3000, Critical Hit Rate plus 70%, Critical Damage plus 400%. If the holder's health reaches 0, it is forcibly reduced to 1 once per month. Automatically protects the owner. The holder is immune to psychic attacks. No equipment level limit. Artifact Quest, Clear 10 Abyss Dungeons 010. Note, one of the 10 great swords, protecting the master, exorcising demons, and cleansing the world. Artifact Quest? After reading about the abnormal properties of Qishao after refining to level 3, Zhang Yuan was attracted by the term artifact mission below. This was the first time he had seen such a thing as an artifact mission, and conquering 10 abyss dungeons was not an easy task. An ordinary professional may not encounter 10 abyssal copies in more than 10 years, let alone conquer them. However, the higher the difficulty of completing the task, the richer the task reward. And just by looking at the attributes given by Qishao, you can guess that the task reward must not be stingy. Looks like I'll have to go to the abyssal dungeon specifically from now on to complete the artifact quest as soon as possible and unlock the quest rewards. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Yuan put away Qishao and went out, only to see Lianping looking at Zhang Yuan with a smile on his face. Zhang Yuan was stunned. You finished the test so quickly? Lianping smiled and said, we have indeed found the copy you mentioned, and have sent people to seal off the surrounding area. Zhang Yuan, in that case, can I give you a reward? Lianping, we have distributed the rewards. You can check your account in the Adventurers Association. Zhang Yuan immediately opened the panel to check. Name, Zhang Yuan. Contribution, 10,000. Adventurer Association level, Silver Adventurer. Membership level, level 2. Is the reward so generous? Zhang Yuan was stunned to see that he not only had 10,000 contribution points, but also became a silver level adventurer and his membership level reached level 2. After professionals register with the Adventurers Association, their adventurer level will be assessed based on their contribution. From low to high, there are 7 levels: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, and god level. The higher the adventurer's level, the higher the level of the missions he can accept. It is said that when the adventurer's level reaches the platinum level, the Adventurers Association will also pay him a monthly allowance. There is no need to say much about the membership levels of the exchange. After level 2, you can purchase the Destiny Compass. The most important thing is that Zhang Yuan has not yet registered as an adventurer. Lianping smiled and said, I'm sorry, I took the initiative to help you register as an adventurer, mainly so that you can get all the rewards. Zhang Yuan, it's okay for you to register me as an adventurer. I'm planning to register later anyway, but I'm curious why the reward is so generous. As far as I know, a level 15 dungeon only has 1,000 contribution points, right? Even with a strategy guide, it can't be more than 10,000, right? In the Adventurers Guild, there are many things that cannot be bought with money, and the only way to purchase them is through contribution points. It is said that on the black market, the price of 1 point of contribution has even been hyped up to 100 yuan in cash. This is equivalent to Zhang Yuan reporting a copy, and the Adventurers Association directly rewarded him with 1 million. Lianping, let's go to the office and discuss this in detail. Your reward could be more than this. Could there be more? Zhang Yuan immediately became interested and followed Lianping back to the manager's office. As soon as he entered the office, Lianping took out a bottle of iced Coke from the refrigerator and placed it in front of Zhang Yuan, saying with a smile, have a drink, there's still plenty in the refrigerator. If it's not enough, I'll ask someone to buy more. Seeing the iced Coke in front of him, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ask Lianping, just tell me what you want to say. I'm not used to you being like this. Then I'll be frank. Lianping smiled at Zhang Yuan. We discovered that the Shadow Forest dungeon has become abyssal, and someone has successfully conquered it. I heard that you successfully cleared the Abyssal Novice Hidden Dungeon solo before. So, did you also clear the Abyssal Shadow Forest dungeon solo? Zhang Yuan looked confused and asked, could it be that someone else did it? Lianping saw Zhang Yuan lying with a serious face, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He reminded him, there is a clearance record for the dungeon. Currently, you are the only one who has the clearance record for the Shadow Forest dungeon. Is there anything else? Zhang Yuan said calmly, oh, I forgot to mention that the dungeon has indeed become abyssal. The corrupted scarecrow is very powerful. I was lucky enough to clear it. Is it really a fluke? Lianping's mouth twitched as he continued, actually, we also detected traces of the Abyss Archmage Odysius in the dungeon. That level 70 Abyss boss seemed to have become the final boss after becoming abyssal in that dungeon. Ahem. Zhang Yuan coughed, actually, I was just about to say that Odysius was also very strong, and I defeated him by luck. Not big brother. Lianping finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He suddenly jumped up, staring straight at Zhang Yuan, and said in a hurried tone, level 70 boss. That's a level 70 Abyss boss that wiped out our entire Dasha Vanguard team. How did you manage to defeat that monster at level 16? Zhang Yuan, strictly speaking, it's level 15. Chapter 21 President of the Adventurers Association. Lianping opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something impolite, but in the end, considering his identity, he swallowed the words back. After calming down, Lianping forced a smile on his face again and asked Zhang Yuan, can you tell me how you defeated the Abyss boss? Don't misunderstand me. I have no intention of exploring the secrets of your profession, nor do I bear any ill will towards you. It's simply because the Great Xueer Empire and our association urgently need information about that Abyss boss. Don't worry, as long as you can provide any useful information about Odysius, the Great Xueer Empire and the Adventurers Association will give you extremely generous rewards. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and decided to reveal some information about Odysius. Although doing so would expose his ability to be immune to psychic attacks, if he handed over the information about Odysius, the country, and the Adventurers Association would help him share most of the pressure. Odysseus is obviously a highly intelligent creature. The reason he failed last time was because of his arrogance in mental spells, which led to him only being able to use mental spells. Once Odysseus went back to learn skills of other attributes and then came to him again, Zhang Yuan felt that it would be difficult for him to survive on his own. Ideally, the country could get rid of Odysseus before he makes a comeback. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan said, I have the skill of being immune to mental attacks, and Odysseus only knew mental spells at the time, so he had no way to deal with me. Li Anping nodded. Well, your intelligence confirms the top brass's suspicions about the Abyss boss. Our vanguard team was wiped out because they lacked mental defense equipment. Zhang Yuan, your information is very useful. Do you have any other information about Odysseus? Zhang Yuan, Odysseus infiltrated the Great Xueer Empire on the king's orders. He wants to turn all novice dungeons into the Abyss, in order to wipe out all undeveloped geniuses of the human race. As soon as Zhang Yuan said this, Li Anping's expression changed slightly, and he asked in surprise, Are you sure? Zhang Yuan, Odysseus said it himself. The reason he attacked me was because I conquered an abyssal dungeon alone. He wanted to kill me before I could grow up. Li Anping's pupil shrank slightly, and he said in a lost voice, I see. No wonder the probability of novice dungeons everywhere becoming abyssal has increased so much. It turns out those monsters in the abyss want to dig up the roots of our Great Xueer. This matter must be reported as soon as possible. He seemed to have thought of something, and without caring about Zhang Yuan, he rushed out of the office. After a long while, Li Anping hurried back and said to Zhang Yuan excitedly, Son, you have really made a great contribution this time. Mr. Bai wants to see you and reward you personally. Old Bai? Zhang Yuan was stunned. Are you talking about the legendary wizard, Bai Zhenghua, the president of the Adventurers Association? Bai Zhenghua is a top-level warrior in the Great Xueer Empire. He once single-handedly blocked an army of Abyss at the entrance to the Abyss. His strength is so great that he is a figure written into textbooks. Ever since Zhang Yuan came here, he has often heard about Bai Lao's deeds. That's right, it's Chairman Bai. Li Anping patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder excitedly. You're really rich. Most people don't have the chance to meet him. Zhang Yuan was puzzled. He is in West Lake City? He can be anywhere. You'll know when you go there. Li Anping did not explain too much and took Zhang Yuan to a secret room. Mr. Bai is inside. Please go in. Aren't you going in? Zhang Yuan asked, turning around. Li Anping smiled and said, This is your reward. I won't join in the fun. Mr. Bai is very generous. If you have any requests, just ask. Go ahead. When Zhang Yuan heard Li Anping say this, he pushed the door open and walked into the room. Inside the door was a simply decorated, brightly lit room. In the center of the room stood an old man in a white robe. Strangely enough, Zhang Yuan could not sense anything when he was outside the door, but as soon as he entered the house, he felt an extremely terrifying aura from the old man, which made it difficult for him to breathe. President of the Adventurers Association. The pressure this old man exerted on him was even stronger than that exerted by the level 70 Abyss boss Odysius. Almost subconsciously, Zhang Yuan summoned Qixia to protect him, and at the same time used the Eye of the Abyss on the old man. Unable to detect target. Not surprisingly, Zhang Yuan could not get any information about the old man. The response has been great. Bai Zhenghua smiled at Zhang Yuan with satisfaction. Young people nowadays rarely have your level of vigilance. Seeing Bai Zhenghua's aura subsided, Zhang Yuan also took back Qixia and saluted Bai Zhenghua. Greetings, Master Bai. The sword you used just now is your special weapon, right? Bai Zhenghua asked with a smile. Exactly. Zhang Yuan answered frankly that at this point, there was no point in hiding it. I heard that when you were drawing cards to change your job, you got a hidden job with full life on the first draw. And only 3 days after your job change, you got a special weapon. Kid, your luck is incredible. Mr. Bai, it's all just luck, not worth bragging about. Luck is also part of strength. I hope the country can have more people as lucky as you. Bai Zhenghua was becoming more and more satisfied with Zhang Yuan. He reached into the air and a bottle of iced cola appeared. I heard from Li Anping that you like drinking cola. This is a drink I asked someone to make for you. Would you like to try it? Thank you, Mr. Bai. Zhang Yuan took the Coke without hesitation, opened the bottle cap and gulped it down. Taking God-level cola, the 4-dimensional attributes are permanently increased by 10. This is. Zhang Yuan saw that his four-dimensional attributes had been permanently increased by 10 points, and looked at Bai Zhangwei in shock. Ha, just a small gift for meeting you. I hope you like it. Bai Zhangwei smiled and then said, I was teleported here specifically for two things. First, I'll give you a reward. The information you provided was quite important. You could say it saved the lives of many young people in disguise. Secondly, I hope you can join the Abyss Raiders team. Abyss Raiders team? Zhang Yuan was stunned. Bai Zhangwei explained, in recent years, the trend of dungeons becoming abyssal dungeons has become increasingly serious. The number of elite professionals responsible for clearing abyssal dungeons has become insufficient, so our Adventurers Association has established an abyssal clearance group. Once you join this group, we won't force you to carry out any missions. We'll just drag you into a special chat group. That chat group will keep you updated with information about the abyssal dungeons in various locations. Group members from all over the world can also temporarily form teams in the group and choose to challenge the abyssal dungeons. Upon successful completion, the Adventurers Association will award extremely generous rewards to the challengers. I see. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. He already had a mission to conquer the artifact of the Abyss Dungeon. This Abyss conquering team was really like someone who wanted to take a nap and find a pillow. However, he didn't rush to agree at this time. He continued to ask, members who can join this kind of group should all be high-level elite professionals, right? Why did you choose me? Bai Zhangwei laughed and said, kid, although you hide it well, the aura you exude is very sharp. I can feel that many professionals who have advanced to level 30 are no match for you. If it comes to a life and death battle, even Lianping, who is level 40 outside, will die under your sword. Am I right? Zhang Yuan. Bai Zhangwei continued, with your strength, you are more than qualified to join the Abyss Raiders team. Of course, if you agree to join the Abyss Raiders team, I will give you additional rewards. Zhang Yuan, okay, I agree. Chapter 22 Abyss Raiders team. Good boy, not bad. Seeing Zhang Yuan agree so readily, Bai Zhangwei admired Zhang Yuan's character even more. In that case, I'll give you the reward first. First, the reward for providing key intelligence about Odysius is 10 primary skill scrolls and 100,000 contribution points to the Adventurers Guild. A light flashed in Bai Zhangwei's hand, and 10 basic skill scrolls appeared. Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank. He didn't expect the reward to be so generous. 10 primary skill scrolls would cost 1 million, and 100,000 contribution points would be worth tens of millions. Mr. Bai, isn't your reward too generous? Bai Zhangwei waved his hand and smiled, it's not much, not much. Compared to the losses your intelligence saved the country, this is just a drop in the bucket. Also, I have something else for you. Bai Zhangwei handed Zhang Yuan a crystal ball the size of a ping-pong ball. This is your reward for agreeing to join the Abyss Raiders team. If you're ever in danger, just crush this crystal ball, and I'll appear by your side and help you unconditionally. Zhang Yuan was shocked, if I crush this crystal ball, will you, Bai Lao, appear? Ha ha. Of course, even if Odysseus finds you again, you just need to crush this crystal ball, and Odysseus will die. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Zhang Yuan excitedly accepted the crystal ball. With this life-saving talisman, he would have enough confidence to deal with the Abyss boss the next time he came. Bai Zhangwei added, regarding joining the Abyss Raiders group, Lianping will invite you to join. I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. Zhang Yuan, goodbye, Mr. Bai. Come on, kid, the future belongs to you. Bai Zhangwei smiled with relief, and then a white light lit up under his feet, and the whole person disappeared. Space magic? Seeing that Bai Zhangwei had been teleported away, Zhang Yuan muttered something and pushed the door open to go out. Lianping had been waiting outside for a long time. When he saw Zhang Yuan come out, he immediately stepped forward and said, Old Bai just sent me a message saying that we should add each other as friends. I'll add you to the Abyss Raiders group chat group later. Zhang Yuan took out his communicator and added Lianping as his friend. Sorry for the trouble. No trouble. Lianping's face was bright at this time. Thanks to you, I have the opportunity to communicate with Mr. Bai. If you need anything in Shihu City in the future, just let me know. I can do everything I can for you. Zhang Yuan, I really have something I'd like to trouble managerly with. Can I exchange my association contribution points for a destiny compass for card drawing? Without the compass of destiny with him, he had to go to the exchange every time he drew a card, which was extremely troublesome. The most important thing is that privacy is also a big issue when drawing cards on an exchange. It would be fine if he drew the special weapon once or twice, but if he drew the special weapon every time, he would be targeted sooner or later. You know, every time a special weapon comes out, there is a lot of noise. Anyone with a slightly higher spirit nearby can keenly sense that someone has drawn a special weapon. Of course. Lianping replied with a smile, with your current contribution points, you can definitely buy a top-of-the-line destiny compass. Just ask, and I can immediately transfer any kind of destiny compass from the warehouse to you. Zhang Yuan, just give me the cheapest destiny compass. Those so-called high-end destiny compasses are nothing more than fancy craftsmanship, and then some monks or Taoists are invited to consecrate them, so that the card drawer has the illusion that their luck will be better if they draw cards with this high-end compass. Zhang Yuan doesn't need these fancy metaphysical things. He himself is absolute metaphysics. Seeing that Zhang Yuan only wanted the cheapest destiny compass, Lianping didn't continue to sell it. He smiled and said, "That's right. You're still in the novice stage. Contribution points should be spent on the most effective things. There's no need to get those fancy things." After saying that, Lianping took out a simple compass with a small magic circle engraved in the middle from his storage space. Although this compass looks too simple, it has all the functions of a destiny compass. This is the cheapest destiny compass. The market price is 1 million, which is 10,000 contribution points. I'll give you a discount and transfer 8,000 contribution points to you. Thanks. Zhang Yuan didn't care whether the destiny compass was second-hand or not. After transferring 8,000 contribution points to Lianping, he said goodbye to Lianping and left the Adventurers Association contentedly with the destiny compass. As soon as he walked out of the association's gate, Zhang Yuan received an invitation message from Lianping on his communicator. After clicking confirm, Zhang Yuan entered the chat group of the Abyss strategy team and received a bunch of messages. We're in the Mines Abyss dungeon west of Los Angeles. We're in need of a level 45 nurse. Any interested brothers and sisters nearby, please message me. In the Abyss dungeon in the forest on the eastern outskirts of Xinjiang, here comes a level 50 violent mage. The Fishman Island in the East China Sea has become abyssal. I need a level 60 paladin. I need a full set of epic equipment, preferably with the blessing and purification skills. As soon as Zhang Yuan entered the group, he felt like he had entered a vegetable market and was extremely uncomfortable. Shouldn't this Abyss Raiders team be solemn and sacred, filled with elites who are ruthless and taciturn? But now it seems that the situation is similar to that of an ordinary outdoor copy. If the group didn't have a real-time updated map of Abyss dungeons in various places, and if the required professional level wasn't quite high, Zhang Yuan would even suspect that he had joined the wrong group. Rabbit, at UNZ, hello, there's a new person here, say hello to everyone. Suddenly, a person with a beautiful queen profile picture and the ID Rabbit at Zhang Yuan. UNZ is the nickname of Zhang Yuan's social account. In this Abyss Raiders group, everyone's information is kept confidential, and no one knows who is who unless they meet offline. Zhang Yuan didn't want to have too much interaction with these strangers, so he changed his status to invisible, then opened the map to see if there was any Abyss-like copy suitable for him near Shihu City. The only 2 Abyss dungeons near Shihu City have already displayed their guides, and they were all completed by me. I guess I shouldn't think about conquering the Abyss dungeons anytime soon. I should focus on leveling up first and getting into Kyoto University first. Zhang Yuan didn't find a suitable Abyss copy near Shihu City. Just after he exited the group chat, he received a private message from Rabbit. Little brother, I see your IP address is in Shihu City. I happen to be nearby too. How about we make an offline appointment? I have a surprise waiting for you. Zhang Yuan glanced at the private message and immediately blocked Rabbit. The Abyss raiding group was a mixed bag, and he didn't trust anyone in it. Even if he wanted to raid the Abyss dungeon in the future, he would not turn his back to strangers, even if he had to take the risk of going solo. No one knows whether teammates fighting together will stab you in the back. Putting the information about the Rabbit behind his mind, Zhang Yuan left the city again. But this time he did not go to the west gate, but rushed to the east gate. There is a Luosha River to the east of Shihu City. There is a level 20 outdoor dungeon on the riverside. It is a treasure land for professionals in Shihu City to brush equipment materials. It is also the best place for Zhang Yuan to level up at present. He can directly brush to level 19 in that dungeon. If nothing unexpected happens. Chapter 23 Rakshasa River Dungeon. After leaving the East City Gate, Zhang Yuan walked east for several kilometers. Since the Luosha River dungeon is the most popular dungeon in Shihu City, Zhang Yuan didn't encounter many wild monsters along the way, and they were all cleared out by professionals. The dungeon portal is on a flat ground by the river. Many professionals are guarding the dungeon entrance, some waving flags and cheering, some holding signs. Looking around, they are all teams recruiting teammates. Normal difficulty, for people missing one, get in the car and go. Normal difficulty, missing a nurse, equipment and materials to be split equally, come quickly. Hard difficulty, we have both healers and mages, let's find a tank class. The nightmare team must pass, we need a support, preferably a formation master. The entrance to the dungeon was as busy as a vegetable market. Zhang Yuan walked straight to the dungeon portal and checked the dungeon information. This level 20 dungeon is divided into 3 difficulty levels, normal, hard, and nightmare. Generally speaking, at normal difficulty, you can easily pass the level with just one output, one meat shield and one nurse. The difficult difficulty requires a 4-person team. The healers must stand in 2 positions, and the remaining 2 positions must either be 2 output positions, or 1 output position and 1 auxiliary position. As for the nightmare difficulty, it usually requires a 5-person team. A tank and a nurse are indispensable, and there must be at least 2 outputs. The last position must have an assistant to buff teammates and debuff monsters, otherwise the tank will not be able to withstand it. While Zhang Yuan was checking the dungeon information, someone came up to him and said, "Brother, do you want to join us in the dungeon? I see you're a support, right? We're in need of a support. Our team plays nightmare. Equipment is rolled, and materials are split equally. Do you want to join us?" Although Zhang Yuan is only level 16, the profession of sword formation master is quite conspicuous, and everyone can realize that Zhang Yuan is not simple. After all, if you don't have some skills, you won't come to the Rakshasa River dungeon at level 16. No, I don't like forming teams. Zhang Yuan simply rejected the invitation to join a team, chose the nightmare difficulty, and teleported in directly. He's entered the dungeon. Level 16, entering a dungeon alone? Is he that arrogant? Even if it's a normal difficulty dungeon, he's courting death, right? Heck, he's really a newborn calf who's not afraid of a tiger. Just wait, it'll only take an hour, let's see if he can make it out alive. As Zhang Yuan entered the dungeon alone, many people outside the dungeon showed playful smiles. Most of the professionals here are veterans in their 20s. They are well aware of the difficulty of the Luosha River dungeon and do not believe that Zhang Yuan can clear the dungeon alone. At this time, outside the crowd, a woman in an assassin suit sat on a rock, tossing a dagger in her hand while looking at the dungeon portal with a playful look. What an interesting guy. Maybe he's the one I'm looking for. As soon as Zhang Yuan entered the dungeon, he was teleported to the bottom of the river, and his head was wrapped in a bubble filled with air. In front of Zhang Yuan, there was a huge underwater palace, with some shrimp soldiers and crab generals guarding the entrance of the palace. The air in the bubble is limited, and it looks like there's only enough for an hour. Either we clear the level within an hour, or reserve some air to get back to the entrance. Time is running out. Zhang Yuan instantly understood that this copy had a time limit and immediately walked towards the underwater palace in front, while using the Eye of the Abyss on the shrimp soldiers and crab generals at the door. Shrimp Soldier Elite. Level 20. Strength, 1500. Agility, 2000. Spirit, 500. Constitution, 1000. Skills, Intimidation, Whipping, Water Bomb. Crab General Elite. Level 20. Strength, 3000. Agility, 500. Spirit, 500. Constitution, 1000. Skills, Intimidation, Flanking, Collision. The attributes of the 2 elite monsters are already higher than those of the level 10 boss. No wonder Nightmare requires a 5-man team and support. Otherwise, with the power of these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, even a level 20 knight can't withstand a single blow. Zhang Yuan knew that time was running out, so he didn't waste any time. He directly deployed the sword formation and used Qishao to kill the 2 elite monsters. Successfully killed the shrimp soldiers, experience plus 3000. Successfully killed the crab general, experience plus 3000. Get shrimp tail 1, get crab claw 1. After easily killing the shrimp soldiers and crab generals guarding the gate, Zhang Yuan walked into the palace and found that there were even more shrimp soldiers and crab generals inside. Skill, Mental Storm. Seeing a large number of monsters gathering in the hall, Zhang Yuan used Mental Storm directly. All the monsters in the palace hall died suddenly. A large number of experience prompts appeared on the screen, and Zhang Yuan's experience bar directly increased by 20%. Cool. Zhang Yuan saw the monsters disappearing as quickly as in a puzzle game, and he felt inexplicably happy and continued to go deeper into the dungeon. However, there are 3 passages in this palace, and each passage has a large number of forks. The huge palace is like a maze and is extremely complicated. Zhang Yuan wandered around inside for half an hour, killed many small fry and reached level 17, but still couldn't find the boss room. I can't go on like this. Once the air runs out and I haven't found the boss yet, I'm afraid I'll suffocate to death. This dungeon has existed for many years. There should be a complete dungeon map on the market. I'll come back and challenge it once I get the map. To be on the safe side, Zhang Yuan did not go any deeper, but returned to the entrance of the dungeon along the same route. Do you want to give up challenging the dungeon? Yes. At this time, Zhang Yuan chose to give up the strategy copy without hesitation and teleport out. As Zhang Yuan appeared at the dungeon portal, he immediately attracted the attention of many people around him. This kid actually made it out alive. Could it be that he really cleared the dungeon solo? He's only been in there for 40 minutes or so. How could he possibly clear the dungeon? I doubt he could even defeat the minions at the entrance. He must have waited so long at the entrance before coming out just to save face. He's really just trying to be brave. No. Look at his level, he's already level 17. He must have killed a lot of monsters. He must have gotten lost in the palace and had to retreat. Really? This kid really has the ability to clear dungeons solo. This Luosha River dungeon is indeed complicated. I got lost the first time I went there. I should be able to get there a few more times. Zhang Yuan didn't care about what others said and walked towards Xueer City. This kind of outdoor dungeon is different from the novice dungeon. Each difficulty level has its own exclusive cooldown time. The cooldown time for the nightmare difficulty is 6 hours, so he has plenty of time to prepare what he needs. Suddenly, a woman stopped Zhang Yuan and asked, "Were you playing the nightmare game solo just now?" Zhang Yuan glanced at the woman dressed as an assassin, then walked around her and continued forward. The woman smiled and said, "I have information about the hidden boss of Luosha River. Are you interested?" Zhang Yuan paused and turned to look at the woman. Hidden boss? The woman glanced around, twirled her knife, and said to Zhang Yuan, "There are too many people here. Should we talk somewhere else?" Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss on the woman. Guan Xian, Shadow Assassin, level 22. After confirming the other party's occupation and level, Zhang Yuan nodded and said, "Okay." Chapter 24, because of the rush, everything was done in seconds. Guan Xian smiled and twirled the knife, bringing Zhang Yuan to a deserted place and stopped. "Let's do it here." As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Xian suddenly disappeared from the spot. Assassin skills, invisibility. The next second, Guan Xian appeared behind Zhang Yuan, but before she could activate her skills, an iron sword appeared out of thin air and was placed on her neck. So fast. When Guan Xian saw the iron sword on his neck, a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. Zhang Yuan turned around, looked at Guan Xian calmly, and said lightly, "If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I guarantee that your head will fall to the ground in the next second." Guan Xian quickly calmed herself down, put away the dagger, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I just want to test whether you are qualified to team up with me. If I bring a loser to attack the hidden boss, we might both lose our lives." Zhang Yuan, but from the current perspective, you look more like a waste. Guan Xian's mouth twitched. "You guy, you're not very old, but you have a very vicious mouth." Zhang Yuan put the iron sword back into the sword formation space and said, "Let's get down to business." What hidden boss? Is West Lake City full of people with your personality? Guan Xian muttered softly, then took out a coral key. This is the key I got when I killed the boss of the Luosha River dungeon. It can open a hidden door, and inside is a level 30 humanoid hidden boss. That hidden room is limited to 2 people, and their average level must be below 20. Zhang Yuan sneered, "The room is limited to 2 people, and the average level must be below level 20, yet the boss is level 30. How can such a dungeon exist? You wouldn't fool a fool like that." Guan Xian laughed and said, "That's because you're so ignorant. This kind of situation is actually very common in legend trials." Legendary trial? Those are secret missions scattered around the world. As long as you complete the trials, you'll receive extremely generous rewards. The lowest reward is an epic piece of equipment. If you're lucky, you might even gain special skills or awaken talents. How do you know this? Judging from your appearance, you must have just graduated from high school, right? Legendary Trial is a required course in every university. You will know it once you enter university. Zhang Yuan asked again, then how can you be sure that I can help you defeat the hidden boss? Intuition. Guan Xian pointed to his head with a smile, my intuition has always been very accurate. I feel that if I team up with you, we will definitely be able to pass the level. Zhang Yuan shook his head, I don't like taking risks. Your reason is not sufficient. Dull guy. Guan Xian couldn't help but complain about Zhang Yuan, then took out a scroll and handed it to Zhang Yuan, here, take this. Are you willing to try it with me after all? Zhang Yuan took the scroll and checked the information. City Return Scroll, can be used in a dungeon to forcibly leave the dungeon and return to the nearest main city. City Portal Scroll? When Zhang Yuan saw what Guan Xian handed over, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had seen this thing at the stock exchange. It was 100,000 yuan apiece, extremely expensive. He didn't expect Guan Xian to be so generous. Guan Xian, however, didn't take the city return scroll seriously at all and said, now that you have it, you can teleport back to the city immediately if you encounter danger. Your safety is guaranteed. You should be willing to give it a try, right? Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and felt that this was also an opportunity. He nodded and said, okay, I can team up with you to attack the hidden boss, but I just came out of the nightmare difficulty, so I have to wait for another 6 hours. That's okay. I have an item that can remove the dungeon's cooldown. Guan Xian invited Zhang Yuan to form a team. Don't worry, even though you're only level 17, we can split the spoils equally. After hearing what Guan Xian said, Zhang Yuan said nothing more, accepted the invitation to join a team, and returned to the Luosha dungeon portal with her. Guan Xian stood at the copy transmission port and took out something like a talisman. When the talisman flashed a light, Zhang Yuan received the copy confirmation information. The captain will challenge the nightmare difficulty of Luosha River Dungeon, is it confirmed? Confirm. Zhang Yuan did not hesitate and teleported into the copy with Guan Xian. Guan Xian turned to Zhang Yuan and said, it takes a lot of time for the two of us to fight these elite monsters. I know a small path that can avoid most of the elite monsters and lead directly to the boss room. No need, let's break through head on. I'll level up while I'm at it. Zhang Yuan said this lightly and walked straight towards the shrimp soldiers and crab generals at the door. Are you crazy? You will die if you break through head on. Guan Xian shouted hurriedly. Zhang Yuan did not respond. He summoned 10 iron swords and instantly killed the shrimp soldiers and crab generals at the door. He walked into the hall and used mental storm. Boom! A terrifying storm swept around, and then Guan Xian saw a large number of kill prompts, and he was stunned on the spot. This. She walked into the palace in a daze, looking at the empty hall, her mind blank. What's strange? Guan Xian pursed her lips and asked Zhang Yuan, what did you do? Farming monsters. Zhang Yuan's answer was so matter-of-fact that Guan Xian felt frustrated that she wanted to complain but couldn't find anything to complain about. Zhang Yuan turned around and urged, why are you still standing there? Lead the way, I don't have a map. Oh. Guan Xian came to her senses and immediately walked to the front and chose the door in the middle of the hall. On the way to the boss room, Guan Xian was completely stunned. All the elite monsters she encountered along the way were killed instantly by Zhang Yuan. Is this really the attack power that a level 17 should have? Guan Xian couldn't understand why, with the health of those elite monsters, even if she used her skill with the highest single target damage, she couldn't kill them instantly. But Zhang Yuan looks like he is using normal attacks, and the scariest thing is that his normal attacks seem to have splash damage. Suddenly, Guan Xian felt that his rare profession was a beggarly profession compared to Zhang Yuan's sword formation master. Guan Xian led the way, and Zhang Yuan killed instantly. It took them less than 10 minutes to reach the room of the dungeon boss. Guan Xian stopped outside the boss room and said to Zhang Yuan, I know you have a high attack power, but the boss inside is the final boss of the level 20 nightmare dungeon after all. I know its weakness. Help me pull it back, I'll go around. We have limited time, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Zhang Yuan interrupted Guan Xian and pushed open the door directly, only to see a giant snake over 10 meters long lying inside. Use Eye of the Abyss. Rakshasa King Snake Leader. Level 20. Strength 3200. Agility 4200. Spirit 2000. Constitution 6000. Skills: Whip, Bite, Venomous Coil, Venom Attack. Zhang Yuan murmured, 6000 physical fitness. Guan Xin hurriedly caught up, I told you not to be impulsive. This boss has a very high attack and a lot of health. Your small body can't withstand it. Shi Xiao. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and waved. Shi Xiao appeared out of thin air, turned into a red light, and pierced the head of the Rakshasa King Snake. Before the Rakshasa King Snake could even react, it let out a wail and fell to the ground with a bang. Successfully killed the Rakshasa King Snake, experience plus 42,000. Guan Xin obtains the equipment: Rakshasa King Snake Skin Armor, Rakshasa King Snake Fawn Venom Blade, and Rakshasa King Snake Crystal Core. Guan Xin saw the kill notification on the panel and the corners of her mouth twitched. Seconds? Chapter 25 Rakshasa King. Guan Xin stood there in a daze, looking at the empty boss room in a trance, thinking she was dreaming. Zhang Yuan turned around and said, the dungeon equipment and materials all fell into the captain's storage space. According to the agreement, we split them equally, right? Right. Guan Xin nodded subconsciously and took out the equipment and materials dropped by the boss. Rakshasa King Snakeskin Armor Gold, Defense plus 200, Agility plus 200, Poison Damage plus 20%, available at level 20. Rakshasa King Snake Fang Poison Blade Gold, Attack plus 200, Attack with Poison Attribute, Assassin Damage plus 20%, available at level 20. Rakshasa King Snake Crystal Core, Poisonous Material. After checking the equipment information, Zhang Yuan shook his head and said, these equipments are useless to me. Guan Xin suggested, I didn't contribute much in this dungeon, so the equipment should be yours. However, I really want these pieces of equipment. How about I buy these 2 pieces of equipment at the market price of gold equipment? Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows, how much? Guan Xin, a piece of gold-grade equipment starts at 1 million. These 2 pieces of equipment look like a set, so they're even more expensive. The crystal core is also a very expensive material. How about I give you 5 million for the whole set? 5 million? Zhang Yuan was stunned on the spot, so many? Seeing that Zhang Yuan didn't agree, Guan Xin thought that Zhang Yuan thought it was too little, so she said, I don't have much change with me this time. If you think it's too little, we can add each other as friends after we get out, and I'll transfer another 2 million to you later. Zhang Yuan came back to his senses and shook his head, saying, if we said we'd split it equally, it means we'll split it equally. 1 piece of equipment will go to me, and 1 piece of equipment will go to you. We'll each have half of the crystal core, and we'll cash it all in. Just give me 2.5 million. Puff. Guan Xin chuckled, you're really a weirdo. You don't even want the extra money. Zhang Yuan replied calmly, this is the principle. Besides, when we agreed to split the spoils equally, I never thought that you could contribute. Can't you, an idiot, say something nice? Guan Xion's face was filled with black lines. She couldn't help but complain about Zhang Yuan, and then said, 250 doesn't sound good. After the dungeon is out, I will transfer 3 million to you. Okay. After the two reached an agreement, Guan Xian took out the coral key, walked behind the copy teleportation exit, and pushed aside the water plants covering the wall. A coral door appeared in their sight. Guan Xian inserted the key into the coral door, and with a click, the coral door slowly opened. The strange thing is that although they are clearly at the bottom of the river, there is not a drop of water behind the coral door. All the water is isolated outside the door by an invisible force. It seems like there is another world in there. The moment the coral door opened, Zhang Yuan received a prompt. Ahead is the Rakshasa King's training ground. The dungeon limits the maximum individual level to no more than 25, and the average team level to no more than 20. Do you want to challenge it? Guan Xian turned around and asked, the hidden boss is inside. Are you ready? Come in. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. Guan Xian confirmed the challenge, and the two were directly teleported into an empty dojo. In the center of the dojo, there was a humanoid monster sitting cross-legged, wearing an evil ghost mask and red armor. Next to him, there was an unsheathed sword lying quietly. Noble, proud, and solemn. The monster exuded a king's aura from head to toe. Rakshasa King. Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss on it. Rakshasa King Hidden Boss. Level 30. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 10,000. Constitution, 10,000. Skills, Sword Flash, King's Pressure, Undying Will. Hiss. When Zhang Yuan saw the attributes of the Rakshasa King, he couldn't help but gasp. Not only does the Rakshasa King have a 4-dimensional attribute of up to 5 digits, but his skills also seem to be quite tricky. Zhang Yuan turned to Guan Xian and asked, "You've challenged this boss before, right? Do you have any information?" Guan Xian replied, "I've only challenged it once, and only made it past its first stage. In the first stage, it won't use weapons, but in the second, it will, and its attack desire and speed will increase significantly. Furthermore, its health will be locked during each stage, so it doesn't look like you can kill it by simply pumping damage. Is the mechanism weird?" Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. He had encountered the Shadow Scarecrow before and had some understanding of mechanical monsters. He was not surprised to learn that this Rakshasa King was a mechanical monster. "I'll go test the waters, and you'll scout the area nearby." Zhang Yuan stepped into the dojo, and the Rakshasa King, who had kept his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Only then did Zhang Yuan realize that the Rakshasa King was more than 3 meters tall, and the oppressive feeling was extremely strong. Qi Xiao. Zhang Yuan deployed a sword formation and summoned Qi Xiao behind the Rakshasa King, piercing the Rakshasa King's body. The Rakshasa King knelt on the spot, and then hot flames ignited all over his body, his skin turned red, and he stood up again, drawing his sword from its scabbard. Phase 2. Is this the second stage? Guan Xian was so shocked that her mouth opened wide when she saw Zhang Yuan knock the Rakshasa King down to the second stage with just one blow. You know, she had relied on her skills to beat the Rakshasa King for an hour in this dojo before she beat him to the second stage, but Zhang Yuan beat the boss to the second stage with just one normal attack? This huge gap made her feel ashamed. Seeing that the Rakshasa King had entered the second stage, Zhang Yuan did not give it a chance to attack, and controlled Qi Xiao to stab it again, but at this time a sword light flashed, and Qi Xiao was actually bounced away by the Rakshasa King's sword. Blocked my attack? Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. It was the first time that his attack was bounced away. Be careful. It's about to use a skill. Guan Xian didn't seem surprised by this situation and immediately reminded Zhang Yuan. At this moment, the Rakshasa King suddenly turned into a red light and rushed to Zhang Yuan. Skill, Sword Flash. The Rakshasa King swung his sword and Qi Xiao immediately appeared in front of Zhang Yuan, unfolding a red barrier and repelling the Rakshasa King's attack in time. Clang! The sound of 2 swords clashing was heard, and King Luosha retreated perfectly, easily removing the force of Qi Xiao's counterattack. Instead, Zhang Yuan, who was protected by Qi Xiao, lost a lot of physical strength. Although Qi Xiao has a passive skill to protect the master, it only protects Zhang Yuan from being stunned and does not reduce the damage of the attack. Even though Zhang Yuan's talent and equipment can reduce 90% of the damage, his physical fitness is only 705. Under the 10,000 strength of the Rakshasa King, even if it is 10% of the damage, the pressure he bears is not small, and he can't withstand a few hits. However, Guan Xian, who was outside the dojo, was shocked when he saw Zhang Yuan withstand the attack of the Rakshasa King without even taking a step back. He stared at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. What kind of pervert is this guy? High damage is fine, but how come his defense is also so high, and he has a domineering body? You know, even if she is level 22, if she is touched by the Rakshasa King, even if she can use the skill of deflecting the knife to reduce most of the damage, her physical strength will be exhausted in an instant, and she will have to use the scroll to return to the city to escape. But Zhang Yuan seemed to be fine at this time. This guy, is he really level 17? Chapter 26, Completing the Trial. Just as Guan Xian was shocked, Zhang Yuan suddenly asked her, "Guan Xian, do you know why the boss bounced off my attack?" Guan Xian came back to her senses and asked, "You don't know the perfect block?" Perfect block? That's an advanced technique for dealing with physical attacks. It requires finding the enemy's flaw the moment the attack arrives, and then defending. If successful, you can avoid the attack's damage and even cause the enemy to become paralyzed. Like the parrying in video games? Zhang Yuan had played quite a few video games, so he understood Guan Xian's explanation immediately. Guan Xian nodded. That's right, but the premise of a perfect block is that you can only defend for an instant. Therefore, this technique has huge benefits but also huge risks. Once a perfect block fails, you will receive the full amount of damage. When I was dealing with the Rakshasa King in its first phase, I used perfect block to slowly wear it down. But in its second phase, it was too fast. If I got hit, I would die. I didn't dare to try perfect block anymore. While Guan Xian was speaking, the Rakshasa king once again launched a sword flash, instantly appeared in front of Zhang Yuan, and swung his sword to chop him. Qi Shao. Zhang Yuan immediately controlled Qi Shao to stand in front of him and tried to block it perfectly, but the Rakshasa king was too fast and Zhang Yuan was completely unable to react, so the block failed. Clang! The Rakshasa king slashed Zhang Yuan with his sword. Zhang Yuan felt pain and had to summon other iron swords to force the Rakshasa king back. At the same time, Zhang Yuan controlled 10 flying swords to attack the Rakshasa king, but all of them were perfectly blocked by the Rakshasa king. Seeing that Zhang Yuan was also unable to defeat the Rakshasa king, Guan Xian couldn't help but say, "How about we retreat first, discuss a countermeasure, and then challenge again? Do you have any healing potion?" Zhang Yuan suddenly asked Guan Xian. Healing potion? Guan Xian was stunned for a moment, then took out 3 bottles of intermediate healing potions from the storage space and threw them to Zhang Yuan. This dungeon allows the use of 3 bottles of potions, but I will be killed instantly by the boss, so these potions will not be used. What are you doing here? Zhang Yuan, this Rakshasa king should only be defeated with a perfect block. I can withstand a few of his attacks, so I want to give it a try. With his current physique, he can withstand 3 attacks from the Rakshasa king. Combined with the continuous blood recovery passive of Constellation 3, he can withstand 4 attacks. 1 bottle of intermediate stamina potion can directly restore his stamina to full, 3 bottles of intermediate potions can restore his stamina 12 times, plus he can still withstand 2 more hits, so there are a total of 14 chances. If Zhang Yuan can master the trick of perfect blocking within 14 attacks, then he may not be unable to defeat this hidden boss. Guan Xian was shocked when she saw Zhang Yuan trying to perfectly block the Rakshasa king's second stage attack. Perfect blocking is related to strength and agility. The Rakshasa king is very fast. Can your agility keep up with it? I have my own way. Zhang Yuan replied briefly, then used attribute conversion to transform all his mental power into strength and agility. The next moment, Zhang Yuan's spiritual attributes returned to 0, while his strength and agility attributes became 1845 and 1770 respectively. All the flying swords fell down with a crackling sound. Zhang Yuan could no longer control the flying swords, but he felt that his strength and speed had increased significantly. Zhang Yuan held the Qishao sword, staring intently at the Rakshasa king not far away, and murmured, "Now I am a warrior, come on." The Rakshasa king seemed to sense Zhang Yuan's fighting spirit, and he also made a sword flower and took an offensive stance towards Zhang Yuan. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Zhang Yuan felt that the Rakshasa king under the evil ghost mask suddenly smiled. Skill, sword flash. The Rakshasa king used his skills again, turning into a red light and rushing towards Zhang Yuan. I can see clearly now. With his strength and speed greatly increased, Zhang Yuan was barely able to catch the Rakshasa king's movements and tried to block them perfectly. Block failed. The Rakshasa king stabbed Zhang Yuan with a sword, and Zhang Yuan's physical strength was immediately reduced to only 1/3. Then the Rakshasa king retreated gracefully, keeping a distance from Zhang Yuan. It's true. Seeing that the Rakshasa king retreated after 1 attack, Zhang Yuan further confirmed his guess. This hidden boss is a trial, and the content of the trial is perfect blocking. After a moment, Rakshasa king activated his skill again, and Zhang Yuan tried to block it perfectly again. Still failed, my physical strength is exhausted. Zhang Yuan immediately took out a bottle of intermediate healing potion and drank it, his physical strength fully restored. Come again. Rakshasa king used his skill again, and Zhang Yuan tried to block it perfectly again. The sword flashed and the block failed. The sword flashed and the block failed. In the dojo, Luosha king was like a strict master, and Zhang Yuan was the disciple who refused to admit defeat. The two of them kept repeating the moves and postures. Guan Xian outside the dojo was completely stunned. She had never expected that Zhang Yuan, who was only level 17, was actually using the Rakshasa king to practice perfect blocking. Clang! As Zhang Yuan drank the 3rd bottle of intermediate healing potion, he finally succeeded in a perfect block, deflecting the Rakshasa king's sword away. Zhang Yuan seized the opportunity, cancelled the attribute conversion, and controlled the Qishao sword to pierce the chest of the Rakshasa king. A red light passed through the body of the Rakshasa king, and his health bar dropped to the bottom, and he knelt on the spot. Win! Guan Xian was surprised to see Zhang Yuan successfully hit the Rakshasa king, but before she could congratulate him, the Rakshasa king suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful pressure, which shocked Zhang Yuan back. Skill, Undying Will. skill, king's pressure. The entire dojo began to shake violently. The Rakshasa king suddenly roared and stood up again. His heavy armor fell off, revealing his upper body covered with scars and explosive muscles. The Rakshasa king raised his arm, and the greatsword that had fallen far away quickly flew back into his hand, and at the same time, the sword body was ignited with hot flames. There are 3 more stages? Guan Xian saw that the Rakshasa king had stood up again, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly shouted to Zhang Yuan, if it really doesn't work, use the city return scroll. This challenge has unlimited times. There's no need to die here. However, Zhang Yuan did not respond to Guan Xian. He looked directly into the eyes under the evil mask of the Rakshasa king and understood that this 3rd stage was also the last trial of this legendary trial. Strength, skill, and the courage to face death. However, Zhang Yuan, who had the passive ability of the Qishao sword to avoid death, was not afraid at all. Bring it on. Zhang Yuan grinned. This time he did not use attribute conversion. Instead, he put all the flying swords into the sword formation space. After many times of practice, he has figured out the attack trajectory of the Rakshasa king. Even if you can't see Rakshasa king's movements clearly, you can still block perfectly by feeling by using the skill back panel and mastering the timing. At this time, the Rakshasa king got ready, then turned into a red light and rushed in front of Zhang Yuan, swinging his sword and slashing. 9 iron swords flew out in front of Zhang Yuan, one of which happened to hit the Rakshasa king's flaw, knocking the Rakshasa king's sword away. Shi Shao. A flash of red light passed by and pierced through the heart of the Rakshasa king. Successfully killed the Rakshasa king, experience plus 100,000. Obtain the equipment Rakshasa king mask. Obtain the heart of the Rakshasa king 1. Complete the legend trial and gain the skill, block intuition. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved the achievement first legendary trial, rewarded with awakening advanced talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the advanced talent, I am a legend. At the same time, the treasure chest after clearing the hidden copy appeared in the center of the dojo. Chapter 27 New Special Weapon. Past? Guan Xian looked at the numerous prompts flashing on her panel, feeling a little confused. Although Zhang Yuan completed this legendary trial alone, they were in a team state. Guan Xian also obtained basic experience rewards and the god-level skill of blocking intuition. At the same time, because she is the captain, the equipment and materials obtained from defeating the boss are also placed in her storage space. Guan Xian patted his face to calm himself down, then took out the equipment and materials he had obtained. Rakshasa King Mask Epic summons Rakshasa King to fight together. After Rakshasa King dies, he will recover in the mask. Rakshasa King's Heart Epic Material. 1 piece of epic equipment, 1 piece of epic material. Guan Xian couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the 2 items that King Rakshasa exploded. There is no need to say much about epic equipment, each piece is extremely precious, and epic materials are necessary materials for god-level blacksmiths to forge legendary equipment, and they are priceless. While Guan Xian was checking the equipment materials, Zhang Yuan was also checking his newly acquired talents and skills. Blocking intuition passive, the first block is guaranteed to be a perfect block. I am a legend, if there is a legend trial in the dungeon, the item to unlock the trial will definitely drop after clearing the dungeon. A passive conceptual magical skill. If used properly, it is equivalent to being completely immune to a physical attack, while also being able to deal a powerful blow to the enemy. A top-level talent. With this talent, you will never miss any legendary trials in the future. What a great harvest! Zhang Yuan couldn't stop smiling when he saw his new skills and talents. At this time, Guan Xian came up and handed both the Rakshasa King Mask and the Rakshasa King Heart to Zhang Yuan, saying, Zhang Yuan, take them. You fought through this battle entirely on your own. These 2 epic items should be yours. Zhang Yuan glanced at the Rakshasa King Mask and the Rakshasa King Heart, but in the end he only took the Rakshasa King Mask. I said, since we agreed to split it equally, then we should split everything equally, not distribute it according to contribution. Guan Xian was surprised. Do you know how much an epic item is worth? This Rakshasa King's Heart is worth tens of millions at least. Zhang Yuan shook his head firmly. 100 million should be yours. This is a principle, not the amount of money. Besides, without the hidden key you provided, the information about the perfect block, and the 3 healing potions, I would not be able to defeat the Rakshasa King. You guy. I really underestimated you. Guan Xian's eyes when looking at Zhang Yuan changed completely at this time. When Zhang Yuan insisted on dividing the gold equipment equally, she felt that the price of the gold equipment alone was not enough to shake Zhang Yuan's principles. And now Zhang Yuan wants to divide even the epic items equally, which makes Guan Xin re-understand Zhang Yuan. You know, even many close friends or lovers will stab each other in the back for an epic piece of equipment. Thinking of this, Guan Xin shook his head and smiled, then put the Rakshasa King's heart back into his storage space and said, "In that case, I will not refuse it. I have to say, although you're a bit dull, you're pretty reliable." "Thanks for the compliment." Zhang Yuan put away the Rakshasa King mask and walked towards the treasure chest in the center of the dojo. The previous one was the reward for defeating the boss, and this treasure chest is the reward for completing the Rakshasa River dungeon. The equipment and materials obtained by defeating the boss are directly given to the team leader, who then distributes them. However, the treasure chest rewards for the first clearance of the dungeon are unique to each person. Guan Xin has already completed the Luosha River dungeon, so this time the treasure chest belongs exclusively to Zhang Yuan. Open the treasure chest. Obtain God's Stone 1. Obtain 5 primary skill scrolls. As Zhang Yuan obtained the reward, the treasure chest in the dojo disappeared, the copy teleportation exit appeared, and the two were teleported out. Outside the dungeon, Guan Xin breathed in the moist, fresh air with satisfaction, then directly transferred 3 million to Zhang Yuan's exchange account. She smiled and said, "This is truly a pleasant collaboration. Let's add each other as friends on the communicator. Is there a chance to work together again in the future? Let's talk about it later." Zhang Yuan did not agree to Guan Xin's request and directly withdrew from the team without looking back. Hey! You just took the money and left. Is this how you treat women?" When Guan Xin saw Zhang Yuan leaving without saying goodbye, she was immediately furious. She was about to chase after Zhang Yuan to ask for an explanation, but she stopped and watched Zhang Yuan leave. "You're definitely going to get into Kyoto University, right? Ha ha. You can't escape my clutches." Guan Xin chuckled, twirled the dagger between her fingers, whistled, and left in the other direction. After Zhang Yuan and Guan Xin parted ways, they went straight home. On the one hand, he is already level 18, and now is only the 3rd day of his job change. Even if he works hard for 3 days and rests for 2 days, he can still reach level 19 in a month. Leveling up is no longer his most important thing at the moment. On the other hand, he had been out for several days. Although the rapid upgrade made him not feel any fatigue, he had not taken a shower after fighting for several days and his body already smelled. Grandma and Aunt were not at home, so Zhang Yuan washed up at home, changed into a clean and refreshing set of clothes, then sat on the sofa in the living room, took out the destiny compass and 15 skill scrolls. "I didn't expect to get another divine stone so soon. If this trend continues, I will be able to obtain a full-level special weapon before the college entrance examination." Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, but he did not rush to draw cards. Instead, he used the primary skill scroll first. 15 skill scrolls were thrown down. Gain repeated skills and improve skill proficiency. Toxin resistance level 10, gain 100% poison resistance. This 6. Zhang Yuan saw that he had used 15 primary skill scrolls and had maxed out his poison resistance. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't figure out how much he was afraid of poison. "That's all. I've only awakened one skill repeatedly. In a sense, it can be considered a blessing." Zhang Yuan smiled helplessly, picked up the compass of destiny again, and took out the newly obtained divine stone. Although Zhang Yuan had drawn cards many times, this was his first time using his destiny compass to draw cards, and he felt inexplicably excited at this moment. A Qishao refined to level 4 is already considered a divine weapon, right? Zhang Yuan muttered and placed the God Stone into the compass of destiny. The compass began to rotate, and the magic circle on the compass lit up. Countless cards rotated in the magic circle, and finally a red card flew out. "Come out. My Qishao." Zhang Yuan shouted immaturely, and then a blue sword flew out from the card. A large amount of water vapor was surging around, and Zhang Yuan seemed to hear the sound of waves. Divine Sword Zhanlu. Exclusive level 1 Divine Sword Zhanlu, attack plus 1000, damage plus 100%, automatically protects the owner, and makes the holder immune to water attribute attacks. No equipment level restrictions. Note, one of the 10 great swords, protecting the master, exorcising demons, and cleansing the world. Ha! Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw the new special weapon. It turns out, you can have more than one special weapon? Chapter 28 Military Chief, Wan Chang'an. Zhang Yuan saw that his new special weapon also had the notes of the 10 major swords, and suddenly had a terrible guess. He has 10 special weapons. Other professions only have one specialized weapon. I've never heard of anyone having multiple specialized weapons, but I have 10. Then in the later stages, if all 10 of my special weapons are fully refined, won't that mean I can possess 10 divine weapons at the same time? When Zhang Yuan thought of this possibility, his breathing became much faster. As long as it is a divine weapon, it has the power to destroy the world. Even those who have entered the god-level professions and possess divine weapons are very few. This hidden profession, combined with absolute luck, has enormous potential. Boom boom boom. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Zhang Yuan immediately put Zhanlu into the sword formation space and went to open the door. He saw Xia Chaoyang standing at the door with a smile on his face. I remember you. You were the captain of the guard at that time. Zhang Yuan recognized Xia Chaoyang at a glance and said, sorry, I have decided to apply to Kyoto University. Don't worry, I'm not here to stop you from applying to Kyoto University. Xia Chaoyang smiled at Zhang Yuan. When I got back that day, I reported your situation to the Supreme Command. The commanders took you very seriously and held 3 consecutive days of meetings. They decided to make an exception and allow you to join the Qianlong detachment as a non-staff member. This way, you can continue to apply for university. Qianlong detachment? That's a secret special forces unit in our country. Those who can join the Qianlong detachment are the elite among the elite. Zhang Yuan, what are the benefits of joining the Qianlong detachment? Xia Chaoyang, as long as you join the Qianlong detachment, the military will be your biggest backing. No one in the entire Great Xia will dare to bully you. In addition, all the military's resources will be tilted towards you. From now on, you will not only be able to enjoy the resources of Kyoto University, but you will also be eligible to obtain our military's unique copy resources, equipment, and various intelligence. You are the first person who can enjoy the resources of both the university and the military at the same time. Zhang Yuan, then what do I need to do? There is no free lunch in the world. Since the military has given him corresponding benefits, he also needs to bear corresponding responsibilities. After all, the Daxia National Defense Army is not a private force, its duty is to defend the country. Xia Chaoyang, I won't hide this from you. After you join the Qianlong detachment, you will need to carry out military missions. Of course, after all, you are still a novice, and the military is still focusing on training. In the early stages, it will basically be training missions, which will not affect your status as a Kyoto University student. Even in the later stages, as a special soldier, the military will not assign you ordinary tasks. You will become the sharp sword of the empire. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment, then remembered his grandmother's special merit badge. If it were his grandmother, she would definitely hope that he could serve the country. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. Okay, I agree to join the Qianlong detachment. Good boy, I knew you would agree. Xia Chaoyang suddenly became excited, patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder heavily, and said, by the way, to join the Qianlong detachment, in addition to the headquarters recommendation, you also need to pass the Qianlong detachment's trial. You should level up well these days. When you reach level 15, I will take you to participate in the Hidden Dragon trial. With your strength, you will definitely pass it. After that, you will officially join the Hidden Dragon detachment with the rank of Major. Zhang Yuan, then I can go and take part in the trial. You've reached level 15? Xia Chaoyang was stunned. Weren't you only level 12 the day before yesterday? Then, Xia Chaoyang cast a detection spell at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Formation Master, level 18. Level 10, 18? Xia Chaoyang's eyes almost popped out. How did you do that? You know, even Kyoto University, which ranks first in Daxia, only requires students to reach level 19 within a month, but Zhang Yuan reached level 18 within 3 days. This is totally unprecedented. Zhang Yuan replied calmly, I cleared another abyss dungeon and gained a lot of experience. Then I cleared the nightmare difficulty Rakshasa River dungeon and reached level 18. Are you the one who cleared the Shadow Forest abyss dungeon? Xia Chaoyang seemed to have heard something incredible, his eyes almost popping out of his head. I heard that the level 70 abyss boss Odysius appeared in that dungeon and was even defeated. Could that be your doing as well? Zhang Yuan was surprised. I have already reported this to the Adventurers Association, don't you know? The Adventurers Association and the National Defense Force are 2 different units. We don't share all our intelligence. Xiao Qiang explained to Zhang Yuan, then held his forehead with his hand and said, "No, I need to slow down. This news is too explosive." Xiao Qiang paced back and forth at the door for a few steps, then said to Zhang Yuan, "I have to report this to the headquarters. Please wait a moment." "Excuse me." After saying that, Xiao Qiang left in a hurry. After a while, Xiao Qiang hurried back and said to Zhang Yuan excitedly, "Zhang Yuan, this is great news. The god of war wants to see you in person. Come with me to the military region." "Wan Zhanshan?" Zhang Yuan was stunned. "Who? Don't you know the god of war Wan Chang'an?" Xiao Qiang was stunned for a moment, then replied, "He is a legendary figure in our great Xia Empire. He is not only the supreme leader of our national defense forces, but also a god-level warrior. There are no more than 10 people in the great Xia Empire with higher status than him. He is definitely a big shot. Even I've only seen him on the news, but he's the idol of all our soldiers. Oh, let's go." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, without much emotional fluctuation. With his profession as a sword formation master, he is confident that he can climb to the top of the world in the near future. Seeing that Zhang Yuan's expression did not change, Xiao Qiang could not help but admire Zhang Yuan even more. He then drove with Zhang Yuan to the city defense army base in Shihu City. Wan Chang'an has been teleported from Kyoto to Shihu City via the teleportation array and is currently waiting at the Shihu City Defense Force headquarters. At this time, the city defense army was on extremely tight alert. Xiao Qiang took Zhang Yuan through numerous checkpoints and came to the outside of the headquarters, only to see 2 tall soldiers standing outside the door. Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss to investigate and found that the 2 soldiers at the door were both level 60 elite professionals. What a grand ceremony! Zhang Yuan sighed inwardly. At this moment, Xiao Qiang stepped forward, saluted, and reported loudly, "Report to the commander, Zhang Yuan has been brought here. Bring him in." A powerful voice came from the headquarters. Xiao Qiang suppressed his excitement and whispered to Zhang Yuan, "Boy, let's go in. This is a great opportunity for you. You must seize it." Zhang Yuan nodded calmly and walked into the headquarters, where he saw several soldiers in dark green uniforms standing inside. Among them was a middle-aged man who exuded an incomparable terrifying aura from head to toe. The first time Zhang Yuan saw the middle-aged man, he knew that he was Wan Chang'an, whose strength was no less than by Zhenghua. "I'm afraid that even if the Abyss boss Odysius is here, he can't withstand a slap from Wan Chang'an." Wan Chang'an just turned around, and his sharp gaze made Xiao Qiang's legs go weak. Seeing Zhang Yuan standing still, Wan Chang'an nodded slightly, "Not bad." As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Chang'an suddenly raised his hand, and a sharp sword appeared out of thin air, turning into a golden light and stabbing towards Zhang Yuan, and the terrifying power swept around. "Qi Shao." Zhang Yuan uttered a soft sound, and Qi Shao appeared out of thin air. Skill, block intuition. Clang. Wan Chang'an's sword was deflected by Qi Shao. The headquarters suddenly fell into deathly silence. Chapter 29 Wind Riding Boots. At this moment, everyone was stunned, including Wan Chang'an. No one could have imagined that Zhang Yuan, who was only level 18, could perfectly block Wan Chang'an's attack. This is so fucking exaggerated. Zhang Yuan, you? Xiao Qiang's face was pale. He stared at Zhang Yuan blankly, his mind blank. At this moment, Wan Chang'an was a little overwhelmed. He originally wanted to test Zhang Yuan's reaction. If Zhang Yuan could remain calm in the face of a crisis, he would praise Zhang Yuan and give him a reward to improve Zhang Yuan's favor. But he never expected that his sword would be knocked away by Zhang Yuan. Although Wan Chang'an knew that Zhang Yuan must have used some skill that would guarantee a perfect block, with so many subordinates watching him, he couldn't make excuses for himself. Ahem. Wan Chang'an coughed twice to ease the awkwardness, then nodded to Zhang Yuan and said, "Good boy, you are really good. You can actually block my sword. No wonder Lao Bai praised you so much. I just used a skill that is sure to block successfully. It was all luck, it doesn't count for much." Zhang Yuan bowed slightly and replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. "I see." Xiao Qiang, who was standing by, breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Zhang Yuan's words. The majestic image of Wan Chang'an in his mind almost collapsed. At this time, everyone else in the headquarters also had an expression of sudden enlightenment on their faces. That's true, if it weren't for his skills, Zhang Yuan would have no way of blocking Wan Chang'an's sword. Seeing Zhang Yuan's proactive explanation, Wan Chang'an helped him regain his face. He became more and more satisfied with Zhang Yuan. He immediately took out a pair of boots from his storage space and handed them to Zhang Yuan. Although you relied on your skills to block my sword, your performance has far exceeded my expectations. I have had these boots for many years, and now I give them to you. When the others around saw Wan Chang'an actually gave the boots to Zhang Yuan, their expressions changed and they exclaimed in surprise, "Chief, This is my decision, don't say anything." Wan Chang'an interrupted the others and said, "Everyone, go out. I want to talk to this kid alone." When everyone heard Wan Chang'an say this, they stopped talking, just cast envious glances at Zhang Yuan, and then left the headquarters together. Zhang Yuan took the boots and checked the information. Wind Rider boots legendary, strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, spirit plus 1000, constitution plus 1000, reduces wind damage by 50%. The wearer gains the skill Ride the Wind. Available at level 15. Ride the Wind, after using the skill, movement speed increases by 100%. Legendary equipment? Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly when he saw the attributes of the wind riding boots. He looked at Wan Chang'an in shock. This is too valuable. Wan Chang'an waved his hand and smiled. This is a piece of equipment I acquired early on. It's been with me for over 20 years, but I no longer have any use for it. Giving it to you will allow it to shine again. This is a token of my love, so please don't refuse. That's okay. Zhang Yuan was no longer polite and put on the wind riding boots immediately. He immediately felt a lot lighter, as if he could jump into the sky with one jump. Not bad, it suits you well. Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile and continued, Zhang Yuan, do you know why I want to meet you in person? Zhang Yuan, isn't it because of Captain Xiao's report? Wan Chang'an, that's just one aspect, but it's not the main reason why I decided to meet you in person. Are there other reasons? Zhang Yuan was stunned. Wan Chang'an said in a deep voice, your grandmother was my teacher, and your parents were once my subordinates. Zhang Yuan's pupil shrank slightly. Is there such a thing? I've never heard grandma say that. Wan Chang'an, after she retired, she stopped discussing military affairs. Ever since your parents disappeared, she even refused to see me. It's not just you. Most people in the military don't know that I once had a teacher. However, this is not what I want to tell you today. What I want to talk about is about your parents. My parents. Zhang Yuan's heart moved. Although he had not seen the host's parents since he traveled through time, because of the host's influence, he also had some strong feelings for these parents whom he had never met. He was an orphan in his previous life, and in this life, he longs for and has parents who love him. Wan Chang'an nodded slightly and said, your parents were once elite members of the Qianlong detachment. They had an accident while conquering an abyss dungeon and disappeared. We sent troops to search the area around that dungeon for a whole month, but there was no trace of them. Zhang Yuan came back to his senses and said, I know this. Wan Chang'an added, but recently, we have news about your parents. Found them? Zhang Yuan looked surprised. Wan Chang'an nodded, yes, someone found their traces on the front line of the abyss, but they seem to have become the boss of the abyss. My parents became the boss of the abyss? Zhang Yuan's surprise turned into shock on the spot. Wan Chang'an, I haven't told the teacher about this yet, but I feel it's necessary to tell you. The abyss is becoming increasingly turbulent. The fact that your parents have become abyss bosses is extraordinary, and it may even involve you. Zhang Yuan fell into deep thought, then said to Wan Chang'an, Commander, can I ask you a favor? If you have any news about my parents, please let me know as soon as possible. Wan Chang'an, yes, that's what I meant. But I hope you won't tell the teacher about this. I'm afraid that if she hears the news, she will rush directly to the front line of the abyss. The situation there is not peaceful now, and the teacher is no longer fit to fight. Yeah. Zhang Yuan nodded. Okay, now that we've finished our personal matters, it's time to get down to business. Wan Chang'an took out a specially made dark green military uniform from the storage space and handed it to Zhang Yuan. I originally wanted to personally test whether you are qualified to join the Qianlong detachment, but from now on, it seems that there is no need for a test. This is the uniform of the Qianlong detachment. Try it on. Zhang Yuan took the military uniform and put it on quickly. Zhang Yuan, who already had a tall and straight figure, became even more heroic after putting on the military uniform. Good. Wan Chang'an nodded with satisfaction, and suddenly shouted loudly and seriously, Major Zhang Yuan. Arrive! Zhang Yuan stood up straight and replied in a strong and powerful voice. Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Yuan, who was standing upright, as if he saw the two subordinates he was once most proud of. He couldn't help but smile and said gently, "Welcome to join the Qianlong detachment." Chapter 30 Skill Training Hall. After granting Zhang Yuan the military rank, Wan Chang'an teleported away with his personal guards. As the commander-in-chief of the Great Xia National Defense Army, Wan Chang'an was busy with important tasks. It was already the limit for him to take out a short period of time to meet with Zhang Yuan. After Wan Chang'an left, Xia Chaoyang took Zhang Yuan to the military canteen for dinner, and introduced Zhang Yuan to the situation in the army and the many benefits for the soldiers. When Xia Chaoyang mentioned the Skills Training Hall, Zhang Yuan was particularly curious and asked, "What is the Skills Training Hall?" The Skill Training Hall is where our soldiers improve their skills. The efficiency of practicing skills here will be greatly improved. The Skill Training Hall is a facility unique to our army and cannot be found anywhere else. Improve skill level? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He is already level 18, but his sword formation and sword control skills are only level 3, and he doesn't know when he will be able to reach the next level. If the Skill Training Hall can improve his skill level, it will be a huge leap in his combat power. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to ask, "Can I go to the Skills Training Hall?" "Of course, this is your benefit." Xia Chaoyang smiled, "But we only have a basic skill training hall here, which can quickly increase your skill level to level 5 at most. If you want to use a more advanced skill training hall, you can only report to the Qianlong detachment in Kyoto. It's great to be able to reach level 5. Zhang Yuan replied in surprise, "My skills are only level 3 now, and reaching level 5 will be a huge improvement." "Well, I'll take you there after we finish eating." "Okay." Zhang Yuan swept away the food on the plate like whirlwind, and then followed Xia Chaoyang to an independent cube building. Xia Chaoyang turned to Zhang Yuan and said, "After you go in, the skills training hall will teleport you to a separate, sealed room. You can't get out until the training is completed or you give up. You have to be mentally prepared for this. But you don't have to worry about eating, drinking, defecating, or urinating. The training hall is fully equipped, and nutritious meals are prepared by a dedicated staff every day." "Thank you for letting me know." Zhang Yuan thanked Xia Chaoyang and then walked into the skills training hall impatiently. The soldiers outside the skill training hall saw Zhang Yuan enter and asked Xia Chaoyang with a smile, "Captain Xia, how long do you think that kid can last in the training hall?" Xia Chaoyang held up 5 fingers and said confidently, 5 days. The soldier was surprised and asked, "He's still a student, right? Wouldn't he go crazy after spending 5 days in that damn place?" Xia Chaoyang smiled slightly, "He is the future hope of our empire, so he does have this ability. If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Let's bet." While Xia Chaoyang was making a bet with the soldiers, Zhang Yuan had already been teleported into a small room of 50 square meters. The space is neither too big nor too small, enough for training. "Welcome to the Primary Skills Training Center. Do you need a customized training package?" As soon as Zhang Yuan came in, he heard an AI-synthesized intelligent female voice. "Can you also customize a training package?" A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Everything here was new to him, and he immediately answered yes. Then, Zhang Yuan felt a strange light wave scanning his body. Scan completed. Currently upgradable skills are Sword Formation Level 3, Sword Control Level 3, and Attribute Conversion Level 1. Training 16 hours a day means the estimated upgrade time is 20 days. Would you like to start training? So long? When Zhang Yuan heard about the time required to upgrade his skills, he finally understood why Xia Chaoyang suddenly mentioned eating, drinking, defecating and urinating in the training hall. It turned out that the battle line was so long. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment. There were still 27 days before the National College entrance examination. He was already level 18. Even if he trained in this training hall for 20 days, he still had a week to level up. Even if he continued to solo the Luosha River dungeon, it would be enough time to reach level 19. As for the 16 hours of training every day, with his current mental strength of over 3,000, it should not be difficult to stick to it. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan took out his communicator and sent messages to his grandmother and aunt, explaining his current situation and that he would not be returning home within 20 days. After all, he is not alone. If he suddenly disappears for 20 days, grandma and aunt will be worried. After reporting to his family, Zhang Yuan chose to start training. The next moment, a training wooden figure rose from the center of the room. Training begins. First, use the sword formation skill, then use the flying sword skill to attack the wooden man. Repeat 100 times. As the AI voice gave the training plan, Zhang Yuan also began to deploy the sword formation, summoning 10 iron swords from the sword formation space to attack the wooden man in the room. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Zhang Yuan felt that he was more adept at using sword controlling skills in this room than outside. Soon, after 100 training sessions, Zhang Yuan tried to control the iron sword again and found it was a little smoother. It seems to be more efficient than training in the wild. Zhang Yuan tasted the sweetness and immediately became full of motivation and began to practice his skills continuously. The training intensity in the skill training hall was much greater than Zhang Yuan had imagined. When he finished the first day of training, he was almost exhausted. He didn't even have the energy to wash up and fell asleep directly. Although the training here is intense, the results are gratifying. On just the first day, Zhang Yuan's sword controlling skill level has risen to level 4. The next morning, Zhang Yuan, who was still in a sweet dream, was awakened by a basin of cold water. Then he was horrified to see a robotic arm holding a basin of water extending from the ceiling of the training hall. Training begins on the second day. Use the sword control skill to attack the wooden man 1,000 times. Zhang Yuan listened to the emotionless AI voice, then looked at the wooden figure that appeared in the center of the room. He couldn't help but wonder, is this a skills training hall or a prison? The AI voice sounded again, please start training within 10 seconds. Otherwise, it will be deemed as giving up training. This skill training hall will be closed and will no longer be open to you. Who wants to give up? I'm determined to upgrade my skills to the maximum. Zhang Yuan was immediately aroused by his competitive spirit, and he directly summoned his flying sword and began high-intensity repetitive training. During these 20 days, Zhang Yuan ate, drank, defecated, and urinated in this training hall. He ate when he was hungry, slept when he was tired, and continued training when he woke up. He kept repeating skill exercises mechanically to improve his skill proficiency. As Zhang Yuan's skill level continued to rise, he gradually realized that nothing can be accomplished overnight. Even if he has a powerful profession and skills, the only way to become stronger is to keep training. Gradually, Zhang Yuan became addicted to practicing his skills. 20 days passed in a flash. Zhang Yuan ran around the room, leaving an afterimage. Finally, he stopped abruptly in the center of the room and pressed the middle button. Congratulations on completing this training package. This skill training hall can no longer improve your skill level. If you want to continue improving, please go to the advanced skill training hall. The AI voice sounded, and Zhang Yuan checked his skill information. Skill, sword formation level 5, deploys a sword formation, continuously consuming mental power. Within a 50-meter radius, critical hit damage increases by 140%. Sword control level 5, control a flying sword and attack from mid-air. The power depends on the quality of the sword, your own mental strength, and skill level. Attribute conversion level 5, within the sword formation, you can convert your mental power into strength, agility, and constitution, with the conversion amplified by 5 times. It's finally over. Zhang Yuan smiled with relief when he saw that all 3 of his skills had been upgraded to level 5. It actually took him 3 days to upgrade his sword formation and sword controlling skills to level 5, and he spent the rest of the time practicing the attribute conversion skill. In order to practice this skill, he has to exercise intensively, which is equivalent to doing an enhanced triathlon in the training hall every day. Before Zhang Yuan entered the skills training hall, he didn't have any abdominal muscles, but when he came out, he already had 6 abdominal muscles. You can imagine the intensity of this training. When Zhang Yuan left the training hall, he saw a group of soldiers gathered outside, and all of them looked at him with admiration. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuan was stunned. He looked at Xia Chaiyang, who was also waiting outside, and asked, "What's going on? Why are you all here?" At this moment, Xia Chaiyang couldn't help but give Zhang Yuan a thumbs up. "Boy, you're really awesome. You can actually stay in the training hall for 20 days. Zhang Yuan was surprised. What's wrong with staying for 20 days? Isn't that a customized training package? Xia Chayan looked at Zhang Yuan as if he were a freak and said, "Do you know that before you, the longest training record in this training hall was 7 days? You're pretty awesome, you know that?" Zhang Yuan, huh? Chapter 31 Secret Realm Instance. After listening to Xia Chaoyang's words, Zhang Yuan realized that he seemed to have done something extraordinary. But he has already persevered, so there is no point in talking about it anymore. Zhang Yuan changed from his military uniform back into his casual clothes, said goodbye to Xia Chaoyang, and rushed to the Luosha River copy in the east of the city without stopping. There is only 1 week left before the college entrance examination. He has to reach level 19 before the exam, otherwise he will not even be eligible to take the entrance exam for Kyoto University. Zhang Yuan once again came to the Luosha River dungeon, but saw Li Xueer standing at the dungeon entrance. Zhang Yuan immediately stepped forward to greet her. "Xueer, are you here to clear the Luosha River dungeon as well?" "Idiot. I finally got you." When Li Xueer saw Zhang Yuan finally appear, she immediately clenched her fist and punched him in the chest. "Where have you been these days? I couldn't contact you at all, and I couldn't find you at your house. I spent a lot of time asking around before I even found out you'd appeared in the Luosha River dungeon. I'm going to practice my skill level." Zhang Yuan didn't mention his joining the Qianlong detachment, brushing off the topic and replying, "What do you want from me?" Li Xueer glanced at Zhang Yuan complainingly, "Can't I just look for you when there's nothing wrong? It's been so many days, and you haven't even called me? I thought you were concentrating on leveling up, so I didn't disturb you." Zhang Yuan made up a lame excuse. "Forget it, you idiot can't come up with a better excuse." Li Xueer rolled her eyes and didn't dwell on the matter any further. Instead, she asked, "How have your levels been progressing these days? Are you confident you can get into Kyoto University?" When Zhang Yuan heard what Li Xueer said, he used the Eye of Abyss on her. Li Xueer, Elf Saint, level 16. Seeing Li Xueer's level, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but say, "Compared to me, you should be more worried about yourself, right? The college entrance examination is only 7 days away. How come you are only level 16? I worked so hard to get to this level, it's already pretty high. I want to see what level you are." Li Xueer glared at Zhang Yuan, then cast a detection spell at him. "Level 18? Li Xueer opened her mouth wide and looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. "I leveled up so hard and only just reached level 16. How did you get to level 18? Zhang Yuan replied, "Is it difficult? Just clearing a few nightmare dungeons alone will be enough." "You." Li Xueer's face suddenly turned black, and then she said, "Well, I should have known that talking about leveling in front of you would be humiliating. Zhang Yuan, so, you specifically waited for me at this dungeon entrance. Could it be that you came here just to check my level?" "Of course not. I'm not that idle yet. I came to you mainly to take you to a secret dungeon." "Secret realm dungeon?" Zhang Yuan was surprised. "What is that?" "Li Xueer, that's different from a naturally occurring wild dungeon. A secret dungeon is a special artificial dungeon created at great expense. All the monsters in that dungeon are artificially created. Our college entrance examination in 7 days will actually be held in a super large secret realm dungeon." "Zhang Yuan, so, you took me to the secret realm dungeon mainly to simulate the college entrance examination?" "That's one of the reasons." Li Xueer patiently explained, "There's another more important reason. A few days ago, the military announced a new policy. Students in our class can join the military special forces while preparing for university and receive training from military resources. You know, the military has a lot of resources that even Kyoto University doesn't have. If we can get training from the military, our future will be limitless. This secret realm dungeon is actually a military assessment to select outstanding students. It's said that the best students even have the chance to join the legendary Hidden Dragon team. All the major families fought tooth and nail for a spot on the exam. I put in a lot of effort to get you a spot in the secret dungeon." Zhang Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard Li Xueer's words. "So that secret realm dungeon is the trial of the Qianlong detachment?" Li Xueer patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and said, "Don't be too stressed. Although it's difficult to get into the Qianlong detachment, I believe you can get in." Zhang Yuan looked at Li Xueer's encouraging eyes and really didn't want to hit her in the face, so he said, "Although the military's policy is tempting, our focus now should be on reaching level 19, right? Otherwise, you won't be able to attend Kyoto University, the university you've always dreamed of. Don't worry about that. The monsters in the secret dungeon also have experience points, and they are extremely rich." At this point, Li Xueer punched Zhang Yuan hard in the chest. "You idiot, when did you become so fussy? Even if we fail the exam and can't pass the Qianlong detachment's trial, there will still be a lot of experience in the secret realm dungeon. Isn't it better than you playing wild dungeons here?" "Zhang Yuan, actually." Li Xueer interrupted, "It's settled. The secret realm dungeon is about to open. Let's rush over now and treat it as leveling up." Li Xueer didn't wait for Zhang Yuan to speak, and immediately dragged Zhang Yuan into the car parked by Butler Su on the side of the road. Butler Su, let's go. Yes, miss. Butler Su looked at the two people playing in the back seat with a smile through the rearview mirror, then started the car and rushed to the location of the Secret Realm copy. The entrance to the secret dungeon is in Yunhai Manor on the top of Yunhai Mountain in the north of Shihu City. When Butler Su arrived by car, there were already many luxury cars parked in the parking lot outside Yunhai Manor. Almost all the celebrities in Shihu City whose children were taking the college entrance examination this year had come here. Zhang Yuan scanned the luxury cars in the parking lot and couldn't help but ask, isn't the military's policy applicable to the entire country? Why are all the cars here from West Lake City? Li Xueer, there are many independent spaces in the Secret Realm dungeon. This is just the dungeon entrance for the West Lake City branch. Other cities also have their own Secret Realm dungeon entrances. To put it simply, after we enter, we are in different spaces of the same dungeon, just like a 1,000-layer cake. The super large secret dungeon used for the college entrance examination is the same. Each province has an independent space. Although the spaces are different, the assessment content is the same, so we just need to focus on conquering our own dungeon. Zhang Yuan nodded, I see. Thank you for your advice. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Li Xueer immediately puffed out her chest with pride, there's a lot more I know. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask. Butler Su, miss, the Secret Realm dungeon is about to open, don't be late. Oh yeah. It's almost too late. Li Xueer came to her senses and immediately pulled Zhang Yuan out of the car. After the two of them had their identities verified at the gate of the manor, they entered the spacious courtyard. At this time, in the center of the courtyard, there was a blue vortex that was no different from the entrance to a wild dungeon. At this time, there were already many students waiting outside the copy. Zhang Yuan used the Eye of Abyss to roughly check and found that their levels were basically above level 16, and there were even students who were already level 19. They are all elites. Soon, Zhang Yuan saw a familiar figure. Wang Hu. Wang Hu, who was not far away, also noticed Zhang Yuan. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, as if he was surprised that Zhang Yuan came here. But soon, the surprise in Wang Hu's eyes turned into provocation. He grinned and made a provocative gesture of wiping his neck towards Zhang Yuan. Chapter 32, Fiery Night. Wang Hu. When Zhang Yuan saw Wang Hu's provocative behavior, he marked Wang Hu as a dead man in his mind. Before, he was busy leveling up and practicing skills and had no time to pay attention to Wang Hu. Now Wang Hu was jumping up and down in front of him, which had successfully aroused his murderous intent. If he doesn't take care of this guy, it will definitely bring him big trouble in the future. However, there are many people here now, and Wang Hu's elders may be nearby, so it is not wise to take action at this time. Zhang Yuan cleverly concealed his murderous intent and regained his composure. Now his sword formation can cover an area of 500 meters. In the future, he will have plenty of opportunities to kill Wang Hu without anyone noticing. Zhang Yuan, look. The Secret Realm dungeon has been opened. Li Xueer on the side pulled Zhang Yuan, and Zhang Yuan came back to his senses and looked towards the copy teleportation entrance in the middle of the courtyard, only to see a light lit up at the copy teleportation entrance. Then a majestic voice sounded, the Secret Realm dungeon is a team dungeon. Participants will be randomly divided into groups according to their professions, forming 4-person teams consisting of damage dealer, tank, healer, and support. Please note that you can use your own equipment in this Secret Realm dungeon, but you cannot use any props, including but not limited to potions and buffs. We will grade you based on your performance in the dungeon. Trialists rated S level or above will be added to the Hidden Dragon detachment as non-staff members. You can exit this instance at any time. Please prioritize safety. Finally, I wish you all good luck. As he finished speaking, the light at the dungeon's teleportation entrance grew brighter and brighter until it enveloped everyone in the courtyard. The next moment, Zhang Yuan found himself teleported to the entrance of an underground palace. Appearing at the entrance with him were Li Xueer, a tall woman dressed as a knight, and Wang Hu holding a magic wand. Stupid, we're actually on the same team. Li Xueer smiled so hard that her eyes curved into crescents when she saw that she was actually on the same team with Zhang Yuan. Is this our first time teaming up? It seems that I am being treated as a support. Zhang Yuan saw the team configuration clearly and immediately understood his position in the team. However, Zhang Yuan was not surprised by this. After all, he was the only one with a hidden profession, and outsiders did not understand his professional characteristics. His professional name, Sword Formation Master, is easily confused with Formation Master, so it is normal that he is regarded as an auxiliary. At this time, a tall woman came up, looking a little shy, and whispered softly, "My name is Miao Shulan, level 17, Holy Shield Knight." Zhang Yuan, level 18, Sword Formation Master. "My name is Li Xueer, I'm level 16, and my occupation is Elf Saint." The three of them introduced themselves to each other, and then Wang Hu suddenly said, "TSK. What bad luck! How did I, a level 19 fire mage, end up in a team with a useless support like you? It looks like I'm definitely doomed to fail this trial." Wang Hu was provocative and arrogant as soon as he opened his mouth, and he didn't take Zhang Yuan seriously at all. When Li Xueer heard Wang Hu's voice, the smile on her face immediately fell. She said unhappily, "Wang Hu, why are you everywhere? Don't think I don't know that you only got your level up thanks to high-level professionals, right? You're the one holding us back." Wang Hu scoffed, "Family background is also a form of strength. Besides, didn't you listen to the rules? A team can only have one damage output. Without me, you can't even kill the monsters. How about you let Zhang Yuan, that useless assistant, kill a monster and try? I'm afraid he won't even be able to break through the defense." Li Xueer yelled angrily, "You fart!" Miao Shulan, who was standing by, saw the tension growing within the team and quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Everyone, stop arguing. This secret realm dungeon requires teamwork to clear. Both damage and support are essential. I suggest that everyone put aside their grudges and work together to clear it." As she spoke, Miao Shulan looked at Wang Hu again and said soothingly, "Master, calm down first. We really need your output in this dungeon. You are so generous, why don't you lead us through it?" "Oh, you want me to take care of a piece of trash like him? No way." Wang Hu sneered. He ignored Miao Shulan's request and said to Zhang Yuan, "Either you quit the dungeon now, so I can help Xueer clear the secret realm dungeon, or we can all just give up together." Seeing that Wang Hu refused to budge, Miao Shulan couldn't help but feel a hint of anger in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. In order to participate in this secret dungeon trial, she set out alone from a border county town, crossed a mountain range full of level 30 wild monsters, and finally arrived in Xueer City, just to show her skills in this secret dungeon. "But I didn't expect that I would meet such a disgusting person before I even started." She looked down on guys like Wang Hu who were constantly taking advantage of the situation, but Wang Hu was the only output in the team. If he played badly, they would have basically no hope of passing the secret realm copy, and everyone would be eliminated in the end. Thinking of this, Miao Shulan could only suppress her anger and said to Wang Hu in a gentle voice, "Brother, even if you are a noble wizard, I heard that the monsters in this secret realm are very strong. Without support to control them, it will be really difficult for us to advance." But Wang Hu didn't care at all. "Let me be frank. My level is high enough to enter Kyoto University. I'm not interested in this trial at all. If my dad hadn't forced me to come, I wouldn't be here. I'm putting this out there now. Either Zhang Yuan gets out of here, or he gets out of here. I'm a level 19 fire mage, and I've learned a rare skill. I have enough damage output. As long as I have a nanny and a tank, I can easily clear this secret realm dungeon. Or, I will just quit the dungeon and all of you will be eliminated." Zhang Yuan said, "If that's the case, then go away. Are you telling me to get lost?" Wang Hu looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. "Don't you understand the situation? I'm the indispensable damage dealer for this team, and you, a support, are just a useless piece of crap." Li Xueer immediately stood by Zhang Yuan and said to Wang Hu, "I also suggest you get out immediately. This team may be able to advance faster without you." "Ha! I'm paying attention now." Wang Hu sneered when he saw Li Xueer say the same thing, then looked at Miao Shulan. "Miao Shulan, stand with me. I can help you through the level. I'm a level 19 mage. As long as you can hold the front, I can definitely kill all the monsters." Hearing Wang Hu's words, Miao Shulan's mouth twitched and she fell silent. Finally, she couldn't help herself and knocked Wang Hu down with a punch. "You're a fucking level 19 idiot. I've had enough. If you want to clear this dungeon, then do it. If you don't want to, get out of here. Stop whining like a woman. It's killing me." Zhang Yuan and Li Xueer were both shocked when they saw Miao Shulan's sudden outburst. The contrast between this woman before and after is really too great. "You dare to hit me?" Wang Hu looked at Miao Shulan in shock. "Do you know who my father is?" "I don't care who your father is. You're just a useless idiot. Miao Shulan cursed angrily and suddenly drew her knight's sword. I hate people like you who rely on family power to do whatever they want. If you don't get out of here, I'll kill you. Wang Hu was frightened when he saw Miao Shulan draw her weapon. She quickly twisted her hips and retreated, shouting angrily, Zhang Yuan, Miao Shulan, you wait for me. I'll kill you when I get out. After making these harsh remarks, Wang Hu immediately disbanded the team and exited the secret realm dungeon. Bah! Meeting such a cowardly and stupid bastard is such bad luck. Miao Shulan spat, then looked at Zhang Yuan and Xueer with sympathy. You're so unlucky to be targeted by that bastard. If it were me, I really wouldn't be able to stand it for a whole day. Xueer nodded, that's right. If my dad hadn't stopped me, I would have found someone to teach that bastard a lesson. Miao Shulan sighed, alas, before I came out, the teacher specifically told me to control my temper and not to cause trouble, but I broke it right after I got here. His name is Wang Hu, right? He and I have a grudge against each other. Before I return to the county, I will take care of him for you. Hearing Miao Shulan's words, Zhang Yuan shook his head and smiled, then said, we've already wasted too much time on that idiot. Let's go. Miao Shulan was stunned, where are we going? Xueer smiled and said, of course I'm going to clear the dungeon. Just the three of us? Miao Shulan hesitated. Without damage output, we can't get through, right? I am the output. Zhang Yuan said this and walked straight into the passage of the underground palace, and Xueer followed without hesitation. When Miao Shulan saw the two people entering the game, she thought that since they were already here, she had to give it a try no matter what. Anyway, as long as she is here, no one will be in any danger. Wait for me. Let me clear the way. Miao Shulan chased after him. Chapter 33, Pushing All the Way, the easiest way to brush the book. After the three of them entered the underground palace, they slowly walked forward in a long and narrow tunnel. Miao Shulan walked in front, holding a large shield, and said to Zhang Yuan and Xueer, I heard that the monsters in this dungeon are all level 20 and have very high attack power. You will be safe if you hide behind me. Xueer smiled while holding the elf staff and said, don't worry, Sister Miao, I will definitely heal you well and will never let you drop to half health. Then I'll leave it to you. Miao Shulan nodded and said to Zhang Yuan, if you encounter a monster, you should give me status. I have 2 attack skills. If you have an increased attack, I should be able to grind the monster to death. Zhang Yuan, I don't have any buff skills. No? Miao Shulan was stunned, then said, then you can reduce the monster's defense. Zhang Yuan, I don't have any debuff skills either. What about control? No. Miao Shulan was stunned and looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise, then what is your auxiliary skill? Zhang Yuan, didn't I say that? I'm the output. Impossible. This secret dungeon has a rule that a team can only have 1 damage dealer. That fire dog has already gotten out. Perhaps because I am a hidden profession, the examiners misjudged me. There's actually such a thing. A hint of surprise flashed in Miao Shulan's eyes. Although it's still difficult to advance without support, at least we can fight now. Xueer smiled and said, it's okay. I can be considered a half support and can fight. At this moment, a headless figure in armor over 2 meters tall rushed out from the darkness, swinging a big sword. Careful! A gleam of light flashed in Miao Shulan's eyes, and she immediately taunted the monster. Bang! The monster's sword chopped at Miao Shulan's shield, but Miao Shulan didn't move at all. At this time, Xueer also reacted and was about to heal Miao Shulan. Miao Shulan immediately said, you don't need to heal now, save your energy first. Zhang Yuan used Eye of the Abyss on the monster. Headless Horseman Elite. Level 20. Strength, 1800. Agility, 1200. Spirit, 800. Constitution, 1000. Skills, Charge, Slash. A level 20 elite monster with 1800 strength. Miao Shulan, who is level 16, can actually withstand this level of monster without getting hurt. It shows how high her defense is. Zhang Yuan's mind moved, and an iron sword flew out from the sword formation space and stabbed at the headless armor. 38,963. A string of terrifying damage numbers flew out, and the headless knight died on the spot. Successfully killed the headless horseman, experience plus 2000. Obtain armor fragment 1. Miao Shulan was still improving her status when she suddenly saw the kill notification and was shocked. What happened just now? Li Xueer also widened her eyes at this moment, looking at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. Fool, are you so strong? Although she knew that Zhang Yuan was powerful, this was the first time she saw Zhang Yuan's attack power with her own eyes. It's just basic exercises, keep going. Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. His spirit was now as high as 3160, and his sword formation and sword controlling skills had reached level 5, so his damage had already undergone a qualitative change. If he equips the 3rd level Qishao and 1st level Zhanlu, the damage can even reach 20 million. However, after all, this secret realm copy is a trial, and the trial taker's rating is related to his performance in the copy, so Zhang Yuan must be more restrained. Otherwise, he would be able to clear out all the monsters in the palace just by relying on the splash of his constellation. By then, Li Xueer and Miao Shulan would have no chance to show their abilities, and their scores would definitely be very low. Miao Shulan's originally depressed mood immediately lifted when she saw Zhang Yuan's abnormal attack power. Great! Zhang Yuan, your damage output is sufficient, and Xueer's healing is sufficient. Then even if there are 3 of us, we can clear this secret realm dungeon. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, let's speed up and make up for the time we just lost. Good. The 2 women responded in unison and quickened their pace. Miao Shulan was in the front, Li Xueer was in the middle, and Zhang Yuan was in the back, replenishing the soldiers. The 3 of them pushed forward in the underground palace. No matter whether it was an elite knight, a gargoyle statue, or an elemental mage, all monsters were killed indiscriminately. If Zhang Yuan had not deliberately let the monsters get closer to attack in order to highlight the importance of Miao Shulan and Li Xueer, the 2 women probably wouldn't even see the shadow of the monsters. Li Xueer never expected that clearing the dungeon would be so easy. When she was alone in a wild team, the pressure of treatment was quite high. She needed to be tense at all times to prevent anyone from being killed instantly by monsters. She had lost half her life every time she cleared a dungeon before. But now, she only needs to give some symbolic treatment to keep Miao Shulan's bloodline above the safety line at any time. Miao Shulan felt the same as Li Xueer at this time. She had never seen such a fierce guy as Zhang Yuan. Soon, the 3 of them reached the deepest part of the underground palace and came to the outside of the boss room. After killing their way through, Li Xueer has reached level 17, Miao Shulan has reached level 18, and Zhang Yuan only has less than 10% of his experience bar left to reach level 19. It feels so good. Miao Shulan yelled, her face full of excitement, so this is what it feels like to be led by a big boss. It's so awesome. Li Xueer also said, idiot. If I had known you were so strong, why would I have bothered to level up? Why don't you just take me with you? Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly, don't forget, you two, this dungeon is for trial. Although I have tried my best to hold back, I feel that if this continues, your scores will not be very high. After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Miao Shulan finally realized, that's right. We are taking an exam, not leveling up. So what should we do? Zhang Yuan, I have an idea. The boss room is just ahead. I won't attack you too. Hold on for half an hour under the boss's attack and refresh your data. Then I'll take care of the boss. Oh, right. Miao Shulan suddenly realized and gave Zhang Yuan a thumbs up. You're so smart. You actually thought of this trick. Li Xueer also perked up, in that case, you just stay and watch carefully from the side, we two are not just for show. After saying that, Li Xueer and Miao Shulan pushed open the heavy door together and entered the boss's room. In the center of the room, there is a giant knight statue more than 10 meters high, and next to it is a huge stone sword. Night King statue. The moment the 3 entered the room, the eyes of the giant knight statue suddenly lit up red, and the huge statue suddenly moved. Use Eye of the Abyss. Night King statue boss. Level 21. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 1,000. Constitution, 6,000. Skills, Trample, Earthquake, Self-Healing. The huge statue, the terrifying attributes, the moment the Night King moved, Li Xueer and Miao Shulan suddenly felt unparalleled pressure. Chapter 34 The King of Fishing. The Night King statue rushed forward. Miao Shulan stepped forward without hesitation, raising her shield. I'll take the lead. Xueer, give me some status. Good. Li Xueer chanted finally, and rays of light flashed across Miao Shulan's body, directly increasing Miao Shulan's physique by 50%. Miao Shulan immediately used the taunt skill. Bang! The statue of the Night King swung a huge stone sword and chopped it down on Miao Shulan's big shield. The floor that Miao Shulan was standing on immediately shattered, but Miao Shulan was like a rocket this time, motionless. Li Xueer immediately threw a continuous treatment to Miao Shulan, and soon Miao Shulan's physical strength was fully restored. Xueer, good job. Miao Shulan praised Li Xueer loudly, and then used the skill Holy Charge on the Night King statue. Miao Shulan's whole body glowed with golden light, and she looked like a wild bull, and she actually knocked the Night King statue to the ground. Boom! The giant statue of the Night King fell heavily to the ground, shaking the entire boss room several times. The Holy Shield Knight and the Elf Saint are both rare professions. The shield Miao Shulan holds doesn't look like ordinary equipment. If the two of them are combined, they can probably withstand even a level 30 boss. This boss can't hurt them. When Zhang Yuan saw the performance of the two women, he was completely relieved and just stood by as a spectator, slacking off with a clear conscience. At the same time, in a special room in the Secret Realm copy, there stood several middle-aged men with dignified expressions and powerful aura. Several of them were wearing the instructor uniforms of the Qianlong detachment, and their levels were all above level 70. They are the examiners in charge of the Qianlong detachment trial. Come and see, an interesting team has appeared over in Westlake City. An instructor enlarged the scene of Zhang Yuan and his two companions attacking the dungeon boss, and all the instructors came over. Ha! Why are there only 3 people in this team? I checked the backstage. This team's mage left the team early. They relied on a 3-person team to push to the boss room. Interesting. A team with no DPS actually managed to reach the boss room so quickly. They seem quite capable. What are their professions? The Elf Saint, the Holy Shield Knight, and the other one is. Ha! Swordmaster, this seems to be a new profession, right? But why do I feel like I've heard of it somewhere before? Didn't the God of War Wan personally go to Xihu City not long ago to recruit a student into the Qianlong detachment? That student's profession is a sword formation master, which is the only hidden profession. I didn't expect this guy to participate in the Secret Realm dungeon trial. I heard before that he conquered 2 abyss dungeons alone. Now is a good time to test his strength and see if the rumors are true or not. Several instructors were discussing with each other, their eyes all on Zhang Yuan. However, they waited for more than 10 minutes and did not see Zhang Yuan make a move. Everyone looked puzzled. What's the meaning of this kid not taking action? This isn't the way to slack off, right? He should at least give his teammates some attention. Those 2 girls have pretty good combat awareness. They withstood the boss's attacks for such a long time, and their stamina is still quite good. If they are trained well, they can become 2 powerful warriors. I second the proposal. We could consider recruiting the 2 of them into the Qianlong detachment. It's just that Zhang Yuan has been slacking off, so I can't tell their strength. Wait a little longer. After all, this guy is favored by the God of War. Maybe he is planning some big move. The instructors originally wanted to see Zhang Yuan's ability, but were attracted by the outstanding performance of Li Xueer and Miao Shulan, and gave high praise to the 2 women. The instructors watched for more than 10 minutes, but Zhang Yuan still had no intention of taking action. I can see that this guy isn't even trying to build up his ultimate, and he doesn't have any support abilities. I'm afraid he was carried all the way here by those 2 girls. I'm afraid there's something fake about the solo raid on the Abyss dungeon. I didn't expect that even the God of War could make a mistake and actually recruit a guy who was just seeking fame into the Qianlong detachment. After this trial is over, report Zhang Yuan's situation to the headquarters. We in the Qianlong detachment cannot afford to recruit such trash. Those 2 girls are pretty good, though. Their coordination was a little awkward before, but now they're getting along better and better. They're very versatile and can be recruited into the Qianlong detachment. When the instructors saw that Zhang Yuan had been fishing for more than 20 minutes, they all expressed their disappointment in Zhang Yuan and felt sorry for the 2 girls. It's such a shame for them. They were able to push the enemy into the boss room even without any damage. Unfortunately, the boss has a self-healing skill. With their damage output and shield, they can't kill the boss and get any rewards. 2 rare professions meeting 2 weird teammates is really unlucky. I'll make it up to them after the trial is over. At this time, Zhang Yuan in the dungeon estimated the time and felt that it was almost time. He said to Miao Shulan and Li Xueer, who were fighting hard in the front, "It's almost time. You 2 get out of the way and leave it to me." Good. The 2 women responded in unison and immediately retreated to both sides. The Night King statue's hatred immediately shifted to Zhang Yuan and rushed towards him. Zhang Yuan deployed the sword formation, Qi Shao appeared beside him, and then turned into a red light, piercing through the head of the Night King statue. Successfully killed the Night King statue, experience plus 30,000. Boom! The statue of the Night King collapsed with a loud bang and dissipated in black smoke. In the special room, all the instructors looked at each other and fell silent. What just happened? An instructor spoke first, and then everyone turned their attention to a middle-aged man who was a formation master. Just now, Zhang Yuan obviously used some skills like formation. Perhaps the formation master could see some clues. But at this time, the formation master also had a wry smile on his face. I didn't see clearly what formation he used, but he seemed to be using normal attacks in the formation just now. The boss was killed instantly with a normal attack? Didn't he spend more than 20 minutes accumulating power? An instructor exclaimed. His formation was deployed instantly. I can still see that. Fuck, this guy is a bit abnormal. He can kill a level 21 boss in 1 second at level 18. It turns out we were wrong. If this guy has the ability to kill the boss instantly, why did he spend almost half an hour fishing? He made us watch the boss beat the shells of those two girls for half an hour. The formation master was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, I guess, he's probably afraid that if he kills too quickly, his two companions won't have a chance to show off, so he's slacking off. As soon as these words were spoken, all the instructors fell silent. Now that I think about it carefully, it seems to be true. If Zhang Yuan had killed them instantly, they would not have been able to discover the shining points of Li Xueer and Miao Shulan. At this moment, Wan Chang'an appeared in the room, and the instructors immediately saluted him. Hello, Commander. Wan Chang'an smiled and said, I heard that Zhang Yuan is also participating in the trial. I came to see how the trial is going. Several instructors recounted what had just happened. Intentionally giving teammates time to show off, and then instantly killing the boss. Wan Chang'an looked at the three people who were distributing the boss's spoils on the screen. He pondered for a moment and then said, adjust the dungeon parameters and give them a new level 30 boss. Level 30? The instructors were shocked. Chapter 35 3S level. An instructor worriedly asked, Commander, will a level 30 boss be too dangerous for them? You should know that the difficulty of this secret realm copy is the default nightmare difficulty. A level 30 nightmare boss usually requires a 5-person team with an average level of 35 to conquer. Zhang Yuan's team currently consists of 3 people, and the highest level 1, Zhang Yuan, is only level 18. Even if the strength of the hidden profession, the swordmaster, is comparable to the legendary profession, it is impossible for him to definitely not be able to defeat the level 30 boss. Wan Chang'an smiled and said, don't worry. Zhang Yuan not only forced back the abyss boss Odysius, but he was even able to perfectly block my sword. I even think a level 30 boss is a bit low. That kid blocked the chief's sword? The shock on everyone's faces became even more intense. Even they could not block Wan Chang'an's sword. What kind of pervert is Zhang Yuan? Just do as I say. Refresh a level 30 boss and make it harder for them. Yes. I'll add a level 30 boss to Zhang Yuan's team right away. When Zhang Yuan and the other two were distributing the dungeon rewards, a light curtain suddenly appeared in the boss room, and then a boss who looked exactly like the Night King statue walked out of the light curtain. Warning, powerful enemy is coming, don't be careless. Warning words appeared on the 3 people's panels. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes, there's actually a new boss? Miao Shulan immediately raised her large shield to block the 2 men. No matter how many bosses there are, with your output, Zhang Yuan, we can kill as many as we want. As soon as she finished speaking, Miao Shulan used the taunt skill directly on the new boss. The new boss immediately swung the stone sword and slashed at Miao Shulan's shield. Boom! The terrifying airwave swept around, and Miao Shulan was knocked back several steps, and her physical strength instantly dropped below half. This intensity is wrong. When Miao Shulan saw that her body was bleeding, her eyes changed slightly. Just as she was shocked, a green light suddenly appeared on her body, and her almost exhausted physical strength was instantly replenished. Miao Shulan looked back at Li Xueer, who was waving her staff, and immediately gave her a thumbs up. Xueer, well done. Li Xueer smiled and said, don't worry, Sister Miao, I have plenty of milk, I guarantee you'll be fine. At this moment, the new boss's hatred suddenly shifted to Li Xueer, and he raised the stone sword and slashed at Li Xueer. Li Xueer was caught off guard and had no time to dodge when she saw the giant sword coming at her. Her face turned pale. Don't even think about going there. Miao Shulan roared, used the skill Holy Charge, raised the big shield to knock the new boss away, and then taunted the boss again. Bang! The new boss's stone sword slashed towards Miao Shulan's shield again, but this time Miao Shulan used some kind of domineering skill to withstand the new boss's attack. Xueer, don't be afraid, I'm here, heal me. Li Xueer reacted quickly and threw treatment to Miao Shulan, while continuously giving Miao Shulan states that increased her defense and toughness. There's something wrong with this boss. Zhang Yuan, who was at the back, saw that Miao Shulan and Li Xueer were struggling, so he immediately used the Eye of the Abyss on the new boss. Night King Statue Boss. Level 30. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 2,000. Stamina, 12,000. Skills, Trample, Earthquake, Self-Healing. A level 30 boss? When Zhang Yuan saw that the level of the Night King statue had become 30, and judging from the attributes it was still nightmare difficulty, he immediately thought of the Abyss invasion. You two, get out of the way. Zhang Yuanli shouted and immediately urged Xixiao to shoot towards the statue of the Night King. Red light pierced the statue's chest. Successfully killed the Night King statue, experience plus 70,000. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and he reached level 19. Instant kill. Instant kill again. The instructors were so shocked when they saw that the level 30 nightmare boss was killed instantly by Zhang Yuan's normal attack that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. I'm afraid even legendary professions can't achieve this kind of strength. The sword Zhang Yuan used must be a special weapon, right? Its attack power is too abnormal. Even if he has a special weapon, he shouldn't be able to kill a level 30 boss instantly. Could he have awakened his talent? I'm afraid this is the only explanation. The instructors' opinions of Zhang Yuan completely changed. They all looked at Wan Chang'an and asked, Commander, do you want to continue to increase the intensity? Now they all want to see where Zhang Yuan's limit is. Wan Chang'an shook his head, no need. No matter how high the boss's level is, those two girls will be in danger. If you still want to try Zhang Yuan, wait until he reports to the Qianlong detachment. This trial can now be concluded. All three of them have been rated S level, and Zhang Yuan's rank has been promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. After saying that, Wan Chang'an disappeared out of thin air and left the copy. At the same time, Zhang Yuan and the other two were teleported back to Yunhai Manor, and the other trial participants, regardless of whether they defeated the boss of the Secret Realm copy or not, were also teleported back. Was I just overthinking it? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw his team coming back. After encountering 2 abyss dungeons in succession, he has developed PTSD. Wang Hu, who had been waiting outside, saw Zhang Yuan and the other two finally emerge and immediately stepped forward, mocking them. Well, without my damage output, it must be hard for you to kill monsters, right? This is what happens when you side with Zhang Yuan. Miao Shulan raised her fist, you still want to fight, right? Wan Hu's expression changed, and he quickly took a few steps back. My bodyguards are watching outside. Do you dare to touch me? Li Xueer was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Hu at this time. She took Miao Shulan's arm and said, Sister Miao, don't argue with that idiot. It's not worth fighting here. Wang Hu was defeated by the 2 women and glared at Zhang Yuan, angrily saying, Zhang Yuan, it's all because of you that they treat me like this. If it weren't for you, I would have led them through the dungeon long ago. I won't swallow this, just wait. Why do I hear a dog barking? Zhang Yuan scratched his ears and said to Li Xueer and Miao Shulan, there's a mad dog nearby. Should we go somewhere else? The 2 women chuckled, great. Don't argue with a dog. The 3 of them left together, and Wang Hu was so angry that his face turned red and he kept stamping his feet, damn it. Damn it. He looked at Zhang Yuan's back with a gloomy face, gritting his teeth and saying, why? Why are the 2 of them surrounding you, a piece of trash? Just wait. I will definitely kill you. At this time, a majestic voice sounded again, the trial is over, and the results of the Westlake City Division will now be announced. Zhang Yuan, S-level score, 1st place. Miao Shulan, S-level score, 2nd place. Li Xueer, S-level rating, 3rd place. Xueer, grade A, 4th place. Wang Hu, rated F, not up to par. As the ratings of everyone present were announced, Wang Hu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Impossible. How can they be S rank? There must be something wrong. They must be cheating. I demand a thorough investigation. Wang Hu shouted loudly in the courtyard, but the trial participants around him looked at Wang Hu as if he were a fool. This secret dungeon trial is organized by the military and is monitored throughout by instructors above level 70. Who would have the guts to cheat? An ISNT Wang Hu clamoring here just a slap in the face of the military? If the military were to make a fuss about this, not only Wang Hu, but even the Wang family behind Wang Hu would be in trouble. At this time, someone with a curious mind taunted him, I remember now. This idiot named Wang Hu was on the same team with the top 3, right? He quit the dungeon right from the start, and ended up not getting any help. This is hilarious. There's such a thing? Why did he quit? I came out early and listened to this idiot yelling, relying on his status as a fire mage to say that other people's supports are useless and he doesn't want to help them through the game. But it turns out that this idiot is the clown. He can get S rank without any damage. Ha ha ha. So there's such a thing. What a clown. If it were me, I would definitely cling to someone's influence. Even if I can't get S rank, I'll still get a reward for getting a rank. Those who can come here for trial are either elites with rare professions, or have a strong family background like Wang Hu. None of them is afraid of Wang Hu. They were all young men in their teens, full of youthful vigor. Now seeing a clown, they all mocked Wang Hu without any concealment. In an instant, Wang Hu became the target of public criticism and felt countless mocking gazes. Damn it! Wang Hu wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but in the end he could only glare at Zhang Yuan hatefully, then fled the manor in a panic, causing everyone to burst into laughter again. Chapter 36 S-Level Rewards. Seeing that Wang Hu did not forget to threaten him with his eyes before leaving, Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the murderous intent in his heart grew stronger. If Wang Hu is allowed to live any longer, there will definitely be assassins coming, and even his grandmother and aunt will be in danger. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan said to Xueer, I'm going to the bathroom. Then hurry up. Rewards will be distributed right after the results are announced. Soon. Zhang Yuan quickly ran to the toilet and saw that there was no one around, so he took out the mask of King Rakshasa. I hope you're of some use. Zhang Yuan used the mask of Rakshasa King, and then the mask lit up red. Rakshasa King flew out of the mask and then knelt down facing Zhang Yuan. Unlike the Rakshasa King in the copy, the Rakshasa King summoned by the mask is the same size as a human. If you don't use detection skills, it is difficult to tell whether the Rakshasa King is a human or a summoned creature. Zhang Yuan also checked the attributes of the Rakshasa King. Rakshasa King summoned creature. Level 30. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 10,000. Constitution, 10,000. Skills, Sword Flash, King's Pressure, Undying Will. The attributes haven't decayed at all. It's truly epic equipment. Zhang Yuan thought that the Rakshasa King summoned by this mask was the classic whitewashed and 3 points weaker, and would be much weaker than the original boss, but he didn't expect that the effect of this mask was so great. Now it's settled. Zhang Yuan immediately ordered Luo Shawang, go follow Wang Hu, and be careful not to be discovered. The Rakshasa King nodded slightly, turned into a shadow and rushed out of the toilet, disappearing in the blink of an eye. As expected of an agility of 10,000, it's incredibly fast. When Zhang Yuan saw the Rakshasa King disappear, he couldn't help but sigh, and then looked at the Rakshasa King mask in his hand. After Rakshasa King left, he was able to establish a special connection with Rakshasa King through Rakshasa King's mask, obtain Rakshasa King's vision, and even control Rakshasa King's movements. Soon, Zhang Yuan saw through the perspective of the Rakshasa King that Wang Hu got into a luxury car while cursing and drove down the mountain. I didn't expect this mask to be so useful. If I want to explore dangerous places in the future, I can let the Rakshasa King step on the landmine. Zhang Yuan put away the mask of the Rakshasa King, let the Rakshasa King move independently, and then returned to the courtyard. At this time, a level 70 instructor was standing in front of the entrance to the secret realm copy, and those trial participants in the courtyard who had a score lower than A had already left. The previously bustling courtyard now only has 7 or 8 people bustling about. Zhang Yuan, come here quickly. Xueer saw Zhang Yuan and immediately waved to him. The instructor has started distributing rewards. Zhang Yuan pretended to be calm and walked over to Xueer and Miao Shulan. So soon? Xueer said excitedly, the rewards this time are quite generous. Even a level trialists can get an upgrade pill. Upgrade pill? Zhang Yuan was stunned. What is that? Xueer explained, that's a very precious elixir that can directly upgrade professionals below level 20. I'm almost at level 18 now. Once I reach level 18 and take the elixir, I can directly upgrade to level 19. That way, I'll be able to get into Kyoto University. Zhang Yuan was surprised. There's actually such a thing? Xueer, I heard that this upgrade pill is a medicine made by the military's great alchemist. It is a resource unique to the military. It is said that there are more advanced upgrade pills, but those are strategic level resources and ordinary people can't see them. Even the upgrade pills distributed today are said to be fetching 5 million each on the black market. Even so, there's still no demand for them. So expensive? Zhang Yuan was slightly surprised, but he quickly understood the value of the upgrade pill. If the army suffers heavy losses during wartime, the upgrade pill can help Dacia build a highly combat-capable army in a short period of time. The enemy country's spies would definitely dream of getting this kind of treasure. After distributing the upgrade pills to the irate students, the instructor reminded them, each of these upgrade pills has a unique code. Please use them as soon as possible. If your upgrade pills appear in the hands of others, regardless of the reason, you will be court-martialed, and the consequences will be extremely serious. As soon as the instructor said this, everyone was in an uproar. Immediately, a level 16 student swallowed the upgrade pill in one gulp. A golden light burst out from his body, and he was directly promoted to level 17. Seeing this, the instructor smiled and said, "Actually, there's no need to be so anxious. The most cost-effective way to take it is at level 19. Before that, just put it in the storage space so no one can steal it. What I said just now is just a reminder for you not to buy or sell the upgrade pills." The student who took the upgrade pill immediately regretted it so much that he beat his chest and stamped his feet, while the other students also put the upgrade pills into their own storage space, secretly thanking themselves for not being so impulsive. Okay, those who have received the reward can leave now. The instructor dismissed the students who were rated A, and then walked up to Zhang Yuan and the other two. When Xueer and Miao Shulan saw the instructor coming, they both became nervous and stood straight. The instructor smiled and said, "Congratulations. You've earned an S-level score and are eligible to join the Qianlong detachment. Before I give you my special rewards, I still have to ask, are you willing to join the Qianlong detachment?" Miao Shulan said without hesitation, "I do." Xueer also nodded, "I am willing too." The instructor nodded in satisfaction, "Very good. My name is Ning Wuwei, and from now on, I will be your instructor." Seeing that Ning Wuwei didn't wait for Zhang Yuan to answer, Xueer couldn't help but ask, "Instructor Ning, hasn't Zhang Yuan answered yet?" Ning Wuwei glanced at Zhang Yuan and then smiled. "The reason why our military has adopted the policy of recruiting non-staff members is because of this kid. He has already joined the Qianlong detachment." "Ah? He has joined the Qianlong detachment?" Xueer was a little confused, then looked at Zhang Yuan in shock. "Silly, why didn't you tell me?" Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. "You encouraged me so much at that time, wasn't I afraid of discouraging you?" Xueer recalled her previous words of encouragement to Zhang Yuan. Her pretty face flushed red and she punched her chest with her fist. "You idiot! Bastard! He, it's good to be young." Ning Wuwei watched the two flirting with a smile, then clapped his hands. "All right kids, it's time to give out the rewards." Hearing Ning Wuwei's words, Xueer immediately gave up pestering Zhang Yuan and looked at Ning Wuwei expectantly. "Instructor, what is our reward?" "I won't let you down." Ning Wuwei smiled slightly and took out 3 upgrade pills and 3 gilded black cards from the storage space. Xueer immediately recognized the gilded black card and asked in surprise, "Sky Tower admission ticket?" Ning Wuwei saw that Xueer recognized the Sky Tower ticket at a glance, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he said, "Yes, this is the Sky Tower ticket. You can use this card to challenge the Sky Tower once." Zhang Yuan and Miao Shulan asked in unison, "What is the Sky Tower?" Before Ning Wuwei could answer, Xueer introduced, "That is the most precious dungeon in our great Xia Empire. Only 1,000 people can enter this dungeon each year. The admission qualification is very precious. Little girl, you know a lot." Ning Wuwei praised Xueer and then added, "There are extremely precious treasures in the Sky Tower, and there may even be artifacts. There will also be extra rewards for challenging the Sky Tower for the first time. You must cherish this opportunity." New. Chapter 37, Battle against Level 48 Water Mage. After Ning Wuwei distributed the rewards, Zhang Yuan did not take the upgrade pill directly. After putting both prizes into the storage space, he added Miao Shulan as a friend, then found an excuse to decline Xueer and Miao Shulan's invitation to dinner and went down Yunhai Mountain alone. Attribute transformation, ride the wind. Zhang Yuan converted his spiritual attributes into agility attributes 5 times, and then used the skills of the wind riding boots to increase his movement speed by 100%. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was like a gust of wind and quickly caught up with the Rakshasa king who was following Wang Hu. After Wang Hu suffered a defeat at Yunhai Villa, he did not return to the city, but ran to the wild and took out his anger on those low-level monsters. Zhang Yuan. I'm going to kill your whole family. I'm going to kill your whole family. Wang Hu kept throwing fireballs at the wild cats and rabbits, causing a large number of wild monsters to rise into the sky. Next to Wang Hu stood a middle-aged man in formal attire. Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss on the middle-aged man. Zhang Yeqing, Water Mage, level 48. Level 48 Water Magician. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Zhang Yeqing's level. He didn't expect that Wang Hu's bodyguard level was so high. Things are a bit tricky, but fortunately Zhang Yeqing is a water mage, and with Zhang Lu on him, he is still able to fight. Zhang Yeqing advised Wang Hu, Master, it's not worth it for you to get angry over a lowly person. It's not worth getting yourself hurt by getting angry. Uncle Jiang. I'm so angry. I'm really so angry. Wang Hu looked at Zhang Yeqing with red eyes. That bastard is just a lowly person. How could he get an S-level rating? And Xueer, why did she fall for that lowly person? Those things were obviously mine, and he took everything from me. Uncle Jiang, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill his whole family. Wang Hu roared hysterically, while Zhang Yeqing looked troubled. Master, Zhang Yuan has received an S-level evaluation and is very likely to join the Qianlong detachment. After that, he will be a member of the military. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for us to touch him. Can't we just kill him quietly? Wang Hu said with an unwilling look on his face. He's just a useless auxiliary at level 10. Find a higher level killer to get rid of him without anyone noticing. No one will know it was us. Zhang Yuan hasn't joined the Qianlong detachment yet. It's impossible for the military to investigate our Wang family just for a dead student. Uncle Jiang, why don't you take action? Don't you have a sulfuric acid skill? You can directly dissolve Zhang Yuan's body. Then there will be no evidence, and the military won't be able to trace us back. That's right. I know where Zhang Yuan lives. Let's go to his house first and kill his grandmother and aunt together. Only by killing his entire family can I relieve the hatred in my heart. Zhang Yeqing saw that Wang Hu's murderous intent was getting stronger and stronger. If this continued, Wang Hu might go crazy. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded, I understand. Leave Zhang Yuan's family to me. Please, Uncle Jiang. Zhang Yuan, who was hiding in the dark, heard the conversation between Zhang Yeqing and Wang Hu, and the murderous intent in his eyes became real. Rakshasa King, come. Following Zhang Yuan's order, the Rakshasa King turned into a shadow and rushed out. Skill, Sword Flash. Master, be careful. Zhang Yeqing's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a magic book was immediately in his hand. Then a water shield emerged around him and Wang Hu. The sword of the Rakshasa King hit the water shield and actually sank right into it. When Wang Hu saw the long sword almost hitting his head, he was so scared that he fell to the ground with a pale face. Wild boss? Zhang Yeqing sensed the Rakshasa King's aura, and his expression changed slightly. No, it's a summoned creature. Who's attacking us? Your summons have launched an attack. Zhang Yeqing and Wang Hu have become enemies. Seeing this prompt, Zhang Yuan used attribute conversion again to convert the mental attribute into agility, and began to lure monsters around. Zhang Yeqing is a level 48 water mage. Zhang Yuan does not think that King Rakshasa can kill Wang Hu under Zhang Yeqing's protection. Moreover, looking at Zhang Yeqing's water shield, it seemed to have a disarming effect. If he attacked with a flying sword, it was very likely that he would be disarmed by Zhang Yeqing before he could hit them. Therefore, he had to use a foolproof method to kill. While Zhang Yuan was luring the monsters away, the pages of the magic book in front of Zhang Yeqing quickly flipped. Water Dragon Bullet. A water dragon rushed out from the magic book and directly knocked the Rakshasa King away. Water Prison Technique. After the water dragon knocked the Rakshasa King into the air, Zhang Yeqing once again used a skill instantly. A large amount of water elements gathered around the Rakshasa King, forming a huge water cage, imprisoning the Rakshasa King inside. The Rakshasa King couldn't move. Sulfuric Acid Arrow. A beam of sulfuric acid rushed out from Jiang Yecheng's magic book, instantly piercing through the chest of the Rakshasa king, and at the same time turned the entire water prison into sulfuric acid, constantly corroding the Rakshasa king. The Rakshasa king's strength decreased rapidly. "Summoner, why don't you come out?" Jiang Yecheng's eyes were cold and he shouted loudly, and the terrifying sound waves swept around. "As expected of a level 48 water mage, you suppressed my summons so easily." At this time, Zhang Yuan walked out from the darkness, took out the mask of King Rakshasa, and took King Rakshasa back. "Zhang Yuan?" Jiang Yecheng's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw that the attacker was Zhang Yuan. However, upon seeing Zhang Yuan, the fear on Wang Hu's face immediately turned to resentment. He grinned and said, "Good job, Zhang Yuan. I haven't even looked for you yet, and you've already come to me. Uncle Jiang. Kill him." Following Wang Hu's order, Jiang Yecheng fired several sulfuric acid bombs at Zhang Yuan without hesitation. Zhan Lu appeared out of thin air and formed a blue barrier in front of Zhang Yuan, blocking Jiang Yecheng's attack. Specialized weapons? When Jiang Yecheng saw Zhang Yuan's sword blocked his attack, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes, and his heart was filled with shock. He had also heard about Zhang Yuan's exaggerated story of drawing a full life in the card drawing ceremony organized by the school. How long had it been since then that Zhang Yuan drew a special weapon again? What kind of incredible luck is this? Could it be that he has a god-level talent that increases the probability of drawing cards? When Jiang Yecheng thought of this, the murderous intent in his eyes instantly became extremely strong. This boy must not be allowed to stay, otherwise the Wang family will perish. Water prison technique. Jiang Yecheng used the water prison technique on Zhang Yuan without hesitation, but when the water element approached Zhang Yuan, it was all absorbed by Zhan Lu beside Zhang Yuan. Immune to water? When Jiang Yecheng saw this scene, his face changed drastically. He still used several water attribute skills on Zhang Yuan in disbelief, but they were still absorbed by Zhan Lu. He is indeed immune to water attributes, and his profession is a natural counter to him. Have you had enough? Zhang Yuan smiled slightly, unfolded the sword formation, opened the sword formation space directly in front of Wang Hu, and an iron sword rushed out. However, just when the iron sword was about to explode Wang Hu's head, a water shield condensed around Wang Hu again, directly wrapping the iron sword and stopping Zhang Yuan's attack. Sure enough, that water shield has a disarming function, and it also restrains my normal attacks. When Zhang Yuan saw that Xueer Dun had taken away one of his iron swords, his guess was confirmed. He was secretly glad that he did not use Qishao to launch a sneak attack at the beginning, otherwise his special weapon might have been taken away by Jiang Yecheng. Sure enough, it is not easy for those who can reach high-level professionals. Jiang Yecheng was extremely horrified after seeing Zhang Yuan's elusive attack method. If he had not been focused just now, Wang Hu would have been killed. Is this really something a 19th grade student can do? Wang Hu, realizing he was nearly killed by Zhang Yuan, immediately yelled at Jiang Yecheng, "Uncle Jiang! What's wrong with you? Why are you sweating profusely just killing a level 10 auxiliary? Kill him now. Master, this guy is not simple. His special weapon is immune to water attribute attacks. My skills can't hurt him." Jiang Yecheng was much more sober than Wang Hu. He knew that he was not capable of killing Zhang Yuan at the moment, so he immediately used a water shield on Wang Hu and left him suspended in the air. "Master, let's retreat and find someone else to deal with him." "You want to leave now?" A hint of teasing flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. "Isn't it a little late?" Jiang Yecheng shuddered when he saw Zhang Yuan's eyes, but then he calmed down and said coldly, "Zhang Yuan, I admit that your profession is very strong and your special weapons can restrain me, but my water shield has a disarming effect, so you can't hurt us." Zhang Yuan chuckled, "Really? Then look around?" "Around?" Jiang Yecheng was stunned, then he looked around and saw that a large number of low-level monsters had gathered nearby at some point in time. A rough count showed there were hundreds of them. Seeing those monsters, Jiang Yecheng laughed instead and taunted Zhang Yuan, "They are just some low-level monsters. Do you think you can kill us with these things?" But this time, Zhang Yuan did not answer. He simply expanded the sword formation to its maximum range, covering an area of 500 meters in radius, and then used his skills. Mental Storm. Chapter 38 Alibi. Constellation 4, in the sword formation, every time you attack an enemy, other enemies in the sword formation will receive 10% splash damage. Constellation 5, attacks within the sword formation are guaranteed to be critical hits, and the critical hit rate is doubled and converted into critical hit damage, with an additional 100% increase in critical hit damage. Constellation 6, ignore enemy defense while in sword formation. Qi Xiao, attack plus 3000, critical hit rate plus 70%, critical hit damage plus 400%. Zhang Lu, attack plus 1000, damage plus 100%. When Zhang Yuan used Mental Storm, he activated all the constellations and equipped Qi Xiao and Zhang Lu at the same time. Zhang Yeqing saw the necklace on Zhang Yuan's chest light up with a strange light, and immediately felt a fatal threat. Not good. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yeqing deployed a water shield. Boom! The mental storm swept around, and all the monsters within a radius of 500 meters, plus Zhang Yeqing and Wang Hu, were instantly swallowed up by the mental storm. Zhang Yeqing was level 48, his water shield did not play any defensive role, and his soul was annihilated on the spot. Successfully killed Zhang Yeqing. Successfully killed Wang Hu. Successfully killed a hare, experience plus 1. Obtained the equipment water magic book, obtained the equipment flame staff. A large amount of kill information quickly flashed on Zhang Yuan's panel. With Zhang Yuan as the center, the area within a radius of 500 meters became a dead zone. Zhang Yeqing and Wang Hu lay straight on the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and looked extremely painful before dying. You asked for this. Zhang Yuan looked at the 2 corpses on the ground indifferently, without a trace of pity in his eyes. He transformed his spirit into agility, and then used his skills to fly on the wind, leaving the scene as quickly as possible. This place is very close to the city of Shihu, and the noise he made just now was quite loud. It is estimated that many professionals have already rushed here. He had no time to deal with the body. Shortly after Zhang Yuan left, a group of novice professionals who were leveling up by killing wild monsters nearby rushed to the scene and found Zhang Yeqing and Wang Hu dead. Kill, kill. After leaving the scene, Zhang Yuan did not return to the city directly, but came to the Luosha River dungeon and entered the dungeon to level up in front of many professionals. After all, Wang Hu is the youngest son of the Wang family, and the Wang family is one of the largest families in Shihu City. It also has a large guild with thousands of combat professionals. Wang Hu's death will definitely cause an uproar in Shihu City. Although there was a high-level professional of level 48 among the dead, no one would have thought that the one who did it would be Zhang Yuan of level 19, but Zhang Yuan still had to forge the alibi. When he was killing people, he had carefully calculated that the time required for him to rush from Yunhai Mountain to Luosha River copy at a normal speed was about the same as the time required for him to use skills to catch up with Wang Hu from Yunhai Mountain, kill him, and then use skills to rush from the murder scene to Luosha River copy. However, the Wang family had no way of knowing his 2 skills, attribute conversion and riding the wind. In this way, even if the Wang family knew that there was a conflict between Zhang Yuan and Wang Hu, the Wang family would not suspect Zhang Yuan because Zhang Yuan had an alibi and a level 48 bodyguard had died. After Zhang Yuan cleared the Luosha River dungeon in an hour, he returned to Shihu City to go to the exchange to sell the extra equipment and materials in his storage space. When he had sold all the equipment, Zhang Yuan looked at the 2 pieces of equipment lying in his storage space. Water Spellbook Platinum, Spirit plus 1000, Water Magic Power plus 30%, available at level 40. Flame Staff Platinum, Spirit plus 300, Fire Magic Power plus 30%, available at level 15. 2 pieces of platinum level equipment, one of which is level 40, should be able to sell for tens of millions in total. Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to let the 2 pieces of equipment stay in his storage space. Although these 2 pieces of equipment are platinum level standard equipment and there are many of them in the consignment house of the exchange, the fact that these 2 pieces of equipment appeared in the West Lake City exchange just after Wang Hu and Zhang Yeqing died is a problem even a fool can see. Adding the 3 million transferred by Guan Xin before, and the equipment materials dropped by monsters, Zhang Yuan now has 3.28 million in his account. He is not short of money for the time being, and there is no need to take the risk of selling the 2 platinum equipment. In less than a month after changing jobs, my account balance went from a little over 1,000 yuan to over 3 million yuan. This combat class is truly a ruthless money-making machine. Zhang Yuan sighed, and as he was wealthy, he spent 100,000 yuan to buy 10 bottles of intermediate healing potions and put them in the storage space. Although his physical strength will automatically recover after the sword formation is deployed, if he encounters an enemy with high attack power and his physical strength cannot be recovered in time, the instant recovery of the healing potion can save his life. Since it involves life and death, Zhang Yuan dare not save money. As for the skill scroll that cost 100,000 yuan each, Zhang Yuan was reluctant to buy it. 3 million only makes up 30 scrolls, and even if you spend all of them, you may not necessarily awaken a new skill. He thinks it is best to get skill scrolls by honestly clearing dungeons. Zhang Yuan stayed in the exchange for several hours, clearing out the materials in the storage space. After that, he went to the mall to buy some gifts for his grandmother and aunt before slowly returning home. Zhang Yuan hadn't seen his grandmother and aunt for more than 20 days and began to miss them. When I got home, it was dinner time. My grandmother was cooking in the kitchen and my aunt was practicing her voice in the living room. Wow! What a rare guest! When my aunt saw Zhang Yuan coming back, she said, "Mom, that bastard is finally back." "I'm a dog bunny, what are you?" Zhang Yuan retorted, took out the gifts he had bought from the storage space, and piled them up like a small mountain in the living room. "You big bastard, I brought you a gift." Wow! The little bastard has become rich. When my aunt saw the mountain of gifts, her eyes suddenly lit up. She rushed into the pile of gifts and started unwrapping them without any hesitation. Grandma came out of the kitchen and saw a pile of gifts in the living room. She couldn't help but complain to Zhang Yuan, "You kid, why are you wasting your first earnings on useless things? You're still in the early stages, and the money should be used to upgrade your equipment." Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Grandma, I've made millions these days, and these gifts only add up to tens of thousands of yuan, less than a basic skill scroll. It won't make a big difference." My aunt's eyes suddenly sparkled with gold. "Millions? Are combat professions so profitable?" Zhang Yuan scratched his head and laughed. "Yeah, I didn't expect it to be so profitable. Any piece of junk equipment can be sold for millions. Wow! Why didn't I get a combat class? I could hold a concert, sing and dance for a few hours, and only earn a few tens of thousands of yuan in appearance fees." My aunt looked at Zhang Yuan with resentment. "Yuanzi, I'm so jealous of you." "Mom! I want a fighting career too. I don't want to be a singer anymore." My aunt started rolling around in the pile of gifts. "Look at you, you're obsessed with money." Grandma rolled her eyes at my aunt and said, "You too, clean up the living room and then have dinner." "Yes." Under the supervision of their grandmother, Zhang Yuan and his aunt cleaned up the living room, and then the three of them enjoyed a rare family dinner together. During the meal, Zhang Yuan hid the murder incident and recounted all his adventures of the past few days. His aunt exclaimed in surprise, and his usually steady grandmother also showed a relieved smile on her face. "Yuanzi, you really didn't let Grandma down. Keep going, don't let your guard down, and be careful." "Okay, Grandma." Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden knock on the door. "I'll open the door." Zhang Yuan put down his bowl and chopsticks and went to open the door, only to see Lianping standing at the door in a panic. "Manager Li? Why are you here?" "Zhang Yuan, there's a murder in the north of the city, did you know?" Chapter 39: The Perfect Crime. Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended to know nothing, looking puzzled. "What murder happened?" Lianping said solemnly, 2 combat professionals died in the wilderness north of the city. One of the deceased was named Wang Hu, the youngest son of the Wang family in West Lake. He seems to have been your classmate. Now the Adventurers Guild, the police chief, and the city defense forces have all sent people over there. It's just a murder, why did it alert so many departments? And even if the deceased was my classmate, there's no need for you to come all the way to inform me, right, Manager Li? Although Zhang Yuan had made corresponding preparations, he was still a little shocked when he found that things were not going as he expected. "It's necessary. It's absolutely necessary." Lianping said seriously. After forensic examination, Wang Hu died from a powerful psychic skill. There was also extremely terrifying psychic power left at the scene. We suspect that it was the work of the Abyss boss Odysius. Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Odysius?" "That's right. It's the Abyss boss you defeated." Lianping nodded. Among the 2 dead, one was a level 48 water mage. He had no scars on his body. He was killed by a single blow from a psychic skill. Only a high-level psychic mage could do such a thing. And currently, the only person in Westlake City who meets the conditions for this murder is Odysius. Odysius must be unwilling to give up. He has been roaming around Westlake City, killing talented young people. Zhang Yuan, you are the one who defeated him. He will definitely make a comeback. You must be careful. Zhang Yuan hadn't expected that Odysius would take the blame for him. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, then thanked him. "Thank you. I didn't expect Manager Li would come all the way to remind me of this. I'll keep an eye on it." Lianping added, "Because of Odysius, the government has blocked all dungeons near West Lake City. Our Adventurers Association will screen every dungeon to prevent the danger of it becoming an abyss. There are no places to level up outdoors recently, so you'd better stay home. West Lake City has a protective formation. Odysseus cannot enter. You will be safe in the city. Understood. After giving Zhang Yuan his instructions, Li Anping left in a hurry. Wang Hu's death was a big deal in Shihu City itself. In addition, this matter was related to the Abyss boss Odysius. As the manager of the Shihu City branch of the Adventurers Association, Li Anping had a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. Yuanzi, what happened? After Zhang Yuan said goodbye to Li Anping, Grandma asked with concern. Zhang Yuan replied, an Abyss boss killed my classmate, and Manager Li from the Adventurers Association came to warn me to be careful. My aunt complained that Abyss boss is really bad. He doesn't even let the students go. Yeah. That's really bad. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. That Abyss boss has been hunting down our human geniuses. Luckily, I was more skilled than him and defeated him in the dungeon. Otherwise, I would have been killed by him. My aunt looked terrified, so combat professions are so dangerous. You actually have to face such terrifying guys. Suddenly, I don't envy you anymore, Yuanzi. Grandma's face was solemn at this time. She warned Zhang Yuan, Yuanzi, although you have defeated the boss of the abyss, those monsters are cruel and cunning by nature. Your parents both fell into the abyss. You must never be careless when facing the abyss. Do you understand? Zhang Yuan nodded, I understand, Grandma. I will be careful. I will stay at home these days to avoid the limelight. My auntie was immediately delighted. Yuanzi, does this mean you're free to go shopping, eat, and play games with me? Grandma gave my aunt a ruthless slap on the face and said, you've fallen on your own, don't take Yuanzi with you. My aunt said aggrievedly, I know, Mom. In the following week, Shihu City was in an uproar because of Wang Hu's death, but Zhang Yuan was like nothing had happened. He accompanied his aunt shopping, eating, and playing games, and accompanied Li Xueer shopping, eating, and playing games. He spent the week very leisurely. The government also did not find any trace of Odysseus in the surrounding copies, and finally opened all the surrounding wild copies, allowing the Wang family to take back the bodies of Wang Hu and Jiang Yeqing, and the North City murder case came to an end. It is said that after Wang Hu's body was brought back to the Wang family, the head of the Wang family held Wang Hu's body and cried for 2 hours, and finally offered a reward of 5 billion to the Abyss boss Odysseus. Of course, nothing was gained. In this way, the real culprit spent the week safely and even attended Wang Hu's funeral and expressed his deep sorrow to Wang Hu's parents. After that, the National College Entrance Examination will begin. The night before the college entrance examination, Li Xueer also made an appointment with Zhang Yuan to meet at the school playground. The two ran around the playground track at night under the moonlight. Under the white moonlight, only Zhang Yuan and Li Xueer were sweating on the playground. Of course, in a dark teaching building, Principal Ning Qin was also watching the two of them secretly. Ever since Wang Hu had the accident, Ning Qin has been extremely worried about his two treasures, Zhang Yuan and Li Xueer, fearing that they would also be in danger, so he has been protecting them secretly. Fortunately, apart from Wang Hu's accident, Zhang Yuan and Li Xueer have not been attacked by the abyss demons these days. Ning Qin could only secretly sigh that Wang Hu was too unlucky. He obviously had poor talent, but he was targeted by the abyss demon and lost his life in vain. Ning Qin was also secretly glad that only Wang Hu was unlucky. Of course, Ning Qin would never reveal this idea. At this time, on the playground. Silly, are you confident about taking the college entrance exam tomorrow? After running 10 laps, Li Xueer stopped, sweating profusely, and suddenly asked Zhang Yuan. In the past 3 years, they have been running around the school every night like today, chatting, talking about the college entrance examination and the future. And now, the college entrance examination, which they have talked about the most in the past 3 years, is about to arrive. Li Xueer felt inexplicably nervous when she thought about the National College Entrance Examination tomorrow. This week she went to the Secret Realm dungeon several times, and with the upgrade pills, she was already level 19, but Zhang Yuan could still feel her nervousness. It is true that Kyoto University is the top-ranked institution of higher learning in Daxia, and every year countless geniuses compete for an admission spot. Even though Li Xueer's profession is a rare one, she is not outstanding in the entire province. Zhang Yuan smiled and replied, "Don't worry, we will definitely meet at Kyoto University." Li Xueer smiled. "I didn't expect a fool like you could say such a thing." "Okay. We'll meet at Kyoto University. This is our agreement." Hook. Zhang Yuan looked at Li Xueer's outstretched little finger, which was as white as jade under the moonlight. Hook. Zhang Yuan stretched out his little finger and made a pinky promise with Li Xueer. The next day, the National College Entrance Examination officially started. Chapter 40, Bug. It must be a bug. The next day, all combat professionals who were going to take the National College Entrance Examination gathered in front of the West Lake City Government Square. The College Entrance Examination Center in Jiangnan Province is not in Xueer City, but in the provincial capital Donghai City. On the day of the college entrance examination, the governments of each city will build a large teleportation array to transport the candidates from their city to the provincial capital for a unified examination. Ning Qin looked at Zhang Yuan and Li Xueer, both at level 19, with a smile on his face. He was extremely satisfied. I didn't expect you two would both reach level 19. I've produced two geniuses like you. My Ning family is truly blessed. Don't be nervous, both of you. Keep calm during the college entrance exam and perform normally. I believe you can get into Kyoto University. Well, we will keep it up, thank you, headmaster. Li Xueer thanked Ning Qin. After Ning Qin went to encourage the other students, she poked Zhang Yuan again. Why are you still level 19? Didn't you take that level up pill? She remembered that after finishing the secret realm copy, Zhang Yuan was already level 19. Zhang Yuan, I want to keep it in case of any accidents. Upgrade pills are useless after level 20, and they can't be traded, so what's the point of keeping them? Li Xueer didn't understand, but Zhang Yuan just smiled and shook his head. It won't take me long to reach level 20 anyway, so it's nice to keep this thing as a souvenir. What a freak! He doesn't even want the free experience. Li Xueer complained, but did not continue the conversation on this topic. After everyone from all the schools arrived, Ning Qin led the 34 students from number 1 middle school into the teleportation array and distributed admission tickets to them one by one. Students, let me say this again. While exams are important, everyone must act within their capabilities. Safety is paramount. I don't want to see any of our students get into trouble again. Okay, start teleporting. Ning Qin called out to the government's formation master, who injected energy into the formation. The teleportation array lit up, and all the students of West Lake No. 1 Middle School were teleported to the examination room in Donghai City. This examination hall was extremely spacious. Thousands of examinees from dozens of cities, large and small, across Jiangnan Province gathered here, but it didn't feel crowded at all. It even felt somewhat spacious. A light tower was suspended above the center of the examination room, and directly below the light tower was a large blue vortex, which looked like the entrance to a large secret realm copy. After waiting for about half an hour, students from other schools were also teleported to the examination room one after another. Suddenly, a majestic voice came from the light tower suspended in the sky. Quiet. The noisy examination room suddenly became quiet. Now I'm announcing the exam rules. This year's college entrance exam is divided into two categories: basic exams and advanced exams. The basic exam focuses on testing fundamental abilities. Different professions have different exam contents. DPS professions test DPS, tank professions test defense, and so on. Candidates who receive a D level rating or above will be eligible to take the advanced exam. In advanced exams, candidates can earn points based on their performance in dungeons. Advanced dungeons have different difficulty levels. The higher the difficulty, the more points you'll earn. Also, personal equipment is allowed during the exam, but the use of any props, including but not limited to potions and buffs, is prohibited. Once cheating is discovered, the exam results will be cancelled and the candidate will be held criminally liable. Although the teachers of each school had explained the rules of the college entrance examination countless times before the exam, all the candidates present listened attentively, for fear of missing any information. After all, this concerns one's own future. Even if a student is a troublemaker in school, he dare not be careless at this time. The rules have been explained. All candidates, please get ready. The exam officially begins. As the majestic voice fell, the vortex under the light tower lit up with dazzling light, instantly covering the entire examination room. All candidates holding admission tickets were teleported into the secret realm copy at the same time. At this time, a group of middle-aged and elderly people with dignified demeanor stood on the top floor of the light tower. They were professors from various universities and colleges, and were also examiners in charge of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan Province. This year's college entrance examination has finally begun. I wonder how many talented students will emerge from Jiangnan province. I heard that Zhang from Donghai No. 1 High School is quite good. Not only did he win a rare profession, but he also reached level 20 in just 1 month. He has the potential to become the provincial champion. There's a good kid in Nanjing City. He's a berserker and is also level 19. I heard he has the ability to solo a hard difficulty dungeon. There's a girl in a small county who drew the Holy Shield Knight. You might want to keep an eye on her. I think there's a student in Westlake City who needs special attention this year. At this time, an examiner who knew Zhang Yuan's situation brought up Zhang Yuan's picture. Zhang Yuan, Sword Formation Master, level 19. Sword Formation Master, this is a new class that was recently drawn in Westlake City. I wonder how strong it is? Very strong. This kid has the ability to clear the Abyss Dungeon alone. Soloing the Abyss Dungeon? How is that possible? Don't disbelieve me, this is news I heard from a high-ranking member of the Adventurers Association. That kid has received high praise from President Bai. I suspect he will be the provincial champion this year. It actually received such high praise from President Bai. That's truly remarkable. We must take a closer look. The examiners were all intrigued by Zhang Yuan and focused on Zhang Yuan's examination room, wanting to see what abilities this young man favored by Bai Zhenghua had. Zhang Yuan appeared in a Colosseum copy. In the middle of the Colosseum, there was a tall test wooden stake with a counter on it. Exam mission: attack the test stake with all your strength. Testing for damage? When Zhang Yuan saw the task, he did not hesitate and directly deployed the sword formation, equipped Qishao and Zhanlu, and then controlled Qishao to shoot. Boom! A red light flashed, and the test wooden stake was directly blown up by Zhang Yuan. Exploded? The examiner on the top floor of the light tower was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. What's going on? That wooden stake can withstand 1,000,000 hits, right? Can he pierce it with one sword? It must be a bug. The examiners unanimously agreed that there was a bug in the Secret Realm copy. After all, this Secret Realm copy carried hundreds of thousands of candidates from all over the country, so bugs were expected. Give him a new stake. In the Colosseum, a new test stake is refreshed. Exam mission: attack the test stake with all your strength. Are we going to test it with multiple attacks to see the output stability? It's a college entrance exam dungeon, so rigorous. Seeing the new test wooden stake appear, Zhang Yuan didn't think much about it and controlled Qishao to shoot again. Boom! The wooden stake was blown up again. The examiners on the top floor of the light tower fell into a deathly silence. Exploded again. It was only then that these professors at level 70 or 80 finally realized that this was not a bug in the Secret Realm dungeon, but that the perverted beast at level 19 had caused more than 1 million damage. Chapter 41: This is a beast. Level 19, damage exceeds 1 million. What is the concept? The examiners present, even the history professors, could not find such a pervert in the history books. This kid is simply a pervert. He even blew up a wooden stake. I'm afraid this is the first of its kind in the history of the college entrance examinations. Others might just say S rank isn't his limit, but this little bastard blew up the rating machine. Number 1, absolutely number 1. The examiners began to chatter and discuss. Quiet. At this time, the chief examiner, Chen Yun, stopped the other examiners and said, in the first exam, Zhang Yuan received an S score and ranked first. Does anyone have any objections? No. He deserves to be first. Second. The examiners nodded in agreement and joked. If a student who could even blow up the test stakes didn't take first place, who would? Seeing that all the examiners agreed, Chen nodded slightly and said, then record the results, but don't rush to end this exam. Give him another wooden stake. The health of the wooden stake has been adjusted to 10 million. This guy is a talent. I want to see his damage limit. Okay. I want to see it too, let's try it. The examiners nodded repeatedly, and once again created a wooden stake for Zhang Yuan, setting his health to 10 million. However, the wooden stake had just appeared in the Colosseum when a red light directly pierced the stake. At this moment, the examiners' faces turned green instantly. What the hell is going on? Even a wooden stake with 10 million HP can't hold up? There were many level 70 professors present, and it was unknown whether the damage could reach 10 million if they attacked with all their strength. Professor Chen, the upper limit of the wooden stake's health is only 10 million. Do you want to continue testing? The corners of Chen Yun's mouth twitched. He had been in charge of the college entrance examination for more than 20 years and had never encountered such a pervert. Add defense to the wooden stake and increase damage reduction to 50%. I want to see if he's still that powerful. Damn it, I'm getting into a fight with this kid. A group of examiners nodded, their desire to win was aroused, and they continued to strengthen the wooden stakes. As the fourth test stake appeared in the Colosseum, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but frown. Is this exam really that boring? Endlessly hitting stakes? Although Zhang Yuan was dissatisfied with the content of the college entrance examination, he still had to take the test and control Qi Zhao's attack. Boom! Once again, the defensive wooden stake was blown up. All the examiners in the light tower were numb at this moment, and some examiners with weak hearts even took out quick-acting heart pills. What kind of skills does this kid have? Even a wooden stake with 10 million HP and 50% damage reduction can be blown up? I don't think it's a skill, it's just a normal attack. Didn't you notice that the guy has no skill cooldown at all? No wonder he can clear the Abyss dungeon solo. If I were the Abyss boss, I'd probably be beaten so hard I'd cry for my mother. I give in. Let him out. All the examiners were overwhelmed by Zhang Yuan's horrific injuries and chose to admit defeat. However, Chen Yun frowned and immediately started to operate frantically in the background. The defense of the wooden stake is increased by 500%, and the damage reduction is increased to 80%. Professor Chen. When the examiners saw Chen Yun's actions, they all gasped, "You! Shoo! Look at his performance!" Chen Yun stopped all the examiners and stared at the copy. Why is there more? When Zhang Yuan saw the new wooden stake, he couldn't help but mutter something, but he didn't think much about it and attacked again. Bang! Test the wooden stake and blow it up again. All the examiners fell into deathly silence. Chen Yun was silent for a long time, then sighed, confirmed. This kid is just an animal. Let's announce the results. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in the copy. The first basic exam is over, and the results are now announced. 2,326 people have been evaluated as D or above, and the rest have been eliminated. There were more than 10,000 candidates, and nearly 80% were eliminated based on just one basic test. This elimination rate is terrifying. Everyone's scores appeared in front of them. At the same time, a giant screen appeared in the sky of the Secret Realm copy and outside the light tower, announcing the top 100 candidates. Even at S level, there are gaps between candidates. Number 1, Zhang Yuan, rating S. Number 2, Zhang Yun, rating S. Third place, Miao Shulan, rating S. Number 10, Li Xueer, rating S. Zhang Yuan ranked first, Miao Shulan and Li Xueer ranked third and 10th respectively. All three of them were in the top 10 in the province in the first exam, and their results were very good. Ning Qin, who was outside the dungeon, saw Zhang Yuan take first place and Li Xueer take 10th. He was so excited that he started dancing with joy and said to the other principals nearby, "See. The first and 10th place are students from our Westlake No. 1 high school. 2 of our students from Westlake No. 1 high school made it into the top 10. Ning Qin's words immediately drew envious glances from many principals. Then, a cold laugh rang out, what a pity this is just a basic exam. As long as it's S rank, the points converted into the final ranking are the same. Only the points earned in the advanced exam are the most important." An old man with a Mediterranean hairstyle came over and taunted Ning Qin, "Old classmate, after so many years of teaching in the countryside, have you fallen to the point where you're dancing for joy over such a small achievement?" Ning Qin narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the person coming. "Feng Gaoyuan, you are jealous of me." The visitor was Feng Gaoyuan, Ning Qin's high school and college classmate, and now the principal of Donghai No. 1 Middle School. Donghai No. 1 High School is currently ranked first among all high schools in Jiangnan Province. I'm jealous of you? Feng Gaoyuan sneered. Zhang Yun from our school will definitely be the provincial champion. Do you dare to bet with me? Bet? Ning Qin raised an eyebrow slightly when he heard Feng Gaoyuan's words. What do you want to bet on? Feng Gaoyuan said confidently, whatever you say, I will win anyway. Really? Ning Qin laughed out loud. Then I'll bet that Zhang Yuan from my school will be the provincial champion. If I win, you'll resign as the principal of Donghai No. 1 Middle School and come teach at Shihu No. 1 Middle School. How about that? Is it such a big deal? Feng Gaoyuan's mouth twitched. Why, weren't you very angry just now? Are you scared? Stop provoking me. Feng Gaoyuan frowned. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Let's make a bet. If Zhang Yun is the provincial champion, you can come to our school to teach. How about that? Seeing Feng Gaoyuan take the bait, Ning Qin immediately raised her voice, deliberately letting the principals and teachers of other schools around her hear. So many of my colleagues here saw it. Feng Gaoyuan and I made a bet. Whoever loses will have to teach at the other school. The one who's cheating is old dog. Feng Gaoyuan was also aroused by Ning Qin's move and said, Ning Qin, you can go back and pack your bags. After the summer vacation, you will have to call me your leader. Ning Qin sneered, you are dreaming. While the two principals were making the bet, the candidates in the secret copy also started their second advanced exam. Single-player dungeon trial. What does Chapter 42 mean? Cleared the level right after entering? The so-called single-player dungeon trial does not mean that the candidate has to go through the dungeon alone. Instead, the secret dungeon will provide each candidate with 4 NPCs whose professions match the candidate's level and attributes, namely output, meat shield, nurse, and auxiliary. At the same time, candidates can choose the difficulty of the dungeon and how many teammates to bring to conquer the dungeon. The difficulty of the dungeon is divided into 3 types, normal, difficult, and nightmare, and the points coefficients are 1x, 2x, and 5x respectively. For every NPC teammate you bring less, the points coefficient will increase by 1 times. For example, if you choose nightmare difficulty and bring 3 NPC teammates to complete the dungeon, the points coefficient will be 6 times. If the candidate chooses normal difficulty and brings all 4 teammates with him, he will get 1 point for killing a monster. In nightmare difficulty, if you bring 3 teammates, you will get 6 points for killing a monster. This advanced exam not only tests the candidate's combat capabilities, but also their strategic capabilities. If some candidates rashly choose nightmare difficulty and bring fewer teammates, the points coefficient will certainly be high, but it will be difficult to advance the dungeon, and the final points may be far less than those of candidates who choose normal difficulty and bring all teammates. There is also a special rule for the advanced exam. If the candidate chooses the nightmare difficulty and does not bring any teammates, the score coefficient will be increased by an additional 1 times, reaching a maximum of 10 times the score coefficient. Of course, in all the previous college entrance examinations, there were basically no crazy people who did this, because that was seeking death. There was once a candidate who won a legendary profession. Due to his arrogance, he chose not to bring any teammates with him and went through a nightmare difficulty dungeon alone. As a result, he died in the dungeon. Zhang Yun from Donghai No. 1 High School has already entered the dungeon. He chose the nightmare difficulty and only brought a nurse with him, with an 8x points multiplier. He's really aiming for the provincial top scorer. Nia Shulan from Shihu City Saiha County No. 2 Middle School also chose the nightmare difficulty and added an attack. I've seen her strength and she's a strong contender for the provincial top scorer this year. Li Xueer chose the nightmare difficulty, with 1 damage dealer and 1 tank, and a 7x points multiplier. She should be able to rank in the top 10 in the province. I think this year's provincial champion is going to be one of Zhang Yun, Nia Shulan, and Zhang Yuan. Oh, and what did Zhang Yuan choose? The examiners in the Light Tower paid attention to this year's key candidates and discussed the difficulty of the copies they chose. What do you think Zhang Yuan will choose? With his damage output, it's easy for him to kill his way through the nightmare difficulty dungeon. He should choose the nightmare difficulty and bring a tank. I think so too. His output is high enough, but correspondingly, his body must be very fragile, and he needs a frontline protection. With nightmare difficulty and a teammate, and an 8x points multiplier, he has the best chance of becoming the provincial champion. Unfortunately, his skills are likely to be single-target physical attacks, and his monster clearing speed is naturally inferior to that of magic classes, so his clearance time will be at a disadvantage. Otherwise, he would have a chance to become the national champion. Look, Zhang Yuan has started choosing the difficulty. In the copy, after Zhang Yuan read the rules of the advanced exam, he chose the nightmare difficulty without hesitation and did not bring teammates. To him, his teammates are a burden. Not bringing teammates? Is he crazy? When the examiners saw Zhang Yuan entering the nightmare level secret dungeon alone, they all exclaimed in surprise. Professor Chen, would you like to intervene and ask him to bring at least 1 teammate in? An examiner suggested to Chen Yun that after all, the output ability demonstrated by Zhang Yuan in the basic test has far exceeded that of the legendary output profession. As long as Zhang Yuan grows up, he will definitely be the top combat force of the Great Xia Empire. If Zhang Yuan has an accident during the college entrance examination copy, no one can bear the responsibility. Chen Yun frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, "Don't interfere with Zhang Yuan's choice. If he encounters danger in the dungeon, forcibly kick him out and let him take the adult college entrance examination next year." One examiner objected, "If that's the case, wouldn't Zhang Yuan have wasted a year?" Chen Yun said seriously, "Given his talent, even if he postpones entering university for a year, he will still be able to grow quickly. Using this year to teach him to act within his capabilities and cherish his life will far outweigh the disadvantages in his future growth. Since Professor Chen has said so, let's do this. Everyone, keep a close eye on him and don't let this genius die young." Zhang Yuan didn't know that he had become the focus of the examiners. After he entered the dungeon, he found that this dungeon was similar to the previous military secret dungeon, both of which were dungeon types. He walked into the dungeon and saw an orc wearing armor and holding a long sword standing in the corridor. Eye of the Abyss. Orc Warrior Elite. Level 15. Strength, 1000. Agility, 300. Spirit, 100. Constitution, 2000. Skill, Battle Cry. No wonder the principal said that the hard requirement for admission to Kyoto University is level 19. Only level 19 students can pass the level 15 nightmare dungeon. Zhang Yuan immediately understood what Ning Qin said, but he was also a little disappointed with the difficulty of this copy. It's really not challenging. However, he soon figured it out. After all, this is the college entrance examination, and its purpose is to screen talents. If the difficulty is too high, not only will the meaning of the exam be lost, but it will also put many candidates in danger, which is not worth the loss. What's that kid's expression? Why does he look so disappointed? He seems very dissatisfied with our copy. Is it too difficult? He's still too aggressive. His class is more of a turret-type long-range damage dealer. Without frontline protection, he probably can't withstand a single blow from the orcs. He won't make it through the level. The examiners saw Zhang Yuan's disappointed expression and started talking about it. It's boring, let's finish it quickly. Zhang Yuan deployed a sword formation, covering a huge area of 500 meters in radius, directly covering the entire secret realm copy. Then, Qi Shao pierced through the head of the orc in front. The next moment, all the monsters in the copy, including the level 15 boss, died suddenly. Successfully cleared the dungeon in 36 seconds. Calculate points. Kill points plus 5,000. Clearance points plus 5,000. Time points plus 5,000. Refresh the dungeon clearance time record, points plus 10,000. Total points, 25,000, tentative ranking, 1. Zhang Yuan looked at his college entrance examination score panel and yawned. This dungeon is small and weak, it's really too boring. In the light tower, all the examiners fell into a deathly silence, and then a shocking uproar broke out. What just happened? Where are the monsters? Where is the boss? Where is the dungeon? What kind of skills does this kid have? He can directly clear the entire dungeon? Did he cheat? Did he bring some kind of large-scale killing device? Do you think the system is just for show? Why didn't you call the police when you used the props? Fuck you. Can this guy get any more outrageous? The other candidates haven't even killed the first monster in the normal dungeon, but this guy has already cleared the nightmare dungeon. I guess his disappointment just now is because he thinks our dungeon is too difficult. Clearing the game in 36 seconds? Who would believe that? The fastest record ever was also 1 hour and 2 minutes, right? Excluding the time that guy was daydreaming, did he actually spend even a single second clearing the dungeon? What's his profession? It's so unbalanced. The knowledgeable examiners rioted. They wanted to rush into the dungeon to hold Zhang Yuan down and force him to reveal all his attributes and skills to see what was going on. At the same time, the huge light curtain outside the light tower also refreshed the results of the first candidate. Name, Zhang Yuan, points, 25,000, ranking, 1. Chapter 43 Fault Number 1. Outside the light tower, teachers from various schools were still discussing what this year's copy might be. The ranking that suddenly appeared on the light screen immediately attracted everyone's attention. What's going on? Has a student already cleared the dungeon? It's only been a few minutes, how could anyone possibly pass it? It's out. It's that Zhang Yuan again. How many points? 25,000? The teachers outside all widened their eyes and looked at the points on the screen in disbelief, thinking they were hallucinating. In the advanced dungeon, the number of monsters is fixed at 450, plus one boss. Killing a monster gives 1 point, and killing a boss gives 50 points. Theoretically, the maximum killing point is 5,000. The basic points for completing a dungeon are 500. If you complete the dungeon within an hour and a half, the maximum basic time points will be 500. Multiplying these two by the points coefficient, the theoretical maximum is 10,000. In other words, only if a single person kills all the monsters and bosses in the nightmare copy within an hour and a half can he obtain 15,000 points, and this has never been achieved by any candidate since the first college entrance examination. As for the extra 10,000 points, you can only get them after refreshing the record for clearing the nightmare difficulty dungeon. A student cleared a level 15 nightmare dungeon solo, killed every monster and boss, and even broke the dungeon record. How is that even possible? He cheated, didn't he? This is the Great Xueer Empire's college entrance examination. The Empire's top brass are watching. Who dares to cheat? But the dungeon has just opened, and he's already released a ranking. How do you explain this? The teachers outside began to talk wildly, and everyone was discussing the student Zhang Yuan. After seeing Zhang Yuan's results, Ning Qin burst into laughter and patted Feng Gaoyuan on the shoulder. Old Feng. Did you see that? This is a student from my school. Are you ready to resign and come teach at my school? Feng Gaoyuan was completely silenced. He stared at the ranking on the screen, trying his best to figure out why Zhang Yuan achieved results so quickly and with such a high score. Isn't that kid named Zhang Yuan too perverted? Zhang Yun is likely to lose. No, we can't lose momentum. Feng Gaoyuan shook his head fiercely and said through gritted teeth, Ning Qin, don't be too proud. I still have hope. He knew the professional characteristics of his students. Even if they failed the advanced exam, there was still a possibility of a comeback in the final additional trial. After Zhang Yuan's result came out, another hour and 3 minutes passed before Jiang Yun's result appeared in second place. Name, Jiang Yun, points, 10704, ranking, 2. 10 minutes later, Miao Shulan's result also appeared in the third row. Name, Miao Shulan, points, 9816, ranking, 3. Subsequently, the scores of candidates appeared on the list one after another. Name, Xueer, points, 9072, ranking, 5. Zhang Yuan looked at the points that came out one after another and found that Jiang Yun and Miao Shulan's points were very close. What surprised him was that Xueer's ranking actually rushed up and ranked 5th. At the same time, in another copy space, Jiang Yun, wearing a black robe and with a delicate face, more beautiful than a woman, stared at Zhang Yuan on the points ranking, his face full of disbelief. Impossible. How did he do it? He killed all the monsters in the nightmare dungeon alone and broke the dungeon clearance record. Who the hell is he? Jiang Yun originally thought that with the characteristics of his profession, he could easily win the advanced exam. After all, he killed 288 elite monsters in an hour and a half, and also killed the boss to pass the level, which is enough to make him the best among all the heroes. But he never expected that in this college entrance examination, there would be a pervert with 25,000 points. He now can't wait to know who Zhang Yuan is. On the other side, Miao Shulan and Xueer were also staring at Zhang Yuan's score panel in a daze. However, when they thought of Zhang Yuan's performance in the military secret realm copy, the same idea came to their minds at the same time: he is worthy of it. Soon, a dignified voice echoed in everyone's ears once again: the advanced exam is over, and all candidates' scores have been announced. A total of 2,326 candidates participated in this advanced exam, and 321 students scored over 500 points. Candidates with a score of 500 or above are eligible to take the additional test. Please note, the additional test is not a required option for the college entrance examination and is somewhat dangerous, even life-threatening. Candidates, please consider it with caution. When all the candidates heard the prompt, most of them chose to give up without thinking. The additional test is a test that only top students aiming to enter the top 3 universities in the country will choose. The college entrance examination for ordinary candidates has ended. As long as the candidates score above 500, they can enter a good university, so there is no need for them to join the crowd. Although the additional trials can earn a lot of points, if candidates who are not strong enough participate rashly, they will not only not get many points, but may even get injured and waste their efforts. Of course, there are still many candidates who are very confident in their abilities and choose to continue. In the end, only 98 students, less than 100, remained in Jiangnan province to choose the additional trial. When all candidates have made their choices, all candidates in the secret realm copy who choose to continue are teleported to the light tower above the examination room. 98 candidates appeared in the same space, and they were greeted by a group of examiners in charge of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. Standing at the front of the examiners was the chief examiner Qin Yun. Congratulations everyone! The candidates who have made it this far are all the elites of our great Xia Empire. I look forward to you all shining brightly in the great Xia Empire and living a wonderful life in the future. When Chen Yun said this, he glanced at Zhang Yuan with a half smile, then continued, the next additional trial is very special. You will no longer compete within the same province, but will compete with the geniuses from provinces across the country. Of course, the rules of the additional trials are also brutal. You will be thrown into a simulated abyssal battlefield. Just like the advanced exam, you will each lead a team of NPCs that match your own level and attributes to fight against the simulated abyssal monsters. The additional trials test individual strength and teamwork, so there's no point multiplier. Every time your team kills an abyss monster, you'll earn 100 points. There's no upper limit on the points you can earn. This means, no matter how many points you have in the previous round, you still have the possibility of either turning the tables or being overtaken in this final round. So, don't take it lightly. That's all I have to say. I wish you all good results in the final trial. After Qin Yun finished speaking, a magic book appeared in Zhang Yun's palm, and his eyes became extremely determined. In this final trial, he will definitely turn the tables. Not only Qin Yun, most of the candidates present were holding back their anger at this moment, wanting to turn the tables in this round of exams and soar to the top. Time's up, everyone, let's go. After Qin Yun finished speaking, the light of the teleportation array lit up under the feet of the candidates. The next moment, elite candidates from all over the country were teleported to the final trial space. Chapter 44. The Abyss Demon that is about to arrive at the battlefield is Ishtar. Zhang Yuan was teleported to a barren land, and with him appeared 4 level 19 NPCs, whose professions were warrior, mage, knight, and priest. Zhang Yuan checked the attributes of his 4 NPC teammates. The total attribute of the 4 NPC teammates was the same as his, but the emphasis was different. For example, warriors focus on strength and agility, mages on spirit, knights on physique, and priests on spirit and physique. In general, if you just look at the attribute panels of teammates, these 4 teammates are at the same level as Zhang Yuan himself. Of course, the equipment they have are all level 19 blank equipment, and their skills are also quite basic. Each candidate is given an NPC team. This is probably for the sake of candidates who don't have DPS professions. After all, it's difficult for them to kill monsters without teammates. However, this NPC team is of no use to me. After checking the attributes of his teammates, Zhang Yuan immediately ordered the 4 of them to wait where they were and moved forward alone. In the light tower, Chen Yun and a group of examiners were not surprised by Zhang Yuan's behavior. After all, they had seen Zhang Yuan's strength. Although the 4 NPC teammates had abnormal attributes, they were still a pure burden to Zhang Yuan. This child is destined to be a brave lone wolf in the future. Chen Yun sighed and began to look forward to Zhang Yun's performance in the Abyss battlefield. Soon, a group of Abyss monsters patrolling the barren land met Zhang Yuan, but before the Abyss team could even react, they were slaughtered by Zhang Yuan's 10 iron swords. Zhang Yuan's points instantly increased by 50,000. Although Chen Yun was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw Zhang Yuan easily wipe out an Abyss squad, and then all the Abyss monsters within a 500-meter radius of Zhang Yuan suddenly died. This kid not only has high single target attack power, but also seems to have splash damage, and the range is also unreasonably large. He wiped out all the Abyss monsters we deployed in the Abyss battlefield in an instant. The swordmaster class is so amazing, it's even more powerful than a legendary class. I'm afraid it's the new god-level class. This guy is definitely a strategic weapon on the battlefield. He can destroy an entire army by himself. What a monster! Chen Yun and the examiners were discussing this matter. They had never seen such an outrageous profession. The highest score of all the previous national top scorers in the college entrance examination in the Abyss battlefield was only over 40,000. Zhang Yuan broke the historical record just after he started. You should know that this Abyss battlefield dungeon lasts for a full 6 hours. Zhang Yuan spread his 10 iron swords to the edge of the sword formation, and then moved forward at full speed. All the Abyss monsters that entered the range of his sword formation were killed instantly. Zhang Yuan's points soared at a rocket-like speed and soon broke through 100,000. At this moment, all the examiners were numb. They felt that Zhang Yuan and the other candidates had a completely different style. While Zhang Yuan was killing the abyss monsters like cutting leaks, cutting one batch after another, other candidates were still organizing their teams to fight hard with the first abyss team they encountered. Zhang Yun, who is currently ranked second in Jiangnan province, has just destroyed an abyss team and his points have increased by 500. If it were in previous college entrance examinations, Zhang Yun's speed in killing monsters would definitely be at the provincial top scorer level, and he would even have a chance to break into the top 3 in the country. Unfortunately, he and Zhang Yuanshang were in the same class, and his brilliance was destined to be overshadowed by Zhang Yuanshang. Seeing Zhang Yuan's overwhelming performance with no skill cooldowns or mental energy consumption, Chen Yun said to the examiners, "This round of exams is a foregone conclusion. Zhang Yuan is definitely the top scorer in the country. We can now turn our attention to the other candidates. The Great Xia Empire needs more than just one genius." "No problem." The other examiners nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuan only had garbage time left. As examiners, they should indeed care about every candidate. At the same time, 2 balls of purple mist appeared out of thin air above the light tower at the Jiangnan Province College Entrance Examination Center, and 2 abyss demons walked out of them. One of them was the level 70 abyss boss, Odysius, who was defeated by Zhang Yuan. The other abyss demon wearing a blue robe and with a blue magic book floating beside him is also a level 70 abyss boss named Ishtar. Odysius asked in a deep voice, "Ishtar, there are many human masters in the tower. Do you think we can succeed with this plan?" Ishtar condensed steam in his palm and said confidently, "We will win." "Okay, let's get started." Odysseus took out a black heart, chanted an obscure spell, and then crushed the black heart. Buzz! A strange sound echoed in the sky, and the sky of Donghai City suddenly became extremely dark. The blood splashed from the black heart spilled onto the barrier of the light tower, instantly making the barrier become extremely dark. The next moment, the barrier of the light tower was broken. Odysseus and Ishtar looked at each other and nodded, then rushed into the light tower together. The copies of all candidates in Jiangnan province suddenly turned red, and the surveillance images of the examiners in the light tower all disappeared. The protective barrier of the trial light tower has been broken? I sense the aura of the abyss? Oh no, it must be that roaming abyssal demon Odysseus. Immediately activate the emergency plan, suspend the exam, and transfer all candidates to a safe place. At the same time, request support from above. We must ensure the safety of all candidates. The secret realm dungeon has been forcibly aborted, and all candidates have been transferred out. No! One of the secret realm dungeons has completely transformed into the abyss. The Abyss Raiders mode has begun and cannot be aborted. Chen Yun's expression changed drastically. Which candidate is in that copy? Investigating, it's Zhang Yuan. Sure enough. Odysseus is going after Zhang Yuan. Chen Yun's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he turned to look at an examiner from Donghai University. "Professor Li, come with me to Donghai University to ask for the Gauss core and forcibly close this abyss dungeon." Professor Li hesitated. The Gauss core is our school's most valuable treasure. There are less than 5 remaining in the country. I'm afraid the principal wouldn't be willing to use it to save a single student. Chen Yun said sternly, "If you don't give it to me, I'll take it. I'll take all the responsibility." You all saw Zhang Yuan's college entrance exam. His value is definitely higher than the Gaius core. We must not let him be killed by the abyss demon before he grows up. Otherwise, it will be a loss that our human race cannot bear. After hearing what Chen Yun said, Professor Li gritted his teeth and said, "You're right. I don't want this teaching position anymore. Let's go." The other examiners also said, "Professor Chen, you are looking down on us too much. I'm afraid that you two alone can't snatch the Gauss core from Donghai University. We are going too." All right. Examiners below level 70, appease the students teleported out of the light tower. All examiners above level 70, come with me to Donghai University and bring the Gauss core back as quickly as possible. At this time, in the secret realm copy, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt the temperature around him drop, and a familiar smell appeared in the air. The copy has become abyssal? Zhang Yuan's eyes changed slightly. He was too familiar with this situation. Are you the human boy who defeated Odysseus? You look just like that. A ball of purple mist appeared in front of Zhang Yuan, and Ishtar walked out of it. The snake-like smile on his face made Zhang Yuan feel cold in his heart. Eye of the Abyss. Unable to detect target. Another Abyss boss above level 70. Zhang Yuan's expression became solemn. He quietly took out the crystal ball given by Zhanghua and prepared to ask for help. The reason why he repelled Odysseus last time was because Odysseus only knew mental spells. Now a new Abyss boss is coming. As long as the new Abyss boss has skills other than mental and water spells, he will definitely die. Look at how weak and frightened you are. Humans in their infancy are so fragile that it's laughable. Ishtar grinned, and water vapor surged around him. Boy, before I kill you, please allow me to introduce myself. I am a level 70 water mage from the Abyss. I will soon let you drown in my vast water element, in excruciating pain. Grand water mage? Zhang Yuan was stunned when he heard Ishtar's words. He then put away Zhanghua's crystal ball and grinned, why didn't you say so earlier? Chapter 45, 2 level 70s besieging a level 19, pretty fair, right? What do you mean? Ishtar was stunned and didn't understand Zhang Yuan's reaction. Doesn't this kid have even a little bit of respect for the strong? Zhang Yuan asked, since you are a grand mage of water, are you, like Odysseus, specialized in a single type of magic? Of course. I'm naturally water-friendly. I've specialized in water magic since birth, and I dream of one day having the entire world swallowed by the flood I create. Although the personalities of you demons are worse than each other, I have to say that you Abyss demons are quite focused. You say you cultivate spells of one attribute, and you really only cultivate one attribute. As soon as Zhang Yuan finished speaking, Qishao appeared silently behind Ishtar and stabbed at him. Ishtar immediately dissipated into smoke, then quickly condensed not far away. He sneered, I already know your methods. Although you have the skill to ignore defense, you can't hit me with your current speed. Forget it if I can't hit you. Zhang Yuan didn't care and simply gave up the attack. He guessed that Ishtar was the same as Odysseus, either with high health or with a deathproof skill. Anyway, he couldn't kill him even if he hit him, so now he just needed to buy time. This is the territory of the human race. Now that the Abyss demons have invaded the college entrance examination secret realm copy, it is estimated that it will not be long before the strong men of the human race will rush here. Are you trying to buy time and wait for the strong men of your human race to come and rescue you? Ishtar saw Zhang Yuan's plan and sneered, unfortunately, I won't give you this time. Skill, Sea Dragon Roar. Ishtar directly killed Zhang Yuan. The magic book floating next to him flipped pages quickly, and a large amount of water elements gushed out from the magic book, condensing into a ferocious water dragon, bombarding Zhang Yuan. Zhanlu immediately condensed a blue barrier in front of Zhang Yuan to offset Ishtar's water dragon. The attack is ineffective? Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Ishtar's face was filled with shock. How is this possible? Aren't you immune to mental attacks? Why doesn't my water elemental attack work on you? Try again, maybe it's not powerful enough. Zhang Yuan chuckled, his words full of sarcasm, and it seemed that he didn't take Ishtar's skills seriously at all. Ishtar was angered by Zhang Yuan's mocking smile and roared, you lowly human. Even in the Abyss, no demon would dare to speak to me like that. I'll show you my true strength. Sky Waterfall Technique. Big Tsunami. The Siren Screams. Toxic Sea. In just a few seconds, Ishtar used up most of his high-level spells, and the entire copy space was flooded by seawater, but Zhang Yuan was safe and sound in the violent water element, and did not look like he was hurt at all. Ishtar, why are you so slow? Why haven't you killed Zhang Yuan yet? If the strong men of the human race arrive, we won't be able to escape. At this moment, Odysseus' anxious voice rang out from the dungeon, stop playing. I'm fucking screwed. Ishtar roared back angrily, damn it Odysseus, Zhang Yuan is clearly immune to water attribute attacks, yet you still want me to take the risk and kill him? You're deliberately trying to get me killed, aren't you? He's immune to water attribute attacks? How come? Odysseus exclaimed, and then a crack was torn in the copy space. Odysseus rushed into the copy and saw that the entire copy had been submerged in seawater, and Zhang Yuan was swimming in the sea. Odysseus! Are these the reinforcements you called for? Their level is not good enough. When Zhang Yuan saw Odysseus appear, he mocked him mercilessly. You! Being mocked by Zhang Yuan, Odysseus was furious and immediately used Soul Flame on Zhang Yuan. The terrifying Soul Flame instantly ignited the sea in the copy. Unfortunately, mental spells are ineffective against Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, you two have quite a good combination of skills. The hot spring temperature you created is just right. Puff. Odysseus was so angry at Zhang Yuan that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes turned blood red and he roared, "Zhang Yuan, if I don't kill you, I swear I am not a demon. Since we can't kill you, how can you deal with these monsters?" Odysseus injected a large amount of his mental power into the copy, the water element dissipated, and countless corrupted orcs several meters tall grew out of the barren land like bamboo shoots after rain. Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss on one of the Abyss monsters. Corrupted Orc Warrior Elite. Level 20. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 10,000. Constitution, 10,000. Skills, Abyssal Roar, Damage Sharing. The attributes of the level 20 Abyss Corruption monster are surprisingly the same as those of the level 30 hidden boss Rakshasa King. The most terrifying thing is, there are more and more Abyss monsters around here, and there are thousands of them as far as the eye can see. Zhang Yuan, what does it matter if you're immune to mental and water attacks? In this Abyss dungeon, as long as I have my mental power, I can take on as many monsters as I want. Odysseus's eyes were extremely cold. "Zhang Yuan, I will kill you today." Roar. The corrupted orc warriors roared angrily and rushed towards Zhang Yuan from all directions with huge axes in hand. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately used 10 flying swords to protect himself. Suddenly, 10 water ropes appeared out of thin air and bound all of Zhang Yuan's 10 flying swords. In disarmed state, unable to use weapons. When Zhang Yuan saw the prompt on his panel, his eyes narrowed slightly. There is this trick? Kid, just because you're immune to water attacks doesn't mean you're immune to control. Ishtar had also recovered by now and looked at Zhang Yuan coldly, although it's a bit unfair for two level 70 demons like us to fight against a level 19 demon like you, but no matter what, you must die today. At the same time, more than 10 corrupted orcs rushed to Zhang Yuan and raised their giant axes to chop him down. As a last resort, Zhang Yuan could only use the skill Mental Storm at the risk of being discovered by the Wang family. Boom! The terrifying storm swept around. Oh no, his skills are wrong. Quickly get out of his sword formation range. Both Odysseus and Ishtar felt the fatal threat from Zhang Yuan's mental storm, and immediately retreated quickly, retreating to 500 meters away before being swallowed by the mental storm. At the same time, all the corrupted orcs within a radius of 500 meters, centered around Zhang Yuan, were reduced to ashes. Clear the screen with one move. How perverted is this kid? The two demons, Odysseus and Ishtar, were stunned. They looked at each other, their eyes full of horror and fear. They could feel that every time a corrupted orc was attacked, the power of Zhang Yuan's skills would increase by about 10%. The death of thousands of corrupted orcs increased the amplification of the mental storm, which was enough to kill their two level 70 abyss men on the spot. A level 19 human teenager nearly killed two level 70 abyss bosses in 1 second. This child must not be allowed to grow any further, otherwise there will be great disaster in the abyss. At this moment, Odysseus and Ishtar both made some kind of decision. Chapter 46. Come on. Fight. Successfully killed the corrupted orc warrior. Due to demonic suppression, no experience can be gained. Successfully killed the corrupted orc warrior. Due to demonic suppression, no experience can be gained. A large number of kill prompts appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, but Zhang Yuan failed to gain any experience. The worst has indeed happened. Zhang Yuan looked at the prompt on his panel with a serious expression. He couldn't gain experience from killing abyss monsters, which meant he couldn't rely on leveling up to restore his mental strength. Using the mental storm consumes his mental power, 500 at a time, but his current mental power is only enough for him to use it 6 times. The reason why Zhang Yuan did not use the upgrade pill was that he could vaguely feel that Odysseus might take action during his college entrance examination. One upgrade of the upgrade pill could restore him to full condition. But even if he used the upgrade pill to restore his spirit, the mental storm could only be used 12 times at most. If human support has not arrived before his mental strength runs out, he can only pin his hopes on by Zhengua's crystal ball. 500 meters away, Odysseus once again consumed a large amount of mental energy to summon a large number of abyss monsters. However, this time, after Odysseus knew that Zhang Yuan had a large-scale group attack skill, he did not let the monsters rush forward, but only sent dozens of them to besiege Zhang Yuan. In this way, even if Zhang Yuan used the mental storm to kill the abyss monster, Odysseus's mental consumption would not be much. This boss is quite clever. Seeing that Odysseus had only sent a few dozen monsters over, Zhang Yuan did not intend to waste his mental power to kill these monsters. He immediately used attribute conversion to convert his mental power into 5 times agility, and then used the skill of flying in the wind to double his movement speed. He then used his speed to dodge freely in the siege of dozens of monsters. Wandering Dragon. Seeing that dozens of abyssal monsters couldn't even touch Zhang Yuan, Ishtar couldn't help but yell at Odysseus, "Fool! Do you think we have a lot of time? Stop wasting your mental energy and just use the human wave siege. A level 70 spiritual mage like you is afraid that your mental energy consumption won't be as much as a level 19 teenagers? Shut your stinky mouth, of course I know." Odysseus was extremely unhappy with Ishtar's scolding and immediately retorted. However, he also knew that he couldn't waste any more time like this, so he immediately controlled all the abyss monsters to besiege Zhang Yuan. Thousands of monsters crowded around Zhang Yuan, blocking his hiding space and forcing him to cancel the attribute transformation and use the mental storm. Boom! The storm swept in all directions, and the abyss monsters in the sword formation were cleared out. "Zhang Yuan, I want to see how many times you can use this skill." Odysseus roared and summoned monsters again, controlling the monsters to attack Zhang Yuan and forcing him to use the mental storm, repeating this process over and over again. During this period, Ishtar maintained control over Zhang Yuan, and at the same time relied on his special abilities to absorb the experience Zhang Yuan gained from killing monsters to prevent Zhang Yuan from recovering his mental strength after upgrading. After 6 waves of attacks, Zhang Yuan already had a splitting headache. He was a little overwhelmed by the continuous use of mental storm. On the other side, Odysseus's face was also a little pale. He was not a summoner, and he continued to consume his mental power to generate monsters for the abyss copy, which almost pushed him to his limit. Ishtar, watching the entire process, couldn't help but sigh. This kid has finally used up all his mental power. What kind of monster is he? This forbidden level skill with a short cooldown and great power can be used 6 times at level 19. What will happen when he reaches a higher level? Odysseus nodded in agreement. "I'm afraid our king wasn't this strong even when he was young. To be able to wipe out such a future powerhouse for the abyss, our risk is worth it." After thinking he had victory, Odysseus's old habit came back. He taunted Zhang Yuan, "Your mental power has finally been depleted. However, I can still use up my mental power for 2 more large-scale summons. You have no chance of winning. Victory belongs to the abyss. Come out, my followers." Odysseus spread his arms, raised his head and laughed, and thousands of abyss monsters emerged from the barren land. Ishtar couldn't help but roll his eyes at Odysseus. How could there be such a shameless idiot like you among the demons of the abyss? You've almost drained your mental strength to deal with a level 19 ant, and yet you still have the nerve to act so arrogantly. Ishtar, you've been using your skills constantly to drain Zhang Yuan's experience from killing monsters. You've exhausted your own mental energy, haven't you? How dare you mock me? Zhang Yuan heard the conversation between Odysseus and Ishtar and grinned. "So you two can't handle it anymore? Looks like this victory belongs to me." "Victory belongs to you?" Odysseus was stunned, and then he was horrified to see Zhang Yuan take out an upgrade pill from the storage space and put it into his mouth. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan reached level 20. Zhang Yuan recovered and raised his middle finger to Odysseus and Ishtar in the distance. "Come on, you two idiots. Let's have a good fight." Upgrade pills? Where did he get the upgrade pills? That damn Zhang Yuan, he's already level 19 and doesn't even need to upgrade his pills. Is he just keeping them to get moldy? At this moment, both demons, Odysseus and Ishtar, collapsed. They never expected that Zhang Yuan had this trick up his sleeve waiting for them. Now Zhang Yuan is in full condition and can use 6 mental storms. Not to mention that they don't have enough mental power. Even if they have enough mental power, they don't have enough time. They wasted too much time in this dungeon. Odysseus couldn't help but look at Ishtar. "Ishtar, didn't you say you would win? What should we do now?" Ishtar gritted his teeth and said, "The situation has changed. That kid is too cunning. We two can't kill him today. Let's retreat first. Let's shake off a new demon to deal with him." "You said so, I'm going to run away now." After seeing Zhang Yuan use the upgrade pill, Odysseus had already begun to think of retreating. After Ishtar spoke, he took out some kind of teleportation prop without hesitation, and immediately left Ishtar behind and teleported away. "Ciao! Odysseus! You bastard!" When Ishtar saw that Odysseus was running faster than a rabbit, he immediately realized that the strong men of the human race were approaching, and Odysseus wanted him to cover their retreat. Without having time to say anything harsh to Zhang Yuan, Ishtar also took out some kind of teleportation prop and fled the scene. Successfully defeated the Abyss Demon Odysius, experience plus 200,000. Successfully defeated the Abyss Demon Ishtar, experience plus 200,000. Successfully cleared the Abyss Dungeon, progress on the Scarlet Sky Artifact Quest 110. Ding! Detected that the host has achieved the achievement, Incredible Taunt, randomly increasing 1 talent level. Congratulations host, my Sword Immortal talent level has been upgraded. I am a Sword Immortal level 2, all damage increased by 20 times. Another golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan reached level 21. Chapter 47. Even novels don't dare to write like this. Outside the Secret Realm dungeon, the wounded examiners rushed back with the core of Gauss. Professor Chen, we've wasted too much time at Donghai University. Let's use the Gauss core to forcibly close the Abyss instance and rescue Zhang Yuan. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Odysseus might be hiding in this dungeon too. I'm afraid there will be another fierce battle ahead. Chen Yun took out a black prismatic crystal and took a deep breath. Child, I hope you are still alive. Chen Yun muttered to himself, holding the core of Gauss and aiming it at the Abyss copy. Just as he was about to use the item, the red Abyss copy suddenly turned blue. No, this Abyss dungeon has been conquered? How is this possible? Odysseus is a level 70 Abyss boss, right? We might not even be able to defeat Odysseus. How can Zhang Yuan defeat that boss? When the examiners saw the changes in the copy, they all showed disbelief, looked at each other, and their brains seemed to be frozen. There is only Zhang Yuan in the Abyss dungeon here, and the dungeon boss is a level 70 Abyss demon. How can this dungeon be conquered? The next moment, the copy teleportation entrance was filled with light, and Zhang Yuan walked out of it, making the examiners realize that this was not an illusion. Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw Chen Yun holding a stone towards him. Teacher? What are you doing? Are you okay? Chen Yun was shocked to see Zhang Yuan walking out safely and even reaching level 20. Apart from overconsumption of mental energy, there's nothing serious. Zhang Yuan shook his head and then continued, Oh, by the way, teacher, 2 Abyss bosses have invaded my instance. They interfered with my college entrance exam. Will my results still count? Or do I have to retake it? Are you actually concerned about your college entrance examination results at this time? When Chen Yun heard Zhang Yuan's question, the corners of his mouth twitched. The development of the matter was completely beyond his expectations. However, Chen Yun quickly grasped the key point and confirmed with Zhang Yuan, What did you just say? 2 Abyss bosses invaded your instance? Zhang Yuan replied frankly, Yes, one is a spiritual master named Odysseus, and the other is a water master named Ishtar. After being targeted by 2 Abyss demons in succession, Zhang Yuan planned to tell the authorities all the information he knew about the Abyss bosses, hoping that the Great Xia Empire could get rid of the 2 Abyss bosses as soon as possible. Otherwise, Odysseus and Ishtar would be like 2 swords of Dalmos hanging over his head, and he never knew when they would fall. This time Odysseus shook a water demon over. Who knows what kind of demon he will shake next time? Zhang Yuan couldn't keep betting that the special weapon he would draw later would be immune to the attribute attacks of the Abyss demon. Chen Yun and a group of examiners were all shocked after hearing that Zhang Yuan fought against 2 Abyss bosses alone and forced them to retreat. At this moment, they finally understood why Bai Zhenghua, the president of the Adventurers Association, was so optimistic about Zhang Yuan. This guy is simply a pervert with cheats. A level 19 player fought 2 level 70 Abyss bosses and actually won. Even novels don't dare to write this. At this moment, the space around them distorted slightly, and Bai Zhenghua stepped out. He said seriously, I received intelligence about the Abyss invasion and rushed back from the Abyss frontline immediately. What's the situation? Chen Yun and the other examiners immediately saluted Bai Zhenghua, Mr. Bai, the matter has been resolved. Solved? Bai Zhenghua was stunned at first, then he saw Zhang Yuan with an innocent look on his face and burst out laughing. So that's how it is. Did you repel Odysseus again? Chen Yun immediately added, Old Bai, the Abyss demon that assassinated Zhang Yuan this time was not only Odysseus, but also Ishtar. There's another abyssal demon? When Bai Zhenghua heard Chen Yun's addition, a gleam of brilliance suddenly flashed in his eyes. If only Odysseus broke into the Great Xia Empire, it could be said that there was a loophole in the defense line they built, and they just needed to fill the loophole. But now another Abyss boss has appeared, and he has appeared silently in the territory of the Great Xia Empire. This can only mean that there is a traitor within the Great Xia Empire. Bai Zhanghua thought of some possibilities, but he didn't say anything. He smiled at Chen Yun and said, "Chen Yun, you did a good job this time. I'll give you a credit." Chen Yun smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Bai, I'm afraid you don't need to give me this credit." Bai Zhanghua was stunned. Why? Chen Yun took out the Gao score and said, "After the Abyss Demon invaded the Secret Realm dungeon, we went to Donghai University to rescue Zhang Yuan. We fought with the teachers and snatched the Gao score back. Zhang Yuan is fine now. Donghai University will hold us examiners accountable later. We should also go to jail." "I see." Bai Zhanghua heard Chen Yun's words and immediately smiled. "You are right. I will go to Donghai University to persuade them. As long as you return the Gao score, I promise that Donghai University will not cause you any trouble." "Thank you, Mr. Bai." As soon as Bai Zhanghua said this, the eyes of all the examiners present lit up. Although they had done a great thing out of passion, now that they had calmed down, they felt a little regretful when they thought about the consequences they might face next, especially since they had not helped Zhang Yuan at all, which made them feel that they had suffered in vain. But now that Bai Zhanghua has said this, everyone is no longer worried about subsequent accountability. Donghai University may not give face to anyone, but it must give face to Bai Zhanghua. At this time, Zhang Yuan said again, "Thank you, Mr. Bai, and all the examiners, but I still have one thing I want to ask." Bai Zhanghua asked kindly, "Speak." "Zhang Yuan, now that the matter has been perfectly resolved, shouldn't you answer my question? Will my college entrance examination score still count?" "You kid." Seeing Zhang Yuan still worried about his college entrance exam results, Chen Yun couldn't help but shake his head and smiled. "Don't worry, even though the Abyss Demon disrupted the college entrance exam process and forced the additional trials to be suspended, we have archived all the students' scores before the suspension, including yours. In this case of the Abyss Demon invasion, we are announcing adjustments to the Secret Realm Dungeon's technical system. We will be able to reopen the dungeon and continue the trial soon. Zhang Yuan, although the college entrance examination hasn't ended yet, your scores are far ahead of everyone else. You are undoubtedly the top scorer in the country. I wish you victory in advance. Look forward to the national top prize, it's a very generous reward." Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you, teacher. I'm already looking forward to the reward." Chapter 48, Number 1 Scholar. Bai Zhanghua looked at the confident Zhang Yuan with doting eyes. He looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile and asked, "Kid, I also have a question for you. I clearly gave you a life-saving item, so why didn't you use it when facing the 2 abyss bosses? Aren't you afraid?" Faced with the siege of 2 abyss bosses above level 70, no one, even the examiners present, dared to say they could survive. Zhang Yuan replied bluntly, "There's no particular reason. I just happen to be able to control those 2. They pose no threat to me, so I don't intend to waste the life-saving item. This reason." Bai Zhanghua was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. The reason why he gave Zhang Yuan the crystal ball was that when Odysius came to Zhang Yuan again, he could rescue him in time and get rid of the Abyss Demon who was hiding here and there. But now, Zhang Yuan's strength far exceeded his expectations, which made his plan inconsistent with the actual situation, resulting in the failure of his plan to rely on Zhang Yuan to find Odysius. Ahem. Bai Zhanghua coughed twice, then handed Zhang Yuan a crystal ball. "Kid, if you encounter the Abyss Demon again next time, crush it immediately and I will come to save you. Actually, this thing is not that rare, so don't be stingy with props." "Thank you, Mr. Bai." Zhang Yuan happily took the crystal ball and put this new life-saving amulet into the storage space. At this time, an examiner stepped forward and said, "Mr. Bai, Professor Chen, all the Secret Realm copies have been debugged and the trial can be restarted." "Okay." Chen Yun nodded slightly, "Send all the candidates back to the dungeon." Bai Zhanghua patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and said, "Keep going. Although your current points have already secured the top spot in the nation, you still have to earn as many points as possible in the upcoming trials. The higher your points, the richer the final reward." Hearing Bai Zhenghua's words, Zhang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. "I understand." After the additional trial resumed, Zhang Yuan turned on the full fire mode and began to slaughter the abyss monsters in the copy. His points soared at a rocket-like speed. Soon, the additional trial was successfully completed, and Zhang Yuan's points exceeded 1 million. The exam is over, and all candidates will be transferred out of the copy. Zhang Yuan killed the last abyss monster and saw the pop-up notification on his panel. He couldn't help but sigh, it's a pity that the monsters in this dungeon are refreshed so slowly. It would be great if I could summon monsters in large quantities like Odysius does. Zhang Yuan withdrew the sword formation and was teleported to the square below the light tower. Appearing with him were other candidates who had taken the additional test. However, unlike Zhang Yuan, the others did not know about the invasion of the Abyss demons. They only knew that there were some technical problems in the trial light tower, which caused the exam to be suspended for a period of time. At this time, the candidates were still excitedly discussing how many points they had earned in the secret realm copy, completely unaware that they had already survived a huge crisis. Xueer and Miao Shulan came over together. "Dummy, how did you perform?" "Good." Zhang Yuan replied, looking at the two women holding hands in surprise. "When did you become so close?" Xueer smiled and said, "Wasn't there a problem with the dungeon before? Sister Shulan and I were teleported to the same room. She taught me a lot of tricks, and now I have over 30,000 points. Isn't that impressive?" "Sharp." Zhang Yuan nodded and looked at Miao Shulan. "What about you?" "Not bad, more than 50,000. A tank class that can kill 400 abyss monsters in 6 hours, you're quite impressive." "It's far inferior to you." Miao Shulan was not proud. After she first witnessed Zhang Yuan's strength, she had given up the idea of competing for the provincial top spot. The college entrance examination is over and the final exam results are being announced. A majestic voice came from the light tower, and then all the candidates' scores were refreshed on the huge light screen outside the light tower. First place, Zhang Yuan, points, 1,100,000. Second place, Zhang Yun, points, 80,000. Third place, Miao Shulan, points, 53,000. Fourth place, Xueer, points, 32,000. When the results of all the candidates were announced, Zhang Yuan's score of 1.1 million was far ahead of the others, causing an uproar in the audience. The points exceeded 1 million? Xueer and Miao Shulan both looked at Zhang Yuan in shock. "How did you do that?" They had expected Zhang Yuan's points to be very high, possibly exceeding 100,000, but they had not expected Zhang Yuan's points to be so high. 1,100,000 points, what does this mean? One abyss monster is worth 100 points, which means Zhang Yuan has to kill more than 10,000 abyss monsters in the trial copy. Are there really so many abyss monsters in that dungeon? Zhang Yun, who was not far away, saw the ranking on the giant screen and trembled violently. His face was full of disbelief. Is this possible? What on earth did he do to kill so many? Not only Zhang Yun, many candidates and teachers from various schools felt that there was something wrong with the system. The highest score record in the college entrance examination was only 100,000, and Zhang Yuan's score exceeded 1 million, which was indeed too exaggerated. However, the college entrance examination is a major event that all the senior officials of Daxia will keep an eye on. No one is considering cheating in the exam, but is wondering why Zhang Yuan is so awesome? That candidate named Zhang Yuan is really abnormal, isn't he? How did he get so many points? If we could understand that, wouldn't we be geniuses? Could that kid have been responsible for the system failure just now? It's possible. While everyone was talking about it, Ning Qin was also madly criticizing Feng Gaoyuan. Number 1. Feng Gaoyuan, did you see that? My student is the number 1. And judging by his grades, he's definitely the number 1 in the country. Feng Gaoyuan, don't forget our bet. When you get home, pack your bags and come back to me during the summer vacation to report to Westlake No. 1 Middle School. Ning Qin was so excited that she danced with joy and made faces at Feng Gaoyuan crazily. Ning Qin, you're so lucky to have picked up such a precious student. Although Feng Gaoyuan couldn't believe it, he could only accept this outcome at this time. Don't worry, I will keep my promise and teach at your school. Ning Qin grinned and said, don't put on such a sour face. Westlake No. 1 Middle School has produced a genius like Zhang Yuan. It will definitely become a nationally renowned school in the future. By then, you won't even be able to apply to teach at our school. Feng Gaoyuan, Ning Qin, I just want to know how Zhang Yuan managed to get over 1 million points. I can't tell you anything else. I can only say, on his first day in the novice dungeon, he soloed the abyss dungeon. Ah! Feng Gaoyuan was petrified on the spot. On the other side, Xueer also found Zhang Yuan and said in surprise, silly. Your results are amazing. You are worthy of it. It was just luck. Zhang Yuan said without any complacency, I'm still a long way from here. He was telling the truth. Compared with the demons of the abyss, he was still far behind. Idiot, do you know that saying this is very discouraging? Is there? You guy. Never mind, I'm used to it. Xueer rarely lost her temper and smiled at Zhang Yuan. No matter what, we are classmates again. Chapter 49, Blade of the Cursed King. After the college entrance examination, all candidates were teleported back to their respective schools, except Zhang Yuan, who was taken by Chen Yun to the Central Trial Tower in Kyoto. This Central Trial Tower is different from the Light Tower in Donghai City. It is twice as large, magnificent, and exquisite, and there is an extremely terrifying energy surging inside. Every year during the college entrance examination, the Great Xueer Empire would bring the top scorer in the country to the Central Trial Tower, which would then give corresponding rewards based on the top scorer's points. Zhang Yuan's points are undisputedly the best in the country. Zhang Yuan, don't be nervous. I brought you here just to collect the reward. There's nothing else to do. Chen Yun stood next to Zhang Yuan and sighed, tsk. 1.1 million points, I can't even imagine what your reward will be. Teacher Chen, are the top scorer rewards random? Zhang Yuan was curious. You could say that. Chen Yun nodded. This Central Trial Tower is the original version of the Light Tower you saw in Jiangnan Province. In fact, it is also one of the national treasures of our Great Xueer Empire. Its interior contains countless treasures. Every year, the top scorer in the national exam has the opportunity to obtain a treasure from the Central Trial Tower. The more points you earn in the college entrance exam, the more valuable the treasure you obtain. Furthermore, this is different from using the Divine Stone to draw cards in the Destiny Star Array. The treasures you draw here are at least epic equipment. So generous? Zhang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. After all, you're the top scholar in the country. There's only one every year, so how could the reward be small? Chen Yun led Zhang Yuan to a golden vortex with a radius of 1 meter and said to Zhang Yuan, put your hand in. Whatever you grab from inside will be your reward. I see. Zhang Yuan nodded and reached his hand into the golden vortex. Boom! The moment Zhang Yuan put his hand in, the golden vortex instantly turned into a red vortex. Lightning flashed around the vortex, and terrifying energy continued to overflow. Zhang Yuan felt as if he had touched something extraordinary, so he immediately grabbed it and tried to pull it out. The next moment, the entire Central Trial Tower began to vibrate violently, and the energy in the tower began to become restless. This is... Chen Yun, who was standing behind him, felt the ominous energy surging from the Central Trial Tower. He seemed to realize something, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately said, Zhang Yuan, don't take the things out of the vortex. Unfortunately, it was too late when Chen Yun said this. Zhang Yuan pulled out a pitch-black, cracked short blade from the red vortex. Boom! The short blade suddenly burst out with a terrifying curse power, which immediately knocked Chen Yun away and pierced Zhang Yuan's chest at the same time. The endless curse power directly swallowed Zhang Yuan. It's over. Chen Yun saw Zhang Yuan being engulfed by the cursed power, and a look of despair appeared on his face. Why? That kid was able to pull out the cursed king's blade that was suppressed by the artifact? Blade of the cursed king damaged, the holder is cursed, and their physical and mental strength are continuously reduced until death. This equipment is mandatory and cannot be discarded or destroyed. Artifact Quest, use the blade of the cursed king to reap the souls of the weak 100,000. Note, the cursed king's weapon contains his boundless hatred. Only those who endure the cursed king's wrath can ascend his throne. Amidst a flood of cursed power, Zhang Yuan looked at the cursed king's blade stuck in his chest and couldn't help but complain, why does this thing only have negative effects? Where are its attributes and skills? There's even an artifact quest. Could this be a legendary piece of equipment? Because Zhang Yuan had a cursed heart, the curse effect of the cursed king's blade turned into a positive effect. Now the cursed king's blade piercing his chest not only did not cause him any harm, but instead allowed him to continue to recover his physical and mental strength. He didn't even feel any pain. Looking at the state of this equipment, it's damaged. I guess I need to complete the artifact quest to restore it to normal. But if I don't have the cursed heart, whoever gets this equipment will be doomed, right? After seeing the effect of the cursed king's blade, Zhang Yuan complained with a wry smile, then pulled out the cursed king's blade that was stuck in his chest. The wound on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Successfully pulled out the cursed king's blade, temporarily gaining the cursed king's approval. Zhang Yuan saw the prompt on the panel, and then the blade of the cursed king in his hand absorbed all the released curse power, and the restless Central Trial Tower returned to calm. Then, Zhang Yuan saw Chen Yun, Bai Zhanghua, Wan Chang'an, and a group of unfamiliar but powerful men surrounding him. Is he still alive? Isn't he drained by the cursed king's blade? Incredible! He actually conquered the blade of the cursed king? When a group of strong men saw that Zhang Yuan was safe and sound, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Bai Zhanghua and Wan Chang'an rushed to Zhang Yuan and asked with concern, "Kid, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell?" "I am fine." Zhang Yuan looked puzzled. "Old Bai, god of war, can you tell me what's going on? I'm just drawing a prize for the top prize, why is there such a big fuss? Even the two of you are here." Bai Zhanghua finished examining Zhang Yuan's body with his elemental powers, breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Wan Chang'an, "I've finished the examination. He doesn't have any curse effects on him." Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Yuan in shock. "Kid, what on earth did you do? After taking the cursed king's blade, you didn't even get cursed." Zhang Yuan replied, "Maybe I have a curse in my heart." "What is that?" Bai Zhanghua and Wan Chang'an asked in unison. "Neither of you knows?" When Zhang Yuan heard what Bai Zhanghua and Wan Chang'an said, he suddenly realized that the cursed heart he got from the Shadow Forest copy might not be a simple equipment. He immediately shut his mouth and glanced at the strong men around him. Bai Zhanghua instantly understood Zhang Yuan's concerns and said, "Don't worry, kid. Everyone here is a trustworthy senior. No one will harm you." Wan Chang'an also nodded slightly. "That's right, even if there is a traitor in the Great Xia Empire, they can't be it, so feel free to speak boldly." With Bai Zhanghua and Wan Chang'an's assurance, Zhang Yuan no longer hesitated and replied, "The cursed heart was obtained when I defeated Odysius for the first time. It was an equipment obtained by clearing the Abyss dungeon. Its effect is to transform the curse effect inflicted on oneself into a positive effect. There is actually such a treasure." Bai Zhanghua exclaimed in amazement, then looked at Zhang Yuan and said meaningfully, "It was God's will that you obtained the blade of the cursed king from the central trial tower." Zhang Yuan, Master Bai, is there any story behind this blade of the cursed king? Bai Zhanghua fell into recollection. 30 years ago, a demon king from the Abyss led the Abyss army to invade the Great Xia Empire. After our empire paid a heavy price, we finally killed the demon king and repelled the Abyss army. This blade of the cursed king is the artifact left behind after the fall of the demon king. Chapter 50 Awakening Stone. Artifact? Zhang Yuan was shocked. He didn't expect that he would actually pull out such a thing. Bai Zhanghua continued, "That's right. And this isn't just any divine weapon. It seems to be a token of the Abyss Demon King. It's extremely important to the Abyss. So much so that after we seized the cursed king's blade, the Abyss completely hated us and directed most of their forces towards our Great Xia Empire. As a result, the pressure on the Abyss from other countries has been greatly reduced. Whether it's Odysseus or Ishtar, the reason they invaded our Great Xia Empire and targeted our geniuses is because we suppressed the blade of the cursed king. We once wanted to use the blade of the cursed king to deal with the Abyss, but unfortunately no one could withstand the curse of this artifact. In the end, we could only suppress it under the central trial tower. I didn't expect that you would actually take it out in the end." After hearing what Bai Zhanghua said, Zhang Yuan opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but finally closed it again. Wan Chang'an on the side laughed and said, "Stinky boy, you mean, since we can't use the blade of the cursed king, why not destroy it, or throw it back into the Abyss, right?" Zhang Yuan nodded. "After all, according to what Elder Bai said, this cursed king's blade is of no use to us. Instead, it will allow the Abyss to focus all its efforts on our Great Xia Empire. Leaving this cursed king's blade behind will do more harm than good to our country, right?" Wan Chang'an, you are right. Keeping the cursed king's blade is a thankless task for us. Not only does it attract most of the Abyss's firepower, but we also spend a huge amount of manpower and material resources every year to suppress the cursed king's curse. If it were any other country in the world, they would have returned the cursed king's blade to the Abyss long ago. But we can't do that. Zhang Yuan, why? Wan Chang'an, because the Abyss's determination to destroy our human race will never die. There will always be a nation that needs to stand at the forefront. If we give in and return the blade of the cursed king, even if we can temporarily relieve the pressure of the Abyss will sooner or later return. By then, not only our Great Xia Empire, but the entire world will be reduced to scorched earth." Zhang Yuan murmured, "Indeed, today I seed 5 cities, tomorrow I seed 10, and then I can sleep peacefully for the night. I get up and survey the surroundings, and the Abyss is approaching again. To retreat into the Abyss is like adding fuel to a fire. As long as the fuel is gone, the fire will not be extinguished. Hearing Wan Chang'an's words, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but think of the ancient Chinese literature he had learned. How similar was the situation of the 6 countries back then to the situation in this world? Wan Chang'an's eyes lit up. Good boy, I didn't expect you to come up with such a profound statement. You've hit the crux of the matter so clearly. I'm sure your words will awaken many surrenderists. You truly are a talent. Bai Zhenghua nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. He has such insights at such a young age. Our great Xueer is blessed. After being praised by Wan Chang'an and Bai Zhenghua, Zhang Yuan came back to his senses and quickly explained, "This is not my theory, I just saw it in an ancient book." Ha, no need to be modest. I've read almost every book in the library of the Great Xueer Empire, and I've never heard of this. Where in the ancient book could a little brat like you have read this? Wan Chang'an patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder heavily and said, "When the next Imperial Congress is held, I will use your words to confront those weak surrenderists and reconnect their bones." Seeing Wan Chang'an's excitement, Zhang Yuan could only smile awkwardly. He stopped explaining and said, "Captain, Mr. Bai, since the Cursed King's blade is so important, wouldn't it be too risky for me to hold it? Should I return it?" Wan Chang'an, since the Central Trial Tower chose to give you the blade of the Cursed King, there must be a reason for it. Just take it with confidence. If you can activate this artifact in the future, you can also become the top combat force of our great Xueer Empire. Bai Zhenghua nodded. That's right. Since you can suppress the curse of the Cursed King's blade, you can take it. We won't have to expend so much manpower and resources suppressing this artifact anymore, and our empire can breathe a sigh of relief. However, you must never show this artifact to outsiders. Even in our great Xueer Empire, there are many lackeys of the abyss. If you are targeted by them, it will be dangerous. Zhang Yuan nodded, "I understand." Wan Chang'an then turned to look at all the experts present and said sternly, "Everyone, listen up. Everything that happened here today must be kept to yourself. If anyone leaks this, don't blame me for being ungrateful." Everyone immediately replied seriously, "Understood." After giving everyone a gag order, Wan Chang'an turned to Bai Zhenghua and said, "Old Bai, I'm busy with military affairs, so I'll take my men away first. There are some things you should tell Zhang Yuan." "Do you know what they are?" Bai Zhenghua smiled and said, "Well, of course I know." "Okay, I'll leave first." Wan Chang'an nodded to Zhang Yuan again, and then left with many powerful men. Seeing this, Qin Yun also realized that he was not suitable to listen to what was going to happen next. He bowed slightly to Bai Zhenghua and said, "Mr. Bai, I will withdraw first." "Well, go ahead." Bai Zhenghua just nodded, then called out to Qin Yun, "Wait." Qin Yun stopped and turned around, "Master Bai, is there anything else you want to tell me?" Bai Zhenghua, Zhang Yuan may be away for a while and won't be able to attend Kyoto University's opening ceremony and freshman training. Please help with Zhang Yuan's admission procedures. Clear. Qin Yun didn't ask any more questions. He bowed slightly to Bai Zhenghua and then walked out. Seeing that Bai Zhenghua had left him alone, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mr. Bai, why are you being so secretive? Is there anything you need me to do?" "Well, do you know about awakening and changing jobs?" "Of course I know. Every professional can go to the job transfer hall to awaken their profession when they reach level 30. This will further strengthen their profession and significantly improve all aspects of their attributes." Bai Zhenghua nodded, "That's right, level 30 is a hurdle. Professionals who successfully awaken will see their strength greatly improved, while professionals who fail to awaken will be stuck at level 30 until they awaken successfully. Some classes are very weak before the first transformation, but after the first and second transformations, their strength may become extremely exaggerated. Similarly, some classes are very strong in the early stages, but after the first and second transformations, they may become very weak. Of course, I'm not saying this to make you worry about your class strength after awakening. Your current class strength is already comparable to many second-level class strengths. Even if the increase after awakening is small, it won't be that weak." Zhang Yuan, then what does Mr. Bai want to say? "Bai Zhenghua, do you know about special awakening?" Zhang Yuan nodded. "We've been taught in school that most people awaken their professions at the job transfer hall, but there's another way to awaken in the world, using special awakening stones. Professionals who awaken using awakening stones will gain different additional traits depending on the type of awakening stone. However, awakening stones are extremely rare. Even the lowest quality bronze awakening stone can fetch billions at auction, and higher level awakening stones are completely unsold." Bai Zhenghua, that's right, the awakening stone is such a precious treasure. Even I didn't have the chance to use the awakening stone when I first transformed myself. I didn't go to the awakening hall to awaken and change my job. But Zhang Yuan, you're lucky. I happen to know of a dungeon containing a god-level first-level awakening stone, and no one has tried to get it yet. Zhang Yuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Chapter 51, King's Burial Ground. God-level awakening stone? Zhang Yuan thought he had misheard. Mr. Bai, you were kidding, right? How could such a good thing be left unclaimed? Bai Zhenghua smiled and said, perhaps I have misunderstood. It's not that no one has tried to get it, but that no one can get it, including me, Wan Shan'an, and the top masters of the major families in the country. Zhang Yuan's heart sank immediately. If even you can't get it, I'm afraid I can't get it either, right? No, on the contrary. I'm afraid you're the only one who can get it. Why? The dungeon where the god-level awakening stone is located was created after the Cursed King's fall. It's limited to players below level 30, has no difficulty level selection, and only one person is allowed in. It does sound difficult, but the Great Xia Empire is so big, there must be someone who can clear this dungeon solo, right? Bai Zhangwei, you're right. Powerful legendary classes, and a very few god-level classes, all have the ability to solo dungeons, but that dungeon is different. Once you enter it, you'll be cursed throughout the entire process and cannot be purified. All 4 attributes are reduced by 90%, movement speed is reduced by 90%, skill cooldowns are increased by 100%, and physical and mental strength are continuously reduced until death by the curse. Even a tank with the highest physical strength will see their health depleted in less than 10 seconds, forcing them to retreat. Zhang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. It sounds like this is a copy specially tailored for me. Bai Zhangwei, that's right. When you said that your curse heart could transform the effects of a curse into a positive one, I knew that only you could obtain that god-level awakening stone. Zhang Yuan, currently in our Great Xia Empire, there are only professionals who have used the legendary awakening stone. No one has ever experienced a god-level awakening. If you succeed, the power you will possess is unimaginable. Zhang Yuan immediately became excited. That sounds awesome. I can't wait to play that dungeon. I knew you'd be excited, come with me. Bai Zhenghua smiled kindly and placed his hand on Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Then the space around the two of them twisted slightly and finally turned into light and dissipated. The cursed copy is located on the outskirts of the Abyss battlefield, thousands of kilometers away from Kyoto. Even for Bai Zhenghua, the space mage, it takes some time to teleport. Zhang Yuan is in a magical space, with continuous streams of light passing around him, and a large number of images pulled into lines form a bizarre tunnel. 10 seconds later, Zhang Yuan stepped on a piece of black land. Is this your first time teleporting long distances? How does it feel? It's okay, just a little nauseous. This is normal, you'll get used to it. Bai Zhangwei nodded with a smile, then pointed forward, look, that's the cursed copy. Zhang Yuan looked in the direction Bai Zhangwei pointed. Under the moonlight, on the charred land, a huge skeleton that was 100 meters tall was lying on the ground. On the head of the skeleton, there is a black vortex with a radius of 10 meters. The terrifying aura it exudes makes people stay away. Is that skeleton the cursed king? That's right. In the past, our Great Xia Empire buried millions of soldiers here to slay the cursed king. That brutal war severely damaged our Great Xia Empire, and we haven't fully recovered yet. That god-level awakening stone is made from the essence of the cursed king and is hidden deep within the dungeon. Listening to Bai Zhenghua's words, Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss on that copy. King's Boneyard Dungeon. Level 30. Difficulty, unable to select. A level 30 hidden copy with no difficulty choice. It's obvious that this is a place where you can lose your life. Bai Zhangwei, ordinarily, we should have waited until you reached level 30 before bringing you here, but the Abyss has been turbulent lately, with more and more dungeons becoming abyssal. We've been losing ground on the front lines, so we've had to close down. I'm afraid this place will be taken back by the Abyss in a month, so I have no choice but to ask you to come now. Zhang Yuan, don't worry, Mr. Bai, I have the confidence to clear this dungeon. Yes. Bai Zhenghua nodded and gave Zhang Yuan another scroll of forced return to the city. However, if you really can't do it, don't force it. Force yourself to leave the dungeon and come back after you level up a bit. Life is the most important thing. New. Zhang Yuan walked to the copy and reached in. Please confirm whether to challenge the King's Bone Burial Dungeon? Warning, this copy is extremely dangerous. Confirm. When Zhang Yuan entered the copy, he appeared in a black swamp. This swamp is very large, and the air is filled with the smell of rotting plants and animals. Deep in the swamp, there is a corpse that is bigger than a mountain, constantly emitting a foul odor, and has not yet completely decayed. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan discovered that a cold and strange breath was flowing out from the corpse deep in the swamp and entering his body. Suffering a curse, all 4 attributes decrease by 90%, movement speed decreases by 90%, skill cooldown increases by 100%, and physical and mental strength decreases continuously until death by the curse. Zhang Yuan saw the panel prompting that he was cursed, and then he felt that he had gained a huge improvement. Check out the 4D properties panel immediately. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, swordmaster. Level 21 5%. Strength, 3,277. Agility, 3,287. Spirit, 6,175. Constitution, 3,277. The 4-dimensional attributes have all increased by 90%, and the attributes are already stronger than those of the professionals after awakening at level 30. It looks like a humanoid boss. Zhang Yuan didn't dare to imagine how painful it would be if he stabbed the monster with his sword. After Zhang Yuan's attributes were improved in all aspects, even this depressing and weird swamp became beautiful in his eyes. I don't know how strong the monsters here are. Zhang Yuan walked a distance towards the center of the swamp and encountered 3 huge frogs that were taller than humans, with hard corals growing on their skin, horns on their heads, and fangs in their mouths. When the 3 big frogs saw Zhang Yuan, they immediately jumped more than 10 meters high and rushed towards Zhang Yuan like missiles. Be the first to use Eye of the Abyss. Cursed Demon Frog Elite. Level 30. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 10,000. Constitution, 10,000. Skill, Meteor Bombardment. The 4-dimensional attributes of ordinary monsters in this copy are actually higher than those of the level 30 hidden boss king. When Zhang Yuan saw the attributes, he couldn't help but gasp. The fact that this soldier is comparable to a hidden boss is not the key point. The key point is that this is a single-player dungeon with a level limit of 30. Moreover, those who challenge the dungeon will suffer a 90% attribute reduction curse throughout the process, and their mental and physical strength will continue to decrease. Not to mention challenging it alone, if any level 30 professionals enter this dungeon, they will all die. No wonder no one has obtained the God-level awakening stone yet. This dungeon wasn't created for anyone to obtain. Zhang Yuan sighed and sent the 3 giant frogs away with 1 sword, except me, of course. Successfully killed the cursed demon frog, experience plus 50,000. Successfully killed the cursed demon snake, experience plus 50,000. Successfully killed the cursed demon crab, experience plus 50,000. Obtained demon frog skin 10, demon snake scale 3, demon crab row 3. Cursed King's Blade artifact quest 22 100,000. A series of kill prompts sounded, and a golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and he was promoted to level 22 on the spot. Chapter 52 The King's Corpse. So much experience. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement when he saw that he gained 50,000 experience points for killing a monster and was able to level up directly after clearing all the monsters within a 500-meter radius. But on second thought, this is normal. After all, his level is only in his early 20s, and this is a level 30 hidden difficulty copy. It is normal for him to have such a high amount of experience. It is impossible for others to upgrade like this. After clearing out the monsters around him, Zhang Yuan took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, he felt that he had stepped on empty air. The original ground turned into a quagmire, and Zhang Yuan's whole foot sank directly into it. Rakshasa King. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yuan summoned the Rakshasa King and asked him to pull him to the shore. That was close. I forgot that this is a swamp. Zhang Yuan looked at the large quagmire in front of him and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If he had reacted a little slower, he might not even have the chance to use the forced return scroll. After the false alarm, Zhang Yuan did not dare to be careless anymore and began to command King Rakshasa to explore the way ahead. As long as King Rakshasa stepped on the swamp trap, he would put King Rakshasa into the mask, summon him again, and continue exploring the way. In this way, Zhang Yuan took the Rakshasa King as the vanguard, advancing step by step and continuously going deeper into the swamp. But after Zhang Yuan walked forward 500 meters, the Rakshasa King who was exploring the way ahead suddenly stopped, then his body began to twist, and his blood volume dropped rapidly. There's an attack. Zhang Yuan was quick-witted and quick-handed. He immediately took back the mask from King Rakshasa. Then he saw twisted and crawling traces appearing on the swamp, as if something was coming towards him. Suddenly, Shi Xiao stood in front of Zhang Yuan, and then there was a bang sound. Shi Xiao was shaken, and Zhang Yuan's physical strength was reduced by 1/10. Invisible monster? And its attack power is so high? Zhang Yuan was shocked to see his stamina suddenly reduced by 1/10. His attributes had increased by 90%, and he also had a 90% damage reduction. Even so, the monsters here had already reduced his stamina by 1/10. If he didn't have the talent for damage immunity and the master protecting and domineering characteristics of his special weapon, he would really have died here. At this time, Zhanlu also appeared on the other side and helped Zhang Yuan block the attack and avoid stiffness. There's more than one. Zhang Yuan realized that there was more than one invisible monster around and immediately became alert. Although he has the triple stamina recovery of the sword array, the blade of the cursed king and the copy curse, he can quickly recover to full state as long as he is not killed instantly. But if he is attacked by a large number of people at the same time, he might directly trigger Qi Zhao's passive ability to avoid death. He had to complete this dungeon within a month, and the cooldown period for Qi Zhao's passive ability to avoid death was 1 month. The dungeon is now less than 1/10 complete. If he activates his passive here, his hope of completing the dungeon will be very slim. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan directly used a large-scale mental storm. Successfully killed the cursed demon snake, experience plus 50,000. Successfully killed the cursed demon snake, experience plus 50,000. Cursed King's Blade Artifact quest 35 100,000. Obtain Demon Snake Scales 5. Zhang Yuan's panel popped up information about killing more than 10 cursed demon snakes, and his experience gained a lot. I seem to have seen information about killing this kind of monster before, but I didn't expect it to be invisible. This dungeon is really too difficult. Before coming in, Zhang Yuan had no idea that he would be sweating profusely during the fight and would be in danger several times. This dungeon challenge is the most difficult challenge Zhang Yuan has ever experienced. However, the bigger the wind and waves, the more valuable the fish. Zhang Yuan couldn't back down at this time, so he summoned the Rakshasa King out of the mask space again to explore the way ahead. At this time, outside the copy, Bai Zhengguo was observing Zhang Yuan's situation in the copy through the copy detection amulet. The King's Boneyard dungeon is of a very high grade. Bai Zhengguo's dungeon detection amulet cannot directly broadcast the situation in the dungeon, but it can still detect Zhang Yuan's status at any time. Although Zhang Yuan's physical strength would occasionally be reduced by 1/10, it would recover quickly. Overall, Zhang Yuan's situation was very safe, and Bai Zhengguo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I was right about this kid. He's probably the only one who can clear this dungeon. If he were level 30, it might be easier, but unfortunately, we don't have much time now. Rumble. Just as Bai Zhengguo sighed, the earth suddenly began to shake, and the night sky in the distance suddenly turned blood red. Bai Zhengguo saw the red in the sky and his expression changed slightly. That's, the abyss is attacking. I'm afraid the abyss also sensed that the cursed king's core might be taken, and launched an early attack. Although the front lines are well managed now, there's a high probability that a boss above level 80 will appear in the abyss. Bai Zhengguo's expression changed. After thinking it over again and again, he finally decided to rush to the front line to provide support. Now that Zhang Yuan is in the dungeon, he can't help much by guarding outside, but if the abyss demons break through the defense line, not only will their Daxia army suffer heavy losses, but the king's burial ground dungeon will also fall into the hands of the abyss. At that time, Zhang Yuan was really in danger. Kid, it's up to you from now on. Bai Zhengguo built a temporary teleportation array for Zhang Yuan outside the copy, left a message for Zhang Yuan, then took off into the air and fled to the front line. Zhang Yuan didn't know that the situation in the abyss battlefield had changed. He used the Rakshasa King to explore the way and released mental storms every once in a while to make sure that there was no monster within a radius of 500 meters around him. Thanks to the curse of this copy, Zhang Yuan can quickly recover his mental strength, and the skill cooldown time will be shortened by half. Zhang Yuan can now release the mental storm almost without consumption. After walking carefully in the copy for more than an hour, Zhang Yuan finally arrived in front of the huge corpse. It's not been easy coming this far. Zhang Yuan sighed. His experience bar had reached 90% and he was about to reach level 23, but he had not yet encountered the real elite monsters in this dungeon. Mental storm. Zhang Yuan stood in front of the giant corpse that was bigger than a mountain and used a mental storm. After confirming that there were no invisible monsters around him, he used the Eye of the Abyss on the corpse in front of him. The remains of a certain king may contain a great secret. The Eye of the Abyss only gave Zhang Yuan this paragraph of text, and no other information. What's this? Do you want me to dissect this body? Zhang Yuan didn't know what to do for a moment, so he simply ordered the Rakshasa king to go forward and cut open the rotten flesh of the corpse. A foul stench emanated from the corpse. The Rakshasa king is cursed, and his four-dimensional attributes are enhanced. The Rakshasa king is cursed, and his four-dimensional attributes are enhanced. A large amount of information about the Rakshasa king being cursed popped up on Zhang Yuan's panel. Fortunately, the effect of the cursed heart was also effective on Zhang Yuan's summons. Not only was the Rakshasa king not harmed, but his speed of clearing the way became faster and faster. Rakshasa king is cursed to a special degree, with his four attributes permanently increased by 10. Rakshasa king is cursed to a special degree, with his four attributes permanently increased by 10. As the Rakshasa king went deeper into the giant corpse, the prompt message on Zhang Yuan's panel suddenly changed, causing Zhang Yuan's eyebrows to jump. Permanent attribute increase? There is such a good thing? Chapter 53 Special Monster, the King's Flesh and Blood. After seeing the permanent attribute increase of the Rakshasa king, Zhang Yuan was immediately tempted. He took out 2 tissues to plug his nose and was about to rush in to accept the baptism of the curse. Rakshasa king has died. Before Zhang Yuan had the chance to enter the corpse, he received a notification that the Rakshasa king had died, which immediately stopped him. Didn't I already use mental storm to clear the monsters? How did the Rakshasa king die? The sudden death of the Rakshasa king made Zhang Yuan calm down immediately, and he waited outside obediently for the Rakshasa king to resurrect. Under the curse of this copy, the skill cooldown was halved, and physical strength and mental strength recovered quickly. The speed of Rakshasa king's resurrection was not slow. Zhang Yuan didn't have to wait long before Rakshasa king regained his combat power. This time, Zhang Yuan switched to the perspective of King Rakshasa and personally controlled King Rakshasa to enter the corpse, cut out the rotten flesh, and clear a passage. Rakshasa king is cursed to a special degree, with his 4 attributes permanently increased by 10. The special curse prompt appeared again, which gave Zhang Yuan, who was trying hard to suppress his nausea, a little psychological comfort. Just bear with it and it will pass. Zhang Yuan was thinking about this when he suddenly saw a monster made of flesh and blood rushing out from the rotten meat, hugging the Rakshasa king tightly and biting the Rakshasa king's neck. The Rakshasa king's physical strength dropped rapidly. Before the Rakshasa king was killed in an instant, Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss on the flesh and blood monster. The king's flesh and blood elite. Level 30. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Spirit, 0. Constitution, 0. Skills, Curse of Weakness, Deadly Bloodsucking, Undeath. It was a level 30 elite monster, but its 4-dimensional attributes were all 0. It was the first time that Zhang Yuan had seen such a special monster. What a strange attribute panel. All attributes are 0, yet it can move so fast and kill the Rakshasa king in seconds. The permanent increase in the Rakshasa king's attributes is due to the Curse of Weakness. The Rakshasa king was killed instantly, probably due to its fatal lifesteal skill. My mental storm didn't kill them, probably because of their undead skill. As for their ability to move so quickly, there must be a monster controlling all these flesh and blood monsters. That should be the boss. Zhang Yuan got some information from the flesh and blood monster's skill panel, but he has not yet fully understood the monster's mechanism. He cannot move forward rashly and can only wait patiently for the Rakshasa king to resurrect. After a while, the Rakshasa king stood in front of Zhang Yuan again, and was once again sent by Zhang Yuan into the giant corpse to clear a path. Rakshasa king is cursed to a special degree, with his 4 attributes permanently increased by 10. Here I come. When Zhang Yuan saw the curse prompt, he immediately held his breath and looked around. He soon found that there was a slight bulge in the flesh on the left side of the Rakshasa king. Skill, Sword Flash. A flash of sword light passed by, and the sword of the Rakshasa king cut the rushing flesh and blood monster into 2 halves. However, the flesh and blood monster that was cut into 2 halves turned into 2, one on the left and one on the right, and wrapped around the Rakshasa king, sucking him dry on the spot. Rakshasa king has died. The Rakshasa king was killed again. Is there anyone who can really clear this dungeon? Seeing that King Rakshasa was killed instantly by the flesh and blood monster again, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but complain. The Rakshasa king's physique has the attributes of a level 30 hidden boss, and he also has the curse enhancement of the dungeon. His attributes are far higher than those of a level 30 human professional. Even so, the Rakshasa king was killed instantly 3 times. Even if other professionals use various methods to bypass the elite monsters in front of the copy and come here, they will still have no way out. Forget it, I won't be greedy for these attribute increases, I'll just rush forward. Zhang Yuan couldn't find a mechanism to kill the flesh monster in a short time, so he immediately planned to let King Rakshasa use his life to create a path for him. Anyway, this copy has no time limit, and the Rakshasa king can be resurrected infinitely, so just dig it bit by bit. After making up his mind, Zhang Yuan continued to wait for the Rakshasa king to resurrect, and then let the Rakshasa king rush into the flesh and blood channel, swinging his sword wildly to chop the flesh and blood. Rakshasa king is cursed to a special degree, with his 4 attributes permanently increased by 10. Rakshasa king has died. The Rakshasa king advanced less than 10 meters before being killed by the flesh and blood monster. Then Zhang Yuan waited there again for the Rakshasa king to revive and let the Rakshasa king continue to lead the way. Seeing the Rakshasa king clearing the way without complaint, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh, "Rakshasa king, although you are dead, you can be resurrected. You died and resurrected and died again, jumping back and forth in front of the gates of hell, losing countless lives. And the king's body has not increased in flesh and blood, so why can't you dig through it? In ancient times, there was Yugong moving mountains, and now there are Rakshasa digging up corpses. It's the same principle." When the newly resurrected Rakshasa king heard Zhang Yuan's words, he seemed to give Zhang Yuan a blank look, then he picked up the sword again and rushed in to clear the way. This was repeated countless times before the Rakshasa king finally dug near the chest cavity of the king's body and entered an empty space. There are no internal organs in the chest cavity. The dome is flesh and blood supported by huge ribs, and in the middle of the chest cavity, a black stone is suspended. Zhang Yuan uses the Eye of the Abyss through the Rakshasa king. First level Awakening Stone God level. Note, transformed from the essence of a certain king, the one who awakens using this awakening stone will gain the power of a king. That's the God level Awakening Stone. After several hours of digging, Zhang Yuan finally saw the awakening stone he had been thinking about and became completely excited. However, despite his excitement, Zhang Yuan remained calm and did not enter the corpse himself. The boss did not appear and those flesh and blood monsters were not dealt with. In this case, the dead Rakshasa king was enough. Under Zhang Yuan's control, the Rakshasa king walked towards the awakening stone, but after a few steps, a large number of flesh and blood monsters grew on the flesh and blood ground. A cursory glance revealed that there were hundreds of them. So much? Zhang Yuan frowned when he saw the flesh and blood monster blocking the path of the Rakshasa king. With the ability of the Rakshasa king, he could not break through the defense line of those flesh and blood monsters. Looks like I can only skip classes so far. If I want to get the awakening stone, I still have to find the boss who controls these monsters. Zhang Yuan let King Rakshasa be killed by the flesh and blood monsters, and then waited for King Rakshasa to be resurrected. This time, Zhang Yuan did not let King Rakshasa enter the corpse, but asked him to climb up along the surface of the corpse to find the boss. Zhang Yuan was also busy, circling the giant corpse looking for clues. There is no unpassable copy in the world. Now that this copy has been created, no matter how difficult it is, there must be a way to pass it. Zhang Yuan walked around the corpse and soon found that at the rotten wound on the corpse's shoulder, there was a flesh and blood monster entangled in water plants, motionless. Indeed, a monster with 4-dimensional attributes of 0, even if its level is 30, will be unable to recover after being entangled by ordinary water plants. Rakshasa king, come quickly. Zhang Yuan saw the flesh and blood monster entangled in water plants, and suddenly an idea came to him. He immediately called the Rakshasa king to his side and said, "Go and touch it." The Rakshasa king immediately followed the order and touched the flesh monster with his hand. Rakshasa king is cursed to a special degree, with his 4 attributes permanently increased by 10. A prompt appeared on the panel that the Rakshasa king's attributes were permanently improved, and the immobile flesh and blood monster was unable to attack the Rakshasa king. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan showed a perverted smile on his face. Isn't this the place to brush up your attributes? Chapter 50 for the Cursed King's Conspiracy. Zhang Yuan licked his lips and tried to touch the flesh monster. Suffering a special curse, permanent +10 to all 4 attributes. A prompt appeared on the panel, and Zhang Yuan's 4-dimensional attributes were increased by 10 points. Sure enough, anyone who touches these monsters will be cursed. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan and King Luosha immediately took each side and poked the flesh and blood monster with their fingers, causing the monster to curse them continuously. Suffering a special curse, permanent +10 to all 4 attributes. Suffering a special curse, permanent +10 to all 4 attributes. Every 10 seconds, the attributes of Zhang Yuan and Luosha King will permanently increase by 10. Zhang Yuan has been squatting here to brush up his attributes and even forgot the purpose of coming to this copy. Just like leveling up, brushing up on attributes is addictive. When all 4 attributes of the Rakshasa King reach 1000, he will no longer be cursed. It seems the upper limit is 1000 points. It's a shame that I can't grind infinitely. When Zhang Yuan saw that the Rakshasa King's attributes were no longer increasing, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Soon, his attributes reached the upper limit. At this moment, not counting the boost from the copy curse, his mental attribute has reached 4280 points. With this mental power bonus, even if he uses an ordinary iron sword, without the bonus from Qishao and Zhanlu, his damage can exceed 100,000. TSK, I didn't expect to get this kind of reward from clearing this dungeon. Zhang Yuan was very satisfied with his current gains, but his happiness did not last long as he became distressed again. He still hadn't found the boss who controlled those flesh and blood monsters. If you can't find the boss, you can't deal with the flesh and blood monsters. If you can't deal with the flesh and blood monsters, you can't get the god-level awakening stone. The treasure was right in front of him, but he couldn't get it, which made Zhang Yuan very distressed. The king's flesh and blood. What kind of freak is this cursed king? Why is it that even though he's dead, his flesh and blood can still become a monster? Yes. This guy is the cursed king. Zhang Yuan was originally complaining about those troublesome flesh and blood monsters when suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Although the Eye of the Abyss only said that this corpse bigger than a mountain was the remains of a king, he knew that the king's burial ground dungeon was created because of the fall of the cursed king. This huge corpse is most likely the cursed king. And Zhang Yuan happened to have the cursed king's weapon, the blade of the cursed king. Perhaps, this is the only solution to this dungeon. Zhang Yuan felt that the logic of his guess made sense, so he immediately took out the blade of the cursed king and stabbed it at the motionless flesh and blood monster. Sizzle! The cracked blade of the cursed king easily pierced the flesh and blood monster's body. The flesh and blood monster immediately emitted black smoke and then disappeared. Successfully killed the king's flesh and blood, experience +0. Cursed King's Blade Artifact quest 70-100,000. Finally succeeded. When Zhang Yuan saw the kill information, he was immediately very excited and didn't even care why he gained 0 experience after killing the monster. After finding a way to kill the flesh and blood monster, Zhang Yuan no longer let King Rakshasa fight alone. The two of them entered the flesh and blood passage opened up by King Rakshasa together. The Rakshasa King walked in front as bait, and when the flesh and blood monsters attacked the Rakshasa King, Zhang Yuan immediately used the blade of the cursed king to finish off the monsters. In this way, Zhang Yuan killed his way into the chest cavity of the cursed king, and used the Rakshasa King to lure monsters, killing the flesh and blood monsters that blocked his way one by one. Cursed King's Blade Artifact quest 1982-100000. Finally, when the progress of the artifact mission reached 1982, Zhang Yuan finally cleared out all the monsters in his chest. The killing is finally over. Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not relax and asked King Rakshasa to get the awakening stone in case there was any trap. Successfully cleared the king's boneyard dungeon. Obtain the first level awakening stone god level. A reminder of completing the dungeon appeared. Zhang Yuan obtained the god level awakening stone, and the dungeon teleportation exit appeared next to him. Is this the end? Zhang Yuan was stunned when he looked at the awakening stone in his hand and the copy teleportation exit. Although the difficulty of this dungeon is extremely high, it is within Zhang Yuan's acceptable range. Moreover, he didn't even fight a boss, and only encountered some small monsters. Even if he had the cursed heart and the blade of the cursed king to help him, it would be too easy to clear this dungeon. If other professionals come, as long as they have the heart of the curse and the blade of the cursed king, and their own strength is stronger, they can easily pass this dungeon. The dungeon rewards and difficulty were completely mismatched, which made Zhang Yuan smell a conspiracy. Talent I Am a Legend is triggered, and a myth trial is found in the dungeon. The myth trial opening item is forcibly dropped. Suddenly, such a prompt appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, and then a normal-sized black heart suddenly appeared where the awakening stone was placed. Mythical Trial. When Zhang Yuan saw that his talent had triggered a mythical trial, his pupils suddenly shrank and a huge wave of fear rose in his heart. There really is a huge secret hidden in this copy, and the Eye of the Abyss has also given a hint. Zhang Yuan immediately used the Eye of the Abyss on the black heart. Heart of the Cursed King God level. Note, the fallen king will eventually return. The fallen king will eventually return. When Zhang Yuan saw the note on the heart of the cursed king, he suddenly thought of a terrible situation. The cursed king will be resurrected, and the key is the cursed king's blade and the god-level awakening stone. If Zhang Yuanjin uses this god-level awakening stone to awaken, he will probably be possessed by the cursed king sooner or later. This cursed king has a truly vicious scheme. He set up a single-player dungeon and used the god-level awakening stone as bait. Anyone who can clear this dungeon and obtain the god-level awakening stone is a rare genius among the human race, and will receive the full support of the Great Xueer Empire. In this way, once the cursed king is resurrected, he will become even more powerful than before. When Zhang Yuan thought of this, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Even after his death, the cursed king was still plotting against the Great Xueer Empire. If it weren't for his talent for forcibly triggering trials, the cursed king's scheme would have most likely succeeded. Once he walks out of this copy today, everything will be over. Although the Abyss has idiots like Odysius and Ishtar, it also has terrifying enemies like the Cursed King. The Abyss really shouldn't be underestimated. In Zhang Yuan's mind, the points that Odysius and Ishtar had pulled down for the Abyss were pulled back by the Cursed King, and even increased wildly. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and picked up the heart of the Cursed King. Will you awaken the soul of the Cursed King and start the mythical trial? Warning! This trial is extremely dangerous. A red warning message actually appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, which was enough to show that the upcoming trial might be beyond imagination. Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. I've been trapped. If I leave now, I'll just become the Cursed King's puppet. Now this mythical trial is the only chance for me to fight to the death. How can I retreat? Begin the trial. Chapter 55. My attack ignores defense and it still hurts. As Zhang Yuan chose to start the trial, thick black gas suddenly emerged from the black heart in his hand, and then the black gas turned into a black vortex, sucking him in directly. Zhang Yuan came to his senses and found himself on a platform suspended in the fog. The Rakshasa King has disappeared, and the storage space is disabled, so the return scroll cannot be used. It was a desperate situation from the very beginning. Zhang Yuan glanced at the surroundings. The platform he was on was only about 100 square meters in size, and outside the platform was endless thick fog, making it impossible to see what was outside. There's no escape from this place. I never thought that someone could see through my plan and come here. At this moment, a low and magnetic voice sounded on the platform, and then a handsome man in a black robe with an obsidian brooch hanging on his chest appeared out of thin air. If the man's eyes were not red and he had goat-like horns on his head, Zhang Yuan would have found it difficult to tell whether he was a human or a demon. As soon as the Cursed King appeared, his aura was so overwhelming that it was suffocating. Zhang Yuan immediately used Eye of the Abyss. Unable to detect target. Not surprisingly, Zhang Yuan failed to obtain any information about the Cursed King. A mere level 22 human actually wants to detect me. How courageous. The Cursed King gave Zhang Yuan a playful smile and then probed him. Sword formation master? I've never heard of this profession. You humans really like to create some fancy professions. Excluding equipment and other enhancements, your basic attributes are so high at level 22. It seems that your profession is quite powerful. If you grow up, you will be a great threat to the Abyss. It's a pity that you have to die here today. The Cursed King stretched out his slender index finger and pointed at Zhang Yuan in the air. The Cursed Heart is invalid, and all curses are converted into negative effects. The Cursed Heart has lost its effect? When Zhang Yuan saw the prompt, his pupils shrank slightly. The Cursed King laughed and said, Your Curse Heart is my power. As long as I take it back, all the curses inflicted on you will become negative again. You won't even need me to do anything. You'll be dead in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The Cursed King counted down confidently, but halfway through he noticed something was amiss. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Huh? Why isn't the curse working on you? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that he was not cursed. It seemed that Qi Xiao could withstand the curse of the Cursed King. The reason why he dared to enter this mythical trial was because Qi Xiao had a passive ability that made him immune to mental attacks. Curse is also a mental attack, Qi Xiao is immune to it, and the Cursed King is called this name, which means that the Cursed King's signature method is curse. As long as the Cursed King cannot ignore Qi Xiao's passive ability, Zhang Yuan will be immune to most of the Cursed King's methods. In this way, Zhang Yuan also has the possibility of passing this mythical trial. I see. Is your special weapon immune to my curse? The Curse King quickly discovered the reason why Zhang Yuan could ignore the curse and said with a smile, "How interesting. Ordinary equipment cannot resist my curse. It seems that your special weapon is of artifact level, and the grade is quite high. However, if you think that this king only has the curse skill, then you are too naive." The Curse King was not at all panicked. He grinned and emanated an extremely strong aura from his body, which made Zhang Yuan breathless. Zhang Yuan subconsciously lowered his head, feeling frightened. Can't beat him. Absolutely no win. Facing the terrifying Curse King, Zhang Yuan's reason and emotions were telling him that he was absolutely no match for the Curse King. Under the strong pressure of the Curse King, Zhang Yuan's limbs were even shaking, and he couldn't even hold the sword steadily. The Cursed King continued to laugh. "You are indeed remarkable, young human. You are still able to stand under my strong pressure. If it were any other human, they would have already fallen to the ground like a dog, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. This king has always admired talent, so I can give you a chance. If you are willing to submit to me, I will grant you the status of an abyssal demon and grant you a territory within the abyss. How do you do it?" Zhang Yuan, who was originally afraid of the pressure from the Curse King, laughed after hearing what the Curse King said. "What are you laughing at?" When the Curse King saw Zhang Yuan trembling with fear but with a smile on his face, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. It was the first time he had met someone like Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked up into the Curse King's eyes and said with a smile, "Curse King, oh Curse King. Your inconsistent behavior has finally given me the key to breaking the deadlock." The Curse King's pupils shrank slightly, and he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Zhang Yuan continued, "Since this is a mythical trial, I am the trial taker and you are the examiner. You and I both need to abide by the rules of this mythical trial. At the beginning, you sealed the effects of my cursed heart without hesitation and wanted to use various curses to kill me. This shows that you really want to kill me. Later, you discovered that the curse was ineffective. Logically, you should have used other means to kill me, but you didn't. Instead, you began to use your aura to try to make me surrender. Curse King, does your inconsistent behavior mean that you must use the curse to kill me in this myth trial dungeon?" Cursed King. Zhang Yuan saw the Curse King's silence and laughed even more happily. "It seems that my bet was right. Even a Curse King like you cannot defy the rules of the world. A trial is a trial. Even if it's a mythical trial, there's always a chance of passing it. There's no such thing as a death sentence. And my Qi Xiao is the key to passing this trial." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword formation space opened up, and Qi Xiao floated in front of Zhang Yuan. The red air waves spread out in all directions, dispelling the curse fog around him. "Ha ha 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 ha. Awesome. Really awesome." The Cursed King suddenly burst into laughter. "It's been a long time since I've met someone as interesting as you. It seems like your arrival here is no accident. You are right. This mythical trial is a cursed trial. No matter what method you use, as long as you can withstand this king's curse, you have a chance of passing the trial. It's just a possibility." The Curse King grinned at Zhang Yuan. "If you want to pass the trial, you still need to defeat me. However, even though my strength is less than 1,000th of its peak, you are only a level 22 kid. Even if you use all your strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to break my defense, right? I only need to slowly wear down the durability of your equipment, and I will be able to kill you anyway." Zhang Yuan suddenly laughed out loud. "Cursed King, what a pity." The Curse King was startled. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Yuan shook his head and taunted the Curse King. "Perhaps, you abyss demons and I are just naturally incompatible. What a coincidence. My attacks ignore defense and they hurt." Qi Xiao disappeared out of thin air, and 10 sword formations unfolded around the Curse King. Qi Xiao, Zhang Lu, and 8 iron swords shot towards the Curse King from 10 different directions. Chapter 56: The Limits of Human Capability. Qi Xiao and Zhang Lu attacked the Curse King at the same time. With 3280 mental power, the two special weapons combined had an attack power of 4000, plus an 1152% burst damage bonus, and a 21-fold damage bonus. These two special weapons directly caused 60 million in damage. 639842111. The terrifying damage directly stunned the Curse King. At the same time, 8 iron swords that had benefited from the two major bonuses of Qi Xiao and Zhang Lu's critical hit damage and damage increase followed closely and hit the Curse King again. 1279680. Another string of 1.27 million damage numbers burst out from the Curse King's head. The Curse King was hit by 2 nuclear explosions in succession. He was so frightened that he gave up his resistance skill on the spot, distanced himself from Zhang Yuan, and asked in surprise, "Boy, what kind of damage did you do to him?" "I told you, it's going to hurt." Zhang Yuan chuckled and flew towards the Curse King with his sword again. The 8 iron swords disrupted the Curse King's sight, while Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu led the main attack. The Curse King cannot use any offensive skills other than the curse system in this trial copy. In addition, he is just a remnant soul and his strength is less than 1,000th of his peak strength. It is very difficult for him to avoid Zhang Yuan's attacks at this moment. Qi Xiao hit 479888158. Zhan Lu hit 159965052. The Iron Sword hit 159,960. Damage numbers of all sizes kept popping up above the Curse King's head, making him sweat profusely. Impossible. Impossible. It's fine that you can ignore my defense, but why do you deal such high damage? The Curse King was completely frightened by Zhang Yuan's damage. He originally thought that even if Zhang Yuan used up all the durability of his weapon, he would not be able to wear down his health. But from now on, before Zhang Yuan's weapon durability is used up, his physical strength must be completely used up first. While the Curse King was shocked, he was stabbed twice more and his breathing became rapid. "Don't get too carried away, kid." The Curse King roared, and he directly cast various curses on himself, comprehensively improving all his attributes. Boss second stage. Soon, Zhang Yuan's sword riding speed could not catch up with the Curse King. The Curse King stood in mid-air, looking down at Zhang Yuan below. "Huh, boy. I have to admit that your damage is indeed very high. If I am constantly attacked by you, I might be worn down to death. But unfortunately, your flying sword is too slow. As long as I am fast enough, you will not be able to hit me." Zhang Yuan's eyes focused, and he put the flying swords into the sword formation space, and opened them around the Curse King again. However, before the 10 flying swords could pierce the Curse King teleported to other places. The Curse King continued to cast various curses on himself, and his physical and mental strength began to recover rapidly. Zhang Yuan looked at the smiling Curse King and realized for the first time the shortcomings of his attack methods. The speed of his flying sword is more than enough to deal with low-level monsters, and no monster can dodge it. But once the enemy becomes faster and his flying sword cannot catch up, he will not be able to deal any damage. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan does not have the skill to make his flying sword hit the target. Even if he realizes his shortcomings, he cannot change the situation now. "Boy, are you at your wits' end?" The Curse King sneered, "Although you are immune to my curse, if you don't defeat me, you can't leave this place. At most, you will starve to death in half a month." Humans are such fragile creatures. Faced with the ridicule of the Curse King, Zhang Yuan fell silent. Indeed, he now has no other means to deal with the Cursed King. Although he could use Mental Storm to deal tens of millions of damage to a single target after equipping Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu, without the bonus of the Cursed Heart, he could not rely on the curse to restore his mental strength. The Mental Storm could not be used more than a few times, and it was obviously not enough to kill the Cursed King. Is it still impossible? Zhang Yuan was a little unwilling, but that was the fact, and his ability had its limits. After all, he was only level 22, and his opponent was the King of the Abyss. Even if he had fallen, he was still the king. This is definitely not something Zhang Yuan can defeat at his current stage. Myth Trial. It is indeed extremely dangerous with an exclamation mark. Zhang Yuan thought about this and laughed out loud. In this situation, we can only try to find joy in suffering. You can still smile in such a desperate situation. I have to say, you are quite optimistic. The Curse King smiled at Zhang Yuan and said, "I still say the same thing. If you are willing to work for me, I will let you go. Not only that, I will also give you the power of the Abyss and let you directly reach level 70. With your talent, you are more than capable of sweeping away all of humanity at level 70. Zhang Yuan sneered, "Even if I starve to death here, I will never eat a single bite of your food." "Hee hee, then I'll wait for you to starve to death." The Curse King sneered and stopped trying to persuade him to surrender, but just kept his distance from Zhang Yuan. During this period, Zhang Yuan also tried to sneak attack the Curse King, but the Curse King remained vigilant and all of Zhang Yuan's sneak attacks ended in failure. And so, 5 days passed. Zhang Yuan was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back and he lay on the ground unable to move. Hunger and thirst were gradually wearing away Zhang Yuan's will. "Boy, it's only been 5 days, and you're almost unable to hold on?" The Curse King, who was not far away, looked at Zhang Yuan lying on the ground with a mocking look. "Tell me, what's the point of having such a great talent? In the end, you'll still starve to death, right? Humans are flawed creatures. You have short lifespans. You'll die if you don't eat or drink water, and you're extremely prone to premature death. Yet, it's you, a fragile bunch, who take up all the sunlight in this world. How unfair is that to the abyss? Zhang Yuan, human ability has its limits. Why don't you just stop being human? Zhang Yuan sneered again and said weakly, what if I die here? I've already brought the cursed king's blade and the god-level awakening stone with me. No one will ever enter this dungeon again. Your plan has failed, and you will be trapped here forever, sharing my corpse. Cursed king, I lost, but you didn't win either. Cursed king. The cursed king fell silent. It was obvious that Zhang Yuan had touched his sore spot. In fact, when the cursed king used the power of the curse to strengthen himself, he had already thought of 100 ways to exploit loopholes in the copy and deal with Zhang Yuan. He just needs to wrap his fist with the power of the curse and then fight Zhang Yuan in close combat. This can also be considered a curse attack. Although the curse is ineffective against Zhang Yuan, given his attributes, normal attacks can kill Zhang Yuan. But he didn't do it. Because he also thought of the consequences that Zhang Yuan mentioned at that time. Now, the cursed heart, the blade of the cursed king and the god-level awakening stone have all been taken into the trial copy by Zhang Yuan. Even if someone can pass the king's boneyard copy in the future, he will not be able to get the god-level awakening stone, and he will be trapped here forever. Seeing the cursed king remain silent, Zhang Yuan laughed again and said weakly, Cursed king, you said that humans are fragile. I admit that. But, how about we have a contest of will and courage? You, a king of the abyss, do you have the courage to perish together with a nobody like me? Chapter 57 Devil's Contract. The cursed king never imagined that one day he would be forced into such a situation by a human boy. But the fact is, if he doesn't want to be trapped here forever, Zhang Yuan cannot die. However, the cursed king was unwilling to admit defeat. He said coldly, Boy, you humans are all cowards. No matter how beautiful your words are, they can't hide your fear of death and your desire to survive. I want to see if you are truly not afraid of death. In response to the cursed king's words, Zhang Yuan just smiled and closed his eyes to save energy. Of course he is afraid of death, so he needs to imagine death as sleep. A sleep from which one will never wake. Just like that, 3 more days passed. All of Zhang Yuan's body functions had completely weakened. He was breathing in but not out, and it looked like he wouldn't live for more than a few minutes. The cursed king looked at Zhang Yuan lying on the ground, and a trace of horror flashed in his red eyes. He never imagined that Zhang Yuan could actually overcome the fear of death and the desire to live. Now Zhang Yuan has completely lost consciousness. If he doesn't take action, Zhang Yuan will surely die, and he will be trapped in this narrow trial copy forever. The cursed king is a man who can endure loneliness. He can wait in this place for dozens or even hundreds of years for his plan, but he can never accept being trapped here forever. Boy, you're so cruel. The cursed king cursed angrily, and finally could only restore the effect of Zhang Yuan's cursed heart, and then used a death curse, hunger curse, and dehydration curse on Zhang Yuan to restore Zhang Yuan to full condition. Zhang Yuan opened his eyes again. Although he still felt hungry and thirsty mentally, at least his body had regained its vitality. Zhang Yuan stood up and looked at the cursed king with a smile. It seems that I won in the end. You dare not die with me. The cursed king asked in return, Aren't you afraid that I have other means of resurrection? Then I'll just die. Zhang Yuan spread his hands. Do I have any other choice? The cursed king, I have said that you can join the abyss. I can directly give you the title of duke and make you a big shot in the abyss. Zhang Yuan, I said, I won't join the abyss. TSK. He's died once before, but his bones are still so strong. The cursed king tooted his words and then said, Boy, how about we each take a step back? Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows, You speak first. The cursed king, I can admit defeat and allow you to pass this mythical trial, but the prerequisite is that you must sign a demonic contract with me. Devil's contract. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had heard of this kind of contract. A small number of people in the human race will sign a contract with the abyss demons and gain powerful power from them, but they will also pay a corresponding price and may even need to sell their souls. In order to prolong his life, a high-ranking official of the Great Xueer Empire once signed a contract with the abyss demon. Relying on the power of the demon, he gained a longer lifespan, but the price was that he had to become a traitor and betray the Great Xueer Empire. In the end, the traitor caused immeasurable losses to the Great Xueer Empire. The Cursed King saw Zhang Yuan's expression of resistance but didn't care. He smiled and said, "Zhang Yuan, this is the biggest concession I can make. Perhaps you humans have misunderstood the devil's contract, but in reality, it is the fairest contract in the world. To gain benefits, you must pay a price. It is only natural. After signing the devil's contract, both of us must abide by the terms of the contract, and no one can disobey." Zhang Yuan was silent for a moment, then asked, "What is the content of the devil's contract?" The Cursed King spread out his palm, and a ball of purple fire ignited in his palm. Finally, the flame condensed into a parchment scroll filled with demonic language. Then the parchment scroll floated in front of Zhang Yuan. "See for yourself." Zhang Yuan immediately used the Eye of the Abyss on the parchment scroll. Cursed King's Contract. Covenanted Demon, Ardis. Contract Object, Zhang Yuan. Content: Cursed King Ardis will surrender in the myth trial and allow Zhang Yuan to clear it. In return, Ardis will share 50% of the experience Zhang Yuan needs to earn before reaching level 70. 50% of the experience, why don't you go and grab it? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but curse when he saw the content of the contract. It takes more than 1 million experience points for him to level up now, and the experience points he needs will only increase in the future. If he gives 50% to Ardis, he can't even imagine how hard it will be for him to level up in the future. Ardis sneered, "Boy, we abyssal demons always seek fair trade. The rewards you received from clearing the mythic dungeon are more than worth the 50% experience I'm giving you. I might even take less. Zhang Yuan, if I'm assigned to level 70, does that mean you'll be resurrected the day I reach level 70? Ardis did not hide his purpose. "You should be aware of our current situation. I must be resurrected, otherwise I would not be able to save you." Zhang Yuan thought about it for a while. Although it would be very risky to resurrect the Cursed King, he would be level 70 by then, and he would probably have collected all 10 special weapons and fully refined them. The Cursed King in his peak state may not be his opponent. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan looked at Ardis and said, "If this is all the content of the contract, then I can sign it." Ardis sneered, "Humph, don't lump me in with those useless demons playing tricks. I don't even bother to set traps in the contents of the demon contract." Zhang Yuan didn't believe what Ardis said, but he had no other choice now. "Do you want to sign a devil's contract with the Cursed King Ardis?" Note, Ardis was once a demon king. Signing a contract with him may lead to unknown consequences. Confirm. Zhang Yuan chose to sign the contract, and the floating parchment scroll was instantly burned to ashes by the flames. The contract comes into effect. A prompt indicating that the contract was effective appeared on the panel, and then Aridi's whole body was engulfed in flames. Ardis, still bathed in flames, looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile. "Zhang Yuan, I look forward to the day when you reach level 70. By then, I will return to my full glory. I wonder if you will be able to stop me then." "Zhang Yuan, Ardis, I will definitely stop you." "Ha, let's wait and see." Ardis was burned to ashes by the flames. Successfully killed the Cursed King's remaining soul, experience plus 10,050,000. Obtain the first Awakening Stone God level, Heart of the Cursed King God level. Heart of the Cursed King God level, the curse effect inflicted on oneself is transformed into a positive effect, all attacks have the curse attribute, and a random unpurifiable curse is inflicted on the target excluding the holder. There is no equipment level restriction and it does not occupy an equipment slot. Complete the myth trial and obtain the title, Cursed King. Cursed King title unique, all attributes plus 10,000, can command psychic type abyss monsters. Ding! Detected that the host has achieved the achievement Conspiracy with the King, rewarded with Awakening God level talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the God level talent, Abyss King. Abyss King, each time you kill an abyss monster, your 4-dimensional attributes will be permanently increased by 1 point. Clear the King's Boneyard Dungeon. Obtain God Stone 2. Obtain a Professional Specific Skill Scroll 1. Obtain Primary Skill Scroll 1000. Chapter 58 Super Big Harvest. A large number of reward prompts appeared on the panel, almost blinding Zhang Yuan's eyes. Check your current attributes immediately. Name, Zhang Yuan. Title, Cursed King. Occupation, swordmaster only. Level 24 22%. Strength, 12,860. Agility, 12,740. Spirit, 14,340. Constitution, 12,740. Professional special attributes: critical hit rate 33%, critical hit damage 30%. Talents: absolute luck level 1, I am a sword immortal level 2, Eye of the Abyss, fearless body, I am a legend, king of the abyss. Equipment: Iron Sword Case 1010, Divine Sword Qishao, Divine Sword Jianlu, Imperial Special Merit Badge, Cursed Necklace, Cursed Ring, Heart of the Cursed King, Blade of the Cursed King. Skills: Sword Formation level 5, Sword Control level 5, Sword Formation Space, Attribute Conversion level 5, Poison Resistance level 10, Mental Storm, Wind Control, Block Intuition. Sign: Sixth Fate. At this time, Zhang Yuan's four-dimensional attributes have become so exaggerated that he no longer looks like a human being. He is more like a humanoid boss, and his combat power has increased several times. Is this the reward for the myth trial? I didn't expect it to be a title. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh that only a very few people can obtain the title, which is equivalent to a replaceable talent and has a huge effect. As for the newly awakened god-level talent King of the Abyss, Zhang Yuan could not imagine how terrifying his attributes would grow when he killed monsters on a large scale in the Abyss battlefield in the future. The strong will always be strong. Zhang Yuan is only level 24, but the gap between him and ordinary professionals is getting bigger and bigger without him noticing. After seeing Dadu's reward, Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to take out the exclusive skill scroll. A professional can learn up to 3 profession-specific skills before reaching level 30. The sword formation space and attribute conversion of the sword formation master have provided great help to Zhang Yuan in actual combat. Now Zhang Yuan is looking forward to what his last professional exclusive skill will be before level 30. Use class-specific skill scrolls. Obtain skill: Sword Intent Acceleration level 1. Sword Intent Acceleration level 1, Flying Sword's flying speed increases by 100%. Increase the flying sword speed. Why didn't this skill come earlier? When Zhang Yuan saw his new exclusive skill, he couldn't help but curse. If he had acquired this skill earlier, he wouldn't have been tortured by the Cursed King for so long. However, despite all the complaints, this new skill solved a major pain point for Zhang Yuan, which is still something to be happy about. After using the professional specific skill scroll, Zhang Yuan took out the primary skill scroll. Before reaching level 30, professionals can learn 5 general skills in addition to 3 exclusive skills. Zhang Yuan obtained 1000 skill scrolls in this dungeon, which is enough to learn all the general skills. With 1000 elementary skill scrolls, there should be at least some useful skills, right? Zhang Yuan had no intention of leaving the trial space. He just sat there and used the basic skill scroll. A large number of primary skill scrolls were thrown down, and white light flashed. Skill acquired: Cooking Mastery level 10. Cooking Mastery level 10, the food you cook is quite delicious. Skill acquired: Poison Mastery level 10. Poison Mastery level 10, increases poison damage by 100%. Skills acquired: Medical Expertise level 10. Potion Enhancement level 10, increases potion healing effect by 100%. Skills acquired: Hidden Weapon Expertise level 10. Hidden Weapon Mastery level 10, increases damage dealt by flying objects by 100%. After using up hundreds of primary skill scrolls, Zhang Yuan gained 4 general skills that were of little use. This is also the disadvantage of general skills. If you are unlucky, the skills you obtain may be useless. No, this Hidden Weapon Mastery increases the damage of flying objects by 100%. Does my flying sword count as a flying object? Zhang Yuan noticed the description of one of the skills and suddenly had an idea. He immediately took out a test wooden man from the storage space to test the damage. An iron sword pierces the test wooden man. 389,439. Nearly 390,000 damages. Normally, without Qishao and Jianlu, with the natural 20x damage bonus, the damage of an iron sword should be more than 370,000, but now the damage is 390,000, which is exactly 21x damage bonus. It works! Zhang Yuan did some calculations and was surprised to find that the flying sword could trigger the effect of Hidden Weapon Mastery. Finally, there is a good skill among the general skills. After sorting out the newly acquired equipment, talents and skills, Zhang Yuan rubbed his hands excitedly again, preparing for the highlight of this harvest. 2 divine stones, 2 new special weapons. Zhang Yuan took out the Compass of Destiny from the storage space and put the 2 newly acquired divine stones into it. 2 consecutive draws. The 2 divine stones turned into light spots and dissipated in the Destiny Compass. A large number of cards rolled in it, and then the magic circle in the compass glowed red. 2 red cards with azure swords printed on them flew out and eventually transformed into 2 divine swords, Jianlu. The Jianlu in the sword formation space flew out on its own and merged with the 2 new Jianlu. The Jianlu suddenly burst out with extremely terrifying power, and Zhang Yuan felt as if he was submerged in an ocean. Exclusive level 3 divine sword Jianlu, attack plus 3000, damage plus 300%, automatically protects the owner, making the holder immune to water attribute attacks. Damage inflicted by the holder is converted into a temporary shield lasting 1 minute. No equipment level restrictions. Artifact quest, find the Jianlu Stone 01. Note, one of the 10 great swords, protecting the master, exorcising demons, and cleansing the world. Hiss. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but gasp when he saw the new attributes of Jianlu's entry. The skill of converting the damage caused into a temporary shield is considered a magical skill for other output professions, but for Zhang Yuan, it is already cheating. Zhang Yuan's damage was already seriously overflowing. If Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu attacked together, the damage would be counted in billions, which is equivalent to hundreds of millions of shield values. Zhang Yuan couldn't think of who would be able to kill him after he launched a normal attack. I can only say that these specialized weapons are worthy of being specialized weapons. They haven't even been fully refined yet, and their attributes are already so exaggerated. It's hard to imagine what kind of terrifying panels these specialized weapons will have after they are fully refined. Zhang Yuan was quite satisfied with the properties of his refined level 3 Jianlu, but he had never heard of the Jianlu stone required for the artifact mission, so he could only put the mission on hold for the time being. After sorting out the spoils, Zhang Yuan, whose excitement had faded, suddenly felt unbearable hunger and thirst. He immediately took out the dry food and water stored in the storage space and ate and drank them in big gulps. After having a good meal and a drink, Zhang Yuan left the copy contentedly. However, as soon as he came out, he smelled an extremely strong smell of blood in the air. There was a roar in the distance. The sword formation was immediately deployed, and 10 iron swords appeared out of thin air, surrounding Zhang Yuan. Chapter 59, a treasure land for brushing attributes. Several feather arrows flew through the air and were cut off by Zhang Yuan's iron sword. Zhang Yuan looked in the direction where the arrows came from, and saw several abyss monsters rushing towards him. Use Eye of the Abyss. Abyss Archer Elite. Level 35. Strength, 12,000. Agility, 15,000. Spirit, 3,000. Constitution, 5,000. Skill, Demon Breaking Arrow, 3 consecutive shots. Hellhound. Level 30. Strength, 2,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 500. Constitution, 3,000. Skills, Sprint, Hellscream. Seeing that their first attack failed, several abyss archers drew their bows and arrows again, but before their arrows were shot out, they were shot into sieves by Zhang Yuan's flying sword. Successfully killed the abyss archer, experience plus 30,050%. Successfully killed the hellhound, experience plus 20,050%. Obtain Abyssal Archer Heart 1, Hellhound Teeth 2. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest 1990-100000. Abyss King talent is triggered, for dimensional attributes are permanently increased by 8. A series of prompts flashed across the panel, and before Zhang Yuan had time to check, he heard screams from afar. Someone was attacked. Zhang Yuan immediately rushed towards the direction where the sound came from, and saw a knight holding a large shield to block the attack of more than 10 hellhounds. Behind him was an archer with a bitten leg and a nanny who was treating the archer. Zhang Yuan could clearly see that there were still human clothes and some meat scraps at the corners of the mouths of several hellhounds. It was obvious that they had just eaten people. Brute! Zhang Yuan snorted coldly and shot out his flying sword. Before the hellhounds could even scream, they all turned into Zhang Yuan's experience. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest 1996-100000. King of the Abyss, 4 dimensional attributes plus 6. The 3 people who were being besieged saw the hellhound being killed by Zhang Yuan, and immediately looked at Zhang Yuan with gratitude. Thank you. If it weren't for you saving us, I'm afraid the 3 of us would have died here today. Zhang Yuan, what on earth happened? Isn't this behind the Great Xia Empire's defense line? Seeing that Zhang Yuan didn't know what was going on, the knight's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he replied, the Abyss army has broken through our first position, and the main force has retreated to the second position. So soon? Zhang Yuan's eyes changed slightly. The Great Xia Empire has built 3 major lines of defense on the Abyss battlefield, which are called the 3 major positions. The first position is located deep in the Abyss battlefield, less than 100 kilometers away from the entrance of the Abyss. The second position is located on the edge of the Abyss battlefield, 500 kilometers away from the entrance of the Abyss. The King's Boneyard dungeon is located between the first and second positions. The third position is also the border of the Great Xueer Empire. If the third position is broken, the army of the Abyss will march straight in, and the entire Great Xueer Empire will be dragged into the war by the Abyss. Zhang Yuan had only been in the king's burial ground for 8 days when his first position fell. How brutal was this war? A trace of fear flashed across the knight's eyes, and he continued, "This war is too brutal. A Duke-level demon has arrived from the Abyss, and even Old Bai was seriously injured. If it weren't for the timely rescue of the god of war, I'm afraid Old Bai would have died on the battlefield." Zhang Yuan's expression changed drastically. Is Mr. Bai seriously injured? At this time, the nurse barely managed to stop the archer's bleeding and said to the knight, "Captain, Brotherly is seriously injured and won't hold out for much longer. Captain, we've already lost 2 companions. We must abandon this mission and return to let Brotherly receive treatment from a senior healer." Hearing the nanny's words, the knight clenched his fists unwillingly. "Damn it!" Zhang Yuan asked, "What is your mission?" The knight hesitated. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately took out the Qianlong badge and said, "Don't worry, I am Zhang Yuan from the Qianlong detachment. I can help you complete the mission." The knight saw the 2 bars and 2 stars on the badge and immediately stood in awe. He saluted and said, "Reporting to Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Yuan, we are a scouting team affiliated with the 2nd Legion. Our mission is to explore an abyssal stronghold in the northwest." At this point, the knight's voice choked. "However, our team was sniped by the abyssal army while on the march, and 2 of our companions were killed. We are currently unable to carry out the mission." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. "I understand. You guys retreat first, and leave the task of exploring the stronghold to me." The knight continued, "Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Yuan, I can be your front platoon and assist you in your mission." Zhang Yuan shook his head and took out a scroll to return to the city and handed it to the knight. "Don't worry, it's too dangerous here. Here is the scroll to return to the city. You can go back together. Thank you for your hard work on this mission." When the knight saw the scroll of returning to the city that Zhang Yuan handed over, his eyes reddened. He looked at Zhang Yuan gratefully and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you. Let's go, it's dangerous here." "Yes." The knight no longer hesitated, used the scroll to return to town, and teleported away with his 2 companions. Zhang Yuan watched the 3 of them leave and muttered to himself, "Is there an abyss stronghold in the northwest? Maybe I can brush up on my stats there." However, Zhang Yuan did not rush to the northwest immediately, but returned to the king's burial ground copy. When he came out of the copy, he sensed the teleportation array left by Old Bai, but the situation was urgent and he didn't have time to check it. Returning to the dungeon entrance, Zhang Yuan quickly found the temporary teleportation array left by Bai Lao, as well as Bai Lao's message, "Zhang Yuan, the Abyss army has attacked ahead of schedule. The situation is critical. I must rush to support them. When you come out, teleport directly back to Kyoto via the teleportation array. Do not linger on the Abyss battlefield. The situation is not optimistic." After reading Bai Lao's message, Zhang Yuan destroyed the temporary teleportation array built by Bai Lao. He has already taken on the task of exploring the stronghold and cannot go back in a short time. Moreover, this place is about to fall. If Bai Lao's teleportation array is discovered by the Abyss monsters, the consequences will be unimaginable. He also had a return scroll given by Guan Xin. After completing the task, he would use the return scroll to teleport back to the 2nd position of the Great Wall, and then return to Kyoto through the teleportation array in the city. After making the decision, Zhang Yuan rushed towards the northwest. Along the way, Zhang Yuan encountered many abyss monsters patrolling the battlefield, and they were all dealt with by Zhang Yuan. When Zhang Yuan saw an abyss stronghold in the distance, he checked his Abyss King talent. King of the Abyss, 4-dimensional attributes plus 114. In such a short time, I've added 114 points to my 4-dimensional attributes, which is equivalent to a 2-level upgrade. This truly is a god-level talent. With this talent, this hellish abyssal battlefield is a treasure trove for me to rapidly increase my combat power. A hint of excitement flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. At this moment, he looked at the abyss stronghold in front of him as if he was looking at a pile of attribute points. Today, let us hunt for fun. Chapter 60: The Demon Duke. Watching the Great Wall. After the night team rescued by Zhang Yuan was teleported back, the nurse immediately took the archers to treat them, while the knights reported their mission status as soon as possible. You said that a member of the Qianlong detachment named Zhang Yuan rescued you and took over your mission? When Ning Wuwei, the instructor of the Qianlong detachment, heard that it was the vanguard team that Zhang Yuan rescued, he immediately found the knight and confirmed it with a serious face. Yes, sir. The knight saw Ning Wuwei's serious expression and his heart skipped a beat. Sir, is there something wrong with his identity? No. There's no problem with his identity. Ning Wuwei shook his head and then instructed the knight, go back immediately and tell your companions not to leak a single word about Zhang Yuan. Yes. The knight didn't dare to stay and hurried to the city's Chinese medicine clinic. Ning Wuwei watched the knight leave, pacing back and forth. That kid is really fooling around. Doesn't he know that the Abyss wants his life the most right now? What if he meets the Demon Duke? No, I have to save him. Ning Wuwei immediately reported the situation briefly to Wan Chang'an, then left the city and chased after Zhang Yuan. In the Abyss battlefield, outside the stronghold. Zhang Yuan did not rush into the stronghold rashly, but circled outside the stronghold and observed the situation. This stronghold is not large in scale. There are less than 500 Abyss monsters, and the average level is 30. However, this stronghold was heavily guarded, and Zhang Yuan could not get in. He did not know whether there was a powerful Abyss boss inside the stronghold. Assuming there are 500 monsters in this stronghold, my sword formation can cover the entire stronghold. Using Mental Storm to cover all the abyssal monsters, the power of this skill can be increased by about 50 times thanks to the splash damage. Equipped with a level 3 Scarlet Sky and Zhanlu, even if Odysius is inside, he should be able to be killed in one blow. Zhang Yuan thought about it for a while and found a position where he could use the sword formation to cover the entire stronghold. Just as he was about to use the Mental Storm to attack, he saw two humanoid Abyss demons with terrifying auras walking out of the stronghold. One of the Abyss demons looked exactly like Zhang Yuan's father, except for the two horns on his head. Dad? Zhang Yuan was stunned. Before he could figure out what was going on, the Abyss demon who looked like Zhang Yuan's father said something to another Abyss demon and then teleported away. Damn it! Zhang Yuan was distracted by this sudden situation, and at this moment, he suddenly felt a piercing chill on his back. Ha, a mere level 24 human can actually get here. Interesting. Hearing the cold voice coming from behind, Zhang Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he used his blocking instinct without hesitation. Clang! Zhang Yuan grabbed Shishao, who flew out of the sword formation space and turned around to block the sharp claws of the Abyss demon. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Abyss demon, and then it turned into black mist and retreated, avoiding Zhang Yuan's blocking counterattack. Zhang Yuan took advantage of this opportunity to use the Eye of the Abyss on the Abyss demon. Unable to detect the target. Unable to detect target. This means that the opponent is an Abyss boss above level 74, stronger than Odysius and Ishtar. Does he have a skill that guarantees blocking? He's such an interesting guy. The Abyss demon grinned at Zhang Yuan, but can you withstand the second blow? As soon as he finished speaking, the Abyss demon teleported in front of Zhang Yuan and pointed its sharp nails at Zhang Yuan's forehead. Zhanlu appeared out of nowhere and helped Zhang Yuan block the attack of the Abyss demon. Clang! The aftermath of the terrifying power spread out in all directions. Zhanlu was bounced away, and Zhang Yuan directly triggered Qishao's passive ability of immunity to death, and his health was forced to become 1 point. Not dead yet? The Abyss demon was stunned when he saw Zhang Yuan was still alive. He never expected that a mere level 24 human could withstand 2 of his attacks. Chance. Seeing that the Abyss demon was stunned, Zhang Yuan used Mental Storm without hesitation. The Abyss demon felt threatened and his expression changed slightly, but now he could no longer dodge and could only raise his cloak and wrap himself up. Boom! A terrifying Mental Storm exploded within a radius of 500 meters, and the entire stronghold was razed to the ground in an instant. Successfully killed the Abyss Archer, experience plus 30,050%. Successfully killed the Abyss Warrior, experience plus 30,050%. Cursed King's Blade Artifact quest 2696 100,000. King of the Abyss, 4-dimensional attributes plus 714. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body. Zhang Yuan reached level 25 and recovered to full condition. At the same time, a faint blue light was lingering around him. That was the temporary shield transformed by Zhanlu. Zhang Yuan stood in the barren land. All the Abyss monsters in the stronghold had been eliminated, but at this time Zhang Yuan took out the forced return to the city scroll without hesitation. He didn't see the killing prompt of the Abyss boss, and Bai Lao was seriously injured, so he could only teleport back first. However, when the forced return scroll lit up white, a black beam of light broke through the air and directly shot through the forced return scroll. At the same time, Zhang Yuan's temporary shield was cleared in an instant. Return to city failed. Good. 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 That's great. At this moment, a somewhat embarrassed Abyss demon walked out of the void, his eyes burning with flames as he stared at Zhang Yuan. A mere level 24 human almost hurt me. You are the human boy reported by Odysseus and Ishtar, right? Zhang Yuan, you are truly worthy of your name. Odysseus and Ishtar are right. You are the greatest threat to our Abyss. Zhang Yuan felt even more depressed when he saw that the Abyss demon was not only not killed by the mental storm, but was even able to block him from returning to the city. It is estimated that Bai Lao's serious injury is also related to this Abyss demon. Even if he crushes Bai Lao's crystal core and teleports the seriously injured Bai Lao over, it will only cost another life. Just out of the tiger's den, I'm back in the wolf's den. I'm really an unlucky guy. Zhang Yuan was thinking frantically, trying to find a way to survive with his current abilities. Zhang Yuan, get out of the way. At this time, a roar came from a distance, and Ning Wuwei, holding a purple gold spear, rushed towards the Abyss demon at an extremely fast speed. Forbidden technique, God-killing spear. The terrifying power burst out from the tip of Ning Wuwei's gun, piercing the Abyss demon with the power to destroy the world. The world changed color because of this. Is this Instructor Ning's strength? Such terrifying power. When Zhang Yuan saw Ning Wuwei's shot, it was as if he saw the ultimate meaning of the gun. This move is enough to kill Odysseus instantly. The Abyss demon turned his head to look at the spear that Ning Wuwei was thrusting at with all his strength, but a hint of mockery flashed in his red eyes, an ant trying to shake a tree. Facing Ning Wuwei's full force attack, the Abyss demon simply extended his index finger. Zhang Yuan noticed the expression of the Abyss demon and immediately realized that the Abyss demon might have the means to block Ning Wuwei's attack. He summoned Qishao Zhanlu and 8 iron swords without hesitation and stabbed them at the back of the Abyss demon. The sword intent accelerates. 10 sword lights broke through the air. TSK. When the Abyss demon saw Zhang Yuan launching an attack at the same time, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He thought for a moment and finally decided to use his skills to block Ning Wuwei's attack and withstand Zhang Yuan's attack. After all, Zhang Yuan is only level 25 now, and he has already used that terrifying forbidden technique, so his current normal attacks will not cause much damage. The Abyss demon thought of this, and his index finger gently touched the tip of Ning Wuwei's gun. Bite. A pleasant voice was heard, and a spatial ripple appeared between the fingers of the Abyss demon and the tip of Ning Wuwei's gun, and then spread out in all directions. Skill, nullify. Ning Wuwei's skills immediately lost all damage. What? Ning Wuwei's expression changed drastically. At the same time, 10 flying swords hit the Abyss demon together. 4960179886. What? The Abyss demon's expression changed drastically. Chapter 61 I Don't Want to Die. A string of terrifying numbers that could not be counted in a short time jumped out, almost scaring the soul of the Abyss demon. He didn't even dare to launch a counterattack against Ning Wuwei. He immediately turned into black mist and retreated, putting distance between himself and Zhang Yuan. Ning Wuwei took the opportunity to stand in front of Zhang Yuan and asked, "Boy, are you okay?" Zhang Yuan, Instructor Ning, if you had come a little later, something might have happened. You little brat, why did you mess with that demon Grand Duke Dessus when you could mess with anyone else? Ning Wuwei stared at Dessus who had retreated far away, his eyes filled with deep fear. He threw a scroll back to the city to Zhang Yuan, "I'll help you hold him off, and you look for a chance to escape the battlefield and teleport away." Zhang Yuan saw that Ning Wuwei's hand holding the gun was shaking slightly, and couldn't help but ask, "Instructor, is he strong?" "He's more than just strong." Ning Wuwei said nervously, "DSAS is one of the 7 Dukes of the Abyss. It was he who seriously injured old Bai. He is so powerful?" Zhang Yuan's expression changed slightly. He knew that this Abyss demon was very powerful, but he didn't expect that this Abyss demon was so powerful. In the distance, the injuries on Dis's body gradually recovered. He looked coldly at Zhang Yuan behind Ning Wuwei. "Zhang Yuan, you're only level 25 but you've already dealt such terrifying damage. I really can't let you go." Boom! Dessus suddenly erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura. Ning Wuwei's expression changed drastically, and he gritted his teeth and said, "He's coming. Zhang Yuan, I will do my best to find a way for you to escape." "You must escape. Instructor, you can leave me alone and go on your own." Ning Wuwei cursed, "What the hell are you talking about? Zhang Yuan, you are the hope of Daxia, you must not die here selfishly." "Instructor." After being scolded by Ning Wuwei, Zhang Yuan's expression was extremely complicated. "I'm sorry, I was too arrogant." He thought he had passed the myth trial and had enough ability to protect himself in the abyss battlefield, but when he really met the top strong ones, he found that he was so powerless. "This is not your fault. You can avenge me later." Ning Wuwei gripped his spear tightly, staring at Desus whose momentum was rising. Instead of retreating, he even took a step forward. "Dsas, if you want to kill Zhang Yuan, you have to step over my body first." In this battle, he was determined to die. "Neither of you can leave today." Desus roared, a terrifying black light surrounded him, and the entire earth began to shake violently. But the next moment, Desus suddenly trembled, and fear appeared in his eyes. His breath began to drop rapidly. "No, it's impossible. Is this the Cursed King's curse?" Desus found that he had 11 curses stacked on him, including a rapidly weakening god-level curse, and he was completely panicked. He stared at Zhang Yuan intently and roared hysterically, "What on earth did you do to me? Why do you have the power of the Cursed King?" "The power of the Cursed King?" Zhang Yuan was stunned at first, then he thought of a piece of equipment he obtained after passing the myth trial. Part of the Cursed King god level, the curse effect inflicted on oneself is transformed into a positive effect, all attacks have the curse attribute, and a random unpurifiable curse is inflicted on the target excluding the holder. There is no equipment level restriction and it does not occupy an equipment slot. At that time, Zhang Yuan did not think that the additional curse attribute of the Heart of the Cursed King was very strong. He even felt that this skill of the Heart of the Cursed King was a bit useless and not worthy of the god level grade. But judging from Desus's performance, he seemed to have completely underestimated the curse effect of the Heart of the Cursed King. As the curse of the Cursed King took effect, Desus's aura became weaker and weaker, and soon fell to a point weaker than Odysius. What happened? Ning Wuwei looked incredulous. He felt that he could even kill Desus now. "Zhang Yuan, I'll remember you. The next time the abyss returns, I'll tear you into pieces." Desus was cursed and knew he was unable to kill Zhang Yuan, so he teleported away immediately. Ning Wuwei stared blankly at the empty space where Desus had left, feeling it was utterly unreal. "Desus, just retreated like that? Zhang Yuan, Wuwei. Are you all right?" At this time, Wan Chang'an finally arrived at the battlefield. "I just felt the presence of Desus. Where is he?" "Chief." Ning Wuwei looked at Wan Chang'an with a complicated expression, and then told him everything that had just happened. Wan Chang'an was stunned when he heard this. "Dsas, was repelled by you too?" Ning Wuwei smiled bitterly, "Commander, you are flattering me too much. I only used one skill in total, and it was negated by Desus." Desus was forced to retreat by Zhang Yuan. Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief and asked, "How did you do that?" As one of the 7 Dukes of the Abyss, even Wan Chang'an is not absolutely sure of defeating Desus. And such a big shot from the Abyss was actually defeated by Zhang Yuan? This gave Wan Chang'an the illusion that he was watching a fairy tale. Maybe it's because of this equipment. Zhang Yuan did not hide anything from Wan Chang'an and Ning Wuwei. He took out the Heart of the Cursed King and told them everything about his participation in the myth trial in the king's burial ground and the contract he signed with the Cursed King Ardis. After listening to Zhang Yuan's story, Wan Chang'an's expression became extremely excited, to think such a thing actually happened. Zhang Yuan said, "Captain, I was able to force Desus back entirely because of the power of the Cursed King. And the Cursed King will be resurrected when I reach level 70. How should this be resolved?" Wan Chang'an fell silent. The Cursed King was a demon king. The news that a demon king who should have fallen was still alive was like a nuclear bomb detonating in the deep sea, both to the abyss and to the human race, and was enough to cause an uproar. Ning Wuwei suddenly said, "Captain, I have to say something extremely treasonous. We must not let those elders know about the contract between Zhang Yuan and the Cursed King. Otherwise, they will never allow Zhang Yuan to survive. We must keep this a secret." Moreover, if Zhang Yuan hadn't seen through the Cursed King's conspiracy, the Great Xia Empire, which possessed the Cursed King's blade, would have definitely suffered a devastating disaster. Zhang Yuan saved the country, and he didn't deserve that ending. Wan Chang'an was silent for a long time, then sighed, "This matter is truly too complex. As the head of the military, if I conceal this, I would be putting the safety of the country and the people in danger. This act is tantamount to treason." Ning Wuwei continued, "But Commander, Zhang Yuan did nothing wrong. He was able to repel deses at level 25. I believe that after he reaches level 70, he will definitely be able to fight against the Cursed King. We just need to keep this a secret, and when the Cursed King resurrects, we can join forces to kill him, and nothing will happen. The Abyss is becoming more and more powerful. A single Abyss army led by a single Demon Grand Duke has already broken through our first line of defense. Daxia needs more powerful warriors. We absolutely cannot lose Zhang Yuan." Wan Chang'an sighed. He naturally understood all this in his heart, but the responsibilities on his shoulders did not allow him to do so. At this moment, Wan Chang'an didn't know what to do. He looked at Zhang Yuan and said, "Kid, what do you think?" "Zhang Yuan, I don't want to die, but I also don't think it's right to keep this a secret. The Cursed King was defeated by millions of Great Xia soldiers. If I fail in my fight against the Cursed King in the future, Great Xia should not face the Cursed King again without any preparation." Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Yuan deeply and said, "I understand. Child, you didn't let me down, and I won't let you down either." Chapter 62 National Elders Meeting. When Zhang Yuan followed Wan Chang'an and Ning Wuwei back to the Great Wall, news came from the front line that the Abyss had withdrawn, and the whole city was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Zhang Yuan did not participate in the celebration. He and Wan Chang'an stepped into the teleportation array together and disappeared in the brilliant light. Ning Wuwei looked at the empty teleportation array, sighed, and silently turned around and left the teleportation room. In the Great Wall Watch, no one knows why the Abyss retreated this time. They only know that they have once again maintained the peace of Daxia. Ning Wuwei walked to the city wall, looked at the barren land outside the wall and the celebratory atmosphere inside the wall, then looked back towards the territory of Daxia. "Zhang Yuan, I'm sure you'll be fine." Kyoto, top of the central trial tower. Zhang Yuan sat calmly in front of a door, waiting for the judgment that was about to fall upon him. In the room behind the door, 5 old men with terrifying auras were sitting on chairs. Wan Chang'an, wearing a military uniform, stood in front of the 5 old men and reported Zhang Yuan's situation. The elder sitting in the middle of the 5, with the most terrifying aura, said calmly, "Wan Chang'an, we are aware of the situation. The contract signed between Zhang Yuan and the Cursed King is indeed of great importance. Our next decision will determine the future development direction of the Great Xia Empire and the fate of its people." Bang! As the old man finished speaking, a giant scale was suspended in the air, and 5 soul flames of equal weight flew out of it and landed in front of the 5 old men. "Zhang Yuan is innocent. We will fully support his growth and allow the Cursed King to be resurrected. We will also make arrangements in advance. If Zhang Yuan fails to defeat the Cursed King, we will mobilize the entire nation to kill him. The right is that Zhang Yuan is guilty and sentenced to death. The Cursed King will be strangled in the cradle and the Great Xia Empire will be prevented from falling into the Cursed Abyss again. Fellow elders, please start voting." As the middle elder finished speaking, one of the elders immediately pushed the soul flame in front of him to the right side of the scale. "The Cursed King has already brought heavy losses to the Great Xia Empire. Great Xia has yet to recover. We cannot bear the coming of the Cursed King again. I second the motion." Another elder also pushed the soul flame in front of him to the right side of the scale. "Zhang Yuan is undoubtedly a genius, but we should prioritize the safety of the people of Daxia. We cannot let one person put hundreds of millions of people in danger." Bang! As the 2 soul flames flew to the right, the scales immediately tilted to the right. Seeing this, Wan Chang'an couldn't help but clench his fists. If another elder votes to the right at this time, Zhang Yuan will definitely be sentenced to death and no one can save him. "Humph, you 2 cowards, actually want to kill our Great Xia's top genius just because of a dead demon bastard. You are so weak in the face of the Abyss. Sooner or later, the Great Xia Empire will be conquered by the Abyss. What if the Cursed King returns? Then I will personally take action and chop off his head." An old man with a hot temper slammed the table and immediately pushed the soul flame in front of him to the left side of the scale. The old man sitting in the middle also said at this time, "Wan Chang'an once said to me, today I will seed 5 cities, tomorrow I will seed 10 cities, and then I can sleep peacefully for one night. I will get up and look around, and the Abyss will come again. To retreat to the Abyss is like adding fuel to the fire. If the fuel is not exhausted, the fire will not be extinguished. There's more than one cursed king in the abyss, but we only have one Zhang Yuan. His talent is worth a gamble with our national destiny. After saying that, the old man in the middle also sent the soul flame in front of him to the left side of the scale. Bang! The balance was restored, and finally everyone's eyes fell on the old man sitting in the corner, with white hair and a youthful face, who had his eyes closed and was resting. The old man had been silent since the beginning of the meeting, and now, the crucial vote that would determine Zhang Yuan's fate fell into his hands. "Oldly, it's time to vote," said the old man in the middle. The old man surnamedly opened his eyes slightly and said with a smile, "Of course I will protect Zhang Yuan." After saying that, the old man surnamedly directly sent the soul flame in front of him to the left side of the scale. Bang! The balance has completely tipped to the left. Seeing this, Wan Chang'an's heart finally settled down. The result is out, Zhang Yuan is not guilty. The old man in the middle calmly announced the result and then said, "The next topic is how we should discuss how to train Zhang Yuan and what we should do if Zhang Yuan fails." Pause for a moment. At this moment, an elder who advocated Zhang Yuan's guilt interrupted the meeting and turned to the elder surnamed Li Goldli. "I have no objection to the result of this vote, but can you explain why you want to protect Zhang Yuan? Aren't you the one who hates the cursed king the most?" The old man surnamed Li smiled and replied, "Of course I hate the cursed king. I wish I could peel his skin off myself, drink his blood, and then charge into the abyss to kill all the cursed demons." "Then why do you still vote left?" "Because I recently learned something." The old man surnamedly chuckled, "Zhang Yuan, he might become my grandson-in-law." "How could I kill my grandson-in-law?" The other four elders asked, "What do you mean?" The old man surnamedly felt the hostile looks coming from all around him and immediately laughed out loud, This is my Li family's family affair and has nothing to do with today's meeting. Let's get to the point. How is it irrelevant? Laoli, you need to explain this matter clearly today. We haven't even discussed who should train Zhang Yuan yet. Why should Zhang Yuan be your grandson-in-law? Oldly, this is not fair. We should compete fairly. How could you take the initiative? That's right. Your family has already produced several legendary professionals, and now you want to snatch Zhang Yuan away? If you don't make things clear today, this meeting won't be able to continue. Suddenly, several old men in the room began to quarrel over a strange issue, and the content of the National Elders meeting unknowingly changed in a strange direction. Wan Shanan looked at the people arguing over Zhang Yuan, their faces flushed, and couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. No matter what is ultimately discussed at this meeting, Zhang Yuan is at least safe. Zhang Yuan waited outside the door for several hours. Finally, he saw Wan Shanan walk out of the room and immediately stood up. "Chief, what's the result?" Wan Chang'an said with a chuckle, "The elders have decided to take a gamble on you. Zhang Yuan, that cursed king, from now on, it's your turn to deal with him." Zhang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Yes. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just improve your strength step by step." Wan Shanan patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and said, "Let's go. The elders still have a lot to discuss. I'll take you to Kyoto University and check you in. I'll also give you a reward." Zhang Yuan was stunned. "Reward? You were instrumental in repelling the Abyssal Army this time, but due to some special reasons, we cannot publicly commend your contribution, so we intend to give you a substantial reward." Let's go. Chapter 63, Dormitory Number 0. Wan Chang'an took Zhang Yuan and teleported directly from the central trial tower to the gate of Kyoto University. Kyoto City, as the capital of the Great Xueer Empire, is the most prosperous large city in the Great Xueer Empire, and Kyoto University is located in the most prosperous area of Kyoto City. A giant gate tens of meters high stood in the metropolis. Zhang Yuanguang felt his insignificance just by standing in front of the gate. Is this the #1 institution of higher learning in Daxia? How impressive! Zhang Yuan's eyes were full of shock. In fact, when he was in high school, he had heard countless legends about Kyoto University and seen countless photos of Kyoto University. But when he really arrived at the gate of Kyoto University, he still felt endless shock. This portal alone seems to contain infinite energy. Wan Chang'an said to Zhang Yuan, "Half of the Great Xueer Empire's god-level masters come from Kyoto University. The president of Kyoto University is even on par with the elders of the country. Zhang Yuan, there are many powerful people hidden in this school, and opportunities are everywhere. If you want to fight the Cursed King, you can't do without the help of Kyoto University. Once you enroll, you must not slack off." Zhang Yuan nodded, "Yes. Wan Chang'an patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder and said, Professor Chen Yun has already helped you complete the freshman admission procedures. You don't need to register. I will take you directly to your accommodation. However, your situation is very special and it is not suitable for a dormitory with multiple people. So I will take the initiative and help you apply for a single dormitory. Is that okay? No problem. That's good. Let's go. It was already late at night, but when Zhang Yuan walked into the campus, he found that the school was even more lively than he had imagined, with students conducting various trainings everywhere. Zhang Yuan sighed, they're still practicing so late? As they walked, Wan Chang'an said to Zhang Yuan, those who can be admitted to Kyoto University are all the chosen ones from various provinces and cities. They all have their own pride and are unwilling to fall behind others. But what this school lacks the most is genius. Many people, after getting in, find themselves transformed from geniuses into ordinary people. This huge gap will greatly stimulate their self-esteem, and this huge stimulation will make them work harder. Even so, every year many students at Kyoto University fail to graduate. In this world, many things cannot be changed by hard work alone. Of course, if you don't work hard, you absolutely cannot change your fate. It's so cruel. Zhang Yuan sighed in his heart. In this world, no matter where you are, it is extremely cruel. Kyoto University was much larger than Zhang Yuan had imagined. He followed Wan Chang'an for a long time before they reached where he lived. This place is very remote, and there is no one around. In front of Zhang Yuan, there is only a somewhat old 6-story dormitory building. The dormitory door has been locked, and a nameplate with Building 0 is hung in front of the door. The whole building looked very gloomy, and Zhang Yuan felt something was wrong no matter how he looked at it. Chief, is this place really inhabited? Zhang Yuan saw that a large piece of the wall outside the dormitory building had fallen off, and every window in the dormitory was pitch black, making it look like an abandoned haunted building. Wan Chang'an said with a smile, don't underestimate this building. Half of Kyoto University's god-level experts have lived in this building. Many students in the school are not qualified to live here. Zhang Yuan was surprised. What on earth is inside this building? It's a secret. You'll know once you get the building's approval. While Wan Chang'an and Zhang Yuan were talking, a white-haired old woman walked behind the closed door, glanced at Zhang Yuan, and asked Wan Chang'an, Xiaowan, is this the student you insisted on putting into this building? Wan Chang'an was very polite to the old woman, yes, Granny Niu, I'll leave the child in your care. Seeing that Wan Chang'an was very polite to Granny Niu, Zhang Yuan immediately used the Eye of the Abyss on Granny Niu, but found that he could not detect the target, as the other party was a strong man above level 75. I can only say that this is Kyoto University, even a dormitory manager is so awesome. Granny Niu looked at Zhang Yuan carefully again, then opened the dormitory door and said to Wan Chang'an, Xiaowan, this time I open the back door for you and let this kid live in Building 0. If he doesn't behave well in the future, I will kick him out. Don't worry, Granny Niu, this child won't let you down. Wan Chang'an smiled and assured Granny Niu, then looked at Zhang Yuan, Granny Niu will take you in later. A lot has happened these past few days. You should have a good rest. If you have any questions, just ask Granny Niu. I'll be leaving first. Someone will bring your ID card tomorrow. Wait a minute, Chief. Zhang Yuan hurriedly called out to Wan Chang'an, where's my reward? Wan Chang'an said with a smile, silly child, living in Building 0 is your reward. After saying something meaningless, Wan Chang'an left and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Granny Niu said calmly, boy, don't just stand there like an idiot. Come in. Zhang Yuan came back to his senses and nodded slightly, yes. After following Granny Niu into Building 0, Zhang Yuan discovered that there was an entrance to a dungeon in the corridor. That's a secret dungeon unique to Building 0. If you want to stay here permanently, you'll have to earn rent there, Granny Niu said calmly. But since it's your first day here, tonight's rent will be waived. What's in that copy? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. There's only the boss, the powerful boss. Granny Niu said as she took Zhang Yuan up to the second floor. Except for rooms 203 and 208, all other rooms on the second floor are empty. You can pick one for yourself. Zhang Yuan glanced at the corridor and pointed to the room in the far corner. Room 210, that's it. Granny Niu took a black key from her waist and handed it to Zhang Yuan, saying, Room 210 is yours from now on. As long as you can still pay the rent, no one can enter without your permission, not even Mr. Guo. Do you have any other questions? There is none left. Very good. I like children who don't talk too much. Have a good rest tonight. Granny Nyo nodded and turned to leave. Zhang Yuan used the key to open the dormitory door and entered the room. Unlike the shabby appearance of the building, the room is very clean and tidy. You can even smell the scent of sunshine on the bed. It also comes with a private bathroom with 24-hour hot water. It's much better than I thought. Zhang Yuan was quite satisfied with this dormitory. He closed the door and just sat on the bed when a prompt popped up on his panel. Enter special areas, experience plus 10-second 50%. Zhang Yuan saw the prompt on the panel and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Gaining experience by AFK? Chapter 64, Secret Realm of Stars. This was the first time Zhang Yuan encountered such a thing as gaining experience by AFK. Gaining 10 experience points per second may not seem like much, but if you do the math, that's 36,000 experience points per hour. He slept in this room for 8 hours, so that's 288,000 experience points. He is currently at level 25, and it will take 5 million experience points to reach level 26. Taking into account the experience points allocated to the Curse King, it means that as long as he sleeps here for 34 days, he can naturally reach level 26. For Zhang Yuan, the upgrade speed may be a bit slow, but this is because Zhang Yuan has the ability to solo high-level nightmare dungeons. But for ordinary professionals, being able to upgrade from level 25 to level 26 within a month is already a very impressive upgrade speed. What's more, the experience here is free. No wonder half of Kyoto University's god-level experts came from Building 0. You can even gain experience just by AFK. If you live here long enough, even a pig can become a god level. Zhang Yuan didn't expect to encounter such a surprise as soon as he moved in, and he couldn't help but look forward to his future university life. Soon after sitting on the soft bed, I felt a strong sense of sleepiness. These days, he had been fighting against the Cursed King and the Demon Duke one after another, and his body was exhausted to the extreme. After yawning, Zhang Yuan fell asleep. Early the next morning, someone knocked on the dormitory door. Zhang Yuan opened the door with sleepy eyes, only to see Granny Nyo standing at the door with a stack of clothes and an ID card. Here are your school uniform and ID card, please keep them carefully. Remember, your Kyoto University ID card will be your lifelong ID card. All your file information will be recorded on this card, so be sure to keep it properly. Also, Kyoto University doesn't accept cash transactions. You'll need points to buy anything. Your ID card currently has 100 points, a gift from the school. Zhang Yuan took the school uniform and ID card and asked, how do I earn points then? Completing courses, clearing on-campus dungeons, and accepting campus missions can all earn you points. Of course, if you have the means, you can also steal other people's points. Zhang Yuan was shocked. You can even steal other people's points? How can the school allow this to happen? Granny Nyo said calmly, the school encourages competition, but there are limits to how much you can snatch. If you have less than 100 points, you can't be snatched away. Zhang Yuan quickly digested this information and thanked Granny Nyo, saying, I understand. Thank you, Granny Nyo. These are the basics taught at the opening ceremony and freshman orientation. I heard from Xiaowan that you didn't attend freshman orientation, so I added a few words. However, points are only your transaction currency at Kyoto University. They can't be used to pay the rent for dormitory building 0. If you want to live here, you must go to the secret dungeon downstairs to obtain the Starstone. The rent for the second-floor dormitory is 1 Starstone per day. Additionally, there are many facilities in this dormitory building that require Starstones to use. Regarding the introduction of those facilities, we can discuss them after you qualify to live in this building. After saying this, Granny Nyo left without looking back and disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Points and Starstones, I didn't expect that the first thing I would do after entering college would be to make money. Zhang Yuan shook his head and smiled, then walked to the first floor. He saw a blonde boy wearing red armor and with a cool temperament standing at the entrance of the corridor. The blonde boy glanced at Zhang Yuan indifferently without saying hello, and teleported directly into the secret realm copy. Is he also a resident of this building? He looks pretty strong. Zhang Yuan muttered something, walked to the entrance of the copy, and used the Eye of the Abyss. Secret Realm of Stars. Level, None. Difficulty, Normal Hard Nightmare. Note, the number of star stones obtained varies depending on the difficulty of the dungeon. Nightmare difficulty. Zhang Yuan chose the nightmare difficulty without hesitation and teleported into the dungeon. Granny Nyo came out from a corner. She seemed accustomed to this kind of situation and shook her head, saying, "Really? Everyone who moves into this building has to choose nightmare difficulty for the first time. This dungeon is different from the regular ones out there. Well, it's good to dampen the enthusiasm of these geniuses." Zhang Yuan entered the dungeon and found himself on a grassland under the starry sky. The sky was full of stars and the grassland was endless. Zhang Yuan felt refreshed and happy just by standing in the grassland. What a beautiful copy! Zhang Yuan sighed and looked around. He soon found that not far away, there were 3 humanoid monsters wearing armor standing under the starry sky. Star Knight Leader. Level 25. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 15,000. Spirit, 15,000. Stamina, 15,000. Skills, Starlight Charge, Starlight Guardian, Star Oath. There are 3 level 25 humanoid bosses, but their attributes are stronger than the level 30 hidden boss Rakshasa King. Even if it's nightmare difficulty, isn't the difficulty of this dungeon a bit exaggerated? Zhang Yuan looked at the 3 humanoid bosses and couldn't help but complain. With this level of difficulty, is there anyone else besides him who can clear this dungeon? With doubts in his heart, Zhang Yuan used Qishao to take the heads of the 3 Star Knights. Successfully killed the Star Knight, experience plus 100,000 50%. Obtained Starstone 30. 3 kill notifications came in succession, and Zhang Yuan obtained 30 Starstones. It was so easy to get a month's rent? Zhang Yuan was stunned to see that he had obtained 30 Starstones so easily. He had heard what Granny Nyo said before and thought that this kind of thing dropped very rarely, so he was a little nervous before the challenge. I didn't expect it to be such a common thing. Successfully challenged the nightmare difficulty level 25. Do you want to increase the difficulty? At this time, Zhang Yuan received a prompt about the secret realm copy, and immediately chose to increase the difficulty without hesitation. The Star Realm has been upgraded to level 35. As the prompt appeared, 6 more Star Knights appeared out of thin air, but this time, the level of the Star Knights had reached 35. Zhang Yuan didn't even bother to check the attributes of the Star Knights, and easily harvested the heads of the knights with Qishao. Successfully killed the Star Knight, experience plus 300,000 50%. Obtained Starstone 300. Starstone, a stone condensed from the power of starlight, containing the power of starlight. Successfully challenged the nightmare difficulty level 35. Do you want to increase the difficulty? Continue. The Star Realm has been upgraded to level 45. 12 level 45 Star Knights appeared, and Zhang Yuan, Qishao, and Zhang Lu joined forces, still easily harvesting the knights' heads. Successfully killed the Star Knight, experience plus 600,000 50%. Obtained Starstone 3000. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan reached level 26. Successfully challenged the nightmare difficulty level 45. Do you want to increase the difficulty? Continue. Chapter 65, Killing the level 65 boss solo. As Zhang Yuan chose to continue, 24 level 55 Star Knights appeared in the dungeon, each emitting a terrifying aura. This oppressive feeling has me sweating a little. Zhang Yuan used Mental Storm for the first time. Boom! A terrifying storm exploded with Zhang Yuan as the center, instantly engulfing the 24 Star Knights. Successfully killed the Star Knight, experience plus 120,000 50%. Obtained Starstone 30,000. 24 kill prompts appeared, and 2 consecutive golden lights burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, directly raising Zhang Yuan to level 28. Upgrade, awesome! Zhang Yuan never expected that this secret dungeon would be so awesome, causing his level to soar like a rocket. The most important thing is that every time the difficulty of this copy increases, the boss level increases by 10 levels and the number of bosses doubles. For others, this difficulty increases by a lot. But for Zhang Yuan, this is a benefit of giving experience. These Star Knights have no blood-locking mechanism at all, they are purely numerical monsters. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan is a numerical monster among numerical monsters. In addition, the more enemies there are, the higher the damage of Zhang Yuan's skills, and it is real damage. This means that the higher the difficulty of the copy, the more monsters there are, and the faster Zhang Yuan will level up. If the difficulty continues to increase, Zhang Yuan doesn't dare to think about how many levels he can reach. Successfully challenged the nightmare difficulty level 55. Do you want to increase the difficulty? Continue. detected that the challenger has increased the difficulty of the dungeon 5 times in a row, triggering the dungeon hiding mechanism. Does the challenger challenge the hidden boss? Hidden boss? Zhang Yuan didn't expect that he could trigger the hidden boss, and his eyes lit up slightly. Although the hidden boss at level 65 is already above level 60 and needs to be challenged by second-level professionals in a team, Zhang Yuan's own stats are quite abnormal. In addition, his attacks are all true damage, and Zhanlu's damage is converted into shield mechanism. If he operates better, it is not impossible for him to kill the hidden boss at level 65 alone. Even if he couldn't defeat the boss, he could just exit the dungeon without any risk. There is no reason for him not to choose. Continue the challenge. As Zhang Yuan chose to challenge, starlight sprinkled in the copy, and a blue-skinned woman over 10 meters tall, holding a scepter and wearing a long robe walked out of the starlight. Star Saint Leader. Level 65. Strength, 100,000. Agility, 300,000. Spirit, 800,000. Physique, 500,000. Skills, Starlight Eternal Sai, Starflame, Starfalls. The hidden boss at level 65, with terrifying 4-dimensional attributes, doesn't seem like someone Zhang Yuan should be fighting at this stage. Generally speaking, a monster's health is related to its strength and constitution. Different boos have different bonus coefficients, but generally speaking, 1 point of constitution means at least 100 health points, and 1 point of strength means 50 health points. Roughly estimated, the Star Saint's health value is over 55 million. Not as good as Qi Zhao's sword. Zhang Yuan gave a fair evaluation and then used Qi Zhao to attack the Star Saint. Qi Zhao passed through the chest of the Star Saint, who knelt on the spot. Zhang Yuan obtained a temporary shield worth 60 million. This means that Zhang Yuan's attack caused 60 million damage to the Star Saint. Is there a bloodlock? Zhang Yuan found that there was no killing prompt, and looked at the Star Saint. He saw starlight all around the Star Saint, and then she activated her skills. Skill, Starfall. A large number of stars fell from the sky, covering the entire copy. Every time a star hits Zhang Yuan, his temporary shield value will be reduced by 100,000. If Zhang Yuan did not have the 90% damage reduction and the shield value converted by Zhanlu, then when the Star Saint changed phases, Zhang Yuan would be smashed to death by those stars. The starfalls lasted for a full minute. When this skill ended, Zhang Yuan's temporary shield value was almost gone. This level 65 boss is really powerful. If I don't cheat, I really can't beat him. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, and before the Star Saint launched her second attack, he struck another sword. The Star Saint who had just stood up fell down again, and then she rose high into the sky. The shining starlight around her became even more dazzling, and she once again activated her skill Star Falls. This time, the stars falling from the star waterfall became more dense. Every time Zhang Yuan was hit by a star, his shield value would be reduced by 200,000. The damage of the Star Saint doubled, but Zhang Yuan's temporary shield was still only 60 million. If I keep getting attacked, my makeshift shield won't hold up. I need to take action. Zhang Yuan immediately converted his more than 15,000 mental powers into 5 times agility, and then used the equipment skill of the wind riding boots to control the wind. Zhang Yuan turned into the flash on the spot, dodging and moving in the star waterfall, avoiding the falling stars, and finally survived this large-scale attack. It's my turn again. Zhang Yuan looked at the Star Saint flying high in the sky and cancelled the attribute conversion. Qi Zhao and Zhanlu appeared at the same time, attacking the Star Saint from the left and right. The sword intent accelerates. The 2 divine swords transformed into red and blue rays of light, shooting towards the vital points of the Star Saint. This time, the Star Saint did not act as a stake. She shook the staff in her hand and chanted a strange spell. The starlight around her transformed into a starlight shield. Qi Zhao and Zhanlu were repelled by the starlight shield and failed to cause any harm to the Star Saint. Immune to physical attacks? Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The Star Saint continued to shake her staff, and a large number of blue fireballs appeared around her, smashing towards Zhang Yuan at an extremely fast speed. Zhang Yuan had no shield value at this time and did not dare to withstand the attack of the Star Saint. He changed his attributes again and retreated quickly, avoiding the attack of a large number of blue fireballs. Rumble. The entire grassland was ignited by blue flames, and Zhang Yuan's physical strength began to decline at a rate of 1% per second. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan had the sword formation and the Cursed King's blade to restore his health, and he quickly replenished his lost strength. Taking advantage of the afterswing of the Star Saint's skill, Zhang Yuan used Mental Storm. The terrifying mental storm instantly engulfed the Star Saint, broke her shield, and caused real damage to her. However, this time there was only one enemy within the range of the mental storm, and the mental storm skill only benefits from the mental power bonus, not the 6,000 attack power added by Zhang Yuan's special weapon. He only caused 44 million damage to the Star Saint. This time, the Star Saint was not killed instantly. Instead, she was enraged by Zhang Yuan and launched the Star Waterfall again. Isn't this boss too strong? Seeing that the Star Saint was not dead yet, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but complain. But then again, this Star Saint is a level 65 hidden boss after all. If she was really killed in a few seconds by the level 28 Zhang Yuan, she would not be worthy of her level. A large number of stars fell. Zhang Yuan first used attribute conversion to avoid the attack, and then used Mental Storm again after the skill CD of Mental Storm was ready. Boom! The Star Saint was blown away by the Mental Storm. She screamed and turned into starlight and disappeared. Successfully killed the Star Saint, experience plus 8,050%. Obtain Star Crystal 1. Star Crystal, a crystal condensed from the power of a star god. Only those recognized by the star god can possess it. It is extremely precious. Chapter 66 Star God Robe. Finally it's over. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the kill prompt panel appear. Although Zhang Yuan has fought against many bosses above level 70, he always took advantage of the weapon mechanism. This Star Saint was the first high-level boss he killed. When Zhang Yuan was still thinking about the process of defeating the boss, the copy was suddenly covered by starlight, which attracted Zhang Yuan's attention. Due to your outstanding performance, the Star God has descended upon you. Do you accept his blessing? Note, you can only receive the blessing of one god at a time. God's blessing? Zhang Yuan was shocked by this sudden information and was completely stunned on the spot. He had never heard of such a thing. But soon, Zhang Yuan chose to accept the blessing without hesitation. No matter what this star god is like, strong or not, the 4 words divine blessing are enough to make Zhang Yuan's heart move. As Zhang Yuan chose to accept the blessing, the star crystal in his storage space flew out on its own and absorbed the light in the copy. At this moment, the daytime in the Great Xueer Empire turned into night, and stars twinkled in the sky, spreading starlight to all parts of the Great Xueer Empire. Anyone who is illuminated by the starlight will begin to gain experience. For a moment, all professionals across the country were shocked by this strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. In Dormitory Building 0, Granny Niu, who was guarding the entrance to the secret realm, suddenly stood up and stared at the secret realm copy in shock. The Star God has descended? Someone has received the Star God's blessing? Is it Wang Haoren or Zhang Yuan? Now there are only those 2 people in the secret realm of stars, and only one of them can receive the blessing of the Star God. At this moment, Granny Niu trembled with excitement. How many years have passed? The Star God has finally bestowed his blessings upon us once again. While Granny Niu was extremely excited, the star crystal in the copy had already absorbed all the starlight and then returned the starlight to Zhang Yuan. Receive the blessing of the Star God, all attributes increase. The Star God's power has been contaminated by the demon god, and the blessing has failed. What's going on? Zhang Yuan, who had been thinking about how powerful the blessing from God was shocked when he saw that the blessing had failed. Then Zhang Yuan thought of the devil's contract he signed with Odysius. It must be the Curse King's doing. That guy really has a trick up his sleeve. Zhang Yuan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for the blessing of God this time that exposed the Curse King's hidden trick, he would definitely be killed by the Curse King when he reached level 70 and fought against him. However, after discovering the Cursed King's conspiracy, Zhang Yuan frowned again. The demon behind the Curse King can even pollute the blessings of the gods. How can he remove the demon's curse from himself? Bang! At this time, the star crystals fell to the ground, the strange phenomenon between heaven and earth dissipated, and the starry sky turned back into daytime again. Zhang Yuan picked up the star crystal and saw the cracks on the surface that emitted black gas. He murmured, "It seems that the demon god's status is higher than that of the star god. If I want to defeat the Curse King, I must find a god with a higher status than the demon god before reaching level 70 and obtain his blessing. It's a really tough task." Zhang Yuan gave a bitter smile and was about to put the star crystal back into the storage space and leave the copy when another ray of starlight descended from the sky. The next moment, a starlight robe condensed from the starlight and absorbed the power of the star crystal. Star God Robe God level, can store the power of the gods, gain plus 50% favorability with the gods, no equipment level limit. Star God's power releases the Star God's wrath, dealing a devastating blow. Can be used one time. Can be recharged with star crystals. God-level clothes? Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw the Star God robe appearing in front of him. He did not expect such a reversal. Releasing the Star God's wrath, is it because the Curse King's little tricks angered the Star God? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the introduction of the Star God's power. Although he did not receive the blessing of God due to the interference of the Cursed King, he did obtain a divine artifact. A blessing in disguise? Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to put on the Star God robe, and the Star God robe directly wrapped around Zhang Yuan's whole body and then disappeared. Although it cannot be seen with the naked eye, Zhang Yuan can feel a powerful force flowing through his body. As long as he wants, he can release that force at any time. With this Star God power, even if I meet Desus again, I should be able to kill him, right? As Zhang Yuan was teleported out of the secret realm, Granny Niu rushed up excitedly and asked, "Zhang Yuan, have you received the Star God's blessing?" Zhang Yuan shook his head. "It's a pity, no. That's Wang Haoran." Granny Niu was muttering, and at this time a ray of light appeared in the copy again, and a blonde boy in red armor walked out. "Boy, come with me." Granny Niu didn't wait for the blonde boy to speak, she grabbed his hand impatiently and dragged him upstairs. What a strange old woman. Zhang Yuan looked at Granny Niu's excitement and muttered something, but he didn't care. He left the dormitory and contacted Chen Yun. "Teacher Chen, I've arrived at Kyoto University." "Well, Wan Zhanshan told me yesterday, come to the academic affairs office now, I'm right here." "Good." Zhang Yuan hung up the communicator and walked straight to the academic affairs office. He did not attend the freshman training and now he doesn't even know what college he is in. He has to consult Chen Yun about all these. The door of the academic affairs office was open, and Chen Yun was processing a pile of documents in the office. Zhang Yuan walked to the door and knocked. "Teacher Chen." "Zhang Yuan, you've come just in time. I've just completed your admissions procedures. Once you've chosen your college, you'll officially be a student at Kyoto University." Zhang Yuan asked, "Teacher, what colleges are there?" Chen Yun, generally speaking, during freshman orientation, we will sort students into over 10 different colleges based on their characteristics and performance. In addition, for some students with particularly outstanding performance, we will recommend them to different hidden colleges. As for whether hidden colleges accept them, that is beyond the control of the academic affairs office. Although you didn't participate in the freshman training, your performance in the college entrance examination was already impressive enough, so I can directly recommend you to the hidden academy. Zhang Yuan, "Teacher, which is the strongest hidden academy?" "Since I can choose a college, I naturally have to choose the best one." "You are truly worthy of me." Chen Yun looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile, not surprised by Zhang Yuan's answer. Actually, there's no difference in strength between those hidden academies. They just have different training methods. After all, every genius is unique. Perhaps Genius A will develop better in Academy B than in Academy A. Based on your situation, I recommend 3 hidden academies. The first one is Xianlong Academy, headed by our vice president. Xianlong Academy has the most resources of any academy in the school, and its teachers are all high-level professionals above level 75. Xianlong Academy has the most students among the hidden academies, but this academy adheres to a winner-takes-all approach. As long as you can outcompete others, you will receive countless resources. The second one is Mingjing Academy. The dean is a god-level nurse. Although Mingjing Academy's resources are not as good as Xianlong Academy, the academy is small, with no more than 20 students in a class. Every student receives careful training from the dean. The third one is Jianxin Academy. This academy is a bit special. There is only one student at the moment. Only one student? Zhang Yuan's curiosity was immediately piqued. Why? Chapter 67 The Strongest Teacher at Kyoto University. Chen Yun, Yiqingsong, the dean of Jianxin Academy, is the strongest person in our Kyoto University, but he has a bad temper. When accepting students, he never considers their talent, but only their chemistry. Actually, I don't really recommend you choose Kenshin Academy. Why? Jianxin Academy only has one teacher, Yiqingsong. Not only is he a heavy drinker, he also likes to be a hands-off boss. He can basically take 90% of all the classes in a year. The only student in Jianxin Academy has been at the school for a year, and he has only met Yiqingsong a few times. He has basically learned his skills by himself. This Jianxin Academy is quite interesting. After hearing Chen Yun's introduction, Zhang Yuan not only did not back down, but was greatly interested. Apart from anything else, the title of Kyoto University as the strongest is attractive enough. Moreover, the character of the hands-off boss is also very distinctive, a perfect template for the protagonist. Chen Yun smiled bitterly. As expected, you would choose Jianxin College. Well, you can go and try it first. If you don't like Yiqing Song, come back to me and I will give you letters of recommendation from Xianlong College and Mingjing College. Jianxin Academy is in a bamboo forest northwest of the school. Just go there. If you meet Yiqing Song, it means he is interested in you. Whether you can join Jianxin Academy after that depends on you. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Yuan thanked Chen Yun, then left the academic affairs office and headed northwest. Soon, Zhang Yuan walked into a quiet bamboo forest in the northwest. According to teacher Chen, this is Jianxin Academy. Zhang Yuan walked in the bamboo forest, the breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, and there was no one around. Let's drink and sing. Hiccup, how long is life? Suddenly, a voice filled with a hint of drunkenness sounded in the bamboo forest, and the wind in the forest seemed to be much stronger. Zhang Yuan immediately shouted, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Yiqing Song? I, Zhang Yuan, would like to join Jianxin Academy. A human who signed a contract with the devil. Hiccup, I don't like it, go away." When Zhang Yuan heard Yiqing Song's answer, his eyes changed slightly. Even the god of war Wan Chang'an didn't notice that he had signed a contract with the cursed king, but Yiqing Song could see it at a glance. Doesn't this mean that Yiqing Song is stronger than Wan Chang'an? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan immediately strengthened his determination to join Jianxin Academy and continued, "Since you have such a keen eye, why don't you take a few more glances? Hick, looking at you a few dozen more times won't make any difference. The devilish stench on you is too strong. If you stay around me, it will affect my desire for alcohol. Go away now." "Senior, I'm sorry." Zhang Yuan's eyes focused, and he immediately deployed a sword formation. 10 flying swords flew out from the sword formation space and began to cut down the surrounding bamboos and destroy the environment. Suddenly, an angry voice came from deep in the bamboo forest. "First of all, the bamboo didn't provoke you. Second, you are not allowed to destroy the environment." A sword energy came through the air. Zhang Yuan's eyes focused and he immediately controlled a flying sword to deflect the sword energy. Perfect block. A skill that guarantees a perfect block? Boy, relying too much on skills isn't a good thing. After Yiqing Song finished his comments, 3 more sword energies came from the air. Zhang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He used attribute conversion to transform all his mental power into strength and agility. Then he grabbed an iron sword with his bare hands and deflected the 3 sword energies with his naked eyes. "That's just okay, hiccup." Yiqing Song commented again, and then 6 sword energies swept through the bamboo forest and broke through the air. So fast. Zhang Yuan's eyes could no longer keep up with the speed of the sword energy. He recalled the feeling of practicing perfect blocking in the Rakshasa King copy, and barely deflected the 6 sword energies. "Well, that's interesting, kid. Turn off your attribute conversion skill and try using your sword controlling skill." After Yiqing Song finished speaking, another sword energy broke through the air. Zhang Yuan cancelled the attribute conversion and controlled the 10 flying swords to actively attack the sword energy. Clang! When the sword energy blasted away the 8 flying swords, Zhang Yuan controlled the 9th flying sword to perfectly block the sword energy. Come again! 3 more sword energies attacked. Zhang Yuan concentrated his mind as never before, capturing the traces of the sword energy and manipulating the flying sword to block it. Ding! 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 There were 3 consecutive crisp sounds, and this time Zhang Yuan only used 6 flying swords to deflect the 3 sword energies. For the last time. From deep within the bamboo forest, 6 sword energies flew out, several times faster than before. Zhang Yuan's eyes changed slightly, and he hurriedly controlled the flying sword to block. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan only blocked 3 sword energies this time. The other 3 sword energies hit him and turned into 3 gusts of cool wind. The bamboo forest suddenly became quiet. "Senior!" Zhang Yuan called out, but there was no response from Yiqing Song. Failed. Zhang Yuan was a little disappointed, but he quickly accepted the fact that he had failed. He was unable to take on the 6 sword energies because of his own lack of strength. He could not blame others and would just try harder in the future. Zhang Yuan calmed himself down and turned to leave, but suddenly heard snoring coming from deep in the bamboo forest. "This is..." Zhang Yuan was startled and walked towards the depths of the bamboo forest following the sound. He soon saw a middle-aged man in plain cloth and with a stubble on his face lying on a huge rock and snoring. On the ground next to the boulder, there was an upside-down wine gourd and a thin bamboo that had just been broken. Asleep? When Zhang Yuan saw Yi Qingsong sleeping soundly, he was speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. Finally, he stood up the upside-down wine gourd and turned to leave. Kid. Yi Qingsong suddenly began to talk in his sleep. You must obtain an Ice Emperor heart within 3 days, then call Wang Haoran along to attend classes in the western suburbs of Kyoto. Zhang Yuan paused, turned around and looked at Yi Qingsong in disbelief. Senior. What is the Ice Emperor's heart? Who is Wang Haoran? Call. Yi Qingsong started snoring again and seemed to have fallen asleep completely. Zhang Yuan was speechless, but he didn't want to wake Yi Qingsong up, so he had to go back to the academic affairs office and ask Chen Yun about the situation. You said Yi Qingsong asked you to get an Ice Emperor heart within 3 days? Chen Yun looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. How much did that guy drink? Why did he give such an outrageous task? Zhang Yuan, teacher, is the Ice Emperor's heart difficult to obtain? It's more than just difficult, isn't it? Chen Yun sighed. The Ice Emperor's heart is a material dropped by the boss of the Polar Ice Field dungeon. The Polar Ice Field dungeon is a level 25, 50-player large-scale team dungeon at our school. I remember you're only level 21. Even if your damage output is high enough, you're not high enough to enter. As he spoke, Chen Yun casually threw a detection spell at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, swordmaster, level 28. Ha! Chen Yun rubbed his eyes, confirming that he hadn't misread Zhang Yuan's level. He stared at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. Level 28? What have you been doing these past 10 days? Chapter 68, Solo Large Team Dungeon. I didn't do much, actually. I just killed some bosses, and then I reached level 28. Those bosses you killed were probably of high levels, weren't they? Chen Yun gave Zhang Yuan a deep look, but didn't ask any more questions. He said, since you're at a high enough level, I won't stop you. The Polar Ice Field dungeon is in the dungeon hall in the middle of the school. The dungeons there are shared by all the colleges in the school, but each challenge requires 500 points. Do you have enough points? Forehead. Zhang Yuan was a little embarrassed. Teacher, I only have 100 points given by the school. How about I go out and grab some? Doesn't the school encourage grabbing points? You've just started school, there's no need to do anything that would make others hate you. I'll personally sponsor you 1,000 points. Thank you, teacher. You're welcome. Go ahead. Zhang Yuan said goodbye to Chen Yun and came to the copy hall in the middle of the school. As soon as you enter the hall, you can hear all kinds of lively shouts. Level 20 Night Swamp Dungeon, difficulty, anyone can go. I'm offering a level 25 Orc Outpost dungeon for a fee. Affordable price, any difficulty you want. Boss, come quickly. Level 30 Netherworld Tower, nightmare difficulty, missing a nurse, needs purification skills. Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw many students in the hall holding signs and shouting, and some even had a loudspeaker. The dungeon hall of Kyoto University looks no different from a wild dungeon, both look like a farmer's market. In other words, the situation is the same at the entrance of every copy in this world. After all, there are only a few professionals who can clear dungeons alone. If most professionals want to upgrade, they can only seek cooperation and form a team to complete the dungeon. In the center of the copy hall, there is a teleportation array covered by a light curtain. Entering the teleportation array will take you to the place where the copy is stored at Kyoto University. Zhang Yuan ignored the students shouting in the hall, stepped into the teleportation array, and was teleported to a spacious hall. Around this hall, there are a large number of copy entrances suspended. Above each copy there is a light curtain with information about the copy and the top 10 teams in that copy written on it. In addition, there is an identity recognition station in front of the entrance to each copy. Just put your ID card on it and deduct the points for challenging the copy, and you can enter the copy. As expected of Kyoto University, there are so many public copies. Zhang Yuan took a quick look at the dungeons in the hall. From level 20 to level 60, there were at least 3 dungeons in each stage. Even students at Kyoto University's regular colleges can easily raise their levels to above 60 in school without having to venture into the wild. Zhang Yuan walked to the Polar Ice Field copy and checked the copy information. Polar Ice Field Dungeon. Level 25. Number of people, 50. Note, the highest challenger level does not exceed 30, and each challenge requires 500 points. Below the introduction of the Polar Ice Field Dungeon, there is a row of dungeon clearance records. Xianlong Academy, Captain, Jiaobin, team size, 50, cleared in 4 hours, 28 minutes, 56 seconds. Xianlong Academy, is that the hidden academy with the most resources that Teacher Chen mentioned? A team from this academy took 4.5 hours to clear the dungeon. It seems this dungeon is quite difficult. Classmate, do you want to challenge the Polar Ice Dungeon? A senior student wearing glasses came over and asked in a soft voice. What's the matter? Zhang Yuan turned his head and asked. The senior student continued, well, we're forming a team to challenge the polar ice caps. We already have 36 people on the team. Would you like to join us? We'll join once the team is full. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Zhang Yuan rejected the invitation from his senior sister, swiped his ID card at the identity recognition counter, and was teleported in. In? When the senior student saw Zhang Yuan enter the Polar Ice Dungeon alone, she couldn't help but twitch her lips and said, is this kid crazy? Sun Qing, what's going on? At this time, Wang Fei, wearing heavy knight armor, walked over and asked, where is that student? Sun Qing pointed to the entrance to the Polar Ice Field Dungeon with an innocent look on her face. He went in. Got in? Wang Fei was stunned. Are there other teams trying to conquer the Polar Ice Field Dungeon? Why haven't I heard about it? No. Sun Qing shook her head. He went in alone. Didn't he read the copy clearly? I think he saw it clearly and didn't even blink when he rejected me. Forget it. A rookie like this would be a burden to our team. Let's continue looking for other people. We're well prepared this time, and we'll definitely be able to clear this dungeon. While Wang Fei and Sun Qing were talking, Zhang Yuan had already arrived at an ice field. The cold wind was howling, and large flakes of snow covered the sky, blocking Zhang Yuan's vision. Is this a large-scale raid? It's hard to even tell the direction. Zhang Yuan did not walk around aimlessly. He deployed a sword formation on the spot, lighting up the vision within a radius of 500 meters. Soon, Zhang Yuan found a path on the snowfield. He immediately summoned the Rakshasa King and let him walk in front to explore the way, with Zhang Yuan following closely behind. Rakshasa King is under attack. Not long after walking, Zhang Yuan received a warning that the Rakshasa King was under attack. An elf assassin wrapped in a bearskin coat rushed out of the blizzard and stabbed the Rakshasa King in the back. The Rakshasa King's physical strength immediately decreased by 1/3. Zhang Yuan immediately used Eye of the Abyss. Snow Elf Assassin Enhanced Elite. Level 25. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 20,000. Spirit, 10,000. Constitution, 5,000. Skills, Backstab, Invisibility. Such high stats. This little monster's stats are even higher than a level 30 Rakshasa King. Is this a 50-player raid? Zhang Yuan exclaimed and immediately ended the life of the Snow Elf Assassin with his flying sword. Successfully killed the Snow Elf Assassin, experience plus 100,000 50%. Obtain Elf Blood 1. A level 25 monster has 100,000 experience points. Zhang Yuan could only sigh that it was worthy of being a large-scale team dungeon. I don't know if I can reach level 30 after completing this dungeon today. After Zhang Yuan had a rough judgment of the monster's strength and experience in this copy, he sped up his progress and continued to use Mental Storm. With the infinite recovery of mental power from the Blade of the Cursed King, Zhang Yuan now has no pressure at all to use Mental Storm. He can use it as soon as the CD is ready. Once used, it will clear out the monsters within a radius of 500 meters and increase the experience greatly. Even though the road was clear, Zhang Yuan still walked in the snow for nearly half an hour before being blocked by a large iceberg. There is a cave under the iceberg, and at the entrance of the cave stands a slender elf holding 2 swords. Snow Elf Swordsman Strength and Leader. Level 25. Strength, 30,000. Agility, 30,000. Spirit, 15,000. Stamina, 30,000. Skills, Ice Blade Chi, Blizzard Charge, Double Blade Slash. The first boss in the Polar Icefield dungeon has exaggerated attributes, comparable to the level 35 Star Knight in the Star Secret Realm. While Zhang Yuan was investigating, the Snow Elf Swordsman suddenly jumped up, raising a snowstorm and rushing in front of the Rakshasa King. The Rakshasa King used the flash of sword to try to counter the skills of the Snow Elf Swordsman, but his attributes were not enough and he was chopped into pieces by the Snow Elf Swordsman on the spot, leaving only blood and skin. Return. Zhang Yuan immediately took out the mask and put the Rakshasa king back into the mask space. At the same time, the hatred of the snow elf swordsman was also transferred to Zhang Yuan. Blizzard advances. Chapter 69, Slavery Curse. Seeing the snow elf swordsman rushing towards him, Zhang Yuan did not kill it instantly with his flying sword, but tried to use the flying sword to perfectly block its attack. After being taught a lesson by Yi Qing-sam with his sword energy, Zhang Yuan finally understood that this world is not just about numbers, but also requires certain skills. Zhang Yuan pushed forward all the way in seconds. The monsters he encountered were either too weak and could be killed instantly, or too strong, like Ardis and Desis who were too strong. Zhang Yuan is about to reach level 29, but the only two bosses he can really train with are the Rakshasa King and the Star Saint. Now this snow elf swordsman is obviously a skill-based boss, and his attributes are higher than Zhang Yuan's, but not too superb, so he cannot pose a threat to Zhang Yuan. This boss is Zhang Yuan's best sparring partner. Clang! Zhang Yuan first consumed the passive blocking intuition to stun the snow elf swordsman, and then distanced himself from the snow elf swordsman to allow him to recover. The snow elf swordsman picked up his two swords again and rushed towards Zhang Yuan at an extremely fast speed. Zhang Yuan, who had no blocking instinct, could not block the snow elf swordsman's swordsmanship at all and was slashed twice by the snow elf swordsman on the spot. Zhang Yuan lost less than 5% of his health, but it was quickly restored to full with the dual physical recovery of the sword formation and the blade of the cursed king. Sure enough, the attack poses no threat to me. Zhang Yuan was completely relieved. He controlled the flying sword to force back the snow elf swordsman, and then let the snow elf swordsman continue to attack. In this way, Zhang Yuan practiced blocking with the snow elf swordsman for half an hour, and was finally able to keep up with the snow elf swordsman's speed. He controlled the flying sword with his mind and perfectly blocked the snow elf swordsman's double sword slash. Thank you for the sparring. Zhang Yuan thanked the snow elf swordsman, then Qi Xiao flew out and dealt a fatal blow to the snow elf swordsman. Successfully killed the snow elf swordsman, experience plus 300,000 50%. Obtained the equipment elf long sword. Elf long sword platinum, attack plus 300, sword skill power plus 30%, skill cooldown 25%, available at level 25. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan reached level 29. After getting rid of the snow elf swordsman guarding the cave, Zhang Yuan summoned the Rakshasa King again and followed him into the cave. This cave is more complicated than Zhang Yuan imagined. The internal passages are crisscrossed. Some intersections can be connected together, while some intersections are dead ends. Zhang Yuan has no good solution and can only try and error bit by bit. Not only that, there are a large number of invisible elf assassins hiding in this cave, who will suddenly rush out and launch a sneak attack. If it is a full team of 50 people, after entering this narrow cave, the advantage of numbers will be limited to the greatest extent. At this time, if there are no big brothers in the team with top-notch equipment and sufficient output, then the team can easily be wiped out in the cave. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan himself is a big brother with sufficient output, and those elf assassins cannot pose any threat to him. The only thing that can stop Zhang Yuan is this cave maze. After wandering around in the cave for nearly an hour and killing many elves and monsters, Zhang Yuan finally came to a cave as wide as a palace. In the center of the cave stood a huge block of ice, and inside the ice there seemed to be a female elf frozen. As soon as Zhang Yuan stepped into the cave, the entire cave began to shake violently, and then cracks began to appear on the surface of the huge ice block, and finally it exploded. A beautiful elf appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. Ice Elf Queen World-Class Boss. Level 30. Strength, 30,000. Agility, 20,000. Spirit, 80,000. Constitution, 100,000. Skills, Frostmourne, Ice Blast, and Frozen 1,000 miles. Level 30, a terrifying number. After seeing the attributes of the Ice Elf Queen, Zhang Yuan understood why this dungeon was a large team dungeon for 50 people. Facing this Ice Elf Queen, if the team does not have top-notch equipment, excellent command, and tacit cooperation, let alone 50 people, even if there are 100 people, the only outcome is annihilation. Although you are very beautiful, it's a pity that you are a magic boss. I can't practice perfect blocking. I can only ask you to die. After seeing the attributes of the Ice Elf Queen, Zhang Yuan did not let her go like he did when dealing with the Snow Elf swordsman before. He directly used the sword intent to accelerate, and Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu pierced the boss's body at the same time. The Ice Elf Queen let out a painful scream, and then her whole body was covered in ice, and the entire cave began to freeze. It's the second stage. Zhang Yuan was not surprised that the Elf Queen entered the second stage. Or rather, it would be strange if the Elf Queen did not have the second stage. As the Ice Elf Queen was completely enveloped in ice, a beautiful but frightening singing voice rang out in the cave. The Ice Elf Queen activates Frostmourne, and all team members are cursed, with all attributes reduced by 50%. I didn't expect the Elf Queen's Frostmourne to be a curse skill. Zhang Yuan couldn't help laughing when he saw that all his attributes had increased by 50%, and used his flying sword to attack the Ice Elf Queen who was wrapped in ice. Ji Xiao broke the ice that wrapped around the Ice Elf Queen, and Zhan Lu pierced the Ice Elf Queen's chest, emptying her health bar. The Cursed King's Heart effect is triggered, and the Ice Elf Queen suffers the slavery curse. Do you want to enslave the Ice Elf Queen? Suddenly, a strange message popped up on Zhang Yuan's panel, and he was stunned. Slavery curse? Although Zhang Yuan didn't know what kind of curse this was, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and directly chose slavery. The Ice Elf Queen, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly screamed in pain, and then a large amount of black gas emerged from the wound on her chest and wrapped around her whole body. She seemed to be trying her best to resist the curse cast upon herself, but unfortunately, with her ability, she was unable to stop the erosion of the curse. Soon, the Ice Elf Queen's expression became dull and her eyes were lifeless. Successfully enslaved the Ice Elf Queen, now available for summoning from the pet space. Obtain Ice Emperor's Heart 1. Zhang Yuan obtained the materials dropped by the boss, but did not gain any experience. Is it because I enslaved the boss? Zhang Yuan looked at the Ice Elf Queen not far away and found that he and her had established a special master-servant relationship. Now Zhang Yuan could control the Ice Elf Queen to do anything with just a thought. Realizing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but flash a trace of shock in his eyes. This slavery curse can even enslave world-class bosses. Doesn't that mean that whenever he attacks a boss in the future, as long as the attack triggers the slavery curse, he can turn the boss into his own pet baby? This cursed king's heart is too perverted, isn't it? Chapter 70 Breaking the Record. While Zhang Yuan was still counting the spoils, a melodious bell rang in the hall. Someone broke the dungeon record. Hurry up and find out which copy it is. Here, the record for the Polar Icefield dungeon has been updated. All of a sudden, a large number of people in the dungeon hall rushed into the hall and surrounded the entrance to the Polar Icefield dungeon. More than 100 pairs of eyes stared at the light screen above the copy, waiting for the record to be refreshed. I remember the last time the record for this instance was broken was 3 years ago, right? I was a freshman back then, and I'm about to graduate. I haven't heard of any academy trying to crack this dungeon recently. Who cracked it? It seems like someone is organizing a team to conquer the Polar Icefield dungeon today. Could it be them? Everyone was discussing it one after another, and soon new information appeared on the screen. No academy, team leader, Zhang Yuan, team size, 1, clearance time, 2 hours, 12 minutes, 6 seconds. Hiss. As the record was updated, everyone gasped and the hall suddenly became quiet. After a long time, someone broke the silence. Is this a mistake? A single person cleared a large raid dungeon in just over 2 hours? Even if 50 level 30 people go in, they might not be able to clear the level, right? Who is Zhang Yuan? How come I've never heard of him? It seems that this year's top scorer in the national exam is named Zhang Yuan. Could it be him? Bullshit. A freshman can only reach level 21 at best. If the guy who solos this dungeon is that Zhang Yuan, I'll stand on my head and eat shit. Everyone started discussing excitedly. The originally sacred temple became like a vegetable market at this moment. At this time, Wang Fei and Sun Chang, who were still forming a team, were teleported into the dungeon hall and saw a group of people gathered at the entrance of the Polar Icefield dungeon, discussing something intensely. What happened? Wang Fei looked confused. In order to recruit people, he left the dungeon hall for a while and didn't know that someone had broken the record. Sun Chang stood on tiptoe to take a look. It seems someone has broken the record for the Polar Icefield dungeon. I haven't heard that there are other teams trying to conquer the Polar Icefield dungeon besides us today? Wang Fei muttered, and Sun Qing seemed to have thought of something, and her expression changed slightly. No. There really is one. Who? Have you forgotten? Someone entered the Polar Ice dungeon before. You mean that clueless young man who wants to solo a large raid? How could it be him? Wang Fei smiled and waved his hand, dismissing the possibility raised by Sun Chang without a second thought. He walked straight towards the crowd. Let's stop guessing. We'll know when we go over and take a look. As soon as Wang Fei and Sun Qing squeezed to the front of the crowd, they saw Zhang Yuan walking out of the copy. The two were stunned on the spot. He's out. Boss, add me as a friend. Take me to the dungeon, the price is negotiable. Boss, I've been in school for 2 years, and I still haven't cleared the polar ice field dungeon. Please help me. As soon as Zhang Yuan came out, he was surrounded by a crazy crowd. Wang Fei and Sun Shang were squeezed out by the enthusiastic crowd on the spot. Zhang Yuan looked at the crazy crowd and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He immediately swiped his ID card at the identity recognition station in front of the copy, and then teleported into the copy again. He's in again. He's still soloing. Is he treating a large-scale group dungeon as a leveling dungeon? But then again, if you're capable of soloing a large raid, leveling up there is indeed faster. After all, one person has the experience of 50 people. People outside the copy were talking about it, while Wang Fei and Sun Xing outside the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. He really did it solo. Sun Xing, did you use detection on him before? What's his class? Yes, he is a profession I haven't seen before, called Sword Formation Master. He looks like a support. A hidden class? It looks as strong as a legendary class. We must make friends with people like this. Let's wait outside. Then we won't continue recruiting people? What's the good plan? Once Zhang Yuan joins the team, the number of people won't matter anymore. That's true. While the discussion outside the dungeon was in full swing, Zhang Yuan had already re-entered the Polar Ice Dungeon. Although he has already obtained the Heart of the Ice Emperor, the experience points in this dungeon are very high. He can easily reach level 30 in one go and then change his job. In addition to leveling up, Zhang Yuan had 2 other purposes for entering this dungeon again. Firstly, he wanted to see if the dungeon boss was still there after he enslaved the Ice Elf Queen. Secondly, when he refreshed the record, he received a reward from the school, 10,000 points and 10 credits. Needless to say, points are money. The key is credits. At Kyoto University, in order to graduate, one must obtain 300 credits, and credits are extremely difficult to obtain. After completing a course in 1 semester, one may only get 1 credit or even 0.5 credits. Moreover, in 4 years of college, a maximum of 100 credits can be obtained through attending classes, and the remaining 200 credits must be obtained from other channels. For example, refreshing the school copy record, or completing the tasks and commissions issued by the school. Zhang Yuan wanted to know if he could regain credits by repeatedly refreshing the copy record. If possible, he could get all the credits needed for graduation in less than a month, without even having to go to class. With the experience of the first dungeon, Zhang Yuan made rapid progress this time and reached the Ice Elf Queen's boss territory again in less than an hour. There is also a huge block of ice standing in the center of the cave, but there is no Ice Elf Queen inside the ice. No boss? Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. He didn't expect that the boss of this copy was really kidnapped by him. You should know that every copy resource is extremely precious. 2/3 of the wars that broke out among countries in the world were due to the competition for copy resources, and the remaining 1/3 were also related to copies. In this world, copies are equivalent to oil, and large-scale team copies are even larger oil fields. Zhang Yuan is now equivalent to destroying a large oil field in the country. If the school knew about this, I wonder how many people would go crazy. However, the Ice Elf Queen is the meat at Zhang Yuan's fingertips, and there is no way he can give it back. Forget it, let's try it out. The school can't possibly let me lose my life. Zhang Yuan chose to give up and directly stepped into the boss's territory. Rumble. The cave began to shake, and a large number of cracks appeared on the surface of the huge ice block, and then it exploded. The next moment, a message came from Zhang Yuan's communicator. Successfully cleared the polar ice field dungeon. Congratulations on breaking the dungeon record. Reward, 10,000 points. Zhang Yuan passed the level directly, but this time there was no credit reward, he only got 10,000 points. At the same time, the Kyoto University Copy Management Center was in an uproar. Chapter 71. The copy is broken, it should be okay. Teacher Zhu, the copy exploded. In the copy management office, a young teacher shouted in panic to a middle-aged man with a mustache who was leisurely drinking tea. Young people just haven't seen the world. It's just a copy that's been blown up. Why are you panicking? Zhu Yongfu blew away the steam from his teacup and said, "We are responsible for managing the dungeons. It's common for dungeons to have problems. We just need to solve them when they arise. Tell me, which copy has the problem?" Polar Ice Field copy. The Polar Ice Field dungeon? I remember it was a large 50-player raid, right? It's an old dungeon, so it's normal to have some minor issues. Zhu Yangfu took a sip of tea slowly and continued to ask, tell me, what's the problem? The boss was kidnapped. Humor, I want you to talk about problems, not tell jokes. Teacher Zhu, the problem is that the boss has been kidnapped. Bang! The teacup fell to the ground. Zhu Yangfu stood up suddenly and rushed to the dungeon control console. He shouted in a broken voice, how could the boss be kidnapped? Seeing Zhu Yangfu's voice cracking, the young teacher quickly said, Teacher Zhu, don't get too excited. Calm down a bit. How can I stay calm? Pull up the dungeon log and see what's going on. Zhu Yangfu was sweating profusely. You know, the value of a large-scale team copy is equivalent to 10 ordinary copies. If the polar ice field copy is destroyed, it will definitely be a major accident. He might even lose his job. I've read the log. It shows a freshman was soloing the polar ice field dungeon. After defeating the Ice Elf Queen, he captured her and kept her as a pet. Catch the boss and keep him as a pet? Zhu Yangfu was stunned. How did the students do that? The young teacher shook his head, I don't know. Forget it. Just close the polar ice field dungeon for now. I'll go to the academic affairs office and ask old Chen for a copy of the new student's information. Oh, by the way, what's the student's name? Zhang Yuan. Okay. When Zhu Yangfu rushed to the academic affairs office, the copy hall was in an uproar. Holy crap! Clearing the icefield polar dungeon in just 1 hour? Is that guy cheating? I remember this dungeon took an hour to complete, which means that guy killed everyone instantly along the way, including the boss. So the first 2 hours were because we couldn't find the way. Now no one will ever break the record for the polar ice field dungeon. Oh right. Did you notice that Zhang Yuan doesn't have a college yet? He's still a freshman this year. Are all the freshmen this tough? I remember at freshman camp a while ago, there was a freshman who could summon machines and beat up some juniors who were trying to steal points. I thought that guy was awesome, but I didn't expect there were even more ruthless ones. Compared to them, I'm a loser as a senior who's about to delay graduation. Everyone was discussing heatedly when a light came on at the entrance of the dungeon and Zhang Yuan walked out. The boss is coming out. Boss, you're awesome. Boss, do you want to be my younger brother? Brother, take me to level up, and I can warm your bed. Zhang Yuan was once again surrounded by the crazy crowd. Knowing that he had caused a big mess, Zhang Yuan did not care about the praise of the crowd. After saying sorry, he changed his attributes, used his skills to control the wind, and jumped out of the crowd like a gust of wind and left the hall. What a fast speed. This agility value must be tens of thousands, right? The boss is really awesome. A big boss is a big boss. Even his back is so elegant and handsome. I'm already fascinated by him. Zhang Yuan's name will resound throughout the campus tomorrow. After Zhang Yuan left the copy hall, he returned to the academic affairs office to find Chen Yun. He couldn't hide the fact that he had captured the Ice Elf Queen, so he had to report the situation before things got serious. If you lose your student status because of a boss, it would be more trouble than it is worth. Seeing Zhang Yuan rushing back, Chen Yun couldn't help but say, back so soon? But don't be discouraged. That dungeon is a large 50-player raid after all. You definitely can't clear it alone. Didn't Ji Qingsong give you 3 days? Once you find a team, you'll definitely be able to make it with your output. Chen Yun thought Zhang Yuan had failed in his solo play, and immediately smiled and comforted him. Although Zhang Yuan's output is very strong, he is alone. Clearing a large-scale dungeon requires more than just output. A meat shield, a nurse, and control are all indispensable. It is too difficult for Zhang Yuan to solo. Zhang Yuan got straight to the point, Teacher Chen, I made a little mess. Chen Yun didn't care. He smiled and said, did you have a conflict with other students? It doesn't matter. It's normal to have conflicts with other students in school. As long as no one is killed, no matter how serious the injury is, our school doctor can save the patient. Zhang Yuan, I captured the boss of the polar ice field dungeon. So you caught, what? Chen Yun, who was laughing, shuddered suddenly and stared at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. Oh my god. What did you catch? Old Chen. At this moment, Zhu Yangfu rushed into the academic affairs office and shouted, give me the file of a student named Zhang Yuan. That little bastard actually captured the Ice Elf Queen as a pet and caused a large-scale raid to collapse. I'm going to skin him alive. After Zhu Yongfu finished yelling, he saw Zhang Yuan and Chen Yun in the academic affairs office looking at him with embarrassment, and the office was a little quiet. Chen Yun glanced at Zhang Yuan, not knowing what to say for a moment. He could only calm Zhu Yongfu down first. Old Zhu, don't get excited. There might be some misunderstanding. Zhang Yuan probably didn't mean it. You said it wasn't intentional, so it wasn't intentional? Zhu Yongfu was like a powder keg at this moment. Hurry up and give me Zhang Yuan's information. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the principal finds out, I won't be able to keep my job. After that, Zhu Yongfu looked at Zhang Yuan again and said, go out first. Come back after I finish talking to Chen Yun. Zhang Yuan said awkwardly, Teacher, I am Zhang Yuan. Zhu Yongfu was stunned, then cast a detection spell at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Formation Master, level 29. So it's you. Zhu Yongfu exploded. You're only level 29. What on earth did you do in the Polar Icefield dungeon? Zhang Yuan, it was just a normal monster hunt, and then for some reason, the Ice Elf Queen became my pet. After the meeting of elders, the contract he signed with the Cursed King had become a top state secret. He could not and had no right to disclose anything related to the Cursed King to anyone. All he could do at this time was to play dumb. No, I don't know why. Zhu Yongfu's mouth twitched. Then can you return the Ice Elf Queen? Zhang Yuan shook his head and said innocently, I'm afraid. I can't. Chapter 72 Campus Competitive League. Aren't you going back? Zhu Yongfu's mouth twitched, and veins popped out on his forehead. Do you know how much of a loss it would be to our school if a large-scale team instance was scrapped? Chen Yun quickly tried to smooth things over. Old Zhu, don't get excited. It's just a dungeon missing a boss. We can go catch a boss in the wild and put it into the dungeon. The Polar Ice dungeon won't be damaged. Zhu Yongfu, you say it's easy. The wild bosses that can rival the Ice Elf Queen are all world class, and they must be level 30. Where can we catch them? Once a world boss appears, especially a low-level world boss like level 30, it will be besieged by major guilds as soon as it appears. Those world bosses will not survive for more than a few hours, let alone be captured alive. Chen Yun continued to soothe him, we can always find a way. Anyway, things have come to this point now. You can't possibly fire Zhang Yuan for this, right? He was just clearing a dungeon normally. It's just that something unexpected happened during the process. It's unforeseen. Zhu Yongfu rolled his eyes at Chen Yun. I finally understand, old Chen, are you determined to favor this guy? What kind of magic potion has he poured into you? Chen Yun, you still won't understand even if I tell you too much. Let me put it bluntly. Zhang Yuan is now level 29. He was level 28 before he soloed the Polar Icefield dungeon. He's a genius who can solo a 50-man dungeon at level 28. Isn't his value higher than a large group dungeon? After all, our school's mission is to train students. Since Zhang Yuan was able to subdue the Ice Elf Queen, that's his ability. As teachers, we can't prevent students from making progress, right? Zhu Yongfu, that's true, but if this dungeon suddenly loses its final boss for no apparent reason, I won't be able to explain this to the principal. Chen Yun, don't worry, the principal is also a person who loves talents. If you report the matter truthfully, he will not only not punish you, but may even reward you. After all, you have helped Zhang Yuan. As for the Polar Icefield dungeon, since we can't find a level 30 world boss, let's capture a normal boss and put it in the dungeon first. Then, we can adjust the difficulty of the other monsters in the dungeon. As long as the difficulty of this dungeon is balanced, we can reopen it. Zhu Yongfu sighed, it seems this is the only way. Seeing the two teachers like this, Zhang Yuan felt a little embarrassed and said, Teachers, is there any way to capture wild bosses? If I encounter a level 30 world boss, you can also help me catch it. Chen Yun shook his head. You don't need to worry about that. Your main task now is to level up and improve your strength. Even if you encounter a wild world boss, you should kill it if you have the chance. After all, the rewards for killing each world boss are extremely generous. There's no need to give up those rewards for the school dungeon. All right. Zhang Yuan didn't insist after hearing this. The students will remember the kindness of the two teachers. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Wait a minute, kid. At this moment, Zhu Yangfu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly called out to Zhang Yuan, "Do you have any experience in real-life combat?" Zhang Yuan, I guess so. After all, he has killed several people. Although they were all killed instantly, that should still be considered a real-life battle. Zhu Yangfu's eyes lit up. That's perfect. The National Campus Competitive League is about to start. You can join our training team and represent our school in the PK. Old Zhu, you're kidding. Chen Yun's face suddenly turned stern. The participants in that competition are all juniors, students above level 35. Zhang Yuan just enrolled. How can he participate in such a high-intensity competition? Why not? Zhu Yangfu put his hands on his hips. This kid can even clear a large level 25 raid dungeon solo. He must be strong enough. At worst, if he unleashes the Ice Elf Queen, she can still beat the students from other schools into a pulp. This is a great thing to bring honor to the school. Besides, if Zhang Yuan can win the championship, it will also be a huge benefit to him. You. Chen Yun sighed, then looked at Zhang Yuan. What's your opinion? Zhang Yuan was curious. What is the National Campus Competition? Zhu Yangfu introduced. It's a professional competition league hosted by the Daxia Ministry of Education. All major universities across the country participate. Each school will send a 5-person team to participate. In this competition, thousands of college students from thousands of universities across the country competed on the same stage to determine the champions in the individual, 3-person team, and 5-person team categories. The champion of each category will receive extremely generous rewards. My expectations of you are not high. Winning one of the 3 categories will be enough. Zhang Yuan asked again. Kyoto University shouldn't be short of talented people, right? Why are you looking for me? Zhu Yangfu, actually, I recently received news that several universities have produced incredibly talented players. Although the 5 players in our university training team are all quite strong, it might be difficult for us to win the championship this year. We at Kyoto University always win at least one championship every year. If we don't win a single championship this year, I'm afraid our school will become a laughingstock across the country. Kyoto University is the top-ranked university, and every year the top scorers in the college entrance examination in various provinces and cities basically choose Kyoto University. Judging from the strength on paper, Kyoto University is indeed the strongest. But in fact, all major universities will establish affiliated middle schools to train students from an early age who will not take the college entrance examination and will be directly admitted to the school. Because those students have received professional training since childhood, once they are drawn into a combat profession at the age of 18, they can immediately give full play to the advantages of the profession and are far stronger than ordinary professionals. Due to the existence of this recommendation mechanism, Kyoto University does not necessarily receive the most talented students, which results in even Kyoto University not being able to secure a championship in campus competitive leagues. Zhang Yuan nodded. I understand, I can participate. Chen Yun then instructed, Zhang Yuan, you can participate, but remember, don't force yourself in this competition. This is just a game. Zhu Yangfu said seriously, Old Chen, I'm going to have a serious talk with you. Why are you so pessimistic? Isn't Zhang Yuan's strength obvious to all? Let him play, and he'll definitely kill. This is a great opportunity to win glory for the school. Chen Yun said unhappily, I think you're just trying to save face. You're the team leader for this campus competition. You're worried that if you don't get a good result, people will gossip about you, right? Don't be so blunt. Besides, if I lead the team to help the school win the championship, that would be a great achievement. The principal wouldn't be able to blame me for the dungeon incident then. Zhu Yangfu smiled awkwardly, then said to Zhang Yuan, don't be too nervous. There's still a month until the league starts. You should first train to level 30. It would be best if you could awaken and advance. The first transformation is a watershed for combat professionals. With your ability, it shouldn't be a problem to upgrade from level 29 to level 30 and complete your job transfer within a month, right? It's okay, teacher. Chapter 73 God's Treasure House. It was already evening when Zhang Yuan came out of the academic affairs office. He went to the cafeteria and spent 2 points to have a sumptuous dinner. He then sent a message to Xueer saying that he had finished his work and had reported to school, and then hurried back to the dormitory. After clearing several dungeons in a row today and exchanging 2 moves with the strongest person from Kyoto University, Zhang Yuan was exhausted both physically and mentally. All he wanted now was to lie down on the soft big bed and have a good sleep. As soon as Zhang Yuan arrived at the door of dormitory number 0, he saw Granny Nyo guarding the gate, staring at him menacingly. Cow, Granny Cow. Zhang Yuan felt Granny Nyo's murderous intent and suddenly had a bad premonition. He quickly took out the starstone from his storage space and said, I'll pay the rent. Let's put the rent aside for now. Granny Nyo stared at Zhang Yuan intently. First, explain why you lied to me this morning. Zhang Yuan was stunned. What did I lie to you about? Granny Nyo, are you still playing dumb? I asked you if you received the star god's blessing, why did you say no? Zhang Yuan, I really didn't get it. Impossible. Granny Nyo responded decisively, there were only 2 people in the star secret realm at the time. Now that the other one is confirmed to not have the star god's blessing, you are the only one left with the star god's blessing. At this point, Granny Nyo's tone softened again, and she continued, Zhang Yuan, are you hiding this from me because you don't trust me? Actually, there's no need to do this. I won't harm you. When Zhang Yuan heard Granny Nyo's words, he immediately understood why she was angry. He smiled bitterly and said, Granny Nyo, you misunderstood. The star god did send down a blessing on me at that time, but for some reason, the blessing failed. The blessing failed? Granny Nyo's eyes widened. How is this possible? If the god's blessing failed, it could only mean that you possessed the power of other gods. Could it be that you have already received blessings from other gods before? Zhang Yuan shook his head, Grandma Nyo, the power in me is not a blessing, but I can't elaborate on the specific reasons. After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Granny Nyo seemed to realize something. She did not ask where the divine power in Zhang Yuan came from, but said regretfully, that's a pity. I thought you could open the treasure house. Treasure house? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard Granny Nyo's words, and he immediately said, Granny Nyo, although I didn't receive the star god's blessing, he later gave me another piece of equipment. After saying that, Zhang Yuan showed the appearance of the star god robe. The robe of the star god? When Granny Nyo saw the robe Zhang Yuan was wearing, her pupils suddenly trembled, and her eyes almost popped out. No, it's impossible. Why would the star god give you this equipment? Zhang Yuan was curious, is there anything special about the star god robe? Let me take a break first. Granny Nyo took a few deep breaths, calmed herself, and then said, the star god's robe is a token of the star god. He has given you this piece of equipment, which means that he has completely recognized you and is willing to share his power with you. This matter is of great significance and may even affect the development strategy of the Great Xueer Empire. Zhang Yuan was shocked, is this equipment so important? Granny Nyo gave Zhang Yuan a deep look and said, Zhang Yuan, I really underestimated you. You've just arrived at Dormitory 0 and you've already given me such a big task. I can't even imagine how lively Dormitory 0 will be in the future. At this point, Granny Nyo turned around and said, come with me. Zhang Yuan, Grandma Nyo, where are we going? Granny Nyo, go and open a new chapter in Dormitory 0. Granny Nyo said something that made no clear sense. Although Zhang Yuan didn't understand, he still followed her obediently. When Zhang Yuan followed Granny Nyo upstairs, he found that except for the second floor, the entrances to other floors were covered with a thick fog, and he could not see the situation in the corridor at all from the stairs. Granny Nyo introduced Zhang Yuan as they walked. In Dormitory 0, floors 2 to 5 are all accommodation areas. Each floor has a special bonus effect. The higher the floor, the stronger the bonus effect. The 6th floor is the public area. Anyone living in Dormitory 0 can go up there. There are many dungeons and special facilities unique to our dormitory building. As long as you have a starstone, you can quickly improve your strength on the 6th floor. That's where we're going now. Even if you're running on the 6th floor, you can still permanently improve your attributes. Zhang Yuan asked, then how can I live on a higher floor? Granny Nyo, once you reach a high enough level and pass the trial in Dormitory 0, you can move to a higher floor. If you want to live on the 3rd floor, you must reach level 40 first. Understood. While Granny Nyo was giving a detailed introduction to the basic situation of Dormitory number 0, Zhang Yuan also came to the 6th floor. The 6th floor is a wide platform with a lot of exercise equipment and several star-lit dungeons placed around it. The blonde boy that Zhang Yuan met at the entrance of the Star Secret Realm dungeon this morning was now running on a treadmill engraved with magic circle patterns. Granny Nyo introduced Zhang Yuan, his name is Wang Haoring, and he lives in room 208. Don't be fooled by his appearance, as he looks like a 13 or 14-year-old boy. He's actually your senior and has lived in Dormitory 0 for a year. He is Wang Haoran? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He remembered that Yi Qingsong asked him to take the Ice Emperor's heart and Wang Haoran to the western suburbs of Kyoto. He didn't expect that Wang Haoran also lived in dormitory number 0. This saved him the trouble of looking for someone all over the school. Granny Niu saw that Zhang Yuan was interested in talking to Wang Haoran and continued, once that guy is immersed in his own world, he won't pay attention to others. If you want to get to know him, you have to wait until he finishes his training. Come with me first. Granny Niu then walked Zhang Yuan to a dungeon and said, try to see if you can get in. Seeing that Granny Niu was going to clear the dungeon by herself, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but say, Granny Niu, I've already cleared several dungeons today. Can you come back tomorrow? Granny Niu, don't worry, there are no monsters in this dungeon. If you can get in, there will be unexpected benefits. A copy without monsters? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes, and he used the Eye of the Abyss on the copy in front of him. God's treasure house. Grade? Only those chosen by the gods are qualified to enter. The information provided by the Eye of the Abyss made Zhang Yuan realize that this dungeon was not simple. He immediately became interested in it and asked Granny Niu, what should I do next? Granny Niu nodded, put your hand in and you'll know. Zhang Yuan did not hesitate and put his hand directly into the vortex. Then he felt a strange power surge into the copy and enveloped his whole body. The next moment, the copy burst out with dazzling light, instantly covering the entire 6th floor space. Wang Haoran, who was training, was attracted by the light and turned his head to look at the glowing copy. When the light faded, Zhang Yuan had disappeared from the spot. He actually went in. Granny Niu's face was filled with excitement. After so many years? Finally, someone has been able to activate the God's Treasure House. Chapter 74 Career Awakening. In the copy, Zhang Yuan came to a hall made of starlight. In this palace, there are many treasures suspended, including equipment and materials, and without exception, these treasures exude an extremely terrifying aura. Congratulations on arriving at the God's Treasury. As the chosen one who has activated the treasury for the first time in 30 years, you are eligible to draw a treasure from the treasury. A prompt appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, and then a magic array similar to the Destiny Star array appeared in front of him, but it was a colorful array. Then, a divine stone emitting a special aura slowly condensed in front of him. God Stone card draw? Zhang Yuan looked at the special divine stone in his hand, was stunned at first, and then his heart beat faster. If this can also be considered as drawing cards, then his talent of absolute luck can also be triggered, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan became more and more excited. This card pool is full of treasures. The guaranteed payout is probably equivalent to the payout of an ordinary God Stone. If he can draw the best stuff from the God's treasury. No, I can't help it. Zhang Yuan couldn't contain his excitement and placed the special divine stone into the prismatic Destiny Star array. The special divine stone turned into colorful light and dissipated, and a large number of cards began to roll in the prismatic Destiny Star array. Unlike ordinary Destiny Star arrays where most of the cards are white, Zhang Yuan discovered that most of the cards in this prismatic Destiny Star array are gold, and the remaining small part is all red cards. This God's treasure house is truly incredible. As Zhang Yuan sighed, a colorful card flew out from the Destiny Star array, and on that card was a colorful stone. First level Awakening Stone God level. Note, condensed from the power of a certain god, this awakening stone can be used together with other awakening stones. The one who awakens using this awakening stone will gain the power of the god. The second god level Awakening Stone. When Zhang Yuan saw that he had drawn a god level awakening stone, a huge wave of shock rose in his heart. And according to the description of this awakening stone, it seems that it can be used together with other awakening stones. In this way, can he use 2 god-level awakening stones to complete the first level of advancement? Looking at the course of world history, no one has been able to awaken using 2 awakening stones at the same time, not to mention that both awakening stones are god-level. Zhang Yuan is making history. I'll sleep in the dorm tonight and naturally reach level 30 tomorrow. By then, I'll be able to use those 2 god-level awakening stones. I don't know how crazy I'll be. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was looking forward to tomorrow more than ever. After Zhang Yuan finished drawing the card, he was directly teleported out of the copy. At this time, Granny Niu and Wang Haoran were looking at him nervously. Zhang Yuan, what did you draw from the treasure house? Granny Niu asked impatiently when she saw Zhang Yuan coming out. Zhang Yuan didn't hide it and said generously, I drew a god-level first-level awakening stone. You won the jackpot on your first draw? Granny Nyo's eyes nearly popped out of her head, her face filled with disbelief. A divine level first level awakening stone. How many professionals dream of obtaining that treasure? Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "It's just good luck. You're more than just lucky. In this treasure house of God, the probability of winning the first prize is less than 1 in 10,000. Granny Nyo muttered, her whole body emitting the resentment of a non-African. Sensing Granny Nyo's resentful mood, Zhang Yuan didn't know what to say and immediately changed the subject. By the way, Granny Nyo, I noticed that the godstone used for drawing cards in the dungeon is different from our ordinary godstones. How do I get that special godstone? Granny Nyo replied, that's called the Star Godstone. It's a treasure condensed from the power of the Star God. Before you activated the God's treasure house, there was no way to obtain the Star Godstone. But now it's different. According to the rules of Dormitory Zero, there are 2 ways to obtain Star Godstones. Either you clear Dormitory Zero's trials, or you exchange them for ordinary Godstones. 10 ordinary Godstones can be exchanged for 1 Star Godstone. The trials in Dormitory Zero only occur when you level up. There are only a few of them, and you won't get many Star Godstones. So, I suggest you save up all the Godstones you've obtained and exchange them all for Star Godstones. After all, if you draw 10 times in a row with ordinary Godstones, they might all turn out to be garbage. But Star Godstones are different. They're guaranteed to contain platinum-level treasures, and there's a high chance you'll get epic-level treasures or above. Zhang Yuan pondered, 10 Godstones in exchange for 1 Star Godstone. This kind of thing is a sure win for other people, but it is different for Zhang Yuan. For Zhang Yuan, an ordinary Godstone is equivalent to a special weapon. Before he draws all the special weapons and fully refines them, it would be a huge loss to exchange Godstones for Star Godstones. In this way, he can only rely on the trials in Dormitory Zero to obtain the Star Godstone. However, Zhang Yuan didn't intend to talk about this matter. Instead, he said, Grandma Nyo, I'm a little sleepy and want to go back to rest. Is there anything else? No more, go back and rest. Granny Nyo waved her hands repeatedly and added, by the way, you don't have to pay rent from now on. Keep your star stones for self-improvement. Thank you, Granny Nyo. Zhang Yuan thanked him and then couldn't wait to go downstairs and rush back to his dormitory. Seeing Zhang Yuan leave, Wang Haoren couldn't help but ask Granny Nyo, can I also go to the God's treasure house to draw cards? Granny Nyo smiled and said, of course, thanks to Zhang Yuan, the God's treasury has been activated. Anyone living in Dormitory Zero can enter. Very good. Wang Haoren took out 10 Godstones from his storage space. These are the Godstones I've accumulated over the past 6 months. How can I exchange them for Star Godstones? Just go straight into the treasury. Understood. When Wang Haoren entered the God's treasure house with great anticipation, Zhang Yuan had already returned to the dormitory, fell asleep, and started the idle mode to gain experience. Enter special areas, experience plus 10 second 50%. The next morning, a golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and he reached level 30. You have reached level 30 and can awaken your profession. Do you want to awaken? As soon as Zhang Yuan opened his eyes, he saw the prompt on the panel and couldn't contain his excitement. Awaken. The awakening ceremony has begun. Please use the first level awakening stone. As Zhang Yuan chose to awaken, the 2 God-level first-level awakening stones in the storage space began to light up. Zhang Yuan took out 2 first-level awakening stones, and they flew into the air by themselves, shining with black and blue light respectively. The next moment, the 2 God-level awakening stones simultaneously transformed into 2 rays of light and rushed into Zhang Yuan's body. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a brand new power surging in his body. Awakening successful, swordmaster advances to swordmaster. The first God-level awakening stone adds additional attributes, swordmaster advances to shadow swordmaster. The second God-level awakening stone adds additional attributes, shadow swordmaster advances to ghost swordmaster. Chapter 75, Ghost Swordmaster, Huge Improvement. Zhang Yuan was shocked to see that he had awakened once and advanced to the level of Sword Formation Master 3 times in a row. He immediately checked his current attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Title, Cursed King. Occupation, Ghostly Sword Master First Transformation. Level, 30%. Strength, 25,010 plus 714. Agility, 19,010 plus 714. Spirit, 50,001 plus 714. Constitution, 19,010 plus 714. Professional special attributes, critical hit rate 39%, critical hit damage 390%. Hiss. Such a huge bonus? When Zhang Yuan saw his current attribute panel, he couldn't help but take a breath. Excluding the attribute enhancement from equipment and talents, Zhang Yuan's bare panel attributes are equivalent to an increase of 2,000 attributes per level up. Compared to before awakening, the attribute enhancement has increased by 40 times. In addition to the attribute enhancement, Zhang Yuan also found that several of his skills had changed. Ghostly Sword Formation Level 5 deploys a sword formation, continuously consuming mental energy. Within a 100-meter radius, critical hit damage is increased by 180%. All enemies within the sword formation are slowed by 50% and receive 50% more damage. All friendly forces including you are also slowed by 50% and deal 50% more damage. Ghost Sword Level 5, control the flying sword and attack from mid-air. The attack will directly kill the target with less than 25% health. Ghost Sword Speed Level 1, increases flying sword speed by 1000%. Except for the two skills of sword formation space and attribute conversion, which remained unchanged, the other three professional exclusive skills of the sword formation master were greatly enhanced, even to the point that Zhang Yuan was a little confused. Not only that, Zhang Yuan even discovered that his 6 constellations had also changed. Sword Lord Constellation 1, the sword formation's effective radius is increased by 20 times. Sword Intent Constellation 2, deploying a sword formation and controlling a sword no longer consumes mental energy. Within the sword formation, enemies' mental energy continuously decreases, while you and your allies continuously recover mental energy. Swordbone Constellation 3, within the sword formation, enemies' physical strength continuously decreases, while you and your allies continuously recover physical strength. Sword Embryo Constellation 4, within the sword formation, each time you attack an enemy, other enemies within the formation will receive 50% splash damage. Sword Heart Constellation 5, within the sword formation, your own and allied attacks are guaranteed to be critical hits, with the critical hit rate doubled and converted into critical hit damage, increasing the critical hit damage by an additional 200%. Sword Immortal Constellation 6, within the sword formation, you ignore the enemy's defense, and your allies ignore 50% of the enemy's defense. All 6 constellations have been greatly strengthened. Zhang Yuan looked at his current attribute panel and was so shocked that he was completely speechless. He knew that after a professional's first awakening, their combat power would see a huge boost, but he didn't know the boost would be so huge. This is no longer a career advancement, it is a complete redesign of a new career that is more perverted and violent. Output, tank, support, nurse. He can now do everything that other professions can do. Is this the improvement brought by 2 first-level god-level awakening stones? That's too abnormal. Others at level 30, with equipment, only have attribute panels of a few thousand, but he has tens of thousands. Not to mention the improvement of skills and constellations. Zhang Yuan is now so strong that he is a little embarrassed by himself. Crap, this cheat is really powerful. Zhang Yuan composed himself, tidied up his appearance, then went out, walked to the door of number 208 and knocked. No one responded. Strange, I got up early today, is he already out? Zhang Yuan muttered to himself and was about to ask Granny Niao about Wang Haoren's whereabouts when the door to room 208 opened. Wang Haoren, with messy hair and bloodshot eyes, looked at Zhang Yuan dejectedly. It's you. What's going on? Zhang Yuan saw that Wang Haoren's current appearance was completely different from yesterday, and the corners of his mouth twitched. What happened to you? Seeing Zhang Yuan asking, Wang Haoren suddenly said excitedly, 10 god stones. Do you know what I got from the god's treasure house after collecting these 10 god stones for half a year? Zhang Yuan was curious. What did you draw? Wang Haoren, an epic armor. Zhang Yuan, isn't this pretty good? Even 10 god stones might not give you epic equipment. Wang Haoren cried, it's useless for me to take it. I already have my own exclusive armor. I might as well just go to the Destiny Star Array and gamble 10 times, which might even allow me to refine my equipment to the next level. I was so angry that I couldn't sleep all night. This. Zhang Yuan didn't know how to comfort Wang Haoren for a moment. After all, what he drew from the god's treasure house was a god-level awakening stone. He felt that no matter what words of comfort he said now, it would be a mockery to Wang Haoren. Zhang Yuan had no choice but to quickly change the subject and said, Teacher Yi asked me to come find you. He wants us to go to the western suburbs of Kyoto for classes together. Is Teacher Yi going to teach? When Wang Haoren heard Zhang Yuan's words, he immediately changed his previous depressed look and stared at Zhang Yuan. Really? Zhang Yuan, after all, he told me this himself, so it shouldn't be wrong, right? Wang Haoren, was he drinking when he said that? Zhang Yuan, I drank it. Well. Wang Haoren paused, then sighed and said, then we don't need to go. I guess he has completely forgotten about it. Not really. Zhang Yuan hesitated. After all, he is the strongest person in Kyoto University. How can he forget what he just said yesterday? You don't understand Teacher Ye's character at all. Wang Haoren sighed again, then said, forget it, wait for me for a moment, we'll go to the bamboo forest and see if we can find him. After saying that, Wang Haoren went back to the house to wash up and tidy up, and then returned to his cool appearance of yesterday. Let's go. Isn't this a huge change in your state? Zhang Yuan looked at Wang Haoren in surprise. He couldn't understand why Wang Haoren looked like a completely different person in just a few minutes after washing up. Wang Haoren smiled slightly and said politely to Zhang Yuan, I'm really sorry for letting you see my unruly side just now. Actually, this is the real me. You must have said it the other way around, didn't you? Zhang Yuan did not expose Wang Haoren's disguise and followed him to the bamboo forest in the northwest. When the two men walked deep into the bamboo forest, they saw Yiqingsong sleeping soundly on a rock, with wine gourds all around the rock. Even the air was filled with the strong smell of alcohol. It's only morning, right? How much did he drink? Zhang Yuan looked at the wine gourds scattered on the ground and couldn't help but complain. Wang Haoren smiled sheepishly and said, Teacher is just addicted to alcohol. He drank very little today. Wang Haoren nudged Yiqingsong and said, Teacher, Zhang Yuan has already obtained the Ice Emperor's heart. Should we start class? Zhang Yuan? Yiqingsong muttered in his sleep, who is Zhang Yuan? Why did he bring the Ice Emperor's heart? When Zhang Yuan heard Yiqingsong's words, his fist stiffened on the spot. Chapter 76 Haven't you ever killed anyone? After Yiqingsong finished talking in his sleep, he fell asleep like a dead pig, and no matter how Wang Haoren pushed him, he couldn't wake up. Wang Haoren said to Zhang Yuan with an embarrassed look on his face, Teacher is like this. Once he gets drunk, he will forget even the most important things. Zhang Yuan, what should we do now? Wang Haoren, usually around this time, I always try to find something to do. Oh, by the way. I heard there's a world boss in the western suburbs of Kyoto recently, and it hasn't been conquered yet. The teacher wants to take us there for class, so I guess it's related to that world boss. How about we go and take a look ourselves? Okay. Zhang Yuan nodded. He had never seen a world boss in the wild, so it was a good opportunity to go and broaden his horizons. Wang Haoren smiled and said, Our school happens to have a teleportation array that can teleport to the West City Gate. I'll take you there. Shortly after Wang Haoren and Zhang Yuan left the bamboo forest, Yiqingsong, who was still fast asleep, opened his eyes slightly and muttered to himself, his talent is good, but now it all depends on his character and brain. Yiqingsong took out a new wine gourd from the storage space and gulped down a big gulp. At this time, a breeze blew and the bamboo forest rustled. The next moment, Yiqingsong and the wind disappeared together. The west gate of Kyoto, the city wall here is made of cast steel. Not only is there a barrier cast by a god-level formation master, but there are also a large number of gun muzzles hidden in the wall. Once war breaks out, this city wall will be enough to annihilate all invading enemies. Wang Haoren showed his Kyoto University ID card to the guard at the city gate, and the guard stopped trying to stop him and let Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren leave the city. The wilds of Kyoto are different from those of Shihu City. Here, the roads are flat and there is not a single wild monster to be seen. Wang Haoren explained to Zhang Yuan, the Kyoto City Defense Force regularly clears out monsters outside the city. You won't even see a single wild monster within 10 kilometers of Kyoto City. 10 kilometers away, there's a town that's been abandoned for 30 years. The monsters there are all above level 35. Someone even witnessed a world boss in that town. Zhang Yuan was curious, there's an abandoned town outside of Kyoto? Wang Haoren, I heard that 30 years ago, an Abyss army reached the outskirts of Kyoto, and that Abyss army was stationed in that town. Although Daxia later repelled the Abyssal army, the town had already been contaminated by a large amount of Abyssal aura and was no longer suitable for living. Even now, the Abyssal aura there has not been completely cleared, so the monsters in the town are much stronger than ordinary wild monsters. Zhang Yuan, you're only level 30. You might not be able to withstand the monsters' attacks. When the time comes, walk behind me and I'll protect you. Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss to investigate Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren, Dragon Swordsman, level 35. You're only level 35, so it's unclear who will protect whom. You don't understand. Even though I'm only level 35, my class is a legendary class, a complete zero life class. Its mechanics and stats far exceed those of ordinary classes. When the time comes, just watch me show off. That's great. My class is a constellation warrior, and I start with a -2 life. Wang Haoren looked at Zhang Yuan sympathetically, patted his shoulder, and consoled him, "Brother, I understand. Many professions are like this. Having 0 constellations lacks mechanics, and you have to draw constellations to become stronger. Sometimes, this world is just that fucked up. Many hidden professions aren't even as strong as ordinary professions before they draw constellations." Yeah. Zhang Yuan sighed, "Luckily I have full life." Wang Haoren. "Brother Wang, why are you silent?" Roll. The two of them joked all the way as they walked along the 10-kilometer flat road and arrived at the abandoned town. The moment they stepped into the town, they felt the temperature around them drop a lot. Looking around, the town is full of dilapidated buildings covered with moss. Even after 30 years, the air still lingers with a faint scent of the abyss. It is conceivable how deeply the abyss has harmed this land. Wang Haoren, who had regained his composure, warned Zhang Yuan, "We've entered a dangerous area. The monsters here like to hide in those houses. You have to be especially careful." Yeah. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and then deployed the sword formation. Fuck. Wang Haoren saw the buffs on his panel and looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. "Dude, aren't you a damage dealer? Why are all these effects supporting?" The buffs Zhang Yuan gave him have increased his strength from 0 lives to 6 lives, and the improvement he received is even stronger than 6 lives. Zhang Yuan, as a formation-based damage-dealing profession, it's normal for me to have 100 million points of auxiliary ability, right? What's wrong with you? Wang Haoren's mouth twitched, and he refreshed his understanding of this world. Before meeting Zhang Yuan, he thought his profession was very strong, surpassing 99.99% of professionals in the world. Even Teacher Yi commented so. But after meeting Zhang Yuan, Wang Haoren realized that his profession was just that of a fucking primitive man. Not fair. It's so unfair. As Wang Haoren angrily denounced the injustice of heaven, Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Someone is coming. At this time, 6 professionals wearing uniform equipment and holding sophisticated weapons walked out of the town and blocked the way of Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren. One of the mages holding a staff said calmly, "Our Flying Dragon Guild is currently hunting the world boss in this area. Anyone outside, please leave as soon as possible." Wang Haoren's expression darkened when he heard the mage's words. "This jungle is a public area, and the world boss doesn't belong to you alone. Aren't you being too overbearing?" The mage glanced at Wang Haoren and Zhang Yuan indifferently, and without any further ado, he directly ordered the professional next to him, "Kill them." 2 of the archers immediately drew their bows and shot arrows. 2 arrows emitting poisonous light shot straight into the faces of Wang Haoren and Zhang Yuan. Before Zhang Yuan could take action, a flash of sword light appeared. Wang Haoren took out a dark red sword, cut off the 2 arrows, and shouted angrily, "Are you going to kill someone now?" The mage saw that the level 35 Wang Haoren easily cut off the attacks of 2 level 40 archers. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he said, "These 2 guys are not simple. Let's attack them together." As soon as he finished speaking, other professionals launched attacks one after another. In an instant, fireballs, hail, poison arrows, and all kinds of attacks flew towards Zhang Yuan and the other person. Seeing this, Wang Haoren's eyes were filled with rage, dragon scales appeared on his skin, he took a step forward and let out a roar. The ground was crushed by his steps. Skill, Dragon Roar. Boom! The terrifying sound waves shattered everyone's attacks on the spot, and all the professionals of the Phylon Guild were seriously injured by Wang Haoren's Dragon Roar. The leading mage's expression changed drastically. "This guy's damage isn't right. Retreat quickly and inform the president." At this moment, 6 flying swords appeared out of thin air behind them and directly harvested the lives of everyone present. 6 bodies fell straight to the ground, and the abandoned town suddenly became quiet. Wang Haoren froze in his place, looking at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. "You killed them?" Zhang Yuan, however, did not take it seriously and asked, "Brother Wang, have you never killed anyone?" Chapter 77 Level 70 World Boss. Kill. This is a rather unfamiliar word to Wang Haoren. He has been an excellent student in school since he was young. After he drew a card and changed his job, he has been leveling up in the dungeon. After being admitted to Kyoto University, he has been staying on campus. Even if he had conflicts with other professionals, the fighting between the two sides would be limited to a certain extent. It can be said that Wang Haoren has lived in an ivory tower called school all his life so far, and has not been exposed to the beatings of society. Zhang Yuan saw Wang Haoren's expression and immediately realized that Wang Haoren had never experienced this before. He comforted him, "It's okay. There's always a first time for this kind of thing." Wang Haoren swallowed hard, still finding it hard to accept, but they're not monsters, they're living people, and they died just like that. Zhang Yuan, they want to kill us. If we let them go, more people will come to kill us, and then more people will die. Brother Wang, human nature is vicious. In this world, everyone possesses extraordinary powers. Killing is the easiest thing in this world. As long as people have greed, they will have the intention to kill. Brother Wang, can you live on campus forever? Wang Haoren was silent for a long time, then said, "Zhang Yuan, I don't mean to blame you. I understand this, but I still need some time to digest it." "Yeah, I understand." Zhang Yuan nodded and said, "Do you want to rest here for a while? I can take on the world boss by myself." Wang Haoren shook his head. "No, I can overcome this psychological problem quickly. Let's move on." "Okay, wait a moment." Zhang Yuan dragged the bodies to the grass beside the road, stripped 2 sets of clothes from 2 of the bodies, and handed 1 set to Wang Haoren. "There are probably quite a few people from the Flying Dragon Guild in this town. To avoid unnecessary trouble, let's disguise ourselves a little." Wang Haoren did not refuse. He and Zhang Yuan changed into the Flying Guild uniforms and entered the abandoned town. Members of the Dragon Guild can be seen everywhere in this town, but there are only a few wild monsters to be seen, as they have all been cleared out by the Dragon Guild. Judging from their behavior, they probably haven't found the world boss yet. We still have a chance to get the first kill. Zhang Yuan saw that the members of the Flying Guild had been searching for something in the town. He immediately realized that the boss had not been found. He then asked Wang Haoren, "Brother Wang, do you know where the Flying Guild came from?" "Wang Haoren, I only know that their guild is a super large guild ranked in the top 30 in the country, and the president is a high-level professional at level 75, with strong strength." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. "Just now, I heard that the mage was going to inform the president. This means that the president of the Flying Dragon Guild is also in this town. It seems that this world boss is not a simple one." Wang Haoren showed a worried look on his face. A world boss that can make the Flying Guild's leader personally fight must be at least level 65 or above. It's simply not something the two of us can fight against. Even if we infiltrate the Flying Guild's team and finally kill the boss, I'm afraid the Flying Guild won't let us leave. Zhang Yuan laughed and said, "Brother Wang, are you scared?" "A little." Wang Haoren replied seriously without being stubborn. After all, one of them is level 35 and the other is level 30, while the president of the Flying Dragon Guild alone is level 75, not to mention other professionals. The combat power of the two sides is not at the same level at all. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, as long as I take action, the world boss will definitely be ours. The Flying Guild won't even be able to smell the boss's exhaust." "You." Wang Haoren wanted to ask where Zhang Yuan got his confidence from, but then he thought of the buff effect Zhang Yuan gave him. Those enhancement effects, when applied to anyone, can turn a person into a god of war, and when applied to Zhang Yuan, the effect will definitely be even more exaggerated. Perhaps Zhang Yuan really has the ability to snatch the boss from the midst of thousands of troops and then leave safely. Thinking of this, Wang Haoren said nothing more and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you from now on. What should we do?" Zhang Yuan glanced at the Flying Guild members around him and said with a smile, "Since we have free labor, we must make good use of it." "Wait a moment, the Flying Guild will definitely find the world boss." "Found it. The world boss is over here. Everyone, come over here." At this moment, an excited roar came from a distance, and all the members in the abandoned town ran towards the sound. "Look, haven't we found it? Let's go and take a look." Zhang Yuan chuckled and immediately took Wang Haoren with him to join the team and headed towards the world boss. When the two arrived at the scene, the people from the Flying Dragon Guild had already begun to form an array to attack the world boss. The knights are at the front, with warriors, archers, mages and other output units in the middle, and assistants and nurses at the back, who buff and heal the team while controlling and debuffing the boss. The guild of several thousand people cooperated very well at this moment, besieging a boss who was 3 or 4 meters tall, with a goat's head, a human body, and horse hooves, and was surrounded by flames. Zhang Yuan used Eye of the Abyss on the boss. Hellfire Demon Sheep World Boss. Level 70. Strength 120,000. Agility 300,000. Spirit 200,000. Stamina 20 million. Skills: Demon's Roar, Hellfire, Death Curse, Earthquake, Physical Strengthening. The strength attribute of the level 70 world boss has exceeded 1 million, and the physical fitness is 20 million. Coupled with the physical enhancement skill of the Hellfire Demon Sheep, Zhang Yuan has no idea how much blood this boss has. Such a terrifying pressure. I can't see its properties at all. Wang Haoren and Zhang Yuan hid in an abandoned building behind the crowd. Seeing the Hellfire Demon Sheep remaining unscathed despite being attacked by thousands of people, they looked at Zhang Yuan and asked, "What should we do?" Zhang Yuan said in a serious tone, "I don't think I can kill this boss in 1 second. Let the Phylong Guild deal some damage first." "Were you thinking about killing this boss in seconds?" Wang Haoren was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. "Listen. Is this something a human could say?" Zhang Yuan did not respond to Wang Haoren. His eyes swept across the formation of the Flying Dragon Guild and finally fell on a thin man with a pigtail and a green magic book floating beside him. Mei Wanfeng, Voodoo Warlock, level 75. Is that the leader of the Flying Dragon Guild? He's actually a drug addict. Zhang Yuan had just detected Mei Wanfeng's information, and then he saw the magic book next to Mei Wanfeng quickly turning pages, and several green lights shot out from the magic book onto the Hellfire Demon Sheep. The Hellfire Demon Sheep howled in pain, and its movements suddenly became much slower. More and more green toxins spread throughout its body, constantly eroding its health. Zhang Yuan detected the information of the Hellfire Demon Sheep again and found that the attributes of this boss had been reduced by more than half, and were still decreasing. What a fierce skill! Chapter 78 Corrupted World Boss. As Mei Wanfeng took action, the output of the Flying Dragon Guild immediately rose to a higher level, and the Hellfire Demon Sheep's physical strength began to decline at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, the Flying Dragon Guild will be able to kill this world boss in an hour at most. Zhang Yuan, when do we take action? Wang Haoren saw that the frequency of the nurses of the Flying Dragon Guild healing the knights had obviously decreased, and he immediately understood that the Hellfire Sheep could not hold on for much longer. He turned his head to look at Zhang Yuan, but found that Zhang Yuan was in deep thought. "What are you thinking about?" Wang Haoren asked curiously. "Zhang Yuan, I was thinking about Teacher Yi." Wang Haoren was stunned. "Aren't we preparing to fight for the world boss? Why are we suddenly talking about the teacher?" "Zhang Yuan, Teacher Yi asked me to obtain the Ice Emperor's heart, and then go with you to attend classes in the western suburbs of Kyoto. After our analysis, this class is likely related to the world boss that appeared here." Wang Haoren, if Mr. Yi hadn't blacked out from drinking, he and the two of us could definitely defeat that world boss. So far, our guesses are all logical. What's the problem? No, we missed a crucial piece of information. Zhang Yuan took out the Ice Emperor's heart and said, "That world boss is about to be captured, but so far, the Ice Emperor's heart has not been used." Wang Haoren, are you saying that we misjudged Mr. Ye's intentions? He doesn't want us to conquer the world boss? No, the general direction is definitely correct. We must have overlooked some details. Zhang Yuan shook his head and then summoned out the Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen. Wang Haoren was shocked when he saw Zhang Yuan suddenly summon two bosses. "Zhang Yuan, are you a summoner? What else can't you do?" "It's just equipment skills." Zhang Yuan briefly explained to Wang Haoren, then instructed his two summons, "Go search this abandoned town and look for any suspicious areas." King Rakshasa and the Ice Elf Queen nodded together, then King Rakshasa turned into a black shadow and went to the left side of the town, and the Ice Elf Queen turned into ice crystals and went to the right side of the town and began searching. Zhang Yuan continued to hide in the abandoned building and observed the condition of the Abyss Flame Demon Sheep. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuan saw a kill sign appear on the head of the Abyss Flame Demon Sheep, indicating that the physical strength of this world boss had dropped below 25%, and Zhang Yuan could kill it directly. At this moment, wisps of black gas emerged from the ground where the Abyss Flame Demon Sheep was stepping on. The Abyss Flame Demon Sheep, which had been being beaten, suddenly went into a rampage state, purifying all the negative effects on its body, and at the same time its four-dimensional attributes were greatly improved. Roar! The sudden outburst of the Abyss Flame Demon Sheep prevented the nurse from reacting, causing the knights in the front to be pierced and the formation of the Dragon Guild to be disrupted. The Abyss Flame Demon Sheep rushed into the crowd and slaughtered them wantonly. What are the knights doing? Hurry up and attract the boss's aggro. Nurse, add blood. I'm going to die. Assist, give us some control, the boss is out of control. In just such a short moment, the situation was reversed. The formation of the Flying Dragon Guild was broken up, and countless people were killed and wounded. Many professionals even abandoned their teammates and fled the battlefield. At this moment, the scene was in chaos. A bunch of losers. They can't even hold the boss's aggro. I'll hold the boss back, and each team reorganizes. When Mei Wanfeng saw that the Phylon Guild's formation was disrupted, he shouted loudly and then took off into the air. The green magic book began to flip wildly. Terrifying magical power surged around Mei Wanfeng, and a green poisonous cloud slowly condensed in the sky. The entire abandoned town began to be filled with poisonous fog. Wang Haoren stared intently at Mei Wanfeng standing high in the sky and asked in surprise, "This posture, is he going to use a forbidden poison technique?" "Zhang Yuan, let's hurry up." Before Wang Haoren could finish his words, the Hellfire Demon Sheep suddenly appeared behind Mei Wanfeng, opened its bloody mouth, and bit off Mei Wanfeng's head in one bite. Mei Wanfeng's headless body fell from the sky, and the poisonous cloud in the sky dissipated. President. The president was killed. There's something wrong with this boss, everyone run. When the people from the Flying Dragon Guild saw Mei Wanfeng being killed, they were defeated on the spot, and everyone fled out of the town, abandoning their weapons and armor. The Hellfire Demon Sheep was chewing Mei Wanfeng's head in the air. The flames surrounding it gradually turned green, as if it had absorbed Mei Wanfeng's power and evolved into a poisonous attribute. It's evolving. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuan finally stopped holding back and deployed a sword formation to cover the Hellfire Demon Sheep. Qi Xiao flashed by and cut off the head of the Hellfire Demon Sheep. The headless corpse of the Hellfire Demon Sheep also fell from a high altitude, crushing Mei Wanfeng's body into a meat patty. Behead. Zhang Yuan successfully triggered the killing effect of the constellation, but Zhang Yuan did not receive any killing prompt. Zhang Yuan, the boss is looking over here. At this time, Wang Haoren exclaimed, and Zhang Yuan came to his senses. He saw that the head of the Hellfire Demon Sheep was still floating in the air, its eyes staring at them. The next moment, green light appeared in the eyes of the Hellfire Demon Sheep. Zhang Yuan's heart suddenly felt uneasy, and he immediately stood in front of Wang Haoren. Danger! Boom! Two green rays of light shot out from the eyes of the Hellfire Demon Sheep, instantly penetrating the entire building and leaving a long gully on the ground. The reinforced concrete building collapsed at this moment. Amidst the ruins, Wang Haoren looked in disbelief at Zhang Yuan, who was standing in front of him, unharmed. You blocked the boss's attack? It's a bit reluctant. Zhang Yuan put Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu, who were blocking his way, into the sword formation space and said in a deep voice, "If I didn't have the temporary shield and 100% poison resistance, that attack would have killed me." His Qi Xiao's passive ability of immunity to death has not yet cooled down. If his health drops to 0, he will really die. Zhang Yuan once again used the Eye of the Abyss on the Hellfire Demon Sheep. Corrupted Hellfire Sheep World Boss. Level 80. This time, the Eye of the Abyss only gave very little information, and Zhang Yuan couldn't even see the attributes of this boss. Corrupted? Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately shouted to Wang Haoren, "This boss has transformed into the Abyss. Let's go!" Without any hesitation, Zhang Yuan used Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu to attack the Hellfire Demon Sheep, building up a temporary shield for himself, and then fled from here with Wang Haoren. Boom! The moment Zhang Yuan pulled Wang Haoren away, 2 more laser beams shot through the place where they were just now, directly melting the earth. The Hellfire Demon Sheep calmly watched Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren running wildly in the abandoned town. Its head reconnected to its body, and then it made a running move. The next moment, the Hellfire Demon Sheep, despite the deceleration of Zhang Yuan's sword formation, rushed towards them at a speed far exceeding Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren, leaving a trail of fire behind it. Wherever the Hellfire Demon Sheep passes, everything is burned. It's too fast. We can't outrun it. Zhang Yuan looked back at the Hellfire Demon Sheep that was rapidly approaching them, stopped and turned around without hesitation, summoned Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu, as well as 8 flying swords, and began to attack the Hellfire Demon Sheep at a high frequency, trying to trigger a useful curse and defeat this Hellfire Demon Sheep. Unfortunately, the Goddess of Luck was not on Zhang Yuan's side this time. The Hellfire Demon Sheep rushed in front of Zhang Yuan and swung its huge fist at him. The temporary shield Zhan Lu gave me, plus the 90% damage reduction, and the blocking instinct blocked one attack. I should be able to withstand this wave of attacks without using the Star God robe. It was too late for Zhang Yuan to dodge at this time. This thought flashed through his mind. Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu appeared in front of him, intending to block the attacks of the Hellfire Demon Sheep as much as possible and survive this wave of attacks. Honger! At this moment, a loud shout came from behind, and then Zhang Yuan found himself shrouded in a huge shadow. The next moment, a giant red dragon flew over Zhang Yuan's head and directly knocked the Hellfire Demon Sheep away. Dragon? Zhang Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he turned around in shock, only to see Wang Haoren gasping for breath and smiling at him. Zhang Yuan, she's my best kept secret. Isn't she cool? Chapter 79 3 Battlefields. Wang Haoren had only been showing off for a few seconds when the red dragon was pinned to the ground by the Hellfire Demon Sheep. The Hellfire Demon Sheep opened its bloody mouth and bit directly into the red dragon's neck, causing the red dragon to scream miserably. Wang Haoren's expression changed slightly. No. Honger is too far behind the boss in terms of level. She's no match for him. Leave it to me. Zhang Yuan reacted and immediately covered the red dragon with a sword formation, applying all his buff effects to the red dragon. With the help of Zhang Yuan's sword formation, the red dragon immediately broke free from the bite of the Hellfire Demon Sheep, knocked the Hellfire Demon Sheep to the ground with one claw, and then opened its mouth to bite back. This time it was the Hellfire Demon Sheep's turn to scream. It kept tearing the red dragon's flesh and blood with its sharp claws. However, with Zhang Yuan's sword formation, the red dragon's physical strength was constantly recovering, enough to withstand the damage from the Hellfire Demon Sheep. Seeing this, Wang Haoren said happily, Honger has suppressed the boss. It's not that simple. Zhang Yuan said in a serious tone, this Hellfire Demon Sheep is not the boss itself, and it is constantly getting stronger. Even with my assistance, the red dragon can only hold off for a while, and will be killed by the boss sooner or later. Wang Haoren's expression changed slightly. Then what should we do now? Zhang Yuan took out the Ice Emperor's heart and handed it to Wang Haoren. My summons just sent me a message saying they've discovered unusual energy deep within the town. The boss's true form might be there. I have to stay here to assist the red dragon in fighting the boss. You take the Ice Emperor's heart and deal with the boss's true form. Wang Haoren took the Ice Emperor's heart and glanced at the red dragon that was still fighting hard. Then his eyes became firm and he said to Zhang Yuan, okay, you must persevere. If I haven't come back by the end, you will ride Honger and leave here. Don't be so pessimistic. The Rakshasa King and the Ice Fairy Queen will help you. Wang Haoren didn't waste any more words. He put the Ice Emperor's heart into the storage space, bypassed the Hellfire Demon Sheep, and ran deep into the town. Zhang Yuan summoned all the flying swords he could control to assist the red dragon in fighting the Hellfire Demon Sheep. With Zhang Yuan joining the battlefield, the red dragon immediately gained the upper hand and the Hellfire Demon Sheep was beaten back step by step. At the same time, in a dilapidated high-rise building in the ruins of the town, Yi Qingsong stood on a steel bar protruding from the wall, calmly watching Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren split into two groups. I didn't expect these two little guys to have such tacit understanding on their first collaboration. It's really beyond my expectations. It seems like they can handle this boss on their own without me even having to do anything. It's just right. The kids have their own things to do, and I do what I should do. Yi Qingsong took off the wine gourd from his waist, took a big gulp, and then suddenly threw it forward. The space in front twisted, and then a white hand stretched out from the twisted space, grabbed Yi Qingsong's wine gourd, and crushed it. The next moment, a slender female demon walked out of the distorted space and looked at Yi Qingsong indifferently. If Zhang Yuan saw this female demon, he would find that she looked just like his mother. When Yi Qingsong saw the newcomer, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, I didn't expect it to be a Duke-level demon. You were clearly targeting me, but after Zhang Yuan entered the town, you seemed to be particularly concerned about him. What is your relationship with him? It's none of your business. The female demon said lightly, and a long whip with barbs condensed in her hand, and lashed towards Yi Qingsong fiercely. Yi Qingsong chuckled, grabbed the whip with one hand, and his eyes gradually became cold. If you don't tell me, don't blame me for killing you. You should be worried about yourself. This time, the trap was set specifically for you. The abyss wants to deal with your demons, and I'm not the only one. The female demon snorted coldly, and the long whip in her hand suddenly turned into a poisonous snake, quickly wrapping around Yi Qingsong. The next moment, the space around Yi Qingsong suddenly cracked open and sucked him in. The plan was successful. Yi Qingsong has been teleported into the abyss. You can start now. The female demon spoke calmly to the void, glanced at Zhang Yuan below, stayed in the air for a moment, and then teleported away. Zhang Yuan, who was fighting the Hellfire Sheep alongside the Red Dragon in the small town, seemed to have sensed something. He turned back to look at the place where the female demon disappeared, frowning slightly. Just now, someone was staring at me? Roar! At this time, the Hellfire Demon Sheep let out an angry roar, and the whole earth began to tremble. Zhang Yuan's attention was drawn back, and he saw green flames swirling around the right claw of the Hellfire Demon Sheep. Zhang Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart and shouted, "Red Dragon, get out of the way!" The Red Dragon that was blocking the front and fighting with the Hellfire Demon Sheep heard Zhang Yuan's words, and without hesitation flapped its wings, stirred up a gust of wind, and flew high into the sky. The Hellfire Demon Sheep also soared into the air, and its sharp claws wrapped in green flames suddenly slammed into the Red Dragon's heart, but the Red Dragon was unable to dodge in time. Qi Xiao. Zhang Yuan called Qi Xiao to his side, grabbed the hilt of Qi Xiao's sword with one hand, and then used the skill Ghost Sword Speed. Flying sword speed increased by 1000%. Qi Xiao turned into a ray of light and dragged Zhang Yuan to the front of the Red Dragon. Then Zhang Yuan drew out the Zhanlu from the sword formation space and held it in front of himself. Block intuition. Clang. The Zhanlu sword perfectly blocked the attack of the Hellfire Demon Sheep, and then a blue sword light flashed. The palm of the Hellfire Demon Sheep was chopped off and flew away, spurting out a large amount of poisonous blood. The Red Dragon also opened its mouth and spit out a dragon breath at this time. The violent flames passed over Zhang Yuan and slammed heavily into the Hellfire Demon Sheep. Bang! The terrifying dragon's breath penetrated the earth, and the entire abandoned town was engulfed in flames in an instant. Zhang Yuan grabbed the Red Dragon's claw with one hand and stared at the sea of fire below. 10 flying swords protected the Red Dragon. Still no boss kill prompt. The next moment, Zhang Yuan saw a black shadow appear in the sea of fire, and its size was expanding rapidly. Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately turned over and landed on the Red Dragon's back. Red Dragon, fly higher. The Red Dragon flapped its wings once again and soared into the sky. Then the Hellfire Demon Sheep rushed out from the sea of fire, its body still growing in size. It raised its hand to grab the Red Dragon in the sky. It's like using the method of heaven and earth. At the same time, with the help of the Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen, Wang Haoran discovered the boss's true form deep in the town, a level 50 meatball with flames burning all over its body and looking like a brain. Although this meatball is much weaker than the Hellfire Demon Sheep, in Wang Haoran's eyes, this meatball still exudes a dangerous aura all over its body. A little stressful. After discovering the boss' true form, Wang Haoran turned around to look at Zhang Yuan and the Red Dragon, who were desperately trying to avoid being captured by the Hellfire Ram in the sky. He took a deep breath, then took out the Ice Emperor's heart and his giant sword, and turned to look at the burning meatball. Looks like we have to make a quick decision here. The Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen immediately entered combat mode. Chapter 80: Killing the World Boss. After the Hellfire Demon Sheep grew larger, even the soldiers on the Kyoto city walls could see it. What is that? What a huge monster! Look! It looks like someone is riding a dragon and fighting that monster. Who has a telescope? It's too far away, I can't see clearly. As the soldiers watched the battle between the Hellfire Demon Sheep and Zhang Yuan in the abandoned town, some professionals from the Flying Dragon Guild fled to the foot of the city wall, shouting, "Something's happened. The level 70 world boss has transformed into an abyss monster." What? That giant beast is the boss of the abyss? Is the abyss invading again? Hurry up and activate the Demon Slayer cannon to help that hero fight the abyss boss. As the survivors of the Flying Dragon Guild brought back the news that the world boss had transformed into the abyss, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded at the west gate of Kyoto. The soldiers on the city wall immediately put aside their desire to watch the fun and gathered as quickly as possible, ready to go out and meet the enemy at any time. A gunport on the city wall opened, and a demon-killing cannon extended from the wall, aiming at the Hellfire Demon Sheep in the distance. The west gate of Kyoto immediately entered a wartime state. Zhang Yuan, on the dragon's back, noticed that the cannons on the Kyoto city wall had been activated in the distance. He immediately realized that Kyoto City had discovered this abyss monster and immediately shouted to the Red Dragon, "Red Dragon, dive to the ground." The Red Dragon, who had fought side by side with Zhang Yuan for some time, now completely trusted Zhang Yuan's judgment. She dived towards the sea of fire below without hesitation. Seeing this, the Hellfire Demon Sheep roared and grabbed the Red Dragon. At this moment, a majestic voice came from the west gate of Kyoto. Fire! Boom! The demon-destroying cannon fired out a terrifying laser that instantly penetrated the 100-meter-tall Hellfire demon sheep, blasting its upper body into pieces on the spot. Wherever the laser passes, the space is slightly distorted, and its power is extremely terrifying. The lower half of the Hellfire demon sheep fell into the sea of fire. Although new granulations are still growing on the wounds of the Hellfire demon sheep, and it is only a matter of time before this boss is resurrected, Zhang Yuan finally has time to help Wang Haoren. Brother Wang, how are you? Zhang Yuan immediately switched to the perspective of the Rakshasa King, and saw that the Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen were both entangled by a terrifying tentacle that looked like a brain ball, and then the three of them were frozen in the ice together. Covered in blood, Wang Haoren grasped the sword in both hands, roared, flew into the air, and stabbed the frozen flesh ball fiercely. The giant sword pierced through the ice and stabbed into the meatball. The meatball let out a shrill scream, then exploded directly, sending Wang Haoren, the Rakshasa King, and the Ice Elf Queen flying. The Rakshasa King has died in battle. The Ice Elf Queen is seriously injured and has returned to the summoning space. Zhang Yuan lost the perspective of the Rakshasa King and received two messages, which made his heart tighten. When he saw that Wang Haoren was still alive on the team panel, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then looked at the half-dead Hellfire demon sheep lying in the abandoned town. At this time, the icon that can be killed appeared again on the head of the Hellfire demon sheep. This time, it can finally be over. Zhang Yuan used Qi to pierce half of the Hellfire demon sheep's body without hesitation. Successfully killed the corrupted Hellfire demon sheep, experience plus 20,050,000. Obtain the legendary weapon, Flame Demon Greatsword. Obtain the legendary cloak, Fire Demon Cloak. Abyss King, 4-dimensional attributes plus 715. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest 4596 100,000. As the Hellfire demon sheep was killed, a golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body and he directly rose to level 31. However, he didn't have time to check the boss's rewards. He immediately rushed to the depths of the town with the red dragon and found Wang Haoren buried in the rubble. Zhang Yuan immediately deployed a sword formation to cover Wang Haoren, using the sword formation to restore Wang Haoren's strength. Wang Haoren's breathing gradually stabilized. Seeing this, the red dragon rubbed Zhang Yuan's arm with its head in gratitude, then turned into red light and dissipated, flowing into Wang Haoren's body. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that Wang Haoren's energy and blood had become much stronger. Soon, Wang Haoren opened his eyes and saw Zhang Yuan checking his equipment. He couldn't help but ask, "How's the boss?" "Thanks to you, it's been resolved. 2 legendary equipment dropped." Zhang Yuan placed 2 legendary equipment in front of Wang Haoren. "We'll each take one of these 2 pieces of equipment. You choose first." Wang Haoren sat up and looked at the huge red sword and red cloak in front of him. Flame Demon Greatsword Legendary, attack plus 3000, strength plus 10,000, no equipment level limit. Flame Demon Cloak Legendary, grants 100% fire resistance. The holder can summon Hellfire Demon Rams to fight together. After the Hellfire Demon Rams die, they will recover within the cloak. There is no equipment level limit. Such high stats. And there's no level limit. Wang Haoren was immediately moved when he saw the attack power of the Flame Demon Giant Sword. He couldn't help but look at Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, this Flame Demon Giant Sword is very suitable for me. Can you give it to me?" "No problem." Zhang Yuan picked up the Flame Demon Cloak and put it on, and suddenly felt himself surrounded by a huge amount of fire elements. With a thought, he summoned the Hellfire Demon Sheep. The next moment, a 3-meter-tall Hellfire Demon Sheep walked out of the flames. Zhang Yuan immediately checked the properties. Hellfire Demon Sheep. Level 70. Strength, 120,000. Agility, 300,000. Spirit, 200,000. Stamina, 2 million. Skills, Demon's Roar, Hellfire, Death Curse, Earthquake, Physical Strengthening. The level is 70. Except for the physical strength value, which has been increased from 20 million to 2 million, other attributes have not been weakened, which is completely worthy of the level 70 boss panel. Wang Haoren saw Zhang Yuan summon the Hellfire Demon Sheep and couldn't help but sigh. "Zhang Yuan, including this boss, you can now summon 3 boss-level summons. I'm afraid many summoners can't compare to you. Not bad, can be used as a meat shield." Zhang Yuan was very satisfied with the attributes of the Hellfire Demon Sheep and hid the appearance of the Hellfire Demon Cloak. Although this red cloak is very handsome, it is too flashy to wear and not suitable for daily activities. Zhang Yuan, your cloak is very handsome, but I still like this greatsword. Wang Haoren smiled and immediately equipped the flame demon greatsword, and couldn't let it go. After the two divided the loot, Wang Haoren took out the scroll to return to the city and teleported back with Zhang Yuan. At the same time, in the heart of the abyss, Yi Qingsong looked at the 6 demons surrounding him with terrifying auras, and smiled at the leading demon. Haughty, you really think highly of me. As one of the 7 dukes, you actually brought 5 duke-level demons with you just to kill a drunkard like me. Haughty looked at Yi Qingsong with a smile and said, Yi Qingsong, I have always admired you. If you are willing to join the abyss, I can even help you get a seat as a Grand Duke. Desis is dying soon, and his position will be vacant soon. That sounds tempting. Yi Qingsong smiled slightly, took out a wine gourd from the storage space, took a big gulp, and said drunkenly, but you don't have good wine in the abyss, so you can't keep me. What a pity. Hardy sighed in disappointment. Everyone, kill him. Chapter 81 News from Mom and Dad? After Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren returned to school, they went straight to the bamboo forest and did not see Yi Qingsong. That's normal. Teacher Yi is so elusive that I can't find him often. Let's come back tomorrow. Wang Haoren was not surprised by this and advised Zhang Yuan, don't join other colleges for the time being. At Kyoto University, only Teacher Yi can help you fully develop your strength and talent. Zhang Yuan thought of Yi Qingsong, reeking of alcohol, and hesitated. I admit that Teacher Yi is very capable, but is he really fit to be a teacher in that state? After all, strength and teaching ability are completely unrelated. If Yi Qingsong always acts as a hands-off boss, then it will be meaningless no matter how strong he is. He is unqualified as a teacher. Wang Haoren smiled and said, don't look at Teacher Yi like this. He is still quite reliable at critical moments. He can see through many things. Just a few pointers from him are equivalent to the results of a year of practice in other academies. Most importantly, we don't have to attend classes at Kenshin Academy. For all the required courses at Kyoto University, we can get the corresponding credits by just going to the library and reading the corresponding books. This will save us a lot of time. Sounds good. I'll come over again tomorrow. Zhang Yuan was immediately excited when he heard that he didn't have to go to class. Alright then, let's disband here today. I left early today and I still haven't paid for my rent, so I need to go back to the dorm to farm some starstones. Well, then I'll go to the library and learn some knowledge about the abyss in my free time. After Zhang Yuan parted with Wang Haoren in the bamboo forest, he went to the library. The library of Kyoto University is the second largest library in the Great Xueer Empire, second only to the National Library. In the Kyoto University Library, except for some forbidden knowledge that requires certain permissions to read, all other knowledge can be borrowed free of charge by Kyoto University students. Zhang Yuan found an empty seat and sat down, placed his hand on the crystal ball on the table, and then a light curtain was projected in front of Zhang Yuan. 5 blocks are displayed on the light screen, namely profession, skills, copy, monsters, and abyss. Zhang Yuan clicked on the abyss block, and then a large number of book titles about the abyss were arranged in alphabetical order and displayed in front of Zhang Yuan in an orderly manner. After Zhang Yuan picked out a book called Introduction to the Abyss from the light curtain disappeared, and then a book flew out from the bookshelf and landed in front of Zhang Yuan. It was that Introduction to the Abyss. As expected of Kyoto University, the library is so high-end. Zhang Yuan saw that he was just sitting there and the book he wanted to read flew in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh, then opened the book and studied seriously. This book talks about a lot of information about the abyss and the abyss battlefield, including the distribution of monsters on the battlefield and the level environment. Outside the defense line of Dasha's first position, the average level of the abyss monsters is already above level 60. The army stationed there has to fight with the abyss monsters all the time. The professionals who can operate there are all the strongest among the strong. There are only a few countries in the world that have built a defense line less than 100 kilometers away from the entrance of the abyss like the Great Xueer Empire. As for any country that can push its army into the entrance of the abyss, there is not even a single country. To this day, humanity's understanding of the abyss remains superficial. They only know that the area of the abyss is larger than the entire surface world, and that there are countless demons with terrifying power in the abyss. Those demons who stand at the top of the abyss are called demon kings. The demon kings divided up the land of the abyss, and the Curse King's territory was located on the outskirts of the abyss, close to the entrance. Therefore, the cursed king has always coveted the land on the surface and has continuously sent his demons to invade the surface. Most of the wars that humans have fought against demons over the past few hundred years have been wars against the cursed king. 30 years ago, the cursed king personally led his army to invade the Great Xueer Empire. After the Great Xueer Empire paid a heavy price to kill the cursed king, a new king from the abyss replaced the cursed king and became the new demon king of the cursed kingdom. At present, the human race knows very little about the new king. It is only known that the new demon king commands 7 demon dukes, each of whom has the power to destroy a large country alone. Like the Desas that Zhang Yuan met before, he is one of the 7 devil princes. A single demon kingdom in the abyss can single-handedly challenge the entire human race, and a single demon duke can defeat the first line of our Great Xueer Empire. The cursed king who signed a contract with me is actually the former emperor of such a kingdom. Zhang Yuan looked at the information about the abyss and gained a completely new understanding of the cursed king. It is conceivable how determined the Great Xueer Empire was to allow him to fight the cursed king at level 70. This is a big gamble. If he failed, Daxia would definitely fall into a desperate war again, and the Daxia Empire, which had not yet recovered its vitality, would probably not be able to withstand a new full-scale war. At this moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt the weight on his shoulders. Come on! Unconsciously, Zhang Yuan saw the evening, and his communicator suddenly vibrated. It was a text message from an unknown number. Come to the bamboo forest. Is that Teacher Yi? Although Zhang Yuan didn't know how Yi Qingsong got his contact information, he put the book back and rushed to the bamboo forest. At this time, Yi Qingsong was drinking in the depths of the bamboo forest, with many wounds on his body. Teacher? Zhang Yuan saw Yi Qingsong's condition and his eyes changed slightly. What happened? Nothing, just a fight with some demons. I got some minor injuries. I'll go get treated by the school doctor later. It's nothing serious. Yi Qingsong smiled easily, then asked Zhang Yuan, tell me about your battle today. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. You haven't forgotten? Yi Qingsong smiled and said, although I drink a lot, I still remember the important things. I really didn't expect that. Zhang Yuan's evaluation of Yi Qingsong suddenly increased a lot, and then he recounted the entire battle today. Well, you guys did a great job. Yi Qingsong nodded in satisfaction. You have passed. I will go to the academic affairs office and tell Chen Yun to help you with the formalities. From now on, you will be the only student of Jianxin Academy. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Yuan thanked Yi Qingsong and then asked, but Teacher Yi, you called me here specifically, so it shouldn't just be about this matter, right? Smart indeed. Yi Qingsong smiled, then took out 2 photos of demons from the storage space. Do you recognize these 2 demons? Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly when he saw the 2 devilish photos. Mom and Dad? Chapter 82, Master and Disciple. Is that really the case? Yi Qingsong saw Zhang Yuan's reaction and his eyes narrowed slightly. I saw that they still had some human aura on them, and they looked a bit like you, so I took 2 photos while fighting them. Zhang Yuan immediately asked, Teacher, how are they doing now? To be honest, not very good. Yi Qingsong shook his head. Although they both still have some human rationality left, it's almost gone. They are now completely on the side of the devil and can no longer be considered human. Zhang Yuan, is there any possibility of saving him? Yi Qingsong, there are many examples of humans transforming into abyssal demons, but there has never been a single example of a demon transforming back into a human. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but take 2 steps back. How could this happen? Yi Qingsong added, but don't worry too much. Most humans who become demons become the lowest level monsters, without even a trace of sanity left. But your parents are special. Not only do they still retain their sanity, they are even Duke-level demons. This type of demon has a status in the abyss second only to the Demon King and the 7 Dukes. They all have their own territories and hold extremely high status. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Perhaps we can find a way to turn them back into humans. Even if that's not possible, we must strive to get them to side with the human race. Zhang Yuan, Teacher Yi, what can I do? Yi Qingsong, this matter requires long-term planning, and many things need to be done gradually. However, I do have a very urgent task for you to do. Zhang Yuan immediately held his breath and said seriously, Teacher, please tell me. I will definitely finish it. Yi Qingsong, in 3 days, the principal will hold a dean's meeting. All the deans of the colleges must attend. You will go on my behalf. Zhang Yuan? Ahem. Yi Qingsong coughed twice and continued, "Of course, it's not because I'm too lazy to attend. It's because I have something urgent to do and can't get away. Besides, the people going this time are all deans of various colleges. Each of them has a lot of resources at their disposal. It would be beneficial for you to build good relationships with them." Zhang Yuan was speechless. "Teacher, it's okay for you to skip our classes, but isn't it a bit too much to ask a freshman like me to attend this dean's meeting? Yi Qingsong, that's nothing, you can even fight against a level 80 world boss. Many academy deans are not as strong as you. You are fully qualified to participate." Zhang Yuan was speechless. Is this a question of strength? This is fucking the opposite of Tiangang. Just imagine, a bunch of big men in their 70s and 80s sat together, discussing all sorts of major events that could determine the fate of the Great Xia Empire, and then a student like him got in on the act. The style of painting is different, right? Yi Qingsong, however, didn't take it seriously and continued, "Let me tell you, this meeting is crucial. The principal will grade each college, and the college rank last will be disbanded. Since Jianqing College ranks last in all indicators, it is at risk of disbandment. Your mission this time is to demonstrate the spirit of our Jianqing Academy in the meeting, convey our Jianqing spirit to the principal, and save our academy." Zhang Yuan, so, teacher, what is the spirit of Jianqing Academy? What is the Jianqing spirit? Zhang Yuan is not even a member of Jianqing Academy yet, so who the hell knows what Yi Qingsong is talking about? It's not important. Anyway, I'll leave this meeting to you. I have more important things to do, so I'll leave first. Yi Qingsong brushed off his previous repetitive remarks and tossed a black ID card to Zhang Yuan. "This is my ID card. I've given you my authority. Insert the card into your communicator, and all the meeting information will be sent to it. Keep it." After saying that, a breeze blew by and Yi Qingsong disappeared from the spot. Hey! Oh my god! When Zhang Yuan saw Yi Qingsong throwing down his ID card and running away, he couldn't help but swear. At this moment, his evaluation of Yi Qingsong, which had just risen, instantly fell to the bottom. He even suspected that Yi Qingsong had just said so much about his parents just to pave the way for avoiding the meeting. This guy is so unreliable. How could he just give away something as valuable as an ID card? Zhang Yuan looked at the black ID card in his hand and sighed repeatedly. Why did he choose such a person as his teacher? However, things had come to this point, and Zhang Yuan had no choice but to go ahead. He inserted Yi Qingsong's ID card into his communicator, and then received a group meeting message from the principal. In that group message, the principal also specifically named Yi Qingsong and severely criticized Yi Qingsong for being unqualified as a dean and teacher. This guy, he just wants me to go over there and get scolded, right? When Zhang Yuan saw the principal's message, he inexplicably thought of the situation where students were asked to ask their parents to come to school by teacher, and in order to avoid being scolded, the students would just find an outsider to pretend to be their parents. After reading the meeting information, Zhang Yuan was about to take out his ID card when he suddenly received a text message from the bank. Your account has spent 3 million yuan on Mingyue Winery, and the available balance is 1,800,000,000,000 yuan. How many? 1, 10, 100. Zhang Yuan counted the balance and asked in surprise, 18 billion? Zhang Yuan was shocked by Yi Qingsong's personal wealth. Then he seemed to think of something, and a subtle smile appeared on his lips. Teacher Yi, you asked me to work for you. Is it okay for me to take some salary? Zhang Yuan whistled and came to the Imperial Exchange in the school. This exchange in the school can use identity cards for transactions, which means Zhang Yuan can now use Yi Qingsong's money. The rich and powerful Zhang Yuan confidently sat down in the exchange, put Yi Qingsong's ID card, and then searched for the word long sword in the auction house. That night, a major earthquake occurred in the Imperial Exchange. Many people got the news at the first time. Yi Qingsong from Kyoto University spent 1 billion yuan to buy 10 level 30, epic level standard longswords at the sword casting villa in one go. Everyone was speculating that the strongest person in Kyoto University must be planning to take in a disciple by buying so many low-level swords at once. After receiving the goods, Zhang Yuan walked out of the exchange with satisfaction and took out his newly bought sword from the sword formation space. These swords are purple all over, with beautiful patterns on the sword bodies, and are made by famous masters. Purple Ghost Sword Epic, attack power plus 800, available at level 30. Note, produced by Zhujian Villa, a century-old enterprise, quality guaranteed. A very pure and simple attribute, with no other bonuses except attack power. But for Zhang Yuan, this is the best before his sword box is filled with special weapons. After finally replacing the iron sword in the sword box, Zhang Yuan returned to the dormitory contentedly and fell into a good sleep. Not long after, in a tavern in Kyoto City, several old men in fancy clothes came up to Yi Qingsong, who was drinking. Yi Qingsong smiled and said, "Hey everyone, what a rare guest. Are you here to drink with me?" The old men smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, we heard that you were going to take in a disciple. We happen to have children of the right age. Would you consider it?" Yi Qingsong? Chapter 83 Dean's Meeting. For the next 2 days, Zhang Yuan spent the whole time in the library, learning all kinds of knowledge to enrich himself and to earn some credits. After 2 days, Zhang Yuan not only had a clearer understanding of the world, but also completed all the required courses for the semester and obtained 10 credits. Early in the morning of the third day, Zhang Yuan was still sleeping in bed. Yi Qingsong's ID card suddenly lit up, and then a teleportation array appeared under Zhang Yuan and teleported him away. Zhang Yuan suddenly woke up from the floor and found himself in a magnificent hall. Independent transmission lights were lit up around him, and high-level professionals with terrifying auras walked out one after another. Ha! Did I locate the wrong person? I was clearly teleporting Yi Qingsong. A cute girl with a bun looked at Zhang Yuan in confusion, not understanding why she made the mistake. A white-bearded old man nearby said with a stern face, "Xiaosu, how could you make such a low-level mistake? The child is still sleeping. You should apologize immediately and send him back." "Principal, I'm sorry." "I'm sorry, brother." Su Wanning quickly apologized to the white-bearded old man, and then apologized to Zhang Yuan, and then teleported the confused Zhang Yuan back. "I won't be wrong this time." Su Wanning muttered to herself, repositioned Yi Qingsong, and deployed the teleportation array again. A white light rose in the hall, and then Zhang Yuan appeared in the hall again. At this moment, everyone was stunned, including the principal Jing Bingyun. Su Wanning saw Zhang Yuan appear again, her face turned green, and she frantically explained to Jing Bingyun, "Impossible. Principal, believe me, I definitely didn't make a mistake this time, I located Teacher Yi." Jing Bingyun was confused. "Where is Yi Qingsong?" At this time, Zhang Yuan, who had already woken up from his dream, also realized that the dean's meeting had begun. He immediately took out Yi Qingsong's ID card and explained to everyone, "Dear teachers and seniors, my name is Zhang Yuan. I will be attending this dean's meeting in place of Teacher Yi." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Nonsense! This Yi Qingsong is really getting more and more outrageous. How can a student be allowed to attend a meeting of this level? Principal, if you don't take care of Yi Qingsong anymore, his tail will be all the way to the sky. How can this be disgraceful? All of a sudden, the deans of all the colleges began to criticize Yi Qingsong, and they were all extremely angry. Zhang Yuan had anticipated this situation, so he could only stand there with a wry smile, waiting for everyone to vent their anger before making any further comments. After all, this matter is indeed absurd, and it is understandable that everyone does not accept it. Quiet! Jing Bingyun suddenly spoke, and a powerful aura surged out of his body, instantly covering the entire hall, and the scene immediately became quiet. Jing Bingyun looked directly at Zhang Yuan and asked, "Son, are you sure you want to attend this dean's meeting on behalf of Yi Qingsong?" Zhang Yuan said helplessly, "Sure." Jing Bingyun asked again, "Do you know what will happen next?" Zhang Yuan, "I probably know." After receiving Zhang Yuan's answer, Jing Bingyun looked at Zhang Yuan deeply and then said, "Since everyone is here, let's officially start this meeting." At this time, the handsome vice principal Duan Xing, wearing a red robe, questioned, "Principal, isn't this a bit against the rules? He's just a student, how can he be qualified?" Jing Bingyun interrupted, "Since Yi Qingsong has chosen this child to represent Jianxin Academy, he is now the dean of Jianxin Academy and is qualified to stand here. Let's treat him equally." As Jing Bingyun determined the nature of the matter, even though some deans were quite dissatisfied with Yi Qingsong's behavior, they had no choice but to accept the result on the surface. In this way, Zhang Yuan successfully mixed in with a group of bigwigs and attended the dean's meeting. At the beginning of the meeting, Jing Bingyun brought up the first topic. First of all, the first topic of the meeting is still the old-fashioned college rankings. Currently, Xianlong Academy ranks first, Mingjing Academy ranks second, and Wufeng Academy ranks third. The other academies are also performing well, except for Jianxin Academy. For a moment, all the dean's attention was focused on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was a little embarrassed, but he had no choice but to go ahead with it, thinking about what he was going to say next. Jing Bingyun continued, all of Jianxin Academy's college indicators have failed to meet standards, and their ranking is at the bottom. According to the last place elimination mechanism, if a college ranks last for 4 consecutive quarters, it will be disbanded, and its students will be assigned to other colleges. Zhang Yuan, as the representative of Jianxin Academy, do you have any objections? Zhang Yuan, no objection. Jing Bingyun, okay, I hereby announce that Jianxin Academy is disbanded, and the title of Dean Yiqingsong is revoked. The students of Jianxin Academy will be temporarily incorporated into. Principal, wait. At this time, Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke and interrupted Jing Bingyun. Jing Bingyun paused and looked at Zhang Yuan. What do you want to say? Zhang Yuan, before Teacher Yi handed this matter to me, he specifically asked me to show the Jianxin spirit of Jianxin Academy to all the teachers. Sword heart spirit? Jing Bingyun was stunned at first, then he chuckled. This is the first time I've heard of this kind of spiritual culture in your academy. What's its core? Never give up until the last moment. Zhang Yuan replied without hesitation, this is the spirit of Jianxin. Duanxing chuckled, silly boy, you've almost been fooled by that bastard Yiqingsong. What do you mean by never giving up? That crappy academy is about to disband, and even Yiqingsong doesn't dare to face this fact in person. How can you still say you'll never give up? Zhang Yuan, I've looked up the last place elimination system at Kyoto University. If a college that's about to be disbanded can prove that the students it trained were excellent, then that means its teaching methods are sound, and the college can continue operating without having to disband. Jing Bingyun shook his head. As far as I know, Jianxin Academy only had 1 student before. If you include you, there are only 2. The sample size is too small to prove that Jianxin Academy is capable of cultivating outstanding students. Zhang Yuan, principal, our Jianxin spirit emphasizes quality over quantity. Su Wanting muttered, isn't the spirit of the sword heart to never give up? Zhang Yuan pretended not to hear Su Wanting's muttering and looked directly into Jing Bingyun's eyes. Principal, although our college only has 2 students, we are comparable to hundreds or even thousands of students from other colleges. Jing Bingyun, how to prove it? Zhang Yuan smiled slightly and deployed a sword formation to cover everyone in the hall. At this moment, everyone noticed the enhanced effect given by Zhang Yuan, and their expressions all became extremely wonderful. This buff. Speed and damage increase by 50%, continuously restore mental and physical strength, attacks are guaranteed to be critical hits, critical hit damage increases by 200%, ignoring 50% of the enemy's defense. When everyone saw the buffs on their panels, they even felt that they dared to challenge even gods. What a huge improvement this is! Principal, can this be proven? Chapter 84 The Dean's Favorite. Jing Bingyun looked at the buff effects on his panel, stunned for a moment, and then asked Zhang Yuan, what is the range of your buffs? Zhang Yuan, the current radius is 2,000 meters. 2,000 meters. Jing Bingyun's pupils suddenly shrank, unable to hold it in any longer. A Legion-level aura can provide such a huge benefit? He didn't even dare to think about it. If Zhang Yuan stood in the army formation, how many times would the combat effectiveness of the entire Legion increase? Not to mention the future, even now, as long as the Great Xia Empire has Zhang Yuan, it can completely counterattack the Abyss and push the front line to the entrance of the Abyss. Thinking of this, Jing Bingyun took a deep breath and said, indeed, Zhang Yuan, your strength is far beyond common perception. Perhaps only that freak Yiqingsong can teach you well. I object. At this time, Duanxing spoke again, Principal, Zhang Yuan is indeed the best student I have ever seen, but Yiqingsong is also the most incompetent teacher I have ever seen. Letting Yiqingsong train Zhang Yuan is irresponsible to the student. Jianxin Academy can be retained, but I suggest that Zhang Yuan come to Xianlong Academy. Only with the resources of our academy can his talent be brought into full play. As soon as Duanxing said this, the other deans present immediately understood what the old man was planning. Soon, a tall, elegant woman in white spoke up, Principal, my opinion is that Zhang Yuan should join Mingjing Academy. He hasn't grown up yet, and only with my one-on-one protection can he thrive. The speaker was the dean of Mingjing Academy, the god-level Nanny Gu Bingying, who was also the dream lover of many teachers and students of Kyoto University. As Gu Bingying spoke, the other deans could no longer sit still. Principal, our Fire Phoenix Academy is full of high-output geniuses. This is the most suitable place for Zhang Yuan. The teachers at our Holy Light Academy are all top-notch assistants. This is the best place for Zhang Yuan. Principal, we. For a time, the deans of all the major colleges began to argue about which college Zhang Yuan should go to, and no one cared whether Jianxin College should be cancelled. "Everyone, please be quiet." Jing Bingyun stopped the restless deans and said, "I understand your love for talent, but Zhang Yuan is Yi Qingsong's student. Isn't it against the rules for you to fight for him like this?" Duan Xing took out a tablet and said, "Principal, I just checked. Zhang Yuan is a freshman in our school this year. He hasn't even completed the procedures to join Jianxin Academy. In principle, he's not a student of Jianxin Academy yet." Gu Bingying said, "I also remember that Zhang Yuan was the student who didn't participate in the freshman training this year. Logically, Zhang Yuan should have been selected by all colleges through fair competition. Why did Yi Qingsong accept Zhang Yuan without our knowledge? Principal, you've always favored Yi Qingsong, and now you're letting him take in an incredible genius through the back door. This isn't fair. Yi Qingsong is so lucky. Last year, the best student got into his college, but this year he kidnapped another one. I think Kyoto University should just be renamed Kenshin University." "That's right. This Jianxin Academy has always been ranked last, but the quality of the students it enrolls is better than the last. So what's the point of us deans whining about? We might as well just give up." The deans present were all shrewd people. After Duan Xing and Gu Bingying pointed out the loophole, they also seized the opportunity to bombard Jing Bingyun with attacks. Originally, they were unsure about snatching Zhang Yuan at the beginning, but now everyone began to feel justified. Zhang Yuan watched helplessly as the solemn and dignified palace turned into a vegetable market, feeling a little dazed for a moment. Who could have imagined that these people who were arguing with each other until they were red in the face were actually highly respected and admired college presidents? That's enough. Jing Bingyun finally couldn't hold it anymore and raised her voice to suppress the voices of the deans. The hall suddenly became quiet. Jing Bingyun pressed his temple and sighed, "I understand everyone's demands, but Zhang Yuan didn't attend the freshman training because the military summoned him, not because I asked Yi Qingsong to use a backdoor. On the other hand, I think when it comes to students choosing colleges, we have to respect their own wishes." Duan Xing added, "Principal, this isn't fair. Zhang Yuan has only come into contact with Yi Qingsong, so naturally he thinks Jianxin Academy is better. But he hasn't had any contact with other academies, so how can he be sure that Jianxin Academy is the best fit for him?" Jing Bingyun looked at Duan Xing, "So what do you think?" "Duan Xing, I think we can let Zhang Yuan study at my Xianlong Academy for a while. After all, our academy is always ranked first and has the most resources. Maybe Zhang Yuan will like our academy?" Gu Bingying then cast a coquettish glance at Zhang Yuan. "Little Zhang Yuan, our academy is full of top-notch beauties, from all departments. If you come to our academy, you will be the most favored junior brother in our Mingjing Academy." The dean of Fire Phoenix College sneered, Gu Bingying, you're trying to pull that trick, right? Who doesn't know that the most beautiful girl in Fire Phoenix College is my granddaughter? Zhang Yuan, if you come to our college, I'll arrange a blind date for you right away." Gu Bingying covered her mouth and laughed, "Teacher Lu, your Fire Phoenix Academy is full of men, and there are less than 1/10 of them in terms of girls. Where do you get the confidence to compete with us at Mingjing Academy for beauties?" Seeing that a new round of arguments was about to break out, Jing Bingyun immediately said, "I suggest that Zhang Yuan be temporarily enrolled in Jianxin Academy for 1 year. During this year, if he wants, he can study in various colleges, and you can all be his teachers. During this period, any achievements Zhang Yuan makes will not be counted as achievements of Jianxin Academy. 1 year later, Zhang Yuan will choose which academy to officially join. What do you think?" Duan Xing nodded, "Not bad." Gu Bingying, "In that case, I can barely accept it." Other deans also expressed their agreement with this result. In fact, most of the deans present knew that even if it was a fair competition, Zhang Yuan would only choose from Shenlong College, Mingjing College and Jianxin College, and at most one more Huofeng College. The reason why these deans wanted to join in the fun and muddy the waters was that they didn't want Yi Qingsong to pick up such a great treasure for nothing. After all, Zhang Yuan's talent is there. Even if Yi Qingsong plays badly, Zhang Yuan can single-handedly raise Jianxin Academy to a height that does not belong to this academy. And if Kenshin Academy is not ranked last, then the other academies will have to open the exam." Jing Bingyun breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that this topic was finally over. He then said, "Since everyone agrees with this result, let's move on to the second and most important topic of the day." As soon as Jing Bingyun said this, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that the deans who were arguing just now had all become serious and solemn, and the whole hall was filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Something is wrong. Zhang Yuan, who was watching the show, noticed that the atmosphere suddenly became wrong and immediately became serious. Jing Bingyun took a deep breath and said, "Our school's most important level 70 dungeon, the Holy Spirit Realm, has completely become abyssal. Deans, who will conquer this abyss dungeon?" Chapter 85. Actually, I am the output. The Realm of the Holy Spirit. This is a copy that only a very few lecturers and professors at Kyoto University know about. Although this dungeon is level 70, its normal difficulty is higher than the nightmare difficulty of an ordinary level 70 dungeon, and the nightmare difficulty is even close to the level 70 abyss dungeon. However, although the Holy Spirit Realm is extremely difficult, the rewards for passing it are extremely generous. No matter who you are, as long as you clear the Holy Spirit Realm on normal difficulty for the first time, you will get epic equipment of level 70. If you clear the Holy Spirit Realm on difficult difficulty for the first time, you will get epic equipment of level 80 or above. To first reach the nightmare difficulty of the Holy Spirit Realm, you must be level 70 or above, or have equipment of legendary grade or above with no equipment level restrictions. In the realm of the Holy Spirit, even semi-divine artifacts were discovered. It can be said that the reason why Kyoto University ranks first among all higher education institutions in the country is half related to the realm of the Holy Spirit. Now the Holy Spirit realm is beginning to deepen, which is an extremely serious problem for Kyoto University and must be solved immediately. However, the difficulty of the Holy Spirit realm is equivalent to that of the Abyss copy. Now that the Holy Spirit realm has become even deeper, the difficulty is simply immeasurable. The most difficult thing is that there is only one chance to attack the Abyss copy. Once the attack fails, the Abyss monsters in the Holy Spirit realm will run out, which will be a fatal blow to the entire Kyoto city and even the entire Daxia Empire. Therefore, this Abyss dungeon cannot be conquered by relying on a fearless spirit and passion alone. One must be 100% sure. Principal, I apply to be the output of the team. In the hall, Duan Xing spoke first and applied to conquer the Holy Spirit realm copy. I can be responsible for the milking position. Gu Bingying also stepped forward and applied to take on this important task. Jing Bingyun nodded. Yes, you two are both god-level professionals. You are the best candidates to serve as the main damage output and treatment for this operation. Having said this, Jing Bingyun paused and continued, the Holy Spirit realm is a 5-person dungeon, and I am the most suitable person to be the shield. This way, the raiding team only needs 2 supports, or 1 damage and 1 support. Su Wanting, who was standing by, raised her hand and said, Principal, I can play the support position. Xiao Su, are you? Jing Bingyun looked at the somewhat nervous Su Wanting, pondered for a moment, and then said, Indeed. Although your level is only 70, as a god-level formation master, you are indeed qualified to join the strategy team. Seeing Jing Bingyun's agreement, Su Wanting immediately clenched her fists and said firmly, Principal, don't worry, I will definitely not hold you back. Jing Bingyun, with this, the attacking team is basically formed. We just need to find a damage output or support and we can set off. Duan Xing suggested, Principal, how about Yiqing Song? Gu Bingying chuckled, Vice Principal, don't you hate Teacher Yi the most? Why would you take the initiative to recommend him at this time? Duan Xing snorted coldly, Humph. I just think he's unfit to be a teacher, I don't deny his ability. For this operation, he's more suitable to be the main C than me. Gu Bingying, I didn't expect you, Vice Principal, to think so highly of Teacher Yi. But I also think that if Teacher Yi could join the raiding team, the difficulty of this dungeon would be greatly reduced. Jing Bingyun said at this time, Indeed, Yiqing Song is the best candidate for this mission, but he has more important things to do and cannot participate in this strategic operation. As soon as Jing Bingyun said this, Duan Xing and Gu Bingying frowned slightly, and Su Wanting became even more nervous. Yiqing Song is recognized as the strongest person in Kyoto University, and his strength is even above that of the principal Jing Bingyun. If Yiqing Song goes into battle, then they can only choose Dean Lu of Fire Phoenix Academy. Although Dean Lu is also a very powerful output, he is a fire mage like Duan Xing. The attributes are heavy. Once the boss has high magic resistance and high fire resistance, the success rate of their team strategy will probably drop by 30%. Principal, let me join the battle. At this time, Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke. No. Why are you, a student, joining in the fun? Without waiting for Jing Bingyun to speak, Duan Xing rejected Zhang Yuan's proposal without hesitation. Gu Bingying also said at this time, Xiao Zhang Yuan, although your auxiliary ability is indeed outstanding, we are conquering the difficult level 70 Abyss dungeon. Any small monster in there will die with just one touch from you. My healing will be useless to you. Jing Bingyun also agreed with Duanxing and Gu Bingying's ideas at this time and said to Zhang Yuan, I'm really surprised that you can stand up, but it's not your responsibility to conquer this dungeon. Your current task is to improve yourself. You are the future of Kyoto University. Duanxing, Xiaosu, send Zhang Yuan back. There's no need for him to participate in this discussion. Su Wanting nodded repeatedly, okay. Etc. Zhang Yuan immediately interrupted Su Wanting's spellcasting and said to Jing Bingyun, Principal, I'm not kidding anymore. I'm serious. The best fifth player on this team can only be me. Jing Bingyun still shook his head, Kid, your joke is not funny at all. You don't understand the horror of the Abyss Demon at all. Zhang Yuan said seriously, No, I know very well how terrifying the Abyss Demon is, so I must go. At this moment, the sword formation unfolded again, and Qishao Zhanlu and 8 Zio swords flew out from the sword formation space. The dangerous aura emanating from the sword's edge stirred up a huge wave of fear in the hearts of everyone present. They actually felt a fatal threat from a level 31 little guy. Zhang Yuan manipulated 10 flying swords to circle around him and said, Teachers, I am actually a damage dealer, and support is just a supplement. Duanxing was shocked when he saw the flying swords surrounding Zhang Yuan, but then he came to his senses, No. Even if you are a damage dealer, the level gap between you and the monsters is too big. You can only play a supporting role in the team. There is no way. Zhang Yuan, Teacher Duan, do you have any way to lock blood? Duanxing, what? Zhang Yuan, equipment, skills, talents, whatever it is, it's a way to prevent being killed instantly. Duanxing frowned, Of course I do, but why are you asking this? Before Duanxing finished speaking, Qishao beside Zhang Yuan turned into a swordlight and shot towards Duanxing. Duanxing's expression changed drastically, and he immediately condensed a flame shield in front of him. However, Zhang Yuan's sword was too fast, and before Duanxing's flame shield was formed, Zhang Yuan's Qishao pierced through his chest, directly knocking out Duanxing's passive ability of immunity to death. 90601535. As the flaming clone that emerged from Duanxing's body died in the hall in his place, the entire hall fell into deathly silence. Everyone present had an expression of disbelief on their faces. They all knew Duanxing's skills. Duanxing's flame clone was knocked out, which meant that Zhang Yuan's sword just now directly reduced Duanxing's health to below 30%. If Duanxing didn't have that passive skill, he would have been killed instantly. Level 31, with the ability to instantly kill a level 80 mage. What kind of injury is this? Everyone was stunned. Gu Bingying came back to her senses at this time. She pursed her lips and asked Duanxing, Vice Principal, how much harm did Zhang Yuan cause you? Duanxing was sweating profusely at this time, and he was a little dazed. He replied in a trembling voice, 900 million. At this moment, the entire hall fell into deathly silence. Chapter 86 As long as you don't meet Zhang Yuan, you will succeed. The hall was silent for an unknown amount of time before Jing Bingyun broke the silence. He coughed twice and asked Zhang Yuan, how often can you deal this level of damage? Zhang Yuan replied, My sword can deal damage once it stabs you. That was just a normal attack. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan used his skill Ghost Sword Speed, and the 10 flying swords immediately spun around Zhang Yuan as fast as electric fans, making many Deans' faces turn green. With Zhang Yuan's current attack speed, more than half of the Deans present would not last more than a second. At this moment, everyone only wanted to say one thing to Zhang Yuan. This pendant is not cheap, right? After playing around with his sword for a while, Zhang Yuan put all the flying swords back into the sword formation space. He looked at the stunned Jing Bingyun and asked, Principal, am I qualified to join the attacking team now? Jing Bingyun came back to his senses, looked at Zhang Yuan deeply, and said with emotion, I didn't expect that Da Xiao would produce such a little demon like you. Perhaps you are the one who has the ability to end the war between our human race and the Abyss. Deans, the 5th member of the Holy Spirit Realm Abyss Dungeon Raid team is Zhang Yuan. Do you have any objections? No objection. I agree. Second. After Zhang Yuan demonstrated his extraordinary strength, all the Deans present, including Duanxing, no longer regarded Zhang Yuan as a student, but as an equal standing on the same platform with them. The only thing they can do to defeat Zhang Yuan now is age and level. In that case, I hereby announce the members of the team that will attack the Holy Spirit Realm. Main Tank, Jing Bingyun, level 85, Ancient Shield. DPS number 1, Duanxing, level 80, Holy Fire Judge. Healer, Gu Bingying, level 80, Radiant God. Assist number 1, Xueer, level 70, 10,000 formation master. Number 2 DPS and support, Zhang Yuan, level 31, ghost swordmaster. The Abyss Raiders team has been selected. This meeting is now concluded. I kindly ask all deans to keep all content of today's meeting confidential. After Jing Bingyun finished reading the list of members of the Abyss Raiders team and announced the end of the meeting, he instructed Su Wanning beside him, "Xiao Su, send the deans back." "Yes." Su Wanning nodded slightly, unfolded a formation under her feet, and teleported everyone except the members of the strategy team back. In the magnificent hall, only 5 members of the attacking team were left. Jing Bingyun first instructed Gu Bingying, "Xiao Gu, help Duan Xing reset his passive skill CD. His passive skill CD is crucial to this raid. We need to be fully prepared before we set off." "Okay, Principal." Gu Bingying nodded, then spread out her white palm. A green light continued to fly out from her palm, wrapping around Duan Xing and resetting Duan Xing's skill cooldown. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately asked Gu Bingying, "Teacher Gu, can you reset the CD of your equipment skills?" "Sure, Xiao Zhang Yuan, do you need to reset any skills?" "Very good." A hint of joy flashed across Zhang Yuan's face as he took out Qi Xiao. "Excuse me, Teacher Gu. My special weapon has a passive ability that allows it to survive death. I've used it before, and it still hasn't cooled down." Gu Bingying nodded and smiled, "No problem, my skill cooldown time is half an hour, I will help you later." "Excuse me, Teacher Gu." "You're welcome." While Gu Bingying was waiting for the cooldown, Jing Bingyun walked up to Zhang Yuan and said, "Zhang Yuan, you're the only one among us who doesn't know anything about the Holy Spirit realm, so before we set off, I'll give you a brief explanation of this dungeon." Zhang Yuan, "Excuse me, Principal." "It should be." Jing Bingyun smiled and said, "The map of the Holy Spirit realm is a sky island. The monsters there are mainly dragon men. You don't have to worry about most of the monsters. I will stop them all and they can't touch you. But there is a kind of monster called the Dragon Man clone that you must be very careful of. It can copy the skills and equipment of any member of our team. Once you are copied, all the Abyss monsters will be strengthened by your sword formation. Coupled with your high damage, we will most likely be wiped out." Zhang Yuan, "Then how can I avoid being copied?" Jing Bingyun, "Generally speaking, the dragon clone will copy the person with the highest output in the team, so before we deal with the dragon clone, you should not take action, just use the sword formation to assist from the back." Zhang Yuan nodded, "I understand. Also, let me tell you about the map." When Jing Bingyun was explaining to Zhang Yuan some details that must be paid attention to in the dungeon, in the Holy Spirit Realm dungeon, Odysius and Ishtar squatted in front of a white archway at the entrance of the dungeon, chatting intermittently. "Ishtar, this is a dungeon at Kyoto University. Outside the dungeon, there are powerful human warriors above level 80 everywhere. The Grand Duke is asking us to guard the gate here, isn't that just asking us to die? Isn't it all your fault, you loser? You couldn't even handle Zhang Yuan, who was only 10 levels up, and in the end, Grand Duke Odysius was seriously injured by Zhang Yuan. Now the king is blaming you, and I'm going to suffer with you. How dare you say that to me? Didn't you handle that guy back then? Who knew that bastard was immune to water damage? I didn't know he was immune to mental damage. Anyway, I've already started learning other types of spells. Next time I see Zhang Yuan, I'm going to kill him. You should first think about how to survive today. This dungeon has become abyssal, and powerful human beings will definitely come to attack. Don't forget our mission. If we succeed, we will be eligible for resurrection. If we fail, then we will really die. Don't worry, I went back to the abyss and asked the demon prophet for a fortune-telling. He said that my luck has been overflowing lately. As long as I don't run into Zhang Yuan, I'll be successful in everything I do. There's no way that bastard could have gotten into this Holy Spirit realm, right?" Having said this, Odysseus looked at the dungeon entrance and said to Ishtar confidently, "Ishtar, don't worry. This time, it was Grand Duke Hadi who personally set up a death trap for the human race. We will definitely win." Ishtar's brows jumped. "Don't say that. I'm scared." "What are you afraid of? Why are you such a coward and want to be a demon?" While Odysseus and Ishtar were chatting, the light of the dungeon teleportation entrance suddenly lit up. Odysseus immediately became serious, "Be careful to hide." The two demons, Odysseus and Ishtar, immediately hid in the grass by the roadside, staring at the teleportation entrance with bated breath. These two level 70 Abyss bosses are invincible bosses in front of Zhang Yuan, but in front of Jing Bingyun and other god level professionals, they are just little karamis and must be cautious and careful in doing things. At this moment, Jing Bingyun walked out of the teleportation entrance. A gleam of light flashed in Odysseus's eyes. Here he comes. It's Jing Bingyun. Just as we predicted, the human attacking team consists of Jing Bingyun, Duan Xing, Gu Bingying, Su Wanning, and Zhang Yuan. When Odysseus saw Zhang Yuan following the team into the dungeon, his eyes almost popped out of his head. How dare this guy come to this dungeon? Just when Odysseus saw Zhang Yuan and his emotions fluctuated, Duan Xing's eyes flashed, and a red magic book condensed out of thin air and flipped rapidly. The next moment, two fire dragons rushed out of the magic book and roared towards Odysseus and Ishtar. Chapter 87 Yin Yang Dungeon. We've been discovered. Seeing the two fire dragons attacking, Odysseus and Ishtar each used their escape skills to avoid Duan Xing's attack. Run as planned. Odysseus felt the burning sensation on his cheek and turned around and ran away without hesitation, without any desire to fight. Ishtar followed closely behind. You two, why are you running? Jing Bingyun took a step forward, and a huge black stone shield condensed out of thin air and slammed to the ground. Skill, Giant Shield Provocation. Boom! The black stone shield directly smashed the ground, and the terrifying airwaves swept around. Odysseus and Ishtar suffered irresistible traction and attacked Jing Bingyun uncontrollably. The mental light waves and water arrows hit the black stone shield, but did not cause any harm to Jing Bingyun. At the same time, Su Wanning cast a spell quickly, and a magic circle quickly unfolded under her feet, quickly covering Odysseus and Ishtar. Skill, Super Gravity Barrier. Buzz. Odysseus and Ishtar were directly pressed to the ground by the extremely strong gravity and could not move. Zhang Yuan stood at the back of the team and couldn't help but feel respect when he saw the two demon bosses who had caused him a lot of trouble being easily subdued by the principal and others. As expected, they are the top combat force of Kyoto University. Two level 70 Abyss bastards, how dare you come and pollute my Kyoto University dungeon? Duan Xing snorted coldly, and another fire dragon emerged from the magic book, surrounding Duan Xing, roaring at Odysseus and Ishtar, and was about to devour the two demons. Duan Xing, don't kill them yet. At this time, Jing Bingyun stepped forward to stop Duan Xing from killing him. These two demons are just cannon fodder. They don't have the ability to turn the Holy Spirit realm into an abyss. The real boss is still hiding behind the scenes. Let's interrogate him first. After saying that, Jing Bingyun looked at Gu Bingying and nodded slightly. Xiaogu, I leave it to you. Okay, principal. Gu Bingying walked gracefully to the front of the team and blew a breath towards Ista. A strange fragrant breeze blew on Ista's face, and Ista's eyes immediately lost their color and became dull. Dear, tell me, who sent you here? Ishtar replied dully, Grand Duke Hadi. Hadi, one of the 7 dukes of the abyss? After hearing Ishtar's answer, everyone's eyes changed slightly. They didn't expect that the mastermind behind this incident was so powerful. Jing Bingyun's expression was somewhat serious. He said to Gu Bingying, Hadi always likes to play tricks. He wouldn't just send 2 demons here to die. What is Hadi's plan? Gu Bingying nodded and continued to ask Ishtar, why are you staying here? What do you want to achieve? Us. Soul explosion. Just as Ishtar was about to speak, Odysseus beside him suddenly let out a strange cry. Ishtar, who was bewitched by Gu Bingying, had his soul exploded on the spot, and died with blood coming out of all his 7 orifices. The surging spiritual power spread out in all directions, causing the elemental power of the entire copy to become chaotic. Everyone's face changed. Damn you bastards from the abyss. Duan Xing flew into a rage. The fire dragon transformed into a giant flaming claw, grabbed Odysseus's head, and lifted him up. Are you looking for death? Odysseus suppressed the pain and laughed grimly. Ha! Foolish humans, you want to dig information out of us? No way. Kill us if you want. We still have a chance to revive, but you all have to die in this dungeon. Asshole, I'll grant your wish. Duan Xing roared, and a flaming fist flew out from the magic book, hitting Odysseus's abdomen hard, causing Odysseus to spit out all the internal organs on the spot. Duan Xing, don't kill him. Jing Bingyun held down the furious Duan Xing and asked Gu Bingying, Xiaogu, can you charm him? Gu Bingying tried it, then shook her head, no. This demon is a spiritual master, his mental resistance is too high, my charm skill has no effect on him. He. Stupid humans. Odysseus grinned, this instance is the tomb that Grand Duke Hadi prepared for you. Just look forward to the gift he has prepared for you. At this point, Odysseus looked at Zhang Yuan at the end of the team and said, Zhang Yuan, you're such a bastard. I was thinking of killing you the next time we meet, but it's a pity you'll have to die in this dungeon with these old guys. Zhang Yuan looked at Odysseus calmly, then suddenly grinned and said, Odysseus, you are such a fool. You have some wisdom, but it's a pity that you met me in this life. Odysseus was startled. What do you mean? Zhang Yuan sneered, Odysseus, listen to my orders. Buzz. As soon as Zhang Yuan said this, his eyes suddenly turned dark, like an endless abyss. Odysseus looked into Zhang Yuan's eyes, his pupils suddenly shrank, and then an unspeakable fear surged from the depths of his soul. King? Odysseus' body began to tremble violently, and fear grew on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. This is impossible. Duan Xing saw Odysseus' sudden transformation and looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. What did you do to him? Zhang Yuan, we'll explain this later, teacher Duan. Put him down first. This. Duan Xing hesitated. Jing Bingyun saw Zhang Yuan's dark eyes, which seemed to be in deep thought. He seemed to realize something and said to Duan Xing, listen to Zhang Yuan. This demon can't stir up any trouble. As Jing Bingyun spoke, Duan Xing withdrew his flaming claws, and Odysseus was pressed to the ground by the gravity array again. Zhang Yuan said to the somewhat dazed Su Wanting, Teacher Su, you should also remove the magic circle. Oh, okay. Su Wanting came back to her senses, nodded repeatedly, and removed the gravity array. Odysseus got up from the ground, stared at Zhang Yuan in horror, and kept repeating the word impossible. Zhang Yuan whispered, kneel down. Thump. Odysseus knelt down uncontrollably in front of Zhang Yuan, prostrating himself on the ground, as humble as a bug. Zhang Yuan looked down at the humble Odysseus and said, answer me, what do you want to do here? Okay, king. Odysseus humbly responded, Grand Duke Hadi has divided the Holy Spirit realm into two dungeons, the Yin and Yang. The human raiding team must split into two groups and kill the Yin and Yang abyss bosses in order to truly conquer the corrupted Holy Spirit realm. If the human raiding team doesn't discover the existence of the Yin-Yang dungeon and only takes one route, once the human race enters the boss's territory and activates the abyss raiding mode, the other route will be deemed to have failed because there is no raiding team. At that time, the abyss boss will be greatly strengthened and will lead an army of abyssal monsters out of the dungeon to slaughter the students of Kyoto University. The human raiders trapped in the dungeon will also be drawn into the abyss due to the destruction of the corrupted dungeon and be killed by the demons that have been waiting in the abyss for a long time. My mission with Ishtar is to set up a maze here to attract the attention of the human raiding team. I will use my spiritual power to mask the illusionary power at the dungeon entrance, hindering the human raiding team from discovering the other dungeon. As soon as Odysseus said this, a trace of horror flashed in the eyes of everyone present. This hardy, what a vicious method. Chapter 88 I Walk Alone. As Odysseus told the truth, Gu Bingyin closed her eyes and sensed it, then blew a breath towards a white arch in front of her, and the space around the white arch rippled like water. The next moment, a black arch appeared next to the white arch, and then a road leading to the unknown appeared in front of everyone. There is indeed another way. Gu Bingyin immediately looked at Jing Bingyun, Principal, this is the first time we've encountered a yin-yang instance, right? Our plans have been completely disrupted. What should we do next? Their team was configured to conquer one dungeon, but now they need to conquer two dungeons at the same time, so this 5-person team must be split into two teams. How to allocate the team's combat power is something that must be considered now. Jing Bingyun's expression was also somewhat solemn at this time. Unable to make a decision for the moment, he could only say to Zhang Yuan, ask Odysseus more about the Yin-Yang dungeon, especially the strength of each dungeon. Zhang Yuan nodded and said to Odysseus, answer the principal's question. Odysseus immediately replied, the Yang dungeon is the Holy Spirit realm after corruption. All monsters are corrupted by the immense power of the abyss, especially the final boss, the Holy Spirit King, whose strength has increased by over 20 times. Yin dungeons are generally replicas of Yang dungeons, but because Yin dungeons were created out of thin air by Grand Duke Hadi using his own power, their difficulty is somewhere between the Abyss Yang dungeons and the nightmare difficulty of the Holy Spirit realm dungeons. Duan Xing, in that case, the principal and teacher Gu will have to go separately. We need to ensure that there are shields or healers in each instance. Also, we need to send our main combat force to the Yang instance, so we need 3 people to go through it. In my opinion, the most reasonable allocation would be for teacher Gu Xiaosu, and I to go to the Yang instance, while the principal and Zhang Yuan would go to the Yin instance. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Teacher Duan, I don't think it's appropriate. Duan Xing, why? Zhang Yuan, Teacher Duan and Teacher Su are one DPS and one support, and Teacher Gu is the healer. If your team goes to the Yang dungeon, who will take the damage? Teacher Gu's healing is under a lot of pressure, right? Duan Xing, this is the only way to divide them. With your level, Zhang Yuan, even the monsters in the Yin dungeon will die with just one touch. Teacher Gu's healing will be useless to you. As for us, we should be able to make it through if we hold on. Zhang Yuan firmly rejected the idea. No. The monsters in the abyss already have high attack and defense, and there's also the dragon cloner. If the dragon cloner copies you, Teacher Duan, and the abyss boss is strengthened, without the principal in front to take the damage, the three of you, Teacher Duan, will be easily wiped out. Duan Xing fell silent. He knew in his heart that if they tried to attack the Luyang dungeon without a meat shield, there was a high probability that they would be wiped out. But if Jing Bingyun and Gu Bingying both went to the Yang dungeon, then even if he and Su Wanning went to the Yin dungeon, without treatment, they might not be able to withstand the damage, and the result would be the same. Not only Duan Xing, but everyone else also fell silent at this time. After all, their team's configuration is only enough to conquer one abyss dungeon. Now they are forced to split the team into two groups, which greatly increases the difficulty for them. Seeing everyone silent, Zhang Yuan continued, my suggestion is that the principal, Teacher Duan, Teacher Gu, and Teacher Su, the four of you go through the Yang dungeon together, and I'll go through the Yin dungeon alone. Jing Bingyun couldn't help but exclaimed, you want to solo the Yin dungeon? Duan Xing couldn't help but frown. Zhang Yuan, are you crazy? Do you know what you are talking about? Gu Bingying, yes, Zhang Yuan, although the difficulty of the Yin dungeon is lower than that of the Yang dungeon, that is only relative. Its difficulty is definitely much higher than the nightmare difficulty of the Holy Spirit realm. If you go through it alone, you will only die. Su Wanting, I don't think this is a good idea either. Zhang Yuan said seriously, teachers, I'm not kidding. Only if the four of you go through the Yang dungeon together can we guarantee that we can complete it. Jing Bingyun, but how can you conquer the Yin dungeon by yourself? This dungeon can't be passed by just DPS. It's not just me. Zhang Yuan directly summoned a level 70 Hellfire Ram. I have a level 70 Hellfire Ram and a level 70 Odysius. With my support, the two of them can barely serve as the front line. This way, I have 3 combat forces in the dungeon. In addition, I have 2 level 30 boss summons that can block gunfire, which is enough to clear the level. Teachers, please believe me. Zhang Yuan's eyes were extremely serious. I will never let you down. Jing Bingyun looked at the boss Zhang Yuan summoned, then looked into Zhang Yuan's eyes. He was silent for a long time, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and sighed, I never thought that one day, we old guys would need a child to turn the tide. It's really fate. Duan Xing was anxious of principle, how could you fool around with Zhang Yuan? He's only level 31, how can he solo the Yin dungeon? This is the abyssal Holy Spirit realm. Level 70 Hellfire Ram and Odysseus are completely useless. Jing Bingyun, Duan Xing, you and I both know how terrifying the Holy Spirit realm will be when the monsters are strengthened 20 times. Even if the four of us attack the Yang copy together, it will be a life or death struggle. Without any one person, we will definitely fail. All we can do now is trust Zhang Yuan. Duan Xing gritted his teeth, but, as teachers, how can we let a student face the abyss alone? Gu Bingying, I agree with this division as well. Duan Xing was shocked, Teacher Gu, why did you get involved too? Gu Bingying didn't respond to Duan Xing. She walked up to Zhang Yuan and said, little Zhang Yuan, promise your teacher that you will not die. Zhang Yuan, I promise. Gu Bingying smiled and kissed Zhang Yuan lightly on the forehead. Then Zhang Yuan felt a strange power surging into his body. This is my skill, the goddess kiss. It can revive you once. I hope it will bring you good luck. Zhang Yuan's heart suddenly warmed, thank you, teacher. We should thank you. Gu Bingying replied with a smile, then looked at Duan Xing, Teacher Duan, Zhang Yuan is Yi Qingsong's student. Even if you dislike Yi Qingsong, you won't deny his vision. After all, the young man who saved the day was also selected by him. Duan Xing clenched his fist in silence. Gu Bingying didn't continue talking and looked at Jing Bingyun, Principal, we've wasted too much time. Let's go. Jing Bingyun nodded, picked up his shield, and looked at Zhang Yuan, kid, the Yin copy is left to you. Zhang Yuan grinned and gave a thumbs up. Leave it to me, don't worry. I wish you good luck in martial arts. Jing Bingyun looked at Zhang Yuan deeply and walked straight into the white archway. Come on, shouted Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, don't let me down. Brother Zhang Yuan, if we can return alive, I will make you a love bento. Gu Bingying, Duan Xing, and Su Wanning said goodbye to Zhang Yuan one by one, and then followed Jing Bingyun into the white archway. Zhang Yuan glanced at Odysseus, who was still kneeling on the ground, then looked at the black archway and said with a faint smile, Odysseus. Whether you can survive depends on your performance today. Odysseus shuddered, yes, my king. Chapter 89, Distress and Hard Struggle. Zhang Yuan passed through the black archway and came to a huge garden maze. The walls on both sides were hedges more than 10 meters high, and there was an invisible barrier on the top to prevent people from crossing the maze from the air. It's truly a one-to-one replica. This maze is exactly as the principal described it. Zhang Yuan was not surprised by the garden maze that appeared in front of him. Before he entered the dungeon, Jing Bingyun explained to him the map of the Holy Spirit realm and the solutions to each area. There are 3 areas in the realm of the Holy Spirit, namely the Garden Maze, the Ancient Temple and the Land of the Holy Spirit. The final dungeon boss, the King of the Holy Spirit, is located in the deepest part of the Land of the Holy Spirit. Zhang Yuan is now in the Garden Maze. If he wants to get out of the maze, he needs to follow the white flowers on the hedge wall. Zhang Yuan found the white flowers on the wall and summoned the Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen together, asking them to stand behind him. At the same time, he let the Hellfire Demon Sheep lead the way in front, with Odysseus following closely behind. He sat in the middle and protected his body with a flying sword. Zhang Yuan set up an iron bucket formation and followed by Hua's guidance, moving forward. Soon, Zhang Yuan encountered the first corrupted dragon man in the maze. Corrupted Dragon Warrior Elite. Level 70. Perhaps due to the influence of the power of the Grand Duke of the Abyss, hardy, Zhang Yuan's Eye of the Abyss could only see the name and level of the monster, and could not understand the monster's attributes and skills. As expected of a Grand Duke of the Abyss on the same level as Desus, this little monster is treated the same as the corrupted Hellfire Ram, making it impossible for my Eye of the Abyss to penetrate. Could it be that the demon that corrupted Hellfire Ram had previously been Hardy's doing? This thought flashed through Zhang Yuan's mind, but he didn't think about it too much. He directly ordered the Hellfire Demon Sheep and Odysseus to attack the Abyss monster together. Before killing the dragon clone, Zhang Yuan did not intend to show his damage. After all, there was only one pervert like him in the world with unreasonably high damage. Fortunately, the Ghost Swordmaster possessed extremely strong auxiliary capabilities. With the help of the sword formation, the Hellfire Demon Sheep and Odysseus killed the corrupted dragon warriors in a few strokes. Successfully killed the corrupted dragon warrior, experience plus 1,050,000%. Obtain Dragon Horn 1. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest 4597 100,000. King of the Abyss, plus 716. Each monster adds 1 million experience points. Even if I give half to the Curse King, I can't kill many of them to level up. I wonder if I can reach level 40 after completing this dungeon. Zhang Yuan was extremely satisfied with the experience of dealing with the monsters in this dungeon and began to make steady progress. This garden maze is extremely complex, and hidden in the walls on both sides are a large number of vines that can launch sneak attacks and contain paralyzing toxins. If you don't have a maze strategy, it is very easy for a first-timer to be entangled by the vines and eventually be strangled to death. Previously, the Holy Spirit Realm dungeon was controlled by Kyoto University. Challengers could exit the dungeon at any time if they were in desperate situations. But now the copy has become an abyss, and Zhang Yuan has lost the power to exit the copy. All he can do is be extremely careful to avoid capsizing in the gutter. If he loses, not only him, but also the teachers, Kyoto University, and even the entire city of Kyoto will suffer a devastating blow. Rakshasa King is controlled. Zhang Yuan had not walked far in the maze when the Rakshasa King behind him was entangled by hidden vines and his physical strength dropped rapidly. Zhang Yuan quickly controlled the flying sword to cut the vines. The whole process took no more than 0.5 seconds, but the Rakshasa King's physical strength had run out. Rakshasa King's level and attributes are too low. Even with my sword formation restoring his strength, he can't last a second. If only there were a way to increase the level and attributes of summoned creatures. Zhang Yuan waited in place until the Rakshasa King's strength was fully recovered before continuing to move forward. The paralyzing vines in this garden maze will only attack the members walking at the end of the team, so Zhang Yuan must ensure that the Rakshasa king and the Ice Elf queen survive and make them the targets of the paralyzing binds. Otherwise, once Zhang Yuan was entangled, even though he had 100% poison resistance, these paralyzing binds had skills and passive abilities that reduced or ignored poison resistance. Given his level, he would surely die. Successfully killed the corrupted dragon warrior, experience plus 1,050,000%. Successfully killed the corrupted dragon swordsman, experience plus 1,050,000%. Successfully killed the corrupted dragon gardener, experience plus 3,050,000%. As Zhang Yuan continued to move forward, information about monster kills appeared one after another. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body and he reached level 32. Leveling up here is really fast, but unfortunately, the Hellfire Ram and Odysius can't trigger my constellation splash, which greatly affects my leveling efficiency. I'm not used to killing them one by one. Zhang Yuan sighed. He really wanted to activate the sword formation and give the monsters in this dungeon a mental storm to experience the thrill of a sudden level increase. It's a pity that the dragon clone hasn't appeared yet. If he is so happy, the dragon clone will be happy soon. No, you have to hold it in. His small body can't withstand my sword. While Zhang Yuan was trying hard not to go invincible, in the Yang copy, Jing Bingyun and his group were already locked in a tough battle in the garden maze. Those corrupted dragon men seemed to be crazy. They stepped on the sea of fire laid by Duan Xing, ignored Su Wanting's control, and kept chopping at Jing Bingyun's big shield. A series of healing and mana recovery spells flew out from Gu Bingying's hands and landed on Jing Bingyun and Duan Xing respectively. The huge healing pressure made her sweat profusely. The strength of these monsters is too exaggerated. A level 90 nightmare dungeon is only this strong, right? Duan Xing was sweating profusely and spoke with gritted teeth. At this time, his magic book was almost smoking. A large amount of fire elements poured onto the corrupted dragon men, but the number of those corrupted dragon men did not decrease at all. When one dies, another takes his place, as if the supply is endless. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that the principal had also come to the young copy, otherwise, without a meat shield to hold the front, they would have had no choice but to be hacked to death by the abyss monsters. Su Wanting laid down one buffing magic circle after another, her eyes filled with worry. The four of us are having such a hard time advancing. I wonder how much pain brother Zhang Yuan is in over there. Jing Bingyun's muscles were swollen with blood, his clothes stretched to the ground by his muscles. He held onto his shield tightly and growled, "This won't work. Everyone, get ready. I'm going to clear a path and get out of the garden maze. Duan Xing, use the fire dragon to clear the way. Xiao Su will help us speed up, and Xiao Gu will take care of the vines." Good. Everyone answered in unison. Duan Xing's magic book flipped quickly, and then a fire dragon spewed out, knocking all the corrupted dragon men in front into the air. Walk! Jing Bingyun roared, used the charge skill, and rushed into the sea of fire with a large shield, followed by Duan Xing and the other two. The four-man team burned their boats and began to charge forward. Chapter 90: The Five Dragon Sages. With Zhang Yuan's assistance, the Hellfire Sheep and Odysius pushed forward all the way. They soon followed Baihua to the exit of the garden maze. At this time, Zhang Yuan was about to reach level 33. This terrifying upgrade speed is unimaginable to outsiders. Zhang Yuan walked out of the garden maze and looked ahead at an ancient temple guarded by dragon men. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he asked Odysseus, "Odysseus, does the Grand Duke of the Abyss, Hati, have any other tricks up his sleeve?" Odysseus shook his head. "In Grand Duke Hati's plan, I am just a cannon fodder. I am not qualified to know Grand Duke Hati's overall plan. However, Grand Duke Hati is not a demon who will hang himself on a tree. When he was planning, he would consider the possibility of failure in every link, and then simulate the possible situations that might arise after the plan failed, and draw up a plan B." Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. "In other words, Hati anticipated our split and made a response plan in advance?" Odysseus nodded. "Yes, Grand Duke Hati is such a devil, always planning everything. He even predicted the composition of the attacking team in advance. The only error was that the fifth person in the original team was changed from Lu Wolfing to you." Zhang Yuan, "Then what do you think our chances of winning are?" Odysseus, "This. Zhang Yuan, just tell me what's on your mind. There's no need to flatter me. If Lu Wolfing were the fifth member of the attacking team, we would have a 100% chance of failure. But now that it's you, I think your chances of winning are 30%, and the outcome depends entirely on you, Wang." "Only 30%? The situation is more serious than I imagined." Zhang Yuan didn't expect that after seeing their team configuration, Odysius still only gave them a 30% chance of winning. However, Zhang Yuan did not feel panicked. After all, Odysius made his judgment based on the information he currently had and had no idea what Zhang Yuan was hiding. Not to mention anything else, the irremovable curse attached to the heart of the cursed king and the power of the star god stored in the star god robe are enough to clear this dungeon. With these two artifacts, let alone the boss of the Holy Spirit Realm dungeon, even if Hardy comes in person, Zhang Yuan can beat him and make him call him daddy. After Zhang Yuan had an idea of the difficulty of this abyss copy, he ordered the Hellfire Demon Sheep to attack the Dragon Man in front of the ancient temple. The roaring Hellfire Demon Sheep immediately attracted the attention of the dragon people. At this time, some dragon people wearing staffs began to chant spells, and the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. Odysseus, interrupt their spell. Zhang Yuan gave orders directly to Odysseus, and Odysseus launched mental attacks on the dragon wizards to interrupt their spellcasting. The Hellfire Demon Sheep rushed to the dragon mages, opened its mouth and spewed out hellfire, immediately burning all the dragon mages to ashes. Successfully killed the corrupted dragon mage, experience plus 1,050,000%. Successfully killed the dragon mage, experience plus 1,050,000%. Obtained mana source 3. The other dragon warriors drew their weapons and rushed towards the Hellfire Sheep. Odysseus cast a spell again to shock the spirits of the dragon warriors, and the Hellfire Sheep took the opportunity to kill the remaining dragon warriors. Successfully defeated the corrupted dragon killing warrior, experience plus 1,050,000%. Obtained Dragon Man Horn 3, Dragon Man Scale 2, Dragon Man Heart 1. Dragonman's Heart Epic, the heart of a dragon man, a precious material used to craft legendary items. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest 4716 100,000. King of the Abyss, plus 835. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body and rose to level 33. Leveling up in this dungeon is incredibly fast. I've only just completed 1/5 of it, and I've already gone from level 31 to 33. Is this the joy of soloing a dungeon past level 40? Zhang Yuan looked at his experience bar that was soaring like a flame. He was excited at first, but then felt a little worried. He was leveling up too fast. If he reached level 70 early and released the Cursed King in advance, not only would Xueer be unprepared to deal with the Cursed King, he would also be unable to fight against the Cursed King. Looks like I need to find some time to go to the Abyss battlefield and kill some low-level Abyss monsters. No matter what, I need to improve my 4-dimensional attributes before reaching level 70. After Zhang Yuan put the matter of brushing up his attributes on the agenda, he asked the Hellfire Sheep and Odysseus to lead the way and enter the ancient temple. A huge dragon man statue came into view of Zhang Yuan. In front of the statue is a stone plate with 5 circular grooves on it. According to the principle, to open the passage to the Holy Land, you need to collect 5 dragon balls in the temple. Each dragon ball is guarded by a dragon sage. Only by defeating the 5 dragon sages can you enter the Holy Land. Zhang Yuan recalled the solution the principal had given him, looked at the 5 different colored doors in the temple, and asked Odysseus, "It's time to attack the Abyss boss. Can you hold on?" Odysseus was determined, "As long as the king gives the order, I must resist even if I can't." Okay. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and told Odysseus to use his telekinesis to open the brown door. Boom! The moment the door was opened, a large amount of black air gushed out, and the entire temple was suddenly filled with a strong breath of the abyss. A strong dragon man with bloodshot eyes, half of his body rotten and half covered in stone armor, walked out from behind the door. Corrupted Earth Sage Boss. Level 80. It was the same brief message, but the monster level had increased from 70 to 80. The Hellfire Goat roared and roared at the Corrupted Earth Sage. The Corrupted Earth Sage glanced at the Hellfire Goat coldly, raised his hand slightly, and an extremely sharp spike rushed out from the ground and instantly pierced through the Hellfire Goat's chest. Blood splattered, and the Hellfire Sheep's physical strength was instantly reduced by more than half. The Corrupted Earth Sage casually threw out 4 rocks, directly opening the other 4 doors. The corrupted fire, wind, water, and thunder sages all walked out from behind the doors. The aura of abyssal corruption emanating from the 5 corrupted sages was so thick that it was almost condensed into substance, even making the air in the temple sticky. 5 sages coming together? When Zhang Yuan saw that 5 corrupted sages came out at the same time, his eyes changed slightly. Is this Hardy's plan B? At this moment, the 10 flying swords surrounding Zhang Yuan began to vibrate slightly, emitting sword chants. The Hellfire Sheep and Odysseus definitely cannot withstand the siege of 5 bosses. He has to take action. I wonder what the situation is like with the principal and his men. Zhang Yuan felt a little heavy-hearted and began to worry about the other side. In this situation, even he can't take care of copying the Dragon Man, he has to do it himself. The battle along the way with the principal and others will only be more difficult. Chapter 91. Kill 5 bosses instantly. In the Yang copy, Jing Bingyun and the other 3 who were worried about by Zhang Yuan were now in a completely difficult battle. The 5 corrupted sages continuously manipulated elements to bombard Jing Bingyun, who was at the forefront. The terrifying elemental force caused the entire temple to completely collapse, and only the huge Dragon Man statue remained safe and sound. Cracks have appeared on Jing Bingyun's black stone shield, and the huge treatment pressure has left Gu Bingying speechless. She had to concentrate on healing Jing Bingyun. Even if she made the slightest mistake, Jing Bingyun's health would fall below the safety line and he could be killed by the 5 sages at any time. Once Jing Bingyun's defense line is breached, their entire team will be wiped out in an instant, and Gu Bingying won't even be able to use her resurrection skill. At this time, Duan Xing was suspended in the air, with extremely terrifying fire elements surging around him. He seemed to be brewing some kind of terrifying forbidden technique. Those corrupted sages soon noticed Duan Xing, who was accumulating power. The corrupted Thunder Sage suddenly broke away from Jing Bingyun's ridicule, condensed a thunder spear in his hand, and threw it towards Duan Xing in mid-air. A flash of lightning passed by, and the surging lightning element even distorted the space of the copy. At this time, a reflection magic circle appeared in front of Duan Xing. The lightning spear was absorbed by the reflection magic circle and then bounced back with double the power, directly blasting a bloody hole in the body of the corrupted Thunder Sage. Su Wanting, with a pale face, took the seal with both hands. Her eyes were extremely determined. As long as I'm here, don't even think about hurting Teacher Duan. Well done, Xiao Su, I've finished charging, give me the buff. Duan Xing laughed loudly, flames ignited in his eyes, a dragon roar rose into the sky, and a fire dragon that was big enough to cover the entire floating island appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Su Wanting once again set up 3 enhancement magic arrays. Mental power increases by 50%, mage skill power increases by 50%, and damage increases by 50%. Boom! With the enhanced effect of Su Wanting's magic circle, the fire elements surging around Duan Xing burned more fiercely, even igniting the entire sky. The 5 corrupted sages felt the threat posed by Duan Xing. Fear appeared in their eyes. They recited obscure spells and prepared to cast spells. For a moment, the 5 elements gathered around them. Jing Bingyun seized the opportunity, suddenly jumped high, raised his shield and smashed it down fiercely. Get down! Skill, the earth trembles. Boom! The giant shield directly smashed the entire floating island, causing it to shake violently. The 5 corrupted sages were stunned by the earthquake wave on the spot, and their spellcasting was interrupted. A gleam of light flashed in Duan Xing's eyes, and the magic book in front of him ignited with a sacred flame. Forbidden technique, Holy Flame Dragon's Judgment. The fire dragon in the sky roared and swooped down towards the 5 corrupted sages, devouring them directly. At this moment, the entire floating island was completely burned and turned into an island of fire. At the same time, Zhang Yuan sensed the restless fire element in the air, as well as a faint burning sensation. He couldn't help but look towards the young copy, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Is this Teacher Duan's skill? Such a strong fire element, it even affects the Yin copy. Wang, be careful. At this time, Odysius reminded Zhang Yuan, and when he came to his senses, he saw the corrupted earth sage throwing a stone spear. Odysius tried his best to form a mental barrier in front of Zhang Yuan, but unfortunately his mental barrier was useless and was pierced by the stone spear on the spot. A trifle. A gleam of light flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He controlled a purple ghost sword to perfectly block the attack of the corrupted earth sage. Then he used Qishao, Zhanlu, and the other 7 purple ghost swords to pierce the corrupted earth sage into a hedgehog without hesitation. The corrupted earth sage's health dropped below 25% on the spot and he was killed instantly. Successfully killed the corrupted earth sage, experience plus 10,050,050%. Obtain Earth Dragon Ball 1. The other 4 corrupted sages suffered 50% splash damage and were seriously injured. Zhang Yuan immediately used Mental Storm again, and the terrifying storm instantly engulfed the remaining 4 corrupted sages. Successfully killed the corrupted fire sage, experience plus 10,050,050%. Successfully killed the corrupted water sage, experience plus 10,050,050%. Successfully killed the corrupted wind sage, experience plus 10,050,050%. Successfully killed the corrupted thunder sage, experience plus 10,050,050%. Get Fire Dragon Ball 1, Water Dragon Ball 1, Wind Dragon Ball 1, Thunder Dragon Ball 1. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest 4721 100,000. King of the Abyss, plus 840. Almost instantly, the 5 sages died on the spot, and 5 Dragon Balls were suspended in the air. Is this all the killing already? Odysseus stared at the 5 sages who died suddenly in amazement, looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief, and his body trembled involuntarily. Although influenced by the title of Cursed King, Odysseus is now completely subservient to Zhang Yuan, but he still maintains the ability to think independently. How long has it been since he last dealt with Zhang Yuan? Zhang Yuan already has the ability to instantly kill 5 level 80 mini-bosses? Odysseus's brain was trembling. Is this the power of the king? So scary. The demons of the abyss respect strength and worship the strong. Zhang Yuan at level 33 is already so powerful that Odysseus needs to look up to him. At this time, Odysseus can no longer imagine how terrifying Zhang Yuan would be after his second transformation at level 60. At this moment, Odysseus admired and feared Zhang Yuan even more. In his eyes, Zhang Yuan has completely become the Cursed King, and he is willing to give everything for Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan did not feel any emotional fluctuations when he killed the 5 corrupted sages in an instant. Although these 5 sages were level 80 corrupted bosses, they were only small bosses in the middle of the level and did not have any blood-locking mechanism. Zhang Yuan had expected them to be killed. What is giving Zhang Yuan a headache now is that he killed the 5 sages in advance, and the dragon clones in the Holy Spirit land will definitely copy him. According to Jing Bingyun, except for the artifact, everything else of the Dragon Man can be copied, including Zhang Yuan's skills, equipment, and even the enhancement effects on his body. In other words, except for the blade of the Cursed King, the heart of the Cursed King and the robe of the Star God, the clone also has everything that Zhang Yuan has. Zhang Yuan and the clone both have 2 passive abilities of Qi Shao and Goddess Kiss that can save them from death, and Zhan Lu also has a passive ability that converts damage into a temporary shield. In this case, whoever hits the other first will be the winner. This is real passion. While Zhang Yuan was thinking about the next countermeasures, he used the sword formation to restore the physical strength of the Hellfire Demon Sheep, and at the same time ordered Odysseus to put the 5 Dragon Balls into the groove in front of the dragon statue. Rumble. As the 5 Dragon Balls were placed into the grooves, the ceiling above the temple slowly parted, and soft light shone onto the Dragon Man statue. The Dragon Man statue began to shake violently, gradually turning into a real Dragon Man, and then placed its huge palm in front of Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan brought his summoned creature and walked into the Dragon Man's palm with Odysseus. The giant Dragon Man lifted Zhang Yuan and the others up with one hand, then spread its wings behind it, stirred up a gust of wind, and soared into the sky above the floating island. The giant Dragon Man broke through the clouds and brought Zhang Yuan to the last area of the dungeon, the land of the Holy Spirit. Chapter 92, The Fanaticism of the Converts. Above the clouds of the floating island, there is another floating island shrouded in a barrier. That is the land of the Holy Spirit. In this copy, only by collecting 5 Dragon Balls and awakening the Dragon King can you pass through the barrier and enter the land of the Holy Spirit. When the Dragon King passed through the barrier and placed Zhang Yuan and Odysseus in the land of the Holy Spirit, it turned back into a statue, guarding the floating island like the patron saint of the island. However, under the influence of the power of the abyss, this holy land that should have been full of sacred atmosphere has now become gloomy and weird. The Dragon King statue's protection of this corrupted island has become somewhat ridiculous. In the land of the Holy Spirit, those dragon people who used to wear halos on their heads and pure robes have now become hideous, exuding a terrifying aura from their whole bodies, making people feel uncomfortable. Zhang Yuan looked at the corrupted dragon people in the distance and used the Eye of the Abyss. Corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit Elite. Level 80. The monsters in the Holy Land are all level 80, far exceeding the average level of this dungeon. After Zhang Yuan landed, he did not do it himself, but ordered the Hellfire Sheep to lure the monsters over one by one, and then let the Hellfire Sheep and Odysseus work together to kill these monsters. The corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit is just a small monster in the Holy Land. Although it is of a high level, it poses no threat to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan now has to focus his attention on the clones that may appear at any time to prevent any copied flying swords from flying out of the sword formation space and attacking him. The battle between him and the clone can be decided by who strikes first. Therefore, in this Holy Land, except for the Dragon Man and the boss Holy King, other monsters are not important and can be completely left to the Hellfire Sheep and Odysseus to deal with. Although the Hellfire Sheep and Odysseus are both 10 levels lower than the corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit, they are both boss level, and their attributes are far superior to monsters of the same level. In addition, Zhang Yuan's sword formation ignores 50% of the defense gain, so it is not difficult for them to deal with the corrupted holy dragon spirit. They can kill one in a few rounds of attacks. Successfully killed the corrupted holy dragon spirit, experience plus 150,000,050%. Obtain Holy Dragon Horn 1. The Hellfire Sheep and Odysseus worked together to lure the monsters one by one and kill them, while Rakshasa and the Ice Elf Queen stayed behind, acting as Zhang Yuan's eyes to prevent Zhang Yuan from being attacked by the clones. Zhang Yuan slowly advanced in the land of the Holy Spirit. His level had already risen to level 34, but he still found no trace of the clone. This dragon clone, could he be trying to besiege me together with the boss? Zhang Yuan looked at the palace of the Holy Spirit King not far away, and couldn't help but have a bad premonition in his heart. Odysseus said at this time, King, Grand Duke Hadi had already tampered with the rules of the dungeon and allowed the 5 sages to appear together. It is not impossible that he allowed the clones and the boss to attack together. This Hadi deserves to die. He used the 5 sages to force me to take action in the ancient temple, and then arranged for my clone to be in the final boss's territory. This chain of events leads to another, and his heart is too dirty. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but curse. He originally wanted to fight the clone one-on-one, and then attack the final corrupted Holy Spirit King after defeating the clone. But now, with the clone and the corrupted Holy Spirit King appearing together, he is at an infinite disadvantage. Even with the help of the sword formation, the level 70 Hellfire Ram and the level 70 Odysseus may not be able to stop the corrupted Holy Spirit King who has been strengthened by the abyss. In this situation, if he wants to win the battle, he must use the Star God robe and borrow the power of the gods to kill the corrupted Holy Spirit King and the clone in seconds. Although this way he can clear the Yin dungeon with 100% certainty, if Hadi runs into the dungeon at this time, he will be like a fish on the chopping board without the Star God robe. And Zhang Yuan didn't know why, but he had a hunch that as long as they passed the copy, Hadi would most likely do it himself. He must save the power of the Star God until last. Wang, I have an idea. At this time, Odysseus suddenly spoke, wanting to make a contribution. Explain. I can cast a cursed death rattle on the king's summons. As long as the king of corrupted Holy Spirit kills the king's summons, it will suffer the curse of weakness. In this way, I should be able to deal with the weakened Holy Spirit King, and you, King, can also have a fair 1v1 duel with your clone. Curse death rattle. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you sure it's effective? Odysseus, King, don't look at me as if I was defeated by you. In fact, my attainments in mental magic are extremely high. Even a Duke-level demon may not be able to withstand my mental attacks. The boss of this dungeon will definitely not be able to resist my curse. After hearing what Odysseus said, Zhang Yuan fell silent. He really didn't want to let the outcome of this battle depend on an evil demon from the abyss. After all, he was only using the title of the cursed king to control Odysseus and could not guarantee Odysseus's loyalty. Once Odysseus betrays him, he will immediately be in a desperate situation of fighting 1 against 3 after losing the Hellfire Sheep. Seeing that Zhang Yuan did not agree with his decision, Odysseus could not help but ask, King, are you doubting my loyalty? Zhang Yuan remained silent. Seeing that Zhang Yuan didn't respond, Odysseus guessed what he was thinking and continued, if you're worried that I might betray you, then I will inflict the cursed death upon myself, and my death will curse the king of the corrupted Holy Spirit. You're going to die? When Zhang Yuan heard what Odysseus said, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Odysseus, a demon with a selfish nature, would do this. At this moment, Odysseus' eyes became devout and fanatical. He stared straight at Zhang Yuan and said from the bottom of his heart, I am deeply impressed by the king's strength. As long as it is for the king, I will offer everything I have. Zhang Yuan looked at Odysseus's fanatical eyes and felt a chill in his heart. He knew very well that Odysseus's loyalty was not to him, but to the cursed king. Once the cursed king is resurrected, Odysseus will also become a major threat to the human race. This guy can't be kept. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan also made a decision and said to Odysseus, okay, since you are willing to die, then cast the cursed death language on yourself. Yes. Odysseus nodded without hesitation and began to curse himself. When Zhang Yuan saw that Odysseus had really cursed him, he once again refreshed his understanding of the cursed king. It's just a title of the cursed king, but he can firmly control a spiritual wizard like Odysseus who has extremely high mental resistance, and can even make Odysseus sacrifice his life without hesitation. If the real cursed king is resurrected, what kind of power will he display? How many people will be bewitched by it? King, I'm ready. A few minutes later, Odysius, who had inflicted various curses and death words on himself, spoke with a fanatical look on his face and no fear of death in his eyes. Zhang Yuan came back to his senses, looked at Odysseus deeply, and said, "Go." "Yes." Chapter 93, Clearing the Yin Dungeon. Odysseus walked into the temple and saw a strange creature floating in the center of the temple. It exuded an ominous aura and was emitting purple light all over its body. It looked like an energy body. That is the final boss of this dungeon, the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit. Next to the Holy Spirit King, there is another clone who looks exactly like Zhang Yuan, with flying swords floating around him, but the color is black and white. Odysseus glanced at the Corrupted Holy Spirit King and the clone, grinned, then waved his staff and cast Soul Explosion on the Corrupted Holy Spirit King and the clone. The copy of Qishao immediately stood in front of the clone, and the eyes of the King of the Holy Spirit lit up red, and he directly shot out 2 death rays, burning 2 big holes in Odysseus' chest. Odysseus failed to use the Soul Explosion technique and fell straight to the ground. A large amount of black air suddenly surged out of his body and quickly wrapped around the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit. The King of Corrupted Holy Spirit discovered that he was cursed, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and he immediately cast a purification skill on himself. At this moment, the Hellfire Demon Sheep, whose body was burning with flames, broke through the wall of the temple, knocked the Corrupted Holy Spirit King to the ground, and shot 2 death rays at the Corrupted Holy Spirit King with its eyes. Death Curse. The curse skill of the Hellfire Demon Sheep is also applied to the Corrupted Holy Spirit King, causing the Corrupted Holy Spirit King's physical strength to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye, interrupting the Corrupted Holy Spirit King's purification skill. Zhang Yuan's clone saw that the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit was suppressed and was about to help the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit, but the space in front of it suddenly twisted, and then a purple sword flew out from the sword formation space and pierced its face. The clone immediately gave up helping the Holy Spirit King and directly used his blocking instinct to control the flying sword to deflect the purple sword. However, the moment the clone bounced off the purple ghost sword, Shishao, Zhanlu, and the other 7 purple ghost swords shot out from 9 different directions, directly turning the clone into a hedgehog. Copy Qixiao's passive trigger, and the clone's health is forcibly reduced to 1 point. The Lord of the Corrupted Holy Spirit on the side suffered huge splash damage and began to roar angrily, and the entire temple began to shake violently. A powerful shockwave erupted from the body of the Corrupted Holy Spirit, directly knocking the Hellfire Demon Sheep away. At the same time, the clones launched a counterattack against Zhang Yuan outside the temple without hesitation, putting the copies of Qishao and Zhanlu, as well as the 8 copies of Zio swords into the sword formation space, and then released the 10 flying swords around Zhang Yuan. Under the acceleration of the Ghost Sword speed skill, it was impossible for Zhang Yuan to stop those 10 flying swords. However, Zhang Yuan didn't intend to stop it at first. Skill, Block Intuition. Zhang Yuan used his blocking instinct to block the attack of the copy of Qishao, and then relied on Zhanlu's passive skill to use the temporary shield converted from damage to offset the damage of the copy of Zhanlu and the 8 copies of Zio swords, thus preserving his passive skill of immunity to death. The Hellfire Demon Sheep died. Rakshasa King is killed. The Ice Elf Queen is dead. Under the splash of the clone's constellation, Zhang Yuan's 3 summons died on the spot. However, Zhang Yuan was not panicked. He once again controlled the 10 flying swords to attack the clone, and once again triggered the clone's passive resurrection of the Goddess Kiss. Zhanlu converts damage into a temporary shield for Zhang Yuan. The Corrupted Holy Spirit King was hit hard again, and his blood locking skill was directly triggered. He rushed out of the temple and flew into the air. An evil light lit up in his chest, and then a huge dark purple magic circle directly covered the sky of the Holy Spirit Land. The Holy Spirit Land became extremely dark. At the same time, the clone became angry and once again controlled the flying sword to attack Zhang Yuan. Unfortunately, under the temporary shield transformed by the Zhanlu sword, the clone still did not cause any harm to Zhang Yuan. In this battle between the real person and the clone, after Zhang Yuan took the initiative and used a purple sword to trick the clone's blocking instinct, the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. 10 sword lights shot out and directly killed the clone. Successfully killed the corrupted dragonoid, experience plus 2,050%. Obtain the item Copy Mirror. Mirror of Replication Legendary, reusable, creates a spirit to fight. The spirit's strength is the same as the object being copied. The stronger the object, the shorter the spirit's existence. Only one spirit can exist at a time. The item has a cooldown of 1 day. Cursed King Artifact Quest, 4,772 100,000. King of the Abyss, plus 891. After killing the dragon clone, Zhang Yuan did not check what items the dragon clone dropped. He directly used attribute conversion to convert his mental power 5 times into agility, used the wind riding skill of the wind riding boots, and added the acceleration of the sword formation, then turned around and ran towards the statue of the Dragon King at the entrance of the Holy Land. After entering the second stage, the Holy Spirit King will release a map-wide attack skill. At this time, the Dragon King statue will be resurrected again and use the power of 5 Dragon Balls to build a defensive barrier. As long as the dungeon attackers run into the barrier created by the Dragon King statue before the Holy Spirit King's attack comes, they can avoid the Holy Spirit King's attack. This is the dungeon mechanism that the predecessors of Kyoto University discovered after they had repeatedly attacked the Holy Spirit Realm dungeon. The barrier of the Dragon King statue is the underlying inherent mechanism of this copy. Even if Hardy turns the copy into an abyss, this copy mechanism will not be changed. With the 5-fold conversion of attributes, Zhang Yuan relied on his agility of more than 200,000, plus various accelerations, and finally ran back to the statue of the Dragon King before the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit finished charging. The statue turned back into the Dragon King, who then soared into the air and used the power of 5 Dragon Balls to construct a barrier with a radius of less than 10 meters. At this time, countless purple light spears descended from the purple magic circle covering the sky, smashing down like a rainstorm and piercing the earth. However, when those light guns fell on the barrier, they all turned into light particles and dissipated, without causing any damage to the barrier. Zhang Yuan stood inside the barrier, looking at the dense swarm of purple light spears outside, and couldn't help but sigh. I have to admit, if it weren't for Odysseus, I really wouldn't be able to clear this dungeon alone. Odysseus, I will cherish your memory. Not to mention anything else, just the corrupted Holy Spirit King and the clones attacking together, Zhang Yuan has no other means except using the Star God robe. According to the strategy given by the principal, after the King of the Holy Spirit releases this large-scale skill, he will change from a ranged form to a melee form, with high attack and defense, and extremely fast speed. Logically speaking, the second stage of the King of the Holy Spirit is the most difficult part of this copy, but for Zhang Yuan, the second stage of the King of the Holy Spirit does not lock blood, which means it is a gift. Zhang Yuan's sword formation now has a radius of 2 kilometers, and enemies within the sword formation will be slowed down by 50%. In addition, Zhang Yuan can ignore defense, so the 2 major advantages of the Holy Spirit King's melee form, high defense and high speed, are gone. Before the Holy Spirit King gets close to Zhang Yuan, it will be sent to the west by Zhang Yuan's flying sword. For Zhang Yuan, after passing the stage of the Holy Spirit King and eliminating the clone Dragon Man, this copy can be considered as cleared. The King of Corrupted Holy Spirit did not disappoint Zhang Yuan. After releasing his skills, a large amount of purple light slowly condensed on the earth into a purple unicorn. The King of Corrupted Holy Spirit rode on the unicorn, grabbed a purple spear from the void, and then charged towards Zhang Yuan. As the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit rushed forward, 10 flying swords continuously flew out from the sword formation space and attacked the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit. When the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit rushed in front of Zhang Yuan, Shishao flew out from the sword formation space, turned into a red light, and pierced into the chest of the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit, knocking it off its horse and nailing it to the ground. Successfully killed the Corrupted Holy Spirit King, experience plus 40,050%. Obtain the equipment Holy Spirit Crown. Obtain Holy Spirit Heart 1. Crown of the Holy Spirit Legendary, increases spiritual power by 50%, no equipment level limit. Heart of the Holy Spirit Unique, the material for forging divine artifacts, there is only one of its kind in the world. Obtain God's Stone 3. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body and rose to level 35. Chapter 94 7-Star Dragon Abyss Sword. After the Corrupted Holy Spirit King was killed, Zhang Yuan finally had time to open the storage space and check his gains. Directly increase mental strength by 50%? Zhang Yuan was completely shocked when he saw the equipment effect of the Crown of Holy Spirit. His current mental power is 56,902. As long as he wears the Crown of the Holy Spirit, 1 Tiat Sword to 85,353, directly increasing his mental power by nearly 30,000? The most important thing is that his mental strength will continue to increase, and the later it gets, the stronger the effect of the Holy Spirit Crown will be on him. As expected of a level 70 Abyss dungeon, the legendary equipment that drops here is truly exceptional even at this level. Zhang Yuan sighed, equipped the Crown of Holy Spirit, and took out another item. The Mirror of Replication, according to the description, can replicate a spirit. I wonder if it can replicate the Demon Archduke. If it can, the value of this item is probably greater than that of the Crown of the Holy Spirit. Zhang Yuan really wanted to try out the effect of the copy mirror, but after seeing the cooling time that day, he had to suppress his curiosity. There may be another fierce battle next, and this copy mirror may have unexpected effects. After putting the copy mirror back into the backpack, I finally came to the highlight of the day. Zhang Yuan took out the Compass of Destiny and the 3 Divine Stones with excitement. A new refined 3rd level special weapon, or 3 new special weapons, no matter which result, it will be an incomparably huge improvement to my combat power. Zhang Yuan did not hesitate and directly placed the 3 Divine Stones into the Compass of Destiny. 3 consecutive draws. A large number of cards rotated in the Destiny Compass, and then 3 red lights lit up and flew out of the Destiny Compass. The sky of the copy suddenly turned into a starry sky. 3 stars fell from the Milky Way in the sky and condensed into a sword with stars shining on the sword body. 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. Exclusive level 3 Divine Sword. 7-star Dragon Abyss, attack plus 3000, automatically protects owner, immune to immobilization effects, immune to lightning damage, gains star blessing, unaffected by pressure from powerful opponents. Artifact quest, draw the power of the Star God 01. Note, one of the 10 great swords, protecting the master, exorcising demons, and cleansing the world. The 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword slowly fell in front of Zhang Yuan. The sword body emitted soft starlight, and it seemed to contain the starry sky, which was extremely beautiful. What a beautiful sword! Zhang Yuan sighed, and just as he grasped the hilt of the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, the star god robe he was wearing automatically appeared, and then both of them flashed with starlight, as if they were in resonance. The 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword senses the power of the star god. Should the star god robe's charges be consumed to recharge the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword? This means I can complete the artifact mission directly? When Zhang Yuan saw the panel prompt, his heart skipped a beat and he chose to charge without hesitation. The power of the star god contained in the star god robe surged out and poured into the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. Boom! The 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful aura, and then Zhang Yuan found himself suddenly in a starry sky. The flickering starlight of the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword seemed to be breathing, with the same frequency as the stars in the sky. Complete the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword artifact quest. The 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword evolves into an artifact and can be refined to level 3 or above. Divine Sword. 7-star Dragon Abyss exclusive artifact level 3, attack plus 30,000, automatically protects the master, immune to control effects, immune to lightning damage and reflects lightning attacks, receives star blessing, unaffected by the pressure of powerful, and intimidates non-godlike creatures, reducing damage by 50%. Note, one of the 10 great swords, protecting the master, exorcising demons, and cleansing the world. When Zhang Yuan saw the new attributes of the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, his pupils suddenly shrank and he even forgot to breathe. Invincible. Absolutely invincible. Apart from the word invincible, Zhang Yuan could not think of any other adjectives to describe the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. Not to mention that the attack power panel was directly multiplied by 10, even the effects of the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword were all greatly improved. Is this the special weapon that completes the artifact mission? This is too abnormal. When Zhang Yuan held the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, his hands were shaking with excitement. He spent several minutes calculating the damage of the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, but even with his head about to explode, he still couldn't come up with the specific damage value. He only knew that the number was over 10 billion. This isn't a Trisolaran anymore. I wonder if the Demon Duke can withstand the 7-star Dragon Abyss's sword? Zhang Yuan kept sighing, and immediately took out a purple sword from the sword box and equipped himself with the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. At this moment, Zhang Yuan felt that his whole being had been sublimated. Buzz! As the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth brought by the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword dissipated, a copy teleportation exit appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan saw the blue vortex representing the dungeon's teleport exit and subconsciously reached out to touch it. Suddenly, he paused, his joy instantly snapping out of control. No! Qi Zhao's artifact quests haven't been updated yet, and I haven't even cleared this abyss dungeon yet. How did this dungeon's teleport exit appear? Just as Zhang Yuan paused, feeling puzzled, a cold voice rang out from the dungeon's teleportation exit, TSK. Being so vigilant is no fun. As the cold voice appeared, the copy transmission exit suddenly turned into a purple vortex, and an extremely strong pressure surged out of it. A large amount of tentacles transformed from purple air rushed out of the purple vortex and entangled Zhang Yuan. Let me in. A gloomy voice laughed strangely, and the tentacles suddenly pulled hard, but at this time starlight lit up around Zhang Yuan, and the tentacles were directly torn off, but Zhang Yuan remained motionless. A scheming clown. Zhang Yuan sneered, and the seven-star dragon abyss sword turned into a ray of starlight and immediately shot into the purple vortex. Ah! You little monster, where did you get this divine weapon? A shrill scream came from the purple vortex, and then the purple vortex closed, and the breath of the abyss demon suddenly disappeared. Successfully defeated the demon Hardy, experience plus 10,050,000. Can't he be killed with one sword? Never mind. That sword strike must have seriously injured him. He won't be able to cause any trouble this time. Let's spare his life. Zhang Yuan was a little disappointed when he saw that his panel prompted knockback instead of kill, but this result was also within his expectations. After all, Hardy is one of the 7 Dukes of the Abyss, a great demon that the whole world fears. No matter how thick his blood is, he must have many ways to save his life. It is normal that the 7-star dragon abyss sword cannot kill him in one blow. I don't know what's going on with the principal and the others. Let's go and help them. Zhang Yuan checked around and confirmed that there were no monsters in this copy. Then he began to use attribute conversion, converting the mental attribute into agility attribute and returning the same way. He planned to return to the starting point and then go to the Yang copy to lend a hand to the principal and others. Chapter 95 Desperate Battle. Yang copy, the land of the Holy Spirit. The floating island above the Sky Island has been smashed into pieces. The real king of corrupted Holy Spirit is suspended in the sky. An extremely terrifying magic circle is suspended in the air. Countless purple light guns fall from the sky, poking countless holes in the Sky Island. In this world-destroying rain of light guns, on a piece of floating island debris, the statue of the Dragon King held up a tiny barrier to protect Jing Bingyun and the others. Inside the barrier, Gu Bingying was treating the seriously injured Jing Bingyun, while Su Wanning was constructing a repair array, trying her best to repair Jing Bingyun's broken shield. After a series of hard battles, everyone's mental strength has been exhausted, but there are still 2 stages to corrupt the Holy Spirit King. The air was filled with a heavy atmosphere. Duan Xing looked towards the corrupted Holy Spirit King high in the sky. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a deep voice, "The corrupted Holy Spirit King's skill is about to end. It will soon enter the 2nd stage." Jing Bingyun forced himself to stand up with his wounded body, picked up the broken shield, and said, "I will activate the ancient blood and take the lead." "Xiao Gu, you don't need to heal me anymore. Focus on assisting Duan Xing and increasing his damage." Gu Bingying's expression changed slightly. "Principal, if I don't treat you, then you will." Jing Bingyun interrupted, "I should have died 30 years ago. I've earned a fortune by being alive today. If I can burn out here and save Kyoto University, then I, as the president, will have died a worthy death. Xiao Gu, your mental power is already insufficient, right? Don't waste it on a dead man like me anymore. Only by assisting Duan Xing can we possibly defeat this abyss boss." Su Wanting's voice was now filled with tears. "Principal, no. You can't die here. You said you would lead us to fight back against the abyss. How can you die here?" Jing Bingyun looked at Xiao Su and said gently, "Among us, I'm actually most worried about you. You're the youngest and always used to relying on others. I've always hoped that one day, I'd see you stand on your own. So, Xiao Su, can you fulfill this last wish of an old man like me?" "Principal." Su Wanting's eyes flushed. I. Boom. At this time, the dark purple magic circle in the sky dissipated, and the king of corrupted Holy Spirit rode on a unicorn with lightning flashing all over its body, and took out a spear flashing with lightning from the void. An extremely powerful aura emanated from the body of the king of corrupted Holy Spirit, directly crushing the barrier constructed by the Dragon King with 5 Dragon Balls. It's entered phase 2. Duan Xing's eyes changed slightly. He endured the headache caused by excessive consumption of mental energy and took out his magic book. Jing Bingyun looked at the terrifying corrupted Holy Spirit King in the distance and said, "It seems the other side doesn't intend to give us time to say goodbye. Gentlemen, relax a little, victory will definitely belong to us." Jing Bingyun picked up the broken shield and flew high into the sky. Heat began to rise from his body and his muscles turned red. Skill, Ancient Blood. Effect, Burning Ancient Blood, greatly increasing health and defense within 10 minutes. When the skill duration ends, the level drops by 1, the health is forced to become 1 point, and the health cannot be restored within a month. Jing Bingyun stood in the void, staring at the corrupted Holy Spirit King in the distance. He knocked his fist against his shield and roared, "Holy Spirit King, come!" The king of corrupted Holy Spirit was successfully provoked by Jing Bingyun. It rode on the thunder unicorn, turned into a ray of lightning, and rushed towards Jing Bingyun with a gun. The tip of the purple lightning spear hit Jing Bingyun's big shield fiercely, causing a large thunderstorm. However, Jing Bingyun remained motionless in the thunderstorm, and even used his big shield to push away the spear of the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit, and smashed his sandbag-sized fist hard on the unicorn's head. Boom! The armor on the unicorn's head was smashed directly. The unicorn howled in pain, and lightning surged around its body. However, the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit still had no expression on his face. He pulled the reins to stabilize the shaking unicorn, and swung the spear again, piercing Jing Bingyun's chest immediately. Blood splattered everywhere, falling from the sky. Headmaster. Seeing this, Gu Bingying subconsciously wanted to treat Jing Bingyun, but was stopped by Su Wanting. Teacher Gu, don't waste your mental energy treating the principal. At this moment, Su Wanting's eyes became more resolute than ever before. We will fully support Teacher Duan and try to kill the boss within 10 minutes. Xiao Su. Gu Bingying looked at Su Wanting with a complicated expression. Finally, all her emotions turned into a relieved smile. She said gently, "You have grown up." After saying that, Gu Bingying's eyes became firm. She used up her own mental energy to restore Duan Xing's mental energy. Teacher Duan, I'll leave the rest to you. Duan Xing's body was once again engulfed in flames, and a fire dragon flew out of the magic book. He looked at the corrupted Holy Spirit King who was fighting Jing Bingyun in the air, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, even if it costs me my life, I will pin this abyss boss to death here today." Xiao Su, give me the status. Yes. Su Wanting was no longer confused, and immediately constructed one enhancement magic circle after another to cover Duan Xing. Forbidden technique, Holy Flame Dragon's Judgment. Duan Xing, who had gained full status benefits, once again used the forbidden technique, and a fire dragon that was powerful enough to destroy the world roared towards the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit. The fire dragon devoured the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit, and the sky was set ablaze with flames, turning red. However, soon, lightning suddenly surged around the fire dragon, which was supposed to devour the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit. Then a deafening thunder sounded from within the fire dragon's body, and the endless thunderstorm directly shattered the fire dragon. Jing Bingyun, who was facing the Corrupted Holy Spirit King, was shocked and flew away. Duan Xing suffered a severe backlash and immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Teacher Duan. I'm fine. Duan Xing clutched his chest, staring intently at the Corrupted Holy Spirit King in the thunderstorm, and said in a deep voice, "I can sense that the boss's aura is disordered. That attack just now severely injured him. I have to use another forbidden technique." Gu Bingying's expression changed slightly. Teacher Duan, are you in a state of mind where you can still use forbidden techniques? Why not? Duan Xing's eyes were filled with determination. The principal has already done this. As the vice principal, it's natural for me to step forward now. Boom! At this time, Duan Xing's magic book began to spontaneously combust. Duan Xing once again brewed forbidden magic at the cost of overdrawing his own soul. The Corrupted Holy Spirit King in the air sensed the danger and immediately pointed his spear at Duan Xing, with a large amount of thunderstorms condensing at the tip of his spear. Your opponent is me. Jing Bingyun's roar exploded in the sky, and then Jing Bingyun, covered in blood, crashed into the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit like a missile, directly knocking the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit off the unicorn. Jing Bingyun threw away the shield, went around behind the Corrupted Holy Spirit King, hugged him tightly, and roared, "Attack me!" Headmaster. Duan Xing, bleeding from all 7 orifices, looked at Jing Bingyun, who was clinging tightly to the Corrupted Holy Spirit King in the sky, and immediately shouted to Su Wanting and Gu Bingying, "Give me the status." Gu Bingying and Su Wanting were completely in tears at this time. They also began to overdraw their mental strength to give Duan Xing the final boost. Jing Bingyun looked at the fire dragon that was recondensing below, and suddenly, the back of a young man appeared in front of him. Seeing the young man's back, Jing Bingyun's pupils shrank slightly. Su Jianxin? Jing Bingyun recalled the Abyss battlefield 30 years ago, when the teachers and students of Kyoto University were responsible for sniping the 3 demon dukes under the command of the Cursed King. The battle was extremely brutal at that time. They were in a desperate situation, and everyone had reached their limit. However, at that time, as the ancient shield, he was unable to stand up. In the end, it was Yi Qingsong's apprentice Su Jianxin who stood up. At the cost of his own life, he summoned the power of the Star God to control the 3 demon dukes and won the final blow for Yi Qingsong. Seeing the young man's back, Jing Bingyun burst into tears. He murmured, "I should have been standing at the forefront back then. because of my cowardice. Daxia has lost one of the most brilliant talents in history. Kenshin, I'm sorry. I'm a sinner. Jing Bingyun closed his eyes. Teachers. I'm here. At this time, Zhang Yuan's voice came from a distance, and the sword formation covered the battlefield, and everyone's physical strength and spirit recovered quickly. Jing Bingyun suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance in disbelief, only to see a dragon king who came out of nowhere carrying Zhang Yuan and flying towards him rapidly. Zhang Yuan? Chapter 96 Teachers and Students Unite. Zhang Yuan jumped off the Dragon King's back and landed beside Duanxing and the others. He used the sword formation to restore their physical and mental strength and asked with concern, "Teachers, are you all okay?" Duanxing looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. "Zhang Yuan, why are you?" Zhang Yuan said quickly, "I've already conquered the Yin dungeon, so I was wondering if I could come to the Yang dungeon to help you. So I returned from the boss's territory and went through the Yang dungeon again. Looks like now, luckily we made it in time." Zhang Yuan said thankfully, and couldn't help but glance at the statue of the Dragon King next to him. If he had not had a sudden idea to use the copy mirror to copy the statue of the Dragon King and rely on the Dragon King to fly here, Jing Bingyun and Duanxing would probably have been sacrificed. Little Zhang Yuan, well done. With the help of Zhang Yuan's sword formation, Gu Bingying recovered a lot of her mental power. She immediately transferred her mental power to Duanxing to support the mental consumption required for Duanxing's forbidden technique. Zhang Yuan looked at Jing Bingyun, who was clinging to the corrupted Holy Spirit King in mid-air, and asked Su Waning, "Teacher Su, can you teleport the principal back?" Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Su Waning was stunned at first, then looked at Zhang Yuan with gratitude and nodded repeatedly, "Yes. I can. Okay, Teacher Duan and I will attack the boss together later. I'll leave the principal in your care." "No problem." Buzz. Shi Xiao, Zhang Lu, Xixing Longyuan and 7 Zio swords flew out from the sword formation space, making sword ringing sounds around Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked at Duanxing, "Teacher Duan, I can't see the attributes of this abyss boss, but my skills have a killing effect. If we attack together, we should be able to kill this boss in seconds." "Ha ha ha. So satisfying." Duanxing laughed heartily, "Good boy, let's work together as teachers and students today to kill that boss." "Zhang Yuan, let's go." Duanxing laughed out loud, fire elements surged around him, and the ferocious fire dragon that gathered the terrifying fire elements roared towards the sky. At the same time, Zhang Yuan controlled the flying swords to shoot out. 10 flying swords caught up with the flame dragon, revolved around the flame dragon, and finally merged with the flame dragon, turning into 10 fiery weapons. Su Waning seized the opportunity, put her hands together, and unfolded a teleportation array under Jing Bingyun's feet. A white light flashed, and Jing Bingyun was teleported away. Boom! 10 flying swords and the fire dragon pierced through the king of corrupted Holy Spirit, cutting through the sky of the dungeon. Successfully killed the true corruption Holy Spirit King, experience plus 10,050,000%. Obtain the item Holy Spirit Core. Holy Spirit Core, the material for forging divine artifacts, there is only one in the world. Cursed King Artifact Quest, 4,774 100,000. King of the Abyss, plus 893. The Abyss Dungeon has been conquered. Shishao Artifact Quest Progress 210. As a series of information popped up on Zhang Yuan's panel, it was announced that this copy had been successfully conquered. The real copy transmission exit appeared in front of everyone. Duanxing slumped to the ground powerlessly, looking up at the sky which had become clear again. Finally, it's over. After saying that, Duanxing lay straight on the ground and fainted. Zhang Yuan was shocked. "Teacher Duan? Don't worry, he's just tired." Gu Bingying looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile. "Little Zhang Yuan, you are really surprising your teacher more and more. If I were a few decades younger, I would not let go of such a potential stock like you." "What a pity." Zhang Yuan blushed. "Teacher, what are you talking about? He's actually shy, so cute." Gu Bingying giggled when she saw Zhang Yuan's reaction. At this time, Su Waning, who had settled the seriously injured and unconscious person, came over and said, "Teacher Gu, please stop teasing brother Zhang Yuan. Without him this time, I'm afraid our attack operation will fail." "That's right, little Zhang Yuan is our greatest contributor, but..." Gu Bingying nodded slightly. She glanced at the broken copy, her eyes gradually becoming serious. The abyssal copies are becoming more and more dangerous, just like they were 30 years ago. When Su Waning heard the word 30 years ago, her eyes changed slightly and she subconsciously clenched her fists. Zhang Yuan noticed Su Waning's reaction and was about to ask, but Gu Bingying came back to her senses and said to Zhang Yuan, "Little Zhang Yuan, although we have conquered the Abyss Dungeon, there is still some finishing work to do. Leave this to me, your teacher. You must be tired too. Go back and have a good rest. Once the dungeon is finished, I'll urge the principal to give you a reward." After hearing what Gu Bingying said, Zhang Yuan stopped asking questions and said, "Speaking of which, this series of battles is really tiring. I'll go back first." "Well, I hope you have a good sleep." Gu Bingying smiled at Zhang Yuan and kissed him on the forehead. Zhang Yuan felt another strange power surging into his body. Gu Bingying smiled and said, "This permanent goddess kiss buff is just a reward from the teacher in advance." "Thank you, teacher." Seeing that the goddess's kiss buff on him no longer had a time limit, Zhang Yuan immediately thanked Gu Bingying excitedly, and then left the copy with satisfaction. Su Wanning watched Zhang Yuan leave, and finally couldn't help but ask Gu Bingying, "Teacher Gu, I've been wanting to ask you this before. When did your goddess kiss become a skill that requires kissing the forehead to cast?" Looking at Su Wanning's innocent look, Gu Bingying smiled and said, "Silly sister, of course it's when I think about it." After Zhang Yuan came out of the Holy Spirit Realm copy, he was teleported directly back to the dormitory. Although Zhang Yuan conquered a large and difficult Abyss copy today, this huge gain made him secrete enough dopamine. Now he is extremely excited and has no desire to sleep. Forget it. I can't sleep anyway, so I'll just explore Dormitory 0. I remember Granny Nyo said that starstones can quickly improve oneself. I should put the tens of thousands of starstones on me to good use. After Zhang Yuan left the dormitory, he went straight to the 6th floor of the dormitory building, where Granny Nyo was cleaning. Zhang Yuan greeted with a smile, "Hello, Granny Nyo." Granny Nyo smiled and said, "You've been in Dormitory 0 for a few days now. Are you finally willing to spend the starstone you have on you?" "Yes, Granny Nyo." Zhang Yuan smiled and scratched his head. "I'm not very familiar with this place. Could you give me an introduction?" "Sure. How many starstones did you get from conquering the Star Realm last time?" "If it's over 100, I can." Zhang Yuan, "Grandma Nyo, I have more than 30,000. "How many?" Granny Nyo paused as she spoke, her eyes nearly popping out as she stared at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. "How much do you have?" Chapter 97 Star God Gambling Fight. Zhang Yuan was surprised to see Granny Nyo's expression as if she had seen a ghost, and replied, "Is that a lot?" "It's more than just a lot." Granny Nyo was shocked. "I remember that after you moved into Dormitory 0, you only cleared the Nightmare difficulty Star Realm once, right?" Zhang Yuan, "Yeah. Doesn't that dungeon have the ability to increase in difficulty? After I passed level 55, I got so many starstones. Level 55 Nightmare difficulty. Let me take my time." Granny Nyo felt a bit choked up. After a long pause, she finally said, "In that dungeon, the number of bosses doubles with each increase in difficulty. I remember you were only level 25 at the time, right? You were able to kill 24 level 55 Starstone Knights?" Zhang Yuan, "Yes." Granny Nyo. Granny Nyo was silent for a long time before she spoke. "I can only say that the Star God chose to bless you for a reason. I'm afraid no one else in this world could do such a perverted thing except you. Since you have over 30,000 starstones, there's no need to use these infrastructures. The cost effectiveness is not high." Zhang Yuan, "Then how do I use it?" Granny Nyo, "Participate in the Star God Gambling Tournament." Star God Gambling Fight? Well, that's a game between gods and mortals. The entrance ticket to participate in the Star God Gambling Tournament is 30,000 starstones. After entering, you will play games with the projections of the gods. The content of the game is determined by the preferences of the projections of the gods. If you win, the divine projection will give you a reward. If you lose, the Star God will also give you a consolation prize, increasing each of your 4 attributes by 1,000. This is similar to the attributes you improved by training with the Starstone on the 6th floor. In short, this is a sure win. That sounds interesting, Granny Nyo. I want to join the Star God Gambling Tournament. No problem, come with me. Granny Nyo smiled at Zhang Yuan and took him to a dungeon entrance next to the God's Treasury Dungeon. She introduced him. After paying 30,000 starstones, the gambling dungeon will match you with a corresponding god projection based on your situation. Under the guidance of Granny Nyo, Zhang Yuan sent 30,000 starstones into the copy, and then the entrance to the copy lit up with blue light. The star god gambling duel has been activated, and the challenger is being matched with a divine projection. Successfully matched the gods, the god of joy descended upon you, do you want to challenge him? Zhang Yuan saw the prompt pop up on his panel and chose to challenge without hesitation. The copy vortex lit up, and Zhang Yuan was teleported to a dim and old room, sitting in front of a long table. Across from the long table sat a woman whose face was obscured by thick fog. Zhang Yuan tried to use the Eye of Abyss on the woman, but got no response. Is that the projection of the god of joy? Zhang Yuan was thinking in his heart, and the god of joy across the table smiled and said, "Dear challenger, let's play a joyful game." Zhang Yuan came back to his senses and asked, "What is the content of the game?" The name of the game is Pleasure Roulette. It's an exciting game I carefully thought of. A revolver-like pistol appeared in the god of joy's palm and he pushed it to the middle of the table. This pistol has 6 bullets, 3 of which are blanks. We take turns shooting. You can shoot yourself or the other party. If you shoot yourself and don't get hit, you can try again. Russian roulette. Zhang Yuan looked at the pistol on the table, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately thought of the classic death game in his original world. The outcome of this game depends entirely on luck and is a test of courage, but in this copy, players are not threatened by death and have no psychological burden when shooting themselves. If the rules of the game were just like this, it would be too boring. Of course, it's not that simple. The god of joy seemed to understand Zhang Yuan's thoughts and smiled slightly. After all, you can't die in this dungeon, which greatly reduces the excitement of the game. Therefore, I have prepared a variety of props that can be used in this game, and you and I will have 3 chances to draw props. In this game, we each have 3 lives, and the 3 items we draw can be used at any time. Zhang Yuan, has it changed from a game of courage to a game of strategy? The god of joy continued, also, to make this game even more exciting and interesting, I'd like to add an extra prize. I wonder if you're interested? Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows, what's the prize? The god of joy glanced at the star god robe on Zhang Yuan and said with a smile, if you win this game, I'll give you one of my artifacts. If you lose, well, how about you give me yours? Are you going to use the divine weapon directly? Zhang Yuan lowered his eyes, and his expression gradually became subtle. Win and get a new artifact. If you lose a divine weapon. On the surface, this seems to be a gamble with huge risks and benefits. However, the god of joy did not specify any artifacts, and Zhang Yuan had many artifacts on him, 2 of which were hot potatoes. First, the blade of the cursed king. Second, the heart of the cursed king. There is no need to think about these 2 things. Once the cursed king is resurrected, these 2 artifacts will immediately become knives stabbing Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan really wanted someone to help him take these 2 things away. In this way, he would win no matter if he won or lost in his bet with the god of joy. Seeing Zhang Yuan lower his head, the god of joy thought he was hesitating and said with a smile, of course, you can also choose not to gamble and just get up and leave. You will still get the attribute reward. Zhang Yuan pretended to think about it for a long time, but felt that he still didn't earn enough. He looked directly at the god of joy and said, okay, I can bet with you, but I want to change the prize. Oh? The god of joy raised an eyebrow. What do you want to change? Zhang Yuan, if I lose, I can give you a magic weapon, but if I win, I don't want your magic weapon, you give me the blessing of joy. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, the god of joy chuckled, silly boy, the value of a divine weapon is greater than the blessing of the gods. Moreover, you are recognized by the god of stars. If you ask for my blessing, the god of joy, it will cancel the blessing given to you by the god of stars. Are you sure you want to do this? Zhang Yuan, sure. He has no blessing from the star god at all. Not only that, he is also burdened with the contract of the Curse King, and behind the Curse King is a demon god whose status is higher than that of the star god. If he wants to defeat the Curse King, he must find a god with a higher status than the Curse King's demon before level 70. If the god of joy is higher in status than the demon god, then after he wins the game, he can defeat the Curse King once and for all with the help of the god of joy. If the god of joy cannot bless him. If a god can't fulfill a bet, then things can get pretty jolly. Ha ha. What a strange mortal. To be honest, I'm starting to be interested in you. The goddess of joy looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile and snapped her fingers. 3 blind boxes appeared in front of each of her and Zhang Yuan. The items in the box are random. Only when you touch the box can you know the effect of the items inside. You gave the props, how can we ensure fairness? You can rest assured. As a god, I haven't fallen so low as to cheat even when playing a game with a mortal. Moreover, this dungeon belongs to the star god. My cheating won't be hidden from his eyes. Do you have any other questions? There is none left. Okay, let's get started. Chapter 98 Roulette Game. As the god of joy announced the start of the game, 3 red hearts appeared above both of their heads. The next moment, a gold coin fell from the sky and was caught by the god of joy. Guess whether it's a pattern or a number facing up. You decide which comes first. Pattern. Zhang Yuan guessed randomly. The god of joy opened his palm with the pattern facing upwards. Little guy, you're lucky. Are you first or last? First. Zhang Yuan chose to take the initiative, and the god of joy pushed the pistol in front of Zhang Yuan. However, Zhang Yuan did not rush to shoot. Instead, he put his hand on the blind box in front of him and checked the props one by one. Perspective mirror, check whether the bullet in the current chamber is a blank. Paralysis rope, the opponent cannot act in the next round. Fantasy bullet, if the bullet in the chamber is a blank, turn it into a live bullet, and vice versa. The 3 props, the perspective mirror and the converter, can form a combination. Using 2 props together can ensure that you will win the next round. The paralysis rope is also quite powerful. If he uses it, he can directly shoot the opponent twice in a row, and there is a high probability that he can win the next round. However, this game is a best of 5 game. If he wants to win, it is best to use the 3 props in 3 games respectively. The god of joy saw Zhang Yuan finish checking the props and couldn't help but laugh. Little guy, do you want to use the props directly? This is only the first shot, so of course we have to rely on our luck first. Zhang Yuan replied, pointed the gun at himself and pulled the trigger. Click. Blank bullet. The god of joy chuckled, you're lucky. There's a 3/5 chance the next one will be live ammunition. Are you going to shoot me? No, I have to use my props. After Zhang Yuan successfully bet on a blank bullet, he used the paralysis rope without hesitation. Purple ropes flew out of the blind box and tied up the god of joy. There were only 2 blanks in the magazine, and the probability that he would fire 2 blanks in succession was 1 in 10. In other words, as long as he shoots at the god of joy, the probability of winning is 90%. Zhang Yuan aimed at the god of joy and pulled the trigger. Flames spurted out of the muzzle of the gun and a bullet immediately hit the god of joy. One of the red hearts on the god of joy's head disappeared. The god of joy, however, remained calm and said with a smile, "TSK, TSK. What a pity. Although you hit me, you wasted a tool." Zhang Yuan, if you can use props to ensure victory in a game, then there's no waste. I appreciate your optimism, but I'll go first in the next round. The god of joy smiled, the pistol in Zhang Yuan's hand disappeared, and a new pistol appeared in the hand of the god of joy. The god of joy directly uses the prop perspective mirror. She glanced at the pistol and chuckled, it seems that Sister Lucky is on my side today. The god of joy aimed at Zhang Yuan and pulled the trigger. A bullet flew out and hit Zhang Yuan in the chest. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a burning pain in his chest, and at the same time, the red heart on his head disappeared. The gun in the god of joy's hand disappeared, and a new pistol fell into Zhang Yuan's hand. Zhang Yuan picked up the pistol, thought for a moment, and decided to use the perspective mirror. The next moment, Zhang Yuan saw the bullet in the chamber, which was a blank. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He. Looking at your expression, it couldn't be a blank, right? Are you so unlucky? The god of joy smiled and mocked Zhang Yuan without any reservation, putting pressure on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan took a look at his last item. If he used the converter now, he could indeed win this game. But he had no props in the next 2 rounds, while the god of joy still had 2 props. In this way, he had a high probability of losing the game completely. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan decided to take a gamble. He shot himself first, and then shot the god of joy. 2 blank rounds. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Is it really that unlucky? Ha ha ha. Little guy, are you really so unlucky? Did you offend the goddess of luck? The goddess of joy saw Zhang Yuan fire 2 blanks in a row. She smiled even more happily and clapped her hands, saying, I didn't expect Sister Lucky to be so kind to me today. It looks like I'm the winner in the end. The goddess of joy smiled, picked up the pistol, and confidently shot at Zhang Yuan. Click. Another blank. At this time, the smile on the god of joy's face shifted to Zhang Yuan. From this point of view, this game is indeed fair. Even the god of joy is playing a clown. Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the pistol, pulled the trigger at the god of joy, and won the game. The pistol returned to the hands of the god of joy. Zhang Yuan's expression was relaxed at this moment. He began to reverse the Tian gang and continued to put pressure on the god of joy. I still have a prop. Even if you use the prop to win this small round, I should win the next round. Goddess, how about you surrender now? Do you think so? Suddenly, the goddess of joy chuckled, and she used a perspective mirror again to check the bullet in the chamber. When the goddess of joy saw the bullet in the chamber, a subtle smile appeared on her lips and she looked at Zhang Yuan. Little guy, it looks like I won. The god of joy takes out the props from the last blind box. Explosive bullets. In this game, all bullet damage is doubled. The explosive bullet turned into light and entered the pistol. The god of joy aimed at Zhang Yuan and said, "Little guy, your artifact is mine. Use props." Zhang Yuan also used the prop converter at this time. A half-real and half-virtual bullet flew out of the blind box and turned into light and entered the pistol. Fantasy bullets? When the god of joy saw that Zhang Yuan's last prop was actually an imaginary bullet, he was stunned and immediately shot himself. A blank round. The situation became stalemate. Zhang Yuan asked, "Goddess, there are 3 blanks and 2 live bullets in the pistol. There's a 3/5 chance of it being a blank. Are you going to shoot yourself again?" Now that both sides have used up their props, the game has returned to pure Russian roulette. 1 bullet does 2 points of damage, and this game decides the outcome. I didn't expect it. In the end, you're the one putting pressure on me. It's totally unexpected. However, I don't consider probability when doing things. The god of joy looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile, then aimed the gun at Zhang Yuan and pulled the trigger. Click. A blank round. What a shame. The god of joy tossed the pistol to Zhang Yuan nonchalantly. The probability is now 1-2. You choose. Zhang Yuan picked up the pistol, but did not take any action. Seeing Zhang Yuan not moving, the god of joy couldn't help but ask, "Little guy, are you scared?" No. Zhang Yuan looked at the god of joy and grinned, "We've gotten so far, and I suddenly want to do something exciting." What are you up to? The goddess of joy was stunned for a moment, and then she saw Zhang Yuan put the gun to her temple and fired 2 shots. Click. Click. 2 blank rounds. The god of joy's pupils suddenly shrank. Is it such an exciting game? Ha! I didn't expect to be so lucky. Zhang Yuan twirled the gun in his hand and then aimed at the god of joy. I win this bet. Bang! Zhang Yuan pulled the trigger. Chapter 99 God Level Sword Box. As Zhang Yuan won the victory with a bullet, the dim rooms around him disappeared and Zhang Yuan came to a magnificent hall. In the center of the hall, a woman with an excellent figure and beautiful appearance appeared before him. The god of joy revealed her beauty to Zhang Yuan and said with a smile, "Little guy, I have to say, you made me play a pleasant game today. I really like you more and more." Zhang Yuan was not surprised to hear what the god of joy said. The reason why he fired 2 shots at himself like crazy just now was because he thought of the passive effect of the star god robe, which increased the god's favorability by 50%. He did some crazy things in front of the god of joy, just to win the favor of the god of joy. As long as the favorability of the god of joy is high, it will be beneficial to his next plan regardless of whether the game is won or lost. The goddess of joy had no idea what Zhang Yuan was thinking. After reviewing the game, she said to him with a lingering feeling, "Little guy, according to the bet, you want my divine blessing, not the artifact, right?" Yes. Okay, I understand. The god of joy nodded and blew a breath towards Zhang Yuan. Do you accept the blessing of the god of joy? Note, you can only receive the blessing of one god at a time. Accept. Zhang Yuan chose to accept the blessing, and then he felt an extremely strong force surging into his body. However, soon, the strange power was expelled from Zhang Yuan's body. The power of the god of joy has been contaminated by the demon god, and the blessing has failed. A prompt indicating that the god's blessing had failed appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel again. Ha! The blessing failed? The god of joy obviously did not expect this to happen. He immediately came up to Zhang Yuan and looked at him carefully. After a long time, the goddess of joy's eyes became complicated. She looked at Zhang Yuan sympathetically and said, "Little guy, I didn't expect you to be so unlucky. I can't give you my blessing. A demon curse higher than mine has taken over your body. Not only me, but even the blessings of most gods cannot offset the demon curse. Am I cursed by the devil? Zhang Yuan's expression became serious. He knew that he possessed the power of the devil, but he never expected that power to be a curse. It is estimated that Qi Shao blocked the devil's curse, so he never discovered it. After all, Qi Shao only made him immune to mental attacks, which does not mean that the curse on him will disappear. The god of joy continued, "Little one, I can't give you this blessing. I think I should replace it with a divine weapon." Zhang Yuan came back to his senses and quickly said to the god of joy, "My lady goddess, the bet between us was that you gave me the divine blessing. How could you replace it with a divine weapon without my permission?" The god of joy looked helpless. "Isn't it that I can't bless you? Zhang Yuan, that's none of my business. I just want a blessing from a god. It doesn't matter whose it is. Or is it that the goddess knows that this is difficult to do, so she plans to cheat? As a god, how could I possibly play tricks?" The god of joy responded to Zhang Yuan subconsciously, and suddenly thought of something, and suddenly realized, "Okay, kid, it turns out you have been plotting against me all along. You didn't want the artifact from the beginning, you only wanted the blessing. Did you know my blessing would fail, so you set a trap for me? How can you humans be worse than the demons of the abyss? Zhang Yuan, as a goddess, you're not going to cheat, are you?" The god of joy felt a headache when he heard Zhang Yuan's sarcastic tone. He waved his hand and said, forget it. I admit defeat this time. I will help you find a solution for your divine blessing. Also, take this artifact as compensation for my failure to fulfill the bet." The god of joy said this, taking out a colorful dice and handing it to Zhang Yuan. "Thanks." Zhang Yuan was not polite and directly took the colored dice to check the attributes. Chaos Dice God level consumable, can be used on any equipment or item to transform its quality to God level. Transform any equipment or item into a God level 1? When Zhang Yuan saw the properties of the Chaos Dice, he looked at the god of joy in shock. It was the first time he had seen such a strange item. The god of joy smiled and said, "This is a treasure that I have spent a lot of divine power to create recently. If you are willing, you can even turn a bottle of primary healing potion into a god-level potion." Boom! At this moment, a melodious bell rang out in the hall. The god of joy paused, then said to Zhang Yuan, "Happy times are always short-lived. It's time for me to go. As for the blessing of the gods, I will do my best to help you, but I can't guarantee success. Bye-bye." The god of joy waved goodbye to Zhang Yuan, then turned into light and disappeared. Complete the Star God Gamble and obtain Star Crystal 1. Do you want to use Star Crystals to charge the Star God Robe? As the god of joy left, Zhang Yuan received another reward from this copy, a Star Crystal. Today's harvest is really exaggerated. Zhang Yuan sighed sincerely, used the Star Crystal to charge the Star God Robe, and then was teleported out of the copy. It was already night outside the copy. Granny Niu had already left, and Zhang Yuan did not stay on the 6th floor. He returned to his dormitory alone. After a day of hard work, including conquering a large-scale dungeon and playing Russian roulette with the projection of the gods, Zhang Yuan was already quite exhausted. After washing up, Zhang Yuan lay on the bed and took out the Chaos Dice. I want to transform any item or equipment into a God level 1. What should I transform? Qi Shao? Zhan Lu? It's not worth it. They will be promoted to divine artifacts sooner or later. Purple Ghost Sword? I have 10 specialized weapons, and there's no room for them in the later sword box. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, then suddenly thought of something and jumped up, yes. Can my sword box be upgraded to a divine weapon? Zhang Yuan immediately took out his blank sword box from the sword formation space. This was the first piece of equipment he got after drawing cards and changing his job. It had no attributes and only the function of holding a sword. But after he had the sword formation space, this sword box could no longer be used for its only function. Now the only function of this sword box is to limit him to equipping only 10 flying swords. It's a pure side effect. What will it look like if a blank sword box becomes a divine weapon? Zhang Yuan looked at the white sword box in front of him, made a decision immediately, and placed the Chaos Dice on the sword box. Do you want to use Chaos Dice to upgrade the sword box? Yes. The Chaos Dice lit up with colorful light and quickly melted into the sword case. Then the entire sword case lit up with dazzling light. Thick gilded runes appeared on the surface of the sword case, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. At this moment, the sword box underwent a qualitative change. Sword Spirit Arsenal God level, unlimited space. All flying swords in the sword box can be copied. Copying flying swords continuously consumes mental power. The higher the quality of the flying sword, the greater the mental power consumption. There is no upper limit to the number of copies. Hiss. When Zhang Yuan saw the new sword box, a word suddenly popped up in his mind. 10,000 swords return to their origin. Chapter 110,000 Swords Coming. After Zhang Yuan saw the new effect of his sword box, he was no longer sleepy. He quickly put on his coat and headed for the bamboo forest of the school. He wanted to find a deserted place to try out the sword spirit arsenal. The white moonlight sprinkled on the bamboo forest. Zhang Yuan walked to an open space and summoned all his special weapons and the purple ghost sword. Zhang Yuan closed his eyes and tried to expend his mental energy to copy the flying sword. Soon, Shishao, Zhanlu, Xixing Longyuan and 10 Zio swords were all copied. The number of flying swords surrounding Zhang Yuan suddenly increased from 13 to 26. At the same time, Zhang Yuan's mental power began to be consumed rapidly. Even if Zhang Yuan had the sword formation and the mental power recovery effect of the Cursed King's Blade, he could not maintain these 13 replica flying swords for long. With the sword formation active, copying the 7-star Dragon Abyss consumes 2000 mental power per second, while Qi Shao and Zhanlu both consume 500 mental power per second. These purple ghost swords don't consume much mental power, each one consumes 100 mental power per second. But if the number of copies increases, my current mental power will not be able to handle it. Zhang Yuan was a little disappointed when he saw the speed at which his mental power was consumed by flying swords of various qualities. He thought he could see the spectacular scene of 10,000 swords coming from the sky. Even if he only copied the purple ghost sword, when he had copied 100 of them, the rate of mental power consumption per second would be as high as 10,000, and he would be drained in 8 seconds. Although with his damage, as long as he copied a few 7-star Dragon Abysses, it would be enough to kill any enemy in a few seconds, but not handsome enough. Oh right. Don't I still have the iron sword? Zhang Yuan suddenly had an idea and cancelled the copying of the special weapons and purple ghost swords, then summoned out 10 iron swords. Copy. The 10 iron swords instantly split into 20, and Zhang Yuan's mental strength not only did not decrease, but recovered rapidly with the blessing of the sword formation and the blade of the cursed king. There's hope. A hint of excitement flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes, and he began to continue copying. 40, 80, 160. It was not until 10,240 iron swords were suspended above the bamboo forest that Zhang Yuan's mental power began to decrease significantly, and the consumption rate was only 100 per second, 6,000 per minute. With his current mental strength, he can maintain these 10,000 flying swords for more than 10 minutes. Zhang Yuan looked excitedly at the thousands of flying swords above the bamboo forest. Under the moonlight, each flying sword was shining with beautiful luster. How spectacular! Zhang Yuan muttered, and then tried to control the flying sword. Tens of thousands of flying swords began to dance in the air with Zhang Yuan as the center, their speed getting faster and faster, and finally a sword blade storm was rolled up, and the terrifying sword energy spread out in all directions. Countless Kyoto students who were studying hard at night saw the wind suddenly blowing in the school, and looked towards the bamboo forest, only to see tens of thousands of flying swords flashing with cold light turning into a tornado. Holy crap! Look everyone! What kind of skill is that? 10,000 swords return. Which big boss is coming to my Kyoto University? So cool. Skills of this magnitude are probably only possessed by legendary classes, right? Everyone who saw this scene was deeply shocked by the spectacular scene. In a short time, the students spread the news from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, and soon all the teachers and students in the school noticed the magnificent sight of thousands of swords being launched in the sky. At the same time, Zhang Yuan's control became more and more handy. On a whim, Zhang Yuan jumped up, and a large number of flying swords turned into stairs for him to ascend to heaven and automatically flew to his feet. He stepped on the flying sword and soared up, directly flying hundreds of meters into the air. Ghost sword speed. Zhang Yuan increased the speed of the flying swords again, causing them to create an updraft, allowing Zhang Yuan to hover hundreds of meters in the air. Under the full moon, Zhang Yuan stood in the air, looking at the neon night scene of Kyoto City below, with light in his eyes. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. At this moment, Zhang Yuan felt extremely happy. However, happy times are always short-lived. After watching the night view of the city, Zhang Yuan's mental strength was about to run out. At this time, a new problem arises: how to land safely. As a large number of copied flying swords turned into light spots and dissipated, the updraft disappeared, and Zhang Yuan began to free fall at a height of several hundred meters. It's over, I can't fly. Zhang Yuan then remembered this serious problem, but now the speed of descent was getting faster and faster, and he had no time to think about it. Seeing the ground getting closer and closer, he had no choice but to give up. He turned over and faced the sky, calmly listening to the howling of the wind in his ears, waiting for the landing. Forget it, I'll go find Teacher Gu later to refresh Qi Zhao's passive skill. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to land, a faint light suddenly wrapped around Zhang Yuan, reducing his falling speed and allowing him to land smoothly. Zhang Yuan opened his eyes in surprise and saw Li Xueer standing not far away, panting, with the staff in her hand still glowing. Obviously, it was Li Xueer who took action just now. Xueer? Why are you here? When Zhang Yuan saw Li Xueer appear, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Li Xueer put away her staff and angrily walked up to Zhang Yuan, demanding, "Idiot! How long has the school been open? It's fine you didn't attend freshman training, but you weren't here when we were assigned to colleges. Didn't we agree to go to Kyoto University together? How come you haven't come to see me once until now? If I hadn't seen you playing tricks in the air in the dormitory, I wouldn't even know where you were." Zhang Yuan scratched his head and smiled, then quickly apologized. "It's really not that I didn't look for you, it's just that there have been too many things going on recently, one after another, and I'm simply too busy to handle it." "Forget it, I'm too lazy to bother with you, Li Xueer let out a sigh of relief. She seemed to want to say something, but hesitated and paused. Seeing Li Xueer hesitate to speak, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Li Xueer replied, "I don't know what you did. Recently, the elders in my family have been very concerned about you and have been clamoring for me to take you back. Zhang Yuan, can't I just be excellent and impress your family? Come on. Your national #1 scholarship is impressive, but that alone isn't enough to impress the elders in my family. You must have attracted them with something else. Since they want to see me, I'll go back with you. My family is not as simple as you think." Li Xueer sighed. "Although I really don't want to talk about my family, I have to admit that many of my elders are elites who play power games. They only care about profit, and in their eyes, everyone and everything is just a tool to make money. I'm worried that if you come back with me, they'll use me to take advantage of you." Zhang Yuan, so, the reason you haven't mentioned your family in all these years is because of this? Well, that's partly the reason. Li Xueer nodded, but the most fundamental reason is that I don't want you to feel pressured and alienate me after knowing my background. Having said that, Li Xueer paused, then looked at Zhang Yuan. "Silly, what if? I mean, what if my family uses me to force you to do something you don't like, what will you do?" Zhang Yuan chuckled, "It depends on what you think. Li Xueer, of course I don't want you to be used by them, and I don't want you to do anything against your will because of me. In that case, I won't do it. But what if you refuse and they force us not to meet? They can't do it." Li Xueer was startled for a moment, then smiled and said, "You're truly worthy of me. Now that you say that, I'm relieved. Are you free tomorrow?" Okay, let's meet at the school gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Good." Chapter 101. No, someone will die. The next day. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the school gate, Li Xueer, who had her hair tied in a ponytail, was wearing a simple white shirt and jeans, and had light makeup on, was already waiting outside the school gate. On the side of the road, Butler Su was standing quietly beside the car, waiting patiently. "Xueer, it's so early." Zhang Yuan came forward to greet her and handed her the breakfast he bought in the cafeteria. "Here, you probably didn't have breakfast." "Thank you." Li Xueer took the breakfast without hesitation, and without caring about her ladylike image, she took out the big meat bun from the plastic bag and took a big bite. Zhang Yuan greeted Butler Su with a smile. "Good morning, Butler Su." Butler Su nodded politely to Zhang Yuan and opened the car door. Mr. Zhang, please get in the car." Li Xueer ate her meat bun and muttered, "Idiot, let's get in the car and talk on the way." Zhang Yuan followed Li Xueer into the car and headed to the Li family manor. On the way, Li Xueer told Zhang Yuan a lot about their Li family. Li Xueer's father is Li Yuankang, the president of the Sun Guild, which ranks third in the Great Xia Empire, and her grandfather, Li Zhenghua, is one of the 5 elders of the Great Xia Empire. Not only that, the Yaori Group founded by Li Yuankang is also one of the top 50 companies in Daxia, with extremely strong assets. Along the way, Zhang Yuan was stunned. He knew that Li Xueer's family background was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. It can be said that Li Xueer's family, strength, power and wealth have already touched the top of the Great Xueer Empire. It is an hour's drive from Kyoto University to the Li family's estate in Kyoto. As soon as Zhang Yuan entered the manor, a red-haired young man came forward and looked him up and down. "Are you the Zhang Yuan who kidnapped my little sister? I heard you seem pretty awesome. Let's have a fight." Zhang Yuan was stunned and subconsciously used the Eye of Abyss on the red-haired young man. Li Feng, Flame Blade Master, level 48. Zhang Yuan had read about the Flame Blade Master in the Encyclopedia of Professionals. It was a legendary profession with twice the output capacity of a mage and higher defense. Moreover, this profession's PvP ability ranks among the top 10 among all professions, making it an extremely unreasonable all-round profession. "He's my brother, a fool, you don't have to bother with him." At this time, Li Xueer got out of the car and said something to Zhang Yuan, then looked at Li Feng. "Weren't you on a mission at the front line? Why are you back?" "Why, I came all the way back to check things out for you, and you're not happy?" Li Feng said with dissatisfaction. "You little girl, you're not even married yet, and you're already starting to act like a traitor. What's going to happen in the future? Are you looking for death?" Li Xueer was like a powder keg that could be ignited at any time. She was angered by Li Feng after just a few words. "You two siblings always quarrel as soon as you meet. Are you deliberately trying to make the guests laugh at you?" At this time, a strong voice was heard. Zhang Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man with an extremely powerful aura walking towards him. No need to guess, it was Li Yuankang. Li Xueer and Li Feng, who were arguing, suddenly stopped talking when they saw Li Yuankang. They saluted Li Yuankang and said, "Father." Li Yuankang nodded slightly. He glanced at Zhang Yuan and then said to Li Xueer, "Xueer, your mother is cooking in the kitchen. Go over and help her." When Li Xueer heard Li Yuankang's words, her eyes changed slightly. "Dad, I." "Go ahead." Li Yuankang said another sentence, his tone was unquestionable. Li Xueer was stunned and couldn't help but look at Zhang Yuan. It was obvious that her father wanted to get rid of her. Zhang Yuan didn't care and smiled at Li Xueer. "I'm fine, you go." "Sorry, please be careful and don't put yourself in a difficult position." Li Xueer gave Zhang Yuan an apologetic look and then quickly left. After sending Li Xueer away, Li Yuankang carefully looked at Zhang Yuan again and asked with a smile, "Zhang Yuan, what do you think of my Xueer?" Zhang Yuan replied, "She is a very good girl." Li Feng immediately said, "Of course. My sister is the best in the world. Her only shortcoming is that she treats me badly." Li Yuankang ignored Li Feng and continued to ask Zhang Yuan, "So what do you think of my Li family?" Zhang Yuan said directly, "Uncle Li, if you have anything to say, please speak directly. There are no outsiders here." Li Yuankang looked at Zhang Yuan deeply, then smiled and said, "To be honest, my old man thinks highly of you and wants me to win you over no matter what. But when I asked him why, he wouldn't tell me." At this point, Li Yuankang smiled again and said, "I am a businessman, and I only care about profit when doing things. Logically speaking, since our old man has said that he wants to win you over, then no matter who you are, I should win you over. But, I am also a father. I need to make sure my daughter is not in the wrong hands. Do you understand?" Zhang Yuan, "I understand." "Well, not bad." Li Yuankang nodded with satisfaction. "Regarding your character, Butler Su has observed it for me over the years. I'm not worried about that. So what I want to know now is whether you have the ability to protect Xueer. Although you are the top scorer in the country, this only means that you have the ability to pass the test of the dungeon. I need to confirm your ability to fight against professionals." "Zhang Yuan, how do you prove it?" Li Yuankang looked at Li Feng and said, "Fight him." Li Feng immediately grinned and said, "Zhang Yuan, don't worry, my father doesn't want you to defeat me. You just need to perform well enough. Let's start the fight." Zhang Yuan shook his head, "No." Li Feng was stunned. "No? Are you scared?" Butler Su behind him didn't expect Zhang Yuan to refuse, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. In his impression, Zhang Yuan is not such a timid person. Li Yuankang's expression didn't change at all, so he asked, "Why?" "Zhang Yuan, my damage is too high. If I hit you directly, someone will die." Li Yuankang. Li Feng. Butler Su. The three people in the yard fell silent when they heard Zhang Yuan's answer. Li Fong was the first to react and angrily said, "You little brat, even if you don't dare to fight, you should at least come up with a more reasonable excuse." "You're exaggerating." Li Yuankang's eyes flashed with disappointment at this moment. He frowned slightly and said to Zhang Yuan, "If that's what you're worried about, there's no need to worry. Li Fang is 13 levels higher than you, and with Butler Su and I watching over you, nothing will happen." Zhang Yuan still shook his head firmly. "It really can't be done." At this moment, Li Yuankang was also a little angry. He couldn't help but look at Butler Su, as if questioning Butler Su why he hadn't seen through Zhang Yuan's character for so many years. Li Fang was completely furious at this point. He said in a deep voice, "Zhang Yuan, if you insist on using this excuse, then let's go to the arena. There's a magic circle there, so even if you're hit by a fatal blow, your life won't be in danger. We in the Li family also have god-level healers. Even if you're injured or disabled, we can heal you." Seeing Li Fang's insistence, Zhang Yuan sighed and said, "If that's the case, let's go. Walk." Li Fang took Zhang Yuan to the fighting arena in a menacing manner. The magic circle on the arena lit up, and a light curtain covered the arena. Li Fang clenched his fists and stared at Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, I wanted to be gentle with you, but unfortunately you succeeded in angering me. This time, I will not show mercy. Okay, please give me some advice, brotherly." As soon as Zhang Yuan finished speaking, a loud bang came from the opposite side, and Li Fang pounced on Zhang Yuan at an extremely fast speed like a scarlet evil beast. Then, a flash of sword light passed by and pierced through Li Fang's chest. The next moment, Li Fang appeared outside the arena. The light curtain on the arena disappeared and the competition ended. Zhang Yuan bowed to Li Fang, who was still a little confused outside the arena, and said, "Brotherly, thank you for letting me." Li Fang? Chapter 102 New Professional Skills. Seconds? When Li Yuankang saw this scene, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore, his face full of horror. Although Zhang Yuan's sword was very fast, he could see it very clearly. A flying sword appeared out of thin air, pierced through Li Fang's chest, and then disappeared out of thin air. Zhang Yuan only used one normal attack to instantly kill the level 48 Li Fang. You know, Li Fang is not only a legendary professional, he also has a set of legendary equipment. Even if it is a level 60 boss, Li Fang is capable of soloing it. No, something must have gone wrong. Let's try again. Li Fang was a little skeptical, so he jumped back onto the arena, and the light curtain once again covered the entire arena. Li Fang took out two scarlet long knives and looked at Zhang Yuan straight in the eye like a tiger about to hunt. "Zhang Yuan, I'm really serious this time." As soon as Li Fang finished speaking, he appeared outside the arena again. Li Yuankang, who was watching the battle, was already filled with shock and fear. He clearly saw a flying sword appear out of thin air from behind Li Fang and pierce through Li Fang's back. The whole process took no more than 0.1 seconds. If this were a real combat, Li Fang would have died countless times. At this moment, Li Yuankang's eyes when he looked at Zhang Yuan changed completely. He finally understood why his father asked him to do his best to win over Zhang Yuan. The young man on the arena is destined to be the brightest pearl in the history of the Great Xueer Empire. Compared with Zhang Yuan, the radiance emitted by other geniuses is like a firefly compared to the bright moon. No, Dad. Is there a bug in this fighting arena? This has happened twice, and I've been ejected before I even started fighting. Li Fang still didn't know how he lost, and said to Li Yuankang, "Dad, it's time to find a new arena." "That's enough." Li Yuankang said, "Fanger, you've already lost." What Zhang Yuan said before was right. His damage is too high. If you don't have any protection, you will die, and I can't save you. Li Fang's pupils trembled, and he said in shock, "Dad, you are not kidding, right? Have I ever joked with you?" Li Yuankang said lightly, "But this is not your fault. It's Zhang Yuan who is too outstanding. He is so outstanding that even a genius like you looks like a mediocre person." After that, Li Yuankang turned and left, saying to everyone, "Let's go, it's time to eat." During the following lunchtime, Li Yuankang remained silent, and Li Fang was in a daze the whole time, which made Li Xueer, who was originally worried about Zhang Yuan, couldn't help but ask Zhang Yuan what he had done to her family. The current situation seems to be different from what she expected. With the end of a lunch in a delicate atmosphere, Zhang Yuan's Meet the Parents activity was successfully completed. The Sunday Guild had some urgent work, so Li Yuankang didn't have time to say anything to Zhang Yuan. He just handed Zhang Yuan an exquisite gift box, asked Butler Su to send Zhang Yuan and Li Xueer back to school, and then hurried away with Li Fang. Since Li Xueer had classes in the afternoon, Zhang Yuan said goodbye to Li Xueer after returning to school, went to the library alone to study, and opened the box given by Li Yuankang by the way. Inside lies a profession-specific skill scroll. It's actually a class-specific skill scroll. When Zhang Yuan saw the gift in the box, he couldn't help but let out a low cry. He had searched for professional-specific skill scrolls at the Imperial Exchange before. This kind of treasure was worth over $1 billion and was always in short supply. Once someone puts a profession-exclusive skill scroll on the shelf, no matter how much it's priced at, it will be snapped up instantly. I can only say that the Li family is truly worthy of their generosity, even giving away professional-specific skill scrolls. Zhang Yuan sighed, found a single study room in the library, and then used the skill scroll. As the professional-specific skill scroll turned into a ray of light and poured into Zhang Yuan's body, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a strange power surging in his body. Obtained skill, Sword Intent Gathering Level 1. Sword Intent Gathering Level 1, all flying sword attacks can be charged. Charged attacks cannot be blocked. Damage is increased by up to 100 times based on the charging time. When the Sword Intent Gathering reaches its peak, any health lock effects are ignored. Charge the attack. Zhang Yuan was shocked when he saw his new skills. Increase damage by up to 100 times, and ignore any blood lock effect? What does this mean? Zhang Yuan didn't dare to imagine what the scene would be like if he fully charged the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword and then fired it out. I'm afraid it will penetrate the stars. I just don't know how long it will take to charge this skill to reach its peak. Zhang Yuan summoned an iron sword and tried to charge it. The flying sword in front of Zhang Yuan kept vibrating, and Zhang Yuan could feel a constant flow of power from his sword formation into the flying sword. The charging progress of the flying sword also appeared on his panel. The power increases very quickly at the beginning, almost doubling every 10 seconds of charging, and increasing the power tenfold after 2 minutes of charging. However, when the power was increased tenfold, the charging progress bar began to rise extremely slowly, and did not rise at all for several minutes. Is it because of the quality of the flying sword? Seeing that the iron sword stopped charging after reaching 10 times the power, Zhang Yuan immediately switched to the purple ghost sword. This sword was the same, charging to 10 times the power in the first 2 minutes, and then the charging speed slowed down significantly. However, unlike the iron sword, the purple ghost sword's power continued to increase slowly after exceeding 10 times. After charging for 10 minutes, its power finally stopped at 20 times, and then stopped increasing. Sure enough, every flying sword has a charging limit. When Zhang Yuan discovered this, he immediately took out his 3 special weapons, Shishao, Zhanlu, and Xixing Long Yuan, and began to charge them at the same time. The speed at which these 3 special weapons could charge was much faster than that of the purple ghost sword and the iron sword. It only took 1 minute to increase the power tenfold, and in 3 minutes, the power increased to 20 times. After that, the 3 special weapons can still be charged, and the speed is not slow. At the 6th minute, the 3 special weapons had charged to 30 times the power, and at the 10th minute, it had charged to 40 times the power. After that, the charging speed of Qishao and Zhanlu decreased significantly, but the 7-star Dragon Abyss was still holding strong. 15 minutes later, the power of Qishao and Zhanlu reached 50 times, and they could no longer increase their power, but Xixing Long Yuan could continue to increase its power. However, after Zhang Yuan spent half an hour charging the power of the 7-star Dragon Abyss to 70 times, the charging progress of the 7-star Dragon Abyss no longer increased. It seems that in order to reach the peak of sword power, the special weapon must be refined to the full level. Moreover, this skill should be used for attacking strongholds. This skill may be very useful in dealing with the Curse King in the future. After Zhang Yuan finished experimenting with his new skills, he received a message from Yiqingsong on the communicator. Zulin, come quickly. Chapter 103: The First Military Action and the Magic Gourd. After receiving the news, Zhang Yuan immediately rushed to the bamboo forest, only to see Yiqingsong and Wan Chang'an standing together, chatting about something. Zhang Yuan, you're here at the right time. Come here quickly. When Wan Chang'an saw Zhang Yuan arriving, he immediately waved to him. Zhang Yuan stepped forward and saluted Yiqingsong and Wan Chang'an. Hello, Teacher Yi. Hello, God of War Wan. Wan Chang'an asked, Zhang Yuan, do you know why we're looking for you? You two are standing together. Is this about my parents? After all, some time ago, Yiqingsong took out the photos of his parents after they turned into demons. Before that, Wan Chang'an also received eyewitness information about his parents becoming demons. The two of them looking for him together could only be his parents. Yiqingsong nodded slightly. That's right, ever since I saw the demon that looked very much like your parents that day, I have been concerned about those two demons, so I went to the Abyss battlefield again. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly asked, "What did you find?" "Yiqingsong, I discovered a demon stronghold 50 kilometers away from the first position in the Abyss battlefield, and your mother is the leader of that stronghold." Zhang Yuan immediately asked with concern, "What are they doing over there?" Yiqingsong shook his head, "I have already been marked by the Abyss. If I get close enough to the demons, all of them will know my location. In order to avoid alerting them, I did not get too close to the camp and could not find out what was going on inside." Wan Changyan said at this time, "Since that stronghold is already outside the first position, the Abyss monsters there are all level 50 and above. Ordinary professionals and soldiers cannot go deep into it. Therefore, the Qianlong detachment will form a small team to explore and, if capable, destroy that stronghold." Zhang Yuan, "So, you want me to participate in this operation too?" Wan Changyan, "I've heard about you helping Kyoto University conquer the Holy Spirit Realm dungeon. With your strength, you're fully capable of leading this military operation. Furthermore, the demon facing you could be your mother. If you join this operation, it might produce unexpected results." Yiqingsong echoed, "I think so too. This is also a rare trial opportunity for you. Zhang Yuan, with your talent, it won't take too long to reach level 70. At that time, you will face the Curse King, so before you reach level 70, you must seize every opportunity to fight the devil in actual combat. Do you understand?" Zhang Yuan, "I understand. I will participate in this operation." "Very good. Before we leave, you must go somewhere with me." After Yiqingsong finished speaking, a teleportation array appeared under his and Zhang Yuan's feet, and white light gradually enveloped them. During the transmission, Yiqingsong looked at Wan Changyan again. "Changyan, I will send Zhang Yuan to the first position later. Let's proceed according to the plan." Wan Chahan, "Yeah." As soon as the words fell, Yiqingsong and Zhang Yuan teleported away. This time, Zhang Yuan's transmission took more than a minute. The extremely long distance and time made Zhang Yuan dizzy and feel carsick. As the transmission ended, Zhang Yuan found himself in an extremely magnificent hall. There are many tall statues standing around the hall, and each statue exudes an extremely powerful aura. Zhang Yuan glanced at the statues in the hall and soon sensed the aura of the star god and the god of joy from two of them. Yiqingsong said, "This is the pantheon. The statues standing in the hall are all gods who have blessed our citizens in history. Even though those who once communicated with the gods have passed away, these gods still leave a trace of their presence here, maintaining a close connection with our great Xia Empire, while waiting for the next blessing to appear." After saying that, Yiqingsong took off a wine gourd from his waist and walked to a statue of a god who was holding a sword in one hand and drinking from a wine gourd in the other. The statue lit up with light, and the wine gourd in Yiqingsong's hand flew into the air. "Blessed one, Yiqingsong offers me the immortal brew, and begs the drunken sword immortal to bless my descendant Zhang Yuan." As Yiqingsong spoke, the immortal wine in the wine gourd flew out, and the rich aroma of the wine instantly filled the entire pantheon. Many statues lit up, as if attracted by the immortal wine. The next moment, the statue of the drunken sword immortal lit up with the brightest light, and the immortal wine was absorbed by the statue. Then, a ball of light shaped like a wine gourd flew out of the statue and flew in front of Zhang Yuan. Yiqingsong said to Zhang Yuan, "This is the magical gourd of the drunken sword immortal. Put your spiritual power into it, make contact with it, and leave a spiritual imprint." Zhang Yuan didn't ask any questions and did as he was told. "You have established a connection with the immortal gourd. If you die in battle, the immortal gourd will retain your soul." Zhang Yuan saw the prompt on the panel, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Yiqingsong. "Teacher Yi, this is..." "Yiqingsong, after all, you are going to the front line of the Abyss battlefield, which is the most dangerous place in the world. Any accidents can happen there. You establish a connection with the immortal gourd. If you die later, the immortal gourd will leave you a glimmer of hope." Yiqingsong said calmly, "Get ready. I'm going to teleport you to the Abyss battlefield." Although Yiqingsong said it calmly, Zhang Yuan knew in his heart that Yiqingsong must have paid a huge price for establishing a connection with the magic gourd. Zhang Yuan was deeply moved. He had 1,000 words in his heart, but in the end, they only turned into one sentence: "Teacher Yi, I won't let you down." Yiqingsong laughed, "Of course I know, go ahead." After saying that, the light of the teleportation array lit up under Zhang Yuan's feet, and then Zhang Yuan was teleported away. I never thought that the strongest human in the world would be willing to lower his rank to protect a junior. I really watched a good show today. At this time, a beautiful woman appeared on the statue of joy. She crossed her legs and sat leisurely on the wrist of her statue, her smooth white feet wiggling up and down, looking at Yi Qingsong in the pantheon with a smile. Yi Qingsong looked at the woman and bowed slightly. I wonder what orders the god of joy has given you now that he has come to this world. Nothing, I just think that little guy is interesting. The god of joy replied with a chuckle, then added, by the way, since you put on a good show for me today, I'll remind you that several blessers have recently appeared in the cursed kingdom of the abyss. If you go to the abyss again with such fanfare like you did before, you won't be able to come back. Yi Qingsong's expression changed slightly, and then he thanked the god of joy. Thank you, goddess, for your reminder. Thank you, no need. If you have any extra wine from the immortal wine you just offered to the drunken sword immortal, please give me a bottle as well. I'll go to Mingyue Winery and bring back a bottle. Hurry up. There's a lot of fun waiting for me over there at Zhang Yuan's place. Chapter 104. One man leads the whole city. Abyss Battlefield, the first position, the Great Wall of Weapons. After the demon Grand Dukedesses retreated, the Great Xia Empire regained the first position and strengthened the defensive fortifications of the Great Wall of Weapons. When Zhang Yuan came out of the teleportation array, he found himself in a steel city. There were many professionals installing demon-killing cannons on the city wall. The Great Wall of Weapons is the most dangerous city in the Great Xia Empire. The soldiers and professionals here have been fighting against high-level abyss monsters for years. All of them are above level 50, and each of them exudes a sharp and murderous aura. It is precisely because these soldiers and professionals fought bravely on the front line, keeping the abyss monsters outside the Great Wall of War, that there is stability in the rear. This city is not only a strong shield for Daxia, but also an eye planted by Daxia in the abyss battlefield to observe the movements of the abyss army. If the abyss army invades on a large scale, this city will be responsible for resisting the first wave of the abyss attack and buying time for the two major positions in the rear. Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Yuan. As soon as Zhang Yuan walked out of the teleportation array, a veteran soldier over level 50 came forward and saluted him. I'll take you to see General Ning. Trouble. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and followed the veteran to an independent building. The veteran stopped outside the building and said to Zhang Yuan, General Ning and the other 3 members of the Qianlong detachment are arranging tactics inside. You can go in by yourself. Thank you very much. Zhang Yuan thanked him and walked into the building, only to see Ning Wuwei standing in front of a sand table, arranging tactics with 2 men and 1 woman. Instructor Ning. Zhang Yuan walked into the room and greeted Ning Wuwei. Zhang Yuan, you're here. Ning Wuwei smiled as soon as he saw Zhang Yuan come in. I've heard about your situation from the God of War. Let me introduce you to the team members this time. The handsome, cold-haired guy is called Gao Ning. He's a level 62 Netherworld assassin and our team's scout. Gao Ning nodded slightly to Zhang Yuan and didn't talk much. The bald guy with no hair is Zhuang Wenxiang, a level 64 dragon blood hunter, and the team's tank. Zhuang Wenxiang grinned at Zhang Yuan, with me here, no abyss monster can even touch a hair of yours. The older sister with long black hair is called Luilan. She's a level 60 rainmaker and serves as both a support and healer for the team. Luilan looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile. He is a handsome young man. After Ning Wuwei introduced the 3 people to Zhang Yuan also introduced himself. Zhang Yuan, level 35, Ghost Swordmaster. When Zhang Yuan announced his level and occupation, the expressions on the faces of the 3 people suddenly changed subtly. Obviously, they didn't know Zhang Yuan's level before. Level 35 is too low. However, this was the person chosen by the God of War himself. Although everyone had doubts in their hearts, they did not say it out loud. Ning Wuwei noticed the subtle changes in the 3 team members' expressions and instantly understood what they were thinking. He said, I know what you 3 are thinking. It's simply that Zhang Yuan's level is too low, and you're afraid he'll hold you back. However, we are a team. Once we leave the city, we must have complete trust in our teammates. Any suspicion among team members could lead to mission failure or even the destruction of the team. As Ning Wuwei said this, Zhuang Wenxiang expressed his doubts. Captain, I don't look down on Zhang Yuan, but isn't his level too low? It's too dangerous for him to follow us on that kind of mission. After all, we're facing the stronghold of the Abyss Demon, and we might even be able to capture an Abyss Demon above level 70. Zhang Yuan is only level 35. Even if he has outstanding talent, he wouldn't be able to handle this mission, right? The other 2 remained silent, but obviously agreed with what Zhuang Wenxiang said. Ning Wuwei smiled when Zhuang Wenxiang raised his question, saying, That's right. If you have any concerns, just speak up and we'll resolve them right then and there. After saying that, Ning Wuwei looked at Zhang Yuan and said, "There's a fighting arena in the city. Can you fight them?" Zhang Yuan nodded, "Okay." When Zhuang Wenxiang saw that Ning Wuwei actually wanted Zhang Yuan, who was level 35, to PK with the three of them, he was about to speak when a heavy alarm suddenly sounded in the city. Ning Wuwei was not alarmed when he heard the alarm. In the Great Wall, such alarms would sound several times a day. As long as the alarm sounds, it means that the abyss monsters have begun to attack. Generally speaking, the ranged professionals would launch a few rounds of ranged attacks on the city wall, and then the melee professionals would harvest the remaining monsters with low health under the city wall, and the battle would be over in 2 or 3 hours. If the alarm sounds any sharper, then you should pay attention. Ning Wuwei smiled and said, "It seems there is a more intuitive way to demonstrate strength. Zhang Yuan, come with us to the city wall." Zhang Yuan nodded and went up to the city wall with Ning Wuwei and others. At this time, there were already many professionals on the city wall ready for battle. They formed their own teams, and each of them was ready to fight and kill everyone. After all, the abyss monsters have extremely rich experience, and professionals can gain considerable experience even if they just use their skills to get some assists. At the same time, after the war, they can also gain military merit based on the abyss monsters they kill, thereby improving their military rank and obtaining various military resources. It can be said that in this Great Wall of War, high risks and high returns coexist. Zhang Yuan stood on the city wall and looked into the distance. He saw a large amount of black fog appearing on the barren land, and dense abyss monsters rushed out from it. The levels of those abyss monsters vary, with the highest being level 60 and the lowest being level 30, and there are tens of thousands of them. The barrier of the Great Wall of Weapons unfolded, and a large number of demon-killing cannons fired destructive lasers at the group of monsters, clearing a large area of the screen in one sweep. The scene was extremely spectacular. After a round of volleys of demon-destroying cannons, the demon-destroying cannons began to charge, and the remaining abyss monsters continued to rush towards the city. Remote preparation. At this time, a commander gave orders, and the ranged professionals on the city wall began to prepare their skills, while the assistants began to add status to their respective team members. Ning Wuwei smiled at Zhang Yuan and said, "It's your turn to perform. Show them what you can do." Zhang Yuan looked at the abyss monsters charging outside, but did not take action directly. Instead, he asked Ning Wuwei, "Instructor Ning, can we organize everyone in the city into a legion? You want to form a legion?" Ning Wuwei was stunned. Generally speaking, we only form a legion when there's a large-scale invasion from the abyss. We don't usually form a legion for small-scale battles like this. After all, everyone needs experience. If we form a legion, the experience will be divided equally, and everyone. Ning Wuwei understood Zhang Yuan's idea instantly when he said this, and said with a smile, "Good boy, I understand what you mean. I will form a legion right away." Ning Wuwei immediately flew into the sky, took out his general badge, and shouted loudly, "Everyone in the city, listen to my command and form a legion." As soon as Ning Wuwei finished speaking, a tall tower in the center of the Great Wall of Weapons lit up, and then the military badges of all the professionals in the city began to light up. For a moment, the professionals on the city wall were talking about it. Rectifying a legion? Could it be that a new large-scale invasion from the abyss is coming? Why isn't the city on high alert? Damn it! I'm not mentally prepared yet, and this is going to be a decisive battle? Don't waste time. This is the legion formed by General Ning himself. Join them now, or you won't benefit from the benefits and get killed by monsters later. As Ning Wuwei formed the legion, many professionals joined in, and Zhang Yuan also joined. At this time, Luilan, who had also joined the legion, asked Zhang Yuan, "Brother Zhang Yuan, can you tell us why we formed the legion? With the abyss monsters of that size outside the city, there's absolutely no need to make such a big fuss." Zhang Yuan replied, "Those monsters outside are too valuable for me. I need to share the burden with everyone." Luilan, She didn't understand. How could having more experience be a bad thing? What kind of weird logic is this? Zhang Yuan just smiled and didn't explain much. He jumped directly from the city wall and landed in front of a group of melee professionals. The professionals on and under the wall saw a level 35 guy suddenly jump to the front of the battlefield, and their expressions all changed. Who brought a child to the battlefield? Isn't this ridiculous? Little brother. It's dangerous outside, come back quickly. Is there a formation master? Send him back quickly. Just when many professionals were anxiously busy, Zhang Yuan raised his hand slightly and the sword formation unfolded. Tens of thousands of flying swords suddenly appeared in the sky. Go! Zhang Yuan controlled the flying swords, and tens of thousands of flying swords shot towards the dark army of abyss monsters in front of them like a rainstorm. Countless abyss monsters fell like wheat and turned into black smoke and dissipated. In everyone's Legion channel, monster kill information popped up crazily. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest 25862 100,000. King of the Abyss, plus 22,031. In an instant, the abyss monsters were cleared out from the barren land. The battlefield, the weapons and the Great Wall were all plunged into deathly silence. Chapter 105. The action begins. Not only the many professionals in the city, but even Ning Wuwei, who was standing high in the sky, was frightened by Zhang Yuan's ability. He knew that Zhang Yuan had a large-scale group attack capability, and the damage was extremely high, but he didn't expect the damage to be so high. Just one round of attack wiped out tens of thousands of abyss monsters. Ning Wuwei could no longer find any adjectives to describe Zhang Yuan. Ning Wuwei looked at Zhang Yuan's back outside the Great Wall of Weapons in silence and murmured, "Sure enough, the God of War was right to protect Zhang Yuan. He is our hope for Great Xiao's counterattack against the Abyss." After a long silence, a shocking uproar broke out in the Great Wall. "Oh my god! So cool! Our Great Xia has produced a sword immortal. 10,000 swords return to the origin. 10,000 swords return to the origin. Damn! Why didn't I take a picture just now? Good boy! Awesome!" For a moment, countless words of praise poured into Zhang Yuan. All the professionals who can fight on the Great Wall of War are people who hate the abyss demons with all their might. Now Zhang Yuan's spectacular method of clearing the screen with one move makes all the professionals present feel so happy. Ning Wuwei landed in front of Zhang Yuan, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Not bad, kid. It's been such a short time since we last met, and you've already grown to this point. With your rate of improvement, that damn cursed king is definitely no match for you." Zhang Yuan said modestly, "Instructor Ning, I'm still a long way from that. Being too modest is just pretentious." Ning Wuwei patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder with a smile and led Zhang Yuan into the city. All the professionals around him cast affirmative glances at Zhang Yuan. To them, as long as they kill the monsters in the abyss, they are good people. As long as they kill enough of them, they are great good people. Amidst people's praising gazes, Zhang Yuan returned to the conference room. At this time, Gao Ning, Zhuang Wenxiang and Luilan's eyes when they looked at Zhang Yuan had obviously changed. The move Zhang Yuan showed outside the city had completely conquered them. The Abyss offensive has concluded. Let's continue with the operational meeting. Before the meeting begins, I'd like to confirm with everyone, do you have any objections to the personnel composition for this operation? Gao Ning, no. Zhuang Wenxiang, I'm really impressed. I didn't expect Zhang Yuan to be so powerful. Level doesn't mean everything. Luilan, I have no objection either. Ning Wuwei heard the three people's response and looked at Zhang Yuan again. Zhang Yuan, what about you? What do you think of the team members? Zhang Yuan shook his head, no objection. Okay, since everyone has no objection to the personnel composition, let's officially start the meeting. As soon as Ning Wuwei finished speaking, a virtual sand table of the Abyss battlefield appeared in the conference room. From the sand table, we can see that there is a medium-sized demon stronghold stationed 50 kilometers northwest of the Great Wall of War. Ning Wuwei, the higher-ups named this operation the Demon Hunting Project, and our team is named the Demon Hunting Team. The main goal of this mission is to discover the purpose of the Abyss Demon's stronghold in this area and, if possible, to annihilate it. If Ning Wuwei had said before that he wanted to annihilate this demon stronghold, Zhuang Wenxiang and the others would have thought that Ning Wuwei was joking. But after seeing Zhang Yuan's strength, they began to feel that with Zhang Yuan's power, let alone annihilating the stronghold, even destroying an entire Abyss army seemed not to be a difficult task. Ning Wuwei continued, I know everyone might be feeling a bit inflated after seeing Zhang Yuan's power, but I want to emphasize again that the primary goal of this mission is to understand the Abyss Demon's purpose. Destroying the demon stronghold is secondary. Do you understand? Clear. Okay, I'll assign the tasks now. Since this demon stronghold is protected by a barrier, I will break the barrier from the front, attract the attention of the demon boss, and lead the boss away from the camp. After that, Zhuang Wenxiang and Luilan, you two will launch a feint attack from the front of the stronghold to attract the attention of the demon army and delay their time to repair the barrier. At the same time, Zhang Yuan and Gao Ning will depart from the hillside northwest of the camp and infiltrate the camp from the air. Gao Ning will be responsible for killing the surveillance monsters in the camp, while Zhang Yuan will head deeper into the camp to steal abyssal intelligence. Once you succeed, Zhang Yuan, immediately fire a signal flare. Everyone will use the forced return scroll together and return to the Great Wall of War. Gao Ning objected, "Captain, I'm better at infiltration. Why don't you let me infiltrate alone and leave Brother Zhang Yuan to fight on the front lines?" Given Brother Zhang Yuan's abilities, his impact on the front lines should be far greater than his impact on the infiltration side, right? Ning Wuwei, according to the intelligence I received, this abyss demon is very special and is inextricably linked to Zhang Yuan. If he infiltrates, we might discover something unexpected. Gao Ning was surprised. Brother Zhang Yuan is related to the abyss demon? Ning Wuwei said seriously, the specific situation is a highly confidential matter of the Great Xia Empire. You only need to know that Zhang Yuan is the core of this operation. There is no need to ask for anything else. Gao Ning, I understand. Does anyone have any comments? Ning Wuwei paused for a moment, and seeing that no one spoke, he said, in that case, everyone come and get your equipment. Once you're ready, we'll set off immediately. Ning Wuwei gave each person an equipment box. Zhang Yuan opened it, and inside were 10 bottles of advanced healing potions, 2 forced return scrolls, a wireless headset for team communication, and a bracelet made of abyss monster bones to cover up the human aura. Set off. The 5 of them put on headphones and bracelets, then quietly left the city, bypassing all the abyss monsters they encountered along the way, and rushed towards the demon camp. In the demon hunting team, except for Zhang Yuan, everyone is a high-level professional, and Zhang Yuan also has a tribute transformation, so the speed of movement of several people is extremely fast. In less than 10 minutes, all members of the demon hunting team arrived at the demon stronghold 50 kilometers away. At this time in the demon camp, a large number of well-trained abyss monster teams were patrolling outside the camp. Extremely thick black air gathered above the camp, and the entire camp was filled with an ominous feeling. The concentration of the abyssal aura around here is several times higher than elsewhere. The abyssal demons must be brewing some big conspiracy. Ning Wuwei noticed that the abyssal aura around them was so dense that it was almost condensed into substance. He immediately said to the team members, according to the plan, you will go to your respective locations and wait for my signal. Yes. Zhuang Wenxiang and Luilan quietly sneaked into the gate of the demon stronghold, while Zhang Yuan and Gao Ning went to the small hill northwest of the camp, killed the abyss monsters patrolling on the hillside, and ambushed on the top of the mountain. Gao Ning, Zhang Yuan, take your positions. Zhuang Wenxiang, Luilan, take your positions. As the voices of the team members came through the communicator, Ning Wuwei took a deep breath, a spear condensed in his hand, and his eyes became firm as he looked towards the demon stronghold. Everyone, it's time to go. Chapter 106: The Conspiracy of the Abyss. After Ning Wuwei gave the order, he suddenly rushed out and rushed towards the demon stronghold with the force of a tidal wave. All the patrolling abyss monsters were blown away by the airwaves created by Ning Wuwei. A purple barrier rose from the demon camp. Ning Wuwei's spear tip pierced the barrier, and the entire barrier suddenly rippled, blocking Ning Wuwei's attack. A horn sounded in the demon stronghold, and a large number of abyss monsters rushed out and attacked Ning Wuwei. God-killing gun. Ning Wuwei used his forbidden skills without hesitation, and terrifying power burst out from the tip of the gun, causing the world to change color. Boom! A dragon roar sounded, and Ning Wuwei pierced the barrier with a gun. The terrifying impact force instantly shattered hundreds of demons rushing out of the demon stronghold. How dare a mere human invade this place? You're courting death. At this time, a rough voice came from the stronghold, and then a burly demon holding a huge hammer rushed out from the depths of the stronghold and swung the hammer at Ning Wuwei. Just in time. Ning Wuwei shouted loudly and held the gun to meet the enemy. The giant hammer demon's attack was powerful and heavy. Every time it swung the hammer, it was like a mountain pressing down on the ground, and deep pits were smashed into the ground one after another. Ning Wuwei shuttled through the hammer shadows like a dragon, cleverly avoiding every attack of the giant hammer demon, and then accurately stabbed the giant hammer demon's vital points. However, this giant hammer demon had high health and defense, and with an abyss mage behind him adding status to it, Ning Wuwei was unable to cause any effective damage to the giant hammer demon. Human, are you tickling me? The giant hammer demon grinned. He seized a flaw in Ning Wuwei and swept the giant hammer across. Ning Wuwei immediately held the spear across his body to block it. Clang! Huge sparks flew between the giant hammer and the spear. Ning Wuwei endured the impact of hundreds of tons of force and was blown away hundreds of meters. Ha ha ha. So weak. The giant hammer demon laughed loudly, and it turned into a black light and chased after Ning Wuwei. It's our turn. Zhuang Wenxiang, who was hiding in the dark, saw the abyss boss being led away by Ning Wuwei, and immediately summoned two giant axes, suddenly jumped out, and chopped into pieces several abyss mages who were repairing the barrier at the door of the stronghold. The horn sounded again in the stronghold, and a large number of abyss monsters poured out of the stronghold. Ha, you bastards from the abyss, come here. Today I'm going to chop you all into minced meat. Zhuang Wenxiang was blocking the door and laughing, while Luilan, who was still hiding in the dark, was secretly giving Zhuang Wenxiang the status. With Luilan's assistance, Zhuang Wenxiang was like a god of war at this time, blocking the gate of the stronghold and killing the abyss monsters. On the small hill in the northwest, Gao Ning saw that the abyss monster's attention was attracted by Zhuang Wenxiang at the entrance of the stronghold, and immediately said to Zhang Yuan, "Brother Zhang Yuan, it's time for us to act." As Zhang Yuan nodded, Gao Ning took out a dagger, jumped down from the hill, stepped on a patrolling monster in the stronghold below, and quickly stabbed the dagger into the vital part of the monster's neck. Precise and clean. The monster didn't even have time to scream before it turned into black mist and dissipated. After killing a monster, Gao Ning immediately disappeared. Then Zhang Yuan saw that one surveillance monster after another in the stronghold fell quietly without making any sound. All of them are one-hit kills. As expected of a professional assassin, your skills are so exquisite. Zhang Yuan watched as one surveillance monster after another fell under Gao Ning's dagger, and suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Zhang Yuan also jumped down from the hill, steadily entered the demon stronghold, and rushed towards the depths of the camp. With Gao Ning secretly killing the monsters responsible for monitoring and alarming the stronghold, Zhang Yuan easily sneaked into the depths of the stronghold. He saw a group of abyss mages surrounding a huge black cube to build some kind of magic circle in the open space in front of the demon commander's tent. What is that? Zhang Yuan hid behind a tent and used the eye of the abyss on the dark cube. Giant abyssal crystal core, a mysterious crystal that absorbs the aura of the abyss and can release the abyss's aura. Abyssal crystal core. When Zhang Yuan saw the information given by the eye of the abyss, his eyes narrowed slightly. He had learned about the Abyss Crystal Core from the Kyoto University library. The Abyss demons use the Abyss Crystal Core to turn the copy into the Abyss. Generally speaking, the Abyss Crystal Core is about the size of a third-order Rubik's Cube, but the Abyss Crystal Core in this stronghold is more than 1 cubic meter. Zhang Yuan realized that what was happening in this demonic stronghold was probably beyond everyone's imagination. He immediately used the holographic photography function of his military wireless headset to take a picture of the giant Abyss Crystal Core and uploaded it to the military server. Zhang Yuan. Less than a minute after Zhang Yuan uploaded the photo, Wan Chanan's voice rang out from his wireless headset, "Hurry up and turn on the holographic photography function." The god of 10,000 wars? When Zhang Yuan heard Wan Chang'an's serious and urgent voice, he immediately turned on the new photography function of the headset and continued to film the situation in the demon stronghold. Wan Chang'an saw the giant abyssal crystal core through the footage Zhang Yuan had taken and said in a deep voice, "This is trouble." Wan Zhanshin, do you know what these abyss monsters are going to do? Wan Chang'an, given the size of that abyssal crystal core, once the abyssal power stored within is released, it will be enough to turn all copies within a radius of 1,000 kilometers into the abyssal state. The magic array those demon mages are constructing is called a warp teleportation array. This teleportation array can ignore any barrier and teleport items to another warp teleportation array. We have always had traders within the Great Xia Empire. We estimate that they have secretly built a warp teleportation array within the country. Once the warp teleportation array in the demon stronghold is completed and the giant abyss crystal is transported to the Great Xia territory, we will probably suffer the greatest disaster in 30 years. Zhang Yuan knew the situation could be serious, but he didn't expect it to be this serious. He immediately asked in a low voice, "Can I destroy this teleportation array?" Wan Chahan, no. Even if we disrupt the Abyss's plan this time, as long as we don't get rid of the traitor in Daxia, the Abyss can just change their location and still teleport the giant Abyss crystal into Daxia. If we alert them then, it will only make the traitor hide deeper. Zhang Yuan, then what should I do? Wan Chang'an, actually, before you set off, we had already identified several suspected traitors. We have already sent agents to secretly monitor them. However, their identities are very special. If the military acts rashly without evidence, it may cause unrest in the country. We can monitor the energy fluctuations of the warp teleportation array. So, Zhang Yuan, your task now is to get them to activate the warp teleportation array, but not to let them teleport the abyss crystal away. This task is very difficult. Can you do it? Even if we activate the warp teleportation array, can't we also enable the abyss crystal to teleport? Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment, then asked, Wan Zhanshan, after the warp teleportation array is activated, can I kill those demons? As soon as the warp teleportation array is activated, we will immediately lock onto the target. You can do whatever you want then. The military will fully support you in any way you need. I understand. Zhang Yuan's eyes became firm. Leave this to me. Zhang Yuan, please. Chapter 107 Demon Mother? After receiving the military order, Zhang Yuan told his teammates the current mission situation through wireless headphones. When everyone heard the current situation, they all felt heavy-hearted. They thought that this mission was just a simple intelligence gathering, but they didn't expect that the matter would be so serious. Ning Wuwei, who was in the middle of a fierce battle with the demon boss, was the first to speak on the communication channel. Zhang Yuan, since this mission was assigned to you by the god of war, then the command of this operation is in your hands. What do you need us to do? Zhang Yuan, I hope that Instructor Ning, you will feign failure and then withdraw to the Great Wall. Retreat? Zhuang Wenxiang suddenly shouted in the channel, Brother Zhang Yuan, you are going to carry out such a dangerous mission alone? How could we possibly abandon you and escape? Zhang Yuan, the key to this mission is to get the demons to activate the teleportation array. Our sudden attack on this stronghold has probably already aroused the demons' vigilance. If we don't retreat, they will probably not activate the teleportation array. Zhuang Wenxiang asked again, but what will you do if we leave? Zhang Yuan, don't worry, I have many ways to save my life. Even if the demon duke comes, I won't die. As soon as Zhang Yuan said this, Ning Wuwei understood Zhang Yuan's determination and immediately ordered on the communication channel, Zhuang Wenxiang, this is a military order. Immediately pretend to be defeated, escape from the demon stronghold, and find an opportunity to teleport away. Gao Ning and Luilan, you will use the scroll to return to the city and leave. Gao Ning, yes. Luilan, I understand. As Ning Wuwei spoke, Gao Ning and Luilan told Zhang Yuan to be careful, then directly used the return scroll to teleport back to the Great Wall of Bing. Zhuang Wenxiang, who was blocking the gate and fighting bloody battles, could only roar unwillingly when he saw that his teammates had retreated. He swung his axe a few times like a windmill, chopped down the surrounding abyss monsters, rushed out of the demon stronghold, and used the scroll to return to the city. As the three of them teleported away, Ning Wuwei said to Zhang Yuan, I'm going to retreat too. The abyss boss I fought will be back by then, so be careful. Don't worry, Instructor Ning, I know what I'm doing. Well, I always believe in you. I wish you good luck. After Ning Wuwei said these words to Zhang Yuan, he used his gun to deflect the giant hammer that the giant hammer demon was swinging at him, and quickly retreated to keep some distance from the giant hammer demon. Human, are you trying to run away? Seeing Ning Wuwei retreat, the giant hammer demon grinned and taunted him mercilessly, what a waste. Ning Wuwei listened to the giant hammer demon's ridicule, just sneered, suddenly accelerated, holding the purple gold spear, and stabbed at the giant hammer demon at an extremely fast speed. Ha ha, did I break your defense? Human, you are no match for me. Seeing Ning Wuwei coming to kill him again, the giant hammer demon laughed and swung the giant hammer at Ning Wuwei. However, this time Ning Wuwei only made a feint. At the moment when his spear was deflected by the giant hammer, he took advantage of the fact that the giant hammer demon was being pulled by the inertia of its weapon and immediately rushed in front of the giant hammer demon. A strange revolver appeared in Ning Wuwei's left hand at some point, aiming at the giant hammer demon's eyes. The giant hammer demon's pupils shrank slightly. Ning Wuwei said calmly, Abyss scum, this is my gift to you. Bang! Ning Wuwei pulled the trigger, and a dazzling light flashed from the muzzle of the revolver. A beam of destructive light, the same as the one from the demon-destroying cannon, shot out from the muzzle and instantly pierced through the giant hammer demon's eyes. Aha! The giant hammer demon screamed in pain, covered his eyes and roared, his face became ferocious, and he wanted to seek revenge on Ning Wuwei. But at this time Ning Wuwei had already used the scroll to return to the city and left. You despicable human! I will definitely kill you! The giant hammer demon roared alone in the wilderness. Its angry roar caused the earth to tremble, and countless abyss monsters in the wilderness trembled as a result. However, the roar of the giant hammer demon now is ultimately powerless rage. On the other side, in the demon stronghold, Zhang Yuan found a secluded place to hide and secretly observed the abyss mages who were building the jump teleportation array. For some reason, those abyss mages had clearly built the teleportation array, but they had not activated it for a long time, as if they were waiting for some kind of order or an opportunity. At this time, the giant hammered demon, whose eye was blinded by Ning Wuwei's sneak attack, returned to the camp angrily. Its footsteps were so heavy that the earth shook with every step it took. The giant hammered demon walked to where Zhang Yuan was hiding, slammed his weapon on the ground, and roared, "Where's the healer? Hurry and get over here to heal this general's eyes." As the giant hammered demon spoke, a demon healer soon trotted out from a tent and treated the giant hammered demon's eyes. However, as soon as the demon healer used his healing skill on the giant hammered demon, a trace of panic suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he immediately knelt down before the giant hammered demon. "General Aruz, your wound has been inflicted with a permanent debuff that cannot be healed. I am not capable enough to heal you." "What?" Aruz glared with his eyes as big as copper bells. "Then what use does this general have for a useless person like you?" The demon healer said in panic, "General Aruz, spare." Bang! The demon healer didn't even have time to beg for mercy before Aruz smashed him into a pulp with his giant hammer. When the abyss mages not far away saw Aruz killing the demon, they turned pale with fear and lowered their heads, fearing that Aruz's giant hammer would hit them. This guy is so cruel. Zhang Yuan watched the whole process in the dark and gained a new understanding of these abyss demons. It turns out that they are not only cruel to humans, they are also ruthless to their own kind. Aruz then called a few demon healers, but the result was still that they could not remove the permanent debuff effect on the eyes. Only after Aruz killed all the demon healers in the stronghold did it have to accept the fact that it had temporarily become one-eyed. Just as Aruz was bandaging his own wound, a demon who looked exactly like Zhang Yuan's mother appeared in the stronghold and asked in a deep voice, "Aruz, what happened here?" "Mom?" When Zhang Yuan saw the demon, he clenched his fists and a huge wave of fear rose in his heart. Although her aura had changed drastically, Zhang Yuan recognized that this demon was his mother. What exactly happened? At this moment, Zhang Yuan was full of doubts. Upon seeing the female demon, Aruz changed his previous bloody and brutal appearance and groveled before her. He replied, "Lord Heroes, it was just a few ignorant humans who came here to cause trouble. I have already driven them away. Everything is under control. You don't have to worry. You should know how important this plan is." Helos glanced at Aruz coldly. For this plan, the king has even activated a precious pawn who has been lurking among the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Empire for many years. If anything goes wrong with this plan, not only you, your entire family will pay the price with their lives. Aruz shuddered and quickly assured, "Don't worry, sir. The teleportation array is ready. There will be absolutely no mistakes. With just one order, we can activate the teleportation array now." Chapter 108, Complete the Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest. Since you are so confident, then let's get started. You'd better pray that the plan goes smoothly. "Don't worry, sir, there will be absolutely no problem." Aruz made a solemn promise to heroes, and then gave an order to the abyss mages surrounding the giant abyss crystal core. "You useless people, didn't you hear what the adults said? Activate the warp teleportation array immediately." "Yes." A group of abyss mages began to cast spells, and the teleportation array began to flicker like breathing. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately put his mother's affairs aside and stared intently at the teleportation array. Things have to be prioritized. He must act at the moment the jump teleportation array is activated to stop the jump teleportation of the abyss crystal core. At the same time, the light of a jump teleportation array lit up in the residence of a high-ranking official in the capital city of Daxia. The military immediately captured the energy fluctuation and immediately issued a wanted order for the official. Wan Chang'an personally led a team to arrest him. In the demon stronghold, the teleportation array took shape. Zhang Yuan summoned the flying sword without hesitation, instantly killing all the abyss mages around the array. At the same time, he controlled the flying sword to knock the abyss crystal core out of the teleportation array. Who? When Aruz saw someone making trouble, his expression changed drastically and he immediately threw the huge hammer beside him towards Zhang Yuan. A large number of copies of the flying swords gathered in front of Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan used his flying sword to nail Aruz's weapon in front of him at the cost of countless replica flying swords being smashed by the giant hammer. When Hero saw Zhang Yuan appear, a strange look flashed in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it and asked Aruz, "Aruz, is this what you said, there is nothing wrong?" Aruz shuddered and said quickly, "Lord Helos, it's just a small accident." Please give me a moment, I will immediately deal with this human scum. After saying that, Aruz roared and ran towards Zhang Yuan, but Zhang Yuan just stood there motionless, with Qi Xiao, Zhanlu and Qixing Long Yuan trembling slightly in front of him. When Aruz rushed in front of Zhang Yuan's 3 special weapons immediately turned into 3 sword lights, piercing through Aruz's body and directly shooting Aruz to pieces. Aruz knelt on the spot, blood gushing from his body. All the abyss monsters in the entire demon stronghold, except Hellos, died suddenly. 2 golden lights burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan leveled up twice, reaching level 37. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 43,682 100,000. King of the Abyss, plus 40,031. The entire demon stronghold was cleared out in an instant. Zhang Yuan's attributes skyrocketed, and his aura became much stronger. Not dead yet? Seeing that Aruz was not dead, Zhang Yuan immediately used his flying sword to finish him off. At this time, a long whip came through the air, swept away all of Zhang Yuan's flying swords, and saved the dying Aruz. Aruz looked at Hellos excitedly. Lord Hellos, save me. Shut up. Hellos whipped Aruz in the face and knocked him unconscious. Zhang Yuan looked at Hellos and opened his mouth, but ultimately failed to utter the word mother. He simply asked, "Do you want to save it?" Hero said calmly, "This plan has failed, and someone needs to take the blame. If it dies here, I will be guilty." Zhang Yuan was silent for a moment, then continued, "I can sense that you have no hostility towards me." "Are you?" "Not anymore." Heroes interrupted Zhang Yuan's question and said, "Zhang Yuan, the Abyss battlefield is not the place for you. Go back as soon as possible. Also, let me give you another piece of advice. Daxia is about to face a disaster, and you don't have much time." As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of black fog surged out from behind Heroes, and a large number of low-level monsters from the abyss walked out of the black fog, grinning at Zhang Yuan, revealing their sharp fangs. Zhang Yuan ignored the abyss monsters around him. He stared at Heroes and asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened to you? How can I save you?" This time, Hellos said nothing. She just used her whip to wrap around the giant abyss crystal core and the unconscious Aruz, and retreated into the black fog. "Come back here." Zhang Yuan chased after him angrily, and countless monsters blocked his way, but they were all killed by the flying sword. Zhang Yuan rushed to the front of the black fog and reached his hand into the black fog, but he did not catch Helios. Instead, he was knocked to the ground by an abyss demon dog that rushed out of the black fog. Then a large number of abyss monsters rushed out of the black fog and kept pouncing on Zhang Yuan. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yuan was overwhelmed by the mountain of monsters. And from the black fog, there was an endless stream of monsters rushing out, so densely packed that they even overflowed this demon stronghold. The next moment, a violent mental storm exploded with Zhang Yuan as the center. All the abyss monsters in this stronghold, as well as the black fog that released the abyss monsters, disappeared. The Cursed King's Blade Artifact quest has been completed. King of the Abyss, plus 111,031. Zhang Yuan stood up unsteadily from the ground, looking in the direction where Heroes left, feeling a little dazed. But soon, Zhang Yuan calmed down and consoled himself, "At least, my mother still retains her sanity. Everything can still turn around." After adjusting his mood, Zhang Yuan noticed the prompt that the Cursed King artifact mission was completed. "She sent me so many low-level monsters at once. Not only did I brush up my attributes and complete the Cursed King artifact quest, but I didn't even level up. Mom must have done this on purpose, right?" "Absolutely." When Zhang Yuan saw this scene, his mood inexplicably improved and he checked the Blade of the Cursed King. Blade of the Cursed King God level, attack plus 100,000. The holder gains the skill Curse Incarnation. When the holder attacks with this equipment, they can kill targets with a lower level than themselves. There are no equipment level restrictions or equipment class restrictions. Cursed Incarnation level 10, after using this skill, there is a 50% chance of inflicting an absolute curse on the target when attacking, and a 50% chance of inflicting an absolute curse on the target when attacked. This skill does not consume mental energy. Absolute Curse, the cursed target loses 10% of their maximum health and 10% of their maximum 4-dimensional attributes per second. The caster steals all of the cursed target's reduced attributes, which disappear upon the target's death. Those killed by this curse cannot be resurrected. This curse ignores health locks and can only be cleansed by the caster. Note, the Curse King's artifact contains the Curse King's boundless hatred. Only those who can bear the Curse King's wrath can ascend the Curse King's throne. This is the Cursed King's weapon? When Zhang Yuan saw the panel and special effects of the blade of the cursed king, his head was buzzing. If the person who forged this artifact had any sense, it would be impossible for him to come up with such exaggerated properties. Chapter 109 Demon King Monument. After Zhang Yuan checked the properties of the cursed king's blade, he took it out of curiosity. The blade of the cursed king had now turned into a long, slender, pitch-black sword, with a strange, cold-black aura swirling around the blade. When Zhang Yuan held the handle, he could feel the biting coldness. The black energy of the cursed king's blade spread from the hilt to Zhang Yuan's hand, and then wrapped around Zhang Yuan's arm, making Zhang Yuan's arm extremely black. At this time, Shi Zhao's passive ability was triggered, and red light covered Zhang Yuan's arm, forcing the black air back into the blade of the cursed king. Zhang Yuan felt the handle of the knife become colder. This thing is indeed the cursed king's exclusive weapon. We must find a way to destroy or seal it before the cursed king is resurrected. Zhang Yuan could feel that this weapon still had hidden power that had not been tapped out. If the cursed king were to get his hands on this weapon, it would definitely be a disaster. I'm really lucky today. After watching a wonderful play of the deep love between master and apprentice, I also watched a wonderful play of the deep love between mother and son. The projection of the God of Joy appeared in front of Zhang Yuan and said with a smile, "Zhang Yuan, why didn't I meet you earlier? Then you could provide me with more fun." Zhang Yuan saw the God of Joy arrive in the real world and immediately put away the cursed king's blade. He asked, "Goddess, you seem so free and have the time to follow me. Have you found a way to resolve the issue of God's blessing?" The God of Joy paused for a moment, then replied, "Your blessing matter won't be dealt with in a day or two. I'm still trying to find a solution for you, so don't worry." Zhang Yuan asked doubtfully, "Are you really trying to come up with a solution?" "Ahem. Let's skip this topic for now." The God of Joy coughed a few times and then said, "Don't you want to know about your parents turning into abyssal demons?" Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he asked excitedly, "You know?" The God of Joy covered his mouth and chuckled, "Of course I know, but if you want me to tell you, you have to find some fun for me." "Zhang Yuan, what do you want me to do?" God of Joy, there is a stone tablet at the entrance to the abyss. That stone tablet can only be broken by the power of the cursed king. Go and break that stone tablet, and I will tell you. Zhang Yuan, what will happen after it's broken? The God of Joy chuckled and said, "It will be fun to watch. Anyway, I have given you my request. It is entirely up to you whether you do it or not." "Oh yeah, that might be the only way to save your parents." As soon as he finished speaking, the projection of the God of Joy disappeared out of thin air, and Zhang Yuan could no longer sense the breath of the God of Joy. "The only way to save my parents." Zhang Yuan muttered to himself and looked into the distance, where a large amount of black air was pouring out from the earth, polluting the entire sky. Where the black air surges is the entrance to the abyss. The abyss monsters over there are all above level 70. Not only that, once you step into that area, you will be continuously infected by the power of the abyss. If you stay in there for too long, at best you will have hallucinations and become crazy, or at worst you will be directly corrupted into a monster of the abyss. It is an extremely dangerous area. Anyway, let's go over and take a look. If the situation isn't good, use the city portal scroll immediately. Zhang Yuan made a decision and rushed towards the entrance of the abyss. The demon stronghold was only 50 kilometers away from the entrance to the abyss. In addition, Zhang Yuan now had a bracelet that could conceal his breath, so he quickly arrived at the edge of the abyss entrance. At this time, a faint red light appeared around Zhang Yuan, and the power of Qi Xiao enveloped his whole body, helping him to isolate himself from the infiltration of the breath of the abyss. As expected of Qi Xiao, he's even immune to the corruption of the abyss. Seeing that he was not affected by the aura of the abyss, Zhang Yuan was completely relieved and carefully observed the entrance to the abyss. The entrance to the abyss is a huge pit with a radius of more than 100 kilometers. It is bottomless and a large amount of black gas is constantly pouring out from below. Outside the pit, there were a large number of high-level abyss monsters wandering around. Zhang Yuan randomly detected a monster wandering in the black fog, and all of them were above level 70 and extremely dangerous. Zhang Yuan felt that if he leveled up here, it wouldn't take long for him to reach level 70. Of course, this is not cost-effective. Zhang Yuan has the talent of Abyss King. The more abyss monsters he kills, the more his attributes increase. However, when he levels up, his attributes only increase by 2,000. It is far less effective than slaughtering low-level abyss monsters on the outskirts of the abyss battlefield. He quickly reached level 70, which actually helped the Cursed King and lowered his own upper limit. What's more, he hasn't obtained the blessing of God yet. He still has the second transformation at level 60, and he is 7 special weapons short. He still has a lot of room for improvement. If he reaches level 70 now, he will be seeking death. Zhang Yuan dodged the wandering monsters in the abyss and slowly explored the edge of the abyss entrance. He soon came to a stone tablet emitting black air. There were some demonic words engraved on the stone tablet. Although Zhang Yuan had read books about demonic language in the Kyoto University library, he did not deliberately learn demonic language. At present, he only knew a few scattered demonic words. The Abyss. King. Demon King. Sigh. I can't understand it. I've suffered from my cultural limitations. Zhang Yuan took a quick look at the demonic text on the stone tablet. With his limited vocabulary, he only knew the 3 words abyss, demon, and king. He had no idea what was written on the stone tablet. However, Zhang Yuan did not come here to study the contents of the stone tablet. After taking a picture of the stone tablet, he took out the blade of the Cursed King and chopped at the stone tablet with force. Boom! The blade of the Cursed King easily chopped the stone tablet to pieces. Zhang Yuan immediately retreated and took out the scroll to return to the city. As long as there is any sign of trouble, he will teleport away immediately. However, Zhang Yuan waited there for a while, but nothing happened. Was I deceived by that woman? Seeing that nothing happened, Zhang Yuan thought the god of pleasure was playing a trick on him and couldn't help but complain, "Is her fun so lowbrow?" Zhang Yuan was a little disappointed and directly used the scroll to return to the city to teleport back to the Great Wall. However, what Zhang Yuan didn't know was that at this moment, the abyss was in chaos. All the demons in the Abyss Cursed Kingdom received a message. Cursed King Zhang Yuan destroyed the Demon King's monument. A demon has destroyed the Demon King's monument. Who is Zhang Yuan? Didn't the Cursed King Odysius fall? Zhang Yuan must have inherited the Cursed King's will. He's coming back to take back the Cursed Kingdom from the Dragon King Algernon. After 100 years, we're finally going to have a battle between powerful demon kings. Ha ha! This is the Abyss, it's all about killing. Let's start a chaos. That's how it is in the Abyss. The demon kings just have to fight hard and fight for the throne with their lives, but ordinary demons like us have a lot to consider. At the same time, in the Demon Dragon King city, a demon king with an incomparably terrifying aura sat on the throne, gloomily looking at the news before him. He said in a deep voice, "Odysius, even after your death, your ghost still lingers. Do you really want to reclaim your throne? All right. I'm going to see if you're worthy enough to take back your throne from me." As the Dragon King Algernon accepted the challenge, Zhang Yuan, who was teleported back to the Great Wall of War, received a message. Dragon King Algernon accepts your challenge. Your current support level in the Cursed Kingdom is 0.01%. When the Abyss's support exceeds 50%, you will fight to the death with the Dragon King Algernon, and the winner will be the king. Zhang Yuan? Chapter 110 First Class Merit. Algernon, the Dragon King? Zhang Yuan was a little confused. He had read in the book Introduction to the Abyss that after the fall of the Cursed King, the new demon king that appeared in the Abyss was the Dragon King. To this day, humans still don't know the specific information about the Demon Dragon King. Zhang Yuan was a little confused. Why did he have to fight to the death with the Demon Dragon King? Is it because I broke the stone tablet? Ha ha ha. Funny. So funny. At this time, the laughter of the God of Joy sounded in Zhang Yuan's ears. Zhang Yuan turned his head and saw that the God of Joy was laughing heartily. A human boy is actually fighting for the throne with the Demon King of the Abyss. Is there anything more interesting in this world than this? The God of Joy laughed until tears came out of his eyes. Zhang Yuan, you have to work hard. It would be so fun if you became the Demon King. When Zhang Yuan heard what the God of Joy said, he realized that he had been badly tricked by the God of Fun, but since things had come to this point, he did not complain. Anyway, he already has to deal with the Cursed King, so adding a Dragon King won't make much difference. I'm not afraid of lice biting me if I have a lot of them. Zhang Yuan regained his composure and said to the God of Joy, "I have done as you instructed. Now it's time for you to tell me about my parents, right?" Of course. The God of Joy wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. The Demon Dragon King Algernon possesses a divine artifact called the Heart of the Abyss. That artifact can transform any creature into a demon and grant those newly born demons powerful powers. In the past 30 years, Algernon has used the Heart of the Abyss to create many new demons. The cursed kingdom he now rules has become as powerful as the cursed kingdom during Odysius' reign. Your parents are newborn demons transformed by the Heart of the Abyss. Because they displayed amazing willpower to resist, they gain Algernon's favor. After all, your parents are mortals. No matter how strong their willpower is, they can't defy the artifact. Algernon gifted them both with even greater power, turning them into Algernon's right-hand men. Now they have completely become demons and have forgotten most of their memories of their human days. It is only a matter of time before they completely forget all memories of their human days. Zhang Yuan frowned. How can I save them? God of pleasure, the corruption of the Heart of the Abyss is irreversible. At least I don't know how to transform them from demons back into humans. However, if you can kill Algernon and seize the Heart of the Abyss, at least there is a way to preserve their human memories. Algernon, how strong is he? He's no weaker than the cursed king from 30 years ago. But don't worry, your challenge mission has no time limit. As long as you don't enter the abyss, he can't do anything to you. You have plenty of time to develop. What if he comes out? Algernon's departure from the abyss means he is fully prepared to invade your human race like the cursed king did. By then, you won't be the only one who can handle this. Having said that, the god of joy paused, then reminded Zhang Yuan, of course, just because Algernon doesn't come out doesn't mean other demons won't come looking for you. You better be alert from now on, and don't get killed by some minions. That wouldn't be fun. At this point, the god of joy glanced at the side and smiled at Zhang Yuan. Someone's here. Let's stop here. I'll be leaving first. As soon as he finished speaking, the god of joy disappeared out of thin air. At this time, Ning Wuwei and 3 members of the demon hunting team rushed over. Ning Wuwei smiled and said, Zhang Yuan, we've detected that you've destroyed the demon stronghold. You did a great job this time. Did you encounter any difficulties? All the best. Zhang Yuan didn't mention the matter of the god of joy and the demonic dragon king. Instead, he asked, what's the situation in Daxia? Have you found the traitor? Ning Wuwei smiled and said, I was just about to tell you about this. Thanks to you, our military has caught a big fish. Currently, the god of war is personally interrogating that big fish. I guess he will catch a lot of traitors in the end. For your great contribution, the military is preparing to award you the first-class Medal of Merit and promote your rank to colonel. Zhuan Wenxian, standing nearby, congratulated him. Brother Zhang Yuan, congratulations. You've just joined the Qianlong detachment and already achieved a first-class merit. In just over a month, you've gone from major to colonel. This rate of advancement is truly unprecedented. You have a bright future. I feel as if I've witnessed the birth of a new god of war. Luilan smiled and said, Brother Zhang Yuan, can I call you war god Zhang in advance? Gao Ning nodded in agreement. That's right, with Brother Zhang Yuan's ability, I bet in a few years, he can become the new god of war. Zhang Yuan felt a little embarrassed at this point, and quickly said, I really didn't do anything this time. You're flattering me. Ning Wuwei smiled and patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. Don't be modest, you have achieved what none of us could do. You deserve these honors. Let's go, the celebration banquet is ready, and you are the star today. Before Zhang Yuan could say anything, he was dragged to the city square by everyone. At this time, a lot of people had gathered in the square. When they saw Zhang Yuan coming, they all applauded and cheered. Ning Wuwei smiled and explained to Zhang Yuan, when the military decides to award the first-class merit, they will announce it to the entire army. Now everyone knows that you are a hero. Go ahead and enjoy the cheers. Ning Wuwei pushed Zhang Yuan into the square, and many professionals lifted Zhang Yuan up and threw him into the air. Zhang Yuan was in a trance throughout the celebration banquet. He had never heard so much praise in his 2 lives. At the banquet, Zhang Yuan was forced to drink a lot of wine, and when he woke up, it was already the next day. Hiss. I drank too much yesterday. Zhang Yuan patted his head and took a moment to calm down before picking up his communicator. He found that his grandmother had sent him a text message. Well done, keep it up. D happy face. When Zhang Yuan saw the message from his grandmother and the emoticons that followed it, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. A hero. This feeling seems pretty good. Zhang Yuan replied to his grandmother to tell her everything was fine, and greeted his aunt. Then he washed up and left the room. Although a grand celebration banquet was held at the Bing Great Wall yesterday, the Bing Great Wall has returned to its solemn atmosphere today. Everyone sticks to their posts, blocking the abyss monsters outside the Bing Great Wall and guarding Dasha behind. Everyone is working so hard. Zhang Yuan looked at the familiar faces standing on the city wall side and admired from the bottom of his heart all the professionals guarding the Great Wall of War. Since Ning Luwei and others had other tasks to perform, they were teleported away after the celebration banquet last night. Now Zhang Yuan had nothing to do with the Great Wall of Weapons, so he was teleported back to Kyoto University through the teleportation array of the Great Wall of Weapons. As soon as he returned to school, the projection of the God of Joy appeared in front of him again and greeted him, "Hi." Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan sighed tiredly when he saw the God of Pleasure appear. "Goddess, even if you want to have fun, you can't just grab one person, right? I just tricked you once, right? Do you have to haunt me like a ghost?" The God of Joy said seriously, "What are you talking about? Am I, the dignified God of Joy, the kind of person who will take revenge for any slight? I'm here to see you today for serious matters." Zhang Yuan didn't bother to refute and asked, "Tell me, what's the matter?" The God of Joy smiled and said, "I have a friend who might be able to solve your problem of divine blessing." Chapter 111, Solution to the Demonic Curse. Solve the problem of my divine blessing? Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately became serious. However, he quickly remembered what happened yesterday and said, "Let me make it clear, I won't make fun of you this time. Don't worry, this is the serious business I promised you. I won't joke with you about this. Even the God of Fun has to have principles." The Goddess of Joy put her hands on her hips and smiled at Zhang Yuan, but judging from her expression, Zhang Yuan found it hard to feel that her words were convincing. "Anyway, when you go to the Star God Gambling Dungeon, a new God projection will come to see you. She's waiting for you." The God of Joy said this and then disappeared from the spot. The Star God Gambling Duel, never mind, it's worth going once anyway. Zhang Yuan muttered something and rushed back to dormitory number 0. He greeted Granny Nyo, who was guarding the dormitory door, and then entered the Nightmare Difficulty Star Secret Realm copy in front of Granny Nyo. 10 minutes later, under the stunned gaze of Granny Nyo, Zhang Yuan came out with 30,000 starstones, went to the 6th floor, and entered the Star God Gambling Dungeon. Other residents could barely get dozens or hundreds of starstones from the Star Secret Realm after spending an hour or two. After paying the rent, they had to count the starstones on their fingers. As a result, Zhang Yuan got 30,000 starstones in 10 minutes. This kid, could it be that he mistook the secret realm of stars for a wholesale market for starstones and went in to purchase goods? Granny Nyo complained. She had never seen anyone as outrageous as Zhang Yuan in her life. When Granny Nyo was alone and messy in the Star God Gambling Duel, Zhang Yuan appeared in a brightly colored, fantasy-style forest. According to the hint in the Star God Gambling Duel, the god that casts the projection this time is the Goddess of Destiny. In the center of the forest, there is a clear spring. A goddess in white is sitting beside the spring and soaking her feet. Many animals are drinking water on the shore. Zhang Yuan walked over and saluted the Goddess of Fate. "Greetings, Goddess of Fate. Happy has already told me about you." The Goddess of Fate tucked her hair behind her ear and looked at Zhang Yuan. "I can guide you on how to resolve the curse of the demon god, but Fate's guidance comes at a price." "Zhang Yuan, what price do I need to pay?" The Goddess of Fate stood up, walked to Zhang Yuan, smelled the scent on Zhang Yuan's body, and said, "Your aura is very special, different from that of other people in this world. Even I can't see your fate clearly." Zhang Yuan was shocked. As a time traveler, this is his biggest secret. The Goddess of Fate continued, "You are the most mysterious creature I have ever seen. Your past is from the mist, your future is also leading to the mist, and even your present is full of twists and turns. As the Goddess of Fate, I cannot see through your destiny. No wonder Joy is so madly obsessed with you. However, I don't like the unknown. If you can tell me the secret you are hiding, I will tell you how to resolve the curse of the demon god. How about that?" Zhang Yuan was silent for a long time, weighing the pros and cons of exposing his identity as a time traveler, and finally said, "Actually, I come from another world." A flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Goddess of Fate, and then she regained her composure. "I see." At this moment, she seemed to see many things clearly. She stopped questioning Zhang Yuan and said, "Cursed King Odysius is the one who bestows blessings on the cursed demon god. The reason you cannot accept blessings from other gods is because Odysius gave your body to the cursed demon god. Your body is now the human shell of the cursed demon god. God cannot bless you. It is for this reason that you cannot receive the blessing of God. Zhang Yuan, how can I break the deadlock? The cursed demon god is a god of extremely high status. Few gods can surpass him in status. However, all his power is gathered here in you. This makes it possible to break the demon god's curse. The goddess of fate pointed to Zhang Yuan's heart. Zhang Yuan was surprised. My heart? To be precise, it's the heart of the cursed king. The goddess of fate replied, this heart contains the power of the cursed demon. If you let it stay in your body, it will be taken over by another spirit sooner or later. However, it is precisely because the power of the cursed demon god is in this heart that if you destroy this heart, you can remove the curse of the cursed demon god. Zhang Yuan, the heart of the cursed king is a divine artifact. Is there any way to destroy it? Goddess of destiny, find the god of forging. Zhang Yuan, how can I find him? Goddess of fate, the god of forging is naturally interested in equipment. If you have equipment that attracts his attention, he will naturally come to you. Do you have equipment that can attract the attention of the god of forging? Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the first thing he thought of was his 10 special weapons. If I obtain 10 special weapons and refine them all to the maximum, will I be able to attract the god of forging? After all, who can resist the temptation of a set of 10 magical artifacts? It seems you've already figured it out. I won't nag you any further. Let's end this conversation here. I'll keep your secret. The goddess of fate smiled at Zhang Yuan and was about to leave when she suddenly paused. By the way, according to the rules of this dungeon, I should give you a reward after you clear it. Let me think about it. What should I give you? The goddess of fate pondered for a moment, as if she had thought of something. Her eyes lit up slightly, and a golden stone appeared in her palm. This should be a suitable reward. This is... Zhang Yuan took the golden stone and checked its properties. Second awakening stone god level. Note, condensed by the power of the god of destiny, this awakening stone can be used together with other awakening stones. The one who awakens using this awakening stone will gain the power of the god of destiny. God level second level awakening stone. Zhang Yuan was completely shocked to see that the goddess of destiny had given him such a precious treasure, and he looked at her in disbelief. He remembered that the most precious thing in the star god's treasure house was the god level first level awakening stone. The value of a second level awakening stone far exceeds that of a first level awakening stone. Now, the god of destiny has just given away a god level second level awakening stone. Are these goddesses all rich women? Are they all god level when they make a move? Zhang Yuan was a little confused. He had no idea that just by coming here and telling the secret of being a time traveler, he would not only learn the method to resolve the demon curse, but also obtain the god level second rank awakening stone. There is absolutely no other professional in the world who can use the god level awakening stone to awaken in the first and second levels. The goddess of fate smiled and said, fate has put a price on everything. Zhang Yuan, your secret is worthy of this reward. Once you destroy the heart of the cursed king, if you wish, I can make you my blessed one. Zhang Yuan, goodbye. Chapter 112 Special Abyss Copy. After the projection of the goddess of destiny disappeared, Zhang Yuan was transferred out of the star god gambling fight copy. Every time I enter the star god gambling duel, I can obtain a god level item. If I keep entering, will I always get it? Zhang Yuan looked at the entrance to the star god solo duel dungeon, and suddenly an idea came to him. He immediately ran back to the first floor and entered the star secret realm again. He spent 10 minutes earning 30,000 star stones, and then returned to the 6th floor, wanting to enter the star god gambling duel dungeon again. No divine projection has been sent down yet, matching failed. Match failed? Zhang Yuan saw the dungeon prompt and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. It seems this dungeon isn't infinitely grindy. I thought I'd found a way to wholesale artifacts. Forget it, this kind of thing can't be forced. Zhang Yuan quickly adjusted his mood, put away the starstone, and rushed to the school library. After being cheated by the god of pleasure, Zhang Yuan decided to learn the devil language, otherwise he would not know how he would be sold in the future. In the library, Zhang Yuan found a dictionary of demonic language. He first took out the photos of the stone tablet he had taken, and then used the dictionary to translate the demonic words on the stone tablet one by one. In the abyss, the king reigns supreme. If you wish to replace the demon king, destroy this monument to demonstrate your resolve. After Zhang Yuan translated the text on the stone tablet, he instantly understood why he was targeted by the demon dragon king. It seems like I was the one who took the initiative to pick a fight. Not to mention the Demon King, even if it's the kings and emperors of the human race, if you announce to the world loudly that you want to replace them, they will fight you to the death. As expected, I still suffered from my lack of education. If I had been able to read the demon language before, I would never have destroyed that stone tablet. The evil god of pleasure. This incident inspired Zhang Yuan to have an unprecedented passion for learning, and he began to study demonic literature in the library. An hour later, Zhang Yuan, who was sitting in the library playing with his communicator and slacking off, suddenly received a group message. Made in Abyss Raiders team. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about this group. Zhang Yuan thought that he still had 8 Abyss copies to complete Shi Zhao's artifact mission, so he joined the group immediately and was bombarded with a lot of information. Administrator, at all members, emergency. Players below level 50 and near Kyoto, please rush to Yenshan Wuling Valley immediately. A special Abyss dungeon has appeared here and we urgently need your help. As the administrator at all members, a large number of group members sent messages. Oh shit. I'm near Yenshan, which is the territory of the Sun Guild. They've already sent people to attack the Abyss dungeon, but they failed. Failed? Then why do we still need to go? Shouldn't the military be dispatched to suppress the Abyss monsters? That dungeon is very special. After the Sun Guild failed to conquer it, no monsters appeared. Instead, the dungeon's difficulty was upgraded, and the challenge level cap was lowered from 70 to 50. The dungeon difficulty has increased? The dungeon restriction level has actually decreased? What a ripoff! I have a feeling the Abyss is planning something big this time. Anyway, if you don't have enough strength, don't go over and cause trouble, lest you risk your life and cause the dungeon to escalate further. Zhang Yuan stared at the group messages that were practically flooding his screen, his eyes fixed. Sunday Guild, is that Xueer's guild? They failed to clear the Abyss dungeon. Not only did they not release the Abyss monsters, but they even increased the difficulty. This is completely abnormal. Zhang Yuan realized that the situation was serious, so he immediately left the library and called Bai Zhenghua. Bai Zhenghua's familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Yuan, I was just about to contact you, but I didn't expect you to call me first. Zhang Yuan, old Bai, are you looking for me because of the incident at Yenshan Wuling Valley? Bai Zhenghua, it seems that you have received the news from the Abyss Raiders group. Then I will not elaborate. Zhang Yuan, this matter is more serious than we imagined. If it is not resolved, I am afraid that Kyoto City will become a living hell. Zhang Yuan, I can help. Bai Zhenghua, it's great that you're willing to help. After the Abyss Dungeon's level cap is locked at 50, you're the only person I can think of who can handle this. Zhang Yuan, please go to Yenshan Wuling Valley first. I will send you the details and you can read them on the way. Good. Yenshan is a mountain range in the north of Kyoto City. The average level of monsters in the mountain range is 50, and Wuling Valley is an extremely famous area in the Yenshan Mountains. The valley not only has a large magic or vein, but also a level 60 outdoor dungeon. 10 years ago, the Daytime Guild spent 500 billion to buy the mining rights of the demonic mine. After the Daytime Guild sent its members to settle in the Wuling Valley, the outdoor dungeon was naturally controlled by the Daytime Guild. However, the Sun Guild did not choose to monopolize the Wild Dungeon, but instead took the initiative to open the Wild Dungeon to the public, allowing anyone to come and play the dungeon. The Sun Guild even built a large supply point next to the dungeon, which not only has a pharmacy and a blacksmith shop, but also a hotel and a grocery store. After the Sun Guild dug out the magic ore from the mine, it was sent directly to the supply point to be processed into various potions and equipment, and then sold on the spot to the professionals who came to play the game. Since the dungeon in Wuling Valley is a high difficulty dungeon, the professionals have very high demands for potions and equipment. The magic ore that the Sun Guild digs out from the veins every day is not even enough to cover the daily consumption of the professionals. Under this business model, the Daytime Guild saved a lot of transportation costs and made a lot of money. Wuling Valley became the Daytime Guild's biggest cash cow. Therefore, when the outdoor dungeon in Wuling Valley showed signs of becoming an abyss, President Li Yuankang attached great importance to it and immediately sent the guild's elite team of level 70 to attack the abyss dungeon, trying to normalize the dungeon in the shortest time possible so as not to delay the dungeon's business. Then, the dungeon attack failed, and the attacking team of the Sun Guild was completely wiped out. Logically speaking, after the abyss dungeon strategy fails, the abyss monsters will rush out of the dungeon. If the Sun Guild can suppress the abyss monsters in time, there is still a chance to preserve the dungeon. But what was strange was that the abyss copy did not release abyss monsters, but instead upgraded and mutated. Not only did the copy become more difficult, but the challenge level of the attacker was also limited to below level 50. A level 70 attacking team can be wiped out, so if a level 50 attacking team goes in, they will probably die. The situation in Wuling Valley suddenly went beyond the control of the Sun Guild. After Zhang Yuan learned all the information from Bai Zhenghua, he rushed to Wuling Valley and found that many professionals below level 50 had gathered outside Wuling Valley. In addition to the Adventurers Association issuing a bounty for the Wuling Valley Abyss Dungeon, the Sun Guild also issued a bounty to the entire network, seeking a strong person who can solve the Abyss Dungeon. However, many of the level 50 professionals who responded to the call were of varying quality. Li Yuankang was worried that the Abyss Dungeon would fail again, so he asked Li Fong to guard the valley entrance and conduct screening. Only those who are below level 50 and can defeat Li Fong are qualified to enter the valley to challenge. Unfortunately, so far, no one has been able to defeat Li Fong. Next, Li Fong knocked a level 50 knight to the ground with one punch and shouted at the top of his voice, feeling a little irritable. The Abyss Dungeon in Wuling Valley may be upgraded again at any time, but he hasn't even found a suitable teammate yet. It would be great if Zhang Yuan was here. Li Fong sighed and was imagining that Zhang Yuan was nearby, then he saw Zhang Yuan walking out of the crowd. Brother-in-law. When Li Fong saw Zhang Yuan, he immediately shouted out excitedly. Chapter 113 Let me solo. Zhang Yuan was startled by Li Fong's sudden shout. Before he could react, Li Fong excitedly grabbed his hand and said, "Brother-in-law, did you come here just to help?" "I'm so touched." Faced with Li Fong's sudden enthusiasm, Zhang Yuan was still a little unaccustomed to it. "Brotherly, you are too enthusiastic." "Oh, sorry. I got a little too excited." Li Fong quickly apologized and let go of Zhang Yuan's hand, but he was still very excited. "Brother-in-law, your coming here really solved my urgent problem. With your output, we only need to find 3 more decent teammates to conquer the damn Abyss Dungeon. Brother-in-law, please go to Wuling Valley first. I will come to find you after I have gathered my teammates." Li Fong ordered the members of the Sun Guild to make way for Zhang Yuan so that he could enter the Wuling Valley. Some professionals outside Wuling Valley were dissatisfied when they saw that Li Fong had let Zhang Yuan in without testing him. They asked, "Why can he get in without fighting you? Isn't this backdoor trick too obvious?" "Exactly. I just checked on that guy, and he's only level 37. So, he can actually clear this dungeon? If you don't want to give the bounty, just say so. Don't be annoying me here. Sunday Guild, you've already failed once, and you're going to mess around again? If the dungeon collapses, can you bear the responsibility?" For a moment, a large number of professionals expressed their dissatisfaction and protest to Li Fong. At this time, Li Fong changed his previous kind attitude towards Zhang Yuan and suddenly burst out with a fierce momentum. The blazing fire waves spread out in all directions. Li Fong took out his twin blades, swirling with flames, and said coldly, "My brother-in-law's damage output is enough to kill me instantly. He is the undisputed main attacking force of this attack team. If you are confident in yourselves, come and challenge me. Don't be like useless people, blending in with the crowd and talking nonsense." As soon as Li Fong said this, the expressions of many level 50 professionals at the scene changed slightly, and the voices of doubt suddenly decreased a lot. However, after Li Fong fully demonstrated his power, no one at the scene came out to challenge him. In Wuling Valley, Zhang Yuan saw that the dungeon teleportation entrance in the valley had turned into a dark red vortex, with lightning flashing around it and a dangerous atmosphere inside and out. At this time, Li Yuankang was standing in front of the Abyss copy, with a frown on his face, not knowing what he was thinking. "Uncle Li." Zhang Yuan walked forward and greeted him. "Zhang Yuan." When Li Yuankang saw Zhang Yuan, his frown relaxed a lot, but his expression was still serious. After greeting Zhang Yuan, he continued to stare at the entrance of the copy in silence. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately used the Eye of the Abyss on the copy. Wuling Mine Abyss Dungeon. Level 60. Difficulty, Abyss. The maximum level limit for team members is 50. Countdown, 3 hours, 36 minutes, 53 seconds. The difficulty is directly marked as Abyss? And there's a countdown? When Zhang Yuan saw the information about this copy, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. It was the first time he had seen such a copy. Both the difficulty of the Abyss and the countdown of the dungeon are dungeon types that have never been recorded in the book. At this time, Li Yuankang said, "After the countdown ends, the difficulty of the dungeon will be upgraded again." Zhang Yuan's expression changed slightly. "The difficulty is going to be increased?" Is this true? Yes. Li Yuankong nodded seriously. The countdown for this dungeon has already ended once before. At that time, the difficulty of this dungeon was directly increased from Hell difficulty to Abyss difficulty, and there was also a dungeon level limit. As time goes by, this Abyss dungeon will become more and more difficult, and the success rate of conquering it will become lower and lower, until no one can conquer it in the end. No one knows what kind of monsters might be brewing in this dungeon. Once the abyssal monsters are released, it won't just be our Sun Guild that will suffer a devastating blow. Kyoto City to the south won't be immune either. Zhang Yuan, Uncle Li, let me go solo this Abyss dungeon. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Li Yuankong's expression changed slightly, and he asked in surprise, "You want a solo? Seriously?" Zhang Yuan, this Abyss dungeon can wipe out a level 70 raider team. Now that the dungeon has evolved, the difficulty will only increase. Letting ordinary level 50 professionals enter this Abyss dungeon is like sending them to their deaths, including Li Feng. Li Yuankong naturally knew this in his heart, but as the president of the Sun Guild, he could not ignore this Abyss dungeon. Moreover, Li Feng was the best candidate to conquer this dungeon in terms of both level and strength. Therefore, if Li Yuankong does not allow Li Feng to go up, he will not only fail to convince the people, but will also dampen the enthusiasm of other professionals. After all, he is obviously the best candidate to conquer the Abyss dungeon, but he doesn't go to conquer the Abyss dungeon. Even a fool can see the problem, and then no one will be willing to conquer the dungeon. Although Li Yuankong knew that Zhang Yuan was strong, he actually did not have a clear understanding of Zhang Yuan's strength. All of Zhang Yuan's files are state secrets. Even though Li Yuankong is the son of a state elder, he is not qualified to know Zhang Yuan's specific information. Li Yuankong is now very afraid that Zhang Yuan will be trapped alone in the Abyss copy. By then, the entire Li family will not be able to bear this responsibility. Thinking of this, Li Yuankong said firmly, "No, it's too dangerous for you to clear the dungeon alone. No matter what, you must be equipped with a tank nurse and a support to ensure your survival." Zhang Yuan shook his head and said, "Uncle Li, I'm tanky, have damage output, and have support abilities. If you force some level 50 professionals into my team, they'll only become a burden to me." After saying that, Zhang Yuan slightly unfolded the sword formation, covering Li Yuankong. This is. Li Yuankong saw the enhancement effect Zhang Yuan gave him, especially the one that ignored 50% of defense, which was really too exaggerated. Zhang Yuan said, "To be frank, my support ability is not even 1/10 of my output ability." Li Yuankong. Li Yuankong was silent for a long time, then glanced at the countdown on the Abyss dungeon. Finally, he took out a bracelet and handed it to Zhang Yuan. "Wear this bracelet when you conquer the dungeon." Zhang Yuan was curious, "What is this?" Li Yuankong, this is a piece of equipment developed by our Sun Group, called the Ring of Life. It can monitor your life status in real time within the dungeon. If I determine that your life is in danger, I will use the Core of Gauss to forcibly bring you out of the dungeon. Do you understand? Uncle Li is thoughtful. Zhang Yuan thanked him and put on the Ring of Life. He added, "By the way, Uncle Li, I have a passive ability that allows me to avoid death, plus a chance to revive. So if I get into danger right away, don't rush to get me out. I might still have a chance to turn things around." Li Yuankong nodded, "Yes, I understand. Then I'm off." Zhang Yuan stopped hesitating and put his hand into the Abyss copy. "Do you want to challenge the Wuling Mine dungeon?" "Yes." As Zhang Yuan chose to challenge, he was sucked into this Abyss copy. At the same time, Zhang Yuan's health bar appeared in Li Yuankong's sight. "Zhang Yuan, it's up to you." Li Yuankong muttered something, then used the communicator to contact Butler Su. "Butler Su, bring the Gauss core to Yenshan." Chapter 114, Empty Copy. After entering the dungeon, Zhang Yuan found himself in a dim mine. Oil lamps were hung on the rock walls on both sides, and the air was filled with an extremely foul smell. The concentration of abyssal aura in this copy is almost catching up with the concentration of abyssal aura at the entrance of the abyss. The moment Zhang Yuan entered this copy, he felt its danger. This copy is definitely not simple. Zhang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He summoned the Hellfire Demon Sheep, the Ice Elf Queen and the Rakshasa King together, and let these three summon creatures surround him in a triangle to prevent any strange creatures from attacking him. After forming the formation, Zhang Yuan began to move forward. Because the light in the mine was very dim, Zhang Yuan could only rely on the flames burning around the Hellfire Sheep for lighting, so his progress was quite slow. But what was strange was that Zhang Yuan had advanced for a distance but had not encountered a single monster. The entire dungeon was eerily quiet. Where did all the monsters in this dungeon go? Zhang Yuan was confused. According to the introduction of the Wuling Mine dungeon given by Zhanghua, the monsters in this dungeon should be dense and numerous. But from now on, the Wuling Mine copy seems to be dead, without any life at all. In this way, Zhang Yuan did not encounter any monsters and walked directly to the deepest part of the mine, a natural cave full of magic crystal ore. The magic crystal mine glowed with a blue light, making the dim mine clear and bright, but the atmosphere was still eerie and dark. In the center of this cave, there is a magic circle drawn with blood. Apart from that, there is nothing else. Out of caution, Zhang Yuan did not approach the magic circle rashly, but controlled the Rakshasa King to investigate. The moment Rakshasa King stepped on the magic circle drawn with blood suddenly lit up, and then several bloody hands rushed out of the magic circle, quickly wrapped around Rakshasa King, and dragged him to the center of the magic circle. Rakshasa King is suffering from corruption, please save him in time, otherwise you will lose him forever. It's a trap. When Zhang Yuan saw that the Rakshasa King was entangled by the bloody hands, he immediately summoned his flying sword to cut off the bloody hands, and then took back the Rakshasa King's mask. The magic circle drawn with blood returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly understood how the Sun Guild's attacking team was wiped out. The reason why there are no abyss monsters in this copy is that they have probably been cleared out by the attacking team. It is even possible that they have successfully conquered the boss of the Wuling Mine dungeon. However, they were finally defeated by the blood-colored magic circle. It's better to destroy this weird magic circle. Zhang Yuan was standing in the distance, preparing to control the flying sword to destroy the magic circle, when suddenly an arrow flew through the air and shot straight into Zhang Yuan's face. Zhang Yuan reacted quickly, used his sword to split the arrow in half, and then looked in the direction the arrow came from. There, an archer wearing the Sun Guild uniform, with devil horns on his head and eyes like rubies walked out. Humans turned into demons? When Zhang Yuan saw that what happened to his parents actually happened to other people, his eyes changed slightly. Zhong Tianchang, level 70, Holy Archer. Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss on the demonized archer and found that the information given by the Eye of the Abyss was still the information of a professional. Is it because he hasn't completely transformed into a demon yet? Is there any way I can save him? Seeing that Zhong Tianchang's attribute panel still showed that of a human professional, Zhang Yuan began to have hope for him. At this moment, Qi Shao suddenly appeared behind him and blocked the sneak attack of a demon assassin on his own. Zhang Yuan turned around and used the Eye of the Abyss again. Han Ning, level 70, Shadow Assassin. The same, it's still the panel of a human professional. At this time, the Hellfire Demon Sheep next to him attacked Han Ning, but Han Ning quickly retreated, easily avoiding the attack of the Hellfire Demon Sheep, and then merged into the shadow and disappeared. Shortly after the assassin disappeared, 3 more people came out from the darkness. Lu Ningyi, level 70, Great Elementalist. Shi Yan, level 70, Paladin Shield. Wu Ningning, level 70, Elf Saint. These 3 people were also wearing the uniforms of the Sun Guild, and they all had devil horns on their heads. Their faces were dull and their eyes were empty, as if their souls had been sucked away. The 3 men attacked Zhang Yuan directly without any words or explanation. However, Zhang Yuan still held on to the fantasy of turning them into humans again, and did not kill them at the beginning. He took the Ice Elf Queen and the Hellfire Demon Sheep back to the summoning space, and tried to suppress them with a large number of copied flying swords. Zhang Yuan himself has 90% damage reduction from his equipment plus talent, and the 7-star Dragon Abyss can also reduce enemy damage by 50%. The damage caused to Zhang Yuan by these level 70 new demons is not even as much as Zhang Yuan himself recovers. If Zhang Yuan uses the skill of Curse Incarnation again, Zhang Yuan himself probably won't even have to move, as these 5 new demons will die suddenly from the curse. With the help of a large amount of damage reduction, Zhang Yuan successfully used a large number of copied flying swords to pin the 5 people to the ground, making them unable to move. Zhang Yuan walked up to the archer Zhong Tianchang and asked, "Brother, can you still?" Bang! Before Zhang Yuan could finish his words, Zhong Tianchang exploded on the spot, and all the replica flying swords pressing on him exploded. Although Qi Shao and Zhan Lu helped Zhang Yuan block the impact of the explosion, its terrifying power still reduced Zhang Yuan's health by 1/10. This. Zhang Yuan was shocked. Before he could figure out what was going on, several other new demons followed suit and started to self-destruct. The self-explosion of 5 people reduced Zhang Yuan's health by 50%. At the same time, a pitch-black ray suddenly shot out from the magic circle, heading straight for Zhang Yuan's face. The terrifying aura contained in the beam made Zhang Yuan feel a deadly danger. Block intuition. Zhang Yuan had to use his blocking instinct to control the flying sword to deflect the beam of light. Tisk, tsk, tsk. What a pity, I didn't hit you just now. At this moment, a gloomy and somewhat familiar voice sounded in the magic circle, and then a large number of blood bubbles emerged from the magic circle. The slightly old and tired Disses rose from the surging blood. Tessus. When Zhang Yuan saw that Disses, one of the 7 great devils, actually appeared in this copy, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a huge wave of fear rose in his heart. Zhang Yuan, Zhang Yuan. I didn't expect to meet you here. Disses stared at Zhang Yuan and asked gloomily, do you know how badly you have hurt me? The curse you cast upon me torments me every moment. Because of your curse, I have lost so much. I was even driven down from my position as one of the 7 great dukes like a dog. Zhang Yuan, if it weren't for you, how could I, with my noble body, come here to do menial chores? But fortunately, God has eyes. A creepy smile appeared on the corner of Disses's mouth. He stared straight at Zhang Yuan and said with a smile, today, you have fallen into my hands. I will definitely let you taste the feeling of being tortured. Chapter 115 Goodbye, Lao Si. As soon as Disses finished speaking, he released all his aura as the demon duke and crushed towards Zhang Yuan, trying to terrify Zhang Yuan into submission with his terrifying pressure. However, with the help of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, the pressure from the Grand Duke of Disses was like a spring breeze to Zhang Yuan. Instead of making Zhang Yuan feel pressured, it soothed Zhang Yuan's emotions. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's last bit of nervousness facing the demon duke disappeared. Seeing Zhang Yuan remained motionless under his pressure, Disses was stunned for a moment, then sneered, it seems you're quite tough. Honestly, there are few people in this world who can remain calm under my pressure. You're truly a major threat to our abyss. But Zhang Yuan, even though you are courageous, the gap in strength between you and me cannot be made up by courage alone. Furthermore, after my last failure, I've learned my lesson and studied you carefully. This is so that the next time we meet, you won't have any chance of a comeback. You have 2 magical weapons that can make you immune to spiritual and water damage, but I possess skills of the 4 attributes of thunder, fire, poison, and darkness. Your 2 passive abilities are useless to me. Secondly, your attack ignores defense and carries the Curse King's curse. However, I only need to weaken my body. If you can't hit me, your curse will be ineffective against me. As long as I can suppress these 2 points, Zhang Yuan, you will be in my hands and there will be no escape even if you have wings. Listening to what Disses said, Zhang Yuan silently activated the Curse Incarnation skill and began to secretly gather power with the 7-star Dragon Abyss in the sword formation space. Go on, I'm listening. What's your attitude? Disses was instantly enraged by Zhang Yuan's words, and a large number of poisonous snakes condensed from blood rushed out of the magic circle and shot towards Zhang Yuan. A large number of replica flying swords appeared in front of Zhang Yuan, nailing all the blood poisonous snakes to the ground. Zhang Yuan, it seems you've learned a lot of new tricks these days. But your flying swords can block blood, but can you block lightning? Disses sneered and mocked, and electric arcs began to flash around him. Black thunder surged out of his body and turned into a lightning snake, which chopped all of Zhang Yuan's copied flying swords into ashes and shot towards Zhang Yuan at an extremely fast speed. In a flash, the lightning snake released by Disses hit Zhang Yuan, and the black lightning arc wrapped around Zhang Yuan's whole body. Don't worry, Zhang Yuan. This poisonous thunder of mine won't hurt you. It will only paralyze your nerves and make you unable to move. After all, you are a rare toy of mine. Now I have a burst of inspiration and have come up with many ways to torture you. Disses was laughing, but he saw that the black lightning arc that was supposed to wrap around Zhang Yuan suddenly turned into a lightning snake and shot towards him. Disses had no time to react and was instantly hit by his own skill. His whole body became paralyzed and he could not move. Disses was controlled by his own skill, his expression changed drastically, and he looked at Zhang Yuan in shock. What kind of skill is this? Why can it reflect my damage? The version has been updated a long time ago, Lao Si. Zhang Yuan smiled at Disses and opened the sword array space. I am now immune to lightning attacks. At this moment, Zhang Yuan has been accumulating power with the 7-star Dragon Abyss for a minute. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword transformed into a ray of starlight and shot towards Disses, who was paralyzed by the poisonous thunder skill. 4640506295660. The 12-digit number exploded from above Disses's head, and the 7-star dragon abyss sword directly pierced a huge bloody hole in Des's chest. The aura of Dis dropped directly to the bottom, and his passive bloodlock was triggered on the spot, entering a short invincible state. You monster! Dis was stunned by Zhang Yuan's terrifying damage numbers. He completely lost the will to fight. While he was still invincible, he hurriedly retreated into the blood formation, wanting to escape from here. Zhang Yuan looked at Dis who wanted to escape, but did not continue to attack. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled at Des, your time is running out. And you'll never be able to be resurrected. The absolute curse has been inflicted upon Des. After Zhang Yuan bounced the skill back to Des, a message appeared on his panel indicating that Des was under the absolute curse. What did you say? Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Des couldn't help but tremble, and then he realized that he had been cursed, and an endless look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. As the Demon Grand Duke, he knows the absolute curse of the Cursed King very well. This is one of the Cursed King's forbidden techniques. This curse can ignore the Bloodlock skill and burn 10% of the maximum health in 1 second, and he has just been beaten to low health by Zhang Yuan. The most terrifying thing is that once he is killed by the absolute curse, he won't even have a chance to be resurrected. No. Zhang Yuan, don't kill. Dis fell into extreme fear and began to beg Zhang Yuan for mercy, but before he could finish his words, endless black air surged out of his body and poured into his 7 orifices. Aha! Des screamed in pain, and was then burned to ashes by the absolute curse. Successfully killed Des, experience plus 100,050,000%. Obtain the legendary equipment, the Ring of Des. Obtain the legendary Ring of Des. Obtain the legendary equipment, the Des necklace. Ring of Des legendary, strength plus 50%, equipment level 90. Ring of Des legendary, agility plus 50%, equipment level 90. Tessa necklace legendary, spirit plus 50%, equipment level 90. Effect of the Des suit, stamina plus 50%, gain the skill Dark Thunder Domain. Dark Thunder Domain, in a very short period of time, each enemy within the skill range will be dealt 100 times of mixed Dark and Thunder damage. Each Thunder damage is equivalent to 10 times the sum of the 4 attributes. Obtain the Demon Archduke's Heart 1, obtain the Demon Archduke's Soul Embers 1. Heart of the Demon Duke Legend. The Heart of the Demon Duke is extremely difficult to obtain and can be used to forge artifacts. Demon Archduke's Soul Embers Legendary. The Demon Archduke's Soul Emeralds, extremely difficult to obtain, can assist in the second transformation awakening. King of the Abyss, plus 111,032. Cursed Kingdom Demon Support, 10.00%. Ding! Detected that the host has achieved the achievement Slay the Demon Archduke, and is rewarded with awakening a high-level talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the advanced talent, Equipment Master. Equipment Master, when wearing equipment, ignore the class requirements and equipment level. Several golden lights burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan directly soared from level 37 to level 41. At the same time, the treasure chest of the cleared copy will appear and open automatically. Obtain God's Stone 3. Shishao Artifact Quest Progress 310. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was completely blinded by the dazzling rewards in front of him. Too many. There are so many rewards. I can't even keep up. Chapter 116 Full Level 7-Star Dragon Abyss. Zhang Yuan first checked his newly acquired 3-piece suit of Des's and his new talent. After discovering that he could wear equipment regardless of the equipment level, he immediately replaced his 3-piece suit of Curse with a 3-piece suit of Des's. Then, Zhang Yuan checked his current panel. Name, Zhang Yuan. Title, Cursed King. Occupation, Ghost Sword Master only. Level 41 15%. Strength, 209,913. Agility, 197,613. Spirit, 345,484. Constitution, 197,613. Professional Special Attributes, Critical Hit Rate 50%, Critical Hit Damage 500%. Talents, Absolute Luck Level 1, I am a Sword Immortal Level 2, Eye of the Abyss, Fearless Body, I am a Legend, King of the Abyss plus 111,032, Equipment Master. Equipment, Sword Spirit Arsenal, Divine Sword Shishao, Divine Sword Zhanlu, Divine Sword Shishing Longyuan, Star God Robe, Wind Riding Boots, Imperial Special Merit Badge, Holy Spirit Crown, Desus Necklace, Desus Ring, Heart of the Cursed King, Blade of the Cursed King, Flame Demon Cloak, Rakshasa King Mask. Skills: Ghostly Sword Formation Level 5, Ghostly Sword Control Level 5, Sword Formation Space, Attribute Conversion, Sword Intent Gathering, Dark Thunder Domain, Wind Control, Poison Resistance, Cooking Mastery, Poison Expertise, Potion Enhancement, Hidden Weapon Mastery. Sign: Sixth Fate. With the bonus of 4 pieces of legendary equipment and the talent of the Abyss King, Zhang Yuan's 4-dimensional attributes have all skyrocketed to terrifying 6-digit numbers. Although Zhang Yuan lost the ranged skill Mental Storm after replacing the 3-piece curse set, he gained the more ferocious Dark Thunder Domain. Causes 100 times of Dark Thunder mixed damage to each enemy in the range. Each damage is the sum of the 4-dimensional attributes. A rough estimate is that the basic damage of a lightning strike is 1 million, plus 1,520% critical damage, and 20 times the talent damage bonus. As long as Zhang Yuan uses the Dark Thunder Domain, every enemy within the skill range will receive at least 300 million damage 1,000 times, and that's without the splash bonus from the Fortune Teller. This time, we can really capture the gods and electrify them. He is the king of thunder and lightning. This skill is too powerful. So this is how level 80 and 90 warriors use it? Zhang Yuan only roughly estimated the damage of the Dark Thunder Domain and did not dare to continue calculating. The damage has completely exploded. After checking the attributes and equipment, Zhang Yuan opened his storage space. This time, in addition to the legendary equipment and advanced talents obtained by killing Desses, another major gain was 3 God Stones. For other people, 3 God Stones are not of much value, and the probability is that they will draw 3 pieces of garbage, but for Zhang Yuan, 3 God Stones are 3 special weapons. This benefit is no less than the 3-piece set of Desses. It's been over a month since I won Qishao and Zhanlu. This month, I only drew a God level 1st level Awakening Stone and 3 7-star Dragon Abyss. I was able to trigger it 6 times. I'm absolutely lucky. Zhang Yuan estimated the time, and after making sure that he had enough card draws, he took out the Compass of Destiny directly in the copy. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword has completed its artifact mission. With luck, I can refine the 7-star Dragon Abyss into a full grade artifact, plus a new special weapon. I don't know how abnormal a full level 7-star Dragon Abyss will be. With great anticipation, Zhang Yuan threw 3 divine stones into the Compass of Destiny. The Destiny Star array lit up, and a large number of red cards rotated in the array. Zhang Yuan looked at the cards spinning in the Destiny Star array and couldn't help but sigh at the abnormality of his lucky talent. When people draw cards, the rotating cards are all white and blue, and occasionally a gold one flashes by, which can make them excited for a long time. But when he drew cards, there was only red in the card pool. The gap is really too big. Soon, 2 red cards flew out from the Destiny Star array and transformed into 2 7-star Dragon Abyss swords. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword in the sword formation space flew out on its own and merged with the 2 7-star Dragon Abyss swords. Then the entire sword burst out with the extremely terrifying power of a divine artifact. The entire Abyss copy began to vibrate violently, filled with the power of stars. Divine Sword 7-star Dragon Abyss exclusive artifact, full rank, attack plus 100,000, automatically protects master, immune to control effects, immune to lightning damage, and rebounds lightning attacks 10x. The holder gains the protection of the stars, unaffected by the pressure of powerful beings, and exerts pressure on non-divine creatures, reducing damage by 90%. This sword is guaranteed to hit. Artifact Quest: collect the 10 greatest swords 110. Note, one of the 10 great swords, protecting the master, exorcising demons, and cleansing the world. Zhang Yuan almost forgot to breathe when he saw the effect of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword after it reached its full level. An increase of 100,000 in attack, 10 times the damage rebound, or a 90% reduction in enemy damage, is not very important. The most important thing is the term attack will hit the target. These 4 simple words perfectly interpret the unique dominance of the artifact. Just by seeing this entry, a method to deal with the Curse King emerged in Zhang Yuan's mind. When he is about to reach level 70, he will use the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword to gather his strength and charge it. When the power is fully charged, he can kill some monsters to reach level 70. Then he can give the Curse King a big blow when the Curse King is resurrected. After seeing the new attributes of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, Zhang Yuan was full of confidence in his future duel with the Curse King. After all, he has more than one full-level artifact. Moreover, the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword also has an artifact mission, which means that when he collects all the special weapons and fully refines them, all the special weapons can get a big upgrade. Cursed King, even though you set up so many schemes for my resurrection and dug so many traps for me, it's a shame you couldn't predict what a pervert I am. Zhang Yuan chuckled and had already painted a beautiful blueprint for the cursed king in his mind. Satisfied with putting the artifact 7-star Dragon Abyss back into the sword array space, Zhang Yuan was about to look at his new special weapon, but found that the Destiny Star array was still rolling the cards. Ha! Why haven't you pulled it out yet? When Zhang Yuan was wondering, the third red card finally flew out, but to Zhang Yuan's shock, this time he did not draw out a new special weapon, but a red scroll. What is that? When Zhang Yuan saw that he had actually drawn out an item other than his special weapon, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. As the red scroll flew out of the card, it turned into red light and entered Zhang Yuan's body. Sword Immortal Path 1 Only Mythic Quest, Kill a God. When Zhang Yuan saw the task appearing on his panel, he was a little confused. The only mythical mission? Kill a god? Zhang Yuan knew every single one of these characters, but when they were put together, he couldn't understand them at all. What kind of crazy mission could make him kill a god? Although Zhang Yuan has now entered the ranks of the world's top powerhouses, he is still immortal. Even if it was the seemingly unreliable god of fun, Zhang Yuan knew that he would never be able to defeat her. This is simply not a task that a human can accomplish. Never mind, it's just a waste of a divine stone. Being able to extract the divine artifact this time is already the greatest reward. One should not be too greedy. Zhang Yuan organized his thoughts, put the Sword Immortal mission behind him, and walked to the copy teleportation exit that appeared not far away. However, just when Zhang Yuan was about to teleport out, he stopped again and went back to collect all the pieces of clothing from several members of the attacking team. These pieces of clothing are the last proof that they remained in this world after their self-destruction. Although we have never met before, Desus is dead. I have avenged you. I hope you can rest in peace. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself and left the copy with the pieces of clothes from everyone. Chapter 117 How can the gap between people be so big? Abyss, the Cursed Kingdom. Demon Dragon King City. The demonic Dragon King, Algernon, sat on his throne, eyes closed, absorbing the power of the abyss. Heroes teleported into the hall and knelt on one knee before Algernon. Your Majesty, Desus has been slain. All the demons in the kingdom know of this. The support level of the cursed king, Zhang Yuan, has increased to 10%. I understand. Algernon replied calmly, his eyes still closed. By the way, how is Hardy recovering? Hellos, ever since Grand Duke Hadi was defeated by Zhang Yuan in the Holy Spirit realm, he has been infected with the Cursed King's sleeping curse. Currently, Grand Duke Hadi is sleeping in his own territory. Hearing Hero's words, Algernon opened his eyes, spread out his palm, and a bloody ball of flesh emerged from his palm. Use the Abyss Seed to remove Hadi's curse. When he wakes up, have him go to the Great Xueer Empire and find a way to kill Zhang Yuan. Algernon said lightly, and the bloody ball of flesh in his palm flew in front of Heroes. Heroes took the Abyss Seed, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, King, Zhang Yuan now has the strength to kill the Demon Duke. Now our Abyss has lost a Demon Duke. Grand Duke Hadi himself is not good at fighting. If he goes to the Great Xueer Empire, well. Algernon said in a deep voice, do you need to question how the king acts? I dare not. Heroes shuddered and apologized quickly. Go ahead. Yes. Heroes disappeared in the hall, Algernon spread out his palm again, and Zhang Yuan's virtual projection appeared. Zhang Yuan, if Hadi can kill you, it means you are a waste and have no right to challenge me. If you kill Hadi, I will give you a few more Demon Dukes. If you raise your support rate above 50%, I will personally kill you. Algernon suddenly crushed Zhang Yuan's projection, closed his eyes again, and continued to absorb the power of the Abyss. With the blessing of the Abyss, Algernon's aura is rising every moment. When the Abyss-cursed kingdom began to take action, in the Wuling Valley, Li Fong finally found 3 teammates who were decent enough. When they arrived outside the Wuling mine dungeon, he did not see Zhang Yuan run. Where's my brother-in-law? Li Fong looked around but couldn't find any trace of Zhang Yuan. He couldn't help but ask Li Yuankong, who was guarding the dungeon entrance, Dad, where is Zhang Yuan? Li Yuankong ignored Li Fong. He was concentrating on looking at the copy, his palms sweating with nervousness. Zhang Yuan had been in there for a while, and most of the time his health was full. But suddenly, Zhang Yuan's health dropped below 50%. Li Yuankong was almost scared to use the Core of Gauss directly. Although Zhang Yuan's health was restored quickly, Li Yuankong was still worried about him. After all, Zhang Yuan was soloing a level 50 Abyss dungeon, and Zhang Yuan was only level 37. Even if Zhang Yuan's health was full, there was a risk of being killed instantly. Li Yuankang must concentrate fully. If Zhang Yuan's health is depleted, he must use the core of Gauss to rescue Zhang Yuan as soon as possible. Dad! Li Fang suddenly raised his voice, which scared Li Yuankang. What are you yelling about, you bastard? Li Yuankang snapped back to his senses and angrily shouted, Can't you see I'm doing something important? Li Fang was stunned by Li Yuankang's sudden outburst. Dad, I just wanted to ask where Zhang Yuan is? I've already gathered the team. Li Yuankang, Zhang Yuan has already entered the dungeon. What? Li Fang exclaimed, Dad, are you crazy? How could you let Zhang Yuan go into the Abyss dungeon alone? He's only level 37. Li Yuankang, this is his own request. Li Fang, even if he asked to go in by himself, you should have informed me. At least I can resist some damage if I go in, right? Li Yuankang said bluntly, You useless piece of shit, are you following Zhang Yuan in and hindering him? Only Zhang Yuan can handle this Abyss dungeon. Li Fang, Li Fang was about to argue when there was a sudden movement in the Wuling Mine dungeon, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Li Yuankang and Li Fang stopped arguing and stared at the copy together, extremely nervous. If the abyssal aura emitted by the vortex of this copy becomes more intense, it means that Zhang Yuan's strategy has failed, and Kyoto City is doomed to suffer a catastrophe. As the vortex at the entrance of the Wuling Mine cave dungeon lit up, the abyss aura lingering around the dungeon dissipated, and the dark red dungeon turned back to blue. Success! Zhang Yuan conquered this abyss dungeon. Li Yuankang roared excitedly. To him, Zhang Yuan's conquest of this abyss copy was of too great significance. On the one hand, his Sun Guild saved a cash cow, and on the other hand, Kyoto City did not have to face an unknown and terrible disaster. The most important thing is that if this abyss copy is not properly resolved, the Sun Guild will definitely be held responsible, and eventually his father will also be affected. His father might even lose his seat as a national elder. In short, Zhang Yuan saved their Li family. With all these emotions bursting out, if Li Yuankang hadn't been concerned about the other people around him, he would even want to dance. Li Fang was also stunned at this moment, his face full of disbelief. Brother-in-law, did he really clear this dungeon solo? In order to conquer this abyss copy, he was prepared to die. But now, Zhang Yuan, who is only 10 levels lower, is clearing this dungeon alone. How can the gap between people be so big? As the light emitted by the copy vortex dissipated, Zhang Yuan walked out of it. The aura emanating from him startled everyone present again. Level 41? Li Yuankang was a little confused when he saw Zhang Yuan's level. He remembered that Zhang Yuan was only level 37 when he entered. It takes nearly 500 million experience points to upgrade from level 37 to 41. Even if Zhang Yuan kills abyss monsters of higher levels, this Wuling Mine dungeon cannot provide 500 million experience points. Could it be that Zhang Yuan killed a high-level demon above level 80 in the dungeon? But how is this possible? Li Yuankang's thoughts were a little confused. The shock Zhang Yuan gave him was getting bigger and bigger. Uncle Li, these are the pieces of clothing from the 5 raiders. Sorry, these are all I can bring out. As soon as Zhang Yuan came out of the copy, he handed the pieces of clothing of the 5 members of the attacking team to Li Yuankang. Li Yuankang was shocked when he saw the torn clothes. His expression became complicated and his excitement was immediately dissipated by sadness. Thank you for your hard work. Li Yuankang took the pieces of clothing. I thank you on behalf of their families. It's just a piece of cake. Zhang Yuan replied, Uncle Li, this abyss dungeon has been conquered. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. You're leaving now? Li Yuankang was stunned. You're not going to stay? I still have to prepare a reward for you. No need, I've gained enough this time. Zhang Yuan smiled. To him, no reward could be better than those in the dungeon. After rejecting Li Yuankang's kindness, Zhang Yuan said goodbye to the dazed Li Fang, then left Wuling Valley and rushed back to school. He is now level 41. According to the rules of Dormitory 0, as long as he can pass the trial of Dormitory 0, he can live on the 3rd floor. Of course, for Zhang Yuan, it doesn't matter whether he lives on the 2nd or 3rd floor of Dormitory 0. What matters is that if he passes the trial, he can obtain the Star God Stone and then go to the Goddess Treasure House to draw the grand prize. This reward simply can't be stopped. Chapter 118 Can You Make God Cry? After returning to school, Zhang Yuan went straight back to dormitory number 0. Grandma Nyo. As soon as Zhang Yuan entered the building, he saw Granny Nyo standing next to the Star Secret Realm and immediately went forward to greet her. Granny Nyo laughed and teased, "Hey, Zhang Yuan, are you coming to the Star Secret Realm to buy more goods again?" "Grandma Nyo, I don't do dungeons." Zhang Yuan smiled, "I just want to ask how to start the trial in Dormitory 0. Granny Nyo, don't worry about this. I'll tell you when you reach level 40. Zhang Yuan, Grandma Nyo, I'm level 41. Ah. Granny Nyo thought she had misheard and used a detection spell on Zhang Yuan. After discovering that Zhang Yuan was truly level 41, she was completely stunned. What did you do? She remembered that Zhang Yuan was only level 37 when he left Dormitory 0 today? How did it get to level 41? Cheating? The word cheating flashed through Granny Nyo's mind for the first time, but she soon laughed at her own stupid thoughts. This is reality, not a game. How can there be any such thing as cheating? Zhang Yuan explained with a smile, "I just went out to solo an abyss dungeon, and then I reached level 41. I'm afraid there's a demon duke in your abyss dungeon." Granny Nyo complained, but she didn't ask any further questions. She then said, "Since you've reached level 41, come with me." Yes. Granny Nyo led Zhang Yuan to the third floor, stopped in front of the grey fog at the entrance to the third floor, and said to Zhang Yuan, "Although what I'm saying now is probably nonsense, we still have to go through the process. If you want to challenge the trial dungeon, you must first pay 1,000 starstones. If you fail, you will need to pay another 1,000 starstones to challenge it again. Is that okay?" Zhang Yuan nodded, "No problem." Granny Nyo continued, "Also, if you successfully pass the trial, the rent for the third floor dormitory will be 100 starstones a day. I no longer have the authority to waive your rent for this amount of starstones. Can you afford it?" Zhang Yuan nodded, "Yes." He could pay a year's rent by just spending 10 minutes in the Star Secret Realm dungeon, so it wasn't a big problem. One last thing. Although Dormitory 0 will do its best to ensure your safety in the dungeon, the trial still has some dangers. If you encounter any danger, you must exit the dungeon immediately. This dungeon can be exited at any time. Do you understand? Clear. Okay, I won't say any more nonsense. Just give me 1,000 starstones. Zhang Yuan immediately took out 1,000 starstones. Granny Nyo waved her sleeves, and the 1,000 starstones turned into starlight and merged into the grey fog covering the entrance to the floor. The next moment, the grey fog turned into a blue vortex. Granny Nyo said to Zhang Yuan, "Go in. Once you pass the test, you can live on the third floor. The benefits on the third floor will definitely not disappoint you. Then I'll look forward to it." Out of curiosity, Zhang Yuan walked into the vortex and was teleported to a completely enclosed room without doors or windows. What's going on? Zhang Yuan was stunned when he looked at the closed room. What kind of trial is this? Zhang Yuan, the trials in Dormitory 0 are too unchallenging for you, so I took the initiative and dragged you here. This place is between the dungeon space and reality, and it can be considered a transit station. At this moment, the voice of the God of Joy sounded, and Zhang Yuan's expression suddenly fell. It's her again. Zhang Yuan looked at the God of Joy who appeared in the room speechlessly. What are you going to do this time? Cheer up. Others don't even have the chance to see a goddess like me. The God of Joy smiled at Zhang Yuan and said, "Don't worry, I brought you here for a great good thing." Zhang Yuan, what do you mean? God of Joy, the original trial dungeon just gave you some small monsters. After you fought your way through them, you'd fight a standard boss. Once you beat that, you'd be considered a trial. It was not only boring, but the rewards were also quite stingy, only giving you a star god stone. If you were unlucky, you wouldn't get anything good. But the dungeon I've modified for you is different. Not only will the process be thrilling and exciting, but the rewards will also be quite generous. In addition to the star god stone, I will also sponsor 3 additional pieces of legendary equipment. Zhang Yuan, not interested, can you send me back? He now has a full set of artifacts and legendary equipment, and the so-called generous rewards from the God of Joy did not cause Zhang Yuan to feel the slightest bit of emotion. Hey, don't say that. Seeing Zhang Yuan's lack of interest, the God of Joy quickly held up 5 fingers and said, "Look, I'll give out 5 pieces of legendary equipment. It's not that I'm stingy, but the rewards in the dungeon are capped, and 5 pieces of legendary equipment are already the highest drop rate in this dungeon." Zhang Yuan shook his head and said, "Goddess, you don't quite understand the situation. Look at my luxurious equipment now. Do I look like someone who needs some of your legendary equipment? Since you want me to entertain you, then you should at least pay me my appearance fee, right? You can't always expect to get something for free. God of Joy, then tell me, what do you want? Zhang Yuan, at least one artifact. Why don't you just go and rob it? The God of Joy rolled his eyes. Divine artifacts are very difficult to refine. The chaos dice I gave you last time was the last divine item I could get. Where's your equipment? As a god, the equipment you wear can't be anything other than divine artifacts, right? God of Pleasure, how about I take off my clothes for you? Not impossible. You wish. The God of Joy flatly rejected Zhang Yuan and then said, anyway, I don't have any artifacts to give you right now. Please change your request. Change your request. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought of something. He said to the God of Joy, can you get the Zhanlu stone? The mission of his Zhanlu sword artifact was to find a Zhanlu stone, but he consulted a lot of information in the Kyoto University library and did not find any information about the Zhanlu stone. This stone seems to not exist in this world. Zhanlu stone? The God of Joy was stunned. What do you want that for? Zhang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Do you know Zhanlu stone? God of Joy, of course I know. That thing is a crystal stone condensed from the tears shed by the water goddess. However, the water goddess hasn't cried for a long time. There should be no Zhanlu stone in the world now. Zhang Yuan, then can you make the water goddess cry? The corners of the God of Joy's mouth twitched. He stared at Zhang Yuan with a strange look and complained, do you think the goddess of water is a softie who can be made to cry with just one punch? Her status is not inferior to mine. How can I make her cry? Zhang Yuan continued to bewitch him. God of fun, don't you think making a goddess who can't cry would be more interesting than watching me break through a trial dungeon? Hearing this, the God of Joy fell into deep thought. That's true. Chapter 119, a special copy of Joy. Zhang Yuan, like a whispering demon, asked the goddess of pleasure, by the way, lady goddess, how does the water goddess compare to you? Goddess of Joy, she doesn't really like fighting and has some social anxiety. Her strength is about the same as mine. That's right. Zhang Yuan smiled brightly, she can't do anything to you anyway. We just want to make her cry, not necessarily do anything to her. It won't be a big deal. Well, I don't want any of your legendary equipment. All I want is a Chamlu stone. That way, you can watch me conquer your custom-made trial dungeon while also witnessing the cry of the goddess of water, who can't cry. It's two pleasures at once. Isn't that great? Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, the God of Joy reacted and looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile. Well done, you, a mere mortal, are actually trying to seduce the gods. You're quite brave. Zhang Yuan laughed and said, when I suggested making the water goddess cry, weren't you tempted? If you don't want to do it, can I really encourage you? He, little guy, I really like you more and more. Thank the star god for letting me meet such an interesting human like you. The God of Joy looked at Zhang Yuan deeply and said with a smile, okay, I promise you, I will go get the weeping water goddess, and you go to conquer the trial copy I modified. Friendly reminder, since the reward you want is difficult to obtain, I have slightly enhanced the dungeon. Should be okay? No problem. Okay, let's get started. The God of Joy snapped his fingers, and the space in the enclosed room twisted. Zhang Yuan came to the outside of a large town. Next to him, a 20-sided dice was floating. The voice of the God of Joy rang in Zhang Yuan's ears. Zhang Yuan, this dungeon is a new role-playing game I came up with. You will play an assassin, and your goal is to assassinate the Lord of Wind City. No matter what method you use, as long as you kill the Lord, you will pass the trial. Of course, all your actions in this dungeon will be constrained by the dice, and your attributes will also affect the number of points thrown by the dice. In addition, to make the process more interesting, you have independent attributes and professions in this dungeon. That's the basic rule, good luck. The God of Joy briefly explained the rules and then fell silent. Zhang Yuan looked at the dice floating next to him, then looked at the two gate guards guarding the city gate, and couldn't help but recall the tabletop role-playing games in his previous world, commonly known as group play. The rules of the game are similar to those of the God of Pleasure dungeon. Players can do anything in the game, but whether the actions they take will be successful depends on the number of points rolled on the dice. However, Zhang Yuan had only heard of this kind of game in his previous life and had never actually played it, so he had no experience to draw on now. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time and go into the city first. Zhang Yuan didn't think twice and walked straight towards the city gate. The two guards immediately stopped him and asked, "Stop. What are you doing in Wind City?" Zhang Yuan didn't think twice and just said, "I'm going to the city to visit my relatives." The number of points required to deceive the gate guard is 12. Start rolling the dice. At this moment, the dice next to Zhang Yuan suddenly started spinning and finally rolled a 9. If the deception fails, the city gate guards will attack you. Humph. Judging from your shifty look, you must have bad intentions when you came into the city. Capture him. As soon as this prompt appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, the two city gate guards immediately attacked Zhang Yuan with spears in hand. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan subconsciously wanted to summon a flying sword to attack, but found a dagger in his hand. Now, not only did he not have a flying sword, he couldn't even deploy a sword formation. A special copy that completely bans personal skills? Zhang Yuan's eyes changed slightly. At this time, the spears of the two city gate guards had already stabbed at him. He had no time to think and had to fight back with a dagger. The points required to counterattack the gate guards are 15. Start rolling the dice. The dice rolled again, and this time it landed on 20. Counterattack successful, killing the city gate guard. As if pulled by a strange force, Zhang Yuan easily used his dagger to deflect the spears of the two guards, and then like a ghost, he slit the throats of the two guards at the city gate. At this time, the residents inside and outside the city screamed when they saw Zhang Yuan killing people, which attracted a large number of guards to rush here. Let's run first. Zhang Yuan looked at the large number of guards coming and immediately rushed into the city and ran towards the alleys in the city. The number of points needed to avoid the guards' pursuit is 16. Start rolling the dice. The dice rolled again and showed 18. You have successfully dodged and escaped from the guards. When Zhang Yuan saw this message pop up on his panel, he felt that he was much faster and his movements became extremely agile. Zhang Yuan easily climbed over a high wall and shook off the pursuers behind him. It seems this is truly a large-scale role-playing dungeon. All actions require rolling dice. I won't be able to clear this dungeon if I just rush through it. I need to understand the rules first. Zhang Yuan looked at the magnificent city lord's mansion in the center of the city. Instead of going there directly, he found a secluded place to hide and opened his panel. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, assassin. Strength, 15. Agility, 25. Spirit, 5. Stamina, 5. Equipment, poison dagger. Skills, hide, slit throat, critical blow. In this copy, all his attributes and skills are completely reset, and his equipment and items cannot be used. Did the god of joy fear that I would just kill him with my flying sword, so he gave me this rubbish attribute? Zhang Yuan looked at his current attributes and couldn't help but complain, it's really exciting and thrilling. He was used to 6-digit attributes, and he was still a little uncomfortable when he suddenly returned to level 1. However, Zhang Yuan quickly accepted the setting of this special copy. Since the god of joy created this special copy, there must be a way to pass it. Judging from his current attributes, if he wants to conquer this dungeon, he has to rely on his high agility. So, Zhang Yuan relied on his high agility to roll the dice and successfully sneaked into a house and stole a set of clothes to change into. He had just killed 2 guards at the city gate and was definitely wanted by the whole city. If he wanted to move freely, he had to at least change his appearance first. Zhang Yuan stole a set of clothes by rolling dice and then returned to the street. While observing the layout of the town, he approached the city lord's mansion. Along the way, Zhang Yuan discovered that the facilities in this town and the dungeon were quite complete, with equipment stores, pharmacies, hotels, and even a job transfer hall. Thanks to Zhang Yuan's new clothes, he was not troubled by the guards along the way and easily arrived near the city lord's mansion. Because a murder occurred at the city gate and 2 guards were killed, the city lord's mansion was under martial law at this time. A large number of guards were patrolling around, surrounding the entire city lord's mansion so tightly that not even a fly could fly in. According to the practice of ordinary assassins, what Zhang Yuan should have done at this time was to disguise himself as a guard or servant in the city lord's mansion, sneak into the city lord's mansion first, and then find an opportunity to assassinate the city lord. However, the one who created this dungeon was the god of joy, and before Zhang Yuan entered the dungeon, the god of joy clearly emphasized that the difficulty of this dungeon had been increased. Not to mention that Zhang Yuan is not an assassin by profession and has never done any assassination work. Even if he is really an assassin, in this special copy, if he relies on normal process strategies, he will most likely fail in the assassination. We must find another way. Zhang Yuan hid in the shadows, observing the guards outside the city lord's mansion while analyzing. This dungeon was created by the goddess of pleasure. I have to think from her perspective. The goddess of pleasure wants nothing more than to see fun. So, she definitely doesn't want me to use conventional assassin methods to clear dungeons. That's too boring. But I'm only a level 1 assassin right now. How can I make assassinations interesting and guarantee a 100% success rate? Zhang Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought for a long time but still couldn't come up with a perfect solution. At this moment, Zhang Yuan remembered the job transfer hall he saw on the road, and suddenly a crazy idea came to his mind. Can he change his job? What does the assassin Zhang Yuan have to do with the ghost swordmaster Zhang Yuan? Chapter 120. You cheat, I play with the system. After this idea came into Zhang Yuan's mind, he gave up the method of sneaking into the city lord's mansion to assassinate the city lord without hesitation. Instead, he entered the job transfer hall in the city and came to a job transfer statue. This guy has no shame, replacing the goddess of transformation with his own idol. Zhang Yuan looked at the job-changing statue in front of him that looked exactly like the god of joy, complained in his heart, and then tried to change his job in front of the statue. The points required to change jobs are 20, start rolling the dice. I can change my job indeed. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the prompt message that he could change his job appeared on his panel. The dice next to him began to spin and rolled a 1. Job transfer failed, 2 more job transfer opportunities left. So bad luck? When Zhang Yuan saw the 20-sided dice rolled 1, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he threw the dice again. The dice spun quickly, and this time Zhang Yuan was extremely lucky, and the dice finally rolled 20. However, before Zhang Yuan had time to be happy, he saw that the dice, which had originally stopped, was suddenly pushed by some invisible force. The dice rolled again and finally turned into 1 facing up. Job transfer failed, 1 more job transfer opportunity left. Damn! This is a shady deal. This is definitely a shady deal. When Zhang Yuan saw the dice change, he immediately protested loudly. You can't play like this. However, no matter how Zhang Yuan protested, the god of joy did not respond. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Zhang Yuan noticed that the smile of the job-changing statue had become brighter. The god of fun purposely created this job transfer gym. Could it be that he was just teasing me? Zhang Yuan realized this and rolled the dice again, and the result was still 1. A 20-sided dice rolled 1 3 times in a row, with a probability of 1 in 8,000. Zhang Yuan was sure that this was a fake thing made by the god of joy. Job transfer failed, no job transfer opportunities, please find other ways to pass the level. Are you forcing me to use the assassin strategy trial instance? Zhang Yuan looked at the smile of the job-changing statue and suddenly felt that the smile of the statue was a bit sarcastic. Seeing the smile of the joyful god, Zhang Yuan completely gave up on the idea of honestly clearing the dungeon. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fun god, since you're already cheating, it's okay for me to play around with the mechanics, right? You did it first." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan directly withdrew from the trial copy in front of the job-changing statue in front of him. Although this special copy was transformed by the god of joy, the basis of this copy is still the trial copy of dormitory number 0, and Zhang Yuan can quit at any time. Granny Niu was also startled when she saw Zhang Yuan exit the trial instance. Zhang Yuan, why did you come out? This shouldn't happen. In Granny Niu's opinion, with Zhang Yuan's ability, he should be able to pass the trial copy easily. Zhang Yuan did not explain too much, and once again took out 1,000 starstones and handed them to Granny Niu. Granny Niu, I challenge you again. Oh, okay. Granny Niu thought that Zhang Yuan had made some mistake and wanted to challenge again, so she didn't think much about it and used the starstone to help Zhang Yuan reset the copy. Zhang Yuan teleported in again and found himself back outside the town. The guards at the city gate had been resurrected and the entire copy had been reset. Sure enough, this dungeon can be loaded. When Zhang Yuan saw the copy reset, the corners of his mouth began to curl up. Although it costs 1,000 starstones to reload a file, for Zhang Yuan, starstones are what he has the most. Any problem that can be solved with the starstone is not a problem. This time Zhang Yuan was familiar with the route. Relying on his agile dice throwing, he successfully used a feint to the east and attacked in the west to attract the attention of the guards, easily sneaked into the town, and then went straight to the job transfer hall. Zhang Yuan continued to roll the dice to change his job, but the result of 3 rolls was still 1, which basically confirmed that the job change hall was a trap deliberately set by the god of joy. However, there are always more solutions than problems. Zhang Yuan exited the dungeon again, handed the 1,000 star stones to Granny Niu, who was full of questions, and then re-entered the dungeon. After exiting and reloading the game many times, Zhang Yuan discovered that there was a small probability of rolling 20 when he changed his job, but every time he rolled 20, a subtle force would change the dice and make the dice become 1. It must be the god of pleasure doing something behind the scenes. So, Zhang Yuan came up with a solution. After reloading the game 3 times, Zhang Yuan finally waited for the dice to roll 20. It's time! Zhang Yuan saw that an invisible force began to push the dice, affecting the result, and immediately held down the dice with both hands to prevent it from rolling. The dice struggled for a while, but ultimately couldn't defeat Zhang Yuan and gave up resistance. After successfully changing your job, you can choose between 2 jobs. Joyful Believer Ghost Swordmaster. Ghost Swordmaster. Zhang Yuan chose his original career without hesitation. The required points for the job change to Ghost Swordmaster are 20. Start rolling the dice. Still want to vote? Do you have any shame? Zhang Yuan saw the dice next to him start to spin again, and couldn't help but complain, watching the dice turn to 19. Almost there, do we need to reload the file? Just as Zhang Yuan was about to reload the game, he suddenly had an idea and immediately flicked the 20-sided dice with his little finger, changing the number from 19 to 20. Job transfer successful. A white light flashed, and the dagger on Zhang Yuan's waist disappeared. He turned from an assassin back into the master of the ghost sword. Ha ha! That god of fun changed the dice results so much that it really caused a bug in the dice. Zhang Yuan smiled and immediately checked his attribute panel and found that all his attributes and skills were back. Back! All back! Seeing that all the familiar attributes and skills had returned, Zhang Yuan suddenly gained confidence and walked towards the city lord's mansion with a swagger. Stop! This is a restricted area of the city lord's mansion, no entry for outsiders. The guards outside the city lord's mansion stopped Zhang Yuan and shouted at him harshly. Zhang Yuan, who had recovered his strength, did not hesitate at this time and directly deployed the sword formation to cover the entire city lord's mansion. Skill, Dark Thunder Domain. Dark purple clouds immediately covered the entire range of Zhang Yuan's sword formation, blocking out the sky and the sun. The next moment, a large amount of black thunder struck down at an extremely fast speed, and a large number of high damage numbers quickly jumped out in the city lord's mansion. All the people in the sword formation were turned into powder in an instant. Successfully killed the Lord of Wind City and cleared the trial dungeon. Obtain Star God Stone 1. Obtain Jianlu Stone IOU 1. As the Dark Thunder domain dissipated, the huge city lord's mansion was razed to the ground in an instant. Zhang Yuan completed the trial mission and passed the trial copy. Jianlu Stone IOU? When Zhang Yuan saw that he had won the award, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he really didn't know where to start complaining. Isn't this god of joy too dirty? At this moment, the god of joy, with his own strength, lowered Zhang Yuan's evaluation of all gods. Chapter 121 9 Heaven's Red Evil Sword Formation. After receiving the reward for the trial copy, Zhang Yuan was directly teleported back to dormitory number 0. At this time, the gray fog at the entrance of the third-floor corridor had disappeared, and Zhang Yuan could clearly see the rooms on this floor. Unlike the rooms on the second floor, the rooms on the third floor have a heavier feel. Each door is engraved with a strange magic circle, and huge energy surges through it. Granny Niu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that Zhang Yuan had finally passed the dungeon trial. Zhang Yuan's previous actions of repeatedly reopening the trial copy made her feel that there was something wrong with the trial copy. If there had not been any warning from dormitory number 0, Granny Niu would even have wanted to go into the trial dungeon herself to observe. Zhang Yuan, congratulations on completing the trial dungeon. Granny Niu calmed down and said to Zhang Yuan with a smile, there's currently no occupant on the third floor of dormitory 0. You can pick any room. Zhang Yuan still pointed to the room in the far corner of the corridor. Grandma Niu, I'll choose room 310. Granny Niu handed Zhang Yuan the key to room 310. Okay, all your luggage in room 210 will be transferred to room 310. However, it will take some time to set up the room, and you won't be able to move in until tonight. Before that, you can move freely. When you reach level 50, you can come to me and continue the dormitory 0 trial. Thank you, Granny Niu. I'll go to the god's treasury first. Zhang Yuan put away the key, said goodbye to Granny Niu, then went up to the 6th floor and entered the god's treasure house. What good things can we draw this time? Zhang Yuan looked at the prismatic destiny star array in front of him, took out the star god stone, and then placed the star god stone into the prismatic destiny star array with great anticipation. A large number of golden and red cards rolled in the prismatic destiny star array, and then a colorful card flew out from the prismatic destiny star array. Color again. Zhang Yuan became excited when he saw the colorful cards flying out. The colored card he had drawn from the god's treasure house before was a god-level awakening stone, which meant that what he drew now was no less valuable than a god-level awakening stone. As the colorful cards flew out, they turned into a red scroll. As the red scroll unfolded, an extremely strong evil spirit burst out from it, transforming into a blazing sword shadow, crisscrossing the treasure house of God. The next moment, the red scroll turned into a red light and sank into Zhang Yuan's body. Congratulations on learning the 9 Heavens Red Evil Sword Formation. 9 Heavens Scarlet Evil Sword Formation deploys a sword formation, imbuing all flying swords within it with Scarlet Sky Sword intent. This doesn't deal extra damage, but every 10 hits permanently lower the target's level by 1. If the target's level is less than 1, all rules are ignored and the target is killed immediately. This sword formation requires the Scarlet Sky Sword. Sword formation diagram? Zhang Yuan was a little confused when he saw that he had drawn a sword formation, and the effect of this sword formation diagram was even more abstract. Scarlet Sky Sword intent doesn't deal extra damage, but it will permanently lower the target's level. If the level drops below 1, it will be killed immediately. Zhang Yuan's first reaction was that this was a useless skill. After all, with his current damage, not many monsters can withstand his 10 swords, let alone withstand it until the level is reduced to 1. If Zhang Yuan used this sword formation, his opponent would probably be killed by the damage before his level even started to decrease. However, Zhang Yuan soon noticed the 4 words "ignore the rules" and his mind began to become active. Ignore the rules and kill the target. If I lower the god's level to below 1, can I kill it directly? Zhang Yuan's heartbeat started to quicken as he thought about this, and the more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. After all, this formation diagram was drawn from the treasure house of God, and its guaranteed value is god level. It is reasonable that the god level formation has an effect on gods. I have to try this formation. Zhang Yuan immediately left the god's treasury and found Granny Niu again. Granny Niu, is the trial dungeon for upgrading from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor of Dormitory 0 still open? Granny Niu, of course I can. Why are you asking? Zhang Yuan, I want to go in again. Enter the trial dungeon again? Granny Niu was stunned, then said, "You've already obtained rewards from that trial dungeon. Even if you try again, you won't get any rewards." Zhang Yuan replied, "Grandma Niu, I don't want any reward, I just want to go in." Hearing Zhang Yuan's answer, Granny Niu's expression suddenly became strange. She couldn't help but touch Zhang Yuan's forehead and asked with concern, "Son, have you been under too much pressure recently?" She had seen people addicted to all kinds of things, but this was the first time she had seen someone addicted to a trial copy. Zhang Yuan saw Granny Niu's expression and realized she had misunderstood. He immediately explained, "Granny Niu, don't misunderstand me. I'm not crazy. I just got a special skill from the god's treasury. There's something in the trial instance that can test my skill. Forget it, I'm old and I don't understand what you young people are saying." Granny Niu waved her hand, no longer trying to understand what Zhang Yuan said, and said, "If you want to enter the trial copy, you still have to pay 1,000 starstones." "No problem." Zhang Yuan took out 1,000 starstones and handed them to Granny Niu without hesitation. "If you have money, you can do whatever you want." Granny Niu couldn't help but sigh when she saw Zhang Yuan lavishly spending 1,000 starstones without blinking an eye. She then said to Zhang Yuan, "Come on, follow me to the 3rd floor." Zhang Yuan followed Granny Niu to the 3rd floor, only to see Granny Niu waving her hand gently at the entrance of the corridor on the 3rd floor, and the disappeared grey fog reappeared. "You go in." "Thank you, Granny Niu." Zhang Yuan thanked Granny Niu and walked directly into the trial copy, once again arriving at the trial copy created by the God of Joy. Since Zhang Yuan had already cleared this dungeon, there were no restrictions on his profession and attributes when he came in this time. Zhang Yuan rushed all the way to the job transfer hall and came to the job transfer statue. The job transfer statue in this dungeon was created by the God of Joy using divine power. The statue is level 999, has no attributes, and is shown to be indestructible. If I can kill this idol, it means that I can kill gods as well. God of fun, I'm sorry. Zhang Yuan unfolded the sword formation, copied tens of thousands of flying swords, and then used the 9 Heavens Red Evil Sword formation. The Qishao sword flew out from the sword formation space, hovered in the air, and suddenly burst out with red sword intent, directly dyeing all of Zhang Yuan's flying swords red. Zhang Yuan's sword formation turned red, and the crimson sword intent crisscrossed the sword formation. Tens of thousands of red flying swords burst the job transfer hall and hovered over the city. Go! Zhang Yuan controlled the flying sword to attack the job-changing statue. Countless red flying swords fell, splashing a lot of sparks on the statue. A large number of copied flying swords were shattered by the divine power of the transferred statue, and Zhang Yuan was unable to cause any damage to the statue. However, under the continuous attack of tens of thousands of flying swords, the level of the job transfer statue dropped rapidly, and soon it went from 999 to 1. As the 9990th flying sword with the Scarlet Sky sword intent hit the job transfer statue, the level of the job transfer statue dropped from 1 to 0. Boom! The Qishao sword in the center of the sword formation suddenly burst out with a murderous aura that soared into the sky. Then the sky turned blood red, and countless red sword shadows were inserted into the job transfer statue. The next second, the Scarlet Sky sword transformed into a terrifying red light, instantly piercing through the indestructible job transfer statue. Bang! The job transfer statue exploded with a loud bang, and the terrifying divine power that surged out of it enveloped Zhang Yuan and blew the entire copy to pieces. Outside the third floor of dormitory number 0, Granny Niu, who was guarding the entrance to the trial copy, saw cracks suddenly appear in the copy's vortex, and her expression suddenly changed. This is... The next moment, the copy exploded, and Zhang Yuan flew out of the copy, directly knocking a big hole in the wall of dormitory number 0 and falling outside the building. Granny Niu stared at the huge human-shaped hole in the wall in amazement. Thousands of words surged in her mind, and finally turned into a cry, FCK. Chapter 122 Surrounded by Beauties. Granny Niu hurried through the human-shaped hole and jumped to Zhang Yuan's side downstairs in dormitory 0. She asked with concern, "Boy, are you okay?" "Grandma Niu, I'm fine." Zhang Yuan, covered in dust, stood up and dusted himself off. "Sorry, Grandma Niu, I didn't expect the commotion to be so loud that it destroyed the entire instance." Zhang Yuan had not expected that destroying the statue would cause such a big commotion. The divine power that erupted from the statue even directly consumed the Qishao sword's passive ability to avoid death. It's not a big deal. Dormitory 0 can repair everything on its own. I'm glad you're okay. Granny Niu said something comforting, then asked, "But then again, what on earth did you do in the trial dungeon?" "The entire dungeon is gone. Zhang Yuan, I destroyed the job transfer statue that the God of Joy created with his divine power." "What did you say?" Granny Niu's eyes widened. "What did you destroy?" Zhang Yuan was a little embarrassed. "The job transfer statue of the God of Joy." "You destroyed the statue? How is that possible?" Granny Niu was completely confused. No matter what kind of statue it was, as long as it was protected by divine power, it could not be destroyed by mortals. If the statue can be destroyed, it means that the god can also be killed. Can Zhang Yuan kill gods? When Granny Niu thought about this, her mind was in a mess and she felt like she was dreaming. But Granny Niu quickly reacted and warned Zhang Yuan, "Son, I don't care what method you use to destroy the statue, but unless it's a life or death situation, you must never show it to others. In this world, there are many strange and bizarre cults, many of which have crazy and fanatical believers. If those sick lunatics knew you had the ability to kill gods, they would stop at nothing to kill you. In their eyes, gods cannot be blasphemed, and your existence is the greatest blasphemy against them." Zhang Yuan saw Granny Niu's serious face when she said this, so he also took it seriously and nodded, "Don't worry, Granny Niu, I don't usually need this skill unless I encounter a god-level opponent." "Granny Niu, in that case, I'm relieved. I'll go and patch up the outer wall of the dormitory building. You can go do your work yourself." Zhang Yuan glanced at the man-shaped hole on the outer wall of the third floor and said embarrassedly, "Grandma Niu, let me help." "Forget it, I'll just be thankful you don't come and make trouble." Granny Niu refused Zhang Yuan's request for help, jumped directly downstairs into the hole on the third floor, and began to repair the outer wall. It seems Granny Niu is still a little angry. It's better not to go back to dormitory 0 for now. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan shook his head and smiled. He didn't go back to bother Granny Niu anymore. Instead, he went to Mingjing Academy and asked Gu Bingying to help reset the cooldown and visit the principal at the same time. After the battle in the Holy Spirit Realm dungeon, Jing Bingyun used a forbidden skill and could not recover within a month. Recently, he has been lying in the medical clinic of Mingjing Academy. Mingjing Academy is located on an island in the middle of an artificial lake west of Kyoto University. Outside the island, there is a white fog that never dissipates all year round. Only students of Mingjing Academy and patients admitted to Mingjing Medical Clinic are qualified to go to the island. It is said that many years ago, Mingjing Academy welcomed students from other academies to come to the island, but because all the students of Mingjing Academy were beautiful wet nurses, a large number of students from other academies came to the island every day to see the beauties, which seriously affected the teaching quality of Mingjing Academy. In the end, Gu Bingying had to set up a fog barrier to prevent other students from going to the island, which allowed Mingjing Academy to return to normal. The only way to get to the island now is to take the Mingjing Academy's shuttle boat. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the lake, he placed his ID card on an identification platform on the shore. Soon, an unmanned boat emerged from the fog and came to pick up Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan got on the boat, and without even rowing, the unmanned boat automatically took Zhang Yuan into the fog. After passing through the fog, Zhang Yuan saw a small island full of peach blossoms. At this time, there were several beautiful women playing and fighting at the harbor. Their extremely high looks were very pleasing to the eye. It's worthy of being the hidden academy that all the boys in the school want to enter. Studying in this academy feels like life will be longer. Zhang Yuan sighed as the boat approached the shore. The beauties on the shore came up to him and asked curiously, "Huh? Mingjing Academy isn't recruiting male students this year. How did you get in?" Zhang Yuan politely replied, "Seniors, my name is Zhang Yuan. Teacher Gu has given me permission to study at Mingjing Academy." "You are Zhang Yuan." When several senior schoolmates heard Zhang Yuan's words, their beautiful eyes lit up and they looked at Zhang Yuan curiously, as if they had seen a rare treasure. Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw the senior students' reactions. "Seniors, do you know me?" "Of course I know. The dean specifically instructed us that if you come to our Mingjing Academy, we must take good care of you and make you feel at home. Come up quickly, Junior." "Where are you going?" "We'll take you there." "Junior, do you want to go to the peach blossom spring on the island? It's the most beautiful place on our island. Every freshman who comes to the island must check in there." Zhang Yuan was suddenly surrounded by enthusiastic senior students. The pleasant aroma filled his nose, making him feel a little uncomfortable. He quickly said, "Seniors, I'll go next time. I have something to ask Teacher Gu." "Then we'll take you there." Zhang Yuan really couldn't persuade these senior students from Mingjing Academy, so he had to follow them. Along the way, Zhang Yuan finally witnessed the awesomeness of Mingjing Academy. 90% of the students are girls, and each of them has a beauty score of 9 points or above, and they are all the beauties in the school or department. When Zhang Yuan saw the beauties in the academy, he had the urge to throw himself into the arms of Gu Bingying. "Junior, the dean is teaching your freshman class in the clinic right now. You can just go in. If you need anything, come find us. Bye." "Goodbye, seniors." After several senior students took Zhang Yuan to an elegant medical clinic, they said goodbye to him with a smile. Zhang Yuan gently pushed open the door of the clinic, and a fresh scent of medicine wafted into his nose. Then Zhang Yuan heard the sound of Gu Bingying teaching in class. Zhang Yuan walked into the clinic quietly without making a sound, and saw Gu Bingying teaching Xueer the techniques of healing. "Xueer is a new student at Mingjing Academy?" When Zhang Yuan saw that it was Xueer who was teaching the class, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Come to think of it, he hasn't asked which college Xueer is in. But if you think about it carefully, Xueer's elf saint is a rare healing profession, and after growing up she will have a large-scale resurrection skill. It is normal for her to be selected by Mingjing Academy. Let's stop here for today's class. Xueer, go back and digest what the teacher taught you today. Okay, teacher. Xueer nodded, put away her book and stood up. Zhang Yuan, who was not far away, was startled. "Idiot?" Chapter 123 Key to the Sky. Zhang Yuan smiled and greeted, "Xueer." Seeing Xueer and Zhang Yuan greeting each other, Gu Bingying smiled and asked Xueer, "Xueer, do you two know each other?" "Yes, teacher." Xueer nodded. "Zhang Yuan and I were high school classmates." At this point, Xueer asked Gu Bingying expectantly, "Teacher Gu, Zhang Yuan has gone to Mingjing Island. Is he also a student of our Mingjing Academy?" Gu Bingying smiled and shook her head. "If he were from our school, I would wake up laughing in my dreams." "Ah?" Xueer was startled, then looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. "What did you do?" "I didn't do anything. I just conquered an abyss dungeon with the deans." "You and the deans conquered the Abyss dungeon together? Li Xueer opened her mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. The deans of Kyoto University are all powerful people above level 80, right? Zhang Yuan had just started school not long ago, but he was already qualified to tackle dungeons with them? Li Xueer was shocked, and then she realized that she could no longer see Zhang Yuan's level. This means that Zhang Yuan's level has surpassed hers by 20 levels. How long has it been? It was obvious that just 2 months ago, they were at the same starting line and had just changed jobs. Li Xueer came back to her senses, feeling somewhat emotional. She said to Zhang Yuan, "You've already become so amazing. I can't call you an idiot anymore. I have to work harder from now on, otherwise I won't be worthy of you." Zhang Yuan joked, "Do you want me to wait for you? Stop looking down on me, I certainly don't need it." After saying that, Li Xueer bowed slightly to Gu Bingying and said, "Teacher, I will go back first." Gu Bingying smiled and nodded, "Well, come on. I will." Li Xueer nodded, walked to Zhang Yuan's side, then stopped and said softly, "Yuan, do you remember what happened 3 years ago?" I said, "I will definitely pay you back, even if it takes a lifetime." Zhang Yuan was stunned and suddenly recalled the summer vacation 3 years ago. That year, his aunt insisted on taking him to climb the snow-capped mountains, but unfortunately they encountered heavy snow and the road was blocked. On the way back to the base, he and his aunt happened to meet Li Xueer, who was unconscious and covered in wounds on the side of the road. Zhang Yuan carried Li Xueer back to the hut in the snow-capped mountains. At that time, Li Xueer had a high fever. It was Zhang Yuan and his aunt who took care of her for several days and saved her life. At that time, Li Xueer was still an ice-cold girl with little emotional fluctuation. After waking up, she remained alert to everything around her. She just left in a hurry after saying that she would repay Zhang Yuan's favor in the future. Later, Zhang Yuan went to high school and became classmates with Li Xueer. Because Li Xueer's personality changed so much, from a cold-faced girl who kept strangers away to a lively girl next door, Zhang Yuan didn't recognize her at first, and ended up being nicknamed Idiot. Xueer seems to be hiding some secret. Silly boy, everyone has been gone for a long time, and you are still in a daze. Gu Bingying teased Zhang Yuan, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Zhang Yuan came back to his senses, gathered his thoughts, and took out Qi Xiao. "Teacher, can you help me reset the equipment cooldown again?" "No problem." While using her skills to help Zhang Yuan reset Qi Xiao's equipment cooldown, Gu Bingying asked curiously, "I'm curious, with your strength, what kind of monster could have taken your life?" Zhang Yuan laughed awkwardly and said, "I should consider it my own fault for blowing up a copy." "Did you blow up the copy?" Gu Bingying couldn't help but be stunned, then burst out laughing, "You are really good, kid, you can actually blow up the copy, you are really amazing." Amidst Gu Bingying's laughter, Qi Xiao's passive ability to avoid death was activated again. "Thank you, teacher." Zhang Yuan thanked him, took back Qi Xiao, and asked, "By the way, Teacher Gu, is the principal recuperating here? I want to go see him." "Well, he's on the second floor. I'll take you there." Gu Bingying nodded and took Zhang Yuan into a simple and elegant ward on the second floor of the clinic. In the room, Jing Bingyun was sitting in a wheelchair, playing chess with Su Wanting. "Principal, Zhang Yuan is here to see you." Gu Bingying stood at the door and knocked. Su Wanting immediately stood up and greeted, "Brother Zhang Yuan." "Hello, Teacher Su." Zhang Yuan responded politely, then looked at Jing Bingyun, "Principal, are you feeling better?" "It's nothing serious, just the aftereffects of my skill. I'll be fine after a while of rest. It's just a bit boring staying here." Jing Bingyun was talking, and then she found out that Zhang Yuan was already level 41. She immediately smiled happily, "Zhang Yuan, you have grown again. You are already level 41. I was just lucky." Zhang Yuan replied modestly, "What's the point of luck? This is all due to your own strength. Young man, you should be more confident." Jing Bingyun chuckled and then said, "Since you're here, I'll give you a reward. Xiaosu, take that thing out." "Yes." Su Wanting nodded, formed seals with her hands, and unfolded a magic circle on the spot. A blue key engraved with clouds emerged from it. Zhang Yuan was curious, "Principal, what is this?" Jing Bingyun, "This is the Sky Key. It can unlock an additional hidden mission when you climb the Sky Tower. There is only one such key in the world, and it is extremely precious." "Sky Key?" Hearing Jing Bingyun's words, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered that when he completed the military secret realm copy and obtained an S-level evaluation, Ning Wuwei gave him a gilded black card, saying it was an admission ticket to the Sky Tower. Jing Bingyun continued, I heard you have a ticket to the Sky Tower. After much thought, I think this key is the most suitable reward for you. Zhang Yuan took the sky key and asked, Principal, where exactly is the Sky Tower? After Ning Wuwei gave them the admission tickets, he gave them many instructions and made sure they were fully prepared before going to the Sky Tower. As for what the Sky Tower is, Ning Wuwei did not say. Later, Zhang Yuan took the time to look up information about the Sky Tower in the library. He only knew that it was the top-level copy of the Great Xueer Empire. As for the contents of the Sky Tower, there was no record of it in the library. Jing Bingyun patiently introduced, the Sky Tower is a dungeon with a total of 100 floors. Each floor has its own monster or boss. Defeating them will allow you to advance to the next floor. The higher you climb, the richer the rewards, but of course, the difficulty will also increase. Generally speaking, for professionals challenging the Sky Tower for the first time, it's best to stop at level 60 after the second job. This way, they can guarantee to climb above the 50th floor and at least get a piece of legendary equipment above level 60. But you're different, Zhang Yuan. Although you're only level 41, your combat power is already comparable to us old guys, and you might even be stronger than us. You're fully qualified to climb the tower now. Currently, among professionals in the Great Xueer Empire below level 60, the highest tower climbing record is 89 floors, set by your teacher Yi Qingsong. Teacher Yi? Zhang Yuan was stunned. Yes. Jing Bingyun laughed. Yi Qingsong climbed to the 89th floor when he was at level 50, and now he is recognized as the strongest human being. Zhang Yuan, do you have the confidence to surpass your teacher? Chapter 124 He has a cheat. After Zhang Yuan obtained enough information about the Sky Tower copy from Jing Bingyun, he asked Su wanting to use the teleportation array to teleport him out of the Sky Tower copy. The Sky Tower is located above the Bohai Sea in the east of the Great Xueer Empire. When Zhang Yuan was teleported to the seaside, he could see a round tower connecting heaven and earth standing on the sea level in the distance. That is the copy of Sky Tower. Other outdoor dungeons are basically presented in a spiral shape. Once you enter the dungeon, you will be teleported to an independent dungeon space. But the Sky Tower copy is one of the few special copies in this world that is presented as a real building. Of course, after entering the Sky Tower, each professional will still be teleported to an independent copy space, and all professionals who challenge the Sky Tower will not interfere with each other. Although Zhang Yuan had been mentally prepared for a long time, he was still extremely shocked when he actually saw the Sky Tower. So spectacular! The Tower of Babel on the sea is a miracle of this world. It is now impossible to determine how long the Sky Tower has existed in this world. However, there have always been rumors about the Great Xueer Empire. 10,000 years ago, when the heaven and earth underwent drastic changes and the God's Stone appeared before mankind for the first time, the Sky Tower appeared as well. It's worthy of being a God-level copy. The aura alone is different from that of an ordinary copy. Zhang Yuan sighed and took out the Sky Tower admission ticket. The Sea Sky Tower lit up with dazzling light, immediately causing quite a commotion on the beach. Someone is going to challenge the Sky Tower. Hurry up and find out if the challenger is a genius or a big boss. The professionals staying on the shores of Bohai Sea are all professional scouts from major guilds around the world. They stay here all year round with the aim of recruiting professionals who are qualified to challenge the Sky Tower. After all, there are more than 1 billion people in the Great Xueer Empire, and the Sky Tower only issues 1,000 tickets each year. Anyone who is qualified to challenge the Sky Tower is either a genius among 10,000 or a big boss with unparalleled skills. Regardless of which type of person they are talents that guilds in various countries urgently need to recruit. Whenever a challenger appears, these professional spies will mindlessly extend an olive branch to the challenger, regardless of whether they can succeed or not. As long as you recruit one for the guild, you will make a lot of money. Found it, over there. As some professional spies noticed Zhang Yuan using his ticket at the beach, other professional spies looked at Zhang Yuan and cast their detection spells. What a young face, he looks less than 20 years old, how does he maintain such good looks? Level 41? He's here to challenge the Sky Tower so early? Holy crap! Is that guy crazy? Isn't this a complete waste of resources? When the professional spies found out that Zhang Yuan was only level 41, they were furious and accused Zhang Yuan of wasting such a great talent. How valuable are Sky Tower tickets? They can even fetch billions of yuan per piece on the black market, and there is still no demand for them. Everyone who got a ticket to the Sky Tower was eager to challenge the Sky Tower for the first time, and the higher the level the better. But Zhang Yuan only made it through at level 41? Can't you hold it in? Zhang Yuan ignored the noise coming into his ears and focused all his attention on the Sky Tower. Brave adventurer, do you want to challenge the Sky Tower? Yes. Zhang Yuan chose to challenge, and the Sky Tower suddenly shot out a white light, covering Zhang Yuan. Afterwards, Zhang Yuan was teleported in full view of everyone. He really went in. Level 41. Even if he's a legendary class, he can only reach the 30th floor at most. This is his first time challenging the Sky Tower. He has to reach at least the 50th floor to guarantee legendary equipment. He's at a huge disadvantage now. But speaking of which, have you ever heard of the profession called Ghost Swordmaster? The name of this profession sounds very powerful. So, that guy must have come prepared? After all, Yishan reached the 89th floor at level 50, and that guy is level 41. If he really has some tricks up his sleeve, it's not impossible for him to reach the 50th floor or above. Are you guys kidding me? How can that guy be compared to Yishan? You know, no one has ever been able to break Yishan's record. Is he even more powerful than Yishan? Everyone, stop arguing, his challenge has begun. As the first floor of the Sky Tower lit up, everyone's attention was focused on the Sky Tower. Although everyone was arguing fiercely about Zhang Yuan's level, everyone present wanted to know how many levels Zhang Yuan could reach. If Zhang Yuan can reach the 30th level, it means that Zhang Yuan is a rare genius and is totally worth recruiting with a large sum of money. At the same time, on the first floor of the Sky Tower, the Sky Key automatically flew out of Zhang Yuan's storage space and hovered in the air. The Sky Key has been detected. Do you want to open the Sky Gate? Note, the Sky Gate will greatly increase the difficulty of the Sky Tower. At the same time, each level of the Sky Tower will have a time limit. Open. Zhang Yuan started the hidden mission of the Sky Tower without thinking. The next moment, a door with beautiful patterns appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. The Sky Key was inserted into the keyhole, and the Sky Gate slowly opened. An extremely powerful energy burst out from it, instantly filling the entire Sky Tower. The Sky Tower has been strengthened, I wish you good luck. As a prompt appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, a 1-minute countdown appeared above the copy. At the same time, 10 level 30 elite monsters appeared on the first floor. As soon as the countdown started, Zhang Yuan's flying sword harvested the lives of the monsters. Zhang Yuan was directly teleported to the second floor, and the 1-minute countdown was reset. The monsters on the second floor are still level 30 elites, but the number has increased to 20. But for Zhang Yuan, the number was meaningless. He was still killed instantly and directly reached the third level. Outside the Sky Tower, the professional spies watched in confusion as the light circle representing the challenger's floor continued to rise like an elevator. The entire process was extremely smooth without any pause. What's going on? Is there a bug in the Sky Tower? Why does that guy keep skipping levels? At this time, Brother Yudong laughed and said, "Look at how ignorant you all are. This isn't skipping levels, it's just that he kills monsters so quickly that it looks like he's riding an elevator. The monsters on the lower floors of the Sky Tower are low level and few in number, so it's normal for him to kill them instantly. Once he encounters the boss on the 10th floor, he'll definitely be slower." Just as Brother Dong finished his explanation, the aperture representing Zhang Yuan smoothly passed the 10th floor, and the speed of climbing the tower did not slow down at all. "Brother Dong, we've already defeated the boss on the 10th floor, but that guy is still riding the elevator. Is that normal?" Brother Dong said stubbornly, "Ahem. It's normal." Yishan only slowed down when he reached the 20th floor boss. In this situation, we can only say that he is a rare genius. As soon as Brother Dong finished speaking, Zhang Yuan had already surpassed the 20th floor, and his speed of climbing the tower not only did not slow down, but instead tended to get faster and faster. 30th floor, 40th floor, 50th floor. In less than a minute, Zhang Yuan had passed 50 floors, averaging a little over 1 second per floor. No matter whether it was a monster or a boss, he killed them all instantly. At this moment, everyone looked at Brother Dong at the same time. What now? Dong Ji's mouth twitched. He instinctively wanted to be tough, but when he saw that the light circle representing Zhang Yuan's level had reached the 60th floor and was still rising smoothly, he finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Fuck. He's cheating. Chapter 125 Crimson Dragon. Sky Tower, 61st floor. The countdown is only 5 minutes, and the monsters on the 61st floor are 2 level 60 bosses. Starting from the 60th floor, do the monsters on each floor become bosses? Zhang Yuan looked at the 2 high-level bosses that appeared in front of him. Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu flew out at the same time and took their lives. Zhang Yuan arrived at the 62nd floor. The countdown was still 5 minutes, and there were 3 level 60 bosses. Back then, Teacher Yi came to the tower at level 50, right? I heard from the principal that Teacher Yi also used the Sky Key and reached the 89th floor at only level 50. Isn't he too abnormal? Zhang Yuan sighed, dealt with the 3 bosses in front of him, and continued to the next level. When Zhang Yuan reached the 70th floor, the bosses guarding the gate had become 3 level 70 mountain giants. Each boss had a physical attribute of more than 2 million, which was stronger than the world boss in the wild. The boss has been greatly strengthened, but the time limit for clearing this level of the Sky Tower is only 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, he single-handedly defeated 3 level 70 world bosses without forming a team. This kind of thing can probably only be done by someone with cheats, right? Luckily, I have a cheat. Zhang Yuan sighed and shot out his flying sword. 3 mountain giants fell to the ground, contributing 30 million pre-tax experience points to Zhang Yuan, directly allowing him to reach level 42. Zhang Yuan went up to the 71st floor. At this time, outside the Sky Tower, there was dead silence. Everyone stared at the Sky Tower over the sea and even forgot to breathe. 70 floors, less than 100 seconds. With such a terrifying tower climbing speed, everyone would believe it even if they said the person climbing the tower was a god. This tower climbing speed is too abnormal. It's unheard of. The Great Xia Empire has produced another extremely powerful person. How on earth did he do that? How can ordinary people like us possibly understand the realm of Zhongshan? At this moment, everyone present was impressed by Zhang Yuan. Although Zhang Yuan was only level 41, in their hearts, Zhang Yuan's status was the same as Yiqingsong, or even higher than Yiqingsong. 80 floors. Zhang Yuan faced 5 level 80 Holy Spirit Lords, and the countdown was only 1 hour. Can Teacher Yi even handle this kind of situation? Zhang Yuan looked at the 5 bosses in front of him with terrifying auras, and couldn't help but wonder how Yiqingsong had survived. After all, it would not be easy for Zhang Yuan to kill a boss of this level. Activate the Curse Incarnation, copy 5 7-star Dragon Abysses, put the Holy Spirit Lords into a bloodlocked state, and then trigger the Absolute Curse, and kill them when the Holy Spirit Lords are entering Stage 2. Zhang Yuan continued to climb the tower, but because the bosses all had a blood-locking mechanism, his climbing speed was obviously slower, from 1 second to 2 seconds to 30 seconds. The time it takes to clear the level depends on when the Absolute Curse of the Cursed King's Blade is triggered. The professionals who were watching the battle outside the Sky Tower all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Zhang Yuan's speed of climbing the tower had slowed down. Although Zhang Yuan's tower climbing speed is still abnormally fast, compared with his previous rocket-like speed, everyone is now able to accept Zhang Yuan's current speed of climbing the tower. This master's tower climbing speed has finally slowed down. As expected, no matter how high the damage is, it will be blocked by the health lock and invincibility mechanism. According to this trend, it's a foregone conclusion that he'll surpass Yishen. Now it all depends on whether he can reach the 100th floor. 100th floor is unlikely, right? Looking back at the history of Daxia, there are no more than 1,000 top-tier warriors who have reached the 100th floor, and even fewer than one who has ever reached more than 90 floors for the first time. Zhang Xin is only level 41, and his combat power is already ranked in the top 1,000 in history? I don't know if Zhang Xin's current combat power can make it into the top 1,000 in history, but I know that Zhang Xin is making history every moment. He will definitely be among the top 10 of all the powerful people in world history in the future. Too fierce. God bless our Daxia. The professional spies kept marveling at Zhang Yuan's strength. At this moment, they had completely given up the idea of inviting Zhang Yuan to join their guild. No guild in this world can afford to support a great god like Zhang Yuan. As long as Zhang Yuan is willing to create a guild, they are even willing to quit their own guild and join Zhang Yuan. After 5 minutes of hard climbing the tower, Zhang Yuan finally reached the 89th floor where Yiqingsong fell. On this floor, a giant red dragon is sleeping. Dragon? Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly when he saw the giant red dragon in front of him. As one of the most powerful races in the world, the dragon itself possesses considerable power. Even Wang Haoren's level 30 red dragon can fight against the level 80 corrupted hellfire sheep. At this time, the red dragon sleeping on the 89th floor had an aura much stronger than Wang Haoren's red dragon. Zhang Yuan immediately used Eye of the Abyss. Crimson Dragon World Lord. Level 90. Power 9999999. Agility 9999999. Spirit 9999999. Stamina 9999999. Skills: Strength Enhancement, Agility Enhancement, Mental Enhancement, Physical Enhancement, World Destroying Dragon Breath, Dragon Might, Elemental Resistance, Physical Resistance, Dragon God's Blessing. The terrifying four-dimensional attributes, coupled with a series of skills that looked very abnormal, made Zhang Yuan start to sweat. It's not unfair for Teacher Yi to fall here. Not to mention Yiqing Song, even Zhang Yuan himself had no confidence in defeating this Crimson Dragon at this time. Countdown, 6 hours. Fortunately, the Crimson Dragon is still sleeping soundly, and it takes 6 hours to conquer this level, so Zhang Yuan has plenty of time to think of a countermeasure. This Crimson Dragon's combat power is probably even greater than that of the Abyss Demon Duke. Looking at its skill bar, it even has the blessing of the gods. In a head-on confrontation, if I can't kill it in 1 second, it will definitely kill me in 1 second. So I must kill it with one strike. However, it didn't seem to take me seriously, which gave me a chance to launch a sneak attack. Zhang Yuan's mind moved, and he remembered his charging skill. Sword Intent Gathering Level 1, all flying sword attacks can be charged. Charged attacks cannot be blocked. Damage is increased by up to 100 times based on the charging time. When the Sword Intent Gathering reaches its peak, any health lock effects are ignored. My 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword is fully refined. It can charge up to 100 times the damage, triggering the effect of ignoring the health lock. Coupled with the 25% killing power, it should be able to kill with one blow. If you still can't kill it, give up immediately. Zhang Yuan knew that the Crimson Dragon would not give him a second chance to attack, so he immediately retreated to the edge of the Sky Tower, keeping the farthest distance from the Crimson Dragon, and then began to secretly accumulate strength in the sword formation space. Chapter 126 Crimson Dragon Egg. Outside the Sky Tower, people discovered that Zhang Yuan had been on the 89th floor for more than 30 minutes, and began to whisper. Master Zhang has been stuck on the 89th floor for half an hour. Is he in a tough fight? Back then, Yixin was defeated on the 89th floor. What kind of monsters are there? Is it really that difficult? Who has climbed to the 89th floor? Come out and tell us about it. Among us, it's incredible to find even one person with a ticket, let alone one with a ticket to the 89th floor. While everyone outside the Sky Tower was scratching their heads because Zhang Yuan was stuck, Zhang Yuan, who was on the 89th floor, had already increased the power of the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword to 70 times. However, Zhang Yuan discovered that after the charging power exceeded 70 times, every time the charging power doubled, the mental energy he consumed would increase exponentially, and the time required would also increase significantly. Zhang Yuan originally planned to charge Qi Xiao and Zhan Lu together to help Qixing Long Yuan make up for the damage, but now he has to give up this plan and concentrate on charging Qixing Long Yuan. After a full hour, Zhang Yuan finally completed the 100-fold power charging. The 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword in the sword formation space kept vibrating, starlight flowed on the sword body, and exuded a terrifying sword intent. Even the space of the sword formation could no longer hide the sword intent emitted by the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, allowing it to escape. The Crimson Dragon, which was originally sleeping soundly, sensed the terrifying sword intent of the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, and suddenly woke up, flapped its wings, and flew into the air cautiously. Roar! The Crimson Dragon noticed Zhang Yuan and immediately let out a deafening roar, and the entire Sky Tower began to shake violently. Go! Zhang Yuan released the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, and the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword flew out from the sword formation space and turned into a giant star dragon. Carrying a terrifying momentum, it distorted the copy space and roared towards the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon sensed a fatal threat from the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. Knowing that it could not escape, rays of light began to shine from its body. Power enhancement. Agility enhancement. Mental strengthening. Physical strength enhancement. Blessings from the Dragon God. A large number of enhancement effects can be bestowed upon the Crimson Dragon in a very short period of time, and the Crimson Dragon's aura suddenly soars several times. Roar! The Crimson Dragon spewed out its world-destroying dragon breath towards the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. Flames filled with brutality and destruction emerged from the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, which had transformed into a giant star dragon. However, the sword was torn apart easily by the giant star dragon. The light of the stars cut through the space, and the 7-star dragon's sword pierced through the crimson dragon and pierced the outer wall of the sky tower. A 14-digit number starting with 2 appeared on the head of the crimson dragon. Without any struggle, the crimson dragon fell to the ground with a bang and turned into a point of light and dissipated. Successfully killed the crimson dragon, experience plus 1,050,000,050%. Obtain Crimson Dragon Egg 1. A huge amount of experience poured into Zhang Yuan's body, directly allowing him to level up twice, reaching level 44. Such high damage. Zhang Yuan looked at the big hole on the outer wall of the sky tower and felt a little dazed. He was frightened by the injury he had suffered. At this time, the teleportation array leading to the 90th floor of the sky tower appeared. Zhang Yuan officially surpassed Yiqingsong. However, this time, Zhang Yuan was not in a hurry to teleport up, but planned to rest on the spot. Although the upgrade brought his condition back to its peak, Zhang Yuan found that the mental exhaustion caused by charging the 7-star dragon abyss could not be made up by upgrading. He must have a good rest. Anyway, the time limit for this level is 6 hours, and he still has nearly 5 hours left, so he can even take a nap. Zhang Yuan did what he said and immediately set an alarm for himself using the communicator, and then fell asleep in the sky tower copy. After seeing that Zhang Yuan had not reached the 90th floor for several hours, the professionals outside the sky tower no longer held out hope that Zhang Yuan would be able to reach the 89th floor, and they all dispersed. Although it is normal for challengers to spend several hours to complete a level above the 70th floor of the sky tower, this normality makes everyone feel disappointed when applied to Zhang Yuan, who had been making rapid progress before. After all, everyone's threshold had been raised madly by Zhang Yuan's previous invincible posture, causing Zhang Yuan's ascent to the 89th floor of the sky tower, such a full banquet, to become a bit bland in their eyes. What a pity! Although Zhang Xin's attack speed is faster than Yi Xin's, he still failed to break through Yi Xin's limit. We're overthinking it. Yi Xin is known as the limit of humanity, so how could he be easily surpassed? However, there is no doubt that Zhang Xin will grow into a powerful person on the same level as Yi Xin in the future. Everyone reached a conclusion and no longer expected Zhang Yuan to break through the 89th floor. 5 hours later, Zhang Yuan, who had rested enough, woke up. Phew, now I can sleep well. Zhang Yuan stood up and stretched, then found that the outer wall of the sky tower had been repaired. It's worthy of being a god-level copy. If it were an ordinary copy, my sword would have completely destroyed it, but this copy can actually repair itself. Zhang Yuan sighed, and seeing that there was still some time left on this floor, he did not rush to the 90th floor, but took out the spoils he had obtained from killing the Crimson Dragon. Crimson Dragon Egg, a giant egg that can hatch a Crimson Dragon. Experience required for hatching, 0.5 billion. 5 billion experience points to hatch a baby dragon? Zhang Yuan couldn't help laughing when he saw that it took 5 billion experience points to hatch this Crimson Dragon Egg. For other people, it would take countless years to earn 5 billion experience points, and this amount of experience points is enough for a person to advance from level 40 to over 50. Some league professionals may not be able to reach level 50 even after spending most of their lives. For them, this Crimson Dragon Egg is a huge burden, and they cannot afford to raise it even if it is hatched. But Zhang Yuan is different. As a high-level boss killer, Zhang Yuan, these 5 billion experience points are just a drop in the bucket. He can get 500 million experience points by killing a Crimson Dragon. Perhaps he won't even have to fight his way through the sky tower before the baby dragon can hatch. Moreover, Zhang Yuan has always been worried that he is upgrading too quickly. After all, if he wants to become stronger, he has to go to high-level dungeons to obtain various materials and equipment. But once he clears these dungeons, his level will increase rapidly and he can't stop at all. It has only been less than a month since he signed the contract with the Curse King, and he is already level 44. At this rate, by the time he releases the Curse King at level 70, Xueer probably won't even have built an arsenal to deal with the Curse King. And now, the exploded Crimson Dragon Egg solved Zhang Yuan's urgent problem. Raising a dragon requires a huge amount of experience, otherwise Wang Haoran would not have been able to enter Kyoto University for a year, and he would not have had a red dragon to help him kill high-level monsters, but it was only level 35. Cursed King, oh Cursed King. With the red dragon's help, my chances of victory are much greater. Zhang Yuan adjusted the experience distribution ratio between himself and the Crimson Dragon Egg to the highest 1:9, then put away the Crimson Dragon Egg and climbed to the 90th floor with satisfaction. At this time, on the beach outside the Sky Tower, everyone almost popped their eyes out when they saw that the light circle representing Zhang Yuan's progress, which had stayed on the 89th floor for a long time, suddenly reached the 90th floor. Super. He surpassed Yiqing Song. Chapter 127, The Undead Monarch. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the 90th floor, he found that the area of this floor was more than 1,000 times larger than the 89th floor. Standing on the extremely wide floor, Zhang Yuan even felt like he was on a plane. With such a large venue, what kind of monster am I supposed to deal with? Zhang Yuan felt inexplicably nervous and looked around. After all, the boss on the 89th floor is already the Crimson Dragon, and the boss on the 90th floor is definitely stronger than the Crimson Dragon. Soon, Zhang Yuan discovered that more than 2,000 meters away from him, there stood a skeleton wizard wearing a black robe and holding a staff. Found it! Zhang Yuan immediately used the Eye of the Abyss on the skeleton mage. Undead Monarch World Lord. Level, 90. Power, 999, Agility, 999. Spirit, 999. Stamina, 999. Skills: Summon Undead Legion, Summon Skeleton Dragon, Summon Enhancement, Undead Resurrection, Soul Burning, Undead Realm, Damage Transfer, Curse Storm. Necromancer? When Zhang Yuan saw that the boss on the 90th floor was a necromancer, he couldn't help laughing out loud. What he fears least is human wave tactics and mental attacks. The boss on this floor is a gift. As the 12-hour countdown on the 90th floor began, the Undead Lord discovered Zhang Yuan and immediately shook the staff in his hand. Black gas surged out of the ground, and a large number of skeletons crawled out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, an undead army with tens of thousands of people and an average level of 80 was formed. At the same time, Zhang Yuan heard another dragon roar. 3 level 90 skeleton dragons flew out from behind the Undead Lord. They flapped their bone wings, and their terrifying aura swept across the sky tower. Zhang Yuan even felt that the temperature around him had dropped by several degrees. Afterwards, the Undead Lord raised his staff again, and a halo spread out, covering all his summons. The Undead Legion was immediately greatly strengthened, and its aura soared. This is not over yet. Another field unfolds under the feet of the Undead Lord, directly covering his undead army. Then his undead are strengthened again, and at the same time, a steady stream of new undead emerges from the ground. If this undead monarch were to go to the real world, he would probably be able to destroy a small or medium-sized country with his own strength. The boss on the 90th floor is so exaggerated, what will the bosses behind it be like? Zhang Yuan looked at the dense undead in front of him, sighed, and then deployed his sword formation, covering the entire undead army. Skill: Dark Thunder Domain. Dark purple clouds gathered above the undead army, casting shadows over the entire undead army. The Undead Lord had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. He issued an attack order to his legion, and the 3-headed skeleton dragon led the Undead Legion and roared towards Zhang Yuan. The earth was shaking. However, before the undead army encountered Zhang Yuan, a large amount of black thunder struck down at an extremely fast speed, and countless undead were turned into powder and dissipated in an instant. The 3 giant skeleton dragons, whose auras were not much weaker than the Crimson Dragon, could not even hold out for a second and were reduced to ashes on the spot. Although the destroyed skeletons will be resurrected under the influence of the undead realm, under the splash effect of Zhang Yuan's constellation, all the resurrected skeleton warriors in the undead realm were reduced to ashes again before their bones were even reassembled. A large number of kill notifications appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, and the experience bar of the Crimson Dragon Egg soared. These summons can actually provide experience? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes, and he couldn't help but look at the Undead Lord in the distance who had already activated the passive Bloodlock, and gave up the idea of killing it with the Absolute Curse. Now the Undead Lord is hiding in an energy shield, constantly using damage transfer skills to transfer the damage he suffers to his newly summoned skeleton army. A steady stream of skeleton warriors were summoned, then turned into ashes by Dark Thunder and transformed into experience for Zhang Yuan and the Crimson Dragon Egg. At the end of the Dark Thunder realm, the Undead Lord's mental power had been exhausted and he could no longer summon new skeleton legions. At this time, Zhang Yuan's 3 special weapons came through the air and killed the Undead Lord who had lost his usefulness. Successfully kill the Undead Lord, experience plus 1,050,000,050%. Experience required to hatch Crimson Dragon Egg, 2.3 billion 5 billion. Obtain the legendary equipment summoning book. Book of Summoning Legendary. All summoned creatures' pets possessed by the holder gain 100% of their own attribute bonuses. All summoned creatures' pets possessed by the holder gain experience and level up. All summoned creatures' pets possessed by the holder can be resurrected directly in the Book of Summoning upon death. Equipment level 90. It's actually a legendary piece of equipment that enhances summons. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the equipment dropped by the Lord of the Undead. Although he plays with swords, he actually already has 3 summons: the Rakshasa King, the Ice Elf Queen, and the Hellfire Sheep. Together with the dragon that has not yet hatched, he now has a total of 4 summons. Zhang Yuan is now level 44, and his 4-dimensional attributes have exceeded 5 digits. The level 30 Rakshasa King and Ice Elf Queen are no longer useful. But now it's different. Zhang Yuan has the Book of Summoning, and the Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen can completely rejuvenate and become top combat forces. Zhang Yuan immediately equipped the Book of Summoning, and then summoned the Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen to check their attributes. Rakshasa King summoned creature. Level 30. Strength, 11,000 plus 211,713. Agility, 11,000 plus 198,513. Spirit, 11,000 plus 352,684. Constitution, 11,000 plus 198513. Skills, Sword Flash, King's Pressure, Undying Will. Ice Elf Queen Summon. Level 30. Strength, 30,000 plus 211,713. Agility, 20,000 plus 198,513. Spirit, 80,000 plus 352,684. Constitution, 100,000 plus 198,513. Skills, Frostmourne, Ice Blast, Frozen 1,000 miles. With the help of the Book of Summoning, the Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen instantly transformed from little Karami into top-level combat forces with 4-dimensional explosions, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Adding to that the bonuses from Zhang Yuan's skills and constellation, all these summoned creatures turned into little Zhang Yuans. Imagine that Zhang Yuan is in battle, the sword formation opens, the summons are summoned, and then the enemy has to face a big Zhang Yuan and a bunch of small Zhang Yuans. My scalp tingles just thinking about it. That's really good. Zhang Yuan contentedly took the Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen back to the summoning space, and then went to the 91st floor. Outside the Sky Tower, the professionals were still immersed in the shock of Zhang Yuan passing the 89th floor, and then they saw that the light circle outside the tower had reached the 91st floor. This time it was so fast. He cleared the 91st floor in less than 10 minutes? Did Zhang Shen super evolve? I only know that the higher you go up the Sky Tower, the harder it gets. How come he's clearing it faster? Why is God a god? Because he is Zhang Shen. For a moment, the atmosphere outside the tower became lively again. Chapter 128 Sky Valkyrie. After Zhang Yuan arrived at the 91st floor, he found that the space of the Sky Tower had returned to its original size. At this time, in the center of the tower, stood a Valkyrie wearing a bird-wing-shaped golden helmet, clad in blood-red armor, and holding a light shield and a light gun. Zhang Yuan immediately used Eye of the Abyss. Unable to detect target. Following the information given by the Eye of the Abyss, Zhang Yuan realized that the boss on the opposite side was at level 95 and above. Not daring to be careless, Zhang Yuan immediately summoned the Rakshasa King, the Ice Elf Queen and the Hellfire Demon Sheep to block in front of him. The next moment, the Valkyrie transformed into a Z-shaped golden phantom, passed through the 3 summoned creatures, and stabbed Zhang Yuan with a light spear in her hand. Rakshasa King has died. The Ice Elf Queen has died. The Hellfire Demon Sheep has died. As the 3 little Zhang Yuans were inexplicably killed, Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank, and he immediately drew out the 7-star Dragon Abyss from the sword formation space and used his blocking instinct. Clang! Zhang Yuan perfectly blocked the Valkyrie's attack, but before he could launch a counterattack, the Valkyrie did a backflip and returned lightly to her original position. So strong! Zhang Yuan stared at the Valkyrie. Even though he used his skills to perfectly block the Valkyrie's attack, his palm was still numb as he held Xixing Long Yuan's hand. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword helped him withstand the pressure from the Valkyrie, but he still felt extremely strong pressure from the Valkyrie. That feeling of oppression comes from deep within the soul and cannot be offset by the effects of equipment. Reason told Zhang Yuan that the Valkyrie in front of him was definitely not a boss he could fight against at this stage. However, he has already reached the 91st floor. How can he be willing to give up now? Is there any way to cheat and defeat this boss? Zhang Yuan began brainstorming. He still has a few tricks up his sleeve. The first choice is the recharged Star God robe. A burst of Star God power can definitely send this boss to hell. But this is only the 91st floor. If the Star God robe is used here, his future will be difficult. The second option is to rely on the curse incarnation to trigger the absolute curse. As long as the absolute curse is triggered, he can continuously steal the opponent's attributes. In this way, he only needs to survive the first few seconds when the absolute curse is triggered to kill the boss. However, the curse incarnation only has a 50% chance of being inflicted when attacking or being hit. This probability is too high, and he is not sure whether this boss has the ability to be immune to the curse. The third option is to use the Nine Heavens Red Evil Sword formation that can permanently reduce the level, combined with the blade of the Cursed King that can instantly kill those below its own level. As long as the boss's level is reduced to below level 44, he can win. But the difficulty lies in how he can hit the opponent more than 500 times without dying. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan thought of the copy mirror that he had forgotten in the storage space. Mirror of Replication legendary, reusable, creates a spirit to fight. The spirit's strength is the same as the object being copied. The stronger the object, the shorter the spirit's existence. Only one spirit can exist at a time. The item has a cooldown of 1 day. The spirit copied by the copy mirror can benefit from the positive effects of Zhang Yuan's sword formation, and the boss will also be affected by the negative effects in the sword formation. With this addition and subtraction, the strength of the copied spirit will completely crush the original body. As long as Zhang Yuan uses the copy mirror to copy the boss, the copied spirit can completely suppress the boss's body during the existence of the copied spirit. At this time, Zhang Yuan copied tens of thousands of flying swords and poured them all towards the boss. No matter what, he could hit the boss hundreds of times. This method works. In a flash, Zhang Yuan figured out a way to break the impasse and immediately took out the copy mirror from the storage space. At the same time, the Valkyrie moved again, turning into a golden light and rushing towards Zhang Yuan. Copy. The replica mirror lit up with white light, and a spirit that looked exactly like the Valkyrie flew out of the mirror, stabbing the Valkyrie boss with a spear, forcing it back. The spirit lasts for 5 seconds. Zhang Yuan only had 5 seconds to see the spirit, and without hesitation he used the Nine Heavens Red Evil Sword formation while trying his best to copy the flying sword. The Qishao sword flew out from the sword formation space, adding the Qishao sword intent to all the copied flying swords. Spirit, suppress the boss. Zhang Yuan gave an order to the copied spirit, and the copied spirit immediately pierced the Valkyrie's abdomen with a gun, nailing her to the ground and making her unable to move. Tens of thousands of flying swords imbued with the Scarlet Sky Sword intent fell like a rainstorm. Seeing this, the Valkyrie who was nailed to the ground burst into red light all over her body, forcing out the spear of the replica spirit body and at the same time shattering all the falling flying swords into powder. Hold on to the boss and destroy its defense. Zhang Yuan gave orders to the clone spirit again. The clone spirit directly hugged the Valkyrie and pressed her to the ground. This time, a large number of flying swords pierced through the body of the replica spirit, hit the Valkyrie, and madly reduced its level. 5 seconds passed quickly, the duplicate spirit dissipated, and the Valkyrie roared, and once again burst out with a terrifying red light, shattering all the flying swords, and turned over and stood up. At this moment, a black light broke through the air. Zhang Yuan used attribute conversion to transform the spiritual attribute into agility, holding the blade of the Cursed King, and pierced the Valkyrie's abdomen. The killing effect of the Cursed King's blade was triggered, and the Valkyrie immediately turned into a point of light and dissipated. Successfully killed the Sky Valkyrie projection, experience plus 1.5 billion 50%. Experience required to hatch Crimson Dragon Egg, 3 billion 5 billion. Rakshasa King's level has been increased to 35. The Ice Elf Queen's level has been increased to 35. Obtain the legendary equipment Valkyrie Helm. Helm of the Sky Valkyrie Legendary, immune to curses, increases mental strength by 100%, equipment level 90. A golden light burst out, and Zhang Yuan reached level 45. This helmet can actually directly increase spiritual power by 100%. It's also legendary equipment, but its effect is twice as strong as the Holy Spirit Crown. When Zhang Yuan saw the new equipment dropped by the Sky Valkyrie, he replaced it with the Holy Spirit Crown he got in the Holy Spirit Realm copy without hesitation. Although the helmet's immunity to curse attribute is useless to him, its attribute of increasing mental power by 100% is quite useful. As the crown of Holy Spirit was replaced with the Sky Valkyrie helmet, Zhang Yuan's mental power directly soared from 355,084 to 443,855. Then let's auction off the Holy Spirit crown. It's a legendary piece of equipment with no level restrictions. Once it's sold, I'll instantly become financially independent. Zhang Yuan put the crown of Holy Spirit back into the storage space, looked at the entrance to the 92nd floor, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The cooldown time of the Mirror of Replication is 1 day, so it is impossible for him to replicate the fighting style of this level on the 92nd level. However, from the 90th floor onwards, each floor will drop a legendary equipment, and the higher the floor he reaches, the higher the final reward will be. No matter what, he can't stop now. Anyway, let's go up and take a look. Chapter 129, Sky Tower, 100th floor. 92 floors. After Zhang Yuan came up, he found that in the center of this floor there was a statue emitting divine light. Statue? When Zhang Yuan saw the statue, he couldn't help but think of the job transfer statue that the goddess of joy had created using her own divine power in the trial copy. The job transfer statue made by the god of joy is like the statue in the Sky Tower. Both are filled with powerful divine power and appear to be indestructible. The 91st floor is a projection of the Valkyrie, and the 92nd floor is a statue of the god. Doesn't this mean that for all the floors to come, I'll have to fight projections of the gods? Although using the Sky Key to unlock hidden missions will significantly increase the difficulty of the Sky Tower, isn't the difficulty a bit too high now? Zhang Yuan is now quite skeptical. Is there really anyone who can clear the hidden difficulty of the Sky Tower? Rumble. Just when Zhang Yuan was questioning the unreasonable difficulty setting of the Sky Tower, an extremely strong divine power emanated from the statue and slowly condensed into a human form in the Sky Tower. The entire Sky Tower copy was shaken by this. However, perhaps because the gods needed to appear in a grand manner, or perhaps because the energy required to condense the projection of the gods was too huge, Zhang Yuan found that the process of condensing the projection of the statue was quite slow and could not take shape for a long time. If we follow the game design, the descent of the gods projection now is the game cutscene CG animation. As a challenger, what Zhang Yuan needs to do now is to quietly watch the grand descent ceremony of the projection of the god, and then challenge the projection of the god as a challenger. But now, Zhang Yuan looked at the statue that continued to emit divine power and suddenly had an idea. If he destroys the statue and prevents the god's projection from descending, will he be considered to have passed this level? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan no longer waited patiently for the projection of the god to descend, but directly copied tens of thousands of flying swords, used the Nine Heavens Red Evil Sword formation, and controlled the flying swords to bypass the projection of the god and bombard the statue. A large number of flying swords exploded under the divine power of the statue, but the level of the statue also began to decline due to the erosion of the Qishao sword intent.